Chapter 1 Lightning 5-Shot Combo. Dragon Kingdom, Tianyuan City. Class 7, Grade 12, Tianyuan Number 8 Middle School. On the platform, a group of students crowded around each other, looking at their mock exam results. Some people were talking animatedly, while others were frowning. The classroom was bustling like a vegetable market at that moment. In a corner of the classroom, Song Qinghwan nudged the boy next to her. "Hey, Suyu, why don't you go check your grades?" Suyu, who was sleeping on the table, turned his head and looked over, saying weakly, "Just like you, I know what place I am without even looking." Song Qinghwan thought about it seriously and then fell silent. "Yes, I will definitely be number 1, and Suyu will definitely be number 1 too." She frowned and asked with a worried look, "Suyu, you haven't given up on your studies because you haven't made any progress in martial arts?" Suyu sighed, feeling that it was necessary to explain the recent period of slacking off. At that moment, the voice of class monitor Zhang Shizhang rang out in the classroom. "Suyu, you deliberately got a 0 on the test again. It's bad enough that you're dragging our class down in martial arts class, but now you're deliberately dragging down our academic classes too, huh? Suyu, as the class monitor, I have the right to make demands of you. Don't drag our class down in the upcoming city-wide joint exam." Everyone in the class turned their attention to Suyu, who was slumped over his desk. Suyu sighed and waved his hand without looking up. "Don't worry, class monitor. With Qinghwan in our class, we will never be at the bottom. Qinghwan is already helping me, and I'll be back in the game soon." "Yes, class monitor, you have to trust Suyu," Song Qinghwan said earnestly. On the podium, Zhang Shizhang almost couldn't breathe. What a load of rubbish. This guy has already submitted 3 blank papers. "Not yet," Song Qinghwan said. "Class monitor, don't worry, I will give Suyu hellish tutoring before the joint exam." Along with Song Qinghwan's sweet smile, Suyu also put on a mask of pain. "Another tutoring session. And it's hellish. My dear Qinghwan sister, please let me go." He didn't even have time to find a reason to refuse. Song Qinghwan imitated him, placing her small face on the table and looking at him at eye level. Her little face was all scrunched up, looking so cute. But the cute filter shattered the next second. "Suyu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You haven't been feeling well lately, are you sick? If you get sick, you can't tough it out, you should see a doctor and get treatment as soon as possible. Suyu, do you want me to take you to ask your teacher for leave? I'll take you to the hospital to get checked out." Song Qinghwan started her nagging mode. Suyu, head bowed, was speechless with exasperation. Because of the conflict between the two memories, he has not yet fully processed those memory fragments, and his brain is extremely swollen. More than a week after he transmigrated, the thing he did most during this time was to close his eyes and rest. At first, he was still wondering whether it was Suyu from Blue Star who had traveled through time, or whether he had just had a vivid dream. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to a mental hospital, he gave up on this philosophical question. Then, like untangling a ball of yarn, I began to slowly unravel the two memories. Actually, it's not that I'm completely clueless about academic subjects, it's just that I want to avoid making too many basic mistakes that might arouse suspicion. He simply gave up and waited for the day when the two sets of memories would be sorted out. But the girl next to him wouldn't allow it. For over a week, I've been happily feeding myself chicken soup every day. After school, I have to be forced to study for an hour. Honestly, Suyu had every reason to suspect that if it weren't for Qinghwan, he might have recovered long ago. Sigh. Looking at the girl with big, blinking eyes in front of him, he sighed deeply, ultimately unable to bear disappointing her kindness. "It's definitely not because we can't beat them." On the first day, someone tried to run away, but was held down and unable to move by a hand. At that moment, he understood that life is like that. If you can't do that, you can only do that. They were afraid that if the two stared at each other for any longer, some jealous people would explode on the spot. Suyu also sat up, resting his chin on his hands and continuing to daze. Seeing that he was no longer sleeping, Qinghwan felt even more certain that her efforts over the past few days had been effective. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Suyu suddenly spoke. "Suyu, what's wrong?" Song Qinghwan quickly turned her head to look over. Suyu rubbed his eyes, too busy to pay attention. Bite. When that voice appeared in his mind, he knew his cheat code had arrived. Congratulations, host, on awakening the Encyclopedia of All-Things System. The host can use the Encyclopedia tool to collect items and obtain corresponding rewards. Beep beep beep, the system is detecting the host's physical condition. Detection successful. Name, Suyu. Talent, F. Special ability, none. Skill, bicycle riding technique basic. The host is in a confused state. Other skills are not yet apparent. Physical strength high dimensional attribute, 78 chi in blood. In normal adults chi in blood is around 100. P.S. The host is currently in a state of lethargy. Mental high dimensional attribute? A normal adult's mental attribute is around 100 Hz. P.S. The host is currently in a state of confusion. Strength low dimensional attribute, 111. Normal strength attribute for adults is 100-150. Agility low dimensional attribute, 110. Normal agility attribute for adults is 100-150. After reviewing the data, Suyu came to a conclusion. I am sick, not only physically but also mentally. Soon, he felt something sticking out of his pocket. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small black and white film camera. So this thing is a Pokédex collector? Illustrated Encyclopedia Collector F, grants rewards based on the items photographed by the host. Daily film limit, 5. Before Suyu could study it in detail, the voice of another classmate came from the side. Hey, brother you, where did you find such an old relic? Come on. Brother you, take a picture of me and let me try. Upon hearing this, Suyu pointed the camera at Lu Long. So, when the camera focused on that fat face, another line of text appeared. An F-rank human illustration has been detected. There is a very small chance of obtaining low-dimensional attributes. Suyu, nothing else? Rank F illustrations are the lowest rank in the illustration collection, so it's normal that there are no illustration rewards for them. Lu Long struck what he thought was a very cool pose. Suyu quickly turned around and pointed the camera at Song Qinghuan on the left. In the lens, the golden legend shines, and a line of text appears. SSS rank human character detected. Click 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 click. Suyu pressed the shutter without hesitation and took 5 shots in quick succession. Chapter 2 SSS Level Superpower Ice Age. The target in the encyclopedia has been detected to possess the SSS Level Superpower Ice Age. The host has a very high probability of obtaining low-dimensional attributes, a relatively high probability of obtaining skills, a small probability of obtaining high-dimensional attributes, and an extremely low probability of obtaining superpowers while collecting the encyclopedia entries. Song Qinghuan, who had been watching Suyu, noticed that the camera was pointed at her. She reflexively flashed a sweet smile and gave a peace sign. Suyu left himself no room for error, using up the entire roll of film in a 5-shot burst. It sounded like gears turning from the camera. After a short while, 5 photos were slowly produced. Song Qinghuan's eyes were filled with joy. Lu Long, who was standing to the side, was wondering whether he should strangle his deskmate. What happened to the saying that women are like clothes, and brothers are like limbs? What happened to our brotherhood? Congratulations, host, you have gained +10 to your strength attribute. Congratulations, host, you have gained +10 to your agility attribute. The first 2 prompts had already made Suyu's lips curl into a smile. The camera kept displaying notifications. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Mastery of Mythical Beasts. Suyu? What use would I have for this thing? The smile faded, but he continued to look forward. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Mastery of Tactical Understanding. The smile vanished completely. Suyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. No rush. No rush. If there's no chance today, there's always tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, there's always the day after. There's plenty of time. No rush, no rush. He opened his eyes, talking to himself. At this moment, the golden legend shines once again. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the SSS level Superpower Ice Age incomplete. Suyu, I. Beside her, Song Qinghuan watched as Suyu trembled all over, the veins in his arms bulging. He couldn't help but ask Lu Long, who was standing to the side, is Suyu alright? Lu Long was also a little dumbfounded. I don't know, maybe the photos he took were just too good. The words had barely left his mouth. Suyu suddenly turned around and hugged Song Qinghuan. When Song Qinghuan was hugged, she didn't know where to put her little hands, and her face instantly turned red to her ears. At that moment, Zhang Shizhang, who had been secretly observing from the podium, had tears in his eyes. Lu Long's eyes revealed admiration. The two embraced like that, and time seemed to stand still. Zhang Shizhang's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted again, class is about to start, so I hope some students will immediately put away anything unrelated to the lesson. Upon hearing this, Suyu also came to his senses. He quickly released Song Qinghuan. Putting away his camera and looking to his right, Lu Long gave himself a thumbs up. Looking to the left, you can see the enthusiastic Qinghuan, whose face is bright red. Suyu. Hey, Qinghuan, do you believe me if I said I'm excited because I took the best photo ever? Song Qinghuan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Lu Long gave 2 thumbs up and exclaimed, "Look! Look! Now they don't call her Song anymore, they just call her Qinghuan. Should we call her Huan Huan next time?" At the front of the classroom, Zhang Shizheng clenched his fists, veins bulging. Just as he was preparing to take action, class teacher Cheng Yong slowly walked into the classroom with a thermos cup in his hand. He glanced around the classroom and said casually, "Everyone should have already seen the results of the most recent mock exam." His voice grew louder and louder. "I'm not saying this to be mean. Your grades are getting worse and worse, and when I came in, the noise in your class was just... Yes, except that the subjects we studied were different. These teachers' catchphrases have never changed." Cheng Yong earnestly urged everyone to study hard. Suyu held the photo below, sometimes looking puzzled, sometimes smiling broadly. "System, why is the superpower I acquired incomplete? Due to the low level of the encyclopedia collector, the host is currently unable to acquire a complete SSS level ability. How can I get the full version of Ice Age? The host has once again acquired the SSS level superpower, Ice Age. Second, if the host upgrades the encyclopedia collector to S rank, and then proceeds with the encyclopedia acquisition, they will be guaranteed to obtain the complete Ice Age version." Seeing the 2 answers, Suyu stroked his chin, feeling that it wasn't too difficult. "Could I ask what the specific probability is of me obtaining the SSS level superpower Ice Age?" Specific data cannot be provided. The system's preliminary estimate is that the host will have a chance to obtain it after performing another 100 million encyclopedia entries. Suyu immediately took a deep breath and asked somewhat cautiously, "Then how can I upgrade the encyclopedia collector to S rank?" The host needs to go through the process of FDCBAS to complete the upgrade. The specific upgrade plan is currently unknown. "Suyu, I was careless, I spoke too soon." In class, Cheng Yong is explaining tactical coordination. In the classroom where he had been the only one speaking, a mocking laugh suddenly rang out from below, as if it were mocking something. Cheng Yong's eye twitched. Having reached his limit of tolerance for Suyu these past few days, he immediately shouted angrily, "Suyu, what are you doing? You got last place in both of your recent mock exams, you must be very proud of yourself. You still seem unconvinced by what I'm saying? Come up here. Finish this tactical plan diagram for me. If you make even the slightest mistake today, you won't get any weekends off from now on. You'll have to come to school every day to draw." Suyu, who had just suffered a great blow a second ago, looked extremely innocent when he stood up. He honestly laughed at his own pathetic talent. He subconsciously looked at Qinghuan on his left. It was clear that Qinghuan showed no intention of standing out and seemed quite pleased to see him stay at school to draw. "Suyu, you've misjudged people." Helpless, since Qinghuan wouldn't help, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go up. As he passed Zhang Shizheng's seat, Zhang Shizheng deliberately said, "Suyu, do you need the class monitor's help?" "Zhang Shizheng, you think you're so capable?" Shunyang's roar came again, making Zhang Shizheng shrink back in fright. When they saw that the homeroom teacher had really gotten angry, everyone remained silent and only exchanged polite greetings. Suyu walked slowly onto the podium. Cheng Yong waved his hand on the tablet, and a 3D map appeared. 2 strange beasts are attacking from the north and south on the map. What Suyu needs to do next is to lead the troops on the map to escape from this wilderness. Chapter 3 completed perfectly. Suyu originally intended to draw little by little, relying on fragmented memories. The moment I saw the map, hundreds of escape routes flashed through my mind like fireworks. Moreover, he also discovered that those memories that he had been unable to sort out were beginning to become clearer. Once all the information has been processed, hundreds, even thousands, of different solutions have appeared on the map in front of us. It can even help determine the success rate of a particular route and what unexpected events might occur. A system voice sounded in my mind. "Congratulations, host, your skill tactical understanding has successfully advanced to master level." At this moment, Suyu, who had acquired Song Qinghuan skills, seemed to have merged 2 tactical mindsets. The clash between 2 completely different ways of thinking directly elevated Suyu's understanding of tactics to a new level. Seeing that he hadn't moved, the homeroom teacher, Cheng Yong, said impatiently, "What? Aren't you a tactical genius? You've dared to hand in blank papers for the last few exams, And now you want me to hand in one on the spot? Suyu opened his mouth, thought for a moment, and then reorganized his words. Teacher. What? Don't even think about making excuses to beg for mercy. This time, Chang Yong was determined to punish Suyu. No, teacher, I wanted to ask what your requirements are. Is it that the battle losses do not exceed 10%, or that the battle losses do not exceed 5%? We should keep battle losses within the scope of accidental events. Chang Yong had already figured out how to persuade Suyu, that little brat, to repent and turn back from his misguided ways. My stomach was filled with chicken soup, but it all suddenly felt like it was stuck in my chest. Ha? What did you say? Come on. You draw for me today. I don't want 10% or 5%, just draw me something that's 20%. As long as you draw it, I won't care if you sing and dance during tactics class from now on. Even if you want to come up and teach in my place, I have no objection. The words fell. The other students, who had been silent, started laughing. Suyu glanced at his homeroom teacher and said quietly, Teacher, if I finish drawing it, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? Chang Yong once again felt a lump in his throat. Not wanting to say anything more, he immediately handed over control of the program to Suyu. Then he sat down in Suyu's seat, and when he saw a table full of photos of Song Qingwan, he became even angrier. Come on, put on a show, he said irritably. This kid has really been out of control lately. We have to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson today. Let him know that tactics are a skill that requires talent but not study. As for Suyu actually drawing a tactical diagram with a casualty ratio of less than 20%, Chang Yong said it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is the final exam paper for the third-year tactical department at Peking University this year. The full score is achieved when the casualty ratio is controlled at 20%. Chang Yong knew that he was the only one in the entire Tianyuan city who had seen this type of question, as the exam had just been held 2 days prior. Given this difficult situation, Suyu's ability to lead his men to escape was already a commendable achievement. Amidst the laughter of the class, and in a fit of rage, the homeroom teacher, Chun Yong, became enraged. Suyu began his drawing. In the following time, he demonstrated the 36 stratagems, an ancient military strategy, to everyone. He employed all sorts of tricks, from waiting for the enemy to tire themselves out, to throwing a brick to attract jade, to shedding his own skin, to driving a tiger to devour a wolf, each one more elaborate than the last. Of course, the premise for the successful use of these strategies lies in his perfect calculation of the comparison of each wave of combat power and his full understanding of the habits of the alien beasts. In the early stages, everything went smoothly, and he showed off his amazing skills. The students in the class were all speechless with their mouths agape. They are almost out of the encirclement, and the casualties are still kept to a minimum. The way people looked at Suyu began to show a degree of admiration. Despite his displeasure, Chang Yong, the homeroom teacher, had to admit that the kid's tactical talent was truly the best in Tianyuan City's history. However, despite his surprise, a slight smile remained on his lips. Suyu's performance so far has surpassed that of most college students who refuse to attend Peking University. However, Jubiai University, one of the 4 major universities in China, also has talented players like Suyu. In the final exams a few days ago, there were many students like Suyu now. 90% of the time, the casualties were due to chance events. But it was this last 10% that caused almost all of these prodigies to fail, and some with weaker willpower were even wiped out in one fell swoop. Teacher Chang Yong's lips curled up, waiting to see what Suyu would experience for the first time the cruelty of reality. However, just as those small eyes were filled with anticipation, Suyu, who had been enjoying a smooth journey, suddenly slowed down his march. He began sending out reconnaissance troops to investigate, and also cautiously had terrain-altering ability users follow along. The tactical deployment for advancing was also maximized. His sudden action left everyone in the class completely bewildered. There shouldn't be any problems ahead of here. If Suyu is being so cautious now, it will be troublesome once the beasts behind catch up. Could it be that he deliberately went easy on the teacher because he was about to finish the task? To avoid embarrassing the teacher? Just as everyone was wondering, Chang Yong suddenly stood up. How is that possible? Everyone looked at him, who had a surprised expression. Only Suyu was still taking the terrain in front of him seriously. The next second, in a desert, his scouts discovered the wet shadow bug, which usually only exists in swamps. Holy crap, how is this possible? This is a desert. Has Suyu done this problem before? Are you kidding me? There can be shadow bugs here? If Suyu had rushed over at full speed just now, wouldn't they have all fallen into the trap of the wet shadow insects? If the monsters catch up, it will be questionable whether we can even get out. Amidst the commotion in the classroom, Suyu once again demonstrated his multitasking skills and successfully passed the test. 3D maps ultimately became synonymous with perfection. At Peking University, a young man with a scruffy beard stared blankly at the message that popped up on the screen. He then complained, "Which master is so bored that they took the problems I gave my students and did them again?" These kinds of questions are meant to help students remember things. What's the point of you experts creating perfect passing questions? The man complained while simultaneously checking the system to see what was going on. After searching for a while, the man was puzzled again. Chang Yong? Although I told him there were traps, with his skill level, he shouldn't be able to clear the game with occasional casualties, right? Could it be that this kid has finally taken that step? No way. If that's the case, I have to recruit him to our school. I can't let him stay in high school slacking off and pretending to be nurturing flowers. The man immediately took out his phone. Chapter 4, Greatness Will Ultimately Be Achieved. Chang Yong, a student in class 7 of the third year of high school, was completely bewildered. He originally planned to work through and explain this problem with his students today. He even got the question from a classmate. From any perspective, it's impossible for Suyu to have seen the question beforehand. As for what the students from Peking University revealed? Out of more than 1,000 people in the department, only one person passed perfectly. Those brats have long been taken away for training in seclusion. The one who passed perfectly is even less likely to be related to Suyu. Chang Yong suddenly felt a bit conflicted. He had been proven wrong, but Chang Yong was the student he had the highest hopes for. He wanted to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson and then encourage him to work hard to get into the Department of Tactics at Peking University. Then the other party directly solved the final exam questions for the third-year students at Peking University. It's complicated, No way, it's not complicated at all. Suyu was waiting on the podium for the homeroom teacher to question whether she had seen the questions in advance. Suddenly, I noticed that my teacher excitedly took out his phone. Not only that, he pointed at himself and shouted, "Suyu, you wait here, I'm going to get you the admission notice from Peking University right now." Suyu? Song Qinghuan, meow meow meow? My goal is now confirmed as Peking University? The other students in the class? In the quiet classroom, someone couldn't help but wonder, could this be the final exam question for the freshmen at Peking University this year? As soon as he finished speaking, the way everyone in the class looked at Suyu changed dramatically. Shock, envy, jealousy. Squad leader Zhang Shizhang clenched his fists, looking at Suyu as if he were his father's killer. Outside the classroom, Chang Yong is already using his mobile phone to contact his former classmate Zhu Geyun. But when I tried to make the call, it kept showing that the line was busy. Chang Yong frowned. Why isn't this kid in the lab at this hour? Who is he talking to on the phone? Could it be that this blockhead has finally seen the light and found a girlfriend? On the other side, Zhu Geyun, who was sitting in front of the screen, also cursed and said, "Damn it. I knew that old bastard Chang Yong wasn't teaching properly in Tianyun City." Zhu Geyun finally turned off his phone, but it rang again shortly afterward. Chang Yong realized he had finally gotten through on the phone and immediately began to organize his thoughts. But before he could speak, Zhu Geyun's nonchalant voice came from the other end of the phone. "Your student passed my test, right?" As soon as the voice rang out, Chang Yong immediately became annoyed. Damn it, why couldn't it be me? This made the voice on the other end of the phone even more infuriating. "TCH, you? I don't know what level you are at, but there is absolutely no way you would choose to use a superhuman to clear the way for that path in the valley. You always treat people with superpowers like treasures when you come up with tactics. Do you think I'm not familiar with them? This is definitely the talented kid you told me about before." "What? You borrowed a problem from me to try and put that little genius down, but now you've ended up putting yourself down instead?" As he spoke, Zhu Geyun took another closer look at the tactical records on the screen. On the other hand, if he didn't need someone's help, Chang Yong would have hung up on him on the spot. He took a deep breath and prepared to speak. Zhu Geyun once again preemptively said, "Don't say anything yet, let me guess whether you're going to call me now. Do you want my direct recruitment quota to give to that kid?" "Chang Yong, you're dreaming. I only get one child a year, and you want to arrange one for me?" "Anyway, you don't need it every year," Chang Yong retorted, a rare occurrence for him. Zhu Geyun became even more emboldened. "You know I don't use it?" Does that mean I don't want to use it? No one is qualified for me to use them. Zhuge Yun's tone revealed a strong sense of contempt. Humph, those grandmasters, they all want to get their kids into Jubiai University next year. Did I refuse to attend Peking University to help them take care of their children? Seeing that Zhuge Yun was getting angrier and angrier, Chung Yong quickly interrupted, all right. I'm not here to listen to your complaints. Just tell me, am I a student or not? Oh? Do you want to hear the truth? Then I'll tell you all about it. Zhuge Yun resumed his nonchalant manner. I took a look. Tactical choices, judgment of the combat strength of the alien beasts, and some knowledge of the habits of the alien beasts. This kid has thoroughly mastered what is taught in the book. In terms of the big picture, I'm not as petty as you. I'm willing to sacrifice when necessary. But Lao Yong, we tacticians can't just rely on the dead knowledge taught in books. What the book says is true, but can it be the whole story? Tell me, if this were a real-life scenario, could he achieve a victory with only casualties due to chance? Not to mention, this is just a question. Maybe he just stumbled upon the last wet shadow worm by sheer luck. This question doesn't prove anything. Alright, I remember you also told me that this kid's martial arts talent is extremely poor, and his chi and blood haven't increased much despite all these years of cultivation? With his small frame, is he going to the battlefield to die? If he can't even go to the battlefield, or even enter the wilderness, how can he possibly escape the world of books? Now tell me, does this kid deserve to take away the direct recruitment spot I have? After a few words, Chung Yon's excitement was completely dampened. He could only sigh and feel sorry for Su Yu. But just then, Zhuge Yun's quiet voice came from the other end of the phone again. So when are you planning to send him over to me? Chung Yong, What are you humming about? Are you stupid? How old is this kid? How many books has he read? He can do this after reading just a few introductory books. What will he be like after learning more? Chung Yong suddenly realized that the bastard on the other side was doing it on purpose. He snorted coldly, didn't you, Professor Zhuge, say that our Suyu has low talent and can't even go to the battlefield? Zhuge Yun's furious voice came through the phone again, what the hell is this? So what if he's a little lacking in talent? You better send him to me. I fed him with blood crystals every day and he still managed to become a third-grade martial artist. What, you want us tacticians to be at the forefront? But I have to remind you of something first, you absolutely have to guarantee his safety before he finishes his college entrance exam. If you maim him, you'll be ruining a great tactician for the future of humanity. Alright, you call that great? You be the great one first. I'm hanging up. Chung Yong said with a smile, but his tone was impatient. Chapter 5, Unless he awakens an S-class superpower, he's dreaming. In the classroom, Suyu stood on the podium, receiving the admiration of her classmates. She was also thinking about how to refuse the enthusiasm of her teacher and others. If there were no system, he would be more than happy to be a tactician. It's safe, offers high status, and has good benefits. No one would refuse it if they had the ability. But now you want a young man with SSS-level superpowers to stay in the back and play tactics? I'm sorry, absolutely not. In his vision, all the deceit and treachery, all the powerful enemies, should be wiped out by a single Ice Age move. 2 memories, 2 lives. He was a young man full of vigor and ambition. The Suyu of peacetime was someone who would get excited just watching short videos of his predecessors fighting bravely. Suyu in this world previously dreamed of eliminating all alien beasts and races. Now that he has the opportunity and resources to make a name for himself, he is absolutely not going to give it up. As Suyu was thinking, Chung Yong returned to the classroom. Under everyone's gaze, Chung Yongxiang suppressed his excitement and looked at Suyu with great emotion, saying, Suyu, you must not waste your talent in the future. Professor Zhuge Yun of Peking University has agreed to give you his direct admission quota. After the college entrance examination, the admissions office of Peking University will contact you. Hiss. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the classroom. Under the teacher's eager gaze, Suyu braced himself and said, Teacher, I'm actually not planning to study tactics. After thinking for a moment, he added, Of course, I might minor in tactics in the future. The words fell. The entire class fell silent. The group of people looked at Suyu as if he were an idiot. Just when everyone thought Chung Yong would fly into a rage. But what he saw on Chung Yong's face was a gloating smile. He laughed heartily and patted Suyu on the shoulder, Good lad. Well done. Come on, let me record this, and you say it again. Chun Yong took out his phone. Suyu was stunned, and the whole class was stunned. On the podium, Chun Yong continued, "It's alright. The teacher isn't angry. It's normal for you young people to have your own aspirations. Suyu Lai, say it again, and I will pass it on to Professor Zhu Geyun for you." Suyu was puzzled, but he forced himself to repeat what he had just said. Chun Yong successfully recorded the video and then put his phone away. Then he laughed and said, "Alright, you can go back to your seat now. Today we will use Suyu's tactical approach to conduct this tactical analysis." Chun Yong was genuinely not angry. It's normal for kids, especially those in a small city like Tianyun, to be naive and ignorant. I doubt many people in Tianyun City know the name Zhu Geyun. This tactical genius, who entered the battlefield multiple times at the age of 30 and led several major battles to great victories, is now one of the most dazzling rising stars on earth. His direct recruitment quota is something that almost every grandmaster in the world wants to get for their own child. However, no one has received it yet. As for Suyu's other ambitions, Chun Yong was even less worried. Besides being good at tactics, what else does this kid have? That kind of blood and chi is even worse than that of ordinary people? Or did he awaken an S-class superpower overnight? And soar into the sky? If he were to take the college entrance examination, he might not even be able to get into a third-tier university, let alone one of the top 4 universities. After hitting a wall, you'll naturally realize how important the direct admission quota for Peking University is. For Chun Yong now, the most important thing is to turn the tide against Zhu Geyun. Reject Peking University. Zhu Geyun had just arrived at the dean's office, preparing to report to him that he would be using the direct recruitment quota this year. The dean's eyes immediately lit up. "You want to use the direct admission quota? Has another genius emerged from your Zhuge family? Is this the student that Master Jiang recommended to you before?" Zhu Geyun shook his head. "Neither of them, they are my classmates' students. Suyu from Class 7, Grade 12 of Tianyun No. 8 Middle School passed my test perfectly on his first try." "The question you recently set," the dean asked. Zhu Geyun nodded. The dean's expression brightened even more. "Great. With more and more geniuses emerging in recent years, we old fogies can finally retire with peace of mind. If you, Dean, are such an old-fashioned person, then there wouldn't be a single tactician in the world who would dare to claim that their tactics are innovative," Zhu Geyun said with a smile. As the two were chatting, Zhu Geyun's phone suddenly vibrated. Upon closer inspection, it was a video sent by Chun Yong, and it seemed to be that kid named Suyu. He then projected it directly. "Dean, this is Suyu, the one I told you about." As Zhu Geyun was speaking, Suyu spoke up in the video. "Teacher, I don't actually plan to study tactics, but I can minor in tactics." "I won't major in tactics. I'll minor in tactics." The 10 words were immediately and deeply imprinted in Zhu Geyun's mind. His eyebrows twitched a few times, and his smile suddenly became eerie. Beside him, the dean laughed heartily. "Interesting. This kid's not bad, ha ha ha. Okay, I have no objection to giving him your direct recruitment quota. Okay, Dean, I'll head back to the lab now." Zhu Geyun's speech slowed down considerably. After Zhu Geyun left, the dean was still somewhat reminiscing about it. Thinking about the final grades of the junior year students, her face darkened even more. These brats are under too little pressure. Before long, almost the entire North University knew that Professor Zhu Geyun of the tactical department had used his direct admission quota this year. And it's because the other party perfectly solved the questions he set this year. The Department of Tactics at Jubai University was instantly in an uproar, and the Department of Combat also became lively. Zhu Geyun also learned about this, but he didn't care. Right now, he's setting questions, even more difficult ones, while ensuring they don't exceed the kid's knowledge level. "Humph, you want to minor in it? Do you even have the ability?" Class 7, Grade 12, No. 8 Middle School, Tianyuan City. An 80-minute tactical analysis class has ended. Only then did the students realize just how terrifying Suyu's perfect pass was. It's whenever people want to pay their respects. Looking back, Suyu was sleeping. This comparison made the group of students who were desperately trying to learn tactics feel even worse. Bang! 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 Chun Yong slammed his fist on the table above the classroom. He didn't stop until Suyu woke up. "Next, I have something to announce. Next Monday, our class will be going to the wilderness. Everyone should prepare in advance this weekend. Make sure you have your combat suits, food, drinks, and other necessities ready. Also, Suyu, when you enter the wilderness, don't wander around aimlessly. Don't leave me more than 3 meters away. Shang Yang said in an unquestionable tone. Although the homeroom teacher knew that Suyu was a precious person and wanted to protect him. But everyone in the class burst into laughter. The wilderness areas organized by the school were all in low-level zones, and Suyu, who was completely powerless, was the only one in the class who needed protection. Chapter 6 Cyberpunk? He noticed that everyone's eyes were on him. Suyu looked completely innocent. He felt that the homeroom teacher was toxic, and that such things should be discussed privately. Am I so ignorant that I have to be so reckless? I'm just going to take some photos. What big things could I possibly do? Suyu looked helpless. This homeroom teacher was too immature. Don't worry, teacher, I'll definitely stick to you tight, he replied honestly. Heh, I hope so. Shang Yang, who knew this guy's nature, sneered. If you believe even half a word of this kid, you've wasted the last few decades of your life. However, D-level areas are generally inhabited by ordinary beasts, without even a grade. With him around, nothing really goes wrong. The extra reminder is solely because someone has made personal threats. Don't worry, teacher, I'll keep an eye on him. Qinghuan once again enthusiastically expressed her opinion. Shang Yang looked over and nodded in affirmation. At the same time, I couldn't help but think to myself, youth is so damn good. After a day of classes, it's time for the 2-day weekend. Just as Suyu was about to get up and go home, Song Qinghuan stopped him once again. Song Qinghuan, do you think I still need to have tutoring with you? Suyu asked. Upon hearing this, Song Qinghuan blushed and whispered, you bad guy. Suyu was a little taken aback. Song Qinghuan then said, Suyu, I didn't ask you to tutor me. I just wanted to ask if you could send me one of the photos you took today? Oh, you mean these? Suyu immediately took out the 4 photos from his backpack. Then he took out another one from his chest and said with a smile, this one is my lucky charm, so I won't give it to you. Song Qinghuan's face flushed red to her ears once again. She snatched the photo from Suyu's hand and ran out of the classroom as if fleeing. Suyu smiled and shook his head. He knew the other party might have misunderstood something. But he was not prepared to explain. If the man and woman are in love, why bother explaining this? Before the system was in place, people might have paid more attention to distance. After all, the two of them were destined to be from different worlds back then. But things are different now. If you like someone, you should boldly pursue them. As Suyu prepared to leave the classroom, a second obstacle suddenly appeared in his way. Zhang Shizhang stared intently at him, his eyes seemingly burning with fire. Suyu, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a little talent. Let me tell you, you and Qinghuan can't be from the same world. She is a combat genius in our Tianyun city, and she is destined to become a grandmaster and a guardian of the region. And you will always only be fit to hide behind us strongmen. Suyu calmly looked at the other person and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Are you done being a Chunibyu? With a bang, Zhang Shizhang, consumed by anger, slammed his hand on the table. Lu Lon's table next to him was cracked in two. Suyu, don't go too far. I'm serious. Why? Suyu let out a long sigh. Class monitor, as far as I know, Qinghuan is among the top 3 in Tianyun City, while you are just barely in the top 100. Last year, only 9 students from our Tianyun urban area were admitted to the 4 major universities. Regardless of whether Qinghuan and I are from the same world, class monitor, shouldn't you think about this? You and she are worlds apart. Suyu's words rang in Zhang Shizhang's ears like a devil's whisper. As he spoke, he patted the other person on the shoulder to comfort him, saying, I'm in a worse situation. I couldn't even make it into the top 100. The only way to get into Peking University is through connections with the homeroom teacher and a back door. By the way, I just heard Qinghuan say that she is also preparing to take the entrance exam for Peking University. With her abilities, she should be almost guaranteed to get in. Class monitor, isn't it a coincidence that she and I are going to be classmates again in college? Didn't you say you wouldn't? Zhang Shizhang hadn't finished speaking. Suyu put her hand on his shoulder. Class monitor, we're all boys. Do I have to teach you how to act cool? At this moment, Zhang Shizhang's pride was shattered by reality. With his head down, he didn't know how to refute her for a moment. Seeing this, Suyu decided to call it a day, grabbed his bag, and left the classroom. After a while, Zhang Shizhang's defiant roar came from behind. Suyu, don't be so smug. I'll catch up to you guys one day. I'm more suited to Qinghuan than you. Suyu shook his head and sighed. Ugh, this damn immature teenager, why is he thinking about all this love and romance all day long? But then again, the feeling of being jealous and fighting over a girl you like during high school is actually quite nostalgic. Once you get to university, this kind of fair competition disappears. He leisurely walked to the parking lot with his school bag on his back. After unlocking the car through iris verification, I rode my BMW bicycle. The skin is entirely black, and the chains have been replaced with more advanced technology. Riding this bicycle is really cool. In this martial arts era, this type of bicycle has become the choice of most people. Lightweight, agile, and robust, plus a more powerful horsepower. Over time, the new version of the bicycle replaced those flashy but impractical means of transportation. Suyu set off on his bicycle. On the main road, there were almost no other means of transportation to be seen. However, even though they were all riding bicycles, some of them felt like they were flying at low altitude. Someone was pedaling hard, making it look like a tortoise crawling. In today's world where everyone is physically strong, Suyu's driving speed seems out of place. I rode home and parked my bike at the entrance of the residential area. The security guard greeted Suyu with his mechanical arm. Suyu responded with a smile, then ran home with her school bag on her back. Hey, Suyu's home from school today. We made dumplings at home today, come over and get some later. The bald man, whose body was almost entirely mechanical, shouted as he practiced Tai Chi. Yu. Yu. Come up here quickly. Your dad went out for a walk again today, so he definitely didn't cook anything. I cooked a little extra, so come up and take some home. The ant on the second floor heard the noise and immediately opened the window. The electronic eye on the right emitted a faint blue light. Okay, Auntie. Suyu responded with equal enthusiasm to the uncles and aunts. At first, he wasn't used to these cold, mechanical limbs, but now he feels more heartache for them. In this age teeming with strange beasts, simply being alive seems like a blessing. Suyu took some vegetables from one family and dumplings and rice from another. When she was carrying a plate, she pushed open the door with her foot. That completes tonight's dinner. Upon returning to the room, one sees Soo-jun leaning back in a rocking chair listening to rock music, his brightly colored mechanical legs swaying to the rhythm, with lights flashing intermittently. Alright, Suyu immediately understood that the old man really hadn't cooked today. Chapter 7 Support from Family. Dad, did you forget to cook again? Suyu waved to Soo-jun. He then took off his headphones. Oh, I came back late from my walk today, I'm late. His repeated words revealed his guilty conscience. Suyu looked speechless. Is there anything else you want to eat? I'll go cook some more. No, Aunt Wu and the others are just delivering vegetables, aren't they? Soo-jun clicked his tongue as he approached the table. What a feast! There's meat and vegetables, and oh, there are dumplings too. Come on, give me your school bag. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. As I handed him the backpack, I felt like my eyes were being blinded by the light shining from my dad's leg. He said helplessly, "Turn that thing off." What? Oh. It's shut down already. It's shut down already. The dazzling mechanical right leg instantly returned to its plain silver color. Suyu went into the kitchen to wash her hands and get bowls and chopsticks. As the Soviet soldier set out the food, he muttered to himself, is this kid no longer being emotional? For several days in a row, Suyu couldn't even fart, and Soo-jun even suspected that his son was emo. It could be a setback at school, or it could be a heartbreak in love. He didn't care too much. In their time, which young person didn't get a little emo in the middle of the night? Soo-jun hummed a little tune as he walked to the refrigerator and took out 2 bottles of beer. Suyu happened to come out with bowls and chopsticks, and he asked in surprise, are you planning to drink 2 bottles today? It's ridiculous, really. My dad is supposed to be a martial artist, yet he gets knocked out after just 1 bottle of beer a day. This made him wonder if his alcohol tolerance had decreased after becoming a martial artist. What? This is for you. You seem to be in a good mood today. How about a bottle with your dad? Soo-jun handed over the beer. Suyu did not refuse. Just like Dad said, I'm in a really good mood, so having a drink won't be a problem. As for the idea that people speak the truth when they're drunk, a bottle of beer can't possibly knock him out, can it? Besides, there's nothing more to say. Zhuangzi dreamt of a butterfly at least in front of his father. He never felt that he was any different from before. The memories associated with it have never faded away. The father and son each had a bottle of beer, a bowl of dumplings, and stir-fried pork with green peppers. For a moment, Suyu felt that this kind of life was pretty good. Having traveled for so long, it was a rare moment of relaxation for Suyu, who tilted his head back and took a big gulp of beer. The Soviet soldiers wanted to stop him, but seeing his son's hearty drinking, they let him drink freely. Ha ha, not bad. He's my son. A man should drink and eat meat heartily. Come on, have some vegetables. Son. Let me tell you, don't be afraid of not getting good grades. Your old man may not be very capable. But after you graduate, I can still find you a stable job in Tianyun City. Life should be lived openly and honestly, just as you would normally. Look, your mother left us, father and son, so early, but I still managed to make sure you grew up healthy and strong. Suyu remained silent, recalling that she had taken care of her good-for-nothing father since she was a child. In the 2 years following his mother's death due to the beast tide, the old man was never lucid for a single day. Without Aunt Wu downstairs, he really doubted whether he could have grown up healthy to this day. As he drank, Su Jun shifted from a bold and unrestrained mode to a sentimental one. Son. It's my fault for being useless. I failed to protect your mother back then. When your mother was pregnant for 10 months, she also caused you damage in the womb. Otherwise, you wouldn't have failed to inherit any of our cultivation talents. Suyu's emotion came to an abrupt end. Dad, why don't you take a look at your own talents before you speak? Let me tell you, back in our school days, your mother and I were the big shots. In the senior year joint exam, all the other teammates were eliminated in advance. Your mother and I persevered to the very end and secured the winning result for our class. Back then, Tianyuan City wasn't as small as it is now. The place where we took the joint exam is now a Class B danger zone. The Soviet soldiers began reminiscing about the past, sipping wine and eating food. Suyu listened silently as he shared stories about his mother, one bite after another. He also missed the woman he had only seen in the photo album terribly. They drank beer for who knows how long, each with a bottle of beer. Finally, even the usually silent Suyu started talking more. Dad, do you believe that in another time and space, there are no alien beasts or alien races, and everyone is just an ordinary person? Everyone's goal is to earn more money, save more money, and improve their lives. Everyone doesn't need to worry about the beast tide that may occur at any time, nor do they need to be afraid that their lives will be in danger if they are not strong enough. Perhaps, in that time and space, our family lived an ordinary and harmonious life every day. That won't be harmonious. Your mom will definitely scold me for drinking every day and won't let me drink, Su Jun laughed. Suyu smiled too. Reflecting on what he had seen and heard these past few days, a lofty ambition suddenly arose in his mind. Dad, do you believe me? He looked at the Soviet army with an unprecedentedly serious expression. Do you believe that one day I will subdue all these strange beasts and make them our human pets? I will make sure that those alien races that invade Earth never return. Even more. We humans can avenge those who have lost their lives over the years. We can march on to the homeland of those alien races. The Soviet soldier, his face flushed, laughed loudly and said, I believe you. Of course I believe you. What was that saying again? Was it about Kokoan? I can go too. Suyu replied with boundless pride. The next second, with a thud, he collapsed onto the table. The smell of alcohol on Su Jun's face faded a little, and he shook his head as he looked at the young man. You think you can do whatever you want, just like I can? As he spoke, he carried Suyu to the bed and took off his shoes, socks, and coat. As he took off his coat, he suddenly discovered a camera in his pocket, with a picture of a girl underneath it. The spirit of gossip instantly surged forth. You little rascal, it seems you really had a run of bad luck in love the other day. Smiling, he shook his head while holding the photo. This girl is no ordinary person, Song Xinghuan. She's a genius that Tianyuan City is focusing on cultivating. If you don't work harder, you won't be good enough for that girl. The Soviet army sighed, and made a decision in their hearts. After making a phone call, he left Suyu alone at home and went out. Chapter 8 Blood Crystal Worth $1 Million. The sunlight fell on my face. Suyu then groggily opened her eyes. As I looked up and around, a sudden headache from being drunk surged over me. I braced myself with my hands for a while before I could feel the warmth of the sunlight outside the window. What's going on? How come I also passed out after just one bottle? Wait a minute, where's my camera? Muttering to himself, Suyu quickly got up to check. Looking around, I noticed the camera and Song Xinghuan's photo neatly arranged on the desk. There was also a small mahogany box next to it. Suyu approached and found another note. The little girl is quite pretty. You have the same taste as your dad. This little thing is my way of supporting you. Suyu tucked the note into a book and opened the mahogany box. A blood-red crystal came into view. Ding! One grade 1 blood crystal detected, which can be used to upgrade the encyclopedia collector. This is the blood crystal? Holding the blood-red crystal in his hands, Suyu tried to figure out what it was. This thing is extremely precious. Blood crystal. Only high-grade exotic beasts can give birth to blood crystal cores. On average, only one blood crystal can be found in every 10,000 first-grade exotic beasts, making it truly 1 in 10,000. The function of blood crystals is also very simple and straightforward. Humans can absorb blood crystals and directly improve their blood and chi without cultivating. As far as Suyu knows, an ordinary person can rely on absorbing a first-grade blood crystal to break through to 150 chi in blood in one go, thus breaking through the shackles and entering the realm of martial artist. The highest record in Tianyuan City. Last year, a senior high school student from Tianyuan No. 1 High School absorbed a first-grade blood crystal. His chi and blood increased from 120 to 200 in one fell swoop, and he successfully completed 3 body refinements, stepping into the martial artist realm with the most solid foundation. In the college entrance examination competition, no one in the entire Tianyuan city could match them. His college entrance examination score was the best ever in Tianyuan City, ranking 6th in the Northwest District. It is said that he returned to the school to give a speech not long ago, and he was already a peak second-grade martial artist. It is only a matter of time before he enters the third-grade realm. The stories of defying fate have driven up the price of blood crystals to millions on the market, making them sometimes so rare that they are difficult to find. After thinking it over, Suyu also began to hesitate. Should I absorb blood crystals to become a martial artist first, or upgrade the encyclopedia collector first? Please rest assured, host. As the blood crystals encyclopedia collector upgrades, the system will automatically extract absorbable blood essence from the protagonist for you. Explain in detail. For each blood crystal absorbed by the system will provide feedback to the host according to the host's maximum absorbable blood and chi limit. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. How much can I absorb? 15 chi in blood. The merciless words left Suyu feeling exhausted. After all that, even if he absorbed the blood crystal, he still couldn't advance to the martial artist realm. Without further hesitation, Suyu picked up his camera and took a picture of the blood crystal. As the photo was taken, the blood crystal transformed into a red gas and surged into Suyu's body. It requires absolutely no digestion. The red gas enters the body the moment it enters. Suyu immediately felt his energy and spirit refreshed. I clenched my fist slightly and felt a slight increase in strength. After experiencing the changes in himself, Suyu picked up his camera to take a look. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully upgraded your encyclopedia collector. Encyclopedia Collector E. Available film rolls 1010. Available ability gauge 2-3. The chance of gaining special abilities, skills, or attributes is extremely low. When he saw that his available ability slots were 2-3 full, he knew that this upgrade had been incredibly profitable. What is the probability of having 3 ability slots? In Tianyuan City, a genius with dual superpowers has emerged. He is currently a high school sophomore and has already been sought after by 4 top universities. Even before taking the college entrance examination, he was already considered to be the next person to break the record for the highest college entrance examination score in Tianyuan City. Now, I have the opportunity to possess 3 superpowers. I even have the chance to choose my own superpower. With his hands slightly clenched into fists, Suyu knew he could be a little bolder with his ideas. The day I can wholesale SSS level superpowers. He doesn't need to use the same skills repeatedly when fighting monsters. Even a casual basic attack is an SSS level superpower. At that time, what strange beasts and races? They'll all be nothing but trifles. After calming himself down, Suyu brought up his personal panel. Name, Suyu. Talent, F. Superpower, Ice Age Incomplete. Skills, Tactical Understanding Master, Beast Encyclopedia Proficient, Bicycle Riding Skills Basic. Physical Strength High Dimensional Attribute, 110 Chi in blood. A normal adult's Chi in blood level is around 100. Mental High Dimensional Attribute, 300 Hz. The normal mental attribute for an adult is around 100 Hz. Strength low dimensional attribute, 180 normal strength attribute for adults is 100-150. Agility low dimensional attribute, 200 normal agility attribute for adults is 100-150. 300 Hz of mental strength? Could it be that because my two memories have merged, my mental strength is naturally stronger than that of ordinary people? However, my blood and chi are pitifully low, only 110. I doubt anyone would believe me if I said I absorbed some crystals. Suyu was studying his own attributes. Sujun suddenly pushed the door open and came in. He looked at Suyu with some surprise. Wow! It absorbed it so quickly. Then, his expression seemed to show some sympathy. My son is fine. Some people need more than a month to digest the blood crystal. Your blood and energy should continue to rise for at least the next week. Suyu remains silent. It's completely absorbed, not a single bit is left. Sujun didn't know what to say for a moment. His eyes glanced at the photo on the table, and he changed the subject, saying, "You've been in love lately, haven't you? Now that you have someone you like, you should work hard for them. Talent is predetermined, but hard work depends on the individual. Now, a single blood crystal has at least narrowed the gap between you and an adult by a significant amount. Once you've recovered a bit, Dad will personally teach you combat skills. I guarantee someone will want you after your college entrance exam." Suyu felt that her father was not suited to comforting people. After thinking for a moment, he said quietly, "Dad, actually, my homeroom teacher told me yesterday that a professor in the Department of Tactics at Peking University is willing to give me his direct admission spot." What? Sujun's voice suddenly rose several decibels. Really? After the initial surprise and bewilderment, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. Really, but I refused. Suyu's tone remained slow. The smile on the Soviet soldier's face vanished abruptly. He found a chair and sat down. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute before you talk to me. Let me sort this out myself first. So what I mean is that you could have gone to Peking University's Department of Tactics without taking the college entrance exam. And it will also directly become a professor's student. Then you turned down the opportunity and prepared to take the college entrance exam on your own. Yes, I want to specialize in combat. I'll only minor in tactics at most, Suyu said firmly. Sujun didn't blame Suyu for his decision, but he seemed very suspicious in Suyu's eyes. Faced with his father's questioning gaze, Suyu almost performed an ice age on the spot. Before he could offer any further explanation, the Soviet troops had already figured it out. It's okay. I was just wondering if it would be worth it to exchange a merit for blood crystals. After all, this merit can be used to help you get a government job in Tianyuan City in the future, ensuring you a comfortable life. It seems unnecessary now. My son is capable. Exchanging this blood crystal back is not a loss at all. Since the professors at Peking University think highly of you, it's fine if you don't make it in the end and apply to the Department of Tactics at Peking University. Son, today I need to teach you a lesson. In life, you have to know when to back down. Saving face is not worth anything. Sujun gave a serious lecture, showing no sign of anger at Suyu's rash decision. My dad seems carefree and irresponsible on the surface, but he actually plans everything for me well in advance. Suyu suddenly had a whim. Dad, let me take a picture of you. Chapter 9 Goal, Top Scholar. Wow, my son can even take pictures of his dad now. Come on, let Dad think of a better position. A radiant smile, like a chrysanthemum, instantly bloomed on the Soviet soldier's face. They started striking one pose after another. One moment he wanted to show off his dazzling right leg, and the next he felt he needed to cover it up. He didn't even know what got into him, but he wanted to rip his legs off and raise his hands on the spot. Seeing this, Suyu quickly interrupted, Dad, come here. Look over here, listen to my instructions, yay. The Soviet soldiers instinctively made a peace sign in response. Click. Suyu quickly pressed the shutter button. The gears turned, and the fresh photos were taken. He smiled broadly, and the peace sign he raised perfectly matched his resolute old face. Despite not being entirely satisfied with the pose, the Soviet soldier happily put the photo in his breast pocket. Suyu was very satisfied with the photos she had taken. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, hand-to-hand combat intermediate. The sudden system notification startled him. A whole host of unarmed combat techniques immediately flooded my mind, and it even seemed as if all the muscles in my body had formed memories of them. I only acquired an intermediate skill. Suyu was astonished to find that it would probably take him less than 10 seconds to kill his current self, who had no fighting skills. Such a big change has been brought about by just an intermediate skill. Suyu, who had always focused on his superpowers, suddenly realized that skills with no upper limit were even more terrifying. He could even become an all-around master one day. Su Jun stood to the side, chuckling. Suyu spoke quickly, raising his camera again and pressing the shutter button repeatedly. Snap. Snap. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Wilderness Survival Advanced. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Dagger Combat Intermediate. The system's notification made Suyu smile. Extremely lucky. 3 times in a row, it was all about skills, and each one greatly improved my abilities. What did you do, wasting so much film? Su Jun slapped Suyu on the back of the head. He then took 2 freshly printed photos from Suyu's hand. After comparing them, I chose the most handsome one and put it back in Suyu's hand. I'll save this one for you. You've just absorbed the blood crystal, and you need to digest it properly, so I won't bother you any longer. The Soviet troops left the room. This forced Suyu, who wanted to use up all 10 rolls of film in one go, to stop in frustration. Absorb? What else can be absorbed? There are only 15 units of chi and blood left. Even if you absorb for another year, it will still be the same. He looked helpless. Then he remembered the skill he had just acquired, and his eyes lit up. He immediately practiced a few sets of punches with his bare hands in the small space. He then picked up the pen and tried it out as a dagger. With a thrust and a flick, the slender pen in Suyu's hand exuded a chilling aura, its cold light as terrifying as a dagger. After fully enjoying the experience, Suyu stopped, his head covered in sweat. After trying out the skills he had just acquired, he remembered his most important superpower. They also possess mental strength 3 times that of ordinary people. His gaze fell on the unfinished can of cola on the table. His eyes seemed to gleam with a blue light, his thoughts flowing freely. The Coke bottle in front of me instantly turned into ice. Outside, Su Jun, who was listening to rock music, suddenly felt a chill. He rubbed his arms and muttered, "Why does it feel like the weather is getting colder?" Inside the room, after testing his superpower, Suyu felt a wave of dizziness. When the blue light in his eyes faded, the ice cubes on the table vanished instantly. After closing his eyes and pausing for a moment, he concluded, the distance and range can be roughly controlled. However, the intensity doesn't seem to be enough. I feel like I've been completely drained all at once. No, we still need to train more. Otherwise, it would be a bit troublesome if we have SSS-level superpowers but can only fire one shot. After closing his eyes and calming himself for a few minutes, Suyu recovered considerably. It's alright, my mental energy recovery doesn't seem to be too slow. After experiencing all of his current superpowers, Suyu began to think about what to do next. With the encyclopedia collector in hand, the fastest way now is to collect pictures of those powerful figures. Any skill or ability can significantly improve my strength. Which areas in Tianyuan City have the most powerful individuals? The school? The teachers and the principal, but we don't have a legitimate reason to take photos, so we have to take them secretly. Let's leave it for now. Martial arts school? Army? Suyu quickly shook his head. No, these 2 are much more difficult, and even dangerous. The only place left is the wilderness. With my current strength, I shouldn't have any problem going to a D-level wilderness. Even a C-level student could try their luck, but there's no need to take the risk right now. The moment the bold idea popped into his head, Suyu immediately reminded himself. If I want to get more attention and resources from the top students in the college entrance examination, it seems I need to go out into the wilderness more often. However, you need a good reason to take photos in the wilderness. He frowned and thought for a moment. That's it. Tactician. I'll go and get a low-level tactician certificate first. When the time comes, I'll take my camera into the wilderness and say I'm researching the habits of exotic animals. With the tactician's badge in hand, I doubt anyone will make things difficult for me. After thinking for a moment, Suyu had a general plan in mind. Those 2 geniuses with extraordinary abilities are hailed as the ones who will set new records in the college entrance examination. Why can't I create a goal that future generations can't surpass? Top scorer in the college entrance examination. Suyu's eyes were resolute. Besides the competitive spirit of youth, Suyu's desire to be number one was also partly due to the fact that entering university as a top scorer in the college entrance examination would make it easier to interact with powerful individuals and collect illustrations. Suyu knew that many of the things he said yesterday were said while he was drunk. But one's mind is not truly intoxicated since the words have been spoken, one must strive to achieve them. The direction and methods have been clarified. He immediately took action. The first thing I did after leaving the room was to open the refrigerator and see what had happened to yesterday's beer. Suyu fell silent when he saw the alcohol content labeled on the beer. Is this beer-flavored alcohol? When Su-jun saw him pick up a beer, he laughed and said, "You can't hold your liquor, kid. You were drunk yesterday, so don't drink today." I wasn't planning on drinking. Suyu put the wine back in the refrigerator. Then what are you going to do? Is Dad rich? Suyu changed the subject. The Soviet soldier was taken aback. How many do you want? Not much, 50,000. I'm going to take the Tactician Alliance exam to get a tactician certificate. No. The Soviet soldier's decisive answer was surprising. Suyu was also stunned. He had received over 1 million blood crystals, so how could 50,000 have disappeared? This is the first time he's ever asked for money as a son. If you really don't have money, you have to find a way to raise it yourself. It's not like becoming a tactician means you get a monthly allowance of 5,000, which would allow you to pay it off in a year. When the Soviet army needed to back down, it decisively backed down. Suyu let out a long sigh. Why? This sigh seemed to say that since the father didn't work hard, the son had to work harder. After sighing, he didn't give the Soviet army any chance to react and immediately slipped out of the house. Chapter 10 Pretty Boy? This is what happens when there's no woman managing the money in a household. They can't even come up with 50,000 yuan when it really matters. Suyu was deeply saddened by this. As soon as he left home, he called Lu Long. Do you have any money on hand right now? It was still a straightforward opening line. Yes, I have. Wait, who are you? How did you get my classmate's phone? Where is Suyu? Could he have been kidnapped? His chrysanthemums. Seeing that Lu Long's words on the other end of the phone were becoming increasingly outrageous, Suyu quickly stopped him. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You can't recognize my voice. Lu Long, brother Suyu, I'm just doing this to be on the safe side. Brother Suyu, how much money do you want? 50,000, I'm going to take the tactician qualification exam. Wow, brother Suyu, I knew you weren't an ordinary person. Once you become a tactician, you absolutely have to protect me. Suyu interrupted again. Stop. Tell me first whether you have it or not. I don't have 50,000. I just bought a new bicycle recently, so I only have 20,000 left. Okay, transfer it to me first, and I'll think of another way. Okay. Just a friendly reminder from brother Suyu, Song Qinghwan has a lot of pocket money. Lu Long deliberately mentioned this before hanging up the phone. Suyu looked at the 25,000 yuan transferred to his account and smiled. Sure enough, that was exactly what he planned to do. Song Qinghwan had a lot of scholarship money, so borrowing it from her wouldn't be a problem. Having prepared his words, Suyu dialed Song Qinghwan's number. 10 minutes later, the girl in a white tracksuit sped to Suyu's location. Qinghwan, I've already told you I'm really going to take the tactician qualification exam, why don't you believe me? Suyu said helplessly. Song Qinghwan's large eyes sparkled. Suyu, I believe you. I just want to go with you to the tactician assessment hall. Besides, I only have cash, so I can only bring it to you in person. Suyu was speechless at the habit of someone glancing around when lying. Let's go. Wait a minute, hold on to the bicycle, I'll take a picture of you. Suyu suddenly took out his camera. Song Qinghwan was taken aback, and her little face turned a little red again. Although she didn't understand, she cooperated with a sweet smile the moment the camera was pointed at her. Congratulations, host, you have gained +10 to your strength attribute. Suyu smiled contentedly as she gave the photo to Song Qinghwan. He just randomly took pictures of two people on the street, but there was nothing there. Looking back now, Qinghwan is definitely sweeter and more delicious. A short while later, the two arrived together in front of the tactician assessment building. At the very top of the building is the diamond-shaped badge of the tactician. In front of the building stands a statue of a man. This man is Ji Qing, the first tactical master of Blue Star. In a past war with a foreign race, they successfully lured a wolf into a trap. This allowed the human race to annihilate several Grandmaster-level experts from the alien race in one fell swoop. This also allowed the human front to advance for the first time. This tactical master is an idol worshipped by almost all tacticians. Suyu stood in front of the statue and paused to take a closer look. System, can I add this statue to the encyclopedia? Unable to enter data. The system's cold voice greatly disappointed Suyu. His act of stopping to look up at the statue, in Song Qinghuan's eyes, made her feel that he had great ambitions. Suyu. I believe that one day you will become a tactician like Grandmaster Ji Qing, Song Qinghuan encouraged earnestly. I would rather become a powerful figure like Grandmaster Yi Fei Bai, and personally behead a Grandmaster of an alien race, Su Yuya replied earnestly. Song Qinghuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, then you can definitely do it too. Suyu remained silent, his old habit of looking around and avoiding eye contact resurfacing. Let's go, let's become junior tacticians first. Upon entering the hall, one finds it bustling with people. There is a designated payment counter after paying, you can wait for your number to be called. When your number is called, you can enter the examination room to prepare for the exam. 3 questions are randomly generated. If you achieve a score of 20% damage in all 3 questions within half an hour, you will pass the test. At this moment, the large screen in the hall is displaying the live footage of the 10 challengers' assessments. Suyu glanced at them casually and knew that none of these 10 people would pass. When Suyu arrived at the payment counter, he first paid 20,000 yuan via mobile payment. Then he took 30,000 yuan in cash from Song Qinghuan to pay. This bizarre scene attracted onlookers and sparked discussion. When I saw how young Suyu and Song Qinghuan were, some kind-hearted older men even came up to advise him, young man, you're still in high school, aren't you? This tactician assessment is not as simple as you think. Take my advice, brother, and wait a few years before taking the exam again. Otherwise, this 50,000 yuan will be wasted. Look at the tens of thousands of yuan your girlfriend saved for you, it wasn't easy. Upon hearing this, Suyu was speechless, wondering what these people were imagining. It wasn't just the kind-hearted older brother who came up to stop it. Even the cashier in charge of payments reminded Song Qinghuan, little sister, are you sure you want to use this money for his assessment? Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled by the promise of a 5,000 yuan monthly bonus for passing the assessment. No one here has passed the assessment for over a month. Song Qinghuan nodded, unable to suppress a smile. Sigh, another one with a love-struck mind. The cashier sighed and had no choice but to take the money and begin registering Suyu according to the procedure. Suyu, 18 years old? Young man, you've only just come of age? The cashier asked. Suyu nodded, somewhat puzzled as to why so many questions were being asked when it was his turn. Just get yourself to take the exam quickly, and then pass it, and that's it. Look at this kid. He's only 18. He probably just had a sudden urge to try it out. He used sweet talk to deceive the young girl and took her money to experiment with it. TSK, only 18 years old and already so ambitious, and he's even living off a woman, sigh. The sighing uncle clearly had a hint of envy on his face. Song Qinghuan's large sum of cash immediately made Suyu the center of attention in the entire hall. At this moment, even those who had been indifferent glanced at him a few more times. In the mouths of those enthusiastic uncles, Suyu's character was already that of a pretty boy. Song Qinghuan has become love-struck. This love-struck girl moved slowly to Suyu's side. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to actually be here to take the tactician qualification exam. If I had known, I would have just transferred the money to you directly. Suyu covered his forehead and sighed. The persona of someone who stirs up trouble has already been established. Now all I can do is wait for a meteoric rise to fame to defy fate and rebuild a reliable public image. A clear voice suddenly rang out from behind. Excuse me, are you here to try out some questions before the college entrance exam? Chapter 11 Genius Girl. A girl wearing a light blue training uniform and with her hair in a ponytail had a bright smile on her face. While asking Suyu, she also nodded slightly to Song Qinghuan. Okay, I'll give it a try. Seeing that the two seemed to know each other, Suyu responded politely. Look. This kid really did give it a try. Why don't you try spending your own money instead of wasting a young girl's money? The little girl worked so hard to save up money, and now he's going to squander it all. Oh dear, this child has a poor eye for people. Suyu closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Don't be angry. Everything will be explained after the assessment. The girl was also puzzled by the sounds around her. Looking at Song Qinghwan, she saw that the other party was shaking her head while suppressing a laugh, so she didn't ask any more questions and took a few more glances at Suyu. She immediately went to the payment counter, handed over a card, and quickly resolved the issue. Seeing this, Suyu once again felt the blatant discrimination. After paying the fee, the girl came to the two of them again. Song Qinghwan, I didn't have a chance to get to know you at the last training camp. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Qin Ling, and my dream is to become a tactician like Grandmaster Ji Qing. I hope we can become teammates someday. I would be very willing to be your tactician. As he listened, Suyu suddenly realized something was wrong. Why is this girl trying to poach my people? Ahem, Qinghwan and I are the teammates. Qin Ling smiled brightly as she looked Suyu over again and said with a smile, no problem, I can be the front-line tactician, and you can take charge of the rear. Suyu remains silent. My damned weak constitution has been looked down upon by a woman again. He stared silently at the large screen, not wanting to say anything more. Song Qinghwan chuckled to herself, looking quite adorable. Soon, the assessment for the previous batch of participants was completed. The numbers started being called out, and as they were called one by one, Suyu realized he was the 10th. Hey, I'm pretty lucky. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Ling, number 108, is preparing for the assessment. Suyu? He looked toward the payment counter. Qin Ling said apologetically, I'm sorry, I got a VIP membership because I come here for assessments often, but I didn't expect to push you into the next batch. Silence is destined to be the main theme today. Suyu deeply despises all rich people. Qin Ling walked towards the examination room. Song Qinghwan then introduced Suyu, saying, she is from Class 1, Grade 12 at Tianyuan No. 1 High School. Her father is the owner of Qingtian Martial Arts Hall in Tianyuan City. Tianyuan City organized a training camp before, and she ranked 5th in the overall score of the training camp. She has a very high talent for cultivation and a very solid foundation in martial arts, but it seems that her goal has always been to become a tactician. Suyu nodded, suddenly curious about what kind of reward he could obtain from Qin Ling. Qinghwan, do you think she'd agree if I took her picture? He asked. Song Qinghwan remained silent for a long time. Turning his head, Suyu noticed that the girl was puffing out her cheeks and glaring at him, looking fierce. Cough cough cough. Qinghwan, let me explain. I didn't take pictures of her for the sake of taking pictures of her. I just want to photograph different people, and I will also photograph different mythical creatures in the future. For me, taking photos is a form of observation. Every time I photograph someone, I create a model in my mind and then put that model into tactical considerations. I don't need the photos. Suyu wasn't sure if he had explained things clearly. Song Qinghwan's fierce expression disappeared, and she asked hesitantly, really? Really? Suyu swore on the spot. The middle-aged man who had been secretly observing the two shook his head. Oh no, this is hopeless. They actually believed such a ridiculous reason. Being love-struck is not advisable. They should be eating wild vegetables instead. Young people these days are talking nonsense more and more. I need to go back and give my daughter a good warning. Make sure she doesn't get fooled. For the first time, Suyu felt that the older man was even more annoying than the older woman. Also, uncle, aren't you supposed to be standing here without taking the test? They all come here to learn from other people's tactical approaches. Every day, different people participate in the assessment here, and it is broadcast live on the big screen. Many people who aspire to be tacticians will specifically wait in the hall to watch others solve problems and learn from them. Song Qinghwan gave a very thoughtful explanation. She then pinched and twisted Suyu's waist with her small hand. Suyu, I believe you, you can't lie to me. Her eyes were filled with tears at that moment. The onlookers were all itching to stand up for her and teach Suyu a lesson. Suyu was utterly despondent. I repeatedly assured them that this was truly a method for me to practice tactics. Qinghwan, think about it carefully. If I go to the battlefield as a tactician in the future, besides considering the alien beasts, what I should consider more is the group of people who obey my command. You know that reality is not like a system that sets questions, where everyone is unchanging. In reality, everyone has different personalities and habits. How can I be a good tactician if I can't understand these things? Song Qinghwan pondered for a moment, then nodded obediently. Suyu pressed on, saying, especially these geniuses. Geniuses usually have very strange personalities, which is why we need to pay more attention to and observe them more often. If you have enough examples in your mind, you won't panic when you actually face difficulties. In the end, those uncles who had started gossiping about Suyu suddenly realized that this kid actually had some talent. Everyone listened intently, pricking up their ears. Xinghuan, if you know any other geniuses, you can introduce me to them. Suyu raised her camera. I'll take a group photo of you guys when I have the chance. Song Qinghuan understood but didn't understand. Does it have to be a photo? Suyu suddenly became serious. Qinghuan, geniuses are all strange. Put. Someone in the hall suddenly spat out a mouthful of water. Boos erupted from the crowd. Suyu remained unfazed, while Song Qinghuan accepted the situation. Okay, I'll have you take a picture of me and Qinling together later. You have to keep the photos for me, she added. Suyu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I never imagined that my fabricated reasons would open up a new path to acquiring superpowers and skills. Even though the older men around him were still pointing and whispering about him, he didn't care much about gossip. Nothing was more important than improving his strength. Looking at the big screen, he glanced at Qinling, who was breaking through the level. He was surprised to find that this girl seemed to be hiding her true abilities. Often, even when she has already solved the immediate predicament, she insists on trying other options. It seems that the goal is not to pass through these challenges, but to gain experience from these ever-changing battles. Suyu, damn capitalists. Ha! Song Qinghuan looked completely bewildered. Chapter 12: The New Tactician. Time passed by, second by second. Of those who entered the assessment in the same batch as Qinling, only one other person besides her is still persisting. The man passed the first 2 questions with great difficulty, and both times he was stuck at 19%. By the third question, he became even more nervous, hesitating for a long time before taking each step. In contrast, Qinling, whose situation was equally perilous, represented the other extreme. This genius girl wanted to make tactical changes every moment. Throughout the entire process, there wasn't a moment of hesitation. It's fair to say they act on a whim, making one decision after another. Of course, the more decisions she made, the more mistakes she made, and the more unexpected situations she encountered. Each time, she narrowly escaped with her life. As the time drew near, the discussions in the hall grew louder. Sai, Hong Kong is in trouble again. Time doesn't allow him to hesitate any longer. I heard that his family spent hundreds of thousands of yuan on his assessment. If he fails this time, he'll probably give up. Sai, it's always just a little short. It's all about timing and fate. Ha, what do you mean by timing and fate? He just doesn't have the right mindset. If he's like this when he actually goes to the battlefield, who would dare to let him be their tactician? In my opinion, it's better for him to give up sooner rather than later, so as to avoid harming both himself and others. Some people in the hall sympathized with the man's plight, while others expressed disdain for him. Compared to Qinling's side, the discussion focused more on tactical matters. In another part of the building, 3 proctors were also watching the two take their exams. Hong Kong still lacks the willpower. If he can't go all out this time, it will probably be difficult for him in the future. It's a pity. He has the talent to become a tactician. Even if he can't become the chief tactician, he would be more than capable as a deputy. The 2 proctors were discussing it, while a young man standing nearby showed little interest. After the 2 finished their discussion, they turned their attention to Qinling. Qinling, that girl, has brought out quite a few skilled doctors today. I think she has a good chance of succeeding this time. However, this girl's impulsive nature cannot continue like this. Having talent is good, but as a tactician, the most important thing is to be steady. The 2 were making their assessment. The young man standing nearby said, if she wanted to pass, she would have passed long ago. The 2 proctors immediately looked at the young man. She's not incapable of passing, she's using these questions to hone her tactical skills. The 2 suddenly realized. No wonder this girl always almost passed the test, now I understand. The younger generation is truly formidable. They are indeed formidable. Both of them had a happy expression on their faces. The young man didn't say much. In a small city like Tianyuan, the proctors were all low-level tacticians. It's normal that people can't figure out Qinling's thought process. At least, their intention to mentor the younger generation was entirely genuine. Meanwhile, the young people were also secretly cursing the damn capitalists. I've seen rich people, but I've never seen anyone spend money like this. A 1-minute countdown began on the lobby screen. As expected, Xinling's troops, who chose to advance on multiple fronts in the final stage, encountered several small groups of strange beasts. After a chaotic battle, the casualty ratio exceeded 20%. Ah! What a pity! So close. I told you we shouldn't split up to scout ahead. At times like this, we should just form a group and crush it. Some people in the hall sighed, while others offered hindsight advice. Suyu pursed her lips, indicating that it didn't mean anything by it. Xinling's test made him realize something. There's no need for me to deliberately challenge difficult problems like Xinling did. He had anticipated almost all the problems before they were solved. As for those unexpected events, they are all within a controllable range. Of course, he also knew that the questions might be limited to this stage. Just when everyone was feeling sorry, cheers suddenly erupted in the hall. Passed. Hong Kong passed. My God, with just a little time left, Hong Kong actually dared to lead his team back in the opposite direction. Our Tianyuan city is about to produce another tactician. Amidst the commotion, Hong Kong and Xinling emerged from the examination room. Xinling immediately congratulated him. Everyone else also gathered around. Even those who had just been sarcastic and cynical now flocked over with enthusiastic expressions. Only Suyu and Song Qinghuan remained standing in place, their expressions unchanged. Song Qinghuan glanced at it and said, "Suyu, you may have to wait a little longer." "It's all right, good things come to those who wait," Suyu said with a smile. Just as Song Qinghuan said. Because some people passed the assessment, the next batch of assessments did not begin immediately. Inside the hall, a brief ceremony was held to award tactical division badges. A bronze rhombus-shaped badge was worn on Hong Kang's chest. The tactician in charge of awarding the badges stood with him for a commemorative photo. Seeing this, Song Qinghuan asked curiously, "Such a good opportunity, aren't you going to take a picture?" Suyu shook his head, "I'm only interested in geniuses." Song Qinghuan had no doubts and thought it made a lot of sense. While waiting for Qinghuan, Suyu had already taken photos of people riding bicycles like little airplanes on the street. "I took 2 pictures in a row, but didn't get any attributes." He knew then that he still had to catch geniuses to get more items in the Pokédex. The brief ceremony ended. The hall has also resumed calling numbers for assessment. This time, Suyu, number 107, finally succeeded in entering the assessment room. Xinling did not leave immediately after the assessment. Instead, she went to Song Qinghuan's side. "I just heard about Suyu's ideas, and I think what he said makes a lot of sense." "Is he your classmate?" Song Qinghuan nodded. "My understanding of tactics was guided by him." "Wow." Xinling looked at the big screen, her eyes becoming serious. It's rare to see people of similar age come for the assessment. She was also curious about where she stood among her peers. Given Song Qinghuan's aloof and unapproachable nature in the training camp, she became curious about Suyu. In the hall, apart from the group of people who were still trying to curry favor with the newly promoted tactician, the others also mostly focused their attention on Suyu. Despite their previous mockery of Suyu as a gigolo and their sympathy for Song Qinghuan. But after Suyu expressed that understanding, they still had some expectations for this little kid. "Can you pass this hurdle?" "I feel there shouldn't be any problems, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to come for the assessment so rashly." No, I think whether we can get through this depends on luck. Kids haven't seen enough tactics. Even if they have some skill, they might panic if they encounter a situation they've never seen before." "Yes, that's true." As the group discussed, Song Qinghuan looked at Suyu on the big screen, her beautiful eyes filled with trust and even a hint of pride. Chapter 13. Those who imitate me die. Thump! The bell rang, symbolizing the start of the assessment. The assessment hall fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at the big screen, and suddenly a gasp rang out in the hall. Why are his questions so difficult? Is this a case of having the coastline at your back, yet enemies are coming from all sides? Is this young man really that unlucky? We can't go out into the sea. There are only 3 directions we can go, and each direction has a 4th-grade exotic beast. The strongest warrior he can command is only a 3rd-rank martial artist. Is this really a question that a low-level tactician can answer? Is there something wrong with the system? The hall instantly became noisy. Xinling's pupils contracted slightly the moment she saw the question. Then she noticed that Song Qinghuan was extremely calm, as if she had no emotional fluctuations whatsoever. "Aren't you nervous for your boyfriend about such a difficult question?" "Boyfriend?" Song Qinghuan's face flushed red instantly. she said somewhat shyly, "He's not my boyfriend yet." Qin Ling was stunned. Was this the key point I was making? Now she knows who the older men are referring to as having a love-struck mindset. Song Qinghuan noticed Qin Ling's strange look and realized that she had lost her composure. She quickly waved her hand and said, "Don't worry about him, he has a great understanding of tactics. Little girl, this tactician assessment is nothing like the stuff you learn in school. Not to mention the problem your boyfriend is facing now, which is the most difficult one I've seen in years. To be honest with you, that money of yours was a waste," said the middle-aged man beside him. Hong Kong, who had just become a tactician, glanced at the question and shook his head. "If I encounter this problem, I'll just have to accept my bad luck. It takes several hours to maintain a 20% kill ratio to clear the game." After tactician Hong Kong said that, most people in the hall agreed that Suyu had failed. Everyone tried to solve the problem using their own ideas. In the end, all they could do was shake their heads in frustration. "It's too difficult. Even if I had a whole day, I might not be able to come up with a good solution. I suspect this is the most difficult question among the low-level tactics questions. If you can pass it, you're probably not far from being an intermediate-level tactician." On the screen, Suyu had already begun to take action. At first, we slowly investigated and learned about the situation, so we couldn't see anything special at that time. Inside the examination room, the two invigilators looked somewhat puzzled. "Junior brother Lu Meng, is it really possible for this guy named Suyu to pass such a difficult question? I just checked his information. His tactical record at Tianyun No. 8 Middle School is indeed very good, but he probably doesn't have the strength to face this kind of battle situation yet, right?" Lu Meng shook his head. "If I knew it was true. This kind of question should just be a small test for him. If it weren't for the fact that there is no authority to assess intermediate tacticians here, I would like to let him try the intermediate tactician questions." The two elderly tacticians exchanged a glance, still somewhat unable to believe their ears. He's only 18 years old, yet he's already at the level of a mid-level tactician. With such a genius emerging from Tianyuan City, how could they not know? In their view, this junior brother Lu Meng must have mistaken someone for someone else. However, since the other party was also a renowned genius, they wouldn't refute anything. Looking at the big screen, there was indeed some hope that Suyu could bring them a surprise. The initial reconnaissance involved setting up military camps and defensive formations. Suyu followed the textbook exactly, without making a single mistake. I must say, this kid must be very attentive in class. He's really mastered everything he's learned from the books. Unfortunately, what you learn from books alone is not enough. As the crowd discussed the matter in the hall, Qin Ling's expression grew increasingly serious. Almost everyone present was drawn to Suyu's solid fundamental skills. Completely unaware that while Suyu was making these arrangements, he was simultaneously mobilizing several individual units to advance alongside the main force. As her pupils focused, a line appeared at the corner of Qin Ling's eye. On the big screen, there was only a rough projection of the live stream, but she could see it more and more clearly. Only then did she realize that Suyu had not only mobilized these individual units to advance. It's even terrifying that the task instructions for each individual unit are different. Is this multitasking? Qin Ling murmured. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Suyu seemed to have been cautiously investigating and eliminating those alien beasts that posed no threat. However, the individual units he had arranged had already entered the territory of those 4th-grade exotic beasts. Inside the assessment room, Suyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he gathered information about a 4th-grade exotic beast based on the feedback from the investigation. Soon, the style of the painting changed drastically. Suyu's troops, who had been cautiously scouting ahead, suddenly began to move in large numbers. He has begun his formal operation. Ha! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why is he dividing the troops into 8 groups to conduct advance reconnaissance? Wait a minute, it seems that these units are executing different orders at the same time. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of gasps of astonishment filled the room. Hiss. Could this kid be a multi-talented individual? No wonder he's so confident he dares to take the test at such a young age. A chorus of envious voices echoed through the hall. Qin Ling shook her head. This is not multitasking. All his decisions are made in advance based on predictions. He had already anticipated that he would deal with different situations simultaneously. Qin Ling, you're not kidding, are you? Someone asked incredulously. He looked at Qin Ling and suddenly noticed that strange and beautiful lines had appeared at the corner of her eye. Others also witnessed this scene. Upon discovering that Qin Ling had even used her supernatural abilities, everyone immediately swallowed back the doubts that were on the tip of their tongues. At the same time, the shock in my heart was even greater than before. The noisy hall fell silent instantly. Multitasking is a superpower, and if Suyu relied on his superpower to get through the challenge, they could console themselves with that thought. However, if it's purely a prediction, then it proves that without any additional conditions, the opponent is genuinely strong. Compared to the blows brought by superpowers, the blows brought by this talent made everyone present feel even more desperate. Our attention refocused on the big screen. It was only then that everyone realized that one of the 3 fourth-grade exotic beasts they were trying their best to avoid was pregnant. Suyu stirred things up, immediately throwing the whole situation into chaos. He also took advantage of the chaos to lead his troops out of the perilous wilderness. The whole process looked very simple and easy. The hall remained completely silent. Because everyone knew that even if they knew in advance that one of the beasts was pregnant, they also could not guarantee that the casualty ratio would be below 20%, and that multiple teams could lead everyone out of the encirclement. Perhaps, using Suyu's method, they would only die even faster. Chapter 14. Did he know what he had done? Qin Ling mentally went through Suyu's method several times. The casualty ratio was more than half if the team was successfully let out on the first attempt. When the battle became chaotic, she realized that out of 8 teams, she could only take care of about half at most. In most cases, the chaos and disarray will lead to total defeat. Throughout Suyu's breakout, the role of the several third-rank martial artists under his command was almost maximized. Most of the time, he was able to achieve 0 casualties by relying on those few third-rank martial artists. Suyu had passed the test for a long time, but no new questions appeared in the examination room. However, in the hall, only Song Qinghuan was puzzled and anxious about this matter. Everyone else was shocked by this terrifying method of solving the problem. These people had never seen anyone attempt to pass through the checkpoints like this before. For a time, even the tactical thinking of many people that they had maintained for many years was somewhat impacted. Some people tried to put Suyu on the opposite side as a hypothetical enemy. The moment that thought crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat break out on my back. Qin Ling broke free from her superpowered state. He was visibly weak. "Your boyfriend is amazing," she said. Song Qinghuan nodded proudly, then immediately shook her head. He then asked with some concern, "It seems he's out of questions. Is that all right?" Qin Ling explained, "He can solve such a problem in 8 minutes, and the casualty ratio is even controlled to 10%. It should meet the standard that 1 question is enough to pass the assessment." Upon hearing this, Song Qinghuan's smile became even brighter. At this moment, she did not forget what Suyu had told her. "Qin Ling, you can wait for Suyu. I want him to take a group photo of us." Qin Ling had already heard about Suyu's previous theory, and seeing Song Qinghuan looking around erratically, she couldn't help but chuckle. "No problem, I'd also like to find an opportunity to get to know him again. But then again, I feel quite honored to be regarded as a genius by him." As she spoke, Qin Ling, who had initially been somewhat discouraged, broke into a bright smile again. In the following days, everyone waited for this round of assessments to end. The previously extremely enthusiastic uncles now wished they could get to know Song Qinghuan beforehand. If Qin Ling hadn't been by her side the whole time, these people would probably have already gathered around. Interestingly, the same uncle who had recently criticized Song Qinghuan for being love-struck and said he would teach his daughter not to be like that was also a romantic. Then he started muttering to himself, "This girl has such good taste. If my daughter had even half of her taste, it would be like my ancestors' graves were emitting auspicious smoke." In the invigilation room, the 2 proctors sized each other up. She even took out a mirror and a comb to tidy her appearance. The joy on his face was hard to contain. "Junior brother. We absolutely cannot let another school snatch such a genius away. You give him the badge yourself later, so he knows how great our Zhibai University is." For these 2 alumni who graduated many years ago, they still think about their alma mater. Lu Meng was very respectful, and after thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "You 2 senior brothers are overthinking this. This person has already been noticed by a professor from Peking University who rejected him." "Really?" the 2 exclaimed in unison. "Yes, although he refused." Lu Meng's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. The 2 senior students looked completely bewildered. That said, at first, the students at North University only knew that a student from Tianyuan City had been directly recruited by Professor Zhu Beiyun. As soon as this news came out, everyone at Peking University started investigating this student. Before it was even clear who it was, someone immediately revealed that the student had even rejected Professor Zhu Beiyun's direct recruitment invitation. With all these pieces of news combined, Suyu had already become a celebrity at Zhubai University before even leaving Tianyuan City. As far as Lu Meng knew, the news of Suyu's perfect completion of the game spread. Several top-tier beast hunting teams from the combat department of Zhubai University already want to recruit Suyu. Even the senior students were extremely optimistic about this newcomer who had not yet entered the school. They wanted to train him from his freshman year, preparing him for entering the desolate battlefield in the future. Unfortunately, a series of information about Suyu was subsequently unearthed. His meager health and slow cultivation speed, less than 100 units, dispelled the ideas of everyone in the combat system. The calls to invite him to join the beast hunting team disappeared. If it weren't for this reason, Lu Meng would be sure that those crazy guys from the combat department would have already come to Tianyun City to poach people. As the only third-year student in the tactics department to pass with a perfect score, he came here out of curiosity to work part-time as an invigilator. I thought I would have to wait a while, but I didn't expect to run into Suyu as soon as I arrived. Having witnessed it with his own eyes today, he now believes all the previous rumors. Suyu's perfect success was by no means due to luck. In fact, he believed that Suyu's true breakthrough would only begin after he entered Zhubai University. The small city of Tianyuan could offer him far too little help. This prevented his talent from being fully realized. Let's go, senior brothers. Let's go award the medal to this newly promoted tactician. Lu Meng smiled and stood up. His smile also carried a hint of relief. Before coming here, he was surprised that Professor Zhu Beiyun had rejected him, but now he had chosen an unknown young man. He was dissatisfied, and while he can't say he was convinced now, it's understandable. The two senior students were still in shock. She quickly caught up with him and asked, "Did he really refuse?" Lu Meng nodded. An older student slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "What a fool! What a fool! Didn't his teacher stop him? No way! I have to go to Tianyun No. 8 middle school tomorrow and ask them what's going on." Lu Meng smiled and said, "Senior brother, don't worry, Professor Zhu Beiyun won't let this kid off easily." Zhu Beiyun? You mean the newly promoted Grandmaster Zhu Beiyun? The two of them were stunned again. Yes, they rejected me when I applied to the school back then, Lu Meng nodded. Now, the two senior students started whispering among themselves. Nonsense! Does he know what he's refusing? How did his teacher conduct himself as a teacher? The two senior students, their joyful expressions vanished, and they strode ahead angrily. He couldn't wait to grab Suyu and give him a good talking to, while also questioning his tactics instructors to find out which one was being unreasonable. At that moment, Suyu also walked out of the assessment hall. I was careless in Chapter 15. Suyu walked out of the assessment room. The hall was no longer as bustling and noisy as it had been after Hong Kong passed the test. In contrast, there was absolute silence. It seems there's an innate chasm between such geniuses. Upon seeing Suyu, more or less none of them dared to take that step forward. Song Qinghuan and Qinling, on the other hand, stepped forward to greet them with smiles on their faces. Song Qinghuan congratulated him excitedly, "Suyu! Congratulations on officially becoming a tactician. I knew you could do it." Qinling was somewhat confused about how Song Qinghuan's current excitement had changed so drastically from her composure in the face of a collapsing mountain. Maybe this is love? She stepped forward and said, "Congratulations. Congratulations. Don't forget what we agreed on today. From now on, when we team up, you'll help Qinghuan and me hold the line. With you helping us with tactical planning, we'll definitely be invincible." Suyu laughed and said, "That won't do, I want to go to the front lines too." Just then, two proctors walked over, seemingly furious. This scene stunned everyone present. Some people who were envious and jealous just a second ago couldn't help but wonder, with the proctor acting like this, could it be that Suyu is cheating during the exam? Is it possible to cheat on an assessment? Some people asked, puzzled. Why not? The bald man who spoke looked as if he had irrefutable evidence. Think about it, this is such a difficult question. Let's not even talk about passing it. Do you think the method he used is a tactic that a normal person could use? In my opinion, this kid definitely cheated, otherwise the proctor wouldn't be so angry. Anyway, I don't think anyone can beat the game like that. Indeed, the more I think about it, the more something seems off. The hall was filled with chatter, with all sorts of opinions being expressed. When the two proctors walked up to Suyu, everyone quieted down. After hearing what the bald man said, some people made malicious guesses. Many people are waiting to see what happens. Suyu, the proctor asked. Yes, I am Suyu. Suyu remained calm. I even want to ask these two senior figures, who offended you? What is your teacher's name? Another proctor asked. Look. Now everyone's asking the teacher. I reckon they'll notify the school soon, and they might expel him, the bald man said confidently from the crowd. Expulsion? Is it that serious? This isn't serious? His cheating is a challenge to the entire Tacticians Alliance. The bald man said indignantly. The two proctors were preoccupied with the fact that Suyu had refused the Grandmaster title. I can't listen to these people at all. Lu Meng, who was behind them, had a smile on his face. That's human nature, seeing a white arm makes you think of. My teacher is Chung Yong, Suyu replied. Didn't Chung Yong stop you from refusing Peking University's direct admission program? Doesn't he know that was a spot given to you by the youngest Grandmaster? Did he really make you refuse so easily? After a barrage of 3 deadly questions, Suyu finally understood what was going on. Meanwhile, the onlookers were completely stunned. What? Rejecting Peking University's direct admission? It's a direct recruitment spot for a tactical master. My God! Just how talented is this kid? Listen carefully, old Tang is talking about the youngest tactical master. If you agree to this, wouldn't you be able to rise to the top in no time? Once his teacher becomes a grandmaster, will it be difficult for him to become a grandmaster as well? While the group was shocked, they were also searching for the man who had previously sworn that Suyu had cheated. However, at this point, the bald man was nowhere to be seen. Some of those who echoed this also lowered their heads, afraid of being exposed. After understanding all this, Suyu silently apologized to his teacher in his heart. He looked surprised and said, No. My teacher filmed me and asked me to say it again. I didn't know Professor Zhuge Yun was a grandmaster. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have refused. I thought it would be the same as a regular exam. I didn't want to use connections, I wanted to get into Peking University based on my own abilities. Go through the back door. Everyone present fell silent. The two proctors clenched their fists. Chang Yang. Behind Suyu, Song Qinghuan blinked her eyes, thinking, why does she seem different from the one I remember? Suyu remained silent, feigning ignorance. Honestly, he had no idea that Professor Zhuge Yun was actually the youngest tactical master on Earth. If he had known, how could he have agreed to let the homeroom teacher recite another text and even record a video of it? Isn't this just blatantly ripping off students? My buddy hasn't even entered school yet, and he's already offended a master with unlimited potential. How is he supposed to handle this? The two proctors' initially angry expressions immediately softened upon learning the truth. They even comforted Suyu, saying, the child is alright, we'll help you explain, and I'll also help you talk to your teacher and give them a good talking to. This is absolutely outrageous. The two got a little angry again when Suyu was mentioned. Alright, let's present you with the badge first. The ceremony has already been performed once today, and it will be performed again. When the badge was awarded to Suyu, everyone realized that it was Suyu who was wearing the badge. It turned out to be the young man behind the two proctors. Before going on stage, Lu Mengkai slowly put on the gold diamond-shaped badge. I saw his gleaming badge. Everyone in the hall stared wide-eyed. Xin Ling, who was still shocked by the direct confession a moment ago, now had her mouth agape. Holy crap! A high-ranking tactician's badge? I don't recall Tianyuan City having any advanced tacticians. I know, he must have come for Suyu. No wonder Suyu's questions were so difficult today. It turns out that it wasn't a problem with the system, but a test that this advanced tactician specifically set up for Suyu. Lu Meng approached Suyu and said with a laugh in a voice only the two of them could hear, things are definitely not as you say, are they? As he spoke, he pinned a badge on Suyu. I'll be waiting for you at Northwest University. You're still too weak right now. After you come to Jubai to study for a year, we'll have a proper exchange of skills. Suyu said with a bitter expression, senior brother, that's half true and half false. I really don't dare to go to Jubai now. Lu Meng laughed heartily, if you really don't go, then I truly admire your courage. Upon hearing this, Suyu also laughed. After receiving the badges, we took a group photo to commemorate the occasion. Having already met Suyu, Lu Meng didn't linger and took his leave. It's really a waste of talent for a senior tactician to be here as an examiner. He also reminded the two senior students to make a note of the bald man who had slandered Suyu. The Tactical Alliance subsequently rejected his application for evaluation. Slandering a master's disciple is enough to prevent him from entering the assessment hall. In the assessment hall, after learning that Suyu would have a grandmaster teacher in the future, no one cared about the gap between them and Suyu anymore. They all rushed forward desperately, wanting to become acquainted with him. I finally managed to break free from the crowd. Looking at Qin Ling, who was still waiting for him, he suddenly said with a regretful expression, "Oh no. I was careless." Qin Ling and Song Qinghuan were both a little confused. He continued, "I haven't taken his picture yet." Chapter 16, Another Nickname. The two girls exchanged a glance. Now I believe that taking photos is truly Suyu's quirk, and not just lust at first sight. After all, this thing can be filmed by both men and women. Suyu felt like he had missed out on a gold mine. Then she recalled Lu Meng's hurried manner and even began to suspect that he might be doing it on purpose. After letting out a long sigh and reminding myself that there are always people more capable than myself, and that there is always something beyond my understanding, he regained his energy and looked at the two girls with anticipation. Let's go outside and take pictures under the statue of Grandmaster Ji Qing." Suyu walked ahead. Qin Ling tugged at Song Qinghuan from behind and whispered, "Are you sure Suyu will give us the photos later?" It's no wonder she asked another question. The way Suyu looked at her was as if he had spotted some prey. Although I felt a little uneasy, I also felt a strange sense of secret joy. But Qin Ling couldn't help but ask one more question. Song Qinghuan frowned slightly. "Suyu isn't that kind of person." Qin Ling sighed deeply. "Come on, this young couple isn't normal." We went outside. Suyu skillfully pointed the camera at the two of them. The system prompt appeared again. The target illustration has been detected to possess a level supernatural ability ultimate analysis. The host has a relatively high probability of obtaining low-dimensional attributes, a smaller probability of obtaining skills, a very small probability of obtaining high-dimensional attributes, and an extremely small probability of obtaining supernatural abilities when acquiring the illustration. With his A-level superpower, Suyu paused for a moment while pressing the shutter button. Today, he blindly pointed his eyes at the passing crowd on the roadside and found that the highest level of superpower he could detect was only C level. Now I've finally encountered one that's at least AB grade. Extreme analysis. No wonder Qin Ling's goal is to become a tactical analyst. I feel like this skill is very helpful to me. If you can obtain it, you can choose to keep it. Thinking it over, Suyu pressed the shutter. A snap. 1 second Suyu was thinking of leaving behind his superpower, the next he fell silent. He realized that all the good luck he had today must have been used on his father. There was nothing there again. Suyu, refusing to believe it, pressed the shutter again. "Congratulations, host, you have gained +10 to your agility attribute." A slight smile returned to his face. He didn't take any more photos. After giving the pictures to the two girls, he put away his camera. He also plans to go to the wilderness today to find some strange beasts to test his skills. He needs to keep a couple of them. Moreover, taking a lot of photos when you first meet someone can easily lead to misunderstandings, which is obviously not conducive to sustainable development. I don't know if it's a built-in system correction effect. Every time Suyu takes a photo, it looks quite good. Both of them were very satisfied with the photos. "Suyu, you're a great photographer. Can I ask you for help if I need your services in the future?" Suyu was stunned. He hadn't expected the other party to come to him so readily. Qin Ling didn't know why she suddenly said that. He clearly spends all his time practicing and researching tactics, so there's never a time when he needs to take photos. Because he is an excellent tactician, I want to learn more from him. Yes, that must be it. Me too, me too. Song Qinghuan said from the side. 5 yuan a photo, no cheating. Suyu held up 5 fingers. Song Qinghuan counted on her fingers. Then wouldn't I have to give you several tens of yuan? No. I still owe you tens of thousands. Song Qinghuan's eyes lit up, and she immediately put her hands on her hips and said, He, then you have to listen to me. Don't leave the next mock exam blank, or I'll make you pay me back. Seeing the two couple flirting here, Qin Ling took the lead and left. After the assessment, Suyu went straight to the weapons shop. They were already at the door when Song Qinghuan, who had been following behind him, finally realized what was happening. Suyu, are you planning to buy weapons? Yes, I'm planning to buy a dagger. As they were talking, Song Qinghuan pulled out an exquisite dagger from her waist. Here, it's for you. Suyu took it and examined it carefully. The fine iron dagger bears the craftsman's name. This kind of dagger is worth at least tens of thousands of yuan on the market. I can't accept that. I already owe you tens of thousands. Su Yu handed the dagger back. Song Qinghuan shook her head. I already said it was a gift for you. Besides, I don't like this dagger, it's all black and doesn't look good at all. As she spoke, she pulled out another dagger from her left waist. It flashed with a silvery white light as soon as it was drawn. Su Yu. This is the reward for finishing third in the training camp 2 weeks ago. I'm giving you this as a reward from the last training camp. These are all free, and I don't need 2 of them, Song Qinghuan explained. As a man who didn't even qualify for the subsequent training camp, Su Yu remained silent. He accepted the gift from rich woman Qinghuan with tears in his eyes. Su Yu then headed straight for the wilderness. At this moment, Song Qinghuan stopped him. Are you buying a dagger to go into the wilderness? Yeah, I don't need it in the city. By the way, why have you been following me? Su Yu, who had just accepted the gift, immediately turned her back on him. Song Qinghuan said with a self-righteous expression, the homeroom teacher told me to keep an eye on you more often. He said he was afraid you might do something rash and rush into the wilderness to die, and that if you did anything unusual, he wanted me to keep a close eye on you. Su Yu, my dear homeroom teacher really knows me well. Su Yu stopped his bicycle, looking utterly defeated. So now I guess I have no choice but to go home? No, you can go. Just let me go with you. With me here, the D-level area will be fine. Song Qinghuan's answer surprised Su Yu. Okay. Let's set off now. If he hesitated for even a second, Su Yu felt it would be disrespectful to the beautiful bodyguard. The two sped along, riding their bicycles to the city wall, which was tens of meters high. At the steel gate, soldiers are registering people entering and leaving. Song Qinghuan led the way with practiced ease. When Su Yu ventured out of the city into the wilderness for the first time, he had to undergo a series of system registrations. After setting up the emergency contact person and emergency contact time, only then were they allowed to leave the city. I don't know if it was because I saw the diamond-shaped badge Su Yu was wearing on his left chest. The man in charge of registration added an extra reminder. Although it's only a D-level area, there might be first-grade beasts lurking at the border, so don't get too close to the border. Okay, thanks for reminding me, big brother. Su Yu replied obediently. The man registering the card nodded and let Su Yu pass through the card. Song Qinghuan was already waiting outside the checkpoint. Seeing Su Yu's obedient student-like demeanor, she shook her head. She felt it would have been better if the older brother hadn't mentioned it. If he had, Su Yu might have gone straight to the border as soon as he entered. Chapter 17 Su Yu's Strength. Su Yu was extremely excited after successfully leaving the city. Seeing his wild horse-like behavior, Song Qinghuan quickly said, before Su Yu goes in, I must make 3 rules with you. First, you can only go when I think there is no danger. Second, you cannot leave my side by more than 5 meters. Third, if danger occurs, you must follow my instructions. Normally, Song Qinghuan is gentle, sweet, and a little naive, but at this moment, her expression is extremely serious, and her tone of voice is unquestionable. After thinking for a moment, she added, otherwise, I'll just knock you out on the spot and take you back. Su Yu believed she had the ability to say that. Okay. Don't worry, I just want to go into the wilderness and experience what it's like to be in the wilderness firsthand. If I see a strange beast, I'll definitely hide behind you obediently. When the time comes, I'll take some photos and study the differences between them and the books. Seeing that Song Qinghuan still had a suspicious look in her eyes, Su Yu had no choice but to continue, don't worry, although I usually act recklessly, you know I'm afraid of pain and death, I won't throw my life away. Upon hearing this, Song Qinghuan finally began to believe it to some extent. Su Yu also looked helpless. There's no way around it. Once the persona of someone who likes to cause trouble becomes deeply ingrained, it's really difficult to change it in a short time. But without his past mischief, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to be specially allowed to become a member of Class 7 and to provide tactical guidance to Song Qinghuan. Su Yu dared to remove even the principal's tires in the eyes of the teachers and students of Tianyun No. 8 Middle School. He was already a lawless figure. Su Yu was troubled about how to get rid of her troublemaker persona. Then the voices of passers-by came from the side. Look at this kid, he's so young and he's already afraid of his girlfriend. Looks like he's destined to be henpecked. So what if he's henpecked? You don't even look how pretty his girlfriend is. In my opinion, being henpecked is a good thing. At least you have a girlfriend, unlike you who have been single for 30 years and have no one to control you. What nonsense are you talking about? It's not that no one cares about me, I just don't want to be bound by romantic feelings. Song Qinghuan blushed slightly and looked around nervously. Suyu was once again speechless. Well, after being labeled a gigolo, he now had the title of being henpecked. Hurry! Hurry! I can't wait any longer, he said hastily. Led by Song Qinghuan, the two gradually moved away from the city wall. Looking back now, it was all a hazy gray. Standing in this wilderness, Suyu felt only the immense pressure brought by the gray haze. It seems that even breathing is more difficult in the wilderness. This made him think about how difficult it must have been for his ancestors who first faced the invasion of alien races. The entire planet was shrouded in a gray haze, with no sun in sight and no distinction between day and night. How much blood did they shed to reclaim the city where humanity now lives, so that future generations can bask in the warm sunshine? Thinking about all this, Suyu's impulsive nature became much more restrained. Seeing this, Song Qinghuan felt somewhat relieved. Although it's just a D-level wilderness, it won't pose any danger to her. But if Suyu really does something reckless, for his safety, she will only have the option of knocking him unconscious and taking him back. The two wandered aimlessly in the wilderness. Towering trees sprouted from the former high-rise buildings. Some remaining buildings serve as a reminder that this place, like Tianyuan City, was once a human settlement. For other people, these are all perfectly normal things. But for Suyu, who not long ago was living on a wonderful planet, the stark contrast creates an overwhelming sense of impact. He looked up at the gray sky and the gray leaves. Do you think this place will one day return to its former glory of blue skies and white clouds? Suyu's sudden question startled Song Qinghuan. Before she could answer, Suyu continued, I saw him in my dream, with blue skies and white clouds, it was beautiful. As he spoke, Suyu stepped forward and began to examine the marks on the tree. As Song Qinghuan watched his retreating figure, she realized that this eccentric classmate seemed different from all the other peers she had ever met. When the training camp instructors first ventured into the wilderness, people were experiencing a wide range of emotions, from fear to excitement. But none of them made her feel a sense of desolation while also radiating a light of hope for everything, just like Suyu. This complex feeling made Song Qinghuan want to learn more about Suyu. A strange beast just passed by here, Suyu, who was checking the tracks ahead, said as he turned around. Song Qinghuan flashed to his side, these are the paw prints of the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit. Suyu nodded, they went southwest, probably looking for food. Do you want to come along? Song Qinghuan asked. If we come all the way to the wilderness and don't even see any strange beasts, then we've come for nothing. Song Qinghuan didn't dwell on it, then don't leave my 3-meter radius later. Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbits love to attack people's necks. If you do anything reckless, I really will knock you out. In fact, in her eyes, the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit was no different from an ordinary rabbit. But to be on the safe side, she had to deliberately make it sound more dangerous. The two followed the trail. One has virtually no weaknesses in theoretical aspects, while the other is absolutely dominant in terms of military strength. In no time, the exact location of the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit was pinpointed. The two began to communicate using gestures. After several silent leaps across the tree trunk, Suyu finally saw the living beast with his own eyes. Its fangs, exposed like those of a saber-toothed tiger, its claws, which are 10 to 20 centimeters long, and its dim yellow eyes reveal ferocity. With a body over a meter tall, Suyu found it hard to connect the rabbit in front of him with the rabbit from his previous life. I want to give it a try, you can back me up. Suyu, who had made incredibly nice promises before coming, dashed out in a flash. In that instant, Song Qinghuan's eyes were filled with icy coldness. My left hand almost came up. This counts as giving advance notice, so it doesn't violate what we agreed on beforehand, she reassured herself. Seeing Suyu's agile speed and the movement techniques he displayed while leaping forward alongside him, Song Qinghuan also roughly guessed that Suyu was not as weak as everyone imagined. Just like his tactical understanding, his actual strength also seems to be somewhat hidden. Of course, despite her strength, the blue glint in Song Qinghuan's eyes never faded. She stared at the battlefield, ready to freeze the yellow-eyed rabbit in the grass at any moment. An SSS-level superpower, used to kill low-level rabbits, anyone who sees it would have to say it's incredibly powerful. Fortunately, Suyu, who rushed out, did not give Song Qinghuan a chance to unleash her ultimate move. Two clanging sounds. Suyu's dagger accurately blocked the yellow-eyed rabbit that turned and pounced. With a bent-over turn, the black dagger was stained with red blood. With the next slash, the black dagger sliced through the yellow-eyed rabbit's throat. As if to prevent the yellow-eyed rabbit from struggling before it died, Suyu followed up with a powerful kick, sending it flying more than 10 meters away. The whole process took only a few dozen seconds. On the tree branch, Song Qinghuan, who witnessed the whole thing, stared wide-eyed. Chapter 18: The Invitation to the Superpowered Beast Hunting Team. If Suyu gets close to him, he suddenly attack me, given the strength he's currently displaying. Is my life in danger? Suddenly, a question popped into Song Qinghuan's mind. With just a few moves, she realized that if you don't consider physical fitness and only focus on technique, when it comes to daggers, she's no match for Suyu. Every move the opponent made was extremely precise and swift, as was their movement technique. Without decades of practice, one absolutely cannot reach this level. In Song Qinghuan's memory, only the person who was always number one in the training camp could compete with Suyu in dagger skills. No other genius was his match. Suyu finished dealing with the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit. Only then did he calmly take out his camera. The book is right, the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit's attack movements are always accompanied by a lunge. Block the first blow, and the second one can be fatal. However, this is just an ordinary beast. Beasts of the first rank and above will develop their own consciousness, so it's probably not that simple. Suyu summarized and took photos at the same time. Song Qinghuan landed beside him without saying anything. She had many questions, but felt she didn't need to ask them. Congratulations, host, for entering the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit into your encyclopedia. You have received the reward of +10 agility and +1 health fixed reward. Note, the host must defeat the beast before it can be entered into the monster encyclopedia. Tip, you will receive an extra reward for recording a total of 10 different mythical beasts. The series of system prompts startled Suyu. System, does the fixed reward mean that I will get it when I kill a monster and enter it into the encyclopedia, or does it only apply to the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit? Entering any beast illustration will reward you with HP. For ordinary beasts, excluding special beasts, the HP reward is 1. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Suyu's eyes lit up immediately, even though they were pressed against the camera. Stabilizes and improves chi and blood circulation. What more could I ask for? For the next while, the wilderness will be my home. I'll aim for a fixed 10 chi and blood points every day, and with just over a month until the college entrance exam, I'll have 300 chi and blood points. Whether you have talent for cultivation or not, none of that matters. If Suyu were to take the college entrance examination after breaking through to the martial artist level, his goal would instantly rise to a higher level. The top scorer in the national college entrance examination. A swamp in the wilderness. The 4 young people were having a headache when suddenly one of the blue-haired girl's eyes lit up. I sense a superhuman nearby. He seemed to be about to activate his superpower just now. How strong is the superpower? The red-haired man immediately asked. The blue-haired girl glanced at the other 3, they're stronger than all 3 of us combined. Upon hearing this, all 3 of them showed a hint of surprise on their faces. So, are you in or not? If we don't seize this opportunity, it will be difficult to come back next time. Besides, even if we go out to recruit, we might not be able to find such a strong superhuman, said the white-haired man carrying a bow and arrow. I'm just afraid they won't agree, the purple-haired man said hesitantly. Never mind them, let's give it a try first. If it really doesn't work, we'll give them 50% of the spoils and combat contribution. Okay, let's give it a try first. Cece, you lead the way. The 4 hit it off immediately and, led by the blue-haired woman Cece, rushed towards the direction where Suyu and Song Qinghuan were. Meanwhile, Song Qinghuan and Suyu had just disposed of the carcass of the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit. The fangs and claws that could be sold for a little money were removed, while the rest of the corpses were completely obliterated by a bottle of corpse-dissolving powder. In the beginning, when humans hunted strange beasts, they usually just killed them and that was it. It wasn't until later that people discovered these corpses would become new nutrients, nourishing the local environment and giving rise to even more powerful monsters. From then on, the skill of destroying a corpse and covering up the evidence became an essential skill for all students. Someone's coming. Just as the 2 were about to leave, Song Qinghuan suddenly stopped and said something. Suyu also carefully sensed the area and then heard the sound of tree branches being broken. And these sounds were getting closer and closer. It seems like they're targeting us, they're not trying to hide it, Suyu said. Song Qinghuan nodded, they may have encountered an insurmountable beast. If they invite us, should we go? She asked Suyu. She wasn't a pedantic, obedient student after discovering that Suyu possessed considerable strength. She no longer regarded Suyu as a helpless child. Of course, what the school teaches us is that if we encounter difficulties in the wilderness, we should try our best to help each other. Suyu was somewhat eager to try. Of course, we also need to understand the other party's intentions, he added. Song Qinghuan placed her hand on her waist. Yes, but my main task is still to protect you. They're here. Suyu looked at the hazy distance ahead. 4 young men with distinctive hair colors approached, and Suyu and Song Qinghuan were both taken aback. Is this the Sham-8 Hunters squad? Suyu thought to himself. The 4 of them stopped. Cici stepped forward and said, "Hello, my name is Peng Si, and we are the magical beast hunting team. We recently encountered a star frog that had just been promoted to a first-grade exotic beast. It's not far ahead. We came here today for the star frog, but when we got there, we found that there was not only one grade 1 star frog in the swamp, but also dozens of ordinary star frogs. With our current resources, it will be difficult to defeat this group of alien beasts. My superpower is enhanced perception, and I just happened to sense that there are superpowered individuals here. So I came here without permission to disturb you. I'd like to ask if you'd be willing to team up with us temporarily? We can set up a temporary hunting team right now, and we can give you 50% of the spoils and combat contributions. I'll say all of this in one go." It seemed as if they were afraid that Suyu and Song Qinghuan would back down upon hearing about a first-grade exotic beast. Cici continued, "All 4 of us are superhumans. Xia Wei's special ability is paralysis attachment, which allows him to imbue weapons with a paralysis effect. Lu Qiu's superpower is petrification. He can now petrify his upper body, which provides resistance to star point poison. Zuoxia's special ability is to create nets. He can create sticky nets to restrict the movement of alien beasts. Spider-Man? Suyu asked instinctively. Zuoxia, with purple hair, immediately waved his hand and said, "I'm not that amazing. I can only weave webs, I can't shoot webs like Spider-Man." A 4-person beast hunting team with superpowers immediately demonstrated their sincerity. Song Qinghuan turned her gaze to Suyu. She can handle one of the first-grade exotic beasts on her own, and the remaining 10 star frogs should be no problem for Suyu and the other 4. "We accept your invitation," Suyu said without hesitation. Chapter 19 is not what I expected. Seeing that Suyu's blood and chi were clearly much weaker, he made a decision. Cici and the other 3 glanced at him a few more times. Only then did they notice that Suyu was wearing a diamond-shaped badge on his left chest, symbolizing a tactician. "Brother, are you a tactician?" Lu Qiu, with his red hair, asked excitedly. Suyu nodded, "I just passed the test not long ago. If you trust me, we can work out a specific kill plan in advance." Lu Qiu nodded vigorously, like a chicken pecking at rice. "Of course. You're a tactician, after all. My dream used to be a tactician, but unfortunately I don't have that talent. I'm only suited to be a meat shield." Xiaowei glanced at him and said mercilessly, "Since you already know, then don't waste money on the exam after you go back to school this time." Clearly, all 4 of them are college students. Without wasting any time, the group formed a temporary hunting team using their bracelets and pre-arranged the distribution of spoils and combat contributions. Suyu couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the Dragon Kingdom's leaders when he saw these features. The existence of these things can reduce a lot of unnecessary suspicion and defensiveness. Soon, both parties saw each other's basic information on the bracelet. When the 4 of them saw Suyu and Song Qinghuan's ages on the bracelets, everyone's eyes widened. Not even 18 years old? Are all young people these days this amazing? They initially thought the 2 were college students like them. It's a journey of about 10 minutes. The group cautiously entered a swamp. The group stopped about 300 meters away from the group of spotted frogs. Cici transmitted all the specific locations and other information they had previously investigated to the bracelet. Then, including Song Qinghuan, everyone waited expectantly for Suyu to come up with a tactical plan. Suyu looked it over carefully and then quickly instructed, "Lu Qiu and Zuoxia will both charge in from the front at the same time." Lu Qiu was in charge of attracting the spotted frogs, while Zuoxia wove a net behind them to restrict their movements. "Peng Si, you and Xia Wei are responsible for dealing with these alien beasts. Xia Wei shoots first. Peng Si, you're in charge of the fatal blow. You have strong perception, so you're the most suitable person to finish it off. If it's not a one-hit kill, don't worry about it, just move on to the next one. Your cooperation with Xia Wei cannot stop." "What should we do with that first-grade star-spotted frog?" the group asked in unison. Suyu smiled and said, "Just leave it to Qinghuan. We'll clear the obstacles for Qinghuan, and she can just go and deal with that first-class star frog. Of course, Xiaowei and Zuoxia, it would be best if you two could put some restrictions on that first-grade star frog from the beginning, so that Qinghuan can have an easier time. Yes, but our effect may be extremely limited. The two nodded. Suyu waved his hand to indicate that it was no problem, and continued, I'll take care of fixing the leaks later. After all the arrangements were made, everyone felt something was off. Lu Qiu muttered under his breath, this doesn't make sense. Can I really accept this arrangement? Peng Si looked at Song Qinghuan several times and asked, Qinghuan, are you really okay? Song Qinghuan nodded, no problem. Suyu knew what everyone was thinking, but all he wanted to say was that it really was that simple. 6 people, 5 of whom are superhuman. 1 SSS level ability user, plus 2 control type ability users. How complex a tactic could be required? If it weren't for the expectant looks from everyone, he would have even thought that they could just push through directly instead of going through all this fancy stuff. Ultimately, the diamond-shaped badge on Suyu's chest, combined with the strength of the supernatural ability that Peng Si had sensed earlier, determined the answer. They still managed to persuade the 4 to agree to fight using this plan. Lu Qiu led the way. Suyu approached Song Qinghuan and said, Qinghuan, if there's a chance later, could you let me finish off the first-grade star frog? I want to personally kill a first-grade exotic beast and try it out. Song Qinghuan nodded without hesitation. It wasn't a big deal. Freezing him would allow Suyu to deliver the stab. The two arranged how the first-class star-spotted frog would die. The 4 people in front began to mutter to themselves again. Are we really going to challenge a first-grade exotic beast that's way above our level? The style of the scene feels a bit strange. There was no time for them to overthink it. From the moment everyone stepped into the star frog's domain, a deafening chorus of frogs filled the air all around. The sound seemed to pierce through eardrums. One after another, tongues tens of centimeters thick attacked the crowd. These tongues also have a star-like fluorescence. These fluorescent substances are all toxic to some extent. If they are not detoxified within half an hour of contact, they will turn into a puddle of thick liquid. However, after so many years of alien invasion, almost everyone has the ability to cure the star poison. Lu Qiu immediately charged ahead. His clothes burst open as he rose, his entire upper body swelled up, and at the same time, it gradually turned grayish-brown. Looking at Lu Qiu's muscles, Suyu sighed. In his previous life, people would definitely say that these muscles were made with drugs. While Lu Qiu blocked the first wave of attacks, Peng Si and Xiaowei also launched an attack on the 3-meter-long spotted frog. 3 large nets and 3 long arrows simultaneously attacked the star frog. As the battle began, Song Qinghuan took out a silver short stick from her waist and flicked it lightly. The short stick instantly began to change, elongating section by section, with the top unfolding to form a spearhead. In the blink of an eye, Song Qinghuan, dressed in white and wielding a silver spear, rushed out. At that moment, he exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, so handsome. As if to lighten the burden on Suyu and the others, Song Qinghuan moved forward with her feet lightly touching the ground. They even helped them kill 2 spotted frogs. Immediately afterwards, the silver spear struck the disgusting, sticky tongue, which was the size of a tree trunk. A flash of blue crossed Song Qinghuan's eyes. A chill emanated from the spear, instantly freezing the tongue of the first-grade star-spotted frog. It is even continuing to spread throughout its entire body. Song Qinghuan didn't hold back and fired several shots in succession, freezing a spot on the star frog with each shot. Seeing that the time was right, Song Qinghuan turned around and glanced at Suyu. Suyu immediately understood, and while cutting off a tongue with his dagger, he launched himself towards the first-grade star frog. The knife arrives when the person arrives. The dagger slid down around the star-shaped frog's neck. The spotted frog's hideous head fell off with a thud. Meanwhile, the 4 people on the other side, who hadn't even finished killing 10 ordinary spotted frogs, were stunned in place. Isn't this a little too easy? Chapter 20 Harvest. After finishing off the star frog, Suyu then took out his camera from his pocket. Seeing that there were still a few spotted frogs to deal with, Song Qinghuan flashed past, leaving several streaks of silver light. The remaining spotted frogs all fell silent. Seeing the girl in white holding a gun calmly with one hand, Peng Si and the other 3 were stunned. They had previously thought that giving up 50% of the spoils and battle damage contribution points was a loss for them. Now it seems that we were all just there for show. This girl alone is enough to deal with this first-grade exotic beast. Song Qinghuan sheathed her spear, looked at the 4 of them and smiled faintly. This star frog has just broken through. That's why it was so easy for me to deal with. If I had given it a little more time to digest the power it gained from its advancement, it will take me a lot of effort to deal with it. The four people nodded numbly. On the other side, Suyu, who already knew Song Qinghuan's strength, was focusing his camera on the first-grade star frog. With a click, the last roll of film for the day was used up. Congratulations, host, for entering the star-spotted frog first-rank exotic beast into your encyclopedia. You have received a plus 10 HP bonus fixed reward and a plus 100 strength attribute bonus. Total number of mythical beast entries added to the encyclopedia, 210. Host, would you like to claim your reward now? Putting aside the excitement brought by the 100 plus attribute bonus, Suyu calmly replied in his mind, I will not claim it for now. A single boost of 10 points in chi and blood is enough to produce a very noticeable change in his chi. Up to a third of the power increase will also require time to master. Claiming the reward now is clearly not the right time. After taking the photos, Suyu called the others over to clean up the scene. Soon everyone distributed the spoils, and the bodies at the scene were cleaned up. I wonder if Song Qinghuan's displayed strength was too terrifying. The four of them were rushing back to school to submit their assignments. They didn't exchange many words before parting ways. Peng Si and his three companions quickly made their way back to the city following the map. Lu Qiu asked, somewhat puzzled, speaking of Peng Si, now that we've encountered such a genius, shouldn't we invite them on behalf of the school? I remember the teacher specifically mentioned this during the holidays. Lu Qiu's words drew stares from the four men, as if they were looking at a fool. Do you think that with Song Qinghuan's abilities, even if she wanted to go to our school, we would dare to accept her? If our school dares to accept them, will other schools agree? Each person's comment made Lu Qiu blush, so he stiffened his neck and said, then Suyu is also an option. I think he'd be a good fit for our school. This time, no one said much. Judging from his performance just now, Suyu's practical skills are indeed within the range of their school's admission requirements. Of course, the fact that the opposing team has such a young tactician is also a huge plus. Peng thought for a moment, then said quietly, you might not believe it if I told you. I also sense the fluctuations of supernatural power in Suyu. Moreover, I feel that my superpower is roughly the same type as Song Qinghuan's. Even if it's slightly different, it won't be by much. After he finished speaking, Lu Qiu stopped talking. Everyone kept their heads down and hurried on their way. This time, the four of them were truly discouraged when they entered the wilderness. Even the joy of completing a final assignment is gone. Suyu looked at his personal contribution line, which showed that he had participated in killing a first-grade alien beast, and the corners of his mouth turned up. At the same time, he also gained access to the sea level area. Suyu opened the bracelet and grinned foolishly at his personal panel. Song Qinghuan quietly approached him and said, don't even think about entering the sea level area. If you run that way, I'll definitely knock you out. Suyu's smile suddenly froze. He immediately patted his chest and assured them, how could I possibly be so foolish as to enter a sea level area? Please rest assured, Song Qinghuan, I will absolutely not voluntarily enter the sea level area before I become a martial artist. He. Song Qinghuan expressed deep skepticism about this. Is there more to come? She asked. Suyu shook his head, I told you I'm very self-aware. I've already participated in killing a first-grade alien beast today, so I can go back now. Upon hearing this, Song Qinghuan nodded in satisfaction. The two pulled up a map on their wristbands and started heading back. On the way, Suyu asked curiously, Qinghuan, where did you buy that spear? Song Qinghuan said apologetically, I can't give this to you right now, Suyu. Black lines appeared on Suyu's forehead. What does this girl mean? She's making it sound like I'm asking for something the moment I open my mouth. That's not what I meant. I meant you looked really cool with that long spear. Song Qinghuan blushed slightly, really? The long spear was a reward given to me by the principal after I ranked among the top 3 in the city's joint examinations for 5 consecutive years. Suyu stopped talking and kept his head down as he continued on his way. As for me, Lao Su, I've never even been in the top 100 of the whole school, and I've even removed the principal's tires. It's best to give up on the idea of using a spear as soon as possible. It took almost an hour and a half. On the way, they encountered another yellow-eyed rabbit, which Song Qinghuan easily dealt with. When Suyu was being inspected outside the wilderness, the soldier in charge of the inspection noticed that Suyu's personal information showed that he had participated in killing a first-grade alien beast, and gave him a second look. After Suyu and Song Qinghuan walked away, Another soldier approached and asked, "Boss, this guy named Suyu is pretty impressive. An 18-year-old junior tactician, capable of participating in the killing of a first-grade alien beast, what do you think? Should we try to recruit him into our Northwest military region?" The man shook his head. "Don't rush, observe for a while. You should know that the girl who went into the wilderness with him is named Song Qinghuan. He is now one of the geniuses that Tianyuan City is focusing on. It is said that during the last training camp, several geniuses from Tianyuan City worked together in Zone C to kill a third-grade alien beast." "Wow! Is that girl that fierce?" Several soldiers around gasped in surprise. The leading man nodded. "So we still don't know if it's due to Suyu's own abilities. They should come again tomorrow. Send one of you to follow them and see. If they really have the ability, we certainly can't let such a genius go. I heard that the leader is also vying for Song Qinghuan. If we can win over Suyu, given their relationship, it might be a bargaining chip." As he spoke, the leading man added, "But none of that matters. The most important thing is that Suyu himself has the strength. Otherwise, inviting this child would only harm the child." "Got it, boss. I'll go with them tomorrow." Chapter 21 Bagua. Suyu was escorted home by a certain girl. He was sitting in the living room, being interrogated by several uncles and aunts from the neighborhood. "Tell me, where did you go after you finished assessing the tacticians today?" What happened to Suyu in the assessment hall has now spread like wildfire throughout Tianyuan City. A genius has emerged in Tianyuan City who is about to be accepted as a disciple by a tactical master, leading many to exclaim that Tianyuan City has finally seen a surge of geniuses in recent years. When the uncles and aunts in Suyu's neighborhood found out, he immediately went to the market, slaughtered a pig, and brought wine to Suyu's house to celebrate with Suyu. They thought Suyu would come home to report the good news as soon as he finished the assessment, but they didn't expect him to return until it was almost dark. The pretty girl escorted Suyu all the way into the residential area, and only turned to leave after he went upstairs. The gossip spirit in these uncles and aunts was completely ignited. Wu's mechanical pupils gleamed. Suyu was utterly exasperated. It wasn't like they were interrogating a prisoner. Was it really necessary to deliberately increase the brightness? "I know you always use this method to scare the kids upstairs. After we finished our assessment, we went to the wilderness." Before the uncles and aunts could ask any more questions, Suyu continued to tell them everything. "Our homeroom teacher was afraid I'd go out into the wilderness and do something reckless, so he asked Qinghuan to keep an eye on me more often. She went to the wilderness today mainly to prevent me from getting myself into trouble and committing suicide." The small house was surrounded by more than 3 layers of people when one of the uncles said something. "Your homeroom teacher really knows you well." Suyu immediately decided she didn't want to cooperate anymore. Several uncles and aunts asked some other questions out of curiosity before letting Suyu off the hook. Suyu only learned this from the conversation. During the time he was killing strange beasts in the wilderness, these uncles and aunts had already gone to Song Qinghuan's neighborhood to investigate. If we're really talking about information, they probably know more than I do. "Tisk, little Suyu, you'd better work hard. Qinghuan's mother already said so. She doesn't object to you two being together, but she's also afraid that Qinghuan will end up like her mother, living a life of widowhood." Suyu's little head was full of question marks. "Huh? What are you talking about?" So they didn't just go to the neighborhood to investigate, they even went to Song Qinghuan's house? And what does it mean to live like a widow? Do you look down on your nephew that much? On the other side, Song Qinghuan's house was also surrounded by many people, 3 layers deep. Song Qinghuan's face remained flushed as she faced the questions from the uncles and aunts. Her mother watched with a smile. While the entire Tianyuan city was gossiping about Song Qinghuan and Suyu, only one person is destined to be heartbroken. At Zhang Shijing's house, the sound of fists hitting the sandbag grew louder with each blow. Zhang Shijing's father listened outside the door and said to his wife, "It's all right, everyone experiences heartbreak when they're young. Just let the child process it on their own." Zhang Shijing's mother nodded, then said in an even softer voice, "I saw the photos of those 2 kids in the group chat today, and you know what, they're a perfect match." Bang! 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 Zhang Shijing increased the force with which he pounded the sandbag. After sending the several drunk uncles and aunts home one by one, Suyu finally had time to lie down in bed and rest for a while. With his eyes closed, Suyu had a genuine smile on his face. Although the world is full of dangers, the warmth these uncles and aunts brought him was something he had never experienced before. Thinking of this, Suyu rubbed his face and got up to claim the system reward. I closed my eyes and experienced it. Suyu threw a punch, and the speed and power were noticeably increased. The bonuses from attribute increases and health increases don't seem to overlap. In other words, the benefits that my improved blood and chi have brought to my overall qualities have not yet been fully realized. Suyu hung up the sandbag and threw a powerful punch, displaying a force he had never shown before. I don't want to waste any opportunity to improve. He immediately began practicing the body refining technique in the room, mobilizing his chi and blood. In the martial arts era, every child had to learn 2 techniques from the time they became aware of the world. One breathing technique connects with heaven and earth, mobilizes the body's chi and blood, and enhances chi and blood circulation. Another technique is the body refining technique, which lays a solid foundation for improving chi and blood through breathing exercises. At the same time, the chi and blood gained from the breathing technique can be gradually transformed into a substantial improvement in physical fitness. The 2 techniques complement each other. After unlocking the first limit of human potential, it is time to break through the first shackle and become a martial artist. Once you become a martial artist, new techniques will be available to improve your skills. Previously, no matter how long Suyu practiced the breathing techniques and body refining methods, the effects were minimal. So for the past week, he has devoted all his energy to sorting out his chaotic memories. At this moment, Suyu was in the room following the body refining technique, circulating his chi and blood while making some strange movements. From time to time, there were sounds like firecrackers exploding from my arms, calves, thighs, and joints. In less than 10 minutes, Suyu was already covered in sweat, and his clothes were soaked through. Every forwarding of a message required Suyu to grit his teeth and endure it, but the more he did so, the brighter his eyes became. He finally felt the progress brought about by cultivating the body refining technique. In his memory, it seemed that from a very young age, his practice of the body refining technique was just like doing calisthenics, without any reaction. Suyu became more and more energetic as he practiced, and the firecracker-like sounds emanating from his body grew louder and louder. Outside, Sujun heard the commotion inside Suyu's room and sighed, if only I could get you more blood crystals. The next morning, Suyu was still dazed when she heard a lot of chattering in the living room. When she got up and opened the door, she found Song Qinghuan being warmly surrounded by Aunt Wu and the others. Her face was flushed, and while she was shy, she responded very politely to the warm concern of each of the aunties. Qinghuan, don't look down on Suyu just because he's not doing well now. It's not entirely his fault. That's because he had a hidden illness in his mother's womb when he was a child. If he has the chance to recover, he definitely won't hold you back too much. Suyu leaned against the door, originally intending to see Song Qinghuan make a fool of herself. As he listened, he realized that the joke was actually about himself. It was clear that Aunt Wu was about to reveal all the details about how he wet the bed when he was a child and how he wore open crotch pants into the women's restroom. Suyu coughed twice quickly, cough cough cough. Qinghuan, what brings you here? Song Qinghuan stood up abruptly, as if she had seen a savior. At that moment, Su Jun came out of the kitchen carrying noodles. Come on, let's have breakfast first. Seeing this, Suyu was once again filled with question marks. When did my dad learn to cook? Chapter 22, First Display of His Abilities. Suyu led Song Qinghuan to break through the encirclement. Amidst the genuine, doting smiles of a group of uncles and aunties, I rode my bicycle out of the neighborhood. So, why did you come to see me so early? Suyu asked curiously. Song Qinghuan replied matter-of-factly, I knew you would definitely go to the wilderness today, so I had to come early to keep an eye on you. Are you really that obedient to your teacher? Suyu continued to ask. Song Qinghuan thought about it seriously, that's not entirely true. I'm also afraid you'll go out into the wilderness and do something reckless. You're my best friend. Suyu didn't do anything reckless and continued the conversation along this topic. He changed the subject and asked, so, you came once today, but you won't dare to come again, will you? Song Qinghuan immediately shook her head, no, I think the uncle and aunt are very warm and welcoming. Although I didn't know how to answer many of their questions, I really liked them. As she spoke, she continued, my mom asked me last night when you're coming to our house to play. Suyu paused noticeably while pedaling the bicycle. Do you have time? If you have time, take me there. No, my progress is still too slow. I'll just give up when Aunt Wu and the others at home say I'm not good enough. When we go to Song Qinghuan's house, I can't let the uncles and aunts there say that I'm not good enough. Suyu's desire to improve his strength grew even stronger. The two of them arrived at the steel gate with ease. As Suyu was passing through the checkpoint, a square-faced soldier approached him. "Hello, Suyu. I am Yang Kai, a corporal from the Northwest Sirius Legion. Do you mind if I follow behind you today?" Suyu didn't react for a moment, and he looked at Song Qinghuan. Song Qinghuan nodded, and Suyu replied, "No problem." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll keep my distance and won't bother you." After Suyu and Song Qinghuan had gone into the wilderness for several dozen meters, Yang Kai slowly followed behind. "What's going on?" Suyu asked. "If any promising newcomer is discovered in any of the major war zones but we are unsure about their potential, we will keep an eye on them. They must have noticed your record of participating in the killing of a first-grade alien beast yesterday, so they want to examine it closely today. Many geniuses are accompanied when they first enter the wilderness. This is to assess their actual strength and provide them with appropriate protection," Song Qinghuan explained. "Have you encountered this before?" Suyu asked curiously. Song Qinghuan shook her head. "No, the teachers at our training camp don't allow them to come along, for fear that they will snatch people away." Suyu remained silent. Song Qinghuan said, "Suyu, you can show more of your strength today. Even if you don't join the Northwest Sirius Military Academy, you will still benefit greatly. For example, if they really like you, Peking University will probably be anxious." A sly glint appeared in Song Qinghuan's eyes. Suyu was stunned, realizing for the first time that this girl was actually quite cunning. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly. In the time that follows, under the constant supervision of Corporal Yang Kai, Suyu demonstrated his solid theoretical knowledge. Every little thing can become evidence for him to judge the situation of the strange beast. In actual combat, Suyu's combat skills, clearly derived from military training, and his proficient dagger skills impressed Yang Kai. Although, I don't understand why Suyu takes a picture after killing a monster. But Yang Kai had already formed a preliminary judgment in his mind. After receiving the information, the sergeant in charge of the checkpoint immediately related to the admissions office of the Northwest Sirius Military Academy. With outstanding combat skills and strong theoretical knowledge, he passed the assessment for junior tactician at the age of 18. Even if his talent for cultivation is lacking, we can use resources to train him to become a third-grade martial artist, or even break through to the third-grade martial artist level. Suyu is absolutely qualified to build an elite beast hunting team with him as the core. There's also the added bonus of his relationship with Song Qinghuan. Not long after, the admissions office sent back a message. "We must attract Suyu to join the Northwest Sirius Military Academy, the sooner the better." The 3 exclamation marks are enough to prove how much the Northwest Sirius Military Academy's admissions office values Suyu. In the wilderness, Suyu stopped after killing more than 10 alien beasts. Total entry into the Beast Encyclopedia, 1110 rewards pending. Having completed his first system task, Suyu couldn't wait to go home and see what the reward was. Not only that, but there are also 10 points of chi and blood, 60 points of agility, and 20 points of strength waiting to be claimed. If it weren't for the limitations on the encyclopedia entry, Suyu would have loved to stay in this wilderness. "Let's go back. The homeroom teacher is organizing another round tomorrow, so we need to save our energy," Suyu said. Song Qinghuan nodded, and the two pulled up a map and started heading back. On the way back, she looked at Suyu several times. In fact, she encouraged Suyu to showcase himself more in front of Yang Kai. She also wanted to see just how much strength Suyu was hiding. After a day of observation, she had formed a general judgment in her mind. Even disregarding his humanities scores, Suyu's martial arts achievements could barely rank him among the top 100 in Tianyuan City. Of course, according to Suyu, he recently absorbed a piece of blood crystal. Song Qinghuan believes that Suyu will have another period of improvement if he increases his blood and chi enough in the blood crystal. It's not impossible for Suyu to break into the top 30. The top 30 in Tianyuan City are all geniuses who are just one step away from breaking through the shackles of martial arts. The top 20 have a combined chi and blood of 150, and are ready to break through to the martial artist level at any time, but they are doing so in order to unleash more of their potential. Almost no students would choose to break through to the martial artist level before the college entrance examination, except for those geniuses who already have 200 chi and blood before even entering the martial artist level. The top 10 geniuses in Tianyuan City are all above 180, and their scores are close to 200. As they pondered, the two had already left the wilderness. At the checkpoint, the sergeant major walked over with a smile. "Suyu, let me formally introduce myself. I am Jing Yao, a first-class sergeant major from the Northwest Tianlang military region." "Hello, Commander Jing." Suyu also extended his right hand. Don't be so formal, just call me Brother Jing. Would you be interested in joining our Northwest Sirius Military Academy? Jing Yao made no attempt to hide his purpose. I can assure you that the same resources that the 4 top military academies can promise you, our Northwest Sirius Military Academy can do as well. And when you finish your sophomore year, we will build an elite hunting team based on you to venture into the wilderness. Once you finish your junior year, you can directly join the Frontline Legion and become a frontline officer, commanding at least a battalion of troops. After hearing about all the benefits, Suyu was tempted. What he needs most is to kill strange beasts and obtain their life essence. The more he kills, the faster he improves. Military academies could meet his needs. Chapter 23 Talent Advancement. Seeing that Suyu was seriously considering it, Jing Yao also knew that he couldn't give an answer immediately. He laughed and said, "Don't rush to reply. You can always come up with a better idea later." "Okay, thank you, Brother Jing. I'll think about it carefully," Suyu said earnestly. After exchanging contact information, Suyu and Song Qinghuan left the checkpoint. At the checkpoint, Yang Kai asked, puzzled, "Brother, Suyu was just tempted, why don't we step up our efforts?" Jing Yao shook his head. Young people will naturally be interested when they first hear it. We want them to join, but that doesn't mean we want to trick them into joining. Military Academy and the 4 major colleges are completely different choices, and he needs to consider them carefully. Even if he just agreed to us, we can't actually sign a contract. It's better to leave a good impression than to do that. On the way back, Song Qinghuan asked curiously, "Suyu, are you tempted?" Actually, the things they promise you can also be found at the top 4 universities. If you study tactics under Professor Zhu Beiyun, you might be able to enter the highest decision-making department of the human race after graduation. Having heard countless schools make all sorts of extravagant promises, Song Qinghuan rationally analyzed the situation for Suyu. Suyu nodded and smiled. "Actually, it's not the pouring out of these resources that's what moved me. I am more excited about being able to enter the wilderness and the desolate battlefield ahead of time." Song Qinghuan looked at him. "Suyu, you seem to really want to annihilate all the alien beasts and races." Suyu smiled and said, "Don't you want to?" "Oh right." Song Qinghuan suddenly realized that this was the wish of all humankind. Once again, he escorted Suyu to the entrance of the residential area. Even though he knew Suyu wouldn't return to the wilderness this time. But Song Qinghuan still used this as an excuse to send him home. This time, Aunt Wu and Uncle Li did not look upstairs again. Instead, a group of people were waiting at the entrance of the residential area. "Hey! Suyu's back, and Qinghuan too. Qinghuan, why don't you come up and sit for a while? You went to the wilderness today, why don't you go up and rest for a while before going home? Let me tell you, your aunt used to study at New Oriental. Why don't you stay for dinner today?" Song Qinghuan still found it difficult to reciprocate the hospitality of Aunt Wu and Uncle Li. She was just about to say that her mother was waiting for her to come home for dinner. Aunt Wu, holding her phone, said, "Qinghuan, your mother said it's fine. She won't cook for you today, but she wants you to come home early tonight. In my opinion, your mother should come over for dinner too. Why bother cooking? It's only a 10-minute bike ride away." Completely bewildered, Song Qinghuan was pushed upstairs by Aunt Wu. She looked at Suyu with a puzzled expression. Suyu shrugged and said, "See? That's how amazing my aunt is." A strange atmosphere permeated the dinner table that night. After finishing her meal, Song Qinghuan carried a large pile of food downstairs. Suyu followed behind and took even more things. "Why do you even have to take the pickled radishes home?" "They're just from the storefront," he said, completely baffled. Song Qinghuan smiled shyly. She took Suyu home, and Suyu took her home in the evening. As they approached the residential area, Suyu decisively braked. He strapped his bags to the back of his bicycle and said somewhat fearfully, "I won't go. I'm afraid I won't be able to get back tonight. I need to go to bed early tonight because I have to go into the wilderness again tomorrow." Song Qinghuan blinked her big eyes, unable to suppress a smile. She nodded, "Okay, you should go back now." After thinking for a moment, she forced a fierce look and said, "You need to go home, don't run around. I'll confirm with my uncle later." So you looked helpless. "Am I really that much of a worry for you? And when did you add my dad's contact information?" Song Qinghuan nodded, "Yes, I added it this morning." The two parted ways. Suyu returned home and dutifully filmed a video to send to Song Qinghuan. Song Qinghuan replied with okay and sent a voice message telling him to get some rest. The Soviet troops clicked their tongues in amazement at this. TSK, this is nothing, and you already need to report in real time? Son, you haven't learned your father's skills. Suyu ignored the warning and went straight back to his room. What skills could he possibly have that he has to report to his mom even to play a game? Back in his room, Suyu calmed himself down and summoned the system. Claim your reward. Congratulations, host, for completing 1010 of the Beast Compendium and earning the title of low-level collector. Reward received, cultivation talent level increased by 1. Total number of mythical beast entries added to the Monster Encyclopedia, 11,100. With a bang. Suyu jumped up, but because he didn't control his strength, his head hit the ceiling. Outside, Sujun roared, "You little brat, are you trying to destroy the house?" Suyu ignored it and continued to collect the rewards he received for entering the illustrations today. Having received another boost to his chi and blood, Suyu's chi and blood became even more abundant. Clenching his fists, a crackling sound rang out. Without hesitation, Suyu immediately began cultivating the body refining technique as his chi and blood improved. 3 hours later, Suyu collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Panting, Suyu brought up his personal panel. Name, Suyu. Talent, E. Superpower, Ice Age Incomplete. Title, Low-Level Tactician, Low-Level Illustrated Book Collector. Skills, Tactical Understanding Master, Beast Encyclopedia Proficient, Bicycle Riding Skills Intermediate. Physical Strength High Dimensional Attribute, 131 Health. Spirit Higher Dimensional Attribute, 300 Hz. Strength Low Dimensional Attribute, 350. Agility Low Dimensional Attribute, 300. The talent level has been upgraded from F to E, and 2 more low-level titles have been added. In addition to the direct gains, the strength and agility attributes have also seen a significant increase due to the improvement in health. With a tangible increase in strength, Suyu was extremely excited, but then he remembered the strength that Song Qinghuan had displayed that day. He immediately calmed down. Let alone being the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination, he was still some distance from being the top scorer in Tianyuan City. After taking a shower, Suyu sat cross-legged again and began practicing breathing techniques, something he hadn't done for many days. As it turns out, his talent for cultivation, whether it's F or E, is utterly useless. I still can't feel much improvement in my blood and energy levels. With a long sigh, Suyu still sat cross-legged and cultivated for more than an hour. Although he's still useless, at least he's improved, right? And who knows, one day my cultivation talent might even be able to reach SSS level. At that time, all the hardships you endure now will become the foundation for your future success. With self-comfort, Suyu calmed down considerably. Chapter 24. Have they no shame at all? The next morning. Suyu didn't quite understand why Song Qinghuan would come to his house to wait for him even when he was at school. Even in romance novels, shouldn't the protagonist be the one waiting for them downstairs at their house? Song Qinghuan saw Suyu. Suyu, has your chi and blood improved again? She asked with delight. Suyu nodded. These past 2 days, when I practiced the breathing technique and body refining technique, I could feel my blood and chi improving. It's probably an effect of the blood crystal. Song Qinghuan's eyes sparkled. Suyu. This is also a manifestation of talent. Seeing that the girl was even happier than he was, Suyu nodded in agreement. I couldn't bear to tell her that I could only get a maximum of 15 units of chi and blood from a single blood crystal. TSK, how embarrassing. Class 7, Grade 12, Tianyuan Number 8 Middle School. Lu Long approached Suyu mysteriously. Brother Suyu, I have a surprise for you. Suyu glanced at him. What's wrong? Has your chi and blood improved? Lu Long nodded vigorously. 5 o'clock. My dad spent over 1,000,000 yuan to buy a chi and blood pill. My chi and blood have now officially reached 130. Now I'm not afraid of not having a school that will accept me. Brother Suyu, you'll stay right behind me when we go to the wilderness today. I'll protect you, Lu Long said, patting his chest. Suyu nodded. Then I'm entrusting my life and fortune to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Long subconsciously looked at Song Qinghuan. He was somewhat surprised to find that the other party did not intend to stop him. Knowing that no matter how quietly he spoke, Song Qinghuan would hear him, Lu Long wrote on the paper, Brother Suyu, you really won over the school beauty? Suyu glanced at Song Qinghuan. Song Qinghuan smiled gently at him. He put the note away. Lu Long gave a thumbs up. Inside the classroom, everyone was excitedly discussing today's wilderness adventure, making it as noisy as a market. Chang Yong entered the classroom carrying a thermos. He glanced around the class and immediately fell silent. However, Chang Yong didn't say anything this time, that you guys are the noisiest in the whole school. He looked at Suyu from the podium, his gaze carrying a hint of death. Suyu was not surprised at all that he passed the junior tactician assessment. But what Suyu said in front of those old men really got him into serious trouble. Yesterday, I was summoned to the Tianyuan City Tactical Masters Alliance and subjected to a meeting that lasted all day. Today, as soon as I entered the school, the principal pulled me into his office and gave me a good talking to. Suyu faced his deathly gaze with an innocent and naive expression. Ha! Chang Yong suddenly sneered. The whole class fell silent. The next second, Chang Yong's expression returned to normal. Suyu. Very good, please keep it up. You can't let going to university make you more restrained. The way he looked at Suyu at that moment even had a hint of kindness in his eyes. This gave Suyu a chill down his spine. Chang Yong came to terms with it anyway, Suyu would only bother him for another month at most. Once this kid gets to North University, his good classmate will be the one who gives him a headache. I noticed that the homeroom teacher would occasionally reveal a cold smile, but then look at me with a kind and amiable expression. Suyu felt increasingly threatened. Qinghuan, do you think I need to take a day off? We don't really need to go to the wilderness today. Song Qinghuan said earnestly. Suyu, don't worry, your teacher won't harm you. Soon all the students in Class 7 gathered on the playground. Each person had a tactical backpack and a bicycle. Suyu inexplicably felt like she was going on a spring outing. Of course, it would look even more like it if those students carrying broadswords and sledgehammers put away their weapons. In addition to the homeroom teacher Chang Yong, martial arts instructor Niu Ji also went along. With two teachers leading the way, the entire class of 22 set off into the wilderness. We arrived at the large Iron Gate checkpoint. Because it was a class activity, Chang Yong had already registered in advance. After checking it himself, he led everyone directly into the wilderness. After entering the wilderness, Chang Yong led everyone straight to the assessment site used by Tianyuan No. 8 Middle School. Before entering the territory of the alien beasts, Chang Yong gathered everyone together. Today we are divided into 4 groups, with 5 people in each group. Each group's mission is to kill 10 alien beasts within 8 hours. Zhang Shizhang raised his hand. Teacher, there are 22 students in our class, and there are 2 vacancies. Chang Yong looked at Suyu. Suyu, you're paired with Song Qinghuan. Your task is to avoid getting injured. As soon as he finished speaking, many people burst out laughing. More often than not, people looked at him with envy, jealousy, and hatred. But it was just a matter of glancing at it a couple of times. Having declined a direct recruitment offer from Peking University, Suyu, the youngest tactician in Tianyuan City, is no longer someone they can laugh at. Their only consolation was that, thankfully, Suyu's martial arts talent was utterly terrible. Otherwise, I wouldn't even dare to laugh out loud right now. Suyu looked helpless at the homeroom teacher's arrangement. He then looked at Lu Long, who was filled with envy, and shrugged. It's not that I don't want you to protect me, it's that the teacher won't give me the chance. Lu Long looked heartbroken. Next, Chang Yong began to group everyone according to their abilities. Suyu stood honestly with Song Qinghuan. Do we also have to kill 10 strange beasts? He asked. Song Qinghuan nodded. Yes, this is considered an exam before graduation, and it needs to be recorded in the file. Suyu thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Qinghuan, I want to discuss something with you. Zhang Shizhang, the team leader, watched as Suyu and Song Qinghuan leaned against each other, seemingly discussing something. His eyes burned with the flames of jealousy, and his fists were clenched tightly. Suyu. You just wait, I'll prove I'm more suitable for Qinghuan than you. After dividing the group into teams, Chang Yong didn't waste any time. All right. You can officially begin hunting the alien beasts now. As soon as the words were spoken, the group of teenagers, weapons in hand and eyes filled with both excitement and nervousness, rushed into the territory of the alien beasts. Chang Yong, watching from behind, shook his head and said, TSK, he doesn't remember anything he learned from the book. He then looked at Suyu. Aren't you going to set off yet? Suyu asked sincerely, Teacher, would you like me to demonstrate the reconnaissance techniques described in the book? Chang Yong's face darkened. Get out. Suyu and Song Qinghuan immediately slipped away. Teacher Niu, you'll be with groups 3 and 4, I'll be with groups 1 and 2, along with Qinghuan and Suyu, Chang Yong said. Oh, by the way, did Suyu absorb the blood crystal? I feel his chi and blood have improved a lot, Teacher Nyoji asked. Shangyang nodded. That should be the case, but even if this kid's chi and blood have improved, he might not be any different from before. Suyu's image as a combat idiot has become deeply ingrained in people's minds. On the other side, the four teams had only explored less than 100 meters when they immediately encountered the strange beasts. As for Suyu and Song Qinghuan, as soon as the strange beast showed its head, Song Qinghuan pointed her spear at it. Frozen. Suyu leisurely followed and finished him off with a finishing blow. This scene left the other 20 people dumbfounded. Chapter 25 Taking Action. Shangyong and Nyoji, who followed behind, saw this scene and their eyelids twitched and their mouths twitched. That kid. Shangyong gritted his teeth. Song Qinghuan could have finished him off with a single shot, but he insisted on slowly finishing him off himself. Isn't this just blatantly provoking your classmates? And Song Qinghuan, is your superpower meant to deal with these low-grade alien beasts? The wilderness trial was initially quite tense. Suyu's outburst instantly made it seem inexplicably absurd. Zhang Shizhang caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye. He swung the long sword in his hand even more forcefully. They didn't even care about the promise of prioritizing cooperation. However, he also showed the gap between himself and others. With a few quick movements, he forcefully took a hit from the fire-eyed sheep and successfully severed the beast's head with a single strike. After dealing with the beast, he looked at Suyu with a provocative expression. At this moment, Suyu was taking pictures of the strange beast with his camera. Beside her, Song Qinghuan looked at Suyu with a smile on her face. Zhang Shizhang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Without taking a break, he said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and finish dealing with the corpses, then we'll continue exploring." After taking the photos, Suyu remained calm in the face of the disdainful looks from the group of people. He even stopped to take a closer look at the group of strange beasts he had encountered. Clearly, the school put a lot of effort into their trials. The first batch of strange beasts encountered were mostly harmless. There is no threat like that of the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit, where one could easily have their throat slit if they are not careful. They skillfully handled the corpse. Suyu called out in Lulong's direction, "Lulong, I'm leaving first. Be careful." Upon hearing this, Lulong, who was slowly grinding away at the strange beast, silently buried himself in his work. I don't want to pay any attention to him. So what if he has a great partner? He looks down on his brother. Changyang watched from afar and suddenly began to regret pairing Suyu with Song Qinghuan. If I wasn't afraid you'd drag others down, would I have let you off so easily? He didn't want to look at Suyu any longer. In the time that follows, the strange beasts that appeared became increasingly ferocious, and some students began to get injured as a result. However, Changyang did not help them just because they were injured. He wasn't even prepared to take action if it meant losing an arm or a leg. If you can't even pass this little trial, then you'd better not go into the wilderness in the future. It's better to lose an arm or a leg than to lose your life. Of course, this excludes the person who followed Song Qinghuan in delivering the final blow. While other groups managed to kill a maximum of 4 monsters. Song Qinghuan and Suyu, carrying 10 different parts of strange beasts, leisurely returned to Changyang's side. Those areas were still covered in frost. Suyu once again received a disdainful look from the students of Class 7, Grade 3. Regardless of whether he is a genius or not, at least based on his current behavior, everyone both despises and envies him. If given the choice, who wouldn't want a beautiful partner who was both capable and gentle? Spurred on, squad leader Zhang Shizhang sped up again. Soon, the trial was drawing to a close. The strange beasts they faced were becoming increasingly dangerous. Suyu yawned listlessly. At this moment, Changyang said, "Song Qinghuan, could you please look after Group 4? Teacher Lu Ji, you can just follow Group 3. The two nodded and moved forward, trying to get as close as possible to the two groups. The bears, snakes, and leopards that these groups are now facing are extremely dangerous. They must be constantly vigilant and ready to snatch them back from the clutches of death. It was precisely because of Song Qinghuan that Class 7 only needed 2 teachers to lead the trial this time. One team was led by Zhang Shizhang, who himself had the ability to pass the trials on his own. This way, the other 3 groups can each keep an eye on one. Oh, and Suyu needs to be kept an eye on. Thinking it over, Changyang looked at Suyu and saw that the other was looking at him expectantly. He was speechless and asked, "What do you want to say?" "So, which group am I responsible for overseeing?" Changyang glanced at him but said nothing more. "What are you doing? Don't you have any self-awareness?" Suyu understood immediately, then I'll join group 2. Upon hearing this, Changyang almost lost his footing and fell off the tree trunk. He thought for a moment and said impatiently, you'll be in the same group. Stay away and learn a thing or two about the squad leader's fighting skills. Don't think that just because Song Qinghuan is by your side now, you can rest easy. You will also be facing strange beasts alone from now on. Alright. Suyu's voice was still ringing in the background when he had already dashed out. Chen Yong was taken aback and asked hesitantly, why does this kid seem to have improved his speed quite a bit? Not far away, Suyu caught up with Zhang Shizhang and the others. It was originally a designated assessment area, and all the strange beasts along the way had been cleared away, so Chang Yong felt reassured to let him follow. And after Suyu caught up, things really did turn out just as Chang Yong had said. He landed on a tree branch not far away and carefully observed Zhang Shizhang and his companions fighting the strange beast. A group of 5 people, 1 with a shield, 2 with spears, 1 with a bow and arrow, and Zhang Shizhang with a long sword leading the attack. I watched for a while. Suyu frowned, because Zhang Shizhang was strong enough in person and had an overly strong desire to fight alone. The other 4 people, on the contrary, became a burden to him. If it weren't for these 4 people, Zhang Shizhang would probably have had an easier time dealing with this Green King Mang on his own. After a 10-minute struggle, Cheng Wangmong was finally defeated. However, 2 people were knocked down by the giant tail of the Green King Python. One was pale, and the other could no longer lift his arm. Suyu watched calmly from behind without making a sound. Regardless of the reason, their injuries ultimately stemmed from their own lack of skill. This also allowed them to witness firsthand the consequences of being weak and dragging others down. Suyu felt an even greater sense of urgency to improve his strength quickly. As he watched, he mentally compared himself to the characters and reflected on his own performance. Not long after, the group encountered the last of the strange beasts, the earth jackals. With a body over 3 meters long and an earthy yellow color, it is called the earth jackal because it can perfectly blend into the ground when it lies dormant. Zhang Shizhang's expression turned serious. The earth jackal is one of the most difficult to deal with among ordinary mythical beasts. When they are seriously injured, they often unleash a fighting spirit that is ready to fight to the death. Li Hao, Jiang Wei, you 2 are injured, stand back a bit. Yang Shu, Jiang Wei, you 2 will keep me in check, Zhang Shizhang instructed. The 2 injured people wanted to continue, but they didn't have time to speak. Zhang Shizhang had already rushed out. As the longsword clashed with the earth jackal, Zhang Shizhang rolled away time and again to dodge its attacks. Suyu made a rough assessment and concluded that Zhang Shizhang had the advantage in both speed and strength. Just as he expected, Zhang Shizhang quickly gained the upper hand. However, when they saw the jackal with its head down, panting heavily, its whole body covered in blood, the 2 injured men once again considered getting involved. The 3 were gradually surrounding and killing the earth jackal. Li Hao charged straight ahead, spear in hand. Seeing Li Hao approaching, the jackal instantly disregarded Zhang Shizhang and the others' attacks, its eyes turning bloodshot as it pounced on the fierce man. At that moment, the earth jackal pounced on him, and Li Hao, who was already injured, was dumbfounded. Zhang Shizhang, his face contorted with rage, desperately tried to stop the earth jackal. In that instant, no matter how fast he tried, he couldn't stop the jackal from attacking Li Hao. Yang Shu, who was following behind Li Hao, immediately frantically used his bracelet to call for the teacher. Upon receiving the news, Chang Yong rushed over like a gust of wind. When Li Hao was completely stunned by the gaping maw of the earth jackal, he even forgot to use his spear to block it. With a soft thud, a finely crafted, jet black dagger pierced through the jackal's skull. The jackal's blood instantly sprayed all over Li Hao's face. Bang! The heavy corpse of the earth jackal pressed Li Hao to the ground. Li Hao was already injured, and the pressure caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. But he coughed up blood, and everyone else looked relieved. If it weren't for this dagger, which is even more terrifying than a sniper bullet, instantly blasting apart the jackal's mouth and piercing its skull, it's possible that Li Hao's condition is more complex than just vomiting blood. A group of people turned their gaze toward the direction from which the dagger had come. Yang Shu didn't turn around. He let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground, saying with lingering fear, "Thank goodness the teacher arrived." Chapter 26: Snatching People. When Shang Yong arrived at the scene as quickly as possible. Just then, a jet-black dagger blasted through the jackal's mouth like a sniper bullet, piercing its skull. He knew that the dagger was a reward Song Qinghuan had given him at the training camp. He knew even better that Suyu was using this very dagger today. So he looked in that direction at the figure standing on the tree branch. Even though he had already guessed it, he still couldn't quite believe it. At the same time, Zhang Shizhang looked at Suyu, his pupils contracting and his eyes widening. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The other two were also completely stunned and stood there. Yang Shu was a little confused. He got up and reassured everyone, "It's all right, the teacher is coming." No one spoke, and he turned around to look in the direction everyone was looking. Suyu, still sporting that annoying smile, slowly walked towards him. No. No way. Yang Shu stared in disbelief. Li Hao was pinned to the ground, breathing heavily. The other four watched as Suyu passed by them and then retrieved the dagger that was stuck in the tree trunk. Suyu wiped the blood off the dagger and turned around to find his homeroom teacher watching him from a distance. A warm smile immediately appeared on his face. "Hey, teacher, what brings you here?" Chungyang ignored him, glanced at the jackal's corpse, and said, "Dispose of the corpse properly and go back to wait. Your mission is complete." After saying that, he prepared to rush back to the second group. He had already set off, but then stopped and turned back, saying, "Suyu, you go back and wait too. Don't wander around." He glanced at the others and said, "You guys keep an eye on him for me." Several people looked at Suyu with complicated expressions. Suyu looked completely innocent. Did he look like such an immature person? My buddy just saved his classmate. Shouldn't he be praised? Chang Yong had no idea what Suyu was thinking. He reflected on his actions on the way and realized that he had made many mistakes. The first problem is that people assume Zhang Shizhang is capable of facing these monsters alone, forgetting that he may not be capable of leading a team to face them. Not assigning a teacher to accompany him is something he must reflect on and examine when he gets back today. The second reason was that he thought Suyu wasn't very strong and wouldn't run around, so he let him act alone. Although by a twist of fate, Suyu actually helped him salvage his first mistake. But what if Suyu didn't follow the group and left the area on his own? Chun Young dared not even think about it. If a future tactical master were to perish due to his own negligence, he believed that even his death could not undo the loss. While Chang Yong was reflecting on his actions, he suddenly cried out, "Oh no! No way! They're not really going to let this kid major in combat and minor in tactics, are they?" For a moment, Chang Yong wished he could go back and contact Zhuge Yun immediately. They were discussing Suyu's future career path just yesterday. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone gathers. Almost none of the four groups completed the task perfectly. Someone in each group was injured. There was even a sixth person in the group. Now everyone in Class 7 of Grade 3 is talking about this sixth person. Not long after the class gathered, the fact that Suyu had saved Li Hao with a dagger became known to everyone. The homeroom teacher first reflected on his own mistakes. Li Hao's disorganized and undisciplined behavior was also severely criticized. Zhang Shizhang, who was working alone, was also criticized. But Suyu didn't understand why he was being scolded even though he had saved people. "Suyu, although you saved Li Hao this time, do you know how dangerous your actions were? What if you threw the dagger off course? Would you have killed your own classmate? Would you have felt guilty for the rest of your life? I know you've absorbed the blood crystal and made great progress, but everyone needs a long time to hone their control over the power after absorbing the blood crystal. Are you that confident?" As the homeroom teacher spoke, Li Hao, who had been scolded and cried, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Suyu still looked innocent, like a model student. Song Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle. In fact, the homeroom teacher's concerns were not unfounded. He simply did not know that Suyu was a cheat code. After cursing almost everyone, including himself, Chang Yong finally led everyone out of the wilderness. On the way, the crowd, who had been scolded and unable to lift their heads just a moment ago, started discussing it enthusiastically again. So that's why Suyu saved Li Hao, he absorbed the blood crystal. Hiss. I really want to absorb a piece of blood crystal. If I had a piece of blood crystal, I would definitely be able to break through and become a martial artist in one fell swoop. A group of students felt a mixture of envy and jealousy, and many also felt that if they absorbed a piece of blood crystal, the improvement they would receive would be greater than that of Suyu. Suyu ignored these comments. To be honest, he would also feel envious and jealous if he were in their shoes. But he really wanted to tell everyone something. Dude, I didn't rely on blood crystals. One blood crystal gave me a 15-point increase in health and mana. The group emerged from the wilderness and began registering their combat contributions for the day at the checkpoint. Suyu also registered, and as he took the bracelet from the soldier and prepared to leave. "Brother Suyu, what's the class activity today?" Upon hearing the voice, I realized it was Jing Yao, whom I hadn't seen that morning. Seeing this, everyone in Class 7 of Grade 3 looked over curiously. Yeah, I'm graduating soon, and today is the wilderness trial, Suyu replied. Jing Yao smiled and said, Brother Suyu, passing this trial should be a piece of cake for you. By the way, I have some good news for you. The Northwest Sirius Military Academy is willing to pour resources into you to elevate your status to the next level. As long as you are willing to join the Northwest Sirius Military Academy, all resources will be allocated at the S level. We can guarantee that you will reach the level of a 4th grade martial artist. The words fell. Everyone in Class 7 of Grade 3 was stunned. Guaranteed to reach the 4th rank of martial artist, someone murmured to themselves. Becoming a 4th rank martial artist is the lifelong dream of many of them. The Northwest Sky Wolf Military Academy took the initiative to invite Suyu? Doesn't the military academy value combat effectiveness the most? Someone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Didn't Suyu just absorb the blood crystal? Amidst the noise, Chang Yong, who was walking ahead, suddenly sharpened his gaze. He took 3 steps at a time to get to Suyu's side. Hello, sir. We students are not at the point of considering this yet. His most important task right now is to prepare for graduation and the college entrance examination. With that, he quickly left with Suyu. Jing Yao smiled, not really bothered, since they had already shown their sincerity. Now it's up to Suyu to decide what to do. Seeing that the others were still confused, Changyang shouted, What are you all standing there for? Are you all satisfied with your performance today? All of you, go back to school and prepare to write self-criticisms. After saying that, he got on his bicycle and set off first. At the same time, there was Suyu, who was being pulled along by him. Along the way, Changyang felt more and more uneasy. The situation is no longer just about combat departments vying for students. Other schools, including military academies, are also trying to poach them. Do these people have no shame? Don't they know that I rejected Peking University's invitation? Fuming with resentment, Changyang pedaled his bicycle faster, leaving the rest of Class 7, Grade 3 far behind. Suyu rode his bicycle without even moving his legs. Chapter 27: The Shattered Dao Heart. Back to school. Changyang asked everyone to reflect on their experience today and to write a 3,000-word self-criticism. After making those arrangements, he left the classroom to make a phone call. Not long after. In an office at Peking University, a professor's loud cursing echoed throughout the entire floor. The students who passed by shrank their necks. Who has provoked Professor Zhuge again? No. I have to go tell my roommate right away that we need to check this semester's assignments a few more times. Class 7, Grade 12, Tianyun No. 8 Middle School. Everyone buried themselves in writing self-criticisms. Suyu is also considering his plans for the next month. I gained another 10 units of qi and blood today. There are still more than 30 days left, enough time for me to break through and become a martial artist with 200 units of qi and blood. There's also a monster encyclopedia. I collected 6 different ones today. With a little effort over the next 30 days, we can definitely complete this stage of the encyclopedia collection task. There's not much difference between F and E, but it shouldn't be too bad by D. After all, a D-grade talent is already at the level of an ordinary person. Sigh, so you felt very sad whenever he thought of this. Who can understand the pain of struggling to reach the level of an ordinary person? As he thought about it, he felt more and more that he couldn't waste any more time at school. Suyu suddenly stood up. Swish, swish, swish. The whole class immediately turned to look at him. Song Qinghuan also cast a questioning glance at her. Suyu smiled innocently and said, I'm going to the restroom. After he finished speaking, everyone in the class looked away. As Suyu walked out of the classroom, Song Qinghuan began to stare blankly, resting her chin on her hand. Squad leader Zhang Shizhang glanced at her from afar, sighed deeply, and then resolutely stood up. He's come to terms with it, whether it's Song Qinghuan or Suyu. Now they are all people he can only look up to. In comparison, the two are becoming increasingly outstanding. He almost caused Li Hao to lose his life today. Therefore, he not only needs to apologize to Li Hao, but also to sincerely thank Suyu. Suyu, who had said she was going to the restroom, went straight to the teacher's office. This left Zhang Shizhang, who had been chasing after him, looking puzzled. What do you want from me? Chang Yon looked at Suyu with a cautious expression as he entered. The other person had a bright smile on their face. Teacher, I'd like to ask you for a favor. He said coldly, tell me first. Teacher, do you think I still need to take high school tactics classes? Suyu asked. He wanted to say he needed it, but instead nodded indifferently and said, no need. Then can I apply to practice at home? Before Suyu could finish speaking, Changyang immediately retorted, you wish. The obedient student finally couldn't keep up the act anymore, and Suyu said with a look of indignation, Teacher, if you keep me at school now, isn't that a waste of my time? Maybe if I practice diligently at home, I can make a breakthrough. Changyang sneered, it would be a miracle if I believed you. Are you planning to cultivate at home? I think you're planning to settle down in the wilderness. Suyu gave a shy smile, pretty much. Pretty much. It's all for self-improvement. Impossible. Teacher, if you're worried, you can let Qinghuan stay with me. Anyway, she's just wasting her time at school. Why should you let Song Qinghuan be your bodyguard? The teacher and students' voices grew louder and louder. Suyu said matter-of-factly, she's willing. Changyang suddenly fell silent. Damn, students these days dare to flaunt their relationships in front of their teachers. Just as he was preparing to dictatorially reject Suyu's idea. Suddenly, Nyoji, the combat sports instructor, glared at Suyu and said, you brat, are you not taking me, your combat sports instructor, seriously now? Upon hearing this, Changyang immediately chimed in, that's right. Your fighting skills are absolutely terrible, and you still want to apply for a leave of absence? You can show off to your classmates now by absorbing blood crystals to improve your blood and chi, but what will you do when you meet someone with the same blood and chi in the future? He was subdued in just a couple of moves? As he was talking, he suddenly noticed a mysterious smile on Suyu's lips. The other person then asked honestly, Teacher, if it's purely a skill-based competition, can I withstand 3 moves from Teacher Nyo? Teacher Nyoji was just about to speak. Changyang immediately interrupted, unless you can get Teacher Nyoji to approve of your fighting skills, don't even think about it. He knew Suyu too well when this guy said something like that, he definitely had a little plan in mind. Teacher Nyoji nodded, feeling there was no problem enduring 3 moves and gaining one's own approval were essentially the same thing. Suyu pouted, looking regretful. 3 moves are great, they don't waste too much time. Seeing this, Changyang secretly sneered. You think you can fool me? He called out to the outside of the office, Zheng Shizheng, go and tell the whole class to assemble on the playground. Some people want to run before they can walk. Today, I'll make you all think carefully about your abilities. Don't take advantage of your talent and show off everywhere. Suyu felt extremely wronged. Honestly, I just wanted to make the most of the last bit of time to improve my skills. Outside the office, Zhang Shizheng paused for a moment, then immediately ran towards the classroom. Back in class. He directly summoned all the students to the playground. Class monitor, why does the teacher want me to go to the playground? A boy with a pointed face and monkey-like features asked as he caught up with him. Maybe they're doing extra combat training, Zhang Shizheng said absent-mindedly. The boy was unconvinced, but asked curiously, Class monitor, did you just go and teach that kid Suyu a lesson? That kid is arrogant because he absorbed the blood crystal. Class monitor, you should teach him a lesson. Zhang Shizheng suddenly stopped, his eyes turning icy. Who are you trying to teach a lesson to? Or should I help you make an appointment? The boy shrank back and walked away dejectedly. Seeing that the class monitor, who usually disliked Suyu the most, had no idea what to do, he had no choice but to continue making fun of Suyu with the others. However, before the conversation could even begin, Song Qinghuan appeared before him again. Suyu is not someone you can afford to offend, and I also don't recommend that you speak ill of him. As she spoke, a chill appeared in Song Qinghuan's eyes. There was even a blue tinge in his eyes. The group noticed frost forming on their noses and quickly waved their hands, saying, Song Qinghuan, you've misunderstood. We didn't mean that. Song Qinghuan ignored her and turned to leave. She always felt that going to the playground was related to Suyu. Zhang Shizheng watched from the side and felt that even when she said harsh words, she was so gentle. Unfortunately, this tenderness had nothing to do with him. Thinking to himself, he called out to Song Qinghuan, Qinghuan, I want to ask you something. If Suyu asked you to take a break from school and go with him to train in the wilderness, would you be willing? Oh, so that's why. Song Qinghuan suddenly realized. She said matter-of-factly, he's going to the wilderness, of course I'm going to follow him. At that moment, Lu Long, who happened to be passing by, seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. Chapter 28 I wonder who has a problem with this. Our Class 7 is a key class at Tianyun No. 8 Middle School. Each of you is a top student in the top 50 of the senior year at Tianyun No. 8 High School. Although one of them isn't in the top 100. Chungyong glanced at Suyu. Suyu grinned at him. You are all the pride of Tianyun No. 8 Middle School, but your performance in the wilderness today has greatly disappointed me. Without comparing with other high schools, your achievements today are far inferior to those of the previous students from Tianyuan No. 8 High School. A group of people lowered their heads as they were being scolded. Only Suyu and Song Qinghuan, one with a harmless smile on his face and the other listening attentively. Therefore, I hope you can recognize your own strengths and weaknesses. With more than a month left, think carefully about what can be improved and what can be addressed. Suyu nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chungyong finally lost his temper. Suyu, you come out here. Arrive. Chungyong's lips twitched. Teacher Nyoji, the rest is up to you. The burly Mr. Nyoji took a step forward. This scene left the students of Class 7, Grade 3 completely puzzled. Teacher Nyoji smiled and said, Suyu from your class feels that he is not learning anything at school, so he has voluntarily asked to take a leave of absence to study at home. Your homeroom teacher has approved the tactics course, but the combat course still needs my approval. Next, I will have a pure skill-based sparring session with Suyu. If any of you see this and think you can do it too, and don't want to take any more combat classes, you can come up here on your own. The words fell. The scene erupted in uproar. A group of people looked at Suyu with disbelief. Has Suyu gone mad? Are you crazy? To have a pure skill-based duel with Teacher Nyoji? Teacher Nyoji is a veteran. No matter what kind of soldier Teacher Nyoji is, this is Suyu. Has he ever passed a combat class before? A group of people were chattering away, but only a few who had been warned by Song Qinghuan dared not utter a sound. At this moment, even Lu Long was a little confused. What had gotten into Suyu that made him go to find Teacher Nyoji to get beaten up? He quickly stopped Suyu and gestured to him with his eyes that it was alright. Teacher Nyoji is a well-known figure at school, a living devil who can hit people without causing injury, but can make them suffer for a month. Suyu smiled and said, You have to believe in your brother Suyu's abilities. After he finished speaking, he stepped forward. The group immediately made way for the space. Teacher Nyoji assumed the standard starting stance, and Suyu did the same. Why does Suyu's posture seem a little different from what the teacher taught? What standards did Suyu meet? That makes sense. As everyone was discussing, the homeroom teacher, Chang Yong, suddenly spoke up. It's not that his form is incorrect, his starting stance was adjusted based on his own physical condition. This is the most suitable pose for his body proportions. Chang Yong squinted, realizing that he could see through Suyu less and less. The words fell. Hiss. Someone in the crowd instinctively wanted to retort, You don't know anything. Turning around, he saw it was his homeroom teacher and immediately shut his mouth. On the other side, Nyoji looked at Suyu, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. This kid seems to actually have some skills. Here we go. Before he finished speaking, he flashed forward and delivered a sweeping leg kick. Suyu raised his foot to dodge, and Nyoji immediately followed up with a left and right side kick. This leg technique combines feints and real strikes, which can easily cause inexperienced fighters to misjudge and be defeated in one blow. These were the three moves that Nyoji had prepared for Suyu before the start. The onlookers held their breath. Seeing this, everyone knew that Nyoji was serious. Just when everyone thought Suyu was about to be defeated in one move, he easily dodged Nyoji's unpredictable sideline kick by leaning back. While dodging, he also retaliated with a spinning outside kick. They exchanged blows and countered moves in less than a second. The students in Class 7 of Grade 3 were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Was this really the Suyu they knew? At first, the competition on the playground was somewhat predictable. Later on, Suyu and Nyoji unleashed a barrage of elbow strikes, whip punches, and straight punches. As their fighting speed increased, the group of people became dazzled by the spectacle. Before they knew it, everyone in Class 7 of Grade 3, except for Song Qinghuan, was staring in disbelief. Even Chang Yong narrowed his eyes, looking utterly bewildered. Finally, Suyu's powerful forward knee strike collided with Nyoji's downward elbow strike. Teacher Nyoji took the initiative to keep his distance. There's no need to fight anymore. I can't break your moves with just technique, he said without any hesitation. Then, out of curiosity, he asked, Do you have any relatives who are veterans? Suyu nodded, That's my dad. No wonder. You don't need to come to my combat class anymore. I can't teach you anything more, Nyoji said. Holy crap! He actually succeeded? Really? The teacher didn't go easy on you, did they? Damn it, has Suyu been playing dumb all along? Is he finally coming clean and dropping the act? Is it possible that their physical condition was not as good as the average person's before, and they simply didn't need to show this side of themselves? After witnessing Suyu being approved by teacher Nyoji, the students of Class 7, Grade 3 finally lowered their jaws and exclaimed in surprise. Hearing their commotion, teacher Nyoji grinned and looked over. Does anyone else want to try? After he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. At this moment, Suyu looked at Chung Yong. Chung Yong looked helpless. Alright, but it has to be Song Qinghwan. Before he could finish speaking, Song Qinghwan replied with a gleam in her eyes, Teacher, I'm willing. Chung Yong stopped abruptly, and the whole class started to jeer. Song Qinghwan's pretty face turned red again, down to her ears. Alright, everyone disperse. Submit your self-criticisms before class tomorrow. As he spoke, Chung Yong walked towards his office while making a phone call. Zhuge Yun. Don't blame me for not warning you. This is the second time I've reminded you. We've been fooled by that kid Suyu. That kid might actually go for the combat major. Oh, really? A chilling laugh came from the other end of the phone. In the principal's office of Tianyuan No. 8 Middle School. The principal, 2 vice principals, and the senior grade director are finalizing the list of participants for the final training camp. Principal, do we really want to put Suyu on this list? The bald vice principal was still somewhat hesitant. Although Chang Yong just mentioned that he has recently improved his martial arts skills after absorbing the blood crystal, his tactical talent is also extraordinary. But ultimately, this training camp is still cultivating combat-oriented talent. Isn't it a waste of these resources to send Suyu to participate? How is that a waste? The Genius Training Camp. The Genius Training Camp, isn't Suyu a genius? Another vice principal argued. In my opinion, besides Song Qinghwan, Suyu is the most suitable person in our school. The head of the grade reminded us, actually, we can let Suyu go, but if we let him go, will other schools have any objections? As they spoke, the 3 of them turned their gaze to the principal. The principal, whose bicycle tires Suyu had once removed, stroked his sparse beard and pondered for a moment. How about this? Chung Yong said that Suyu has improved a lot. If he can get into the top 100 in the joint exam in a week, that's fine. I'll personally take him to the training camp, and I'll see which school principal has a problem with that. Chapter 29. You are far more powerful than everyone imagines. In the principal's office, the group reached a consensus. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Upon seeing that it was Chung Yong, the principal immediately smiled and said, Teacher Chang, you've come at just the right time. We are discussing whether Suyu from your class should participate in the last 2 weeks of the Genius Training Camp. I plan to submit his name once he gets into the top 100 in the city's joint entrance exam. Give us a heads up, can Suyu make it into the top 100? Facing the expectant gazes of several principals and grade directors, Chung Yong nodded and then shook his head. The grade head asked, puzzled, Teacher Chang, what do you mean by shaking your head and nodding like that? Chung Yong, wanting to provoke someone's audacious behavior, said helplessly, Director, what I mean by nodding to the principals is that Suyu has the ability to enter the top 100, let alone the top 100. He could easily make it into the top 50 now. That's great. Everyone in the office looked happy. However, Chung Yong immediately added, I shook my head because we don't need to fill in Suyu's name. Teacher Chung Yong, what do you mean by that? The 4 of them looked at them with puzzled expressions. In response to the 4 people's questions, Chung Yong said quietly, Professor Zhuge from Jubiai University has already helped Suyu and Song Qinghwan apply for the 4 colleges' joint training camp. What? Are they one of China's top 4 universities? Send Suyu? Are you sure Professor Zhuge Yun wasn't joking? The 4 voices were all getting louder and louder. Chung Yong shrugged, my personal suggestion is that we should notify the 2 of them in advance now. Just apply, and I can go, the bald vice principal asked instinctively. It's already common knowledge in the 4 major universities that Professor Zhuge Yun wants to take Suyu under his wing. Which genius wouldn't want to befriend a future tactical master beforehand? The students will definitely have no objections, and the training camp director will certainly do Professor Zhuge Yun a favor. This matter is basically a done deal, Chung Yong explained. These words made the 4 people who were just debating whether or not to let Suyu participate in the Tianyuan City training camp blush. Tianyuan City has never produced any tactical geniuses, and they realized that they didn't really have any concept of such geniuses. Now that I hear this, I realize how highly regarded Suyu is by the four top universities. And who is Song Qinghwan? The principal asked, puzzled. Changyang organized his thoughts. Well, you can think of him as a full-time bodyguard, or you can think of him as someone to keep Suyu company, so that he doesn't lose all his confidence. Having another bottom-of-the-class student to keep me company is at least a psychological comfort. The four hesitated, as if they wanted to say something but then stopped. In their eyes, the darling of Tianyun No. 8 Middle School, the top three geniuses in Tianyun City, who possesses the A-level superpower to free Song Qinghwan, was actually assigned to be Suyu's companion, the bottom student. The four of them found it difficult to explain for a moment, but they were also very clear about what Song Qinghwan meant. Whatever the reason, her participation in this four-school joint training camp was a rare and precious opportunity. An eerie silence fell over the office. The four of them also realized their short-sightedness. After thinking for a moment, the principal said, since they have already decided to go, let's do our best to provide them with some assistance before they go. The next morning, Suyu reappeared at the school. When other people at school saw him, they all looked on with envy. The fact that he absorbed blood crystals, greatly improved his chi and blood, and was evenly matched with teacher Neo-ji in combat class had already spread throughout the school. Suyu is now considered by all the teachers and students to be a genius second only to Song Qinghwan. When the teachers saw him, they would smile and nod. The change in the attitude of the teachers and students around him towards Suyu did not cause any fluctuation in his emotions. What troubled him even more now was what had caused his homeroom teacher to go back on his word and refuse to let him drop out of school. Qinghwan, do you know what this is about? Suyu asked. Song Qinghwan shook her head. I thought you had a new idea, which is why the teacher called us to school. This morning, the two of them were almost at the big iron gate when their homeroom teacher made an urgent call and summoned them back to school. The two waited in the principal's office. A short while later, Chang Yang and the principal walked in. The principal patted Suyu on the shoulder and said with a smile, well done. I knew you had potential when you were removing my tires. Suyu stood upright, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Chang Yang watched the kid for a while, amused. Alright, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you two. Professor Zhu Yun from Peking University has helped you to apply for the opportunity to participate in the 4-university joint training camp. A joint training camp for 4 schools? Suyu and Song Qinghwan said in unison. Both of them had a look of confusion in their eyes. Joint training camp of 4 schools. Everyone in the country knows about this top-tier talent training camp in China. Attending the training camp, hailed as a mini-college entrance exam, is the goal of all geniuses. It can be said that those who can participate in this training camp are all geniuses who can be admitted to the top 4 universities in advance. To date, Tianyuan City has never produced a single genius qualified to participate in this training camp. That genius with 2 superpowers from Tianyun No. 1 High School is only considered by everyone to have a chance to participate next year. Although Suyu's goal is to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he is also very clear that he is not qualified to participate in this training camp at all. After all, this place is full of prodigies who don't need to take the college entrance exam. Although he could have chosen not to take the college entrance examination. But my buddy is a tactical specialist. Seeing Suyu's puzzled expression, Chang Yang sneered inwardly. If you keep showing off like this, you'll learn a lesson and know how high the sky really is before you can settle down and study tactics. Yes, the 4-school joint training camp. You don't need to ask why. Just know that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. So for the next week, the school's gravity training room and chi and blood training room will be completely open to the two of you. The principal and I both hope that you two can improve your abilities to the next level before heading to the training camp. As he spoke, Chang Yang looked at Song Qinghwan again. Qinghwan, although you possess A-level superpowers and are one of the top geniuses in the city. But you must understand that even geniuses with S-level abilities may not be qualified to participate in this training camp. Therefore, the principal and I both hope that you can raise your chi and blood to the peak level before becoming a martial artist in the next week. At that time, the school will help you apply for a blood crystal. It allows you to absorb blood crystals and maximize your benefits. Upon hearing this, Song Qinghwan nodded earnestly. Teacher, I will try my best. Suyu, looking confused, interrupted. Teacher, what did you say? Qinghwan's ability is an A-level ability? Yes, Qinghwan possesses the A-level ability of freezing, which is an ability with extremely high potential in combat, the principal explained to Suyu. At this moment, Suyu stopped speaking. No wonder an SSS-level superpower receives less attention than an ordinary dual power user. He looked at Song Qinghuan. Qinghuan, you are far more powerful than everyone imagines. Chapter 30 Special Tutoring. Su Yu's sudden act of feeding chicken soup left all three people present completely bewildered. Although Song Qinghuan had some doubts, she replied earnestly, "Yes, Su Yu, I will." Shang Yang glanced at the kid again, feeling that he was up to something again. Before he could even warn the kid not to spout nonsense. Then Su Yu was seen raising his hands enthusiastically. "Teacher! Principal! What about me? What about me? How about giving me 10 or 8 blood crystals too?" This time, even the principal, who usually had a kind smile, had several black lines appearing on his forehead. Does this kid think blood crystals are just picked up off the street? Shang Yang glanced at him and said coldly, "You don't have any blood crystals. You should make good use of the gravity training room and the blood chi training room first, and fully exploit the remaining potential you have after absorbing the blood crystals before we talk about anything else." Su Yu immediately deflated like a frostbitten eggplant. He really wanted to say that he had squeezed every last drop out of those 15 points of blood pressure. After thinking for a moment, he perked up again. "Teacher, I'd like to try out these 2 training rooms first. If these 2 training rooms don't improve my skills much, I'd still like to apply to train in the wilderness." Shang Yang glared at him, about to refuse. Su Yu spoke first. "For me, it would be more helpful to understand the habits of more exotic beasts. Teacher, if you don't believe me, you can ask Qinghuan. I wasn't wandering aimlessly in the wilderness. I've been trying my best to collect as many samples of strange beasts as possible." Shang Yang looked at Song Qinghuan. "Teacher, it's like this, Su Yu has been observing the habits of different strange beasts these past few days." Shang Yang said no more. "All right then, go and try it out in the 2 training rooms first." The decision has been made. Song Qinghuan and Su Yu, led by the principal, entered the oldest building in Tianyuan No. 8 Middle School, the Clock Tower. After passing through the main hall, we walked deeper into the room and arrived at 2 rooms. The principal introduced the 2 to the gravity training room, which can reach up to 4 times the normal gravity. "Qinghuan, you've been here before, so you know that you can improve your fighting skills rapidly by practicing here. The chi and blood cultivation room here is very simple. Cultivating in it can make your chi and blood feel more active and effectively improve the speed of your chi and blood cultivation." As the principal explained, Su Yu realized how many opportunities for special tutoring he had missed due to his consistently poor performance. Soon, Su Yu had experienced both training rooms. When Su Yu first entered the gravity training room, he might have collapsed to his knees if he hadn't been prepared. He performed a set of punches inside. The principal and Shang Yang looked on with admiration. To be fair, based on Su Yu's fighting skills alone, even without tactical talent, he could be considered a minor genius at Tianyun No. 8 Middle School. Su Yu briefly assessed the situation and found it to be quite effective, but instead of collecting the illustrations, acquiring chi and blood was more worthwhile. As for the other chi and blood cultivation room, he did not want to comment. "What do you mean by active blood and chi? I don't feel anything at all." After experiencing it, Shang Yang asked with great confidence, "How was it?" "Opening these 2 training rooms will consume a lot of resources, so you should cherish them. This is much more useful than you going to the wilderness. You can go to the wilderness anytime." Without hesitation, Su Yu replied, "Teacher, I still prefer to hone my skills in the wilderness. Of course, it would be even better if I could come to the gravity chamber to exercise for 2 hours every afternoon." Shang Yang was speechless and choked with emotion. The principal still had a kind smile on his face, as if he supported all of Su Yu's decisions. Song Qinghuan panicked a little. "Teacher, Su Yu went to the wilderness, I want to go with him." The principal smiled and said, "Qinghuan, I know you're worried about Su Yu's safety. However, in this chaotic world, who can guarantee absolute safety? No one can stay a hothouse flower forever. Perhaps Tianyuan City will face a beast tide tomorrow. If you're not by Su Yu's side, then won't he just have to wait to die?" Song Qinghuan understood all the reasons, but she was still worried. Su Yu also comforted her, saying, "Qinghuan, you should focus on your cultivation first. It's more important that you can protect me at the training camp. You need to understand that the 4-school joint training camp is full of geniuses from all over the country. If it weren't for you, wouldn't I be bullied by others?" Song Qinghuan finally nodded, but still a little worried, she said, "Then you can only move around in Zone D." Su Yu immediately patted his chest and assured him, "Don't worry, I'll come pick you up tomorrow night." Teacher Chang Yang and the principal suddenly let out a long sigh. "I never expected that. At this age, I still get to be bombarded with displays of affection from my students. The matter has been agreed upon. Song Qinghwan also showed a determined look, determined to improve herself before going to the training camp. Without further hesitation, she decisively entered the Qi and Blood cultivation room to begin her cultivation. Suyu prepared to set off for the wilderness ahead. Teacher Chung Yong stopped him and said seriously, "I don't care whether you major in combat or tactics. I want you to know that only by living can everything be built upon a foundation of life. You kids are about to graduate and will be going to the battlefield soon. You can't be as carefree as before. At least before making a decision, think about your loved ones and those who are worried about you." Suyu put away his nonchalant expression. "Teacher, don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. I was even planning to take Qinghwan to the training camp and get first place." Chung Yon looked speechless. "Last place, huh? Alright, now get out of here." Suyu sped out of the school on her bicycle. The principal appeared beside Chung Yong and said with a smile, "It seems that both you and Professor Zhu Gayun think highly of this kid." Chung Yong looked at the principal. "Principal, aren't you one too?" The two exchanged a glance and smiled without saying a word. Wilderness. This was Suyu's first time acting alone, and this time he put all the knowledge he had learned from books into practice. In the wilderness, not even the smallest step is taken lightly. As teacher Chung Yong said, only by staying alive can one have the greatest confidence. Therefore, you can never be too careful here. At 6 p.m., Suyu submitted his kill record of more than 10 alien beasts and left the large iron gate, heading straight for the school. Arriving at the clock tower, I changed into training clothes and entered the gravity training room. Inside the gravity chamber, Song Qinghwan visibly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Suyu enter. "Qinghwan, come on. Let's spar." Suyu extended a challenge. A moment later, Suyu was pinned down by Song Qinghwan, who controlled his hands and feet. There was no way around it. The skill gap was narrowed infinitely in the gravity training room. Suyu, whose physical abilities were already weaker than Song Qinghwan's, could only play the role of the punching bag. After 2 hours of thrilling fighting, when the two stepped out of the gravity training room, they both instantly felt relaxed all over. "Let's go, Qinghwan, I'll take you home today." The young boys and girls rode their bicycles home, chatting and laughing. On the rooftop of the school's tallest building, the principal smiled and shook his head, thinking, "Youth is truly wonderful." Still a few hundred meters away from the residential area, Suyu stopped. Just as they were about to say goodbye, Suyu suddenly remembered and said, "Qinghwan, have you ever considered that your special ability might not be limited to freezing?" Song Qinghwan was completely confused. Suyu stopped there and waved goodbye. Chapter 31 Qi and Blood 200. In the time that follows, Suyu leaves early and returns late every day, hunting different exotic beasts in the wilderness during the day. Back at school that evening, he trained in combat with Song Qinghwan. As time went by, Song Qinghwan gradually found it becoming increasingly difficult to suppress Suyu. This made her feel even more that she was progressing too slowly. While she was cultivating even harder, she also thought about the supernatural abilities that Suyu had told her about before. She did gradually gain new insights. Wilderness. Suyu had just used up his 10th roll of film. 6 men with fierce expressions were watching him from the side. Seeing that Suyu had finished disposing of the body, the 6 people immediately forced smiles and stepped forward. "Brother Suyu, look at the past few days, you've almost hunted down every single beast in this area. How about it? Should we consider your opinion, brother? Join our beast hunting team. Come with us into Zone C and hunt down those first-grade exotic beasts. You know our strength, all we lack is a tactician as excellent as you. With your help, we can definitely hunt down 2 first-grade exotic beasts a day without any problem." The scarred man at the head of the group was incredibly enthusiastic. Suyu's actions in District D over the past week have already attracted the attention of many beast hunting teams. Starting a couple of days ago, he has been receiving invitations from several hunting teams to join them. However, today's hunting team consists entirely of martial artists. It was the strongest team he had ever encountered. "Brother Wang, I know you guys are very capable, but unfortunately, I have an exam tomorrow and I have to face the college entrance exam next. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to join your team," he politely declined. Scarface smiled and said generously, "Brother Suyu, it's alright. We can still work together during the summer vacation after your college entrance exams. Then, Brother Wang, we'll have another chance to cooperate in the future. I'll head out now." Suyu didn't want to say more and took his leave. After he left, the faces of the people next to Scarface showed displeasure. Brother Wang, we've already given him a lot of face by inviting him. What does he mean by this? A brat who isn't even a martial artist dares to put on airs in front of us. Yes, Brother Wang, I told you long ago that we didn't need to come looking for him. Why waste time on this kid? The crowd chimed in with their own opinions, clearly dissatisfied with Suyu's attitude. At this moment, Scarface glanced at them with a cold expression. The group immediately shut their mouths. Do you guys think I'm dumber than you or what? It's normal that he can't join us now that he's a senior in high school. What about the future? Everyone says he has the potential to become a tactical master, but his talent for cultivation is limited, and he definitely won't be able to match up with an advanced beast hunting team anytime soon. Is a hunting team like ours the best choice for his rise to power? Isn't it better to have the opportunity to build a good relationship with such a genius than to waste your time in bars every day? He's just a tactical master, what good is he? When it comes to facing alien beasts, we'll still be the ones protecting him, a man with a rooster-like hairstyle retorted, still unconvinced. Scarface glared at him. However, seeing that others seemed to share the same thought, he became too lazy to say anything more. A bunch of short-sighted fools. My hunting team still needs to find a way to recruit other people. During a group discussion, an old man was standing in a tree nearby. He chuckled as he twirled his sparse beard. You can't talk about ice with a summer insect, but I'm not much better than these kids. Suyu, you've given me so many surprises. The principal, who had been standing behind Suyu for the past few days, shook his head with a sigh. After observing for several days, he gradually discovered something even more terrifying. Zhang Yong was thinking of sending Suyu to the four-school joint training camp to be discouraged so that he could focus his energy on tactics. In his view now, perhaps it was in that training camp that Suyu truly made a name for himself. A golden carp is no ordinary fish, it will transform into a dragon when it encounters wind and rain. On the other side, Suyu records her daily battle results. Yang Kai, who was in charge of recording, also became more and more familiar with him. Yang Kai glanced at his records and laughed. Suyu, you're collecting different exotic beasts. I've noticed that the strange beasts you've hunted these past few days are mostly different. That's a very unique idea. Suyu nodded without hesitation. That's just how Brother Yang is. I went into the wilderness to train mainly to come into contact with different exotic beasts and to gain a better understanding of them. Yang Kai nodded in approval. Not bad. You have your own ideas. You have an exam tomorrow, right? Good luck on the exam. Thank you, Brother Yang. Suyu took the bracelet. After he rode his bicycle away into the distance, Jing Yaokai came to Yang Kai's side and said, Suyu will be in the top 3 or at least the top 10 in Tianyuan City this time. Yang Kai's pupils dilated. Boss, you think so highly of him? Suyu is indeed capable, but in my opinion, he should be around 50th place. Jing Yao shook his head. You don't know, but these days his blood and chi fluctuations have been getting smaller and smaller. I suspect that he has already passed the hurdle of advancing to the level of a martial artist and has begun to learn to control his own chi and blood. Damn, so this kid is actually a genius in cultivation too, Yang Kaigwa cursed. At least if he is provided with enough blood crystals, he is no worse than the top geniuses in Tianyun City. Of course, once you enter the middle grade realm, it's not just about improving your chi and blood, you also need to have good comprehension. Yang Kai could no longer hear what was said after that. What do you mean by mid-grade or mid-grade? According to the boss, Suyu reaching the 3rd grade martial artist level is just a matter of having enough blood crystals. A tactician doesn't need to rush to the front lines, so why do they need such high strength? Having a peak 3rd rank strength to accompany them on long journeys is enough. Jing Yao didn't say much. He was already thinking about waiting for the joint exam results from Tianyun City to come out tomorrow before he could give feedback to the military academy. Talk is cheap with solid academic achievements. The admissions office will likely have to send someone over in person. The clock tower of Tianyun number 8 Middle School. In the gravity training room, within just 1 week, Suyu's position was moved from the bottom to the top. He loosened his grip, and Song Qinghuan straightened her clothes before asking, Suyu, I feel like you've improved again recently. I can't beat you anymore. Suyu humbly replied, No, that's because you didn't use your special abilities, Qinghuan. If you had used your abilities, even 10 of me wouldn't be a match for you. Song Qinghuan nodded and then shook her head firmly, No. Whether I use my special abilities or not, I can't let you surpass me. Suyu was quite helpless about this girl's strong will. He could only agree, okay. We'll increase the intensity of our training tomorrow. We're going to Wuchang after our exams tomorrow, and you're just trying to fool me again. A glint of wit flashed in Song Qinghuan's eyes. By the way, Suyu, have you had your qi and blood tested recently? Suyu shook his head. No, but I have a general feeling. My blood energy should be close to 200. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Qinghuan's mouth formed an O. Chapter 32 Miscalculation. Suyu had no intention of hiding the matter of qi and blood. In any case, any questions can be attributed to Dad's piece of blood crystal. The answer is that he is exceptionally gifted. A single blood crystal boosted his health by several hundred points. After a brief moment of surprise, Song Qinghuan's pretty face was filled with joy. In his excitement, he even hugged Suyu and spun him around several times. It wasn't until Suyu was gasping for breath that she realized what had happened, her ears turning red. After sending Song Qinghuan home, Suyu slowly rode his bike home, taking the opportunity to reflect on his recent achievements. My qi and blood have reached 202. Adding the 10 qi and blood I haven't claimed yet today, my qi and blood are now 212. In 7 days, my qi and blood increased by a total of 71 points. That's right, that point came from Suyu's nightly cultivation. For those geniuses, the critical value of 200 qi and blood has been successfully broken. The book says that for an ordinary person, the limit in front of a martial artist is 200 units of qi and blood. Then one can break through to the level of a martial artist and undergo 3 transformations in the muscles and bones of the entire body. He originally wanted to break through to become a martial artist before going to the training camp, so that he could impress his teacher. But once he discovered that he could break through the limit and increase his qi and blood after reaching 200, he was no longer in a hurry to break through to the martial artist level. I've recently looked up some books, and some of them mention that the blood and qi limits of some genius martial artists are different from those of ordinary people. There are also records in books that a certain genius's blood energy reached 300 before that of a martial artist, and he underwent 4 transformations when he finally advanced to the level of a martial artist. After becoming a martial artist, a first-grade beginner can fight against a second-grade peak expert, or even a third-grade expert. The books were all bought from street stalls, and Suyu didn't know if they were based on any evidence. But he chose to believe, since improving one's qi and blood wasn't that difficult anyway. After returning home, claimed the 10 qi and blood reward. 7 days later, he brought up his personal panel again. Name, Suyu. Talent, E. Superpower, Ice Age Incomplete. Title, Low-Level Tactician, Low-Level Illustrated Book Collector. Skills, Tactical Understanding Master, Beast Encyclopedia Proficient, Bicycle Riding Skills Intermediate. Physical Strength High Dimensional Attribute, 212 Health. Spirit Higher Dimensional Attribute, 300 Hz. Strength Low Dimensional Attribute, 980. Agility Low Dimensional Attribute, 960. Illustrated Pokédex Completion 85-100. These days, I've gained more strength attribute from the beasts than agility attribute. Before you know it, strength has surpassed agility. Because you can't see other people's panels. He didn't have a strong sense of his own strength or agility. It's just a rough guess that he should be on par with a first-grade martial artist. These days, most of my sparring sessions with Song Qinghuan have been done with me holding back. Otherwise, I could have pinned this girl down long ago. Before he knew it, Suyu realized that he had caught up with Song Qinghuan. Of course, his control over his superpowers is still far inferior to Song Qinghuan's, perhaps due to his incomplete abilities. But the future is promising. Thinking about it, he was already looking forward to tomorrow's city-wide joint exam. Why pretend to be weak when you're strong? If you have the ability, you should show it. With the ambition to make a name for himself, Suyu entered a beautiful dream. At this point, he was no longer so bothered by the fact that he was still missing 15 illustrations for the encyclopedia. Even if the task is completed, at most it will just turn the talent from a poor student to an average student. There's no rush. The next morning, a tense atmosphere permeated the entire senior class of Tianyun No. 8 Middle School. Suyu seemed much more excited than usual. Song Qinghuan was also somewhat looking forward to it. In her eyes, she was probably the only one in the world who knew just how outstanding Suyu was now. She's even started to consider it. If you encounter Suyu on the final stage, should you give up using your special ability and give him more opportunities to showcase himself? Coincidentally, Suyu was also considering whether to give Song Qinghuan a surprise and use his freezing ability in front of her. The facts prove that the two are a match made in heaven. Compared to the nervousness of the other students in the class, the two of them stood out with their expectant expressions. Lu Long clutched his stomach. My stomach always hurts from the stress of exams. In the past, when I was nervous, I could comfort myself by saying that Suyu Ge was there to make me feel better. Seeing you now makes my stomach hurt more and more. You little brat, so that's how you always saw me. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately slapped him on the back. Hey, if brother Suyu slaps me twice more, I don't think I'll be nervous. Lu Long's eyes lit up. Suyu withdrew his hand in disgust. This kid is crazy, it's better to stay away. While they were fooling around, Chung Yong entered the classroom. He said, Suyu, Qinghuan, you two pack your things and come with me. What are you packing? Suyu was a little confused. Didn't we tell you yesterday to pack your things for the training camp? Chung Yong glared at him. Oh, okay. Qinghuan and I will both put them in the clock tower, Suyu replied. Go get it now. Suyu and Song Qinghuan immediately followed Chung Yong's footsteps. After a brief silence, the classroom erupted in an uproar. Training camp? Suyu can participate in training camp selections now? He can't? You're not worthy? Zhang Shizhang said coldly. Those who questioned it immediately shut their mouths. Wait a minute, isn't the genius training camp in 2 days? Why is the homeroom teacher telling them to pack their things now? Another student realized. Isn't this the genius training camp in Tianyun City? Wow, so Suyu and Song Qinghuan are going to participate in training camps in other cities, that's awesome. The classroom became increasingly lively. At this moment, Teacher Nyoji walked into the classroom. Your homeroom teacher has something to discuss. I'll be teaching your class for the next week, and I'll also be in charge of today's joint exam. As soon as the words were spoken, the group's guesses were completely confirmed. Envy and jealousy were equally evident on everyone's face. On the other side, Suyu picked up her luggage and asked curiously, Teacher, didn't you say we'd leave after our exams? Chung Yong put their belongings into the car. You'll have to ask Professor Zhu Weiyun. He arranged for someone to pick you up early this morning. Do you expect a 6th rank martial artist to wait here for you all day? A 6th grade martial artist? Song Qinghuan's bright eyes widened instantly. After taking a deep breath, Suyu subconsciously asked, Teacher, may I take a picture of this powerful figure? Chung Yong glanced at him. If you want to court death, go ahead and do it yourself, don't drag me into it. Suyu nodded. He understood that his teacher meant for him to communicate. Who am I? I'm known as the little bull of Ping'an community. Invite a 6th rank expert to take 2 photos, wouldn't that be simple? Not long after, we arrived at the east gate of Tianyuan City. Chung Yong watched as Suyu grinned widely and walked towards the 6th rank expert. At that moment, he felt he should immediately turn around and leave with Song Qinghuan. What a blunder! We underestimated this kid's shamelessness. Chapter 33 Acquiring Martial Arts. Senior, the way you were sitting just now was really stylish. Could you hold that position so I can take a picture? Suyu approached with a camera in hand and an innocent smile. The middle-aged man sitting on the old ox smiled and said, You must be Suyu. Suyu immediately nodded. Suyu from Class 7, Grade 3 of Tianyun No. 8 Middle School, no doubt about it. Okay. Then take a picture of me and my old buddy together. The middle-aged man grinned. The old ox beneath him also mooed. Suyu raised the camera and even looked for the right angle. Although he appeared carefree, he was still somewhat worried. Even with the system automatically correcting the image, he still wanted to take as many good shots as possible. The other party might be very satisfied with the photos, and you can continue to take advantage of them along the way. This was a 6th rank expert, the strongest he had ever seen. He was just one step away from becoming a grandmaster who could guard a region. The camera was pointed at, and no special prompts appeared. Suyu was somewhat surprised, not expecting that this senior did not have any special abilities. But after taking 2 photos, Suyu's face lit up with a bright smile. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the martial art, Ethereal Steps Mastery. Congratulations, host, you have gained a higher dimensional attribute, Mental Strength plus 10. Mental Strength. It's been quite a few days, and this is the first time I've received a reward for mental strength. Not only that, but new categories of martial arts have also emerged. Suyu doesn't dare to claim it right now, but he's already starting to look forward to it. I was overjoyed. His radiant smile seemed to everyone to be a result of his joy at having taken a great photo. Suyu presented 2 photos, one for you and one for your old friend, Senior. Well founded. Perfect. The middle-aged man took the photo and looked at it. A smile appeared on his face. Not bad, you're pretty good at taking pictures. As he spoke, he handed the photo to the old ox for a closer look. The old ox mooed again. Interesting. Interesting. The middle-aged man's smile widened. At this moment, Chung Young approached with a look of utter disbelief. Hello, senior. My name is Chung Young. Please forgive my rudeness. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said cheerfully, it's all right, get in the car, I'll try to get you to Wuchang as soon as possible today. As he spoke, the old ox gradually stood up, its size gradually increasing until it reached a height of 5 or 6 meters before stopping. At the same time, the middle-aged man took out several large Rubik's cubes from his backpack and threw them on the ground. Unfolding the transformers-like machinery, a cyberpunk-style carriage instantly takes shape. Suyu's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing this. This was the first time he had ever seen something that combined technology and cultivation. 3 people boarded the carriage, which had a suspended space between the carriage and its tires. With the ox pulling the cart in front, the 3 of them felt no swaying in the vehicle. This is even smoother than the high-speed rail in my previous life. Seeing that Suyu and Song Qinghuan both looked like they had never seen the world before, Chung Yong nodded with satisfaction. Young people should broaden their horizons, otherwise, they will never develop a broader perspective. He volunteered, if we set off on our own, it would probably take a whole day to get from Tianyuan City to Wuchang, with all the delays along the way. Now we have seniors who will pick us up and drop us off. It won't take more than 2 hours to get there. Tianyuan City is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Wuchang. It only takes 2 hours to get there. Isn't that as fast as taking a plane in my previous life? Suyu opened the window and glanced at the rapidly flashing scenery outside, his eyes still filled with shock. Chung Young felt that wasn't enough and continued, this is because there are many places between the 2 cities that cannot be crossed directly. If it were a straight line distance, an hour would be enough. This is even with a mid-grade exotic beast traveling with you, which has already saved you a lot of unnecessary travel. If it were us, we would have to take the safe route slowly, passing through one city after another to get there. It's supposed to be a safe road, but you're still very likely to encounter some rare beasts along the way. If you're unlucky, you might even encounter a mid-grade exotic beast. So in reality, with your current strength, let alone killing enemies, even traveling a long distance is just suicide. Song Qinghuan and Suyu nodded seriously. If you don't even have the strength to travel, yet you dream of saving the world, that's truly wishful thinking. Chung Young was very satisfied with what he saw. The car didn't remain quiet for long. Soon, Suyu took the initiative to ask, Teacher, I've been reading books these past few days and I've seen martial arts mentioned in many places. Is martial arts the same as traditional martial arts? Yes and no. Every martial art evolved from traditional martial arts and Chinese martial arts. The emergence of the martial arts era and the birth of martial arts masters are based on the research of these predecessors generation after generation. Gradually, those traditional martial arts and national techniques have evolved into the martial arts of today. The training camp you're going to this time might just have a martial arts lineage. As Chung Yong spoke, Song Qinghuan and Suyu's eyes lit up. He continued, however, learning martial arts is not as simple as just receiving a lineage. Only martial artists who have reached the peak of the 3rd rank have completed the tempering of all their shin bones and achieved unprecedented control over their bodies. Only then can you formally learn martial arts and practice those martial arts techniques. This is merely the qualification to learn. Whether one can truly master it depends on their comprehension and suitability. Are the requirements really that high? Song Qinghuan asked, somewhat surprised. Chung Yong nodded, then looked at the 2 of them and said deliberately, however, there will also be some true martial arts geniuses. Even without completing the tempering of your entire body's muscles and bones, you can still learn and practice martial arts. These kinds of geniuses are truly 1 in a million, and are sought after by all the grandmasters. There might be such a genius in the training camp you're going to this time. When you meet them, you will know that your fighting skills are no match for these martial arts that truly push the limits of human potential. Chung Yong deliberately looked at Suyu. I wanted him to know that there are always people more capable than you, and that not everyone can be called a genius. However, what he saw was excitement and anticipation on their faces. There's even a fighting spirit to compete with all the geniuses. Damn it, are we really going to let this kid go down this dark path? Chung Yong panicked again. After the teacher's explanation, Suyu finally understood how invaluable the misty steps he had acquired today truly were. This is what truly brings us closer to those geniuses. His eyes were shining, and he couldn't wait to get to the genius training camp. The encyclopedia collector in my arms is also starting to get restless. Chapter 34, Mastering All Skills. Class 1, Grade 12, Tianyun No. 1 Middle School. Xin Ling put on exquisite makeup and dressed up carefully today. During the morning exam, many hot-blooded young boys couldn't help but look at her. But while she was solving the problem, all she could think about was what Suyu would do. When the written exam was over, Xin Ling's classmates would praise her as she was about to get first place again. Without thinking, Xin Ling replied, "Suyu from Class 7 of Grade 12 at No. 8 High School is much better than me." This left the group of sycophantic classmates stunned. Some people thought Xin Ling wanted to compete with Suyu, but then they immediately changed their perspective. "It's alright, Xin Ling. Suyu is talented in tactics, but I heard that he has never been among the top 300 in the city in the martial arts exam. You consistently rank among the top 5 in the city in terms of overall academic performance, so there is absolutely no need to compare yourself to him. You're not even on the same level." Xin Ling couldn't be bothered with any of this. These are all differences in understanding, and it's not just these students who are at odds. Judging from the teachers' discussions about Suyu these past few days, almost no one seems to know what a tactical master truly means. Grandmaster. Grandmaster. There are even fewer tactical grandmasters than martial arts grandmasters. How could they possibly be on the same level as me? Xin Ling thought to herself. Meanwhile, some were secretly looking forward to the martial arts competition in the afternoon. She had been keeping an eye on Suyu's information these past few days and knew that he now definitely had the ability to enter the top 300 in the city and participate in the martial arts competition. I'll call all the top students from the training camp over for you to take pictures. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Suyu and Song Qinghuan looked at the endless blood-red city wall, they couldn't help but gape. The middle-aged man put away the carriage, and the big yellow ox turned into an old yellow ox once again. The city wall you see now has withstood hundreds of beast tides. Even a 7th grade Grandmaster level beast can only stop here. The blood-red stains on this city wall are partly the blood of alien beasts, and partly the blood of our human warriors. The middle-aged man introduced the two to each other. Suyu looked at the city wall in front of him and felt a deep sense of awe. I followed the middle-aged man's explanation of the inspection and registration process, and then entered the city. Upon entering Jinwu City, Suyu and Song Qinghuan's eyes widened once again. The sky is filled with a sense of technology, with suspended buildings and a dome that occasionally emits a giant light. The ground is covered with a continuous stretch of pavilions and towers. Hovercrafts flew in the sky, and pedestrians carrying long swords and spears came and went on the ground. At that moment, Suyu even wanted to take out his camera and take a picture. Regardless of any reward, the sight before my eyes alone is enough to warrant using a rubber band. Seniors, teachers, Qinghuan, please stand here. I'll take a group photo of you. He immediately took out his camera and got to work. Song Qinghuan made a peace sign, while teacher Cheng Yong, though reluctant on the surface, was quite cooperative in his actions. The middle-aged man also happily led the old ox. It's not surprising that most young people are shocked when they visit Wuxia for the first time and want to take photos. Although this young man is a bit enthusiastic about taking photos, he is a genius after all, so it's not surprising that he has some quirks. He recalled the geniuses in the academy who had to stand on the tallest building and shout every day, and who had to run a lap around the school shirtless every day. Suyu's quirk is at least somewhat normal, and the photos he takes are actually quite nice. Click 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 click. Once he got the chance, Suyu didn't hold back. We took 5 photos in one go, one for each person, including the old ox. Cheng Yong glanced at Suyu, who was grinning from ear to ear. You kid didn't fill your whole suitcase with film, did you? How could that be? At most half a box. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, mastery of the gun. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, combat mastery. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, sword mastery. Congratulations, host, you have gained the attribute, agility plus 50. Congratulations, host, you have gained the attribute, agility plus 50. Suyu finally understood that this senior was an all-around master who focused on speed. It's simply the perfect target for leveling up skills. Although I didn't receive any martial arts rewards this time, mastering spearmanship and swordsmanship is still extremely desirable. Previously, a medium-level unarmed combat skill was enough to put him and teacher Niu Ji to a standstill. Now that he is proficient in guns, swords, and hand-to-hand combat, Suyu is even more looking forward to the training camp. A genius training camp? These days, who isn't practically a genius? Let's go, I'll take you to register first. The training camp officially starts tomorrow. Let's settle you into your accommodations first, and then let you get familiar with the place. Of course, once you two enter the training camp, you'll probably be heading back to Tianyun City when you come out. Senior, will you still be the one to see us off? Suyu's eyes shone. Chungyang's lips twitched, wishing he could sew the kid's mouth shut. This is a 6th grade expert. A 6th grade expert. Not your groom. Suyu realized he had been a bit abrupt and quickly explained, I didn't have the chance this time, but I still have some questions about cultivation that I'd like to ask you. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, that depends on whether Professor Zhuge Yun is willing to spend another mid-grade blood crystal to invite me. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone, including Chang Yong, widened their eyes in surprise. Just as he was wondering what was going on, the middle-aged man suddenly tossed a book to Suyu. Suyu caught it subconsciously and looked closely to see the 3 big characters Mizongbo written on it. I noticed you were curious about martial arts on the way here. This elusive footwork is one of my most proficient martial arts techniques. The above content will disappear completely after 7 days. If you can learn this elusive step in the 7 days of training camp, not only will I send you back, but I'll also personally pick you up next time you come to Wucheng. Suyu's eyes lit up. Senior, is what you said true? Really? Changyang glared at Suyu from the side. Hurry up and thank the senior. Thank you so much, senior. Suyu said sincerely. He had previously thought that even if he learned the Mizong step, he should try not to show it off in the short term. If asked how they learned it, explaining it would be extremely troublesome. Now look what's happened, the senior colleague just happened to see me dozing off and offered me a pillow. Young lady, if you want to learn, that's fine too, the middle-aged man said, looking at Song Qinghwan again. Thank you, senior. Let's go. I'll take you to familiarize yourselves with the reporting location first. The middle-aged man seemed completely unconcerned about delivering the martial arts manual and continued leading the way. Suyu stuffed the lost steps into Song Qinghwan's arms. Qinghwan, if you're careful, I'll feel more at ease if you keep it safe. Song Qinghwan hesitated, but Suyu's expression left no room for doubt. Chapter 35 will make you give up completely. Tianyuan City. After the written exam, it's time for the martial arts exam. After the duel with the puppeteers, the top 300 in the city will be selected to participate in the final arena competition. At the Martial Arts Competition Square in Tianyuan City. In Tianyuan City, all the high school principals sat on a high platform to watch the game. In the square, 300 students were already waiting in front of their respective arenas according to the lots they had drawn. Xinling looked around but couldn't find Suyu anywhere. Not only that, she didn't even get to see Song Qinghwan. At this moment, she wasn't the only one who was puzzled. The boys who had always regarded Song Qinghwan as their dream girl were also asking around about why they hadn't seen her. Some boys who were thinking of teaching Suyu a lesson in front of Song Qinghwan also sighed with regret. I can understand that Suyu is not qualified to participate in the arena competition. Why didn't my goddess of tranquility come? What's going on at your number 8 middle school? You're not going to let Suyu drag Qinghwan down, are you? I told you long ago that number 8 middle school can't cultivate real geniuses. Now look what happened, they didn't even have any of the top 3 in the city's joint entrance examination competition. Zhang Shizhang listened to the chatter of the people around him, his eyes cold, showing no intention of arguing with them. He silently remembered those who verbally insulted number 8 middle school, and was ready to settle things in the ring. I remember you and Song Qinghwan were in the same class. Do you know why Song Qinghwan didn't come? A boy approached Zhang Shizhang. Wow, it can't be that the great god Caillou also likes goddess Qinghwan. A god and a goddess, that's definitely a good match. As Caillou found Zhang Shizhang, all the students' eyes turned to him. Caillou glanced coldly at the people around him making nonsensical guesses, instantly silencing them. He took the initiative to say, don't misunderstand, I have no interest in Song Qinghwan, nor in Suyu. Song Qinghwan is one of the few people I can use my full strength to. I just want to know why she didn't come. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shizhang replied, I'm not entirely sure either. Our teacher took Suyu and Song Qinghwan away before the joint exam started today. They should all be out of Tianyun City by now. As soon as he finished speaking, the square erupted in noise once again. Ha! Qinghwan goddess and Suyu are no longer in Tianyuan City? They're not even taking the exam? Wow, are the teachers at number 8 middle school really this irresponsible? That's ridiculous. Taking the top score in the whole school right before the exam is child's play. Caillou frowned. Since no one knew, he returned to his seat. At this moment, on the high platform in the square, the other principals also looked at the principal of number 8 middle school with curiosity. Old Tang, isn't Xinghuan your school's star student? Why aren't you letting her take the exam this time? The principal of number 8 middle school stroked his beard, feigning mystery. This left the other principals speechless, and they all looked at the principal of Tianyuan number 1 middle school. The principal of Tianyuan number 1 middle school had a look on his face that said, I knew I was going to be the sucker. Old Tang, just say it, a piece of blood crystal. Cough, cough, cough. The principal of number 8 middle school coughed twice and took 2 sips of water with an air of importance. He then uttered 5 words under the expectant gazes of the principals. For school's training camp. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of the principals changed from expectation to doubt, then to shock, and finally they were all dumbfounded. What? You mean Su Yu and Song Qinghuan are going to the 4-school joint training camp? The bald principal of number 3 middle school stood up. His voice was heard by the students in the square. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After dozens of seconds of deathly silence, the entire square erupted in uproar. Holy crap! A 4-school joint training camp? A mini college entrance exam? You must be kidding me. Are you an idiot? The principal said it. No way, Caillou didn't even go, so why are Su Yu and Song Qinghuan from number 8 middle school allowed to go? How would I know? Didn't they say Su Yu was favored by a professor from Peking University? Did he get in through connections? Holy crap, this is outrageous. Hee hee, what's so outrageous about it? So what if he got in through connections? With Su Yu's strength, TSK. Let alone Su Yu, even Song Qinghuan went to that little college entrance exam, wasn't she just there to embarrass herself? The students at the scene were all talking at once, and the atmosphere completely erupted. At this moment, even Caillou, who had remained calm throughout, seemed somewhat stunned. The principal had previously helped him apply for the joint training camp for 4 schools. They weren't even on the first round of the list before being ruthlessly eliminated. Song Qinghuan and Su Yu from number 8 middle school have both been invited. For a moment, he could no longer maintain that calm state of mind. Even the students from number 8 middle school in the square could hardly believe it. Qin Ling, however, looked as if she had suddenly realized something. I told you, with his ability, he definitely wouldn't be eliminated. While she was happy for Su Yu, she found herself starting to envy Song Qinghuan again. He quickly shook his head. No. I just want to learn from Su Yu. He's my role model. Yes. It's that simple. On the high platform, the principal of number 8 middle school remained calm and composed. It's the joint training camp of the 4 schools. Today, a 6th grade expert came to pick up the 2 kids. Seeing his smug look, all the principals were on the verge of tears. The principal of number 1 middle school even said, You old rascal, why are you keeping this good news from us? At least we can give the 2 kids some gifts before they go out. It's not that I'm trying to hide it from you all, but you all know what kind of geniuses are in that training camp. To put it bluntly, the purpose of this trip is to get Su Yu to settle down. So you can wait until they return before giving them gifts. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of principals understood the reason. At the same time, they also realized that they had seriously underestimated the importance of Su Yu's tactical talent. The principal of the number 1 middle school bluntly stated, We are still too focused on military skills and too much on academics. I think that after this joint exam, our schools need to study the training of tacticians more carefully. This proposal was immediately approved by all the school principals. Of course, the principals are aware of their own lack of vision. In the square, a group of students were mostly filled with envy, jealousy, and even resentment. The principals just smiled and offered no explanation, thinking that a little provocation was a good thing. Wu Cheng. After putting their luggage away, Su Yu and Song Qinghuan went to the reporting location. The middle-aged man explained to the 2, Before your training camp starts tomorrow, you will have a blood and qi test. After the blood and qi tests are completed, all 105 of you students will be able to form teams freely. So when the time comes, you should not be careless, whether you are stimulating your own qi and blood or observing the qi and blood of others. Choosing teammates is very important. It will determine how you fare over the next 7 days. Su Yu and Song Qinghuan nodded seriously. Chung Yong remains silent, secretly amused. They're here. They've finally come. This time, we're going to make sure you give up on your dream of becoming a combat-type character. Chapter 36 Breakthrough in the Face of Battle. Tianyun City. The martial arts competition was in full swing. Compared to previous joint exams, the only exception was that Song Qinghuan, who consistently ranked in the top 3, did not participate. Caillou's relentless outburst became a major highlight of today's competition. From the first match all the way to the semi-finals, he almost always defeated his opponents with a single move, giving them no chance to react at all. Seeing this, everyone understood. He was provoked by Su Yu and Song Qinghuan going to take the mini-college entrance exam. He has consistently ranked first and is widely recognized as the #1 genius in Tianyun City this year. Everyone believed that he would be the leading figure in Tianyuan City's college entrance examination this year. Yet, it is precisely because of this that it is so highly regarded. But then he suddenly learned that 2 other people in Tianyuan City had participated in the genius training camp that he wanted to attend but couldn't. Such a thing would be unacceptable to any genius. In particular, one of the 2 participants had never defeated him in 3 years, and the other didn't even have the ability to get close to him. Caillou kept telling himself to stay calm. The joint training camp of the 4 schools has absolutely nothing to do with martial arts talent. Su Yu and Song Qinghuan were able to participate entirely because of Su Yu's tactical talent. I understand the logic, but facing these challengers in the ring is a different story. He still can't help but strike and defeat them directly. The mindset of exchanging blows and learning from each other that he used to have is completely gone now. On the high platform, the principals observed this but did not say anything. The principal of #1 middle school said with a smile, "Old Tang, #8 middle school has really done me a big favor this time. Caillou has faced far too few challenges in Tianyun City. Now that Su Yu and Song Qinghuan's situation has dealt him a blow, I feel much more at ease about his upcoming college entrance examination." Principal Tang Yaodong of #8 middle school stroked his mustache and said with a smile, "I've done you such a big favor, it's not too much to ask for another grade 1 blood crystal, is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on the principal's face vanished instantly. This old man's ability to take advantage of others is getting more and more outrageous. On the arena, Caillou didn't use much time in the semi-finals either, only 3 moves, combined with his mud swamp ability. This eliminated another genius who was consistently among the top 3 in Tianyun City. At this moment, the discussions below the arena grew louder and louder. Damn, Caillou is really awesome. Song Qinghuan and Li Wei only got the ability to be in the top 3. Caillou got first place because there was only 1 spot available. I used to think that the top 3 were not that different, but today I realized that the other 2 are nothing compared to Caillou. Don't try to make fun of me, our goddess Qinghuan wasn't crushed by Caillou. Hee, that's because Caillou didn't use his full strength before. To be honest, Song Qinghuan is no match for him. Indeed, even if Su Yu could get into the 4 schools training camp through connections, it should be our Caillou who goes with him. Song Qinghuan's abilities are simply not good enough. If Su Yu is just using connections, then Song Qinghuan is also using connections from #8 middle school. For the sake of Tianyuan City's performance in the college entrance examination, the principal of #8 middle school should take the initiative to give up the spot to Caillou. Perhaps Caillou can break into the top 10 in the Northwest region in this year's college entrance examination and make history. The students below the stage were talking louder and louder. On the high platform, a group of school principals watched Tang Yaodong with amusement. Tang Yaodong remained calm and said, "Our classmate Song Qinghuan doesn't rely on talent, but purely on her vision. Even if I wanted to change, they wouldn't agree." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of principals burst into laughter. The students are young and don't understand these things, but the adults know everything perfectly well. Are Song Qinghuan and Caillou different in front of the 4 schools joint training camp? There's basically only one difference, gender. Even the principal of #1 middle school muttered to himself. If Lao Tang really gives this spot to me, would I dare let Caillou participate? At this critical juncture, if Caillou's mentality collapses, it will be a loss that cannot be recovered by anything. Caillou quickly secured victory in the semi-finals. Ling also won the other semi-final match. Ling, who had never used her supernatural abilities in previous arena battles, demonstrated the terrifying power of her abilities for the first time on the arena. Compared to Caillou's complete domination in the semi-finals, Ling gives the impression that everything is under her control. Wang Yang, who finished 4th last time, felt incredibly frustrated this time when facing her. he erupted upon seeing Qinling. The students became increasingly excited. Holy crap, even Goddess Qinling has come clean and stopped pretending. Was she provoked too? Wasn't Goddess Qinling's target the tactician? Are you stupid? Suyu is the youngest tactician. Do you think it's possible that Goddess Qinling and Goddess Qinghuan are rivals in love? Holy crap. Bro, stop it, it's heartbreaking. Two goddesses fighting over Suyu, I just can't accept it. I'm going back to give it a try, maybe I have the talent of a tactician too. On the stage, Qinling heard the discussions of others, and a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes. She didn't know why either. Anyway, ever since she met Suyu, she felt that she should be better. Whether it's martial arts or tactics, otherwise you won't be qualified to be teammates with Suyu in the future, and Qinghuan too. The finals are here. Qinling and Caillou looked at each other from opposite directions. Caillou's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. I thought today's arena match wouldn't be very interesting. I never expected that. I underestimated you, Qinling. Qinling nodded slightly in response, without saying anything more. As soon as the referee officially announced the start, strange and beautiful patterns immediately appeared on her eyes. The addition of these lines to Qinling's already delicate face made her even more alluring. On the other side, Caillou kicked off with both legs and charged at her swiftly. His speed created a deafening gust of wind on the arena. Qinling intended to quickly dodge to the left, but the next second her pupils contracted slightly. Suddenly, he stopped dodging and faced Caillou's attack head-on. The crowd below the arena was still in surprise when they discovered that Qinling's left side had transformed into a swamp that seemed capable of devouring everything. Caillou was not surprised that his little tricks had been seen through. He simply clashed fists with Qinling. Qinling, who comes from a martial arts school, also has the help of supernatural abilities. In close combat, she could even gain a slight advantage over Caillou, whose health and mana were significantly higher. The two exchanged hundreds of blows in the blink of an eye. Caillou withstood Qinling's whip kicks several times. The crowd below the stage exclaimed in surprise, could it be that the number one spot is about to change hands? After a hard fight between Caillou and Qinling, Caillou's blood and chi suddenly began to boil. On the high platform, the principal of number 1 middle school saw this scene and stood up abruptly. The joy on his face was undisguised. Chapter 37, Breaking the Limits. Old Tang, 2 blood crystals. I'll deliver them to your number 8 middle school tomorrow. The principal of number 1 middle school laughed heartily. The other principals congratulated him. Caillou has broken through his limits in battle. 200 health points. Is our Tianyuan city about to produce a supreme martial artist? Old Lin, that piece of mid-grade chi and blood from your school can finally be put to use this time. You can't be stingy at a time like this. If you're reluctant to give him up, our number 3 middle school also has a mid-level position. Why don't you have Caillou transfer to our school? Get lost, you're all daydreaming. You want Caillou to transfer schools? No one can take away any of our number 1 middle school students. The principal of number 1 middle school was overjoyed. After a moment's pause, he sighed, it really is all about timing and fate. This kid has been stuck on the last move for months. I was thinking that if he still couldn't reach his limit, I would let him break through to the martial artist level and start bone tempering. That way, he wouldn't fall too far behind the geniuses in other cities in the college entrance examination. I didn't expect that today's events involving Suyu and Song Qinghuan, along with Qinling's outburst, would finally allow this kid to break through the last barrier. Hey, didn't that old guy from 2 City brag to us before that they had a genius who could break into the top 10 in the Northwest this year? Now we have it in Tianyun City too, and the allocation of resources in Tianyun City next year will be settled. Caillou's breakthrough brought joy to all the principals on the platform. They all knew that this small step distinguished ordinary geniuses from top geniuses. The students below the arena watched as Caillou's blood boiled with excitement. It seems that my energy and spirit have reached a peak. In the ensuing showdown, even though Qinling saw through Caillou's thoughts multiple times. Unable to keep up with the movements, Qinling was completely defeated in less than 20 moves. Qinling lost, and many voices of regret rose from below the stage. Everyone loves to see the underdog triumph over the strong, and it's a real shame that this almost happened this time. Despite her defeat, she rose to a position second only to one person in the students' evaluation. Even Song Qinghuan, who was previously recognized as the number 1 female genius, is no match for her now. This is why the students at number 1 high school believe that the person who went to the training camp with Suyu should be someone from their school. Suddenly, they began to feel unhappy with the students of number 8 middle school. The principal, who was on the high platform, did not stop what was happening. If number 8 middle school could now feel somewhat like a rival to number 1 middle school, that would actually be something they would like to see. Nowadays, student education, whether within schools, cities, the entire Northwest region, or even the whole country, is dominated by competition. Wucheng. After visiting most of the attractions in Wucheng, Suyu and Song Qinghuan returned to their accommodation. He used all the remaining chances to obtain illustrations that day on Song Qinghuan. The big fat sheep is gone. Teacher Chun Yong is an unlucky guy, he doesn't dare to take pictures of other strangers. Even after arriving in Wucheng, Song Qinghuan remains the best choice. At least a low-level attribute is guaranteed. Moreover, there are still incomplete supernatural abilities waiting to be perfected, so it's only right to use more of them on Song Qinghuan. Anyway, his act of taking photos of Song Qinghuan at various scenic spots. In Changyong's view, this was simply a way of showing affection to his teacher. During dinner, Changyong also told the two about the general situation of the Tianyuan City martial arts competition. Xinling's rise and Caillou's breakthrough are now among the most hotly debated topics in Tianyuan City. Another matter is that Suyu and Song Qinghuan participated in the joint training camp of the 4 schools. In response, Changyong deliberately relayed some of the pressure from these comments to the two of them. Changyong was the first to leave. Suyu then asked curiously, "Qinghuan, they say Xinling and Caillou are hiding their strength. Did you do that before?" Song Qinghuan nodded and then shook her head, leaving Suyu somewhat puzzled. She thought for a moment and explained, "It can't be called hiding my strength. When I fought Caillou before, I was sometimes trapped in his swamp. I think my freezing power can break through his quagmire, but I feel like I can't quite control that power. There were even a few times when I felt it would threaten Caillou's life, so I didn't use it. A supernatural power that I haven't fully mastered shouldn't be considered a hidden strength, right?" Song Qinghuan pondered seriously. Suyu nodded and smiled, "It's alright, we'll wait until we get back to the training camp. You can win without superpowers." Song Qinghuan opened her big eyes and nodded seriously, "Yes. We can definitely do it." As she spoke, she added, "I feel that I have gained a lot more control over my superpowers now. Breaking through his quagmire shouldn't be a problem." Suyu laughed and said, "You should learn the Misty Steps first. After you learn it, his mud swamp will be a complete joke to you. He can't even pinpoint your location, so how can he possibly trap you?" Song Qinghuan nodded in sudden understanding, but quickly shook her head firmly and said, "No, I can only learn after you have learned it." As she spoke, she took out the Lost Steps manual from her bosom and handed it to Suyu. Suyu held it, still able to feel its warmth in his hand. He wanted to refuse, but remembering how stubborn this girl could be sometimes, he thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll learn it and you can practice with it." Song Qinghuan smiled brightly, "Suyu, you are a genius. I believe in you. You will definitely be able to learn it within 7 days. Tianyuan City. The next morning, news spread from Tianyuan No. 1 Middle School that Caillou would be entering seclusion and would not participate in the final session of the Genius Training Camp. In an instant, the entire Tianyuan City was speculating whether Caillou was about to officially enter the realm of martial artists. Everyone began to look forward to Caillou's performance after he emerged from seclusion. Caillou took the 4th grade blood crystal into the Qi and blood cultivation room, paving the way for the path beyond the limit. Wucheng. Suyu and Song Qinghuan also arrived at the gate of the 4-school joint training camp, waiting for the camp to begin. It was 7 a.m., an hour before the training camp was scheduled to start at 8 a.m. All 105 geniuses gathered in the square. At this point, the elders who had brought these geniuses all tactfully withdrew. Everyone knew that, according to past practice, the next hour would be the time for these geniuses to get to know each other. Seeing these prodigies holding booklets, seemingly intimately familiar with information about each genius, I was struck by their dedication. Suyu and Song Qinghuan exchanged a glance, then found Changyong in the crowd. Changyong met the eyes of the two men. "It has nothing to do with me. You two joined at the last minute, where am I supposed to gather information for you?" Suyu's lips curled up, as if revealing a sneer. Changyong immediately wanted to rush into the square and teach this kid a lesson. Chapter 38 Only teaming up with Song Qinghuan. Actually, there's no difference. Even if we have the information, we don't have the right to select people, Suyu said with a smile. Knowing his past achievements, he was incredibly lucky that anyone would even bother with him. Song Qinghuan, still looking serious, encouraged them, "It's okay, we'll rely on ourselves. Besides, we're mainly here to broaden our horizons. Shall we find a place to sit for a while? Suyu immediately suggested. Completely clueless, he decided to give up. Song Qinghuan always listened to his little decisions without question. The two had just lifted their feet. A figure appeared in front of the two. Upon seeing the newcomer, Suyu's first impression was that this guy's eyebrows were connected. You must be Suyu, right? My name is Su Yincheng, we're from the same clan. I ranked 4th in the preliminary rankings for this training camp. Suyu was somewhat surprised. This student, Su Yincheng, whose eyebrows are joined together, doesn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point and invited, Suyu, I don't know if you formed a team yet. I've already assembled a team. All 4 of us have reached 200 HP, and the other 2 are S-level ability users. If you join us, we are confident that we can help you get into the top 3 in this training camp. The other party is very sincere. Suyu did not immediately agree. Song Qinghuan, standing to the side, was much more excited than him. This is a team aiming for the top 3. Although I don't know what the rewards are for the top 3, they certainly won't be bad. She was about to urge Suyu to agree. Suyu replied politely, I'm sorry, there are 4 of you, and Qinghuan and I are 2 people. If I were alone, I would be very happy to join you. Su Yincheng was somewhat surprised. He glanced at Song Qinghuan a few times, then looked at Suyu again. He said earnestly, I've heard that you are an excellent tactician. Making the right and most advantageous choices on the battlefield should be what tacticians excel at. Suyu smiled broadly, looking quite spirited, but even tacticians have their moments of youthful arrogance. Su Yincheng was stunned again. He paused for a moment, then smiled and said, You're an interesting person. I hope we can be friends in the future. After he finished speaking, he turned around, thought for a moment, and then reminded him, If I'm only taking you, and you're a tactician yourself. There should be quite a few top teams considering teaming up with you today. But if you insist on teaming up with Songqing, I feel that you might have some difficulty forming a team. You should be mentally prepared. After all, 3 with 2 is much more difficult than 4 with 1, so it's not worth it. After saying this, Su Yincheng cupped his hands in greeting and left. He had just left. Suyu immediately felt the death stare from Song Qinghuan. Why won't you agree? Why would you agree to that? We agreed to team up with you. They have a chance to get into the top 3. Can't I do it myself? Suyu said nonchalantly, continuing to look around in preparation for finding a suitable place to sit down. Song Qinghuan looked helpless, but obediently followed behind him. Those geniuses who had originally planned to invite him all gave up the idea after learning that he insisted on teaming up with Song Qinghuan no matter what. Some, fearing it was a smokescreen put out by Su Yincheng after his invitation failed, went to Suyu to try inviting him. Suyu refused without hesitation, unless Song Qinghuan could be brought along. After several rejections, everyone came to believe it. Gradually, Suyu was once again ignored. Every scene in the square. The elders who had not left were watching closely. Cheng Yang wanted to rush up and yell at Suyu, but after thinking about it, he felt that there was nothing wrong with the kid. As I was looking at him, someone next to me suddenly said, He does look quite like you used to be. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yang turned around in surprise. What are you doing here? Wearing a long robe and a hat, Zhuge Yun smiled and said, My good classmate has arrived, of course I have to come and greet him. He continued, This kid does have some ambition. If he really agrees, I'll have to seriously consider whether he might betray me in the end. Why can't it be that he lacks the qualities of an excellent tactician? Cheng Yang retorted. Zhuge Yun glanced at him, I chose this disciple, and I say he is what he is. Ha! Cheng Yang scoffed, showing utter disdain for the person. Disciple? Who knows, maybe he's training in combat. Zhuge Yun looked at Suyu from afar and scrutinized him closely. If he were to specialize in combat, I'd show him what cruelty truly means. Let's go, there's no point in looking here. Shall we spend the next few days looking up here? Let us go, let us go. Cheng Yang said without any hesitation. The two turned and left the crowd. Arriving at the sky ladder next to the square, climbed the ladder all the way to the floating building with the dome. Led by Zhuge Yun, the two passed through numerous checkpoints and arrived at a room of several hundred square meters. The room was displaying a holographic projection of the scene in the square. The voices of every student were perfectly clear. Watching from the sidelines, it felt as if God was observing humanity. The admissions directors of the 4 top universities are standing in front of the projector, observing the geniuses they admire. Behind each of them is a data analysis team of up to dozens of people. Upon seeing the two enter, the admissions directors of the 4 universities all greeted me warmly. "Professor Zhuge, it's an honor for us to have you here to help us supervise the exams," said Feng Wan, the director of the admissions office at Pingyun University, who was the first to step forward. Zhuge Yun laughed and said, "I had no choice but to come. Otherwise, how could you have agreed to let that kid see you participate in this training camp?" Deng Ji, the director of the admissions office of Nanjing University, also smiled and said, "How could we not want a genius that Professor Zhuge values? This must be Professor Cheng Yong, one of the 2 heroes of the tactical department back then." She looked at Cheng Yong again. "Professor Cheng Yong, it seems you've done a good job of self-cultivation over the years," said Batten, the admissions director of Dongji University, coldly. The atmosphere in the observation room cooled down as soon as he spoke. Recalling what happened back then, the directors quickly chuckled and changed the subject. "Professor Zhuge, what do you think of Su Yu's performance this time?" Deng Ji asked. Zhuge Yun looked at him strangely. "How well he performed, and what I brought him here for, surely the directors know that too." The 4 of them looked at each other and laughed. Feng Wan also focused the camera entirely on Su Yu. At that moment, Su Yu in the square handed the lost steps to Song Qinghuan. "Qinghuan, I studied it last night, and I've basically mastered it now. You have 6 days left, practice hard." Su Yu's voice rang out in the observation room. Everyone suddenly fell silent. We glanced at each other, and for a moment we didn't know what to say. Is this guy trying to woo a young girl? Chapter 39. Su Yu's teammates. Xian Yun, the director of the admissions office of Peking University, broke the silence. "Brother Zhuge, was the Misty Step technique given to Su Yu by Brother Zhou Zhan?" Zhuge Yun nodded. "I'll ask Brother Zhou Zhan to help me bring this kid to Wucheng. I never expected that this kid would take a few photos of Zhou Zhan and trick him into revealing his signature move, the mysterious step. The people in the room fell silent again. Could the famous martial art of the lost track step really be traded for just a few photos? Why don't we go take pictures of Zhou Zhan too? Zhuge Yun smiled and said, "This martial art only lasts for 7 days. If this kid doesn't learn it, he'll miss out." "So Brother Zhou Zhan is just teasing a kid?" Xian Yun shook his head with a smile. In his view, learning a martial art in 7 days is pure fantasy. "There seem to be only 8 people in this training camp who have learned martial arts before even becoming a martial artist," said Batten from East Pole University. Xian Yun nodded. "These 8 all come from martial arts families. They have been exposed to and learned martial arts since childhood. In addition, they have talents that others do not have, which is why they can do this. They are all ranked in the top 10, and it seems they are preparing to lead their own teams." As he spoke, he jokingly remarked with interest, "Brother Zhuge, if Su Yu really learns the mysterious steps, then our combat department can prepare to poach him." Zhuge Yun ignored him and looked at Cheng Yong. "The students you teach really have the same flair you had back then." A few dark lines appeared on Cheng Yong's forehead. "I'm not much worse than you, and I never even think before I start bragging." 2 former classmates are arguing online. Apart from Batten from East Pole University, the others also smiled. "Young people, we were all like that when we were young," Feng Wan said with a sigh. Deng Ji suddenly said, "You weren't as good at pleasing girls as Su Yu was before." Feng Wan immediately shut his mouth and looked around. Cheng Yong glanced at the 2 of them and sensed an air of gossip about them. The group didn't chat much. They all turned around and went to observe the geniuses they had their eyes on. Zhuge Yun also brought Cheng Yong to his position. He handed a list to Cheng Yong. "This is the basic information of the students in this training camp." Cheng Yong took it and quickly flipped through it. Before the training camp officially began, the 4 schools conducted a preliminary ranking of the 105 students. Su Yu was unsurprisingly ranked 105th. Song Qinghuan ranked 102nd and did not compete with Su Yu for first place. Xiao Chao, number 101, has a Qi and blood level of 195 and good luck in her special abilities. Preliminary assessment, rank B or higher? This. Song Qinghuan, number 102, has a Qi and blood level of 191 and an A-level ability to freeze. Lin Yan, number 103, with a Qi and blood score of 187 and the superpower of hypnosis? You guys even gave her an A-level rating? Cheng Yong found it increasingly outrageous. Zhuge Yun said calmly, "He can hypnotize himself, so giving him an A grade isn't unreasonable." Cheng Yong had nothing to say and continued reading. 104 Fuyu, Qi and blood 179, superpower, mental control A level. This superpower is much more normal. The last one, Suyu, has an estimated blood and chi level of about 150, but no information on his special abilities. Chung Yong was too embarrassed to read it aloud. After looking at the list, he asked curiously, "Are these last three the teammates you found for Suyu?" Zhuge Yun said with a righteous expression, "Don't talk nonsense. The potential of these three people's abilities is yet to be developed, especially since Suyu and Song Qinghwan have joined the group. The training camp was thinking of letting them give it a try as well." Chung Yong pursed his lips, indicating serious doubt. All three of them indicated that they wanted to attend Peking University, which clearly meant they were looking for teammates for Suyu. There is an unwritten rule in the four-school training camp. Having the same preferred university is a basic requirement for all talented individuals to form a team. After all, for many of them, their team would last from this moment until the end of their university years or even until the end of their lives. "It's not that I doubt you, but I really don't see how this five-man team can cause any trouble," Chung Young commented. Zhuge Yun looked at him with the same gaze one would give a fool. "Stir up trouble? You think you can stir up trouble with the meager energy of a student like you?" Chung Young felt a lump in his throat, as if he were about to bleed. "He's also your future student." Zhuge Yun remained silent. The two paused for a moment, then said in unison, "What do we, the tactical department, need martial arts talent for?" Beside him, Shen Yun, also a teacher at Peking University, covered his forehead and sighed. "Sigh, are all graduates of Peking University like this?" In the square. Because most people had already made prior arrangements, and with ample preparations, the situation improved. Before long, the team formation situation in the square became clear. Only a small number of people remained alone and lost. Suyu and Song Qinghwan sat by the flower bed, looking like outsiders, watching as small groups of 5 people emerge one by one. Suyu remembered what the uncle had said yesterday. He exclaimed, "I actually naively believed the blood and chi test before forming a team." Song Qinghwan comforted her, "It's okay, we're just here to broaden our horizons, it doesn't matter who we team up with." Suyu glanced at the girl and pretended to be serious, saying, "Qinghwan, this mindset won't do. We're here to compete for first place. Our goal is to secure second place and strive for first." Song Qinghwan immediately changed her attitude and echoed, "Yes. Aim for second place, strive for first." The two of them had become so bored that they started talking nonsense. Just then, a man who looked menacing walked up to the two of them. "Hello, my name is Fuyu, I am ranked 104th. If there are no mistakes, we should be teammates next." "Wait a minute, Fuyu, could you please tell me what this preliminary ranking is?" Suyu stood up. The preliminary ranking is a predicted ranking based on past performance and results. This list was compiled by the 4 training camps, and all students participating in the training camps will receive this list, Fuyu replied mechanically. Suyu and Song Qinghwan stared at each other intently. "Do you have Fuyu with you? Can I see it?" Suyu asked. Fuyu took a piece of paper out of his pocket. The paper contained only the names and rankings of 105 students. Suyu, with great self-awareness, started reading from the very end. "I'm last, Qinghwan, you're 4th from last." "Well, you've never been last, have you?" Suyu looked at Song Qinghwan. Song Qinghwan nodded obediently and smiled, "It's okay, I was prepared long ago." "So it looks like the 5 of us will be teaming up?" Suyu pointed to the names of the last 5 people. Fuyu nodded, finally showing a hint of expression on his face. "Speaking of which, we all have to thank you. Without you, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to participate in this training camp." Suyu waved his hand, "No problem. No problem. Since it's destined to be the 5 of us, instead of waiting to be assigned in the end, I think we might as well take the initiative to form a team. Fuyu, do you know who these other 2 people are?" Fuyu nodded expressionlessly, then pointed to 2 people in the crowd. One of them had a confident smile on his face, as if he were the chosen one. There was also one that looked around like a curious kitten. Chapter 40 Ignorance. Suyu led the 2 to the chosen one. "Handsome guy, you must be Lin Yan?" This handsome guy is definitely not a perfunctory compliment. Lin Yan's facial features, face shape, height, and physique all qualify him as a handsome guy. Calling him a man who stepped out of a comic book wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. The fact that her features are so exquisitely detailed gives her a strange and incongruous feeling. Her nose, eyes, and mouth are all beautiful, but when they come together, they don't look so good. Lin Yan looked at the 3 of them and smiled confidently. "I knew I wouldn't be left without a choice." "Are you inviting me to join your team?" Seeing the other person's confident demeanor, Suyu couldn't help but tease him. That's right, I'm last, he's second to last, and you're third to last. It would be an absolute injustice if we didn't team up. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yan's confidence as the chosen one vanished instantly. I knew it. In the end, it would be us few losers sticking together for warmth. He slumped down. The contrast in their demeanor before and after greatly shocked Suyu and Song Qinghuan. Fu Yu kept coldly observing him. Seeing this, he nodded in surprise. His special ability is hypnosis. He can hypnotize others as well as himself. It can even affect his appearance and height. A year ago, he was a short, fat, and plain-looking student. Since awakening his superpower, his height has increased from 1.6 meters to 1.82 meters within a year. Her original small eyes and flat nose gradually became big eyes and a high nose. Fu Yu then recounted Lin Yan's entire situation. Song Qinghuan and Suyu listened, their surprise even greater than before. Song Qinghuan's eyes lit up. During the period when Lin Yan had just awakened his talent, he was almost the most famous student in the entire Demon Slayer city. His superpowers once sparked widespread discussion. Suyu asked with some curiosity, since you can hypnotize yourself to become more and more handsome, can you also hypnotize yourself to become more and more talented? Fu Yu nodded. Theoretically, it's possible, but judging from the current situation, his hypnotic effect is extremely limited. Lin Yan emphasized, it's just limited at the moment. Once I get better and better control over my superpowers, my talent will definitely become the best in all of humanity. Fu Yu remained non-committal, his expression unchanged. Suyu looked at him appreciatively and nodded, saying, Brother Lin Yan, I believe in you. You can definitely do it. I'll take 2 photos of you later, and then I'll sign them for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's face instantly lit up with a look of loyalty and devotion. Brother Suyu, you truly understand me. Forget photos and autographs, I'll do anything you want. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu immediately shivered. Remembering this guy's bizarre abilities, he silently took 2 steps back. Lin Yan, I believe you would never hypnotize your teammates, he confirmed. Brother Suyu, don't worry. Unless you let me hypnotize you, I won't use my superpowers on you. Let me tell you, a lot of things in my class want me to hypnotize them and make them have sex. Before Lin Yan could finish speaking, he felt a chilling aura and immediately shut his mouth. This must be sister-in-law Qinghuan. I've heard so much about you. I've heard so much about you. Song Qinghuan nodded indifferently. Bad impression. Extremely bad impression. She felt that her little Susu was very likely to be led astray by this strange-looking person. The 4 members formed a team without any obstacles. Just as Suyu was about to go find the last teammate, he turned around. The girl with pigtails came closer with a curious look on her face. Are you Suyu? My name is Chao Chao. I've heard of you. It is because of you that I am so fortunate to be able to join this training camp. By the way, are you guys short of people? If you don't mind that I'm not very good at it, can I join you? Let me tell you, my special ability is that I'm lucky. People who are with me can also become very lucky. Teaming with me will definitely bring you great luck. Before Suyu could speak, the girl with pigtails started rambling on and on. Suyu glanced at Song Qinghuan, a helpless look on his face. I feel like these teammates aren't quite right. Song Qinghuan returned his gaze with a comforting look. Suyu, Xiao Xiao, we were just about to invite you to join our team. Really? Lucky. Xiao Xiao's eyes widened, and she excitedly lifted herself up, her twin ponytails swinging up and down. I knew I was lucky. Xiao Xiao, her superpower is luck. She's been very lucky since she was little. She's won the lottery, found money while walking, and found a blood crystal in the wilderness. However, it was precisely because of his good luck that he found the blood crystal and prematurely lost the opportunity to become a limitless martial artist. Currently, her chi and blood are 195. Once they reach 200, she can break through to become a martial artist. Fu Yu once again recited Xiao Qiao's information as if it were a treasure. Upon hearing this, Suyu asked with some curiosity, what is a limit warrior? Fu Yu neither found Suyu's numerous questions troublesome nor showed any enthusiasm. He explained indifferently, the ultimate martial artist is one who cultivates their chi and blood to 200 before becoming a martial artist, and then breaks through the limit of human chi and blood with their blood crystals. The only chance to break through the limit is the first time you use the blood crystal. If you used blood crystals before your chi and blood reached 200, then even if you used high-grade blood crystals after 200, you still wouldn't be able to break through your limit. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Qinghuan's eyes widened immediately. Suyu, what do we do? You have no chance. Suyu looked at the silly girl with a helpless expression. Qinghuan, do you think I can reach 200 without using blood crystals, given my talent? Song Qinghuan nodded. Oh, right. Xiao Xiao, standing to the side, said nonchalantly, actually, every cloud has a silver lining. Everyone says that I found the blood crystal and ruined my promising future. On the contrary, I think that you don't necessarily have to become a martial artist of the ultimate level. It is said that to become a top martial artist, the upper limit is at least the 8th rank venerable, but our country has not produced many venerables so far, while there are dozens of top martial artists every year. Fuyu said calmly, but becoming a limit warrior can accelerate bone tempering, and may even allow one's superpowers to transform or awaken other superpowers. Without becoming a top-tier martial artist, you will always be behind other geniuses. As Fuyu spoke, Lin Yan nodded repeatedly. Xiao Qiao looked completely indifferent. Suyu and Song Qinghuan, standing to the side, realized just how ignorant Tianyun City was. Thinking it over, Suyu looked at Song Qinghuan and emphasized, Qinghuan, don't use that blood crystal anymore. You must strive to become a limitless martial artist. Chapter 41, SSS level superpowers appear again. The principal gave Song Qinghuan a piece of blood crystal. The instruction was to wait until she felt her blood and chi were completely blocked before using the blood crystal for a final sprint. The principal's expectation for her was to reach the limit of 200 before the end of the training camp, and then break through to participate in the college entrance examination with the strength of a martial artist. Originally unaware of the existence of extreme martial artists, Song Qinghuan planned to start using blood crystals during the training camp. She wanted to improve her own strength as much as possible so that she could provide Suyu with more help. At this moment, Suyu told Song Qinghuan not to use it. She didn't agree immediately. She could listen to Suyu on small matters, but she always insisted on her own opinions on major issues. Suyu also saw through the girl's thoughts, and after thinking about it, he didn't rush to make her agree right now. Anyway, my health and vitality will be revealed when I exceed my limit. Song Qinghuan would naturally choose to strive for the ultimate martial arts level. Her competitive spirit, especially her competitive spirit compared to him. It was so intense that it made him feel outraged. He had a profound experience with this in the gravity training room before. Fuyu also glanced at Song Qinghuan with some surprise. After spending a short time together, he had already gotten used to Song Qinghuan's complete obedience to Suyu. Unexpectedly, she insisted on this very thing, even though it was for her own good. After glancing at her a couple more times, Fuyu didn't have the mind to think too much about Song Qinghuan. After all, according to his intelligence, Song Qinghuan's blood and chi had already exceeded the threshold of 182 transformations. He himself remained stuck at 179, unable to move forward. At this point, Lin Yan added, there are differences even among ultimate martial artists. The quality of how a martial artist uses blood crystals will also affect the overall effect. Legend has it that if you use a 9th grade blood crystal to break through your limit, you will have the chance to reach 300 chi and blood in one go and achieve 9 limit transformations, and you will definitely awaken the corresponding superpowers. His ability level must be at least S rank. If I can break through my limits using a 9th grade blood crystal, then I will definitely be the most powerful genius of this generation. Lin Yan's eyebrows danced as she spoke, and she seemed to be lost in her own fantasies. Fuyu said coldly, this is just hearsay. So far, humanity has only obtained 2 grade 9 blood crystals, and they have all been used on experts above the Grandmaster level. No matter how you look at it, a 9th grade blood crystal cannot be used on a non-martial artist. A bucket of cold water was poured on it. Lin Yan woke up from her beautiful dream again. What the two were saying made Suyu, this country bumpkin, widen his eyes once again. He didn't know whether a 9th grade blood crystal would be used by non-martial artists. What he knew was that 300 units of chi and blood could undergo 9 transformations. That wouldn't be difficult for him. I heard that the training camp not only rewards high-quality blood crystals, but there are also some hidden rewards in certain places, Xiao Qiao added to the conversation. Suyu was stunned again. A reward? This time, even Fuyu's face showed a hint of disbelief. Brother Suyu, don't you know that the reward for the top team in the training camp every year is a fixed high-grade blood crystal? Once you enter the training camp, you will definitely receive a mid-grade blood crystal reward. The higher the ranking, the better the blood crystal reward. The geniuses who participate in the training camp are all aiming for high-grade blood crystals. Everyone wants to use high-grade blood crystals to break through their limits and unleash their full potential. It can be said that apart from the 5 of us, the other 105 people present all have a blood energy level of 200. Some of them are also at the 199 checkpoint. In the observation room, Zhuge Yun couldn't help but look at Chen Yang again. Chen Yang grew impatient with the guy's gaze. What are you looking at? Do we, a small city like Tianyun, need to tell them these things? Wouldn't that just undermine their unwavering confidence? Zhuge Yun, I can understand that they don't know about the ultimate martial artists, but why didn't you tell them about the rewards? Zhuge Yun's eyes sharpened. Speak. Is your school trying to pocket the rewards for those 2 people? Greed my ass. If you slander me again, I'll fight you to the death. Didn't you tell me that this trip was just to teach Suyu a lesson and show him how treacherous the world is? Since your motives are so impure, do I still need to tell him what the reward is? Chen Yang jumped up and started arguing with Zhuge Yun. On the other side, the deans of the 4 major universities also looked at the 2 of them with strange eyes. They regretted not giving the 2 of them a separate cubicle, it was just too noisy. Furthermore, do these tacticians really not even spare their own students? What does it mean to let Suyu know how treacherous the world is, and that the more miserable the better? The group shook their heads and sighed, then curiously turned their cameras to Suyu, the unlucky fellow. In the square, Suyu learned that the reward was a high-grade blood crystal. His eyes immediately lit up as he said to Song Xinghuan, give me that grade 1 blood crystal. I'll get you a high-grade blood crystal. Your talent deserves a high-grade blood crystal. Suyu looked completely sincere, showing no sign that he was trying to deceive anyone. This moment. The observation room contained not only the 4 deans of education. The members of the data teams from the 4 universities all looked up and turned their gazes toward Zhuge Yun and Chen Yang. Without a second thought, Chen Yang immediately said, don't look at me, look at him. He used to be the best at swindling girls out of cultivation resources. Zhuge Yun's lips twitched. What's wrong with this student? I haven't even started dating yet. It's one thing to brag, but to go and take away a young girl's cultivation resources is another. There's only 1 grade 1 blood crystal left. Zhuge Yun took a deep breath and slapped Chen Yang on the shoulder. He had better prove to me that he really has this idea, even if it's just wishful thinking. Otherwise, I'll show him what cruelty is. Everyone looked at this renowned tactical master and felt the terror in his smile. The group of people once again felt sorry for Suyu, thinking how pitiful he was. In the square, after asking around, Suyu finally understood everything. Lin Yan and the others also said that they didn't blame the 2 for not knowing anything, it was mainly because the teacher in charge was too irresponsible. I don't know if it's because everyone here is a bottom-tier student. The atmosphere between them was fairly good. Seeing that the time was right, Suyu finally took out his camera from his pocket. Come on. Now that we're all teammates, there's no need for a gift since it's our first meeting. I'll take a picture of each of you and send it to you. The 3 of them had no suspicions, and even Fu Yu was quite cooperative. Suyu pointed the encyclopedia collector at the 3 of them. Target character detected to possess SS-level psychokinesis ability. Target character detected to possess SS-rank supernatural ability fantasy come true. Target character detected to possess SSS-level ability, lucky charm. Chapter 42 Chi and Blood Detection begins. Another SSS-level superpower has appeared, and it's an extremely mysterious and special attribute superpower. Mental regulation, fantasy coming true, and good fortune. If you can get any one of the 3 superpowers, this training camp will be worthwhile. High-grade blood crystals and mid-grade blood crystals are nothing compared to these 3 special abilities, they are the real rewards. First of all, Fuyu's mental regulation and mental control differ by only 1 word. Suyu then realized that there was a world of difference between the 2. Just hearing the name, several ways to use this ability came to mind. Secondly, Lin Yan's fantasy came true. No further explanation is needed, these 4 words are enough to express just how abnormal this ability is. An SS level rating represents potential at the level of divine wrath. In other words, when this superpower is developed to its fullest extent, even things that Lin Yan imagines to be miraculous or fantastical could become reality. At that time, the title of Master of One Thought will be no joke. As for the SSS level, it is a stroke of luck that touches upon the rules of the Great Tao. Suyu had nothing to say. From today onwards, he would insist on taking photos of Xiao Xiao until he obtained this buff. Click. 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 Press the shutter button 3 times in a row. Strength plus 10, strength plus 10, agility plus 10. Undeterred by not being able to get another gold medal, Suyu finished taking photos of the three of them. He then pointed the camera at Song Qinghuan and snapped a picture. A fresh photo of Song Qinghuan smiling broadly has been released. Strength increased by 20. Sure enough, Song Qinghuan was his true lucky charm. After giving the photos to the four people, Suyu's gaze towards them became much deeper. Lin Yan gently nudged Fuyu. Why does it feel like Suyu's gaze towards us has changed after the photos were taken? Could it be that he finally realized how handsome my buddy is? Fuyu remained expressionless, too lazy to pay attention to this vain oddball. However, he also noticed the change in Suyu's eyes, and his curiosity was ignited. His eyes narrowed even more. As Suyuzhen praised Song Qinghuan for looking good on camera, she suddenly felt as if a string in her mind had been touched. Without any hesitation, Suyu looked at Fuyu. Fuyu was surprised when his mental probe failed. The moment his eyes met Suyu's, his eyes widened instantly. Suyu gave a harmless smile. What's wrong, Fuyu? Did you find something again? Fuyu shook his head and remained silent. Suyu responded with an "oh," as if nothing had happened. We really need to be careful with the psychic in our team. I don't know if it's because my mental strength is too high, or because of the system. Fuyu's mind-reading ability must have failed. Suyu pondered for a moment, then smiled and said to the two girls, Qinghuan, Xiao, let me take another group photo of you too. Okay. Xiao replied happily. Song Qinghuan cast a questioning look at him, knowing that for Suyu, taking photos was a form of intelligence gathering. But isn't once enough? I'll take 2 pictures and give one to each of you, Suyu said deliberately, holding up his camera. Then it's all right. Song Qinghuan's cautious expression disappeared. At exactly 8 o'clock, the large clock in the square rang. The noisy square fell silent instantly. At this moment, a man dressed in a black leather jacket entered the square and went up to the platform. Good morning, everyone. I am Wei Yikuan, your instructor for this training camp. Everyone looked at him, and he grinned and said, You can call me instructor now. Good morning, instructor. The group of gifted teenagers immediately shouted in unison. Wei Yikuan nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the onlookers. Everyone, the training camp has now begun. You may leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, no one lingered by the square and they all turned and left on their own. When only 105 students remained in the square, he suddenly slapped his palm towards the sky, and visible ripples spread out. An invisible barrier surrounds the entire square. This is a technique that only Grandmaster level experts can use. Its main purpose is to prevent us from revealing our strength to the outside world, Fuyu explained to Suyu and Song Qinghuan. Suyu nodded, her eyes filled with longing as she looked at Wei Yikuan on the stage. The middle-aged man, a 6th-rank martial artist, contributed a martial art technique and a small amount of spiritual power to himself. I wonder what I'll gain from taking a picture of this Grandmaster level expert. He suppressed the urge to take out his camera. Although he's a playboy, he's definitely not a fool. On the high platform, Wei Yikuan glanced at everyone. Not bad, the spirit of this year's class is much better than that of the last year. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. This training camp will still consist of 5 days of free hunting, 1 day of free time, and a grand arena competition on the last day. 5 days of free hunting, you will form a team of 5 people each. Each squad will select a captain to hunt in the small wilderness behind me over the next 5 days. An ordinary beast is worth 10 points, a first-grade beast is worth 100 points, a second-grade beast is worth 1,000 points, a third-grade beast is worth 10,000 points, a fourth-grade beast is worth 100,000 points, and a fifth-grade beast is worth 1,000,000 points. Let me give you a friendly reminder, last year, a small team recklessly challenged a 4th-grade alien beast and was completely wiped out. By overthrown, I mean lost my life, Wei Yikuan said with a nonchalant smile. In the square, 105 students listened attentively. Even knowing that the rules of the training camp are basically the same as those of the college entrance examination, no one dared to lose focus at this moment. However, since it is a free hunt, I will not stop you from hunting 5th grade or 6th grade exotic beasts. It is your freedom. The only thing I need to warn you about is that during the first 5 days of free hunting, all teams must cooperate and all fighting between them is strictly prohibited. If any violations are found, the training camp qualification will be immediately revoked. Wei Yikuan said with a serious expression. I know you are all geniuses and want to see who is better. I will give you a chance, but not in the first 5 days. On the 6th day of free time, all teams will be in a competitive relationship, and each team's points can be deducted. I hope this day will be lively for you all. Wei Ikuan's serious expression vanished, replaced by a playful look. The final day's arena competition will be attended by the top 10 teams in terms of points. There will be additional rewards for individual battles. I've explained the rules. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. The square was quiet. Wei Ikuan nodded. Okay, let's start the blood and chi test next. After the blood and chi test, you can form your own teams. As he spoke, he took out a booklet. Those who heard your names can come up now. Gaoshi, ranked first in the preliminary rankings, has won first place in the Eastern Warzone Joint Examination for 3 consecutive years, and has participated in the hunting of 4th-grade exotic beasts. Hao Ziming, ranked second in the preliminary rankings, has won first place in the Southern Warzone Joint Examination for 3 consecutive years. He successfully escaped from a 4th-grade alien beast all by himself. Chapter 43 Lawlessness Su Yu. Wu Linlin, who has won first place in the Central Theater Command Joint Examination for 3 consecutive years, and single-handedly killed a 3rd-grade alien beast. Su Yinchang, who has won first place in the Southwest Theater Command Joint Examination for 3 consecutive years, and single-handedly killed a 3rd-grade alien beast. Wei Ikuan immediately announced the top 4 players from the 4 blood and chi testing devices, and also briefly introduced their past achievements. No one questions that they are expected to be in the top 4. Almost everyone in the audience looked up at them. Most of the people present had been defeated by them in previous joint examinations. So you watched the 4 people walk onto the high platform, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. His goal is to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and these 4 people are the ones he must overcome. Participated in the killing of a 4th-grade exotic beast, and killed a 3rd-grade exotic beast on his own. The difference between these exotic beasts is not significant between the 1st and 4th ranks. My best chance of finding a rare beast is a grade 1 beast. The difference isn't that big, I can catch up. However, we might need a weapon that can penetrate defenses. Su Yu carefully considered the matter. Beasts that do not reach the 5th rank cannot control their chi and blood. The differences between them all lie in basic attributes such as strength, speed, and resistance. If you use your brain a little, there might be a way. In the observation room, Chang Yang and Zhuge Yun kept a close eye on Su Yu's changing expression. I could see the fighting spirit in his eyes and the expression on his face. Zhuge Yun looked at Chang Yang. Are you sure the data you gave me before was correct? I get the feeling that this kid is going to take down the top 4. Chang Yang remained calm, normal. After all, he's the kind of guy who dared to take down the principal's tires as soon as he enrolled. I wouldn't think it's an exaggeration to tell you that this kid wants to take down Brother Kuan. Zhuge Yun looked disgusted. Is this how you teach students? You've almost ruined a tactical genius into a brainless brute. Chang Yang looked up at the sky, too lazy to explain he was used to it. In less than an hour, he had already taken the blame for a lot of things that Su Yu had done. Despite his teasing, Zhuge Yun's gaze toward Su Yu grew increasingly appreciative. He had originally planned to wait until Su Yu arrived at Jubiai University, observe him for a while, and then decide whether or not to accept him as a disciple. After all, even if someone is a genius, it depends on whether he is a suitable mentor. Now it seems that Zhuge Yun believes Su Yu is a disciple that God made specifically for him. If you have talent and ability, who wouldn't want to be a brainless brute? Why use your brain when you can solve things with your fists? In the square, 4 highly anticipated geniuses simultaneously placed their hands on the testing device. Driven by the flow of chi and blood, all 4 machines simultaneously displayed the number 200, unsurprisingly. Wei Ikuan nodded. Alright, you can go and prepare to form a team. The 4 people walked off the stage without exchanging any words. Whether it's the pride of a genius or the fact that the captain's reward is higher than the team member's reward, there is absolutely no possibility for the 4 of them to team up. Next came 4 more geniuses with 200 chi and blood. By the 3rd batch, people finally started forming teams. Yao Yu, who was ranked 9th, went straight to Su Yincheng, and the 2 embraced and kissed in front of everyone. Damn, they actually killed a dog. I was careless. I shouldn't have looked at it. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Su Yincheng and Yao Yu must have done this on purpose. This scene made the atmosphere in the square much more cheerful. Su Yu shook his head in disdain, then subconsciously met Song Qinghuan's gaze. Song Qinghuan's face instantly turned red. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to do this too? Su Yu? Blood and chi testing continues. More than 10 groups in a row, and everyone's chi and blood were at their limit of 200. Everyone present was a genius. They'd seen the number 200 so many times that they'd gotten used to it. What Suyu was even more curious about was that now half of the people had completed the blood and chi monitoring. However, the teams led by the previous 8 have not yet been fully formed. Even in the 10th to 20th stage, they remained alone. Suyu watched curiously as the 16th group went up to monitor. The numbers appeared on the machine, and the scene instantly erupted in uproar. Wu Jianqin health 234. Lu Shua chi and blood 238. They've already broken through their limits? 234 and 238. I feel that the blood crystals they used were at least grade 4 blood crystals. Did they know they had no chance of finishing in the top 3, so they broke through early to try and grab first place? That doesn't make sense. Even if they've broken through to the limit of martial arts, they still can't compare to Gao Shi and the others. I don't understand. The blood crystals in the training camp are all rare blood crystals. Even if you're last in the class and only get a 4th grade blood crystal, it's still better than what the school provides, right? In the square, everyone was engaged in a heated discussion. Inside the observation room, the 4 deans' eyes instantly turned sharp. Deng Ji tied up her long, flowing hair, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Something's not right. The blood crystals they used to break through were also rare blood crystals. I looked at their information, and their schools and backgrounds don't produce any mid-grade rare blood crystals. They must be backed by powerful families. Feng Wan nodded. This situation will happen again in the future, but it will always be one of the last few who want to make a push. Their preliminary rankings are in the middle. Apart from the top 10, they are not far behind the others. There's no reason for them to make such preparations. I suspect someone knew about the rewards for this training camp in advance. An 8th grade blood crystal, right? Zhuge Yun suddenly asked. I didn't say that. Xian Yun immediately said, facing the gazes of the 3 men. Zhuge Yun smiled and said, everyone knows about the incident where Venerable Yu and Venerable Shui ambushed and killed 3 rank 8 beasts a while ago. These 2 venerable ones are the ones who value the younger generation most in the human alliance. It's not hard to guess that they'll take 1 or 2 blood crystals as a reward for this training camp. I can only be certain now because of the current situation. Those powerful families probably don't want to let this possibility slip by. After all, it is an 8th grade blood crystal, a great treasure for a grandmaster to forge a golden body. If we give these kids the job, they might just produce 2 more earth-shattering geniuses. Isn't Gao Shi's ability SS level dark type devouring? If he uses an 8th grade blood crystal to break through his limit, his ability will reach another level. Compared to that, what are a few rare mid-grade blood crystals? As Zhuge Yun spoke, the observation room fell silent. They were shocked by the leak, but upon closer reflection, it was indeed the case. A woman in the data team said indignantly, but isn't this unfair to others? What's fair or unfair about it? Is it fair for us humans to face alien beasts or alien races? And regardless of what those aristocratic families think, if a genius does emerge, it will be a genius of our human race. Not only that, their resource support for Wu Jianqin and Lu Shua is also very substantial. If all the aristocratic families are willing to do this, we can save a lot of resources and give them to other geniuses who need opportunities, Batten replied calmly. As the group talked, the blood and chi monitoring in the square was coming to an end. Starting with Wu Jianqin, many other geniuses with over 200 chi and blood appeared later. Without exception, all of these geniuses joined the top teams. Suyu didn't really care who they teamed up with. What he cares about is that he's not the only one who's broken 200. What happened to the promise of instant fame? Watching Song Qinghuan and the others go on stage, Suyu lost much of his interest in blood and chi monitoring. Clearly, at this moment he had completely forgotten about using blood crystals to break through to the limit compared to these people. His situation of using a single grade 1 blood crystal to reach over 200 is far more terrifying. Chapter 44. Is this what you mean by mediocre talent? Song Qinghuan, Fuyu, Xiao Qiao, and Lin Yan walked onto the high platform. Of these 4, only Song Qinghuan is relatively unknown. The other 3 had all attracted the attention of the geniuses present to varying degrees. Fuyu is a psychic with supernatural abilities, capable of both mind reading and influencing the minds of others. Compared to the ultimate martial artists present, the venerable ones and powerful figures at the top level, he is a master of the lower limit. With so many geniuses present, even Gao Shi, who was ranked first, couldn't guarantee that he could successfully enter the 7th grade Grandmaster realm. But Fuyu was different. He had no difficulty advancing from the 6th rank to the 7th rank. It's also possible that God is fair and gave him a talent in the spiritual realm, particularly in improving his chi and blood. Despite the Fu family's bestowal of various resources, they were unable to help him break through the 180-meter barrier. The elders of the Fu family all wanted him to absorb the blood crystal directly, but Fuyu insisted on moving towards the goal of becoming a supreme martial artist. He knew very well that if he couldn't become a top-tier martial artist, even if he were to reach the minimum level of a 7th-grade grandmaster, his breakthrough speed would be several times slower than that of other geniuses in his generation. Not to mention the gap between even the strongest individuals in the same generation. Fuyu's constraints made countless powerful figures feel sorry for this genius. As for Qiao Qiao and Lin Yan, their abilities are simply too peculiar. Both of their abilities were theoretically invincible when they were first discovered. Countless grandmasters and powerful figures went to the two families to take on disciples. But as time went on, the effects of the superpower became more and more apparent. As a result, the two received less and less attention. They still fall short of the truly top geniuses present. Qiao Qiao Qi and Blood 199. Song Qinghuan Qi and Blood 196. Lin Yan Qi and Blood 187. Fuyu Qi and Blood 179. In the observation room, Deng Ji looked at Qiao Qiao with eyes full of admiration. Although Qiao Qiao used the blood crystal in advance, just one grade 1 blood crystal was enough to bring her blood and qi to their limit. Although there is a gap compared to others, it is still worth looking forward to. Yes, if her superpowers are developed more thoroughly, this childless future may not be worse than others, Feng Wan also agreed. In comparison, I'm actually more looking forward to Song Qinghuan. Director Batten of East Pole University focused his gaze on Song Qinghuan. Data shows that this girl's qi and blood were only 193 a week ago. In just 1 week, she has increased her qi and blood by 3 points in the limit area. If it weren't for the fact that she came from a small city like Tianyuan, she might not be any worse than the others here today. As the director of the admissions office of Jubiai University, Shen Yun immediately emphasized, Batten, don't you dare undermine the ideas of our students. The college entrance exam hasn't even started yet. How can she already be a student at your school? Whether she chooses a school or not depends on whose sincerity is greater, Batten said bluntly. Exactly. Shen Yun, don't think that just because these kids' preferred schools are in Beibei, it means they're already enrolled in Beibei University. Feng Wan echoed. Shen Yun remained silent, too lazy to pay attention to the two of them. He made up his mind that he couldn't let these two steal the meat that was already in his mouth. So, are you all going to try and take advantage of my student? Zhuge Yun suddenly said with a smile. No. Besides you, Professor Zhuge, who else is more suitable to be Suyu's teacher? We would never consider Suyu, neither morally nor logically. Feng Wan immediately said. Professor Zhuge, don't worry, even if this kid wants to join our Dongji school, we'll send him back to your Jubiai district. Batten also indicated that he wouldn't try to poach him. Deng Ji smiled and said, I would love to take it, but unfortunately, none of the tactical masters at our school are taking on apprentices anymore. In the square, Wei Yikuan announced that the last person would come on stage. Suyu, a junior tactician, perfectly solved a junior year final exam question from Peking University during his senior year of high school. Compared to his martial arts skills, the Human Alliance is more concerned about whether he can break the record of being the youngest tactical master of Grandmaster Zhuge Yun. I don't know why, but compared to the brief introductions of the previous 4. When Wei Yikuan arrived at Suyu's place, he received a much longer introduction. It even seemed as if to avoid embarrassing Suyu, that he specifically emphasized that martial arts cultivation was not the focus for him. Nevertheless, the geniuses in the square all focused their attention on the testing device. No one wanted to see a joke, everyone was simply extremely interested in this future tactical master. Suyu raised an eyebrow as he listened to Wei Yikuan's introduction. Is martial arts cultivation unimportant? Sorry, tactics are just a hobby of mine, martial arts are my main focus. With that thought in mind, he placed his hand on the instrument and began to mobilize the qi and blood throughout his body. Something's not right. The moment Suyu mobilized his qi and blood, Wei Yikuan's eyes changed instantly. Meanwhile, in the observation room, several admissions directors also stepped forward. Suyu's blood and qi. Zhuge Yun was also dumbfounded. The instrument testing wasn't over yet, and the students in the square were still discussing the value of this tactical master. Beep beep beep. The test is complete, as shown by the data displayed on the instrument. The entire square was quiet, you could hear a pin drop. Suyu Chi in Blood 212. He is hailed as a tactical genius and is also an extreme martial artist. After 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds of silence. What's going on? Wasn't it said that Suyu's Chi and Blood were at most 120? Is the instrument broken? Less than 100 units of Chi and Blood absorbed a grade 1 blood crystal and directly broke through the limit? Are you kidding me? All the students present started talking about it. At this moment, even those who seemed to be high and mighty at the top had an incredulous look on their faces. The students suspected that there might be a problem with the equipment. Wei Ikuan, who was standing right next to Suyu, knew that this was Suyu's true blood and Chi value. He did not let Suyu test it again. Suyu, Chi, and Blood 212. His tone was very calm, but he paused subconsciously when registering the data. I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. What kind of genius could go from less than 100 Chi and Blood to the peak of martial arts in just 2 weeks? Wei Ikuan appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he was filled with surprise and doubt. Holy crap, it really is 212. This is an ultimate martial artist, and a tactician at the level of Peking University's third-tier university. I feel like Suyu should be the most sought-after one. Stop talking, I reckon the top teams are already thinking about making roster changes. I wonder if Suyu will attend if we invite him. Didn't he say he absolutely had to bring his girlfriend? Are you stupid? Suyu himself is already a fighting force. Is it so hard to bring along Song Qinghuan, who has 196 HP? A group of geniuses in the square felt a mix of emotions. Gao Shi, Su Yincheng, and the others did indeed begin to hesitate. With Suyu's participation, the efficiency of a 5-day hunt would increase exponentially. Inviting Suyu would mean kicking out 2 people. They weren't sure if it was worth it. If Suyu were alone, there would be no need for hesitation. Meanwhile, in the observation room, 4 admissions directors, along with Zhuge Yun, were present. They all turned their puzzled gazes toward Cheng Yong, who also looked shocked. Chapter 45: The Thief. Cheng Yong really wanted to give everyone present a reasonable explanation. But the fact that Suyu's blood energy surged from 100 to breaking through the limit in just 1 week is simply too outrageous. He is a genius, I've said it before, he had to emphasize. This statement was clearly not enough to convince everyone present. Everyone in this room knows Suyu is a genius, but no one says he's a martial arts genius. In 1 week, his Chi and blood cultivation increased from less than 100 to 212. This cultivation speed is simply unprecedented, and most importantly, it's the limit. How exactly did Suyu break through his limit? A group of people were puzzled. As the director of the admissions office of Peking University, Shen Yun chose to take the initiative. Everyone, you just said that you wouldn't compete with Professor Zhuge for his students. We shouldn't even think about getting involved with Suyu. Huh? Did I say that? Feng Wan seemed completely confused. Shen Yun glanced at him. Director Feng, we have surveillance cameras here. If you can't remember, I can pull it up for you to recall. Oh, yes, but I was just kidding. You can't treat student recruitment like that. There's no written agreement, Director Qian, so please don't take it seriously. Feng Wan said with a fake smile. A dignified Grandmaster-level expert, the director of admissions for one of the 4 major universities, is now openly showing no shame. It's not just Feng Wan. Batten also spoke up. I did say I wouldn't compete with Professor Zhuge Yun, but as far as I know, Suyu wants to major in combat. We can choose not to take it, but shouldn't we respect the child's own wishes? Deng Ji, that's right, that's right. If our Nanchang University is willing to give Professor Zhuge an honorary professorship, then Suyu can still be Professor Zhuge's student. Shen Yun's lips twitched at these 3 shameless acts. Then let's rely on our own abilities. He then looked at Zhuge Yun. Brother Zhuge, judging from Suyu's talent, I think we can put him aside for now, whether he studies tactics or combat. We'd better work together properly, lest some shameless people steal our students away. Zhuge Yun gave a forced smile. Of course, it's not impossible for Suyu to cultivate 2 systems at the same time. Cheng Yong, standing to the side, hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Studying 2 departments at the same time? Isn't that ridiculous? Who has that much energy? The people in the observation room, who were all smiles and friendly just a second ago, all revealed their true colors the next second. They were all at loggerheads, neither willing to give way to the other. Not only Suyu, but other students who liked each other were also fiercely competing. In a short time, the 4 directors took the lead, and the data analysis teams from various schools joined the effort. The observation room was as bustling as a vegetable market. Chang Yong watched and exclaimed that he had learned something new. At the same time, the presidents of Nanching University, Pingyun University, Jubiai University, and Dongji University all learned that Su Yu was an ultimate martial artist. Immediately, apart from North University, the principals of the other 3 universities went to their respective tactical masters and asked them to come out of seclusion and take on apprentices. At first, these tactical masters did not want to compete with Zhu Yun, a junior, for students. Upon learning that Su Yu's martial arts talent was also extraordinary, everyone, regardless of seniority or juniority, immediately stood up to try and recruit him. In the observation room, Xian Yun was busy making contacts. As the first person to value Su Yu, Zhu Yun appeared remarkably calm at this moment. He asked with some curiosity, "You release a talent rating every year during the training camp? Have you decided what rating to give Su Yu yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 busy people stopped and began to consider. The main point is that this talent rating is based on martial arts talent. If we add Su Yu's tactical talent, an SSS rating is not an exaggeration at all. But we only know now that Su Yu's blood and chi cultivation speed is very fast, and we don't know anything else yet. Personally, I think we need to pay more attention to Su Yu before we can give him a rating, since we currently have very little information about him. Or rather, most of the information about Su Yu is inaccurate, Deng Ji said. The group looked at Chang Yong again. Chang Yong yawned and looked around, avoiding eye contact with these people. Is it my fault that there's no information or the information is inaccurate? However, one thing is certain, regardless of Su Yu's actual strength, considering that he was able to cultivate to the limit of martial arts with just 1 first-grade blood crystal, his martial arts talent is at least S level. The talent ratings of the 4 major universities also affect the allocation of resources after students are admitted. The geniuses who were able to participate in the 4-school training camp all started with an S-level rating. Furthermore, compared to the ratings of Tianyuan City and other schools, the ratings of the 4 schools are often much stricter. For example, Song Qinghuan was rated SS level by both Tianyuan City and the military academy. But at the 4-school training camp, her preliminary rating was only A. As everyone discussed, this time everyone's observation was directly focused on Su Yu. In the square. After Su Yu finished measuring his chi and blood, he returned to Song Qinghuan's side under the watchful eyes of a group of people. Seeing Song Qinghuan's nervous yet expectant expression, Su Yu tapped her fair forehead. "What are you thinking? Don't you know that showing off your love will lead to a quick breakup?" Song Qinghuan pouted, "Who's showing off their love to you?" A group of people were looking in this direction. Aside from Su Yingqing's eyebrows twitching, indicating he felt somewhat offended, everyone else wore expressions of resentment. This person is going too far. They said they wouldn't show affection in public. Your little interaction is less than a hug and kiss, which would have been better and made us die a quick death. While everyone was internally complaining, their steps toward the 2 didn't falter much. "Su Yu, my name is Zhang Dachuan. Our team is currently short 2 people. We already have 2 players with over 200 chi and blood, and with you and Xinghuan, our team is confident of making it into the top 5. Aim for the top 5? With your team strength, Su Yu, if you join us, the 3 of us will all have spiritual weapons. If you need one too, we can send it to you." Among the crowd stood a richly dressed young man who spoke with unparalleled arrogance. "Brother Su Yu, compared to spirit weapons, our ranking in the training camp is more important to us." A group of people surrounded Su Yu and Song Qinghuan. The 3 of them, Fu Yu and Fu Yu, who had been pushed aside, were still a little dazed. Fu Yu remained expressionless, his face devoid of any emotion. Lin Yan and Xiao Qiao asked with some concern, "Should we find new teammates?" As they were talking, Su Yu, who had been being pulled around in the crowd, raised his hand and said loudly, "Everyone, I will only be the captain." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd that had been huddled together fell silent. Chapter 46, A secondary strategy is not necessarily unacceptable. Su Yu had one more thing he wanted to say but didn't: "I want to be number 1. The requirement to be the team leader alone deterred almost everyone. He decided to keep his boastful ambition of being number 1 to himself for now. Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Lin Yan and Xiao Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could even catch his breath, then the young man in fine clothes said loudly, "No problem, join our team and we'll make you the captain." Lin Yan and Xiao Qiao were both stunned. Joining grants you a magical artifact, and they even voluntarily give up their captaincy. Is this student alright? At this moment, not only the two of them couldn't understand it, but most people in the square felt the same way. Facing the gazes of the crowd, the elegantly dressed young man smiled brightly. Suyu, I have no other requests. I just hope that we can continue to be teammates in college. I can cover all your spiritual artifact losses during your 4 years of university. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene erupted in uproar once again. Holy crap, whose rich young master is this? Is he really that arrogant? We just had his blood and chi checked, and his name seems to be Shimon Boshue. Could it be the west gate of the Divine Weapon Pavilion? It's almost certainly true. Hiss. Do they need any more accessories? I'm not greedy. Suyu also heard the discussion around him. To be honest, he didn't know much about the Divine Weapon Pavilion or the Shimon family. But the other party was indeed very sincere. Helpless, Suyu could only say sincerely, classmate Shimon, to be honest, I am tempted. However, I had already found teammates before that, and I hope we can work together again next time. Upon hearing this, Shimon Boshue's face showed a hint of disappointment. In that case, we can only hope for another opportunity to cooperate. Suyu nodded. However, there is one thing I want to emphasize, Shimon Boshue suddenly said. Suyu, Don't call me Shimon classmate, you can call me brother Boshue or Boshue classmate. Shimon Boshue said earnestly. Suyu was a little confused, but nodded, okay, brother Boshue. I declined all team invitations. Suyu found Fuyu and the other two again. Lin Yan and Xiao Xiao looked at him with deep emotion. Brother Suyu, I'm so touched. I have no regrets in this life for being able to make a friend like you. Lin Yan said, tears streaming down her face. She can cry on cue. This dramatic gesture stunned Xiao Xiao, who was equally moved. Suyu was speechless at this oddball. He said sincerely, don't misunderstand, I just think your abilities are better suited for hunting. Lin Yan's crying scene ended immediately, and she looked righteous and confident. Brother Suyu, I admire your integrity, and I actually think so too. With your superpower, it's a real shame you're not an actor and a Best Actor winner, Suyu said sincerely. I think so too, Song Qinghuan agreed. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. The four were chatting and laughing when Fuyu, who had a cold expression, suddenly said, with your strength, choosing us is not the right answer. You should at least join a team that can make the top 10. Winning a prize in the competition will earn you academic credits when you enter university. As far as I know, the training camp tournament is the easiest place to earn credits among the 4 universities. You'll regret it if you don't get in. Suyu remained non-committal. He smiled and said, you may be right, but I think the 5 of us might have the ability to be in the top 10. Or rather, in my opinion, it's not impossible for us to aim for the top 3. Its strength and agility far surpass those of other beings in the same realm. He is a master of tactics, combat, guns, and swords, as well as the martial art of the mysterious step. These are the reasons why Suyu was able to refuse other teams. And with his goal always being to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he also possesses a kind of ambition that others cannot understand. The more he was given these terrible teammates, the more determined he became to achieve great things. Let's get rid of these empty things. The fact that the 3 of them possessed SS-level superpowers was enough to solidify Suyu's decision not to switch teams. What high-quality blood crystals are the rewards, and what academic credits are there? Isn't the SS-level fantasy come true and mental manipulation appealing? And there's also the luck of SSS level. So no matter which angle you look at it from, the current 5 people are the most suitable 5 people. Suyu looked very serious. Fuyu nodded and simply said, my ability is mental, I can read minds and exert some mental control, but this requires the other party to be in an extremely weak state. You all know that my chi and blood level is 179. I've been stuck at this point for a long time. However, I am confident that my actual combat strength is no weaker than others. My weapon is a bow and arrow. Because of my superpower, I can hit my target every time. He revealed all his information directly, which also represented his attitude. Suyu smiled and said, okay, we'll discuss and prepare the details later. Let's go get our wristbands from the instructors first. Okay. Let's cook the raw rice into cooked rice first. Lin Yan's ramblings drew glares from everyone, including Fuyu. Soon, the 5 people came to Wei Ikuan, registered their identities, and received their team bracelets. The moment the 5 people received the bracelets, the team had no chance to back out. Wei Ikuan specifically asked Suyu if he was sure about this. when he saw Suyu's affirmative and confident gaze. Wei Ikuan became even more curious about Suyu, who was a relative. The team was officially formed, and the 5 members stepped down from the platform. Everyone else in the square was watching the 5 of them. I don't understand why Suyu insists on teaming up with them. TSK, it seems like the team that came in last place in this training camp is finally settled. What a pity. If Suyu were willing to join us, we could still compete for a top 10 spot. I'm not interested in their ranking, I just wonder if Suyu is really a qualified tactician after making such a decision. I don't know if he's qualified, but as things stand now, I can at least trust him if he's my tactician. In the observation room, Chun Young laughed and said, "How about it? Do you regret choosing such weak teammates for Suyu now?" Zhuge Yin shook his head. Who would have thought this kid was hiding his true abilities so well? If I had known he would be like this, I wouldn't have let him participate in this training camp. Now even the duck that's already in your mouth might fly away. Don't worry about that. I have a feeling that this kid will most likely still choose our Zhubi University, Chun Yong reassured him. In response, Zhuge Yun's gaze turned somber. Can you guarantee he'll choose the tactical department? Chun Yong remained silent. Maybe minoring in tactics isn't out of the question. Chun Yong, get out of here. In the observation room, the 2 good classmates started arguing again. Others have gradually become used to it. Chapter 47: The True Rating of Superpowers. Wei Ikuan gave everyone an hour to form teams. Suyu's team was almost the fastest team to be formed. Next are the top 8 teams. With 8 top talents in charge, inviting people is not difficult for them. Furthermore, most of the members of these teams were already decided from the very beginning. Interestingly, this happened after Suyu's blood and chi were exposed. Although they hesitated, none of them ultimately invited Suyu. Especially after hearing Suyu say he wanted to be the team leader. Gao Shi and the others looked at Suyu with seriousness. After Suyu formed his team, most of the discussions revolved around the fact that the teammates he had chosen were not good enough. They posed virtually no threat in this hunting competition. But Gao Shi and Su Yincheng silently kept Suyu's team in mind. It could also be a kind of intuition among geniuses, they just felt that Suyu's team might be a formidable opponent. After Suyu's team was formed, Suyu immediately found a corner and began preparations for the battle. The 1 hour was not only for forming teams, but also for preparing before entering the wilderness. Before venturing into the wilderness, Suyu had a few things he wanted to figure out. 5 people sat together. Suyu said, "Now that we're teammates, I think we need to get to know each other better." Fuyu has already mentioned his special skills. Lin Yan, Xiao Xiao, and Cheng Huan, please give a brief self-introduction. The 3 nodded. Song Qinghuan was the first to speak. My special ability is freezing, and my weapon is a spear. My main fighting method now is to imbue my spear with superpowers, which can cause localized freezing to enemies or monsters during combat. Reduce flexibility and slow down movement. Of course, if I go all out, I can freeze 5 first-grade alien beasts in one go and keep them frozen for 5 seconds. You can also use your full power on a first-grade beast and kill it instantly. But after using my powers, I entered a period of weakness. As Song Qinghuan spoke, everyone else listened very attentively. After she finished speaking, Fuyu said with some surprise, "I looked at your information before coming to the training camp. It seems like your abilities are much stronger than what's recorded in the data." Song Qinghuan explained, "Because I haven't fully mastered my special ability yet." "Not yet?" Fuyu pressed. Song Qinghuan nodded. "I have a feeling that your ability might not be rated A in the data, it might be even higher," Fuyu said seriously. The inability to accurately rate superpowers has always been a major headache for the Human Alliance. Unlike blood and chi, it cannot be detected by any testing equipment. When evaluating supernatural abilities, one can only make a general assessment based on actual effects in comparison with past cases. With the advent of the martial arts era, supernatural abilities emerged. Historically, there have been instances where SSS-level abilities were mistakenly classified as F-level, and instances where C-level abilities were mistakenly classified as SSS-level. Song Qinghuan's A-level rating is already the most daring rating in Tianyuan City. After all, in the history of this small town, there have been only a handful of A-level superpowered individuals. Fuyu said that Song Qinghuan's superpower might be underestimated. Lin Yan and Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, lowered their heads. The 2 of them were prime examples of how contemporary superpowers were overrated. One dream comes true, and another brings good fortune. It was once classified as an SSS level ability by their school. However, as time goes on, the effects become increasingly limited. Their superpower ratings kept dropping. Xiao Qiao's special ability is still rated A in the data. Lin Yan's superpower has already reached A, and if it continues to drop, it will be B. After Song Qinghuan finished speaking, Lin Yan had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "My superpower is called hypnosis, and it was once rated SSS and is now rated A. However, I think my evaluation was definitely too low." Su Yu nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Yan was filled with emotion. It's rare to find someone who still believes in themselves. My weapon is a long sword, and I'm very skilled at it. At least, the teachers at my school aren't as good as me. Is this also because of your special ability? Su Yu asked curiously. Lin Yan replied without hesitation, "No. It's simply because I have a good talent for martial arts." Su Yu remained silent. He suddenly felt that the increasingly low evaluation of this guy's superpower was likely due to his stubbornness. I can hypnotize ordinary beasts, and I can also hypnotize people who are weaker than me or in a weaker state. I can only hypnotize severely injured first-grade exotic beasts. Lin Yan said. Su Yu couldn't understand it at all. Why did a perfectly good idea of making your fantasies come true go astray and turn into hypnosis? By the way, I can also hypnotize myself to temporarily possess the abilities of other people. As soon as he finished speaking, all three people present had their eyes light up. Can one possess superpowers? Fu Yu asked. No. Lin Yan emphasized honesty. Moreover, I can't hypnotize those who are too strong. My highest record is having the strength of a peak first-grade martial artist for 30 seconds. Apart from Su Yu, the other three all looked regretful. Alright, I've finished saying what I wanted to say. Xiao Qiao immediately raised her hand. My turn. My turn. My weapon is a long whip. I'm very lucky, and it's easy for me to hit my opponent's vital points or the weak points of the beasts. My special ability is just good luck, and I don't know exactly how to use it. Anyway, you guys will definitely have better luck if you're with me. We might encounter a weakened monster as soon as we go in. Listen, can you hear what people are saying? As Xiao Qiao spoke, all four of them fell silent. After everyone finished introducing themselves, they all turned their attention to Su Yu. My strength and speed far exceed those of ordinary people, and I am proficient in all aspects of combat, marksmanship, and swordsmanship. Su Yu felt he had said everything in one sentence, but after thinking for a moment, he added, "Oh right. I also recently learned the martial art of the mysterious track step." In the observation room, the group of grandmasters and powerful figures looked at each other in silence. Did this kid really learn the mysterious steps in one night? Chung Yang asked with some doubt. He doesn't think that following along for a few steps is the mysterious step, does he? Possibly, after all, he's never seen anyone else demonstrate martial arts, Shen Yun agreed. This explanation was unanimously accepted by everyone present. In the square, Lin Yan and Xiao Qiao looked at Su Yu with envy. They both genuinely believed it. After introducing himself, Su Yu prepared to voice his bold ideas. He looked at Fu Yu first. Fu Yu, have you ever thought that your special ability could be like controlling radio waves, adjusting the mental energy of the five of us to the same frequency? Make it as if we're on the same local area network. If possible, let's communicate in the wilderness. Su Yu didn't finish speaking, but Fu Yu's eyes had already lit up. He hadn't tried it before, but he thought it was worth a try. If that really works, that would be quite interesting. In the observation room, everyone became curious after hearing what Su Yu said. Batten said, if that's really the case, then Fu Yu will be a hot commodity on the battlefield in the future. Chapter 48 Artifact. Adjust everyone's mental energy to the same frequency. This means that on the battlefield, everyone will be able to achieve true telepathy. One or two might not have such a noticeable effect. But if it's on a desolate battlefield, everyone, or even an entire legion, can achieve perfect telepathy. The help this superpower will bring to humanity will exceed everyone's imagination. At that time, Fu Yu will be the divine weapon of the human race on the battlefield. Of course, Fu Yu can't do that now, but what if he were to break through and become a grandmaster? There are no limitations to a spirit-based talisman master reaching the 7th rank. Even if he can't control the entire battlefield, the effect of him demonstrating this ability on high-level battlefields will be unpredictable. Although the mental strength of grandmasters is so powerful that they can communicate with each other through thought, this is different from the probability that Su Yu proposed. Communication through thought also takes time. In a war between the strong, every second can be the key to changing the entire battle. In the observation room, everyone watched as Fuyu said he would give it a try in the square. Everyone instinctively held their breath, staring intently at Fuyu, whose eyes were closed. Suyu watched as Fuyu closed his eyes and tried it. He was also very much looking forward to it, based on his understanding of the word regulation. Fuyu is certain that he can do what he said. It may be limited by the strength of one's mental power, or it may require more attempts. It cannot be done in a short time. But he was already prepared to brainwash Fuyu every day. I really wanted to. Suddenly, Suyu heard other people's voices in his mind. Is this really possible? It seems a bit far-fetched. If it works, then I can do it too. At that moment, Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao all looked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan, holy crap, it really worked? You guys really knew what I was thinking? Suyu, guess. Song Qinghuan, Suyu is really amazing. He truly lives up to my expectations. Song Qinghuan's pretty face instantly turned red. The person you like? I think so. Xiao Qiao and Lin Yan are still communicating. I'm so embarrassed. Why do all sorts of thoughts come to mind? Song Qinghuan's pretty face turned bright red to her ears. Cough, cough, cough. Suyu coughed twice. I think we should use this method during combat. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone instantly felt the strange connection between them disappear. But I'm not skilled enough yet. Right now, I'm controlling everyone's mental energy. I basically need to concentrate fully to control it carefully, so I may not be able to use it in combat for a short period of time. If we use it, then you might need someone else to protect me. Besides that, not everyone's thoughts will be perceived at the same frequency. If you forcefully suppress your own thoughts, others will not be able to sense them. Fuyu's expression remained largely unchanged. As soon as he opened his eyes, he began to summarize and analyze. Everyone nodded in agreement. Suyu laughed and said, "That's all right, we can try more. If facing the strange beasts isn't dangerous, we can try more. Maybe after a few more tries, I'll be able to control the situation while fighting. As for suppressing my thoughts about not wanting to tell the other person, I have experience in that area." Suyu deliberately looked at Song Qinghuan. Song Qinghuan wanted to bury her head in her hands, but she had no choice but to listen attentively. When you are in that state, you can also try to actively mobilize your mental energy. Try to create a private space within the frequency so that not all your thoughts are noticed by others. Suyu earnestly shared her experience from just now. However, after he finished speaking, Song Qinghuan, Lin Yan, and Xiao Qiao were all completely dumbfounded. Is this so hard to understand? Suyu asked, puzzled. The three nodded in unison. Fuyu chimed in, to achieve this, one's mental strength must be at least 200 Hz or higher, unless one has cultivated mental strength before. It's basically impossible before we become martial artists. I have been practicing mental power techniques since I was a child, and I only have 210. I haven't made any progress in the last 2 years. If the crowd hadn't sensed the excitement in Fuyu's tone just now. At that moment, everyone could sense the complex emotions beneath his indifferent expression. Suyu was speechless. Am I really that strong mentally? He asked, somewhat uncertainly. Fuyu nodded. Inside the observation room, everyone stiffly turned to look at each other. Really? Are these kids joking? Also, Changyon, do you know that Suyu's mental strength is so powerful? He really hasn't cultivated spiritual power? At this moment, the several grandmasters had countless questions they wanted answered. At the same time, their gazes toward Suyu and Fuyu became even more intense. In particular, 3 people from outside Peking University were rejected. Although both Suyu and Fuyu intended to attend Peking University. But now that they've discovered 2 precious jades, they can't let them go easily. Zhuge Yun's emotions were somewhat complicated. Xian Yun had already begun to regret it. If we hadn't agreed to Zhuge Yun's invitation to these people to the 4-school joint training camp, there is no risk of someone being robbed today. Well, Suyu, with such talent and such discoveries, couldn't you have kept it a little longer? In the square. Suyu then turned his gaze to Lin Yan. Have you ever hypnotized yourself into believing you're not human? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yan was instantly flustered. Brother Suyu, although my special ability is unique, I am not a pervert. He took several steps back, immediately putting distance between himself and Suyu. Suyu was speechless. After a few seconds of silence, he explained, "What I mean is, have you ever tried hypnotizing yourself into being some kind of mythical beast, or perhaps a plant or tree? If you can do that, then you're a natural scout in the wilderness." "But I can't really turn into a monster, or a tree," Lin Yan said, still somewhat resistant. Suyu sighed and covered his forehead. "Who said you were going to become a beast?" "Aura. Do you understand aura? A feeling, you know what that feeling is?" Lin Yan nodded. "I'll give it a try." The next moment, the entire square turned its gaze toward the target instantly. "Is it that easy?" Suyu was somewhat surprised. Wei Kuan suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "Was it you who just emitted the aura of a third-grade wind wolf?" Lin Yan nodded blankly. Wei Kuan sized him up. "Don't randomly simulate the aura of strange beasts in the square, it will cause a riot." After saying that, he slipped away. "Holy crap! I can really do it. I feel like I can even mimic the aura of a mid-grade exotic beast." Lin Yan suddenly became excited. Upon hearing this, Suyu quickly stopped him. "Calm down. Don't. You'll have plenty of opportunities once we're in the wilderness." Inside the observation room, Deng Ji and the others suddenly felt that they could also try to snatch Lin Yan away. Chapter 49: A rank superpower? It's SSS. Even before becoming a martial artist, one can simulate the aura of a third-grade exotic beast. And he even fooled a grandmaster-level expert. This isn't some kind of hypnotic ability, it's clearly the most powerful disguise ability anyone has ever seen. If Lin Yan were to become even stronger, would he be able to simulate the aura of a supreme expert? This is yet another superpower that can directly help the entire human race. In terms of value, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to rate this kind of ability as SSS. Everyone in the observation room was somewhat bewildered. After all, in just a short while, two abilities have emerged that are worthy of being rated as SSS level in terms of actual value. "Brother Zhuge, is it possible that Suyu's talent isn't in tactics, but in discovering the talents of others?" In just a short while, Fu Yu and Lin Yan seemed to have been given a new lease on life in his hands. Shen Yun couldn't help but ask. In his eyes, the new effects of these two people's superpowers were indeed astonishing. But what he found most unbelievable was Su Yu. After all, Su Yu was in charge of all of this. Zhuge Yun glanced at him indifferently. "Brother Yun, you're wrong. This is also part of tactical talent. Our job as tacticians is to bring out the full potential of each individual." "Really?" Cheng Yang asked with a doubtful look. Zhuge Yun said without batting an eye, "Of course, Su Yu's talent in this area is indeed somewhat extraordinary." Everyone was shocked, but continued to observe with anticipation. Fu Yu and Lin Yan were both discovered to have new horizons by Su Yu. "What about Xiao Xiao? What about me? What can I do?" Xiao Xiao blinked her big eyes, looking at Su Yu with anticipation. Su Yu stroked his chin, considering the matter seriously for a long time. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, he said, "Xiao Xiao, you are our team's lucky charm. You don't need to do anything. Just being with us is the strongest buff." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao was both disappointed and happy. Su Yu thought for a moment and then added, "How about this? From now on, you should always firmly tell yourself that you are the lucky goddess of all of us. As long as you are here, we will all be blessed with good fortune." Xiao Xiao thought about it carefully. "I think I've always thought this way." Su Yu remained silent. "Then your idea is correct. Believe in yourself." After dealing with Xiao Xiao, Su Yu faced Song Qinghuan's expectant gaze. "Your superpower is not freezing, your superpower is the ability to freeze everything in the world. One day, with a wave of your hand, you can plunge a planet, a galaxy, or even the entire universe into an ice age." Without a doubt, Su Yu looked like a charlatan, and no one, including Song Qinghuan, believed his words. Of course, Su Yu praised him like that. Song Qinghuan was also happy and squinted her eyes into crescent shapes. In the observation room, Feng Wan suddenly laughed and said, "We've been expecting too much. We wish he could help everyone with superpowers discover new continents." Fu Yu and Lin Yan, these two children are already a wonderful surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, the others, who had felt their expectations were somewhat dashed, also nodded in agreement. Batten glanced at the time and said, "In comparison, I'd rather see just how strong Su Yu really is. Deng Ji, I'm very curious to see what kind of ranking he can achieve with this bottom-ranked team. Top 15, I'd say." If Fu Yu and Lin Yan had met Su Yu sooner, top 10 wouldn't be out of the question, Batten said. In the square, the time to enter the small wilderness was approaching. All squads began intensive pre-battle preparations. Suyu, let's agree in advance that if there aren't many or strong alien beasts, we'll create more opportunities for Fuyu to train his abilities. This is a points-based competition. Would it be a bad idea to spend time on me getting more familiar with my abilities? Fuyu hesitated. Suyu smiled and said, so you should try to master this way of using your superpower as soon as possible. As long as you can master it, I believe that the time we spend on you will be returned many times over. Besides, we don't let you try all the time. We're just looking for an opportunity. Fuyu nodded in agreement, and Suyu then turned his gaze to Lin Yan. Lin Yan, you will be mainly responsible for reconnaissance and acting as bait. If you discover any traces of the alien beast, I will be responsible for analyzing what kind of alien beast it is. You will be responsible for simulating the aura of the same type of exotic beast, which will allow you to conduct close-range reconnaissance. If the target monster is in an environment unfavorable to us, you can try to simulate the monster's main prey. We will set up an ambush, and you will be responsible for luring them out. I can only simulate the strange beasts I've seen. Lin Yan raised her hand. Suyu smiled and said, it's alright. Beasts don't like each other. Just simulate an invasion of their territory by someone of the same level, and they will naturally come looking for you. One more thing, are you sure you can simulate the aura of a mid-grade exotic beast? Yes, it's possible. Lin Yan said firmly. Suyu nodded, not discussing the matter further, but simply having a general idea in mind. Me too. Me too. What's my task? Xiao Xiao raised her hand again, swinging her pigtails like a swing. You are the strongest team buff. With you here, I guarantee we can at least achieve a top 10 finish. Suyu's expression and tone were so sincere. Xiao Xiao was so sincere that she completely believed this statement, then I will definitely be within 10 meters of you. Suyu nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Qinghuan. Qinghuan, we are both key combatants, so be prepared for the next 6 days to be very tiring. Song Qinghuan said with a determined look, don't worry, Suyu, I won't hold you back. Soon, an hour of preparation time had passed. Wei Yikuan returned to the square. He glanced at everyone and said, it seems everyone is ready. Now follow me. He led the way, and the group followed him across the square. Upon entering the military training base next to the square, one finds people patrolling the base. Continue forward, deeper into the base. A large, reclining brass door appeared before everyone's eyes. Go through this door and you will enter the small wilderness. Inside, life and death are irrelevant. Unless someone breaks the training camp rules, the training camp will absolutely not intervene. I'd like to ask for your opinions one last time. Are you sure you want to go down? Confirmed. Not a single one of the 105 people hesitated. Wei Yikuan nodded and took a few light steps to reach the airspace above the brass door. He took out a silver-white key, gently squeezed it with both hands, and the silver-white key turned into powder and fell onto the brass door. The powder emitted a dim light when it came into contact with the brass door. As the light grew brighter, the gate gradually opened. Wei Yikuan looked at everyone and smiled, 10 seconds. If you don't have time to get down, you can go home. The words fell. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, they rushed towards the brass gate and jumped down. As for what would happen after jumping, no one had time to think about it. Chapter 50 SSS Blessing, First Signs of Power. A group of people clearly jumped down. But the instant they passed through the bronze gate, they landed firmly on the ground and walked out normally. This strange feeling made everyone turn around and look at the bronze gate. Looking ahead again, the sky was gray and the view was blocked by towering trees. Before them, there were paths leading deep into the forest, stretching as far as the eye could see. Clearly, choosing the right route is the first hurdle everyone needs to face. For a moment, everyone at the scene fell silent. At this moment, everyone, who knew nothing about the road ahead, was making a serious assessment in their hearts. Interestingly, many people at the scene also turned their attention to Suyu. They seemed to want to see how a tactical genius would judge route selection. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao also subconsciously looked at Suyu. Suyu first looked at Fuyu. Fuyu said calmly, the specific details of the training camp are different every year. Choosing a route as soon as you enter? I don't think I've ever heard of that before. Suyu nodded, and under the gaze of the group, he looked at Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao, just pick one. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Are you kidding me? What happened to the professional ethics of a tactician? Shouldn't you scout things out first before deciding which path to take? Xiao Qiao was a little confused. Huh? I get to choose? Yes, whichever path you prefer, whichever path suits us, that's the one we'll take. You're our team's lucky charm. If you don't play your role now, when will you? Suyu said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao's eyes widened, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. Under the watchful eyes of many, she looked at the routes before her and extended her slender, white fingers. Whom did the little rooster point to? At this moment, countless questioning gazes once again focused on Suyu. Suyu touched his nose and comforted the other three in the group, saying, "It's okay, Xiao Qiao's ability is just luck. We'll just listen to him." Song Qinghuan nodded seriously, while Fuyu remained expressionless. Lin Yan was standing tall and proud, trying his best to show off his good looks. Suyu remained silent. Suyu's team chose the metaphysical approach. The other teams on site stopped paying attention to them. They all demonstrated the knowledge they had learned in their daily lives. Some went ahead to explore and then returned, while others analyzed the soil and the numbers. This scene looks just like a scientific expedition team at work. Great! This is the one. Xiao Qiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration, her eyes lit up, and she pointed to the rightmost road. Let's go. Suyu immediately led everyone into the forest. I saw that Suyu's team was the first to set off. Daoshi, Hao Jiming, Wu Linlin, Su Yingcheng and others also led their teams into the wilderness one after another. Everyone tacitly chose different routes. As the group continued their journey deeper into the area, the dense, towering trees that resembled city walls gradually thinned out. Along the way, Xiao Qiao played the game of pointing at the little rooster several more times. The main reason Suyu's team chose their route was based on trust. They believe in metaphysics and Xiao Qiao's supernatural abilities. In the observation room, Batten looked at the team still hesitating at the starting line and sneered, "Think it over 1,000 times, but if you don't take the first step, you'll only be left further and further behind by the others." Everyone nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the data team also wrote comments about indecisiveness in the profiles of these geniuses. After the training camp ended, these comments will also be part of their talent assessment for admission to the top 4 universities. At the same time, those grandmasters who want to take on disciples will also make judgments based on this information. Oh? Are Suyu and his team about to encounter a strange beast? Deng Ji suddenly asked, watching the footage of Suyu's team. Upon hearing this, the others immediately switched the camera to Suyu's team. In the picture, Suyu's team, which had been advancing all the way, finally stopped. Suyu gestured for everyone to stop where they were. He jumped onto a big tree and began to investigate. The crowd watched him, sometimes gesturing to indicate the size, sometimes touching the tree trunk with their fingers to smell the scent, their eyes filled with anticipation. They had traveled for a long time without seeing any strange beasts, and they were getting impatient. After observing several tree trunks, Suyu found some fecal residue in the grass. Finally, he concluded, "Blacktail killer bee." The other 4 immediately surrounded them. Judging from the marks on these tree trunks, there are at least 2 killer bees of grade 1 or higher. As Lin Yan listened to Suyu's words, he ran over to the big trees and took a look. Apart from a few small dots, I couldn't see anything else. Tisk, that's what they mean by specialization. I also took tactics classes, but I really can't see anything. All I know is that this excrement is definitely from a strange beast, and it's still fresh, he said. Upon hearing this, everyone smiled. Suyu looked into the depths. It should be not far away. Our first hunt of this training camp is finally about to begin. Several people showed a hint of excitement on their faces. Xiao Qiao stopped leading the way, and the group followed behind Suyu, exploring as they went. We're here. If we go any further, we'll be entering their territory. Suyu waved again to signal everyone to stop. After everyone stopped, Suyu looked at Lin Yan. Can the scent of a regular killer bee be imitated? Lin Yan nodded. It's a small problem. Then you imitate the scent of killer bees and go in, circling around as you go. If there are any special circumstances, contact us using the bracelet. Come back immediately once you found out. Then, Suyu said with a serious expression, no matter how many strange beasts there are, you cannot take action on your own. Okay, Lin Yan replied. In an instant, the way people looked at him changed from looking at a person to looking at him. Even though the person in front of me is in human form, I know this is his special ability. But people subconsciously think that Lin Yan is a killer bee. Watching Lin Yan flap her wings and go deeper into the depths, Song Qinghuan exclaimed, looking at it this way, Lin Yan's superpower is truly amazing. Everyone nodded, and Suyu smiled as well. An SS-level fantasy come true. Just how amazing is this superpower? Probably no one can imagine. In the observation room, several admissions directors have already modified Lin Yan's superpower to S level. His potential is still unknown. But based on its current performance, giving it an S-class rating wouldn't be unreasonable. Of course, while evaluating Lin Yan's superpowers, what everyone is even more eager to see is what kind of strength Suyu will demonstrate. In the wilderness, Lin Yan returned from her exploration. Seeing the excited look on his face, everyone knew that the battle was settled. A wounded queen bee of grade 3. The kind with a hive. Lin Yan got straight to the point. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 4 people perked up. Chapter 51, Battle against a third-grade exotic beast, Mastering Martial Arts. I observed it from very close up. This bee colony must have just been through a major battle. A third-grade queen bee was injured and was recuperating inside the hive. There are 2 endangered second-grade black-tailed killer bees in the hive. Outside the hive, an uninjured second-grade black-tailed killer bee is patrolling. In addition, there are 8 first-grade black-tailed killer bees and 27 black-tailed killer bees. Lin Yan recounted all the information he had obtained in detail. Where there is a beehive, there must be honey. The honey from the black-tailed killer bee can enhance the strength of the human body's internal organs, Fuyu said. So you looked at Xiao Xiao and teased, an injured third-grade exotic beast, and honey, TSK, Xiao Xiao, you really are something else. Lin Yan immediately knelt on one knee, her expression exaggerated, and said, Goddess of luck, accept my worship. Xiao Xiao smiled shyly, I'm very happy to be able to help everyone. Song Qinghuan, Xiao Xiao, you're too modest. Without you, we definitely wouldn't have had such good luck. Fuyu stood to the side with a cold expression, but he nodded in agreement. Upon seeing this, a happy smile appeared on Xiao Xiao's face. 2 dying second-grade killer bees and 1 injured queen bee. Our primary goal is to deal with these 3 killer bees first. To be precise, we need to deal with the 2 second-grade killer bees first. Otherwise, I'm afraid the queen bee will go berserk and eat these 2 second-grade killer bees to recover her condition. Suyu pondered for a moment, then looked at Lin Yan again. Lin Yan, imitate the aura of a peak-level first-grade wild bull and break into their territory from the other side. The queen bee needs to recover from her injuries, and the bull is the best tonic. If they sense your presence, they will definitely send that other second-grade killer bee to hunt you. Fuyu, you go with Lin Yan. You two should be able to handle the other killer bees, right? They both nodded at the same time. Qinghuan, your goal is to freeze those 2 dying second-grade killer bees as quickly as possible. Xiao Xiao, you are in charge of dealing with the ordinary killer bees and the remaining first-grade killer bees. Leave the queen bee to me. In the end, all 4 of them looked at Suyu at the same time. Suyu remained silent. That suspicious look is so disrespectful. He said helplessly, why don't you just hurry up and resolve the issue so your team can come and help me? I can still put up a fight against an injured third-grade killer bee. Before the war, questioning the tactician was a very serious issue. So everyone just exchanged questioning glances. After Suyu gave his explanation, they all began their preparations. Suyu watched as Fuyu lightly tapped his chest, revealing a light mechanical armor covering him. Envy was written all over his face. After donning a suit of armor, he took out a golden cylinder the size of a scroll from his backpack. The machine unfolded, and a golden longbow appeared in his hand. At the same time, a bow and arrow the size of chopsticks were fully drawn and prepared behind him. Unafraid of being embarrassed, Suyu was truly staring wide-eyed. The combination of Iron Man and Hawkeye is truly cool. On the other side, Lin Yan also took out 2 crescent-shaped blades, which were also unfolded from 2 mechanical scrolls. There's also Xiao Xiao's Cyan Whip and Song Qinghuan's Silver Spear. Everyone took out their weapons and tried them out to see how they felt. Without prior arrangement, everyone looked at Suyu. Suyu silently took out a black dagger from his waist. Song Qinghuan hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. Fuyu bluntly asked, Suyu, are you planning to use this little dagger to fight a third-grade queen bee? Suyu said confidently, weapons are not the point, personal strength is the point. Fuyu nodded and said no more. In the observation room, Xianyun asked with some doubt, didn't Suyu say before that he was good at using guns and swords? Yes, I remember him saying that. Maybe his dagger is more powerful, Deng Ji added. Cheng Yong remained silent in response. Zhuge Yun glanced at him, recalling Suyu's naive and unsophisticated demeanor just now, and roughly understood the reason. He was speechless. Are my future students really this poor? Suyu, do you want to use my spear? Song Qinghuan asked during the raid. Are you stupid? Give me your weapon, what will you use? Suyu, walking side by side with her, tapped the girl on the head. At that moment, Fuyu's voice came through the bracelet. Suyu, are you short of weapons? I also have a spear, a knife, and a sword in my backpack. Suyu didn't want to reply to this person. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now that we've gone our separate ways, what's the point? We're in position, Fuyu's voice came through the bracelet again. Lin Yan unleashed her aura, Suyu replied. Lin Yan, okay. Let's stop first, Suyu said. The three of them stopped on the tree branch at the same time. Suyu silently counted to 10 in his mind. Walk. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu took the lead and rushed to the front. Everyone's energy and vitality erupted without reservation. In a few flashes, they saw the beehive that was tens of meters long. A swarm of ordinary killer bees, buzzing loudly, attacked the three of them. The black spikes at the end of its tail were already pointed at the three of them. Xiao Xiao cleared the way. Swish! 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 With the long whip in hand, many killer bees were accidentally flung away by Xiao Xiao. And it hit them right where their buttocks and upper bodies connect. With a single lash, the ordinary killer bees tumbled precariously in mid-air. Qinghuan! Suyu called out. With a bang, he was sent flying like a cannonball. With the dagger in his hand, he violently pierced the abdomens of two top-tier killer bees. Song Qinghuan was astonished by Suyu's terrifying speed and strength. At this point, we dared not be careless in the slightest. She followed behind Suyu, staring at the two second-grade killer bees in front of her, her eyes turning completely sky blue. Some ice crystals began to form on her pretty face. In an instant, Suyu, who was at the front, felt a chill. The mother bee has already opened her mouth, ready to devour the killer bees. Suddenly, they realized that the two tonics, which had been alive just a second ago, had become ice sculptures, completely lifeless. When it touched the two ice sculptures, it instantly shattered into small pieces of ice. The queen bee's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a shrill sound rang out from her mouth. The wings flapped, making a buzzing sound like a helicopter propeller. It also swept up all the fallen leaves and gravel around it. Song Qinghuan, whose condition was obviously extremely weak, wanted to fight alongside Suyu. You and Xiao Xiao will deal with the other killer bees, Suyu said in an unquestionable tone. As soon as he finished speaking, a clanging sound rang out. His black dagger struck the black stinger of the queen bee with perfect precision. The queen bee flaps her wings. Its upper body bristled with hair as sharp as steel spikes and charged directly at Suyu. At the same time, its tail spikes turned again, blocking Suyu's movement. At the critical moment, Suyu lightly touched the ground with his feet, dodging the queen bee's attack with an extremely strange movement. As they brushed past each other, Suyu slashed across the queen bee's existing wound with a backhand stroke. The queen bee emitted an even sharper sound. Swish, 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 swish. She went completely mad, frantically stabbing Suyu with her tail spikes. Suyu kept dodging and weaving, and one towering tree after another was knocked down by the queen bee. Large craters appeared on the ground. For a time, sand and stones flew everywhere. Many ordinary killer bees were accidentally injured. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Xiao, who were standing to the side, could no longer see exactly what had happened. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the crowd, who were clearly observing Suyu's battle with the queen bee, were filled with disbelief and shock. Cheng Yang opened his mouth, then closed it again. Zhuge Yun could no longer remain calm. Oh no, my student might really be snatched away. Chapter 52, Rewards from the Grade 3 Exotic Beast Illustrated Guide. Suyu dodged the queen bee's attack for the first time. The people in the observation room could only sigh that his speed was no less than that of a peak first-grade martial artist. But then Suyu kept brushing past him. The crowd stopped bothering to marvel at Suyu's speed and strength, which were comparable to those of a peak first-grade martial artist. This kid really learned the stealth step in just one day. And this level of proficiency is definitely not just a beginner's level. It has even surpassed the stage of proficiency. At this point, no one was worried about his battle with the third-grade queen bee anymore. The already injured third-grade queen bee still relies on speed as its primary attack method. They happened to run into Suyu, who knew the mysterious step. Not to mention that Suyu specifically targets the wound with every cut, he could slowly grind it down to death. In the observation room, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared intently at Suyu's nimble and agile figure. Proficiency in using a dagger that can kill with every strike. Its speed and strength are no less than those of a top-tier martial artist. The blood and chi have already exceeded their limits. There are also martial arts techniques that can be learned in one night. At this moment, no one knew how to describe the kid's talent. Because most importantly, this kid also has tactical talent that is favored by future grandmasters. In the wilderness. As Suyu battled the queen bee, the battlefield was already riddled with craters and strewn with fallen trees. It began to be stained red with blood. No one knew exactly how well Suyu and the queen bee had fought. Everyone wanted to quickly deal with the strange beast in front of them and go to help it. It wasn't until everyone finally dealt with the strange beast in front of them that the situation improved. A notification suddenly popped up on the bracelet. Ding! Congratulations to Suyu's team for becoming number 1 on the leaderboard. All 4 of them were stunned for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief. The sand and gravel fell from the sky, filling the largest crater. Suyu sat on the queen bee, panting. Those thorn-like hairs went limp with the death of the queen bee. Suyu stroked the fur like he was petting a dog. The commotion completely subsided. Song Qinghuan rushed over quickly. Upon reaching the top of the giant pit, she leaped down. When Suyu saw her, his first words were, "I was wrong. I should have borrowed your spear. Using a dagger is just too tiring." Song Qinghuan, who had been looking worried, immediately smiled. Suyu looked at his blood-stained body again and said worriedly, "Oh no, I feel like I didn't bring enough clothes." "Oh right, I just received a notification that we're in first place." "Qinghuan, look at our points now." Song Qinghuan nodded obediently, 14,070, we are in first place, and the second place is only 7,080. Suyu grinned, "If I say I'll get you a high-grade blood crystal, I absolutely won't lie to you." While the two were chatting, Xiao Qiao poked her head out from upstairs. "Look, I found a grade 2 blood crystal in the beehive." She held up the blood crystal and shook it. Suyu and Song Qinghuan said in unison, "Xiao Qiao, you really are our lucky goddess." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao's eyes immediately curved into crescent shapes. The 3 cleaned up the battlefield, and soon Fuyu and Lin Yan also returned. After all the bodies were disposed of, Suyu had finished taking photos. Only then did everyone turn their attention to the beehive that was more than 10 meters in front of them. "I wonder how much honey we'll get if we split it open," Lin Yan said with curiosity and anticipation. Fuyu suddenly handed Suyu a silver scroll. "Suyu, you're the captain, you do the chopping." Suyu was stunned for a moment. He continued, "I'm not very skilled with spears, so it's a waste to leave them here. I'd rather give them to you to improve our team's strength." Fuyu hadn't finished speaking when Suyu immediately took the scroll. He couldn't be coy at a time like this. "Borrow it, please," he said, his blood boiling as he gripped the scroll. The scroll was activated and instantly unfolded like a transformer completely transforming into a long spear radiating silver light. Holding the gun in one hand, Suyu casually swung it around. They discovered that this spear could also transmit chi and blood. With the flow of chi and blood, the spear becomes like an extension of the body. Without a trace of ink, Suyu leaped up and a flash of silver light appeared. The towering 10-meter-tall beehive collapsed with a crash, and amber-colored honey began to spill out from the broken parts. Lin Yan prepared to go up and collect the honey in a container. Fuyu cautioned, "This honey wasn't grown by the mother bee, only the core portion is truly useful." Upon hearing this, Suyu continued peeling the honeycomb layer by layer with his spear, just like peeling fruit. Until the very end, the entire area was filled with the sweet aroma of honey. "I just saw a small spring of golden honey. Should we just drink it directly? Is there another way to take it?" Suyu asked Fuyu. "Just drink it directly, its effects are limited." "It's more than enough for the 4 of you," Fuyu said. "Lin Yan, aren't you going to drink?" "I've tried it before, and only medium or high grade can improve my internal organs." After Fuyu finished speaking, the other 4 silently took out their water glasses. With the 4 of them drinking without much regard for appearances, the small spring of golden honey gradually emptied. From the very first sip, you can clearly feel the burning sensation in your internal organs. In the end, it becomes no different from regular honey. Lin Yan had originally planned to pack some food to take with her for the next few days. After finishing the drink, he didn't want to move at all. "Even the smell of it makes me feel a little nauseous." Suyu noticed that everyone looked like they couldn't wait to leave. He stood up and said, "Let's find another place to rest. Our target is the second rank 3 beast. For this queen bee to be injured, there must be another strange beast nearby." Everyone nodded and immediately packed their things to follow. Soon the group found a hollow in a tree to stop and rest. Fuyu was responsible for observing the surrounding activity. Suyu and the other 3 sat down cross-legged in their respective corners and began to cultivate. The group had just absorbed the honey, and now was the perfect opportunity to use their remaining energy to boost their blood and qi. Of course, Song Qinghuan, Xiao Qiao, and Lin Yan were seriously cultivating and resting. Suyu, on the other hand, was trying to calculate the accounts with the system in his mind. "System, don't you need to explain why the HP of ordinary beasts was increased by 1, while that of first-grade beasts was increased by 10? A third-grade exotic beast should at least add 100 points, right? What do you mean by increasing my qi and blood to 250? The host has reached their true limit. At the extreme stage, collecting ordinary beast illustrations will not increase health. First-grade beasts will increase health by 1, second-grade beasts by 5, third-grade beasts by 10, and fourth-grade beasts by 20. Suyu was stunned for a moment, recalling the legend of the limit qi and blood undergoing 9 transformations at level 300. So, after breaking 200, there are 9 extreme values: 150, 180, and 200? A third-grade exotic beast plus 10? That means I only need to kill 5 more? Reward claimed from system. Chapter 53. Even Grandmasters argue. Number 1, Suyu Squad 14070. In the wilderness, the other geniuses also saw the word Suyu's team at the top of the list. Achieving over 10,000 points in one go is clearly something that could only be accomplished by defeating a rank 3 beast. Suyin Chang and his team had just finished dealing with several second-grade alien beasts. He opened his bracelet and looked at Suyu's name at the top of the leaderboard, feeling a pang of regret. What a pity. If Suyu is willing to join us, I am 80% confident that we will win first place in this training camp. Yayu comforted her. It's okay, our teamwork is even better without him joining us. Suyin Chang nodded, his words showing no regard for the other 3 members of the team. The other 3 had no objections to this. Teaming up with Suyin Chang was partly because they wanted to curry favor with him, and partly because they were being paid. They had no reason to complain about their boss's words. Suyin Chang didn't say anything more. The team is now set in stone, so worrying about these things now would only cause unnecessary trouble. A fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Let's go, let's kill a few rank 3 beasts and try to get some points. They have the nerve to let a few people who are ranked at the bottom of the list sit at the top, but I do not. On the other side of the small wilderness. On a desert, Wu Linlin, who was ranked 3rd in the preliminary rankings, smiled slightly. Oh? This Suyu actually led such a group of people to kill a third-grade alien beast. Sister Wu, is it possible that they just happened to encounter an injured monster and then picked it up from the drain? A girl with a high ponytail said. Of the 5 of them, only Suyu has exceeded the limit of qi and blood. The others haven't even reached the limit of 200. Moreover, I heard that Suyu's martial arts talent is extremely poor, and it is very likely that he is just weak in qi and blood. I can't understand how their team could kill a third-grade alien beast. The woman with the high ponytail analyzed the situation with a look of skepticism on her face. Her tone was also full of pride, as if she were a superior making an evaluation of a subordinate. Wu Linlin frowned slightly. Shamei. The girl with the high ponytail immediately shut her mouth. Wu Linlin continued, no matter how they killed them, their current points are real. A scholar should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of separation. In this training camp, everyone is a genius, and no one should be underestimated. As they were talking, Wu Linlin's eyes suddenly turned sharp. I've sensed the location of that rank 3 beast, let's go. As soon as the words were spoken, all 5 girls exuded a heroic spirit no less than that of the men, each wielding a weapon and charging towards the third-grade beast. Suyu's team's slaying of the third-grade alien beast officially marked the end of the minor skirmishes. Each team of prodigies, aiming to vie for first place, immediately set their sights on the third-grade exotic beasts in the wilderness. Meanwhile, the team ranked first in the preliminary rankings also has 2 members, Wu Jianqin and Lu Shuo, whose health and mana exceed 230. They are currently on a precipice, holding their breath and waiting. They had already turned off their wristbands beforehand, so any changes on the leaderboard at this moment were irrelevant to them. Because they knew that the only way was to kill the strange beast in front of them. They are undoubtedly at the top of the list today. The rankings on the leaderboard are changing wildly. The second-place finisher is getting closer and closer to Suyu and his teammates in terms of points. Suddenly, there was a burst of energy and blood inside the tree hollow. Song Qinghuan opened her eyes, a look of joy on her face. At the cave entrance, Fu Yu, who had been on guard duty, also turned around and looked over. He, who had been expressionless the whole time, now saw that Song Qinghuan's blood and energy had improved again, and a hint of envy flashed in his eyes that was hard to detect. Qiao Qiao and Lin Yan also opened their eyes and looked at Song Qinghuan. Before they could even congratulate her, the others had already done so. Suddenly, an even stronger surge of qi and blood erupted from the tree hollow. At this moment, everyone's mouths dropped open, and they looked at Su Yu in disbelief. Brother Su. Your qi and blood have improved again? Lin Yan asked. Su Yu clenched his fist, feeling his blood and qi boiling even more intensely. Yes, absorbing this honey has greatly improved my abilities. I feel like I can start over. I could kill that queen bee with one punch now. He joked, fully aware that this was just an illusion caused by his significant increase in strength. The other 4 people looked at each other in silence. Fu Yu once again felt the gap between people. The 4 people looked at him with eyes that seemed to regard him as a demon. After a slight smile, Su Yu immediately began practicing the body refining technique. To maximize the strength boost brought about by this surge in qi and blood, one must seize the opportunity as quickly as possible. In the observation room. Silence is the theme today. Have there been any similar cases before? Feng Wan asked somewhat numbly. Deng Ji thought for a moment and said, yes, there are, but that one didn't rely on the blood crystal he cultivated all the way to the point of having 300 qi in blood. Speaking of this genius. In the observation room, everyone's expression tightened instinctively. Batten said, in any case, Su Yu has at least proven that his blood and qi enhancement has not yet reached its limit. Even if he can't undergo 9 transformations, or 5 or 6, it's enough to set him apart from others. In closing, he emphasized, our East Pole University has experience in cultivating such geniuses, and I recommend that he join our East Pole University. The words fell. After a brief silence of a few seconds, the observation room was filled with the news. Holy crap! Have you no shame? Su Yu was discovered by Peking University. Old phone, don't stop me. Let's go outside and have a one-on-one fight. Whoever beats Su Yu gets to keep him. No. How could you do this? Did Nancheng University say anything? We were the first place winners in the last Wuhan University exchange competition, so we from the South City should be more qualified. What do you mean? You, Nancheng University, got lucky at the last Wuhan University exchange meeting and you still have the nerve to mention it? Cheng Yong looked at these grandmaster-level experts who had even thrown their shoes at him. He suddenly felt a little scared, wondering if he would be able to return to Tianyuan City after this matter was over. His gaze fell on Su Yu in the image, and he seemed somewhat dazed. A week ago, he would never have imagined that Su Yu would make such a group of grandmasters completely disregard their dignity as strongmen for him at the 4 schools training camp. Cheng Yong nudged Zhu Geyun beside him. Hey, do you remember why we brought Su Yu to this training camp? Why? Zhu Geyun, who was trying to find a way to recruit and snatch people, was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He immediately looked indescribably uncomfortable. It's all right. We should be happy that we've stumbled upon such a genius. Yes, I'm happy, but your smile looks uglier than a cry. Cheng Yong, you've gone too far. I've even caused you trouble. Are you really Teacher Su Yu? 3 years as a homeroom teacher? I won't even mention Su Yu, but how dare you only give Song Qinghuan an A with her special ability? And her talent. You've been doing nothing but misleading young people in Tianyuan City, haven't you? Cheng Yong pointed at Zhu Geyun, his hand trembling with excitement. If you're so capable, why don't you go yourself? You don't know anything. Chapter 54. The power of the SS-level superpower is first revealed. In the observation room. The 4 admissions directors suddenly noticed that 2 people next to them were arguing even more loudly than they were. They tacitly stopped arguing. They all watched as Zhu Geyun and Cheng Yong exposed each other's shortcomings. While arguing, Zhu Geyun shouted at them, "You lot, don't even think about taking pictures. I also have the video of you throwing shoes at each other." Zhu Geyun. The observation room descended into chaos once again. The teachers in charge of data analysis seemed completely unsurprised by this. We're used to it. The 4-school training camp is like this every year. This year, with the addition of Professor Zhuge, things have become even more lively. Thinking about it, they all sighed in unison. Needless to say, after this year's for-school training camp ends, I'll have to sign confidentiality agreements until my wrists hurt. Suyu practiced the body refining technique for over an hour. The other four waited patiently without any complaints. Everyone understands that Suyu is the main fighting force of this team. Only when his strength increases will they perform better in this training camp. Moreover, they had already prepared to be last in line before they came. Now that we have a chance to compete for a top 10 spot, I'm already very satisfied. Lin Yan had been keeping a close eye on the points leaderboard. Every now and then, he would slap his thigh and grit his teeth. In just 1 hour, Suyu's team had dropped from first place to 6th. Su Yinchang and his team then put their efforts into action. At this moment, the top 10 players on the leaderboard all have over 10,000 points. The 7th place team is only a little over 1,000 points behind them. The top 3 teams have once again formed a gap in their point standings. Su Yinchang's team, with 38,000 men, ranked first. Wu Linlin's team ranks second with 36,900 men. Hao Jiming's team, with 36,700 men, ranked third. The 4th place finisher only has 20,000 points. What's intriguing is that Gao Shi, who was initially ranked first, still has 0 points and is currently at the bottom. Suyu twisted his muscles and bones, making crackling sounds all over his body. Sorry to keep you all waiting. It's all right. Your improvement in strength is a good thing for us all, Fuyu said calmly. Suyu didn't mince words and nodded. We've wasted so much time and the points gap has widened considerably. Our next goal should be to get a 3rd-grade exotic beast. The strange beast that injured the queen bee should be nearby. Let's find it. Great. Let's get back to number 1 in points. Lin Yan excitedly raised her hands. The group emerged from the tree hollow. As Suyu explored further, the traces of the strange beast's activity became increasingly clear. Suyu stopped outside a cave. The sun-shielding bat is one of the natural enemies of the black-tailed killer bee. At most 3 or 2, there should only be 1 3rd-grade sun-blocking bat, otherwise the queen bee could not have survived. As Suyu spoke, everyone turned their attention to Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked troubled. I've never encountered this before. Suyu smiled and said, the sun-shielding bats are extremely cautious. Even if you simulate their aura to enter, you may still be attacked by them. As he spoke, he looked at Fuyu and said, I think this is a great opportunity. The sun-blocking bat is best at sonic attacks. The sounds they make can make all animals dizzy. It will also make it extremely difficult for us to communicate with each other. Would you like to give it a try? Suyu asked. Fuyu, if there really is only 1 rank 3 exotic beast, we can give it a try. Okay. Let's get started. A silver spear appeared in Suyu's right hand. Lin Yan's eyes widened. Are we just going to do it like this? A wounded 3rd-grade beast is no problem for the 4 of us. Lin Yan, just unleash the aura of that queen bee at the cave entrance, and the sun-covering bats inside will definitely come out. As for other battle details, we'll discuss that later. Suyu tapped his head. The group arrived at the entrance of the cave. Fuyu hollowed out a large tree and crawled inside. Lin Yan stayed by his side. Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Xiao stood guard at the cave entrance, weapons in hand. Everyone waited quietly, when suddenly that strange feeling returned. This time, Suyu didn't even need to give a signal with his eyes. Lin Yan immediately unleashed an aura identical to that of the 3rd-grade queen bee. In an instant, a sound that could pierce eardrums came from deep within the cave. At the same moment, all 5 of them covered their ears. A massive black shadow swept straight towards them. Suyu and Song Qinghuan, each wielding a silver spear, stepped forward simultaneously, aiming directly at the sun-covering bat's wings that blotted out the sky. Xiao Xiao took 3 steps back and lashed her long whip at the head of the sun-covering bat. The bat's wings vibrated, unleashing a power far exceeding that of Suyu and Song Qinghuan. Both of them were thrown back, and Xiao Xiao lashed the sun-covering bat squarely on the head with her whip. A mournful cry echoed through the heavens and earth. With a flap of its wings, the sun-covering bat sent sand and gravel flying towards Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was initially a little flustered by these questions. A walkthrough seemed to appear in my mind, and I dodged left and right, moving backward. For a moment, it seemed as if Xiao Xiao had also learned the mysterious step. Although it lacks the true unpredictability of the lost steps, it does bear some resemblance. During their journey, the 3 men engaged in a fierce battle with the sun-obscuring bats. Suyu faced the sun-blocking bat head-on, with Song Qinghuan and Xiao Xiao on his left and right respectively. The 3 figures shifted constantly, making it impossible for the sun-shielding bat to touch them. Instead, they harassed me so much that I became extremely annoyed. Time and again, they launched coordinated attacks and assisted each other in defense. After hundreds of rounds, Suyu and the other two were almost spotless. The wings of the sun-blocking bat, which used to cover the sky, were now tattered and leaking air everywhere. When it realized it was no match for the three and tried to flap its wings and leave. It flapped its wings, yet teetered precariously in the air. Instead of creating distance, the sun-covering bats were given an opportunity by Suyu and his two companions. The three of them used the trees to leap into the air. Xiao cleverly used a long whip to trap the sun-blocking bat. Suyu and Song Qinghuan inserted themselves into the chest of the sun-covering bat, one on each side. A shrill cry rang out again. Suyu's blood and chi suddenly erupted, unleashing terrifying power. The spear, which was stuck in his chest, slashed upward sharply. With a single blow, half of the sun-covering bat's body was nearly torn apart. Immediately afterwards, Suyu fired another shot. A flash of silver light, and the spear pierced straight through the head of the sun-covering bat. The body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Everyone was also brought out of their strange state. Lin Yan excitedly shouted, "Next time it's my turn. Chow Chow, you guard Fuyu next time. I want to join the battle too." Lin Yangguan was incredibly excited just watching what happened. It was like having a cheat code in a game. The entire process of killing the sun-blinding bats was completely safe and enjoyable. In response, Fuyu, who had just gotten up, said calmly, "No need. I'll be fine on my own next time. I feel like I'm much more skilled now. Maybe after a few more tries, I'll be able to join the battle." A hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. So this is what it feels like to be commanded by a tactician in battle. Everyone stared intently at Suyu. Suyu felt a chill run down her spine and immediately ran to where she had left her backpack to retrieve her camera. "You guys summarize first, I'll take a picture of the body." Chapter 55 Being Targeted. Inside the observation room, all was silent. Several admissions directors were silently calculating the boost that Fuyu's special ability would bring to this battle. Deng Ji, who also wielded a long spear, couldn't help but speak first. "Everyone, Suyu's spear skills are truly as he described. His use of the gun was absolutely masterful. His skill in stabbing, picking, chopping, and thrusting has surpassed that of most people. If he were to learn spear-based martial arts, it would be a natural progression." "Ahem, Ms. Deng Ji, don't forget, as the director of the admissions office, we can't take on apprentices," Xian Yun couldn't help but remind her. He realized that all these people were trying to find ways to prove that their school was more suitable for teaching Suyu. To this, Xian Yun could only say "Pa." Deng Ji wasn't in a hurry. She smiled and said, "Of course I can't take on apprentices. Don't forget, everyone, my teacher was the real #1 gunman in China. What if my teacher takes on a disciple? Pa. Deng Ji, have you no shame? Does that mean Suyu has to call you senior sister now?" Xian Yun finally couldn't hold back. Deng Ji said matter-of-factly, "If he becomes my teacher's disciple, then of course he has to call me senior sister." "Deng Ji, don't forget that Suyu also said he's skilled with a sword." Feng Wan, who was wielding a sword, emphasized. Deng Ji immediately replied, "Then, Teacher Feng, may I ask if your teacher is the #1 swordsman in China?" Feng Wan was speechless on the spot. It looks like another chaotic battle is about to begin. Zhuge Yun suddenly said quietly, "Gentlemen, compared to Suyu's talent in martial arts. In that battle just now, his tactical talent was truly exceptional, wasn't it? 3 people who are not even martial artists killed a third-grade beast without a scratch, or rather, with great ease. Suyu's every command during this process was just right, without any unnecessary movements. I'd like to ask, do any of your universities have a tactician more suitable than me to teach Suyu?" Despite the fact that the other 3 major universities still had tactical masters among them, Zhuge Yun made such a domineering statement. What's even more frustrating is that the 3 of them are faced with Zhuge Yun's confidence. But there was no rebuttal. After a moment of silence, Deng Ji said, "It's all right, Professor Zhuge Yun. Our Nancheng University is willing to work with you to train Suyu." "Deng Ji, what do you mean? It's one thing for you to poach our students, but now you're even eyeing our teachers?" "I didn't mean that." "How could I possibly mean that? You're overthinking it. Actually, I think Professor Deng Ji's suggestion is good. Professor Zhuge, would you like to consider it?" Chaos erupted again in the observation room. Chang Yong smiled as he watched Zhuge Yun's retreating figure. Tactician. In the old terminology, he was a military strategist. Now Zhuge Yun dares to say this with such confidence. Shang Yang then realized that after some more time, the tactician might be able to completely shed his previous image. After Su Yu's team killed the third-grade sun shielding bat, they jumped to 4th place on the leaderboard. At this point, the group of geniuses in the wilderness no longer doubted whether Su Yu and his companions had the strength to kill a third-grade alien beast. 1 kill might be considered a lucky break, but 2 kills show true skill. He Mei from Wu Linlin's team watched as Su Yu's team gained another 10,000 points. I felt inexplicably annoyed that I had been slapped in the face. Staring at the name Su Yu, she secretly memorized it. If Su Yu has the opportunity to enter the arena, she was determined to find an opportunity to show him what a true martial arts genius was. It wasn't just He Mei who had her eye on Su Yu. In the wilderness, the small teams whose strength hovered around the top 10 were now all targeting Su Yu. Their team's abilities are rather peculiar. I feel that their ability to kill a third-grade alien beast must be due to the use of their abilities. Their hard power is absolutely no match for ours. So I have an idea. Since they're so good at killing alien beasts, why don't we use their points to try and get into the top 3? Chai Zhonglai, who was ranked 52nd in the preliminary rounds, stopped and analyzed with his team. The proposal was approved by the other 4 people. He immediately turned around and said, "Let's go. Let's go back now and take the route that Su Yu and the others took. They fought twice in a row, so they must have left a lot of traces. By the 6th day, the points they've painstakingly accumulated will be ours." The group of 5 immediately turned around and began their sprint back. Meanwhile, other squads in the wilderness also chose to snipe Su Yu. Many teams considered Su Yu and his group as the ultimate target of this hunt. Ranked 9th, after Shiman Buoxue had accidentally discovered this matter, he immediately called out to the other 4, "Let's go, we can't let brother Su Yu be surrounded and attacked from behind. Since we've accepted him as a friend, we must help him when he's in trouble." As he spoke, he started running back. The other 4 were all rather lazy. Shiman Buoxue immediately turned around and shouted, "As long as you can help brother Su Yu, I will give each of you a D-grade spiritual weapon." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 4 people immediately followed with great enthusiasm. "Since brother Buoxue has spoken, of course we will support you. Su Yu is your friend, so he is also our friend." Shiman Buoxue said with a touched expression, "Everyone, I am truly fortunate to have made friends with you all." The entrance to the cave. A group of people disposed of the sun-blocking bat's carcass. Su Yu happily put away her camera. 10 points of chi and blood, 10 points of spirit attribute, and 300 points of strength attribute, another rich harvest. Of course, having just improved his chi and blood, Su Yu understood very well that he needed to slow down first. The group turned their attention to the cave. "How about it, do you want to go in and explore?" Su Yu asked. Lin Yan said excitedly, "Of course we're going. We have Lady Luck Xiao with us, so maybe there are some valuable treasures inside." Everyone turned to look at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was a little embarrassed. "I'm not as amazing as you say, I'm just lucky sometimes." Su Yu smiled and said, "Let's go. Even if there are strange beasts inside, it's still a good thing for us. We're still short on points." As he spoke, he led the way into the cave. Half an hour later, the group of 5 returned empty-handed, looking rather disheveled and miserable in the cave. Su Yu and the others didn't care. Xiao Qiao walked behind alone, her eyes filled with guilt. Chapter 56. Another SSS level? Are they all? As the leader of the entire team, Su Yu immediately noticed Xiao Qiao's low spirits. He didn't immediately try to comfort her. He didn't quite understand her special abilities either. This is also a good opportunity to observe more closely. As for the subsequent persuasion and comforting of her, he planned to hand it over to Song Qinghuan. When it comes to comforting girls, it's usually more effective to let the girls do it. So, it seems that ever since Xiao Qiao became depressed, their good luck seemed to have run out. During the rest of the day's hunt, they finally found a suitable third-grade exotic beast to hunt. At the critical moment, a fourth-grade exotic beast suddenly appeared, allowing the opponent to escape death. The group of people had worked for nothing, and were even chased for several miles by a fourth-grade exotic beast. As night fell, Su Yu noticed that everyone was not in good condition and had consumed too much energy. He then said, "Let's find a suitable place to rest first. We're exhausted after a day of fighting. Let's recover our strength tonight and continue hunting when it's light tomorrow. The wilderness at night is too dangerous. Safety first, no matter what." None of them objected, and they all agreed. The danger level in the wilderness at night increases exponentially compared to the daytime. It's not surprising that they encounter 4th rank beasts during the day, and 5th or 6th rank beasts at night. Moreover, a completely dark place, where you can't see your hand in front of your face, is not suitable for hunting. Not long after, Suyu then led the group to survey a suitable cave. They killed several top-grade yellow-toothed rats in the cave, and they took over the cave. Song Qinghuan took the initiative to suggest chatting with Xiao Qiao. The 3 boys tacitly opened their bracelets to check the points leaderboard. It's okay if you don't watch it. Upon seeing this, all 3 of them were stunned. The top spot on the points rankings has changed hands once again. Gao Shi, who had been ranked last with 0 points, suddenly surged to the top of the leaderboard with a crushing 100,000 points. Needless to say, everyone knows that Gao Shi's team killed a 4th-grade exotic beast. Suyu recalled the situation today when he and his group were completely unable to break through the defenses of a 4th-grade exotic beast. He also said with some helplessness, "This is a bit difficult. None of our magical artifacts can break through the defense of a 4th-grade beast. At least a C-grade magical artifact is needed. I'm borrowing your E-grade magical artifact right now." As he spoke, he stroked the silver spear, looking at the tip of the spear, which was about to be dulled, with a pained expression. Even Fu Yu's usually expressionless face showed a rare hint of regret. "Before I came to the training camp, I didn't expect that we would still have a chance to compete for first place, so I didn't ask my family to apply for a C-grade spiritual weapon." Suyu was both amused and exasperated by this, and jokingly remarked, "Fu Yu, well, there's a difference between us. You didn't apply, while we don't have the money." Lin Yan nodded frantically beside her. "However, we don't need to be too pessimistic. We currently have 36,000 points, which puts us in 5th place. Just don't distance yourself too much from others. Then we set our sights on the 6th day, where we still have a chance to take first place." After he finished speaking, the other 2 were stunned. "Fu Yu, you want to snipe other squads?" "Lin Yan, it really wasn't other teams that were sniping at us." Suyu looked puzzled. "Isn't the 6th day meant for those of us who have poor weapons but outstanding strength?" Both of them looked a little strange, as if they wanted to say not to add the word us. In a battle between squads, the advantage of weapons is not so obvious. Teamwork and individual ability are the most important. I have individual strength, and we have teamwork, so why can't we be the final boss on the last day?" Suyu said matter-of-factly. Lin Yan was somewhat stunned. "I understand, so I must master my ability completely in the next 4 days." Fu Yu opened his squinted eyes, a resolute glint in them. Suyu nodded. He had planned from the beginning that if he couldn't compete with others in the beast hunting, he would. On the 6th day, during the inter-team hunts, he would absolutely not hold back. Since the rules allow it, then everyone's points on this leaderboard can belong to him. In the observation room, Deng Ji smiled and said, "It seems there's going to be a good show on the 6th day this year. Professor Zhuge, if Fu Yu can fight while using his superpowers, what do you think their final ranking would be?" Feng Wan asked. "If Fu Yu can do that?" Zhuge Yun pointed to the rankings. "Except for the top few, probably no one else is a match for them." No one in the observation room questioned what the tactical mastermind had said. "All that remains is a sigh in my heart." One superpower and one tactician immediately set Suyu's team, which was at the bottom of the rankings, apart from the other teams. The gap in individual abilities has been completely bridged. Team battles are probably where Suyu and Fu Yu shine. Inside the cave, Suyu was pondering whether to try and rob everyone on the last day, or simply take down the number 1 player. "After all, I won't be able to maintain my current strength 5 days from now." His greatest confidence came from the fact that in this small wilderness, his strength improved at a rate far exceeding that of everyone else. Others hunt, he fights monsters and levels up. Suyu was pondering this. Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan are back. At this point, Xiao Qiao's expression had improved considerably. "Hey! Our Lady of Luck has returned once again." Lin Yan immediately stepped forward with an admiring look and presented her with a wildflower that she had picked from who knows where. Fu Yu, who had been sensing the supernatural power with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and nodded at Xiao Qiao. Clearly, everyone in the team sensed Xiao Qiao's low spirits. Just because people don't talk about it doesn't mean they don't care. So you looked at Xiao Qiao. "Xiao Qiao, you have to believe in us. Even if we're not so lucky sometimes, we still have the strength to compete for first place. Yes, let's strive for first place." Lin Yan continued to act as the mood setter. "I'm sorry everyone, it's my own problem, because every time others expect my luck to work, it doesn't. So I've always doubted whether I actually have superpowers, or whether it's just that I'm occasionally lucky, Xiao Qiao confessed. You do have it, not only do you have it, but your superpower is also SSS level. Suyu said without hesitation. He seemed absolutely certain, as if he had already seen Xiao Qiao's ability rating. Think about it carefully, isn't it when you have bad luck that you start to doubt yourself? Xiao Qiao frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded. So you see, that's enough to prove that you have this special ability. This ability only makes you lucky, not makes all your dreams come true. If that's the case, then it's not a superpower. That S.A. God. Lin Yan suddenly shouted. This startled Suyu. Seeing this, Xiao Qiao finally smiled. Suyu continued to intensify his brainwashing efforts. It is precisely because you are not a god, and because your luck lies in your superpowers, that you will experience times when what you say fails. But unfulfilled expectations do not necessarily mean bad luck. Perhaps even without you, there would still be a mid-grade or high-grade exotic beast in that cave today? Xiao Qiao, your special ability is luck, not dreams coming true. You must stay true to yourself, and we firmly believe that every step we take with you is a blessing. Of course. We did have some bad luck later in the day, Suyu said with a smile. Everyone laughed, and a cheerful smile gradually appeared on Xiao Qiao's face as well. So what happened this afternoon further proves how important you are to us, Xiao Qiao, Fuyu, with his wooden face, interjected. Suyu was speechless. Why did people keep interrupting him? Xiao Qiao said firmly, Thank you everyone, I understand. I will continue to bring you good luck. Meanwhile, in the observation room. Suddenly, someone asked, Didn't you all say today that Suyu hasn't lied yet? After he finished speaking, the group fell silent. So Xiao Qiao's superpower is really SSS level? Chapter 57, Qi and Blood Enhancement, Collector upgraded again. Is Xiao Qiao's superpower really SSS level? The four admissions directors began to think at the same time. Did Suyu really know, or was he simply trying to brainwash Xiao Qiao? At this point, it's no wonder they overthink things. After all, when Suyu said in the morning that he had learned the lost steps in one night, everyone thought it was a fantasy and that the kid was bragging. Then, a short while later, he demonstrated his mastery of the mysterious steps. Not only that, but there was also the matter where he made Fu Yu and Lin Yan's supernatural abilities instantly strategically valuable with just a few words. In comparison, his claim that Xiao Qiao's superpower is SSS level doesn't seem so unbelievable. Now, every word Suyu says must be taken seriously. Perhaps Suyu has also awakened a superpower, and he can know the superpowers of others, Xian Yun boldly speculated. The group of people once again looked in unison at Chen Yong, Suyu's mentor of 3 years. Seeing his equally bewildered expression, everyone knew that this guy's 3 years with Suyu had been a waste. Chen Yong had given up resisting. Zhuge Yun said, Actually, we don't need to guess here. After the training camp ends, we'll do a special ability test on him and ask him about it. If he really does possess the ability to distinguish other people's superpowers. I think the positions of all the admissions directors are in jeopardy, he joked. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. If he really has that ability, what's wrong with letting him take over from us in the future? Brother Fengwan, I think you're too confident. Suyu's goal is definitely not just to become the director of the admissions office. In response, Chen Yong rarely spoke up, saying, Yes, don't be fooled by his current docile demeanor. If given the opportunity, he would dare to become the president of Wuhan University. Seeing Chen Yong's serious demeanor, the group concluded that Suyu's future was truly promising. A group of people were chatting. The data team also wrote in Suyu's profile that he is suspected of having the ability to identify other people's superpowers and has the ambition to become the president of Wuhan University. Inside the cave, Xiao Qiao's problem was resolved. Everyone began preparing to cultivate and recover the energy and blood consumed in the day's battle. Xiao Qiao volunteered that she had used up the least energy today, so she would take the lead in keeping watch. No one objected to this. Anyway, the night is long, so the 5 of them can take turns keeping watch. Preparing to begin cultivation, Suyu took out the blood crystal he had obtained from Song Qinghuan. That's right. In the end, he still managed to get away with living off a woman. Seeing that he was preparing to use the blood crystal for cultivation, Fuyu suddenly asked curiously, Suyu, can you still use the blood crystal to enhance your qi and blood? Suyu, who was prepared to use this first-grade blood crystal as a reason for improving his blood and qi, nodded, of course. The words fell. Fuyu remained silent for a moment, recalling how Suyu used a first-grade blood crystal to directly increase his chi and blood from 100 to over 200. He suddenly felt that he could accept it. In that case, you should just absorb that second-grade blood crystal. Isn't this our shared spoils of war? Although Suyu usually lives off his wife, he has never coveted the spoils that everyone shares. Just a second-grade blood crystal. Fuyu's calm tone was filled with arrogance. Right now, the more you improve your strength, the more helpful it will be for all of us. I agree. Lin Yan, who was in another corner, suddenly opened her eyes. Suyu seriously suspected that this guy hadn't been cultivating seriously. Song Qingwan also opened her eyes. Suyu, I think Fuyu is right. Xiao Chao, standing at the cave entrance, called out, Brother Suyu, you're the captain. This second-grade blood crystal was originally your spoils of war. The team consisted of 5 people, and 4 of them agreed. Suyu knew that if he didn't agree, he would be being stubborn. Alright, I'll use this second-grade blood crystal to cultivate first. As she spoke, Xiao Chao immediately took out a grade 2 blood crystal from her backpack and ran over to hand it to Suyu. The moment Suyu received the second-grade blood crystal. Ding! 1 grade 2 blood crystal detected, which can be used to upgrade the encyclopedia collector. Huh? So second-grade blood crystals can be upgraded, and next is 3rd grade? 4th grade? Suyu exclaimed inwardly. A day of hunting made him forget all about upgrading his encyclopedia collector. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out his camera and, under the unsurprised gazes of the others, took a picture of the second-grade blood crystal. Everyone's used to his peculiar habit of taking photos. After taking the photo, Suyu held the second-grade blood crystal in both hands and placed it in his dantian. Begin practicing breathing techniques. They had only been practicing for less than 10 seconds. Everyone watched as a blood-red crystal transformed into an ordinary stone at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 4 of them were dumbfounded when they saw it. If they weren't afraid of disturbing Suyu's cultivation, they probably would have already exclaimed in surprise. I've never seen anyone crystallize blood crystals so quickly, and the key is that there's not a single trace left. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully upgraded your encyclopedia collector. Illustrated Encyclopedia Collector D. Available Film Rolls 2020. Available Ability Gauges 4-5. The chance of acquiring special abilities, skills, and attributes is slightly increased. A grade 2 blood crystal can increase HP by +1. Seeing the system notification, Suyu might have jumped up excitedly if there hadn't been other people around him. Suppressing his excitement, Suyu checked the system notifications again. The number of illustrations obtainable daily has doubled, and the ability gauge has increased to 5. This means that one's potential and improvement speed have both increased significantly. The only thing that looks pathetic is the +1 to health at the end. System, claim today's reward. Inside the cave, Suyu's blood and energy instantly returned to full strength, and his power surged once again. The jaws of the few people who hadn't yet begun their cultivation dropped to the ground. Oh my god, is Suyu even letting us live? In the observation room. The expressions on the faces of the several deans of students had gradually become numb. By the end of the day, Suyu had experienced his chi and blood essence improvement for the 2nd time. If he were below level 200, people could understand, since he had just absorbed the blood crystal. But do you even know that you're currently at the limit of chi and blood after 200? If you boost your chi and blood like this, what will those geniuses who are desperately trying to improve by even a little bit think? Suyu seemed to be doing all of this too easily. For a moment, everyone was unsure how to comment. After a long while, Deng Ji said, perhaps our China is about to produce another absolute martial artist. Inside the cave, after receiving his reward, Suyu once again brought up his personal panel. Chapter 58, Ability Greatly Enhanced. System, take a look at my personal panel. Name, Suyu. Talent, E. Superpower, Ice Age Incomplete. Martial Arts, The Mysterious Step Mastery. Title, Low-Level Tactician, Low-Level Illustrated Book Collector. Skills, Tactical Understanding Master, Gunmanship Proficient, Swordsmanship Proficient, Melee Combat Proficient, Dagger Intermediate, Bicycle Riding Intermediate. Physical Strength High Dimensional Attribute, 281 Health. Spirit Higher Dimensional Attribute, 349 Hz. Strength Low Dimensional Attribute, 2080. Agility Low Dimensional Attribute, 2419. Illustrated Pokédex Completion 91-100. My chi and blood are only 19 points away from the 300 limit, which I can easily reach even if I don't hunt any rank 3 beasts tomorrow. The task of collecting all the illustrations is only 9 more to complete. So, barring any unforeseen circumstances, your chi and blood will reach their limit tomorrow, and your martial arts talent will also level up again. Then, looking at the changed attributes, mental strength has increased slightly, while strength and agility have increased exponentially. Although these basic attributes do not represent the full extent of strength. But now, looking at these statistics, Suyu's desire to take first place has become even stronger. In addition, he constantly reminded himself that there are always people more capable than him and that there is always something beyond his reach. The training camp is full of hidden talents. The abilities of the people around me are all unique, and the other geniuses are not necessarily any worse. Even if you win first place in the training camp, it's just the beginning of a long journey in martial arts. As far as the entire planet Earth is concerned, he is still insignificant. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu calmed down and truly entered into cultivation. He knew the journey was long and now was not the time to be complacent or proud. Jubiai University, Dongji University, Pingyun University, and Nanchang University. The school committees of the 4 universities were in an uproar over the feedback from the first day of the training camp. It's not surprising that the major families allowed those geniuses to reach the limit realm ahead of time. They weren't surprised that Gao Shi killed a 4th-grade beast without taking any damage as soon as he entered. The only exception was the team that ranked 5th that day. Almost everyone surprised them. Fu Yu's mental regulation is synchronized with the communication without time difference. Lin Yan can deceive even Grandmaster-level experts with her ability to simulate the aura of exotic beasts. Song Qinghuan's A-level ability allows her to freeze 2nd grade alien beasts from a distance and still continue fighting. There's also Chao Qiao, the SSS-level lucky superpower user that Suyu mentioned himself. Before confirming whether Suyu possessed this ability, the 4 universities initially believed him before questioning him. After all, getting something is a treasure, and it doesn't matter if it's not really something. But what if it exists? The 4 universities didn't want to gamble, so on the first day, they all rated the 4 people as SSS. The rating given on the first day has remained largely unchanged over the years. Even if there are changes, it will only be an improvement. As for Suyu, yes, all 4 universities agreed that an SSS rating was not enough to express how much they valued him. The stamp on his documents was an infinity symbol. In all the years since Wuhan University was founded, the number of institutions that have been stamped with this symbol is no more than a handful. Because of Suyu, the education department even convened a meeting. He instructed the 4 universities not to disclose any information about Suyu before the college entrance examination. All of his performance in the training camp will be classified as top secret. Those who reveal such information are guilty of treason. When Chang Yang received the news, he let out a long sigh. He knew that as one of the people in the know, he wouldn't be able to return to Tianyuan City anytime soon. However, this is understandable, since the enemies of the human race have never been those strange beasts in the wilderness. The alien races on the desolate battlefield and the traitors turned against humanity are the ones we need to be wary of. The education authorities have never released any information. Every year, some of the geniuses who participate in the 4-school training camp die in accidents before the college entrance examination. Chang Yong had just come out of Zhuge Yun's room. Shortly after, Principal Tang Yaodong called. "How is Teacher Chang? Are Suyu and Xinghuan doing well at the training camp?" the principal asked with concern. Chang Yong paused for a moment, then said, "It's all right." Upon hearing this, the principal thought he was just trying to comfort him, and immediately said seriously, "Teacher Chang, tell me the truth. If Suyu and Xinghuan were really bullied and wronged in the training camp, rather than let them be discouraged, I would rather they come back and be ordinary geniuses in our Tianyun city. So what if Suyu wants to study martial arts? We teachers should respect his wishes. We cannot force them to change their choices based on our own ideas. Their lives are ultimately their own. No matter how well we arrange things for them, if they are not happy with it, it is all in vain." The principal launched into a long tirade, completely behaving like a protective father. Chang Yong hesitated several times before finally letting out a long sigh. Picking up a piece of information that could be revealed, he said, "Principal, don't worry, Suyu's team is currently ranked 5th in the training camp. What kind of grievances and setbacks do you think they could endure?" Upon hearing this, the principal's solemn tone instantly turned cheerful. "Hey! I knew Professor Zhuge wouldn't do anything reckless. He said it was to give the kids a hard time, but actually he was just letting them see the world. It must have been tough for the kids who were teammates with those two. Chun Yong, you must help me express my gratitude when you have the chance. Those true geniuses who are willing to team up with people from small places like us must have been wronged. Chun Yong fell silent once again. He thought carefully about Su Yu and Song Qingwan's three teammates. Yes, they were quite wronged. Before meeting Su Yu, they probably never imagined they were so outstanding. Alright, I'm not talking to you anymore. You keep watching. No, you should let them come back. I reserved spots for Su Yu and Song Qingwan at our Tianyuan City training camp, so they can continue to participate when they come back. The principal happily hung up the phone. Chung Yong sighed deeply. Will I join the genius training camp in Tianyuan City? Principal, you're probably worried that our other geniuses in Tianyuan City won't be discouraged enough. Tianyuan City, Genius Training Camp. A group of geniuses emerged from the Qi and Blood cultivation room. Everyone was talking about what they had accomplished that day. In preparation for the final push, they only rested for 3 hours a day during this period. The rest of the time was spent honing combat skills or improving health and mana. Wang Yang, who ranked second in this talent training camp, approached Qin Ling and said enthusiastically, Qin Ling, do you know? I heard that Caillou has successfully advanced to the martial artist level. It seems that he will return to the training camp and train with us in a while. Not only him, the instructor also said that Su Yu and Song Qingwan will come back to join the final stage of training after they finish the 4-school training camp. When the time comes, we'll have to ask them carefully what knowledge they gained on their trip. Wang Yang said he was just asking, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. In the training camp, the other geniuses reacted the same way when they heard the two names. Everyone wants to know, as fellow geniuses, where exactly do they fall short compared to the other two? In response, the training camp instructors have been using Su Yu and Song Qingwan to inspire everyone. Unconsciously, everyone was comparing the two of them to each other. Chapter 59 Battle against a peak rank 3 beast. The next morning, Su Yu, who had been practicing the body refining technique for most of the night, woke up the four of them. The increase in Qi and blood in a single day is too great, and it will take time to hone the control over that power. Cultivating body refining techniques is one method, and actual combat is another. Su Yu sensed the changes throughout his body and estimated that after fighting a few more strange beasts, he would be able to master his current power. The group smashed the boulder blocking the cave entrance. As soon as they came out, they ran into a second-rank ghost-faced fox. Seeing this, Su Yu smiled and said, Xiao Xiao, look, your good luck has started again. Xiao Xiao nodded firmly, yes, we'll definitely have even better luck today. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Yu was about to use his special ability to establish a connection with the same frequency. Then they saw Su Yu dash out all by himself. Faced with the equally agile speed of the ghost-faced fox, his speed did not seem to be inferior to the wind. The demon-faced fox's sharp claws, capable of ripping open bellies, came straight at his head. Su Yu moved with a strange movement and appeared above the ghost-faced fox. Before the masked fox could react, he slammed a powerful punch into its spine. With a loud bang, dust billowed from the ground, and although the ghost-faced fox's thick fur appeared undamaged, its spine had clearly caved in. The four people standing nearby observed carefully. He was able to bend the spine of a second-grade exotic beast with sheer strength. Fu Yu couldn't help but say, Su Yu's power seems to be much stronger than yesterday. No wonder he spent the whole night practicing the body refining technique. His blood and Qi conversion ability is so high. Lin Yan stared intently at Su Yu and the ghost-faced fox as they fought. His eyes, beautiful as if painted, were fixed on Su Yu's every move. This is something Su Yu mentioned to him during their chat last night. Since it is very difficult to completely hypnotize another person, why not try to hypnotize yourself to have some of their abilities? Hypnosis is currently impossible to successfully induce through supernatural abilities or cultivation advancement. What about combat skills and martial arts? Lin Yan was clearly someone trapped in the mountains. Only after being reminded by Su Yu, an outsider, did he realize that he had been getting stuck in a rut in many ways. Since the captain had said so, he didn't hesitate to use the captain as his experimental subject. Afterwards, when Su Yu learned that Lin Yan had been copying his combat techniques, a strange expression never left his face. Unexpectedly, the two were kindred spirits. In the center of the battlefield, the sounds of banging echoed continuously. The masked fox's fur remained completely intact, but its body was now utterly crushed like a piece of putty. It's almost impossible to recognize its original appearance anymore. Su Yu endured the nauseatingly foul odor of the fox and engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat with the ghost-faced fox. He was so overwhelmed by the stench that he could barely open his eyes, and finally gave up on trying his skills on the demon-faced fox. A silver scroll suddenly slid out from his sleeve, facing the ghost-faced fox who was still clinging to life. A flash of silver light, and a spear pierced through the skull. Suyu casually stuck it into the ground, then clenched his fist slightly to carefully feel the power he now possessed. Beneath his clothes, every muscle on his body looked like it had been sculpted. After testing the waters with a second-grade exotic beast, Suyu took out his camera from his pocket, and the other 4 people also came over. Congratulations, host, for entering this second-rank ghost-faced fox into your character encyclopedia. You have received the reward of plus 30 agility and plus 5 health. Total number of entries in the encyclopedia, 92,100. Looking at the system notification, he noticed that as his agility and strength attributes increased significantly, the attribute rewards he received from killing monsters also decreased. Indeed, the beginning is always the simplest. After dealing with the corpse of the demon fox, the 5 continued their hunt for the next day. Lin Yan suggested using the corpse of the ghost-faced fox as bait to lure other strange beasts. As soon as it was proposed, it was immediately opposed by the other 4 people. Even Fuyu, with his wooden face, frowned. There's nothing else to it, mainly because the corpses smelled so awful and fishy that they would probably be suffocated here if no other strange beasts were attracted. In the observation room, Suyu remains a key target of observation for the 4 admissions directors. Compared to yesterday's noisy observation room, today there were 2 more unfamiliar faces. As a result, the 4 admissions directors became much more restrained. Just how much has Suyu improved his chi and blood? I feel like his strength and speed have almost doubled since yesterday? I don't know, but there are roughly 2 possibilities: either Suyu's chi and blood circulation rate is extremely high, or Suyu increased his chi and blood by at least several dozen points yesterday. Is it possible that he has both of those qualities? Someone murmured in the observation room. After he finished speaking, the room fell silent once again. Only Suyu's voice could be heard in the 3D projection. The smell of blood is a bit strong. There must have been a battle between strange beasts here just now. The Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit we were chasing has disappeared. I guess it was eaten by other monsters. As Suyu spoke, everyone took out their weapons. Suyu kept his ears open and his eyes peeled, remaining cautious and on guard. Lin Yan continued to imitate Suyu in every way, following the traces Suyu had seen. He also squatted down and studied it in a very serious manner. Lin Yan! Watch out! Xiao Xiao suddenly screamed. Before Lin Yan could react, she felt herself being pulled aside by an irresistible force. By the time he realized what was happening, he saw a colossal object crash out like a speeding train. He was being carried by Suyu. With a loud rumble, a large number of towering trees were crushed to pieces by it. The enormous creature, its body perfectly matching the color of the rocks, coiled together and opened its gaping maw, spitting apricots at the 5 people. As it opened its mouth wide, a strong, fishy stench instantly filled the area within a radius of several hundred meters. Everyone immediately covered their noses. He definitely doesn't brush his teeth normally. Having just escaped death, Lin Yan was still a little scared, so she forced a joke to ease her tension. Upon seeing the strange beast before them, everyone's expressions turned serious. Mountain rock serpent, a 3rd-grade exotic beast. In this state, it's probably only 1 step away from becoming a 4th-grade beast, so you said. Xiao Xiao, Lin Yan, you 2 are in charge of harassing it. Xinghuan, find an opportunity to restrict his movements. I'll take charge of the front line. Fuyu, you construct the mental synergy. Suyu immediately issued several commands. In an instant, all 5 of them sprang into action. He charged towards the mountain serpent, wielding a long, silver-white spear. Xiao Xiao and Lin Yan stood on the left and right respectively. Song Qinghuan's eyes gleamed blue, waiting for the right moment to strike. Fuyu immediately leaped onto a large tree, veins bulging on his forehead. With a clang, Suyu slammed the spear down hard on the mountain snake's head, as if it were a club. At the same time, Fuyu's spirit was successfully integrated into the screen. The other 3 immediately cooperated seamlessly and took action one after another. In just one exchange, Shan Yenshi, a peak 3rd-grade cultivator, was somewhat disoriented. Inside the observation room, 2 unfamiliar faces were observing. One of the burly men with a red face broke into a smile. This ability is quite interesting. Chapter 60 Breakthrough. The 4 of them, including Suyu, worked together seamlessly. The rock snake, despite its brute strength, appeared incredibly clumsy in their presence. The giant tail swept across the trees again and again, and the head, which was harder than rock, slammed into them. Nevertheless, each of its attacks remained incredibly fierce. The towering trees that would take several people to encircle were easily crushed like paper in the face of these attacks. After several rounds of fighting, the area within a radius of several thousand meters had been completely turned into a barren expanse of yellow earth. Under Suyu's command, which was as if he had God's perspective. Each time the group dodged, they skillfully avoided the mountain snake's attacks. Each time they dodged a bullet, everyone felt a lingering fear. Looking at the dead trees and rocks, they knew that if they were hit even once, their training camp trip would be over. Everyone felt like they were dancing on a knife's edge. It was both tense and frightening, yet incredibly exciting. The mountain snake, constantly harassed, grew increasingly agitated, its murky eyes radiating a violent aura. After dodging the attack with a leap, Lin Yan looked at the long sword in her hand with heartache. What should I do? My other sword is also bent. At this moment, the two swords in his hands were in a terrible state. Not only him, but also Song Qinghuan, who had been using the spear to freeze the body of the mountain rock snake. Xiao Qiao's long whip was already teetering on the brink of breaking. Suyu had long ago been using the spear as a long staff. Faced with the rock snake's hard scales, everyone felt quite helpless. Suyu repeatedly smashed the long stick against the mountain snake's head. At this point, it was clear that its movements were becoming erratic. But everyone knows that if this continues, they will be the ones who suffer. The wear and tear on weapons, and the depletion of vital energy. In the end, they will all become fatal problems. The group that seemed to have the upper hand was actually facing ever-approaching danger. Fuyu, how are you feeling now? Can you try joining the battle? Suyu asked in the mental frequency. People with similar mindsets all had different thoughts. Fuyu remained motionless, focused on dodging the sand and stones flying towards him, seemingly oblivious to the danger. Several seconds later, the group finally received his feedback. Give me 3 more minutes to get used to it. Can. Suyu exerted his strength and suddenly smashed the mountain snake's head onto the ground with a stick. Song Qinghuan, Suyu, you held back? Xiao Qiao, what great strength. Lin Yan, damn, can I hypnotize myself into having that much strength? In an instant, different thoughts appeared in Suyu's mind. Dodging the sudden, explosive impact of the mountain snake, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. I didn't hold back, I just didn't unleash my full power. Leave the next 3 minutes to me. Don't actually destroy your weapons, it's only the second day. Responding to them, he charged forward like a war god. Everyone witnessed once again the treatment ghost-faced fox had received that morning. While fighting, Suyu remarked with interest, fortunately, these strange beasts are all just brute force and tough flesh and bones. If it could utilize its own vital energy like humans, let alone this beast. I reckon even a random second-rank official would be enough to overwhelm us. Everyone was speechless. Actually, they don't use chi and blood, so we can't deal with them. In the next 3 minutes, everyone witnessed the exhilaration of absolute power. This made Lin Yan yearn for it more than once. In response, Suyu decisively chose to block his mental feedback. Lin Yan was completely unaware of this. In response, Fuyu only wants to ask, does having high mental strength mean being willful? For a full 3 minutes, Suyu once again slammed the mountain rock snake to the ground. Song Qinghuan followed the freezing control. A sharp arrow flew in with a whoosh, aimed directly at the mountain snake's eye. The rock snake wanted to close its eyes. Song Qinghuan decisively froze the area around his eyes, successfully slowing down the speed at which he closed them. Clang! The only D-grade spirit artifact in the entire field finally left a mark on the surface of this rock snake. Finally, a breakthrough. Everyone had this thought at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. After the first arrow, Fuyu seemed to have completely mastered this state, and the arrows he shot became faster and faster with each shot. With Suyu holding back the mountain serpent in front, he could even engage in close combat. The mountain snake, injured, struggled wildly, causing what looked like a sandstorm within a 100-meter radius. Boom! Beyond the sandstorm, Xiao Qiao and Lin Yan waited for a long time. The two finally breathed a sigh of relief when they realized there was no more sound. I'm so tired. It's only because Suyu was guiding me during the battle, otherwise, I would be exhausted both physically and mentally. Suyu pulled the spear out of the mountain serpent's eye. He breathed a sigh of relief, once again lamenting how troublesome it was not to have a suitable weapon. Looking at the long stick in his hand, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. You've only been with me for 2 days and you're already going to retire? Are you deliberately using this opportunity to provoke me into taking control? Huh? It's still open? What's going on? The voice that echoed in their minds startled everyone. Only then did everyone realize that this moment of spiritual resonance was not over yet. You were confident from the beginning, but you blocked out that idea. They even used words to create a tense atmosphere for us. In the battle, Song Qinghuan, Lin Yan, and Xiao Qiao's lingering fears were all real. But you were confident, though you didn't show it, and instead let that feeling keep stimulating me. This led me to have to make a breakthrough. Otherwise, our victory in this battle would be extremely tragic. Suyu, that's right, inspiring others' potential is also one of the abilities of us tacticians. The mental synchronization suddenly disappeared. As they watched Fuyu walk toward Suyu, the group quickly followed. Before anyone could speak, Fuyu bowed deeply to Suyu and said, "Thank you." Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief from behind. "Oh, you scared me. I thought you were going to go up there and get yourself killed." Suyu said, "Just like you said, we are now a team. Your improvement in strength is also a great help to us." As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Qiao and Lin Yan. "I'm mainly sorry for you. I've made you work so hard, and your weapons have been worn out." The two immediately said they were fine, and Song Qinghuan looked at Suyu with a faint smile. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that no one was asking him to compensate for the magical artifact and that he still owed tens of thousands of yuan. "We're not afraid of anything except making our buddies lose money." Suyu takes photos with the camera as usual, while the others recover their energy. In the observation room, everyone was indifferent to Suyu. At this point, it seems that it wouldn't be surprising if he did something outrageous. Only Chun Young said with a regretful look, "What a pity. If their weapons were a little better, taking first place would have been no problem." Zhuge Yun stated that he had not heard anything about it. He still didn't know what this guy was talking about. He was just blaming himself for not giving Suyu a few handy weapons. "The problem is, you didn't mention it before you came." He changed the subject, saying, "Fuyu's abilities are a perfect match for Suyu's. I suggest that they try to get into the same university." No one in the observation room objected, but no one spoke either. They can go to the same university, but which one they choose needs to be discussed carefully. It's only because two big shots were watching today that the observation room would have turned into a scene reminiscent of a vegetable market. Chapter 61 Mission complete, further advancement. A morning passed. With battles and breaks coming and going, Suyu was only one mission away from completing the encyclopedia collection. It's not just about the encyclopedia tasks. With his improved chi and blood, he reached his true limit. Once the unclaimed rewards are enough to raise your health to 300. When Suyu collected more illustrations, he no longer received any rewards for increasing his health and vitality. This is normal. For example, breathing techniques can no longer improve one's chi and blood after one has officially become a martial artist. After 2 days in the training camp, my chi and blood have increased by nearly 100, and my illustrated book collector has also been upgraded. Suyu is both satisfied and surprised by the current progress. With his chi and blood unable to improve any further, he decided to set his sights on the gold mines beside him. Whether it's completing the SSS level Ice Age or the superpowers of the other three. If even one of these acquisitions is successful, it will be a qualitative leap. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao are roasting rabbit meat. Suyu took out his bracelet and checked the leaderboard. With over 50,000 points, he surprisingly jumped to second place. Seeing that his team was in second place, he was not happy. Instead, he frowned slightly. I carefully reviewed the top 10 rankings. He became certain of one thing: besides the ever-changing 10th place, there were also those who had now surged to second place. Currently, the scores of the other players in the top 10 of the leaderboard have remained largely unchanged. They are hunting 4th-grade exotic beasts, Suyu suddenly said. The others all looked over. The points on the leaderboard haven't changed all morning. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be many cases today like Gaoshi yesterday, where someone gained 100,000 points in one go. As soon as she finished speaking, both Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao frowned. What should we do? Our weapons are almost completely useless. We're even having trouble killing 3rd-grade alien beasts now, Xiao Qiao said worriedly. Fuyu looked at Suyu. So, just like you said, our goal can only be set for the 6th day. Suyu, are you planning to hunt down other teams on the 6th day? Song Qinghuan asked. Yes. Brother Suyu said that if it's a team battle, we'll have a better chance of winning, so there's no need to worry too much. Lin Yan's excitement was palpable. What do you two think? I haven't told you about this yet. Suyu looked at the two women. Song Qinghuan said seriously, since we are going to hunt other teams, we may need to start preparing now. Otherwise, if we can't even see anyone by the 6th day, we'll be at a disadvantage. In addition, I think we should start to hide some of our strength from now on. For example, we can't let others know about Fuyu's ability to communicate with us mentally. Song Qinghuan began to analyze how to hunt down other teams. Xiao Xiao blinked and said, I'll do whatever you say. Suyu was not surprised by either of their answers. Song Qinghuan is not a pretentious person. In fact, she is more decisive than many men. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was excessively obedient. At times, other people's opinions were more important than her own. Suyu nodded and explained, if our hunting target is everyone, then we don't have to worry about not being able to find anyone. All squads must return to the Bronze Gate by the 7th day. We'll just block the gate then. Lin Yan's eyes widened. Are we going to go this far? Song Qinghuan nodded to the side. Suyu did not delve deeper into the matter. There were many things to be mindful of on the 6th day. Now all we need to do is confirm this idea. Is it time to eat? Fuyu suddenly asked. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at this. The place where Suyu and his group fought the sun-shielding bat. Shiman Boshue and his companions entered a cave and encountered a 4th-grade exotic beast. It took a tremendous amount of effort for the group to escape from the jaws of this 4th-grade beast. I barely managed to save my life. During their break, everyone glanced at the leaderboard. Upon discovering that Suyu's team was ranked 2nd in points, the other members of the team began to feel dissatisfied again. Brother Boshue, it's not that we're unwilling to continue the search with you. You need to understand that we're here to participate in the training camp, not to be bodyguards for Suyu and the others. Our score has now dropped to 17th. Suyu and his team are ranked 2nd. It's hard to say who's protecting whom. Brother Boshue, we teamed up with you because we value your strength and believed you could lead us into the top 10. We've already fallen too far behind everyone else. We can't afford to waste any more time. Seeing that Shiman Boshue was still somewhat hesitant, the four continued, Brother Boshue, Suyu is your friend, and we are your brothers who have just gone through life and death with you. You can't possibly leave us all behind for his sake, can you? Having said all that, Shiman Boshue could only sigh. Alas, brothers, I didn't think this through. Let's follow what you brothers have said and focus on hunting from now on. Brother Nebo Shui. The group stared longingly at Shiman Boshue. He realized what was happening and immediately took out 4 scrolls from his spatial bracelet. In the observation room, Shang Yong said to Zhuge Yun, you should also arrange for Shiman Boshue to be assigned to Suyu's team. In this way, their biggest problem is solved. Zhuge Yun didn't want to pay attention to him. Shiman Boshue hadn't gotten in through connections, so what could he possibly do to make arrangements for her? Besides, it's not like the other party didn't invite Suyu, it was Suyu who declined. He could only comment, this child does have a good temperament. People like him are rare these days. Shang Yong nodded. He needs a good teacher and a good frenemy to teach him a lesson. Zhuge Yun glanced at someone and felt that he was implying something. In the wilderness, Suyu's team resumed their hunt. With their luck fully activated today, they encountered a strange beast not long after. The 6th grade 2 giant tooth rabbits were easily dealt with by Suyu with almost no effort. Suyu is skilled at collecting illustrations. He had only collected ordinary giant rabbits before, and this 2nd grade giant rabbit was just enough for him to complete the mission. With a click, a not-so-cute photo was produced. Congratulations, host, on completing 100 of the Beast Compendium and earning the title of Ordinary Collector. Rewards received, cultivation talent level increased by 1. Martial arts comprehension improved. Total number of mythical beast entries added to the encyclopedia, 1001000. Improvement in martial arts comprehension? Suyu was somewhat surprised, not expecting that in addition to reaching the D-level talent level, there would be other rewards. Claim your reward. Suyu instantly felt his mind become incredibly clear. At this moment, he discovered that his already mastered skills in spearmanship, swordsmanship, and hand-to-hand combat suddenly began to integrate, and he gained a completely new understanding of them. There are also new ideas for combining the martial art mysterious step with these skills. At this moment, it was as if a dark cloud had been cleared from his eyes, and he suddenly saw the vast and boundless sky of martial arts. Chapter 62 SSS level Superpower Ice Age is complete. Seeing that Suyu seemed to be thinking about something, Song Qinghuan approached and asked, Suyu, what's wrong? Did you find something? Suyu snapped out of his reverie and smiled, I understand. You understand? Song Qinghuan was puzzled for a moment. He explained, I have gained new insights into martial arts. Upon hearing this, Song Qinghuan immediately looked happy for him and stopped asking further questions. Seeing how cute the girl was, Suyu pointed the camera at her. Qinghuan, give me a smile. Song Qinghuan smiled radiantly in response. Click. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the SSS level superpower Ice Age incomplete. Suyu? Wow, when luck comes, you can't stop it. Claim your reward. Host has been detected to possess the SSS level superpower Ice Age incomplete, and the power is currently fusing. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the SSS level superpower Ice Age. In an instant, a wonderful feeling welled up in my heart. It felt like a change had occurred throughout my entire body. The feeling was mysterious and inexplicable. Seeing that he was stunned again, Song Qinghuan was about to ask a question. Suddenly, she was lifted up in a hug. At this moment, both of them had happy smiles on their faces. The other three people nearby turned around in unison, pretending they hadn't seen anything. In the observation room, Chung Yang chuckled and said, It's alright, everyone will get used to it. The two of them are now the famous golden couple in our city. Everyone fell silent. While being fed dog food by young people, everyone is also more curious about what kind of enlightenment Suyu is talking about. When a prodigious genius claims to have grasped the truth, the resulting changes are extraordinary. Song Qinghuan was held in Suyu's arms and spun around in the air several times. Her pretty face turned completely red. Qinghuan, you are truly my lucky goddess. Suyu said excitedly. Xiao Qiao glanced over silently. Captain, you've changed. You've changed your mind. Didn't you say I was your lucky charm? Suyu sensed that resentful gaze. He immediately exclaimed, You all are. You all are. You two are male gods, okay? The group packed up their belongings and continued hunting. Along the way, everyone was very curious about what Suyu had come to understand. In response, he took the initiative to ask Song Qinghuan, Qinghuan, is there anything you don't understand in your practice of the mysterious steps these past 2 days? Previously, he only possessed the skill of mastering the stealth step. He can apply it, but he can't explain it. Now, he can. This is precisely the change brought about by martial arts comprehension. Suyu felt a mix of anticipation and excitement. After all, no man is averse to being a teacher. Song Qinghuan thought about it carefully. No, there's nothing I don't understand. I understood everything when I saw you demonstrating it and when you were giving me instructions. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu almost lost his footing and fell off the tree branch. Okay, he understands. There are different levels of aptitude for martial arts. The comeback is not yet complete. Comrades must continue to strive. In the observation room. Don't look at me like that. I don't know. Who would bother to let a child who hasn't even become a martial artist learn martial arts? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Shang Yon looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. The red-faced man and the tall, thin man next to him both smiled. It's all right. It's all right. We've discovered another genius, which is another rare surprise. This team has a bright future ahead of them. Professor Zhuge, everyone has complained to me before that you were lazy and unwilling to teach students, and now I understand why. Your standards are too high and too sharp. The red-faced man looked at Zhuge Yun. Zhuge Yun smiled. He had chosen these people himself, so there was nothing wrong with saying that. Although he hadn't expected that this small team that got in through connections would actually have so many talented individuals among them. After suffering Song Qinghuan's merciless blow, Suyu immediately realized that he had gotten carried away. Composing himself, he continued leading the group in the search for traces of the strange beast. For more than an hour, no trace of the strange beast was seen. Xiao Qiao almost began to doubt her supernatural abilities again. Seeing this, the other 4 members of the team quickly offered various words of comfort. Xiao Qiao, have you ever thought that the reason we 5 formed a team is because of your superpower, luck? Xiao Qiao has nothing to do with you. The 5 of us are all unharmed, which is the luckiest thing. Suyu, Xiao Qiao. You are an SSS level ability user. You must be determined. You must be confident. Xiao Qiao nodded emphatically, Captain. I believe you. As they were talking, Suyu's expression suddenly changed. Shoo! Everyone's expression instantly turned sharp. Someone's coming, he said. Someone's here? Lin Yan asked, looking surprised. Suyu has the highest blood in Qi, and his perception in all aspects far surpasses that of others. He heard it before anyone else could hear the sound of the 5 people breaking tree branches. A moment later, Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan nodded and said, "There are exactly 5 people. It seems to be another team? I don't know if it's a coincidence or if they're targeting us," Fuyu said seriously. Suyu suddenly said with a playful expression, "Regardless of whether they're coming for us or not. Lin Yan, can you hypnotize yourself into believing you're injured? Imagine yourself as someone who has been seriously injured, pale-faced, weak all over, and with poor blood circulation." As Suyu spoke, Lin Yan began to change accordingly. The other 3 looked completely bewildered. Fu Yu, quickly help him up. Seeing that Lin Yan looked like Lin Daiyu and was about to collapse at any moment, Suyu immediately reminded her. "I feel so bad," Lin Yan said weakly, supported by Fu Yu. No one paid him any attention. The crowd simply asked curiously, "Can this kind of superpower be used like this?" The words had barely left his mouth. Another squad appeared before everyone's eyes. In that instant, Fu Yu immediately activated his supernatural ability, adjusting the 5 people's minds to the same frequency. The leader is Pang Wen, with a Qi and blood level of 200, and is expected to be ranked 22nd. The other 4 people all have more than 200 health points, and their team is also aiming for the top 10. The points haven't changed all morning, so I thought they went hunting a 4th-grade exotic beast. It seems they're hunting us down now. Suyu's voice appeared in the minds of all 4 people simultaneously. Suyu added, "If we behave normally, we'll be the worst team. Lin Yan, let's have a fishing team." Xiao Qiao, that makes sense. Song Qinghuan, happy. On the other side. The moment Pang Wen and the other 4 saw Suyu, the corners of their mouths all turned up in unison. When they saw Lin Yan, who appeared to be seriously injured, the smiles on their faces widened even further. However, when they arrived in front of Suyu and his group of 5, they immediately transformed into people with expressions of both enthusiasm and concern. "Suyu, what's wrong with you? Do you need our help? We fought a grade 3 giant tooth rabbit and were exhausted. While we were resting, we were ambushed by a grade 2 ghost-faced fox," Suyu said sincerely. Xiao Qiao? Is the captain talking about that ghost-faced fox that he smashed like a toy? Song Qinghuan, probably so. It turns out Suyu can lie without batting an eye. You can't believe everything he says. Suyu, Qinghuan, I can hear you. Chapter 63 The Vanished Squad. Hey, Suyu, you guys are really unlucky. Pang Wen sighed as he kindly stepped forward to help Lin Yan. Is there anything we can help you with? The instructor said that we are all teammates now, so please feel free to ask if you need anything. Suyu looked grateful and said, "Thank you for your concern, classmate. We'll just find somewhere to adjust. I won't delay your hunting any longer. Points are more important." Alright, I see that Suyu and the others have already made it to 2nd place. Now they're going to be overtaken by the others. Pang Wen seemed to feel sorry for Suyu and the others. I was too aggressive, leading everyone on a relentless hunt, Suyu said regretfully. If we hadn't been lucky enough to encounter 2 rank 3 beasts fighting each other at the beginning, we wouldn't have even thought about making it into the top 10. It's because I, as the team leader, was too greedy. Song Qinghuan stepped forward and took his hand. "Suyu, don't blame yourself too much. We made this choice together, and we don't blame you." Xiao Qiao nodded in agreement. "That's right, Captain, we don't blame you." Fu Yu remained indifferent, while Lin Yan gave a barely audible snort. Pang Wen watched this with a cold smile. Now he knew everything he wanted to know. It seems that Suyu's team even has internal strife. He completely regarded the 50,000 points on Suyu as his own. He said, "Yes, Suyu, don't blame yourself anymore. Just get yourself together and keep hunting. Otherwise, this student's injury would have been truly in vain." Lin Yan, holy crap, he doesn't even know my name. Fu Yu. Xiao Qiao, he's definitely trying to get us to help them earn more points right now, ugh. What a bad man. Pang Wen clasped his hands in a fist and said, "We won't keep you any longer, Suyu. We're going to continue hunting. Suyu, please be careful. Thank you for your concern, classmate. I hope we meet again someday." Suyu also clasped his hands in greeting. Pang Wen and his companions nimbly made their way away. Fu Yu's special ability was withdrawn. Lin Yan immediately snapped out of her Lin Dayu persona. Oh my god. This is so painful. So painful. I'll never pretend to be injured again. Lin Yan exclaimed. He just helped me up to check if I was really hurt. Fu Yu nodded, he seems to have a mental ability as well. Xiao Qiao covered her mouth in surprise. What should we do? What if he heard what we just said? Fu Yu calmly replied, no, for him to detect our mental communication, he not only needs to find the frequency I'm controlling, but his mental strength also needs to exceed the combined strength of the five of us. Xiao Qiao patted Mount Everest, it's alright. It's alright. He must have left a mark on Lin Yan. On the sixth day, they should be able to find us by following the mark, Su Yu said. A mark? Lin Yan immediately looked herself over. This is a spiritual imprint, which should also be a way for him to use his special ability, Fu Yu explained. How can I remove this mark? Lin Yan felt like there was something dirty on her body. It will automatically disappear after a certain period of time, and it will also disappear if it exceeds a certain distance. Also, if your mental strength is as strong as Su Yu's, you can erase it at will, Fu Yu said. On the other side, Pang Wen said confidently, everyone can rest assured. I have already marked them, and we shall begin the hunt. Su Yu and his team had 20,000 points out of 50,000, which was due to good luck. Now, some of them are injured. We can't guarantee a place in the top 10 with just their bottom ranked points. Captain, but if we include them, we can guarantee a place in the top 10. Don't be too confident, but we have a very good chance now. You guys say that Su Yu's ability seems to be able to see other people's abilities, and his mental strength is so strong. Is it possible that his superpower is also psychic? The red-faced man asked. After he finished speaking, everyone in the observation room pondered the question carefully. If Su Yu's special ability is indeed mental, then the difficulty for him to break through to become a 7th grade martial artist will be greatly reduced. In addition, his blood and chi have now exceeded their limits, reaching the upper limit of the 8th grade golden body realm. Suddenly, everyone realized that Su Yu had not yet become a martial artist. However, it seems that the two most important constraints on him becoming a top-grade martial artist have already been broken. In comparison, it seems that for him, breaking through to the 6th rank or lower was the most difficult. After encountering Pang Wen's team, Su Yu then found a place to rest and recuperate, determined to go all the way in his act. Otherwise, if your points start to rise rapidly right after you separate, wouldn't that be blatantly treating others like fools? He can also use this time to analyze the points leaderboard again. Previously, when he saw that these people's points were not increasing quickly, he thought that they were all hiding their true abilities in trying to hunt 4th grade exotic beasts. It now appears that many of them came to hunt them. Do you think this Shiman Boishue is also targeting us? Lin Yan added, analyzing the situation. Su Yu thought for a moment and said, it's possible that they haven't moved their points much since yesterday. But starting from noon today, the points started to rise rapidly again, as if they were already focused on racking up points. Something might have happened yesterday, Xiao Qiao said. It's okay, we have brother Su Yu here. No matter who comes, they're just giving us free points, Lin Yan said confidently. As they were talking, the points leaderboard suddenly began to change dramatically. The team of Hao Jiming, Wu Linlin, and Su Yingcheng all gained 100,000 points. In an instant, Su Yu's team dropped from 2nd to 5th. The matter is not over yet. Before long, 2 more teams gained 100,000 points, pushing Su Yu and his team down to 8th place. The speed at which the points increased left the people watching the whole thing speechless. Sure enough, killing or fighting is not as fast as someone else taking down a 4th grade exotic beast. Before she could even sigh, Lin Yan suddenly exclaimed in surprise, holy crap, one squad is missing. The others immediately started browsing the points leaderboard. Beside him, Su Yu calmly said, we're ranked 7th in the preliminary rankings. Niao Qiong's team has disappeared. They must have gone to hunt 4th grade exotic beasts as well. Xiao Qiao was somewhat stunned and said, disappearing means dead. Fu Yu uttered 2 words. The relaxed atmosphere among the 5 people instantly froze. Death suddenly came very close to them. They also realized that this was not child's play, it was a life or death struggle that could not be taken lightly. Meanwhile, the other squads in the small wilderness were also shrouded in the shadow of death. Chapter 64 revealing his supernatural abilities, battling a 4th grade alien beast. Observation room. The images of each squad displayed on the projector were all silent for a moment. Batten chuckled, given 3 warnings in a row, you still want to fight a 5th grade beast? This Miao Xiong is not only harming herself, but also harming others. Our East Pole University will not admit her. As for the other four, those two used their teammates as shields. I suggest that their college entrance examination qualifications be revoked. Passed, but Nanchang University also refused to admit Miao Xiong. Approved. Pingyun University rejects Miao Xiong's application. Passed. Peking University has refused to admit Miao Xiong. The other three admissions directors unanimously approved it. Miao Xiong, a martial arts master with S-level fire control ability, was completely rejected by the four major martial arts academies. After Wei Yikuan led the five seriously injured people out of the wilderness, they lay on wooden planks and were directed by the medical staff beside them. Their every move was completely lifeless. Especially those two students who betrayed their teammates. The two lay on the cold wooden planks, as if they had already entered the coffin of life. The disappearance of Miao Xiong's team and the sudden change in the rankings. The members of Su Yu's team began to check their weapons and backpacks. Lin Yan tied her shoelaces again and again. Su Yu kept staring at the leaderboard without saying a word. After a moment, he stood up. Let's begin the hunt. If Gao Shi and his team can hunt a 4th grade exotic beast every day, the points from the teams behind us won't be enough for us to take first place. The chemistry between the five of us is far from working. Our goal is to be number one. In the time to come, I will push our strengths to the limit. Su Yu glanced around at everyone. Everyone's eyes shone with determination. His serious expression relaxed slightly, since we're going to bring out the best in our teamwork. There's one thing I'll tell you all now. The crowd stared at Su Yu standing under the big tree, somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, Su Yu's eyes turned blue. At that moment, Song Qinghuan's pupils suddenly contracted. In an instant, the towering tree behind Su Yu instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Within a 5-meter radius of him, the grass, trees, sand, and stones were all frozen solid. A gust of cold wind blew up, and Lin Yan, who was staring in shock with her mouth agape, quickly rubbed her arms. With a crash, the large tree behind Su Yu instantly turned into countless ice fragments, falling like shattered building blocks. Su Yu said calmly, "Actually, I have also awakened a special ability." Song Qinghuan was somewhat stunned. "Su Yu, you and I, we have the same superpower?" Su Yu nodded. "Really? Real? Real?" Song Qinghuan suddenly rushed over and hugged Su Yu. With the ground completely frozen, she nearly knocked Su Yu off his feet. "Su Yu, so you have superpowers too. And our superpowers are the same. This can't be a dream, can it?" Perhaps it was because she had been with Xiao Xiao for too long, but she kept muttering to herself while hugging Su Yu. The three people standing nearby, who were already feeling particularly cold because of Su Yu's supernatural abilities, shivered at the same time. They've already hurt people so much, why keep feeding them dog food? Silence. Quiet. Stillness. The ability to freeze an entire area in an instant. It's definitely an S-level or higher, a domain-level ability. Currently, there are two geniuses who possess such extraordinary abilities. One of them was recently speculated to possess psychic abilities. The data team picked up their pens, then put them down again. Director. Do we need to revise the data we have earlier? Xianyan touched his nose and thought for a long time without saying anything. The red-faced man smiled and said, "No need to change it. I have a feeling that this kid will bring us more than just this surprise. Let's wait and see. It's been a long time since our country has seen such a prodigy." "I knew it was our turn," the tall, thin middle-aged man suddenly laughed. He glanced at everyone with a smile on his face. "From now on, all information about Su Yu's superpowers shall be classified as top secret. The same applies to all of Su Yu's assessment information during the training camp. Let him show as much as he wants. We shouldn't guess or ask about what he doesn't want to show, understand?" Everyone stood up and nodded seriously. "Received, Minister." He paused, then added, "Also, filter all of Su Yu's information from elementary school to high school. Delete all information that could cause misunderstanding. I want the outside world to see Su Yu as a genius who awakened his martial arts talent and superpowers because of a first-grade blood crystal. No other information should be mentioned or shown." In the wilderness, Su Yu knew that what he was showing was likely being watched by the training instructors. This was a choice he made after careful consideration. The four-school joint training camp is a training camp directly managed by the Chinese Ministry of Education. He wouldn't dare to confidently showcase his talent in this training camp. then there are no other opportunities. He never wanted to keep a low profile, he only wanted to grow quickly and safely. Now that the time is right, it's time to showcase it. Fortunately, his genius persona has been perfectly established, and his possession of superpowers is a fact. The 4 members of the team were only shocked for a moment before accepting it calmly. If you can reduce someone's chi and blood by more than 200 with just one grade 1 blood crystal, what's so strange about awakening a special ability? What surprised everyone was that his and Song Qinghuan's special abilities were the same. This also proves that the two were born to be together. Song Qinghuan strongly agreed with this statement. Under a gray sky. Looking at the 3-headed demon dog with fur like flames in front of her, Lin Yan asked in a low voice, "Brother Suyu, how do we deal with this beast?" No one expected that Suyu would reveal his true strength so soon. As soon as they turned around, they encountered a 4th-grade exotic beast. The lack of weapons that can penetrate their defenses remains their Achilles heel. The recent disappearance of Miao Qiong's team caused everyone's palms to sweat as they gripped their weapons. In contrast, Suyu, with his hands empty, casually flicked his wrists and called out, "Fuyu." Fuyu immediately used his special ability. The 5 people simultaneously entered the same mental frequency. Suyu rushed forward quickly. A silver long stick appeared instantly in his left hand. His eyes turned blue, and a layer of icy coldness immediately appeared on his long staff. Roar! The 3-headed dog looked at the tiny human before it, exuding a violent aura, and its 3 heads roared simultaneously. It was completely unconcerned about Suyu's direct attack. 3 large mouths opened simultaneously and pounced on Suyu. Those gleaming, sharp teeth were clearly much harder than the popsicle in Suyu's hand. Suyu swept his spear horizontally, and an ice shield appeared in front of him. Behind her, Song Qinghuan, her eyes gleaming blue, came to her side. Fuyu's face contorted with bulging veins as he drew back the bow. With a snap, Xiao Qiao's long whip cracked, creating a sonic boom. Lin Yan's aura suddenly changed. The aura of a 5th-grade exotic beast suddenly emanated from it. Fuyu also used his supernatural abilities to create mental interference. The 3-headed demon dog, which had intended to break through the ice shield, panicked instantly. Its unstoppable momentum halted, and it even considered turning back to flee. Suyu seized the opportunity and even shouted out, "Qinghuan, don't hold back, unleash your full power." 2 SSS-level superpowers, Ice Age, instantly erupted. Suyu and Song Qinghuan used it at the same time. A gust of cold wind swept by, and countless leaves within a radius of a kilometer turned into ice leaves and fell. At the very center of the battle, the extreme cold ice emitted a blinding light. The spear in Suyu's hand shattered along with the ice shield. Song Qinghuan was also about to fall when Xiao Qiao, who had sharp eyes, caught her in a flash. Chapter 65 Surprise. SSS-level superpower. The dazzling light faded, leaving behind a massive ice sculpture standing in place. Even on the face of the 3-headed demon dog, which was completely frozen, one could still see the panicked expression of being frightened by Lin Yan's 5th-grade beast aura. It showed no signs of life. Lin Yan let out a sigh of relief and plopped down on the ground. He immediately scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, "So cold! So cold!" Feeling increasingly cold, he looked around in disbelief and asked, "Is this your combined ability?" "As you can see," Suyu said with a smile. Suddenly, everyone burst into laughter. Song Qinghuan's beautiful eyes sparkled, "So my superpowers are this amazing." Take a short break. Lin Yan gazed at the Cerberus ice sculpture, still marveling at it. He suddenly said, "Suyu, let's take a group photo to remember this moment. This is the first time I've participated in killing a 4th-grade exotic beast." He looked up at the ice sculpture as if admiring a work of art. Since Lin Yan brought it up herself, Suyu had no reason to refuse. He immediately beckoned everyone to the ice sculpture. "Come on, let me take a group photo of each of you with the ice sculpture." Click 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 click. "Congratulations, host, you have gained +5 to your spirit attribute." "Congratulations, host, you have gained +10 to your attribute strength." "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Whip Technique Intermediate." "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Gunmanship Intermediate." Host's marksmanship has reached the proficiency level. Skill, Marksmanship Intermediate Automatic Fusion. Host's marksmanship proficiency has slightly increased. "Congratulations, host, you have gained +500 agility, +500 strength, and an S-rank ability fragment, Hellfire 1-3. Skill Fusion. S-rank ability fragments. Suyu discovered yet another new function of the system. He handed the photo to the 4 people and found an open space to sit down. System, intermediate level marksmanship can improve my proficiency, but what if I acquire master level marksmanship? Skills below master level can be upgraded by fusing skills of the same level. Note that the same skill cannot be extracted repeatedly from the same target. Skills below the master level can be upgraded through fusion at the same level, which made Suyu happy again. This means that the difficulty for him to acquire master level skills has been greatly reduced. It's important to know this, not even considering the probability of obtaining it. It is extremely difficult to find someone with master level skills under normal circumstances. What's the deal with those S-rank ability fragments? Do I need to collect the same illustrations to get more fragments? The higher the level of the beast, the greater the chance of obtaining corresponding ability fragments. Fragments of the same supernatural ability do not only drop from the same beast, there is also a chance to obtain them from beasts with the same bloodline. What are the odds? Based on the host's current encyclopedia collector level, the host's chance of obtaining an S-rank ability fragment is 1 in 10,000. Suyu remains silent. Remembering the skill upgrades, he couldn't help but ask, can superpowers be upgraded? Abilities below SSS level can be upgraded. The specific upgrade methods need to be explored by the host. Another important piece of information. If superpowers can be upgraded, then many low-level superpowers can be considered. 5 ability slots, with opportunities for future upgrades. I have a cost to make when I try things out. Suyu was marveling at the abundant harvest he had gained this time. Just then, a scream suddenly came from the side. He immediately opened his eyes and saw Xiao Xiao picking up a blood crystal from the center of the shattered ice sculpture. Suyu was stunned again. Xiao Xiao, are you really a lucky goddess? Xiao Xiao held up a 4th grade blood crystal. Lucky. Captain, here's a 4th grade blood crystal, do you want to absorb it? All 4 of them looked at Suyu. Suyu calmly raised his camera. Lucky girl, come on over, shout Lucky. Lucky. Xiao Xiao smiled brightly and confidently, raising the 4th grade blood crystal in perfect coordination. 1 grade 4 blood crystal detected. Since the host has reached their limit, this blood crystal can only be used to restore the host's chi and blood. The system's notification surprised Suyu. Surprisingly, the prompt to upgrade the encyclopedia collector was not triggered this time. System, can't a grade 4 blood crystal be used to upgrade the illustrated book collector? Conditions not met. Well, I guess I'll have to figure it out myself again. Since the camera was already raised, Suyu simply turned his attention to Xiao Xiao as the subject of his illustrated guide. With a click, a photo of Xiao Xiao beaming with joy, her eyes sparkling like stars, was taken. At this moment, Suyu was once again struck in the face by a yellow flash. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an SSS level superpower, Lucky Charm incomplete. Does the host wish to claim this? Damn. Damn. Damn it. Holy crap. Has the ancestral master appeared? Suyu swore that he was truly a well-mannered and exemplary young man. To only scream in one's heart is already a very high level of civility. Claim your reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an SSS level superpower, Lucky Blessing incomplete. Your superpower buff has been enhanced, and the probability of you acquiring superpowers, skills, and attributes has been increased. Suyu took out his bracelet and glanced at the time. May 18th, 218th year of the martial arts era. He decided that from now on, he would celebrate properly every year on this day. This is definitely his lucky day. His lucky number. Despite the turbulent waves surging within my heart like the Yangtze River, he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. He practiced this in front of the mirror for an entire night before coming to the training camp. Under Song Qinghuan's watchful gaze, he gave the photo to Xiao Xiao. No need, I haven't fully converted the blood crystals I absorbed yesterday yet. I feel like we won't need blood crystals anymore. Let's keep this mid-grade blood crystal for now, since it's a rare blood crystal after all. If I use it to improve my blood and energy, it would be a waste of its value. Xiao Xiao obediently put the blood crystal and the photo into her backpack. Suyu continued, we were all greatly exhausted in that battle. Now, the environment here is special, and no alien beasts will come to interfere with us for a short time. Everyone should hurry up and continue their recovery. Upon hearing this, everyone sat down on the ground. Lin Yan placed her backpack under her bottom. At the same time, the group of geniuses were also resting after hunting a 4th grade exotic beast. During their breaks, they regularly checked the standings. The moment the leaderboard was opened, everyone instinctively rubbed their eyes, turned their wristbands off and on again. Then, everything remained the same. Swearing echoed throughout the small wilderness. Suyu, you're quite interesting. Chapter 66. It makes no sense. It absolutely makes no sense. 1/3 great exotic beast is an accident, but what about 2, 3, or 4? If that's not enough, how about hunting down another 4th great exotic beast? At this moment, Suyu's team's points surged by 100,000. They silently slapped the faces of every genius who looked down on them. The rankings on the first day were not unexpected. They not only have the strength to be in the top 10, but they even have a chance to break into the top 3. At this moment, any genius who sees the points leaderboard. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing, their faces filled with shock and confusion. They don't understand. Suyu's team consists of 5 people, 4 of whom have less than 200 health points. 2 of them have abilities that cannot directly increase their combat power. One person's special ability is a mental ability with limited effect on alien beasts. The only thing that can directly boost combat power is an A-level ability. This small team, led by Suyu, actually hunted a 4th great exotic beast? Many people find it hard to accept this reality. They never underestimated Suyu, who was hailed as the next tactical master. However, he was never considered a competitor. After all, everyone's tracks are different, so if you insist on making comparisons, it's a bit like bullying people. But it is precisely in this situation that he led 4 teammates with less than 200 HP each, killed a 3rd grade alien beast, and then killed a 4th grade alien beast. Their points total climbed all the way to 2nd place. They've even consistently remained in the top 10. Doubt, confusion, shock, even bewilderment. A variety of emotions surfaced in the minds of the group of geniuses. Inside a cave. Having finished hunting 4th grade exotic beasts today, Gaoshi stood up and dusted off his clothes. He originally thought that by taking one 4th grade exotic beast every day, he could basically secure the top spot in the training camp. But now, he also feels a sense of crisis. While others were still in shock and wondering how Suyu's team managed to kill a 4th grade alien beast, he astutely noticed that they had just killed a rank 3 beast not long before they killed the rank 4 beast. The difference between the 2 increases in points was no more than 1 hour. In other words, this small team, overlooked by everyone, possesses the ability to quickly take down a 4th grade exotic beast within an hour. A hint of anticipation flickered in Gaoshi's eyes. He had thought that Hao Jiming would be his only opponent in this training camp. It seems we've gained another interesting tactical genius. Captain, should we officially enter the martial artist realm? Lu Shua asked. After his reminder, the others also learned about the speed at which Suyu's team killed the 4th grade alien beast. They all believed that they could not achieve this speed at present. In order not to be overtaken by Suyu's team who were closely following behind, Lu Shua took the initiative to propose to enter the martial artist realm. The 4 schools training camp has a rule that martial artists at the martial arts level cannot participate. However, students have never been prohibited from breaking through to become martial artists during the training camp. Over the years, many prodigies have relied on breakthroughs to become martial artists, ultimately achieving results far exceeding expectations. Of course, achieving these results also means giving up a lot of their future. The training camp never prevents these things. With every choice comes a loss. This is a lesson that the future pillars of humanity must understand. Gaoshi shook her head. No need, the blood crystal essence you absorbed has not been fully digested yet. You can strive to improve even further. With each improvement, the speed and difficulty of your bone tempering will change dramatically. It is not yet time for you to sacrifice your own future. But Captain, Suyu and his group are coming on very aggressively. If we can't get first place, then we'll have let down Captain Wu Jianqin added. If Suyu can lead 4 people with less than 200 chi and blood to second place, why can't I lead you to first place? Gaoshi's eyes shone with confidence. From now on, we'll mainly hunt at night, he said with a smile. Since Suyu has started this battle for points ahead of schedule, then there's no need for him to slowly work things out with the 4 of them anymore. Previously, he had always tried to get Wu Jianqin and the others fully involved in the battle to stimulate the blood crystal reserves within them. After killing the 4th grade beast, the 4 were given ample time to process their actions. Now that he might lose his top spot, he knows that continuing like this would be a futile and outdated approach. Meanwhile, in Wu Linlin's team, he may officially begin her breakthrough to the martial artist realm. When she discovered that Suyu's team had killed a fourth-grade alien beast, she seemed to be greatly shocked. He immediately demanded to break through to become a martial artist, determined to help Wu Linlin surpass Suyu on the points leaderboard. Wu Linlin's attempts to dissuade her were unsuccessful, so she had no choice but to agree. Wu Linlin also understood that if they wanted to compete for first place, in the time that follows, it will be inevitable that the other four will break through to become martial artists. After all, the man they were going to face was Gao Shi, a man who was like a fish in water in the wilderness. One member of Wu Linlin's team broke through to the martial artist level ahead of schedule. Hao Jining's team is ranked second in the preliminary rankings. At this moment, apart from Hao Jining, the other four were simultaneously cultivating and breaking through. Hao Jining looked at the leaderboard. Their gazes were not fixed on Suyu's team in front of them. From beginning to end, his only rival was Gao Shi. When these top 8 teams gradually realized that Suyu's team not only had the ability to kill fourth-grade alien beasts, but also killed them faster than they did. Within the team, more or less, some members have begun to break through and become martial artists. And those smaller teams at the back of the line. Several squads were preparing to target Suyu's team as hunting targets. They were originally diligently searching for traces of Suyu and his group's passage. But upon seeing the changes on the leaderboard, they immediately stopped, looked at each other, and fell silent. Second, the strength to kill a fourth-grade exotic beast. They went hunting? Are you kidding me? They cursed themselves for being stupid and regretted wasting the day. Left with no other choice, they decided to take a gamble and target other people. Niao Qion's team leaves the stage. Even after Suyu's team's explosive performance, there will still be 2 spots in the top 10 for the teams below to compete for. The battle between them at that time may be just as exciting as the fight for the top spot. Pang Wen's team was not far from Suyu and his group. The 5 of them used all their strength and all their trump cards, and finally defeated a third-grade exotic beast. Pang Wen was about to check where his team had risen to. Upon opening the leaderboard, his pupils instantly contracted, and his eyes widened dramatically. Captain, what's wrong? Has another squad been wiped out? Please don't let it be Suyu and his group, otherwise all our efforts will have been in vain. No. Pang Wen's tone was somewhat heavy. You can check the leaderboard yourselves. Holy shit. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, holy crap? There really are 150,000? Really? Are they cheating? Holy crap, are you kidding me? Exclamations of surprise echoed through the wilderness. Pang Wen was somewhat confused for a moment. Compared to other teams, Suyu's team's strength was immediately apparent. Seeing Lin Yan's weakened state and learning about their lucky story, he hesitated. That doesn't make sense, several people exclaimed, expressing their deepest doubts. Chapter 67 The Incarnation of Justice. Captain, didn't they have a girl with the superpower Lucky? I heard that you used to be able to find blood crystals on the road. Is it possible that they encountered another half-dead fourth-grade beast? If we encounter a half-dead fourth-grade beast, are you confident you can kill it so quickly? Especially with one of you seriously injured? Pang Wen countered. But Captain, do you think they could kill a fourth-grade alien beast when one of them is seriously injured and their weapons are almost unusable? The team members also raised reasonable questions. Pang Wen you choked up. Suddenly, one of them slapped his thigh and stood up. Damn it, could they have been lying to us all along? Impossible. I used my mental power to check Lin Yan's condition. He is really injured and extremely weak. This cannot be faked. Pang Wen was absolutely certain. The group's doubts once again led to a dead end. What we're saying is it possible that Professor Zhuge is giving them preferential treatment? Send the fourth-grade beast, which was just one strike away from death, to them, one team member boldly guessed. For some reason, everyone suddenly felt that this kind of guess was easier for them to accept. In the observation room, all eyes turned to Zhuge Yun. Zhuge Yun's lips twitched, and he said with great interest, "Gentlemen, you must clear my name later." In the wilderness, Pang Wen's team managed to find a reason that they could barely convince themselves. But this still couldn't resolve the inner turmoil they were experiencing. Captain, what should we do? Unless they are just lucky, whether they got in through connections or they have the ability, we cannot hunt them. Why shouldn't we dare to use connections? I'm going to kill these human parasites who only know how to use connections, a young man said indignantly. Yes. We can't let it go so easily. The training camp is fair. Another boy's emotions were also stirred up. Penguin sighed, "Forget it, let's hunt the strange beasts first. I left my mark on them, so I don't have to worry about not being able to find them on the 6th day. Then, on the 5th night, we'll set off to find them. If they are truly capable, then we will abandon our goal of targeting them. If it's due to good luck or getting in through connections, then don't blame us for being ruthless. We need to let them know that on the battlefield, luck and backdoors won't work." As Penguin spoke, he felt as if he had become the embodiment of justice. A henchman asked timidly, "If they're strong, wouldn't we just be offering ourselves up as cannon fodder if we went over there? Are you stupid? With such high scores, unless they want to compete for first place, they have no reason to attack us at all," someone immediately retorted. With that, the CPUs of Penguin's 5-person team, which were about to burn out, could finally stop running for a while. The Shiman Boshue team also took the same route as Suyu and his group. Once the hunt officially begins, they will have an advantage in terms of magical artifacts. Their points quickly caught up to 12th place. After seeing Suyu take 100,000 and rush to 2nd place, Shiman Boshua put aside her worries and focused on hunting the strange beasts. "I just finished chasing down a rank 3 giant tooth rabbit." Shiman Boshua suddenly felt a chill creep over her. "What's going on? Why does it feel like winter ahead?" "Brother Boshua, I also feel that the temperature up ahead seems much colder. Should we head that way?" asked Nyo Zi-chan, a member of the team. "Let us go, didn't they say there are some ruins in the wilderness? Maybe we'll get lucky and stumble upon them," Shiman Boshua said excitedly. The other 4 hesitated. "Don't worry, everyone, I have something to protect you. I can guarantee that you will all escape unscathed unless you encounter a high-grade beast," he added. Nyo Zi-chan's hesitation vanished instantly, replaced by a look of support. "Since Boshua wants to go and see, what does it matter if there are high-grade exotic beasts ahead? Brother Boshua, it's just a matter of a word from you. My 4 brothers and I will risk our lives to accompany you." Shiman Boshua was deeply moved. "With you guys as my good brothers, I can die without regrets. Let's go. If there really are ruins, all you brothers can choose the treasures inside first. I, Shiman Boshua, can even skip them." Shiman Boshua was the first to rush to the front. The other 4 followed behind him in perfect unison. In the observation room, Suyu and the others were resting, while the top 8 were either resting or breaking through to the next level. Everyone witnessed the bond between Shiman Boshue and his 4 brothers. Chung Young exclaimed, "What a loyal and righteous brother." Batten, who had been silent all along, let out a cold snort. This silenced everyone's agape mouths. Zhuge Yun looked displeased and was no longer willing to endure it. Chung Young stopped him. At this moment, Deng Ji spoke first. "These children can still be nurtured. Although they all gathered together because of the spiritual artifact on Shiman Boshue's body. But when they actually encountered a 4th-grade beast before, they didn't abandon their teammates, and they still considered each other's needs during the battle." The red-faced man nodded. "That's right. Even we teachers can't be perfect, so naturally we can't expect these children to be perfect. Everything needs guidance, and that's why Wuhan University exists. Besides, what we see may not be true, and what we hear may not be true. We need to start from their perspective and their hearts." The 4 of them only came together because of Shiman Boshue's magical artifact, and there is no such thing as affection between them. Shiman Boshue admires chivalry and brotherhood, so what's wrong with them pandering to his tastes? In the wilderness, full of anticipation, Shiman Boshue headed towards the source of the cold wind. Once we actually arrive, he was initially taken aback and somewhat disappointed that it wasn't the ruins he had imagined, but he quickly became overjoyed. "Brother Suyu, I've been looking for you for so long." Suyu and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. "Lin Yen, Brother Suyu, he gave himself away right away? Do we still need to pretend?" "Suyu, I'm not going to say anything more, there's no need to pretend. Wasn't it your suggestion? Chow chow, but acting is really fun." Song Qinghuan, Fuyu, blank. Suyu was convinced that Fuyu must think the same way. "Looking for us?" Suyu asked. "Ah, it's a joke, really." Shiman Boshue laughed self-deprecatingly. "After you killed the 3rd-grade beast yesterday, Brother Suyu, many teams have made you their hunting targets. I just wanted to remind you in advance. I didn't expect that you would have already killed a 4th-grade beast before we even found you. Looks like I was just being presumptuous," Shiman Boshue said self-deprecatingly. Niu Zichang, standing behind him, seemed somewhat displeased. Because of you, we wasted a whole day. Otherwise, we might already be in the top 10 today. Suyu was taken aback and looked at Shiman Buoshua with some surprise. This guy is truly a unique snow lotus in this little wilderness. Chapter 68, Buying Spiritual Artifacts. Song Qinghuan, Snow Lotus? What do you mean? Are you saying Shiman Buoshua is a white lotus? Suyu, I absolutely meant it as a compliment. Lin Yan, brother, you, is what Shiman Buoshua said true or false? Xiao Chao, I don't think it's fake. Fuyu, let's take a look first. One should always be wary of others. Lin Yan, oh right. Doesn't their family sell magical artifacts? How about we buy some from them? Song Qinghuan, in this situation, it would be very easy to get ripped off. In just one glance, countless thoughts had already surfaced in the minds of Suyu and his group of 5. Song Qinghuan and Fuyu were still seriously considering how to negotiate the price. Upon seeing Lin Yan, whose injuries were particularly severe, Shiman Buoshua immediately hurried over. Lin Yan, I have a grade 1 healing pill here. Please take it quickly. Judging from your injuries, it's possible that they're damaging your very essence. It's a pity I didn't bring any of these medications. He took out a small, crystal clear bottle from his bracelet, poured out a red pill, and handed it to Lin Yan, looking somewhat annoyed. Lin Yan, happy. He actually knows my name. He definitely didn't lie to us. Fu Yu. Suyu, Lin Yan, please deactivate your superpower. Since the other party has no malicious intent, there is no need for us to deliberately deceive them. Lin Yan's aura suddenly changed. They immediately went from being half dead to being full of energy. Shiman Buoshua's pupils contracted slightly, and she subconsciously glanced at the pill in her hand. He hasn't eaten yet? How did you recover so quickly? Brother Buoshua, I'm sorry, we've already encountered other teams that have designs on our team. I heard what you were doing, which is why Lin Yan pretended to be injured, Suyu said. Shiman Buoshua looked at Lin Yan with shining eyes. Brother Lin Yan, is your ability so special? Didn't he imitate the aura of a strange beast in the square before? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yan immediately spread her tail feathers like a peacock, transforming her aura into that of a mythical beast. Shiman Buoshua's face showed even greater surprise. The other 4 members of their team also looked at them and nodded. Such abilities can definitely play an unexpected role in the wilderness. Suyu took the initiative and said, Brother Buoshua, I have a favor to ask. I wonder if you would be willing to grant it. Shiman Buoshua immediately beamed with a smile. You need my help? That's wonderful. Suyu. Before you arrived, our weapons were almost all damaged in the process of dealing with a 4th grade beast. I would like to ask Brother Buoshua if you are carrying any extra spiritual artifacts. An E-grade spiritual artifact will suffice. We are willing to exchange this rank 4 blood crystal for it. Xiao Chao handed the blood crystal to Suyu. I wonder if this rare 4th grade blood crystal can be exchanged for 4 E-grade spiritual artifacts. If this were outside the immediate context, this deal would certainly be feasible. But now we're all competitors, and giving them weapons would only make things more difficult for ourselves. Everyone was prepared to be rejected. The smile on Shiman Buoshua's face vanished instantly. Suyu and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Sure enough, even the wild snow lotus knew about competition between enemies and allies. Brother Suyu, don't you consider me a friend? You only want to exchange a rare 4th grade blood crystal for 4 E-grade spiritual artifacts? Do you think I, Shiman Buoshua, am the kind of unscrupulous merchant who only cares about profit? Suyu. Song Qinghuan. Xiao Chao, he's such a good person. Lin Yan, as expected of a man who knows my name, Brother Shiman has a bright future. Brother Buoshua, of course I didn't mean that. We are already very grateful that you are willing to sell us spiritual artifacts in this wilderness. I made this deal with you because I trust your character. Behind Shiman Buoshua, Niu Zichang was about to speak. Shiman Buoshua waved her hand and said, What weapons do you 4 use? Let me see if I have any with me. You're a team aiming for the top 3. If an E-grade spiritual weapon isn't enough, I'll give you a D-grade spiritual weapon. Lin Yan was the first to speak. I'll use dual swords. Song Qinghuan, a long spear. Xiao Chao, a long whip. Suyu, like Qinghuan, I also use a long spear. Shiman Buoshua continued to look at Fuyu. Fuyu said expressionlessly, My weapon is undamaged, I don't need it, thank you. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment even appeared on Shiman Boshue's face.
Before anyone could react, he took out 3 scrolls and handed them to Lin Yan, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao respectively.
The 3 unfolded their weapons.
Xiao Qiao's long, light blue whip swayed gently, as supple yet strong as a willow branch.
This is the Willow Leaf Whip, one of the most representative works of our Divine Weapon Pavilion in the field of long whip magical artifacts.
While maintaining the flexibility and gentleness of a long whip, it also possesses a resilient and powerful strength.
To deal with strange beasts, one can directly damage their internal organs through their fur.
Even a 4th-grade exotic beast will have some effect, Shiman Boshue explained. Lin Yan brandished her twin swords and twirled them twice beautifully. This is a mother and child knife, which has been subtly adjusted specifically for the habits of left and right hands. When using a knife, the user can achieve a completely consistent feel in both hands.
Lin Yan, you're not left-handed, are you? Shiman Boshue asked.
Lin Yan shook her head, perfect.
I really like this weapon, Brother Boshue. Thank you.
Upon hearing him call him Brother Boshue, Shiman Boshue's smile widened.
He immediately cupped his hands in thanks and replied, Brother Lin Yan, there's no need for thanks. I'm very happy to be able to help you.
Then, he looked at Song Qinghuan. This time, Song Qinghuan didn't ask him to introduce her. She examined the spear in her hand and said, this is an ice spear. The material it uses is conducive to the conduction of ice-related abilities.
It's basically the weapon of choice for all ice attribute ability users who use spears. Thank you, Bo Shui, she said sincerely.
Shiman Boshue's mouth almost stretched to her ears before she looked at Suyu, whose hands were empty.
Brother Suyu, aren't you curious why you don't have one?
Suyu smiled and said, you haven't given it to me yet, so you must have your reasons.
You treat them so well, how could I be afraid you'll mistreat me? Ah, Brother Suyu, you're right.
I would never mistreat you, no matter who else I treat unfairly.
Brother Suyu, here you go. Shiman Boshue tossed him a dark red scroll.
The moment he took out the scroll, Fuyu's pupils constricted slightly.
Suyu caught it. It's a bit heavy. This weapon must weigh at least 55 kilograms, right? Shiman Boshue nodded. This spear weighs 118 jin and is 13 chi 7 fen long.
While increasing its weight, it still retains the agility of a long spear.
Upon hearing this, Suyu activated the scroll. An incredibly dazzling mechanical unfolding.
The spearhead is golden, the shaft is jet black, and there are flowing blood-red patterns all over it. At this moment, even Suyu, a country bumpkin, knew that the spear in his hand was at least a C-grade weapon.
Chapter 69 Using Magic to Defeat Magic. Suyu held the gun in one hand. He seemed to have gained a more domineering aura.
When everyone saw the long spear appear, their mouths dropped open slightly.
The 4 people behind Shiman Boshue were eager to say something, but they didn't know what to say.
The magical artifact belonged to Shiman Boshue himself, and he could give it to whomever he wanted. They wanted to stop it, but couldn't find a reason.
Shiman Boshue was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He smiled and said, Brother Suyu, how is it? Are you satisfied with this weapon? This spear is called the Overlord Spear.
As its name suggests, when it is drawn, it is like the birth of an overlord, sweeping away everything and nothing can stop it. It is the most prized treasure among the C-grade spiritual artifacts of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. The blood-red patterns flowing on the gun body are blood and chi patterns. As long as Brother Suyu uses more chi and blood to nourish these chi and blood patterns, this gun can then truly recognize its master. At the same time, he also has the ability to self-repair. As Shiman Boshue explained the details with great familiarity, Suyu sheathed his spear, which transformed into a scroll, and handed it to her.
Brother Boshue, this magical artifact is too valuable. You should just give me an E-grade spear instead. Shiman Boshue was taken aback. This was the first time in his life that someone wanted to return a magical artifact he had given away. His expression immediately turned extremely ugly. Brother Suyu, I kindly considered you a friend and gave you a suitable spiritual weapon. Why do you have to treat me like this? If you don't want this weapon, then just leave it here in the wilderness. What I, Shiman Boshue, give away can never be taken back. Shiman Boshue was very angry and even turned her head to the side. Suyu was stunned. What's wrong with this world? Why would anyone send weapons like this? Reluctantly, he took the scroll back. Just as he was about to speak, Shiman Boshue immediately turned around, her face beaming with joy. Brother Suyu, if you really want to thank me,
Then use this spear to take first place in this year's training camp, and make a name for yourself in the college entrance examination later.
At that time, you will have given our Divine Weapon Pavilion a huge advertisement. Suyu nodded, bewildered.
A group of people nearby were even more bewildered than him.
What's wrong with this world? First, someone inexplicably gave away a C-grade spiritual artifact, and then the person who received it refused to accept it. So the person who gave it to you said, if you don't want it, you're just going to throw it away? What's the meaning? Is it true that having money makes one so willful?
Suyu was also quite helpless, and he forcibly stuffed the 4th grade blood crystal into Shimon Boishue's hand. Before the other person could speak, he preemptively said, Brother Boishue, I know you don't lack these things.
But this is our heartfelt gift. If you don't accept it, it means you don't consider us friends. Use magic to defeat magic. As soon as Suyu said this,
Shimon Boishue then obediently put away the 4th grade blood crystal. Suyu's team also felt a sense of relief for some reason. They all felt that if they didn't give away the blood crystal today, they would be at a huge loss.
Everyone understood that, not to mention Suyu's C-grade Overlord Spear, which could even rival ordinary B-grade spiritual weapons.
The D-grade spiritual artifacts of the other 3 alone are not something that can be bought with this 1 grade 4 blood crystal.
Even after delivering the blood crystal, Suyu still felt uneasy. He continued, Brother Boishue, is there anything else I can help you with? Shimon Boishue was slightly taken aback upon hearing this.
No, I don't need any help.
Suyu had anticipated this response. How about this, our team will team up with yours and we'll go hunt some exotic beasts together. This can also be considered as a way of thanking you for your timely help. Don't refuse. Friends should help each other. If one side only takes, is that still a friendship? Suyu cast the spell ahead of schedule once again.
Shimon Boishue scratched his head, realizing for the first time how troublesome it was to make friends.
But it felt pretty good. He thought for a moment and said, oh right.
We encountered a 4th grade exotic beast before.
I know where that 4th grade beast is. Brother Suyu, do you think we can take it down if we join forces? We almost got killed by it before, and I want revenge. Shimon Boishue said very seriously.
After he finished speaking, Suyu's team all started packing their things.
Let's go. We'll help you get revenge.
Suyu took out the Overlord Spear again.
Shimon Boishue suddenly felt a surge of emotion called passion burning in her chest. Let's go. If we brothers join forces, we'll definitely capture that 4th grade beast.
As soon as he finished speaking, Niu Zichang frowned and said, although you just killed a 4th grade alien beast.
I have no doubt that you have such capabilities. But are you really capable of dealing with a 4th grade beast in your current state?
He sized up Song Qinghuan and the others. Everyone could sense that, apart from Suyu, the other 4 people's vital energy was extremely weak.
Song Qinghuan was extremely depressed, both physically and mentally.
That's a 4th grade exotic beast, you could lose your life if you're not careful.
I will not approve of your frivolous behavior. Niu Zichang clearly represents the attitude of the other 3.
The 4 of them stood still, not intending to move, and Shimon Boishue felt somewhat embarrassed. But he was more worried. Yes, Brother Suyu, you have just gone through a great battle.
You're all weak right now. Why don't you rest for the night and then go after that 4th grade beast tomorrow? Captain, we can't afford to waste time here with them, Niu Zichang reminded him again. Shimon Boishue was caught in a dilemma.
Suyu had a faint smile on his face.
Shimon Boishue is indeed an interesting person.
He looked at Niu Zichang and said with a faint smile, perhaps I misspoke. It wasn't our team that went with you to hunt that 4th grade beast.
I can manage on my own, and you don't need to come either. Your captain can come with me. Brother Boishue, do you have the courage to go with me to seek revenge?
As soon as he finished speaking, Niu Zichang and the other 3 stared wide-eyed, hardly believing their ears.
Going to hunt a 4th grade exotic beast all by yourself? Do you think you're Gao Shi? And surely Gao Shi wouldn't dare to be so arrogant?
The 4 people had different expressions, and Shimon Boishue also made up her mind. Brother Suyu, I am willing to go with you. As he spoke, he reassured me, don't worry, if I'm truly outmatched, I have ways to save my life.
Suyu smiled and said, let's set off then. Boishue, you lead the way.
You 4 brothers can wait here.
Brother Suyu and I will go. After saying this, Shimon Boishue prepared to set off.
However, at this moment, Song Qinghuan and the others also picked up their backpacks and followed.
Shimon Boishue asked with some doubt, didn't you say that brother so you could do it alone? Lin Yan smiled and said, we're going to cheer you on.
Shiman Boishue was puzzled, but she was also sent along to set off. Standing there in the cold, Niu Zichang and his 3 companions looked at each other, unsure of what to do.
After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, let's follow them.
It's one thing for Suyu and the others to be courting death, but Shiman Boishue is our captain after all. Chapter 70, a 4th grade exotic beast, dead.
Along the way,
Suyu and the others followed behind Shiman Boishue, as the surroundings became increasingly familiar. The expressions on their faces grew increasingly strange.
Shiman Boishue stopped in a cave. Suyu said quietly, Boishue, you're not going to tell me that the 4th grade exotic beast is inside this cave, are you? Shiman Boishue nodded and said, that's right, that's why we wanted to find you earlier.
Seeing signs of a battle outside, I thought I'd go in and see if you might have stayed inside. After entering, I didn't expect there to be a 4th grade dark cave lizard inside the cave.
Snort.
When Niu Zichang and the others who followed heard Shiman Boishue mention this matter, they snorted coldly.
None of them paid them any attention.
Everyone's eyes turned to Qiao Qiao in unison.
They then looked at Suyu together.
These 2 people are like a goddess of fortune and a person whose words become law. It's simply outrageous. Suyu touched his nose, finding it somewhat amusing. This whole thing has gotten so complicated that it's suddenly become impossible to explain. On second thought, this incident could actually strengthen Qiao Qiao's belief in her superpowers. In their mental space, the group was praising Qiao Qiao's lucky ability like crazy. Many expressed that without her, they might have suffered on the very first day. The praise from everyone made Qiao Qiao blush a little.
Suyu looked at Lin Yan, can you simulate the aura of an earth dragon?
Lin Yan nodded, then shook her head.
How disgusting. I'm asking you to imitate, not to become, Fuyu said calmly.
Lin Yan glanced at the emotionless, wooden man, you don't understand.
Although I didn't actually become one, I would really believe I was.
That disgusting feeling, once you've experienced it, you never want to go through it again.
Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded slightly.
Lin Yan's special ability is the most unfathomable among them, and he will have to explore it further on his own. Then let's go with the giant tooth rabbit, to simulate the aura of a grade 3 giant tooth rabbit, he said. Lin Yan nodded, her pupils contracting. For a moment, it seemed as if his soul had left his body. Immediately afterwards, the aura of a 3rd grade giant rabbit erupted. With a burst of energy, Suyu launched an attack on the cave entrance, as if he wanted to bury the entire cave. As he made his move, Niu Zichang and the other 3 slipped to a nearby tree branch and watched from a distance. The Overlord's spear swept fiercely across, and sand and gravel began to fall from the cave entrance. The next moment, a black cave lizard, tens of meters long, suddenly darted out. He had no scales, and his smooth body was covered in a sticky liquid.
It also has no eyes on its head.
After leaping out of the cave, it opened its mouth, its long, thin tongue probing outwards. A foul, nauseating odor immediately filled the air.
Just as everyone was feeling nauseous and about to vomit, its tongue shot towards Lin Yan like a sharp arrow.
The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible for the naked eye to perceive it.
However, just as it was about to touch Lin Yan's legs suddenly swelled up. With a bang,
a crater appeared in the ground beneath his feet, and he instantly appeared in mid-air. His jumping ability at this moment far exceeds that of ordinary people.
Niu Zichang and the others standing nearby stared wide-eyed.
Suyu and the others, who had already communicated in the mental space, all nodded. As Lin Yan said, he found that he was simulating the Megalodon rabbit more and more often. It seems that he no longer only possesses the aura of the Megaloceros, but also temporarily possesses some of its special abilities.
This was the kind of attack he specifically wanted to try.
The dark cave lizard's attack directly unleashed his potential, allowing him to unleash the powerful leg strength that only the Megalodon possessed.
However, even though Lin Yan jumped into the air, the dark cave lizard's sticky tongue seemed to stretch indefinitely, continuing to rise with him.
Lin Yan, brother Suyu, I'm out of strength. I'm counting on you from now on.
Qiao Qiao, it's already failing so quickly? Lin Yan?
Suyu's lips curled up. He flashed in front of the dark cave lizard, flipped the Overlord spear from behind, and with a powerful turn, slashed the Overlord spear down hard onto the dark cave lizard's tongue.
Boom!
A large crater appeared directly in the area where the dark cave lizard was located.
Sand and gravel flew everywhere. This strike stirred up countless grains of sand and gravel. On the tree branch, Niu Zichang and his companions, who were watching from afar, widened their eyes in an instant.
Holy crap, is this the strength of an ordinary person? One of them muttered to himself.
The attack missed the dark cave lizard's tongue. The moment Suyu flashed in front of it, it sensed an extremely dangerous aura. The tongue retracted much faster than Suyu's spear slashed down.
However, Suyu did not stop after he chopped down. He then raised his hand and aimed directly at the terrifying head of the dark cave lizard.
The dark cave lizard nimbly turned and swung its tail.
The next moment, his tail collided with Suyu's spear.
The terrifying force forced Suyu to retreat several meters. Shiman Boshue looked at him with some concern.
Suyu examined the overlord spear in his hand once more, a look of excitement appearing on his face. He no longer has to worry about weapons, since its basic strength and speed are inferior to this dark cave lizard.
Then unleash your chi and blood.
Suyu's muscles began to swell with blood, and his aura began to intensify.
Holding a gun in one hand, he looked like a tyrant from afar. The dark cave lizard also sensed a dangerous aura emanating from him.
He bent over slightly, adopting a defensive posture.
The tongue inside its mouth kept probing, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Call out.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
The dark cave lizard took the initiative, its long tongue attacking at an increasingly rapid pace.
It was completely impossible for others to see with the naked eye.
Song Qinghuan and the others silently assumed fighting stances.
On the tree branch, Niu Zichang and his men also took out their weapons. Shiman Boshue silently placed her right hand on the bracelet on her left wrist, ready to save Suyu's life at any moment.
The dark cave lizard's long tongue attacks fiercely like a machine gun. With each attack, countless towering trees were pierced and destroyed.
The tongue lashed out at the ground, creating furrows and crevices.
However, even under such fierce and dense attacks,
Suyu wielded the gun with one hand, his movements ghostly, managing to strike the dark cave lizard's tongue repeatedly while remaining unscathed.
Niu Zichang and his companions were completely dumbfounded, seeing the large tree beneath their feet destroyed. Someone stared blankly and said, "This is martial arts, isn't it?" Niu Zichang glanced at him and said, "Isn't that just nonsense?"
As everyone watched in trepidation, a sudden, bloody stench filled the air.
The dark cave lizard's long tongue suddenly broke off in mid-air.
A muffled, piercing scream echoed across the wilderness.
Suyu shouted, "Brother Boshue, you and Qinghuan block the cave entrance and don't let him go back." Without any hesitation, Shiman Boshue and Song Qinghuan quickly arrived at the cave entrance to block the dark cave lizard's retreat. Niu Zichang and his men were also on the perimeter, holding weapons and forming an encirclement.
The threat posed by the dark cave lizard was immediately greatly reduced after Suyu severed its long tongue.
This time, Suyu approached it directly.
The dark cave lizard still couldn't reach Suyu, yet he was able to inflict damage on him time and time again.
The palms of everyone's hands, gripping their weapons, were covered in sweat.
Finally, Suyu seized an opportunity, and the overlord spear pierced directly through the dark cave lizard's head. With a bang, the golden spear tip pierced through the skull, and bright red blood dripped down the tip.
The ticking sound was incredibly loud to everyone present. A fourth-grade exotic beast, dead. Chapter 71 Gap.
A strong, pungent smell of blood filled the air. The black gold overlord spear pierced through the dark cave lizard's skull, its blade swirling with blood-red patterns. With a soft thud, the spear was retracted. The dark cave lizard's proud head crashed to the ground. The beast that exuded a violent aura just a second ago has now completely lost its power. At the scene, Niu Zichang took a step back in disbelief, and the sound of him stomping on and breaking a tree branch was so jarring. Before even reaching the level of a martial artist, he single-handedly killed a fourth-ranked dark cave lizard.
What kind of monster is this?
The way Niu Zichang and the other three looked at Suyu had changed. At first, there was some arrogance, but now all that remains in his eyes is shock and admiration.
Suyu single-handedly killed a third-grade exotic beast. They're impressive, but they feel that given some time, they could do it too. 5 people slaying a fourth-grade beast, impressive. They can't do it, but they're far from being able to look up to it. After all, this is a team effort. Perhaps if they were given a suitable team, they could succeed. However, when he personally witnessed Suyu single-handedly slay a fourth-grade alien beast, all their pride and confidence vanished in an instant. Only then did they realize that the gap between them and Suyu was as vast as an insurmountable chasm. This is a gap that cannot be bridged by any reason. In the observation room,
looking at these geniuses who were completely devastated, Chung Young stroked his chin. "I remember, your initial goal was to have these geniuses undermine Suyu, right?" Zhuge Yun glanced at this classmate who always brought up the most awkward topics.
Punish this kid? Now I'm worried that this kid will make everyone else feel emo.
He was supposed to be a tactical genius, but he ended up completely humiliating all of these martial arts geniuses.
The scene was so beautiful that Zhu Guiyun dared not even imagine it. In that instant, he suddenly felt that he could accept Suyu studying the combat system.
Imagine that when the alien race tries every means to complete the decapitation operation, they are surprised to find that the decapitation is the biggest boss.
Hee hee, that scene is also worth looking forward to.
Zhu Guiyun was lost in thought. Feng Wan suddenly said, speaking of which, we should thank Professor Zhu Guiyun for letting Suyu participate in this training camp. Otherwise, we would have missed out on our great talent. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yun's face turned bitter. Damn it, the duck was already in their mouths, and these bastards were still trying to snatch it away.
In the observation room, their joys and sorrows were not shared.
Looking at Niu Zichang and the others, Deng Ji said, actually, it's a good thing for them too, so they can know the difference between themselves and true prodigies sooner.
Only then will they be more grounded and work harder. Instead of making all sorts of excuses and thinking that if it were them, they could do it too. We have seen too many geniuses who set their sights too high and ended up wasting their lives. I'm afraid he'll never recover from this setback. Feng Wan shook his head with a wry smile.
Humph, then let them collapse as soon as possible to avoid wasting national resources, Batten sneered. After Suyu killed the 4th grade dark cave lizard. In the desolate wilderness, the group of prodigies once again witnessed Suyu's team's points surge by 50,000, bringing their total points to over 210,000. They have officially climbed to the top of the standings. Meanwhile, the Shimen Boshue team gained 50,000 points, bringing their total points to over 70,000 and placing them 9th. Needless to say, everyone knows. The two teams worked together to kill a 4th grade exotic beast.
Don't Suyu and his group lose any health or mana when killing alien beasts?
This question popped into the minds of all the prodigies.
Gao Shi was letting the team rest and recuperate, waiting to hunt again that night.
The team members, including Hao Jiming and Wu Linlin, are still in the process of breaking through and are temporarily unable to hunt. For a moment, Suyu and his team seemed to have an incredibly secure position in first place. They repeatedly surprised everyone, and from then on, no one would ever consider them a team that got in through connections again.
In the wilderness,
Pang Wen and his group, who were still recovering their health after killing the 3rd grade beast, also saw Suyu's team's score increase.
Captain, their points have gone up again. This backdoor selection is so obvious.
The hot-blooded young man said, looking displeased. This time, no one in the team joined him in shouting about injustice.
Pang Wen remained silent and quietly removed the mental imprint attached to Lin Yan. They did nothing today.
Meeting Suyu and the others was purely coincidental. However, even as he gave up, Pang Wen still didn't understand.
If you're so capable, why did you lie to us? Could it be that you're even eyeing our points?
Thinking about it, Pang Wen shuddered. That squad is definitely suspicious.
Stay away. It's best to stay away.
Let's go somewhere else, he suddenly suggested. Change locations, some team members asked, confused. It means we should retreat, choose a different path, or go hunt other teams and avoid this area, Pang Wen explained. The group still seemed confused.
He said, stay away from Suyu and the others. Even if you can't make it into the top 10, don't be at the bottom. The group understood instantly. Let's go, let's set off now. I've rested enough, let's go.
In front of the cave. After killing the dark cave lizard, Suyu sat down on the ground to begin recovering. It's really satisfying to kill a 4th grade beast solo, but the health and mana consumption is also really high.
After killing them, if you don't carry them all at once.
He didn't even have the energy to pick up the Overlord Spear anymore. At the same time, Suyu also realized once again the drawback of his lack of talent. The recovery of chi and blood is extremely slow. This is because her talent has reached the level of an ordinary D-grade person.
If it were before,
he had every reason to believe that with his current energy and blood, it would take him at least a day and a night to recover.
No, it's 3 days and 2 nights.
He suddenly remembered how his energy and blood had regressed instead of progressed. Talking about it for a whole day and night is just being too confident in one's own talent. Knowing that Shimen Boshue and the others were waiting, Suyu, having recovered about 1 level, stood up. Shimen Boshue exclaimed excitedly, Brother Suyu, your bravery is comparable to that of Lubu in the modern era.
Suyu. This kid must have read too many comic books since he was little. Bo Shui, you're exaggerating. Actually, I also expended a lot of energy. It wasn't as easy as it looked to you.
I plan to recover my energy and blood here.
What are your plans? Shimon Boshua looked at Suyu, then at the four people beside her.
He really wanted to say that he would stay and wait for Suyu to recover before leaving, but after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Suyu, then let's continue hunting. If we had your 50,000 points, and the rest of us still couldn't make it into the top 10, then we would really be ashamed to be your friend." As they spoke, Niu Zichang and the others came forward to say goodbye.
Compared to their previous arrogant attitude, they now appeared exceptionally polite. As the five people departed, Shimon Boshua kept turning back every 3 steps.
Seeing this, Suyu immediately looked at Song Qinghuan. "Qinghuan, you have to believe me, there's really nothing between him and me."
Chapter 72. All encounters in this world are reunions after a long separation. Suyu's sudden remark made everyone laugh. Song Qinghuan was initially a little stunned and didn't react. Immediately, they were also infected by Lin Yan's hearty laughter. A smile appeared on his face. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Suyu, her smile sweet. Even Fu Yu's lips twitched slightly. After a day of intense fighting, it seemed that this one sentence made things a lot easier. Suyu calmly took out his camera. Used the Overlord Spear to find various angles and insert it into the dark cave lizard's body. Compared to the initial goal of simply collecting illustrations and taking photos, he really wanted to take a cool picture of the first 4th grade beast he killed alone. Of course, from the perspective of others. He's desecrating a corpse. Taking photos and desecrating corpses, this fetish made several teachers in the observation room somewhat worried. This kid still seems normal, right?
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a grade 4 exotic beast in the encyclopedia The Dark Cave Lizard.
Congratulations, host, you have received the attribute reward of agility plus 500 in the S-rank Hellfire ability fragment plus 123. The host can restore 100% of their chi and blood. Suyu was stunned again. What happened to the 1 in 10,000 probability? How come I managed to collect another one in the blink of an eye? If you play like this, people will really suspect I'm cheating. What is this system's ability to restore chi and blood? The host's chi and blood enhancement has reached its limit. The chi and blood enhancement reward from obtaining the illustration will be replaced with chi and blood recovery. Can I still improve my health and mana based on the illustrations I acquire in the future? The host's newbie protection period is about to end. To improve your chi and blood, you must collect different illustrations. So I'm still in the newbie protection period? Suyu was stunned. After the newbie protection period, are there any other changes? The system will add a bond collection feature. Once the host collects all the bonds, they will receive different rewards. That's it? Please explore the specific changes on your own. It is more difficult to improve chi and blood, but there are more ways to restore chi and blood. In addition, there is the concept of bonds. In Suyu's view, the help the system will provide after the novice period will be greater than what is currently available. Of course, it's normal for the difficulty to increase accordingly. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easier to just add points with one click and destroy a planet with one hand? The challenges ahead, along with the rewards, make him even more excited. Without even asking the system, he knew that the so-called novice period should be the period before becoming a martial artist. To unlock these new features, he can then consider officially entering the realm of martial artists. Although it would be ready soon, he was prepared to wait. Reaching 212 is already terrifying. If he were to have another 2 days of blood loss of 300, he would be terrified of being dissected. He wasn't sure what the higher-ups in this world were like, and when his life was at stake, he can only be more cautious. It should take at least 4 or 5 days, right? After taking the photos, Suyu checked the points leaderboard on her bracelet. They held a solid first place with 210,000, while Gaoxi's team ranked second with 200,000. There are 6 smaller teams remaining, each with a strength between 100,000 and 150,000. Next up is the 9th place team, Shimon Boshua, with over 70,000 points. The 10th to 15th place finishers all have over 50,000 points. Further on, you'll find teams with less than 50,000 points. The top tiers on the leaderboard are already quite clear, with teams vying for the top 3 spots and those competing for the top 10. There are also people who are responsible for buying soy sauce. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some of these teams were targeting other teams from the very beginning. Suyu remembered the information of each of the 19 squads very clearly. Even though the last 5 players had less than 50,000 points, he was still wary of them.
Arrogance is a tactician's greatest enemy. Noticing that Suyu was looking at his points, Lin Yan also came over.
He asked with some curiosity, why haven't their points changed again? Are they still hunting 4th grade exotic beasts? Don't they need to rest? Suyu smiled and said, if it's just hunting 4th grade exotic beasts, that's fine.
But I'm afraid they're all plotting something.
What's going on?
Lin Yan asked, puzzled.
Song Qinghuan's eyes flickered as she said, I'm afraid someone is about to break through and become a martial artist.
Suyu nodded, so, our points are actually not very stable.
Xiao Chao immediately said, then shall we go hunt some more strange beasts?
Rest first, and you should all take a good look back at the battles of the past 2 days.
Suyu shook his head and said,
no matter how urgent the points catch up is. He had no intention of leading 4 people on an endless hunt. In his pursuit of first place, he also needs to ensure everyone's safety.
This is also his responsibility as the team leader.
After several battles today, everyone is severely depleted in terms of both physical and mental energy.
Rest is essential.
Suyu's tone was certain. Even if everyone was eager to hunt the strange beast, they would not object to his decision.
In addition, Suyu silently added a sentence in his mind.
If these prodigies push him too far, then don't blame him for being unreasonable and flipping the table. 300 Qi and blood advance to the next level of martial arts, a transformation with an extreme number of 9. He also has the system to help restore his Qi and blood, which he is looking forward to, and then he can go all out. I wonder if these geniuses will change their minds and set their sights on him.
If that's the case, then that's pretty good too. He hasn't faced anyone yet. The group rested on the spot.
Instead of entering the dark cave, they began to recover their energy and mental strength outside. Song Qinghuan had never practiced any techniques related to mental power. I'm severely mentally exhausted today, and I can only recover by closing my eyes and resting. She was also a little anxious about this, and was very afraid that she would not be able to help Suyu in the future. As she was pondering, Suyu came to her side. Qinghuan, you should focus on cultivating your Qi and blood, and try to raise your Qi and blood to 200 as soon as possible.
Now that I have the Overlord Spear, we won't need to use our powers like before. Song Qinghuan stared, somewhat unconvinced.
But then she realized that she had gone astray. She nodded obediently and said, okay, I'll listen to you.
Song Qinghuan began practicing breathing techniques.
Beside her, Lin Yan looked at Suyu expectantly, as if waiting for him to come over and give her some pointers. Lin Yan, the mark on your body seems to have disappeared.
Suyu's eyes brightened slightly. It seems we should give up, Fuyu said.
Lin Yan immediately stretched her whole body and felt much more comfortable. At this moment, Suyu's ears twitched slightly.
Someone else is here.
As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Yan and said, stop torturing yourself. Lin Yan chuckled. So he changed his perspective and began to try to recall the momentum Suyu had displayed during the battle. On the other side,
Pang Wen and his companions hurried on their way.
Almost there.
We've been here before. Let's try to get out before dark. Chapter 73 Rapid Progress. If we can't meet again with tears in our eyes, can we at least blush?
For some reason, as Suyu looked at Pang Wen and the others who were looking at each other in front of him, a line of lyrics popped into his mind.
In the mental world, everyone else looked completely bewildered. Pang Wenli stood there, his 10 toes clenched tightly.
At the moment he encountered it head-on, he cursed himself 100 times in his mind.
Why would you remove the mark? Are you stupid? You can't hunt them, but with the mark on you, you can still hide. Pang Wen was filled with regret. There were 10 of us, looking at each other. I have absolutely no idea what to say. The most awkward one was Lin Yan, who was bursting with vitality.
When Pang Wen and the other 4 saw him in this state, they were all stunned. His little head was covered with big question marks.
No? You weren't like this morning. What happened to being ambushed by a second-grade exotic beast and looking as weak as Lin Dayu? What do you mean by acting like you can take on 5 people at once? Cough cough.
In the eerie atmosphere, Suyu finally broke the silence with 2 coughs.
Pang Wen, what's going on here? Pang Wen forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. We're going to try a different hunting route.
With Suyu and the others here, these points are all yours. Our team knows we can't beat them, so we're going to switch to a team with less competition.
Oh, I see.
Pang Wen, it's getting dark now, so please be careful on your way, Suyu said warmly.
Pang Wen nodded, thank you for the reminder, brother Suyu. Night is approaching, so we won't linger any longer. Both sides vowed to remain silent about what happened this morning.
Penguin's team of 5 fled the place as if they were escaping. The moment he got away from Suyu and the others, Penguin suddenly felt that it would be better not to hunt other teams during this training camp.
Mercury must be in retrograde lately.
In fact, it's not impossible to compete for a top 10 spot based on one's own abilities.
Even if we don't make it into the top 10, it's better than encountering these monsters. The 5 people left dejectedly. Song Qinghuan burst out laughing.
Xiao Chao immediately clutched her stomach.
Instead, Ling Yan asked, somewhat confused, Brother Suyu, do you think my public image will be ruined from now on? Won't they go around making up stories about me after they get out? Actually, I'm very honest at school, and I never lie.
The words fell.
Suyu also laughed out loud.
Another unexpected turn of events completely relieved everyone's tension.
Let's go.
Now that we're back here, let's go to the same place we stayed yesterday and spend the night there.
Suyu picked up his backpack. We returned to the cave from yesterday.
Everyone felt as if they were in another world.
Looking at his personal panel, Suyu felt a deep sense of understanding. Name, Suyu. Talent, D. Special abilities, SSS Ice Age, SSS Lucky Star Incomplete.
Martial arts, the mysterious step mastery.
Titles, low-level tactician, ordinary illustrated book collector.
Skills, tactical understanding master, gunmanship proficient, swordsmanship proficient, melee combat proficient, dagger intermediate, bicycle riding intermediate. Physical strength high dimensional attribute, 281 health.
Spirit higher dimensional attribute, 354 Hz. Strength low dimensional attribute, 2610. Agility low dimensional attribute, 3580. Illustrated Pokédex Collection 109-1000. Special ability fragment, S-rank Hellfire 2. Honestly, when I left this cave this morning,
he never expected to come back, and he certainly never imagined that his personal data panel would look like this in less than 24 hours. Its base speed is already comparable to that of a second-grade exotic beast, and its strength is also not much different.
His superpower was the complete SSS level Ice Age. Not only that, but there is also a fragment of an SSS level Lucky Charm and 2S level Hellfire power fragments.
And he hasn't decided yet how much to increase his chi and blood. Suyu felt he urgently needed to take some time to reflect and mature, otherwise it would be difficult for him not to become arrogant after such a rapid rise in his career. After thinking about it, he decided to keep a low profile for now. Let's just raise our chi and blood to 290 for now. So, it was still the same cave, the same place, and the same person. His blood and energy surged again.
In the observation room,
several directors simultaneously stroked their chins.
The red-faced man squinted. After just one big battle, his energy and blood have already recovered?
To improve one's chi and blood, one's own chi and blood must be at their peak. This is common knowledge in cultivation.
This is something even a child knows.
The Deputy Minister of Education asked the question, but no one present thought there was anything wrong with it. Zhuge Yun also looked at Chang Yong. This kid recovers his chi and blood so quickly, how did he manage to have less than 100 chi and blood before?
Chang Yong ignored him. If he knew, would he be despised by so many people today?
At this point, a staff member from the data team said, the data shows that Suyu had a hidden ailment while he was in the womb, which is why his blood and energy are not as good as those of ordinary people. His chi and blood began to improve rapidly after the Soviet army gave him a first-grade blood crystal. So, it was this grade 1 blood crystal that cured the child's hidden ailment and restored his inherent talent, rather than the grade 1 blood crystal having such a powerful effect?
Qian Yun said.
The Minister of Education smiled and said, like I said, it doesn't matter what caused his rapid progress. All we need to know is that he is now a genius absolutely worth nurturing.
Xiao Yang, how's the matter I asked you to investigate going? He asked again.
Reporting to the minister, Suyu has never had contact with any alien races. The only person he has ever had contact with who has had contact with alien races is Teacher Chang Yong. Unless Teacher Chang Yong betrays him, Suyu has no chance of being corrupted by the alien race.
The group of people turned their attention to Chang Yong again. Chang Yong was dumbfounded. How did the conversation turn to him again?
Before he could speak, the Minister of Education smiled and said, so Suyu has also ruled out the possibility that it was due to being from a different race.
Everyone nodded. This time, Batten had no objections either.
The red-faced man suddenly asked curiously, speaking of which, everyone says that your training camp is as lively as a vegetable market every year when it comes to recruiting geniuses.
Why is no one recruiting Suyu here? What? Does everyone assume he rejected Peking University?
As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yun immediately chimed in, Minister Wang's insight is brilliant.
Xian Yun, you're talking nonsense. When did we ever agree that Suyu was a student at Peking University? Our Zhibai University has the most outstanding tactical master in all of China. If Suyu doesn't come, where will Zhibai go? Our Nancheng University also has the #1 human shooter who is willing to take Suyu as his apprentice. Our Vice President Ling of Dongji University is willing to accept Suyu as his last disciple. After the red-faced man's words reignited the conflict in the observation room, he left the room with the minister. The emergence of more and more geniuses gradually brought smiles to the faces of the two of them. However, whenever he thought about the desolate battlefield, this joy was immediately overshadowed. Hopefully, these geniuses can grow up faster, even faster. Chapter 74. The true colors are revealed. Night fell. The roars of strange beasts echoed throughout the wilderness. Darkness is about to completely engulf the entire earth. At the steel gate of Tianyuan City, a group of teenagers emerged from the wilderness, their faces beaming with excitement. Brother Caillou, you are now the only one in our group who can kill a second-grade alien beast on your own. Can we team up and challenge a rank 3 beast tomorrow? A group of young boys and girls surrounded Caillou, the #1 genius in Tianyuan City. Despite being praised by everyone, Caillou remained humble and uncomplaced. He cautiously said, I have just broken through to the martial artist level, and I am not yet proficient in controlling my own strength. If we want to lead everyone to hunt a third-grade exotic beast, we may have to wait another 2 days. It's okay, Brother Caillou. With you here, our team is guaranteed to get first place this time. Even if we don't hunt down third-grade exotic beasts. Our team also has the best record. Caillou nodded and said no more. For him now, being #1 in a talent training camp is no longer enough. He was looking forward to the college entrance examination and the return of the two who had gone to the 4-school training camp. It is hailed as a gathering place for geniuses nationwide. He was very curious about how much Song Qinghuan's strength would improve after returning from there. He hoped that Song Qinghuan could become stronger. Otherwise, the renowned 4-school joint training camp would be too disappointing. As for Suyu, he did not regard him as an opponent. He greatly admired his tactical talent, but that was all. The students from #1 middle school surrounded Caillou and Qinling. Another small team was led by Li Wei from #3 middle school and Wang Yang from #7 middle school. The rest were a few students from #8 middle school and those students they looked down upon. Although no one said anything, it was because of the presence of Suyu and Song Qinghuan. The students from #8 middle school were being silently ostracized throughout this training camp. People will always be unwilling to accept each other until they see the differences between them. Don't you have 2 geniuses from #8 middle school who participated in the 4 schools training camp? You certainly don't need to team up with us ordinary people, right? Aren't you going to wait for your 2 geniuses to return soaring to new heights? It would be so awkward if they came back without a team participating. When the team was formed, the sarcastic remarks from the other middle school students constantly provoked the students from #8 middle school. They wanted to prove themselves, but unfortunately, the student body of #8 middle school was not as good as that of #1 and #3 middle schools. Now that Song Qinghuan is gone, the gap between them has widened even further. While other teams, led by several geniuses, easily killed first-grade alien beasts and surrounded and killed second-grade alien beasts. These people are still fighting with all their might to kill a first-grade exotic beast. Seeing the others looking so spirited, Zhang Shizhang said with a firm look in his eyes, this is our true strength. Before, it was all because of Song Qinghuan. With her not here this time, we should prove ourselves even more. At least, we shouldn't fall too far behind before they come back. Zhang Shizhang, are you sure Suyu is really as strong as you say? Someone asked curiously. Zhang Shizhang nodded, you can trust me, he is not only a tactical genius, but also a martial arts genius. As long as we don't give up, we still have half a month to wait for Suyu and Song Qinghuan to return, and maybe we can catch up with them. A group of students from #8 middle school nodded, cheering themselves on in their hearts. In fact, they didn't care whether Zhang Shizhang was telling the truth or not, they just needed a reason to keep going. Wuching, the 4-school training camp. The small wilderness was now completely shrouded in darkness. The roars of the strange beasts sounded incredibly eerie in the darkness. In this pitch-black environment, a figure carrying a heavy black iron sword was constantly clashing with a 4th-grade savage bear. The first heavy sword strike landed on the bear, and Gaoshi was knocked back dozens of meters.
The second heavy sword strike sent him back only 5 meters. The third time, he took 2 steps back.
The fourth time, the bear's roar was filled with fury.
He used his heavy sword to send the bear flying. He looked extremely small next to the 6-meter-tall bear. But it is precisely this stark contrast that makes the scene of him swinging his heavy sword and causing the savage bear to retreat even more impactful. With 200 chi in blood, he has not yet entered the martial artist realm. In the darkness, he fought fiercely against the 4th-rank savage bear, growing stronger with each battle. Several hours later, the bear could never have imagined that it would be exhausted to death by a tiny human. Even after beheading the savage bear, Gao Shi remained vigorous and full of energy. The 4 people who were guarding the 4 directions to prevent the bear from escaping rushed over. By the light, I looked at the carcass of the bear kneeling on the ground. All 4 of them swallowed hard, somewhat incredulous that a 4th-grade wild bear had been defeated so easily.
In the observation room,
several directors also witnessed the entire battle between Gao Shi and the 4th-rank barbarian bear, which was almost hand-to-hand combat. Compared to Suyu, whose spear strikes were as swift as a dragon and whose movements were as ghostly as a ghost, Suyu quickly won the battle.
Gao Shi's fighting style is visually striking. Deng Ji remarked with emotion, Gao Shi must have improved her control over her superpowers quite a bit.
According to the records, he has never had a battle like this before.
Feng Wan nodded, if there is anything that limits others from hunting exotic beasts, it is the consumption of qi and blood.
Then the only thing limiting Gao Shi is the consumption of his mental energy. In the darkness, his blood and energy are almost inexhaustible. Batten nodded and said, clearly, he has also made good progress in his mental cultivation. Judging from his posture, a mere 4th-grade exotic beast is clearly not his target. There's also the use of qi and blood. Although he doesn't need to worry about the consumption of qi and blood because of his special ability. But judging from his use of the 9-layered technique today, his control over qi and blood has also become much stronger. The data shows that he could previously perform a maximum of 3 stacked attacks, and his last attack today was the 5th stacked attack. Several admissions directors analyzed the situation. Deng Ji couldn't help but sigh again. If he continues to grow up smoothly, given time, Gao Shi will definitely become a war god on the desolate battlefield, making the alien races tremble with fear. However, compared to Gao Shi's control over qi and blood, I observed today that Suyu has absolutely no control over qi and blood. She suddenly changed the subject. Although his marksmanship is amazing, he is also very adept at using the stealth movement technique. However, it seems that his use of qi and blood is limited to nothing but bursts of energy.
This is something Suyu will likely need to work on in the future.
He can rely on his talent to crush a group of geniuses in front of martial artists. Once everyone becomes a martial artist and their qi and blood become more profound, he will not have an advantage against someone who can skillfully control their qi and blood. Therefore, our Nanchang University is the most experienced among the 4 major universities in terms of controlling qi and blood. In my opinion, for the sake of cultivating future geniuses of the human race, Suyu joining our Nanchang University is the best choice.
Of course, Professor Zhuge, you can also serve as a lifetime honorary professor at our Nanchang University.
Deng Ji's true intentions were revealed, causing the crowd that had been nodding along just a moment ago to immediately stand up and raise their eyebrows.
Deng Ji, don't go too far.
Chen Yun spat out each word through gritted teeth.
Deng Ji smiled gently, how am I being unreasonable?
I'm doing this for Suyu and for the sake of our human race.
Chapter 75, A Massive Points Explosion.
The next morning, as the darkness in the wilderness slowly faded. Each team is about to finish a night of rest and training. Inside the cave where Wu Linlin's team was located. He Mei's aura exploded, and her blood and qi surged. Immediately afterwards, black substances began to be secreted from the surface of her skin. Inside the cave, the other 4 people's eyes widened instantly, and they immediately held their breath.
It stinks. It's an absolutely awful smell.
After 3 consecutive transformations involving cleansing the tendons and marrow, her skin was covered with a layer of black substance several centimeters thick. These substances are all useless impurities in her body. As the transformation ended, He Mei's breathing stabilized, and her blood and qi gradually returned to calm. Wu Linlin and the others covered their mouths and noses as they approached to investigate.
He Mei also opened her eyes.
At that moment, everyone was genuinely impressed by the brightness and clarity in her eyes. Although she was stinking and covered in a dark mess, she was still very smelly. Fortunately, Wu Linlin had anticipated this and led everyone to a cave with a spring last night. He Mei opened her eyes and almost suffocated from the stench of her own body. She immediately held her breath, and without even saying goodbye to anyone else, she plunged into the spring.
A moment later, she made a dazzling appearance with skin as smooth as jade.
The spring water she used for bathing had completely turned into a stinking ditch.
The cave still reeked. The group immediately packed their things and left the cave. After they came out, everyone asked Hime how she felt after breaking through to become a martial artist. Hime pondered it carefully. My chi and blood have increased by at least 10 points, and my control over my body seems to have improved as well. Most importantly, I feel very clear-headed and very light body now.
As she spoke, she looked at Wu Linlin solemnly and said, Sister Linlin, don't worry, I will definitely help you get your points back.
We will absolutely not let Suyu trample us underfoot. Wu Linlin.
She had no recollection of when she had encountered Suyu.
He didn't say a single word. If given the chance, she'd like to get to know him better.
Knowing the girl's competitive spirit, she went along with it and said, okay, we'll wait until you've adapted before we officially begin hunting 4th grade exotic beasts.
Hime nodded emphatically, yes.
Suyu, I'll show you that if you can hunt 4th grade exotic beasts, so can we, she thought to herself, her eyes resolute.
When someone realizes they are wrong but is unwilling to admit it,
they will then fall into a frenzy of trying to prove themselves right.
The little wilderness was destined to be stinking that day.
The admissions office directors tallied the results and found that a total of 12 students broke through to become martial artists that night. In Hao Jining's team, all 4 members became martial artists.
The biggest change in becoming a martial artist is the change in physical constitution.
Even if strength, speed, or even blood and chi are not significantly improved.
However, there will be a world of difference in the recovery and utilization of chi and blood. In addition, the direction for improving chi and blood is now clearer. 64 upper limb bones and 62 lower limb bones.
Each time a bone is refined using chi and blood, the corresponding amount of chi and blood is increased.
At the same time, the area where that bone is located will be much stronger than other areas.
Once all the upper or lower limb bones have been tempered, one reaches the peak of a 1st grade martial artist.
Once all 4 limbs and bones have been tempered, one becomes a peak 2nd grade martial artist.
The amount of blood and energy gained from bone tempering depends on each person's talent, but the speed of bone tempering is related to the martial artist's previous limit.
The more times a martial artist undergoes transformation, the faster their bones will be tempered, and the fewer constraints they will encounter.
It is rumored that martial artists who have completed 9 rapid transformations will have no more constraints on bone tempering below the middle grade, and their bone strength will far exceed that of others at the same level.
After Suyu learned these things from Fuyu.
This further strengthened his resolve to break through and become a martial artist as soon as possible.
There's nothing he can do, it's not that he wanted to cheat. Gaoshi gaining 300,000 points in one night is truly phenomenal.
Early in the morning, he looked at Gaoshi's team, which had 500,000 points and was at the top of the leaderboard.
I was completely stunned. He thought he was already cheating enough, so how could there be someone even more powerful than him?
Suyu kept his head down, seemingly lost in thought. After thinking for a moment, Fuyu decided to dissuade him, saying, Suyu, it doesn't really matter whether we get 1st place or not. You absolutely must not break through to become a martial artist prematurely just because you want to be number 1. Your chi and blood can still be improved, and you can even improve them with the help of blood crystals. You have a very good chance of touching the level of an absolute martial artist. I believe that with your talent, you can definitely get the 4 major universities to provide you with a high-grade blood crystal.
Song Qinghuan stared at Suyu. You're not allowed to do anything foolish. You know what's more important, don't you? Otherwise, we'll knock you out together and wait until training camp is over. When she gritted her teeth, showing her little tiger teeth and speaking these words with a fierce expression, Lin Yan, who was standing to the side, was stunned. Sister, do you really think the 4 of us working together can knock your boyfriend out? I didn't hypnotize you. Song Qinghuan seemed to hear his thoughts, and she said domineeringly, don't worry, I'll be at the forefront if needed. Lin Yan gave a thumbs up. Qiao Qiao said, it's alright. Maybe we'll run into a dying 5th rank alien as soon as we step out today. Then the captain won't need to break through ahead of time, nor will he need to be knocked unconscious. Lin Yan, Qiao Qiao, what you said makes sense. I believe you. A group of people were seriously discussing whether to knock Suyu unconscious or snatch up the 5th grade exotic beast. Suyu was a little confused. When did he say that he wanted to break through to the martial artist realm ahead of schedule? And my man's health is already at 300? Wait, no, we're not there yet. Boom.
Standing there being criticized by everyone, Suyu's anger erupted once again. Everyone froze, stiffly turning their heads to look at him.
Suyu grinned and said, "I'm not in a hurry. I just absorbed a second-grade blood crystal, and my chi and blood are improving very quickly now. What are you discussing?" He he. Song Qinghuan led the way with a chuckle. The other three, including Fuyu, also chuckled. It seemed like everyone was saying, "So what if your chi and blood are improving so quickly?" Smiling, everyone felt a little relieved. Suyu told everyone to prepare to set off on the hunt. Song Qinghuan was still a little worried, so she went to find him. "Suyu, you're not lying to me, are you? You can only break through when your chi and blood can't improve anymore," she said seriously. Suyu looked at her with a sunny smile on his face. "Qinghuan, do you think I'm that stupid?" He, I don't think you are." Song Qinghuan laughed happily as well. In the observation room, Zhuge Yun asked around, "No, could someone send in a blood and chi detector? What I want to know now is exactly how much chi and blood this kid has. It's basically a done deal that someone is dual wielding in combat and tactics." He now wanted to know what other tricks this kid could pull. Chapter 76 Chi and Blood Exposed, 300. The third day of the training camp. The Gaoshi team's top ranking of 500,000 points has left many other teams feeling envious. It was at this moment that the frantic pursuit of points officially began. When Suyu's team gained 130,000 points in one morning and became the second-ranked legion on the leaderboard, all the team's scores started to surge. The teams ranked lower all began to grow by tens of thousands. The top 8 teams all started to gain points in increments of 100,000. Suyu's team, which had consistently held second place, was overtaken by Hao Jiming's team, which gained 360,000 points in just one afternoon. At the same time, the gap between them and Gao Shi's team was only 30,000. The remaining members, Wu Linlin and Su Yingcheng, also went crazy. In just one afternoon, they all gained around 150,000 points. In comparison, Suyu's team's 70,000 points increase in the afternoon seemed much less significant. Suyu was also speechless. Seeing these people's points skyrocket, he was ready to cheat and play with unlimited replies. After wandering around for an entire afternoon, they didn't even encounter a single fourth-grade exotic beast. Night was falling. The group once again took over a cave and rested there. The day's battle was relatively easy for Suyu. The other 4 were so tired that they didn't even want to move their fingers. Seeing this, Suyu also felt that he should take on more responsibility. So, while everyone is recovering their energy and blood, he secretly planned to break through to become a martial artist. Although it felt a bit like petty theft, he felt perfectly justified in doing so. "You all told me to raise my chi and blood to the limit before breaking through. Dude, listen up. Your chi and blood are currently at 300, which is the perfect opportunity for a breakthrough. So you plan to act first and inform Song Qinghuan and the others without their knowledge. Anyway, after 9 transformations, everyone will understand his good intentions. As for now, he knows that even if he tells them the whole story, they will not believe that he has 300 units of chi and blood." In the observation room, several admissions directors noticed that Suyu's actions seemed strange. "This isn't a breathing posture, it's a body tempering technique. What does he want to do?" Batten suddenly asked. Could he be trying to break through to become a martial artist? Xian Yun's eyes widened instantly. Deng Ji frowned. "How much chi and blood does he have?" "We don't know," everyone replied in unison. "Then what are you still doing?" Feng Wan stood up abruptly. He shouted, "Quickly send Old Wei to stop this kid. Is he crazy? Why isn't a proper absolute martial artist breaking through? You're planning to break through to the martial artist realm just for first place in the training camp? Damn it, Shan Yon, how do you teach your students? Zhuge Yun, what are you laughing at? Are you thinking that Suyu will break through to become a martial artist ahead of time, so you can major in your tactics department? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Even if he breaks through ahead of schedule, he is still an absolute martial arts genius." Several deans of students began a comprehensive and indiscriminate attack. On the other side, Wei Ikuan, who was guarding the entire small wilderness, was also dumbfounded. According to the rules, they cannot stop Suyu from making any decision. But now, QTMD specifies. With a loud bang, Suyu and his group used it to prevent the rocks at the cave entrance from being smashed. The group of people immediately stood up cautiously, weapons appearing in their hands.
Having just activated his chi and blood, Suyu instantly appeared in front of everyone with the Overlord spear in hand. His expression was very serious. This aura surpasses that of all the 4th grade exotic beasts they are facing. Just as the 5 were on high alert, Instructor Wei Ikuan walked in carrying a blood pressure monitor. Everyone was stunned by this bizarre scene. Wei Ikuan glanced at the crowd and said, "What, do you want to fight us?" As he spoke, he placed the blood pressure monitor on the ground. He looked at Suyu and said, "Come on, you're always thinking about breaking through to the martial artist level. Let me check how much chi and blood you have. You're already in such a hurry to become a martial artist before you've even reached 300? Wei Ikuan had just finished speaking. Everyone instantly felt a killing intent even stronger than when he first appeared. Song Qinghuan stared intently at Suyu. The group fell silent, terrified. In the observation room, several directors were present because of Suyu's riot. They were all holding teacups, savoring the tea leaves, with a hint of schadenfreude on their faces. "You little rascal, you've been trying to fool girls, now let's see what you're going to do." Just as everyone was waiting for Suyu to give an answer, without saying a word, he went to the blood and chi detector and placed his palm on it. A surge of chi and blood. The blood and chi detector displays numbers. Chi and blood 300. Quiet. The cave was completely silent. Puff. Put. In the observation room, several mouthfuls of tea sprayed out in succession. The 4 admissions directors stood up in unison, their eyes fixed on the number 300. On the side, with a calm expression, Zhuge Yun said lightly, "Oh, this kid really does have 300 units of chi and blood. Tisk, no wonder he's the student I've chosen. I don't know what a group of grandmasters are thinking. Are we tacticians brainless?" Inside the cave, Wei Ikuan was also stunned. He looked at Fuyu. "Fuyu, you take the test." Fuyu obediently came over, placed his palm on it, and activated his chi and blood. Chi and blood 179. Wei Ikuan scratched the back of his head and muttered to himself, "It's not broken." Fuyu, who had just turned around, visibly froze for a moment. Suyu approached Song Qinghuan with a big smile. "Qinghuan, see, I didn't lie to you." Song Qinghuan, who had been indifferent just moments before, was now filled with remorse. "Suyu, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have disbelieved you." Suyu smiled and said, "What? Even the instructors don't believe me. Do you think you're better than them? I'm so happy that you're thinking of me." But in those few seconds, Song Qinghuan reflected on many things. Actually, this wasn't the only time in previous tactician assessments they went into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts. Each time, she failed to firmly believe in Suyu. Looking back on it all now, she felt utterly terrible. Lost in this emotion, she completely forgot that each time Suyu did something that no normal person could do. It would be a miracle if you believed everything. Song Qinghuan's mind was filled with countless thoughts, but then she looked at Suyu with a firm gaze. "Suyu, whatever decision you make in the future, I will support you unconditionally. Whatever it is. I believe in you." Suyu sensed the girl's sincerity and was about to speak. Wei Ikuan, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it any longer. "Stop, stop, stop. You're both good kids. Neither of you did anything wrong. Suyu, come here." He forcefully interrupted their heartfelt confession. Suyu dared not disobey the words of a grandmaster-level expert. He immediately ran over obediently. Wei Ikuan said solemnly, "Although your chi and blood are already at 300, I suggest you don't break through to the martial artist level now." "Why is that, instructor?" Suyu asked. "If you want to become the strongest in your realm, you can try to break through using high-grade blood crystals." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. With 300 HP already, is it still possible to break through using high-grade blood crystals? Chapter 77 Choice. Wei Ikuan asked unhurriedly, "What are your aspirations in martial arts?" "Let all the strange beasts of the world become food for my human race, and drive the barren alien races out of the wasteland and out of Blue Star." Suyu did not hesitate. Wei Ikuan was not surprised by this answer at all. He nodded and asked, "Do you think it's possible to become a 7th grade grandmaster by doing all this?" Suyu shook his head. "What about the 8th grade golden body realm, the 9th grade grandmaster, and the God King powerhouse?" he continued to press. "I don't know," Suyu replied honestly. "I can tell you that even a 9th grade grandmaster or a God King level expert cannot fulfill your martial arts ambitions. In this world, there are 9th-rank grandmasters among exotic beasts, and even more exotic races.
A single grandmaster is not enough to drive them out of the desolate blue star.
Now, the only thing our human race's grandmasters and god kings can do is to provide a safe haven for you children.
Wei Yikuan looked at everyone, and finally his gaze fell on Su Yu.
We do not yet know what other wondrous and powerful realms exist beyond the 9th rank of martial arts, but if you want to fulfill your martial arts aspirations, even if you only want to get close to them,
being invincible within the same realm is what you chosen ones in Prodigy should strive for.
Even if one does not know the vast world beyond the 9th rank, if one can achieve invincibility within the 9th rank, one will be unmatched in the world. This way, we can say we have lived up to the sacrifices of our countless ancestors. At least it wouldn't leave our human race in such a passive position on the desolate battlefield as we are now.
Inside the cave, everyone listened attentively. From Wei Yikuan's words, they also obtained some information about the desolate battlefield. After saying that, Wei Yikuan smiled again. So I'm telling you now, you're far from reaching the pinnacle of what you can do.
After our human race had a predecessor whose blood chi reached an absolute value of 300, when he broke through to the martial artist level, he used blood crystals to utilize the power of an 8th grade exotic beast to forge his entire body's flesh, bones and muscles, thus creating a true indestructible origin for a 1st grade martial artist. From then on, the title of invincible within the same realm was no longer limited to the human race. Even among the barbaric alien races, he had never encountered an opponent of the same realm.
Are you willing to give it a try? He asked, looking at Su Yu. Su Yu grinned. Instructor, if an 8th grade blood crystal can have such an effect, wouldn't a 9th grade one be even better?
Wei Yikuan almost lost his composure, his face full of black lines as he said, 9th grade beasts do not have blood crystals. When a beast breaks through to the 9th grade, its blood crystals will transform into the origin of the Great Tao and become its foundation. They don't have the concept of blood crystals. Su Yu looked regretful. Although he didn't have any blood crystals of grade 3 or higher, he still had a little hope.
A person must dare to think. How can you drive out the foreign race and invade their homeland if you don't dare to think? Wei Yikuan's lips curled up slightly, almost imperceptibly.
He continued, let's not even talk about whether or not there is a 9th grade blood crystal. Simply using an 8th grade blood crystal to forge your entire body's flesh, muscles, and bones will not only give you great strength, but also make it much more difficult to break through. Once you choose to do this, your advantage in bone tempering speed, which should have been hundreds of times faster than others, will no longer exist. At the same time, the amount of chi and blood you need to temper your bones is hundreds of times that of an ordinary person. This difference between being ahead and behind might make your cultivation speed even slower than that of ordinary students in the same year.
So now answer me, do you want to choose this path of becoming invincible in your realm? Instructor, could I know what level the previous person who chose to do this is at now? Su Yu asked.
He has already sacrificed himself, Wei Yikuan said softly, his gaze somewhat profound.
At the 6th rank, he was ambushed by 8 alien grandmasters.
He killed 6 grandmasters and injured 2 others. In the end, 4 golden-bodied experts from the alien race intervened, and 2 God King experts blocked our human race's grandmaster, forcibly killing Lu Ling. In his final moments, Lu Ling chose to self-destruct using a forbidden technique of the human race, damaging the very essence of 2 golden body experts, which they have been unable to recover to this day. His life was short, but magnificent.
The words fell. The 5 young people were filled with awe.
The name Lu Ling appeared in their world for the first time. The brief description conveyed the heroic spirit of this martyr who fought to the last breath against the enemy, displaying unwavering courage and fearlessness. Su Yu's eyes were resolute. Instructor, I want to take this path. In the past, Senior Lu Ling was able to slay a 7th grade grandmaster and injure an 8th grade golden body expert when he was only a 6th grade one.
I will do the same. Wei Yikuan asked again, are you sure?
You should know that it took Lu Ling 15 years to go from a 1st grade martial artist to a 6th grade martial artist. If he hadn't chosen this path, perhaps he would have become a grandmaster or even an 8th rank golden body expert in the past 15 years. In fact, if it weren't for the fear he instilled in the alien races, our human race might have one more grandmaster-level expert by now. He explained the pros and cons very clearly.
In fact, among the human race's high-ranking officials, there is still ongoing debate about Lu Ling's initial choice.
Some believe that Lu Ling chose the wrong path, thus causing the human race to lose a major fighting force for no reason. Some believe that this is how an absolute warrior should be, and that pursuing a higher ceiling is what the human race urgently needs to do, otherwise the human race will never have a chance to turn the tide. Amidst this controversy, the second absolute martial artist after Lu Ling did not choose the same path as him. But today, the third one appeared. With the decision of the Minister of Education, this time they decided to leave the choice to Suyu himself. There was no sign of backing down in Suyu's eyes. Teacher, didn't you just say that merely becoming a grandmaster is not enough to realize my martial arts ambitions? If I choose to back down now, wouldn't that prove that my martial arts aspirations are just child's play? He grinned. At least it's not bad to make the alien races afraid. Wei Ikuan laughed heartily, then turned around to pack up the blood and chi detector and leave. He had just turned around. Then Suyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Suyu! Captain, what's wrong? Brother Suyu, why are you spitting blood? Song Qinghuan and the others immediately rushed to his side. In the observation room, all the admissions directors stood up, their pupils contracting. Only Zhuge Yun and the Minister of Education, who had just arrived at the observation room, had a barely perceptible smile on their lips. This kid's something else. Wei Ikuan was also stunned. He was about to give Suyu a checkup. Suyu casually wiped the blood from his mouth and said indifferently, "Instructor, isn't it against the rules for you to stop me from advancing to the martial artist level? My breakthrough was interrupted, and my mind was damaged. I won't be able to break through again for a while. It's very likely that we won't even get first place because of this. Instructors, shouldn't you compensate our team for their losses? Breaking the rules, losing heart, and missing out on first place. Extortion, staged accidents, blackmail, Suyu does it all." Wei Ikuan's lips twitched. After becoming a grandmaster, he was never blackmailed or extorted. In the observation room, the four admissions directors all looked at Zhuge Yun and Chan Yong. Sure enough, those who play tactics have no bottom line. Does Suyu still remember how high-spirited and full of ambition he was just now? Chapter 78: The Glowing Suyu. Tell me, what do you want? Wei Ikuan's lips twitched as he looked at Suyu, who was being held by Song Qinghuan. The guy seemed to be enjoying it quite a bit. Suyu seemed to have no strength left, slumped in Song Qinghuan's arms, and said weakly, "Instructor, I'll forget about my personal losses. The main issue is that our team's first member is gone because of this. Shouldn't the training camp provide some compensation? Otherwise, this is really unfair." Wei Ikuan's eyebrows twitched, signaling him to let him speak. "One rank 8 blood crystal, for rank 7 blood crystals, and forget about the rest," Suyu said immediately. No. Wei Ikuan was speechless. Suyu immediately started coughing violently. Stop. Just tell me straight, what do you really want? High-grade blood crystals are impossible to obtain. All blood crystals are rewards, and the training camp doesn't have any extra blood crystals. Wei Ikuan couldn't take it anymore. For sets of C-grade spiritual artifacts, Suyu said again without hesitation. Clearly, he had been prepared for this. Wei Ikuan stared at his unchanging face, as if wanting to see if this guy would blush when he was extorting money. However, seeing him staring, someone said again, "It would be even better if the teacher had a mental cultivation technique." Wei Ikuan sneered, "A C-grade spiritual artifact would cost you at least 500 credits by the time you go to university. 4 items are worth 2,000 credits. A 4th-grade exotic beast is only worth 10 credits, and a 6th-grade exotic beast is only worth 50 credits. Suyu, do you know how outrageous your demands are?" Upon hearing this, the weak Suyu threw out a Overlord Spear. "Teacher, how many points does this shot require?" 1,000. Wei Ikuan said expressionlessly. Suyu, oh. This was given to me by a classmate I've met twice. Wei Ikuan. Forget about it. I can't provide you with weapons right now. That's not allowed in the training camp. Instructor, I understand. We can't do things that break the rules, Suyu immediately chimed in. Wei Ikuan almost choked to death by that sentence. Training camp is over. 5 C-grade spiritual artifacts, 1 for each of you, he said decisively. There are also mental cultivation techniques. I have the Awakening Spirit technique, which mainly enhances mental strength, and the 100 refinement method, which mainly refines mental strength. Which one do you choose? Suyu, instructor, what are the corresponding university credits for these two? Wei Ikuan said expressionlessly, the first volume is all 1,000. Then let's use the 100 refinement method. This time, Suyu didn't waste any more time. Enhancing mental strength and improving the quality of mental strength are both essential steps that need to be taken eventually. His mental strength can be enhanced by collecting illustrations, but the 100 refinements method is clearly more suitable in comparison.
Wei Ikuan tossed a jade slip to Suyu. Before Suyu could speak, it was gone in a flash. He then carried the blood pressure monitor and rushed out of the cave. He was in a hurry when he arrived and didn't bother to put the device into his spatial bracelet. He was even more anxious when he left, and for a moment he didn't even want to take the blood and chi detector with him. If it weren't for the fear that this kid would carry a blood pressure monitor around the wilderness. Actually, there's no problem leaving it in the cave and taking it out a few days later. Watching the instructor's figure disappear in an instant, Suyu raised his hand and murmured, "Why did the instructor leave so quickly?" I also wanted to take a picture of him to thank him. In the dark wilderness, a fifth-grade exotic beast was suddenly smashed to pieces with a single punch. It never knew until its death that it had offended anyone by defecating in the cave. Inside the cave, including Song Qinghuan, the others looked at Suyu as if he were a monster. In less than half a month, his chi and blood levels increased from less than 100 to 300. Such a speed is simply superhuman. Suyu said, "Without a blood and chi detector, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me even if I told you, so I'm planning to break through before telling you." Everyone nodded, indicating their understanding. To be honest, without a blood and chi testing device, it's hard for anyone to believe that Suyu claimed his blood and chi had reached 300. Brother Suyu, your ability to fake illness is still a bit lacking. Your tone just now only made you sound weak in reality, you still have a strong voice. You have to be like me. With that, Lin Yan instantly transformed into Sister Lin. A group of people sighed and covered their foreheads. This guy's thinking was indeed unconventional. While everyone was marveling at the speed at which Suyu's chi and blood were improving, he was actually thinking about exchanging tips on fraud. After a few moments of laughter and joking, the group of young people immediately returned to their cultivation practice. The stronger Suyu becomes, the less they want to hold him back. Nobody wants to be the most useless person in the team. Everyone began cultivating their chi and blood. Suyu circulated his chi and blood to activate the emerald jade slip, and in an instant, the cultivation method of the 100 forging technique appeared in his mind. He tried to gather his spiritual power in his mind according to the cultivation method. Let those countless invisible and intangible spiritual forces gather together like ropes. One stretch is a rope, and each stretch is a millimeter long. 100 stretches constitute the 100 stretch method. Practicing this method day and night can not only enhance the resilience of one's mental strength, but may even lead to the state of ultimate purity. The jade slip mentions that if one can gather the spiritual energy during the first cultivation and transform it into countless threads, it is considered a success. Thus, Suyu, who was practicing this method for the first time, practiced it step by step. Unbeknownst to me, a rope woven from mental energy appeared in my mind. Then, following the cultivation method, he continuously gathered these threads together, making the rope increasingly firm and resilient. Finally, stretched the rope by 1 millimeter. In that moment of elongation, he felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. Fuyu said that cultivating the awakening spirit technique would lead to a state of mind that is clear, transparent, and undifferentiated. Such practice can completely replace regular rest. However, when Suyu practiced the 100 refinements technique, he felt as if his head was being constantly punched by steel nails and drilled with an electric drill. In the end, they all experienced a pain that felt like their hearts were being torn apart. Suyu frowned, and veins bulged on his forehead. After one round of spiritual forging, the moment these threads unfurled, he instantly felt a profound clarity emanating from the depths of his mind. Like the light appearing after a storm with dark clouds looming over a city. Like taking the first sip of ice-cold cola on a hot summer day. Suyu almost blurted out the word shuang, meaning awesome satisfying. But it is precisely this clarity and relaxation that follows extreme pain that makes it hard to even think about going through it again. By constantly tightening and loosening, it may seem that the effort is the same each time, but in reality, the pain increases exponentially each time. One cycle of practicing the 100 refinements method is one session. After one cycle, the difficulty of the next cycle will increase again on top of that. It is no exaggeration to say that practicing the 100 refinements method is far more painful than experiencing the 10 great tortures. That night, Suyu's expression shifted between relaxed and ferocious, over and over again. In the observation room, everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, they were certain that Suyu would be an extremely dazzling new star in this era. He not only possesses exceptional talent, but also an extraordinary tenacity. On his first attempt at practicing the 100 refinements technique, he put all his effort into completing a full cycle, and suddenly everyone could understand how quickly he was progressing. Talented, determined, and resilient. Suyu seemed to shine in their eyes.
Chapter 79. After the disciple finished singing, the master took the stage. So you felt that there might be something wrong with him? Aside from the first time, I felt a strong sense of resistance before starting the second round of God forging. In each subsequent attempt, he was filled with anticipation and grew more and more energetic. It's like leveling up in a game. He's just not convinced and wants to see how long he can keep going. Each time I complete it, I feel a great sense of accomplishment. He wouldn't be completely consumed by that fleeting pleasure. He would only look forward to the next beginning, jumping back and forth between this torment and pleasure. He truly experienced both pain and enjoyment. As dawn broke the next day, he successfully completed his 100th attempt at forging his spirit. When those seemingly effortless threads once again filled my mind. The moment he opened his eyes shone with an extremely dazzling light. The 4 people who were silently waiting for him to finish his cultivation did not dare to meet his eyes at this moment. It's as if he can see right through you with just a glance. Suyu also felt as if he had control over every plant and tree in the entire cave. He knew this was a misconception that people naturally experience after their strength increases. Just like when one's chi and blood suddenly increase dramatically, everyone feels that they can shatter the sky with a single punch and split the earth with a single kick. It is precisely because of ignorance that we have the illusion that the world is just a matter of one's own hands. Suyu closed his eyes and regained his composure. When I opened my eyes again, that radiant feeling was gone. He was somewhat excited. After all, this was the first time he had displayed his extraordinary talent without relying on the system. At this moment, he finally felt that he was truly a genius and a prodigy. Standing to the side, Fuyu was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. He asked, "Have you completed one cycle of God forging?" Suyu nodded, yes, although the process was painful, the end result was refreshing and liberating. I can't yet perceive the resilience of my mental strength, but I feel that my control over my mental strength has improved a lot. As he spoke, his eyes turned blue, and ice crystals began to appear in his hand, slowly forming an ice sculpture in the shape of a rose. It was just a rough draft and not very refined. But this move already made everyone's eyes widen. Improved control over mental power means improved supernatural abilities. In other words, after just one night, Suyu's strength had once again achieved a breakthrough. It is said that the 100 refinement method must be practiced step by step. It takes 100 days to complete one cycle at a time. You completed a cycle in one night. I think Teacher Wei Ikuan knows that he must have left the awakening spirit technique behind yesterday. Otherwise, if you forge your spirit too quickly, your spiritual power won't be able to keep up. Fuyu said expressionlessly, but his tone was full of emotion. Suyu smiled and said, "It's all right. Actually, the 100 refinement technique can also improve mental strength, it's just not as fast as the awakening spirit technique. Moreover, the higher one's spiritual power, the more difficult it is to refine one's spirit. Now is the perfect time for me to cultivate the 100 refinement method." Fuyu nodded, yes, after I enter the martial artist realm, I will also begin to cultivate the 100 refinement technique. I'll come back to you, Captain, for advice when the time comes. The content of their conversation left the 3 people nearby completely bewildered. Song Qinghuan realized one thing: if she wanted to fully utilize her special abilities, she needed to cultivate her mental strength. They can even use 2 different techniques simultaneously. As Suyu made greater and greater progress, her sense of urgency grew stronger. Everyone packed up their things and prepared to start the hunt. Suyu opened the leaderboard and took a look. First place, Gaoxi's team, with 850,000 points. In one night, I gained a whopping 350,000 points. The combined points of the 9th and 10th place teams don't even equal the increase they made in just one night. The other teams were relatively normal, there was no overnight surge in numbers. Their 470,000 points barely put them in second place. But the first place team already has a lead of almost double. Everyone looked at the scores, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. Gaoxi's team has the ability to kill 3 4th-grade alien beasts in one night. If they want to catch up, they need to hunt down at least 7 4th-grade exotic beasts in the next 2 days. Yesterday afternoon, Hao Jining's team also demonstrated their ability to earn 300,000 points in just one afternoon. Their points ranking is extremely unfavorable. Just when everyone was frowning and not knowing what to do, Suyu smiled and said, "Let's go. Now it's time for us to start catching up." A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Yesterday's scam made him completely certain of one thing: he can showcase even more of his talent in this training camp. So, I'm not going to pretend anymore. He doesn't actually need to worry about the consumption of qi and blood.
At the same time,
in the observation room, the admissions directors began to disagree on Suyu's career path. I know that Suyu has now demonstrated his talent for cultivating mental power, and his superpower is also very strong. But I disagree with the idea of him focusing more on mental cultivation at this stage.
Cultivating qi and blood is the foundation. Spiritual power cultivation shouldn't take up too much of his time, Zhenyun said loudly.
Fengwan stood up. As you all know, Suyu chose the path of being invincible within his realm, so his speed in bone tempering is definitely not as fast as others. Letting him focus on improving his mental strength in the early stages makes it more likely that he can unlock his special abilities.
There's no conflict between that, is there?
It is precisely because his progress will inevitably be slow that he must first have the ability to protect himself. Deng Ji frowned, but you're making him cultivate his spiritual power while also tempering his bones.
Won't that make his already slow speed even slower?
But his combat power is increasing rapidly, Fengwan immediately said. Batten, everyone, don't forget, Suyu isn't just focused on martial arts, he also has a tactical system. A group of people looked at Zhuge Yun at the same time.
Zhuge Yun smiled and said, I thought you all had forgotten about this. What, do you all think that if we continue this discussion, Suyu is wasting his time by cultivating the tactical system?
No one spoke, but that was exactly what they were thinking. Zhuge Yun said calmly, everyone, you are all too impatient. I know you all want Suyu to rise to prominence as soon as possible. But we shouldn't be in such a hurry.
Could it be that our human race can't even hold out for 10 or 100 years?
We don't need to worry about these things. We just need to give him 100 years to explore on his own. Instead of all of you arguing here. You might as well tell me first that you prevented my student from breaking through to the martial artist level yesterday, and even caused him to miss out on first place and lose the 8th grade blood crystal.
That kid Suyu doesn't understand the potential benefits. You're not really planning to fool us with these few oddballs, are you? Last night, Suyu engaged in extortion and staged an accident.
Today, a tactical master casually appeared to speak out for his students.
Chapter 80. The hunt has only just begun. Many years later,
the 4 retired admissions directors, recalling the unequal treaty signed that morning, would still jump up and curse the tactician's shamelessness. From then on, a new rule was added to the 4-school joint training camp. Tacticians were not allowed to enter the observation room.
In the wilderness,
Suyu was unaware that his before-marriage teacher had already secured enormous benefits for him, while simultaneously attracting a great deal of hatred. He looked at the 4th grade light grass yellow-eyed rabbit in front of him with some excitement. Yesterday afternoon we didn't encounter a single 4th grade beast, but today we've already run into one right after setting off.
This is clearly a good omen. Without his prompting, Fuyu automatically engaged in mental synchronization.
Blood-red patterns flowed across the Overlord spear, and Suyu arrived with the spear, directly killing the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit.
Fuyu harassed the area from the outside using bows and arrows.
Song Qinghuan, Lin Yan, and Xiao Qiao each formed their own groups, working together with Suyu to surround the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit.
A battle is about to break out.
After the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit knocked away the Overlord spear with its sharp claws, it launched itself at Lin Yan.
Suyu was prepared, his eyes flashed blue as countless ice spikes appeared and attacked the yellow-eyed rabbit behind Asakusa.
Song Qinghuan, who had always used Ice Age to describe the freezing effect, nodded secretly to herself.
Regarding the use of supernatural abilities, there are no detection instruments like the Qi and blood detector.
Often, using superpowers can lead to getting stuck in a rut and unable to escape. Song Qinghuan had been inside the frozen bull's horn, her eyes covered. Suyu displayed his supernatural talent. With a burst of energy, his speed instantly rivaled that of Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit. While exposing Lin Yan's weakness, he unleashed terrifying combat power. He forcefully swept Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit away with a single shot. When the yellow-eyed rabbit from Asakusa, who had been knocked down and broken countless towering trees, stood up, a look of confusion appeared in its small eyes. It could sense that Suyu's qi and blood were nothing special, so it couldn't understand how this tiny thing had managed to send it flying. Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit was still confused, and Suyu gave him no chance at all. The body's energy and blood erupt without reservation. With a powerful kick, he arrived in front of the yellow-eyed rabbit in Asakusa with a whoosh.
Ice spike attack, freezing trap. The domineering and unreasonable Overlord spear technique, coupled with the ghostly and elusive footwork. After just a few rounds, Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit was completely bewildered by him. The crowd, who had been on high alert, silently calmed their boiling blood. Got it, the 4 of us are just going through the motions.
The idea popped into their minds at the same time. Immediately afterwards, the four saw the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit, whose limbs were frozen and whose body was covered in ice spikes, have its head pierced by Suyu's spear. A fourth-grade exotic beast. From the moment they met and engaged in battle until their aura vanished, the entire process took less than 3 minutes. It took some effort to kill the dark cave lizard before. This time, Suyu used both his supernatural abilities and martial arts, resulting in a complete one-sided crushing defeat. The four of them stood aside watching Suyu take photos, trying out different poses, still somewhat stunned.
In the observation room,
the admissions directors no longer wanted to say anything more about how talented Suyu was or how promising his future was.
They all have only one question.
This kid has exhausted all his energy in his first battle today.
What is he planning to do next? Do you think it's possible that Suyu deliberately played like this to show you?
Zhu Gayun said with a smile.
Didn't you just say that even if Suyu breaks through to become a martial artist, he wouldn't be guaranteed first place? And now?
If he breaks through to become a martial artist, his speed of recovering chi and blood will increase.
Do you think it's difficult for them to kill 4 or 5 fourth-grade exotic beasts a day?
He's showing you through his actions that if he wants to, he's absolutely capable of taking first place.
Zhu Gayun scanned the crowd present. None of the 4 admissions directors wanted to speak.
This guy has already ripped them off a lot. If they keep talking now, who knows if he'll rip them off again.
However, they had to admit that what Zhu Gayun said made a lot of sense. The observation room was silent, thanks to the occasional swaying words of a certain tactical mastermind.
One by one, the grandmasters and powerful figures felt guilty towards Suyu.
At the same time,
in the small wilderness, some other teams had just set off, while others had not yet finished their training. I wanted to check my ranking and the gap between myself and the other teams before the hunt started today. Then everyone saw the scene of Suyu's team gaining another 100,000 points. 2 more girls broke through to the martial artist level in Lu Linlin's team today. Hime looked at Suyu's team, which had accumulated 570,000 points and was now significantly ahead of them.
She declared confidently, "Let's go. Sisters. Today, we must surpass Suyu and the others no matter what. With Sister Linlin and Sister Wenxian, plus the 3 of us martial artists, I refuse to believe we can't surpass them." The others did not agree with her, but their expressions were all very firm. Whether it's surpassing Suyu's team or catching up with Gaoxi's team, these are goals they must achieve. Hao Xining and 4 first-rank martial artists had just discovered a 4th-rank exotic beast. They saw that Suyu's team killed a 4th-grade alien beast just as dawn broke. A playful look appeared on his face. "Interesting, but none of you have become martial artists yet. How long can you last in this kind of battle?" On the other side, Gaoxi looked at the points leaderboard. "I had a vague feeling that the chrysanthemums were in danger of being destroyed." He shook his head helplessly and began to prepare to recover his mental strength. At this moment, Wu Jianqin, Lu Shua, and the others said at the same time, "Captain, we need to break through to become martial artists now. If we were all martial artists, we could offer you some assistance. Tonight, we can hunt at least one more 4th-grade exotic beast." Seeing the determined expressions on the 4 people's faces, Gaoxi hesitated to speak. He closed his eyes and began to recover his mental strength. The other 4 exchanged glances and made up their minds. The points battle has entered a heated phase, and it's time for them to advance to the martial artist level. After disposing of the carcass of the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit, Suyu then sat down on the spot to recover his energy and blood, and everyone could see that he had consumed a great deal of energy and blood. The 4 of them were in no hurry to continue hunting and decided to seize every minute to improve themselves. They had only been practicing the breathing technique for less than 10 minutes. Suyu stood up. The 4 looked at each other, somewhat bewildered. "What's wrong with Suyu?" Song Qinghuan asked. Suyu grinned, "I'm fully recovered, we can continue hunting. Our hunt has only just begun." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 people present, along with several directors from the observation room, were present. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhu Gayun was also taken aback. He raised an eyebrow and suddenly felt he needed to find a reason to leave the observation room. Chapter 81: The sky is his limit. When everyone thought Suyu would need at least a few hours to recover before he could continue fighting, he sat cross-legged and practiced breathing techniques for more than 10 minutes. He stood up and told everyone that he had recovered. The training camp is halfway through. In the past few days, he has been surprising and astonishing everyone almost every moment. In the observation room,
there were admissions directors from the 4 top universities who had witnessed all sorts of geniuses. His reaction went from shock to numbness and back to shock. This process has been repeated countless times. In just a few days, Suyu has been overturning their understanding of genius. I've seen perverts before, but I've never seen such an all-around pervert. Whenever they thought that geniuses and prodigies were nothing special, he would always show them with his actions. Suyu, can be even more perverted. Breaking through 200 chi in blood, learning martial arts in one night, possessing at least SS-level supernatural talent, becoming an absolute martial artist from 200 to 300 in 3 days, and now having such a fast chi and blood recovery speed. Each of these achievements is something that only an ordinary genius could accomplish. This doesn't even mention his powerful tactical talent, his apparent ability to detect other supernatural abilities, or his incredible perseverance in completing a full cycle of the 100 forging technique on his first attempt. Let me recount the scenes I witnessed in the observation room over the past few days. They couldn't help but marvel at it many times. Perhaps the sky is his limit? Suddenly, someone spoke in the silent observation room. Several admissions directors nodded in agreement. Looking at Suyu in the picture, her eyes were full of anticipation. During the centuries of alien invasion, the human race produced one genius and prodigy after another. Among these geniuses, some died before they could fully mature, while others were murdered by alien races just as they were beginning to show their talent. Those who survived became the main force of the human race on the desolate battlefield. For the continuation of humanity, they went to the battlefield one by one, fought fiercely without retreating, and ultimately died far from home. No one knows when this war will end. In battle after battle, people have frequently asked how to drive these alien races off the desolate battlefield. Drive them off Earth. None of them knew either. But seeing geniuses like Suyu, Gao Shi, and Hao Jiming emerge is truly remarkable. They firmly believe that one day someone would lead humanity to victory. Lead humanity to revenge. This person could be Suyu, or it could be Gao Shi. Regardless of who they are, these geniuses are their hope. Suyu's team is on their way to find the strange beast. Everyone fell into an unusual silence, having witnessed Suyu's strength. Everyone realized more and more that they had become a burden to him. What's the point of forming this team if we can't offer him help? Everyone was constantly asking themselves this question. What should I do? How can I become stronger? How can I contribute in the battle? Suyu knew what they were thinking at that moment. He didn't try to comfort or persuade them, because he knew this was a process everyone had to go through. The same applies to him as well. When things truly reach the point of desolation, he too will become a burden. Being a burden is not terrible. What is terrible is not having a heart that wants to become stronger and to fight alongside others and contribute one's share. As long as you have this kind of heart, even if you are a burden, the key members of the team will still be willing to spend time guiding you. Because he knows that one day you will become his most trusted comrade in arms. Song Qinghuan and the others pondered how they could help Suyu. Suyu was also exploring how to grow faster. When he firmly chose to take the path of being invincible in the same realm yesterday, he realized something. Choosing this path presents challenges, increased difficulty in bone tempering and depletion of vital energy. It is precisely the combination of these two factors that leads to an absolute martial artist whose bone tempering speed should far exceed that of an ordinary person being inferior to an ordinary person. He doesn't yet know how to solve the problem of the difficulty in bone tempering. But the depletion of his vital energy was never a problem for him. Killing a 4th grade exotic beast will restore 100% of your current health, and you can retain that health. Then as long as he accumulates enough chi and blood on a regular basis, he can recover the reward. Wait until he has undergone bone tempering before receiving the gift. He will then forever maintain a vigorous state of vitality. In this way, the time and resources he needs to recover his chi and blood will be completely worn away. His bone tempering speed can still maintain a top-notch level. Not to mention that the system will unlock new features after the novice period. Therefore, when the admissions directors assumed that Suyu's progress would slow down if he chose to become invincible in the same realm, he himself never actually worried. He was more concerned with how to do his best. Aspirations for martial arts are not just empty words. Having set this goal, I will go even if it means facing 1,000,000 people. As they pondered this, the 5 people walking forward simultaneously tensed up. Sure enough, after not seeing a single 4th grade exotic beast all afternoon yesterday, the probability of encountering a 4th grade exotic beast is unusually high today. Without further ado, they each took out their weapons and unleashed their supernatural abilities.
Holding the Overlord spear, Suyu charged forward single-handedly.
This time, no one else watched him perform alone.
While maintaining mental synchronization, Fuyu was also constantly trying to interfere with the spirit of the alien beast.
Lin Yan hypnotized herself into a rank 3 sawtooth rabbit, emanating the aura of a rank 3 giant tooth rabbit. He also continuously simulated the abilities of the alien beasts, and his leg strength visibly increased.
Song Qingyuan's use of superpowers is no longer limited to freezing. She tried ice spikes, ice spears, hailstones, and ice shields one by one, and even tried to combine them with Suyu's special ability, and even overlapped and reinforced them. Xiao Xiao lashed out with her long whip again and again.
She observed the places where the whip had struck, and based on the different reactions of the strange beasts, immediately relayed the possible weaknesses of the beasts to Suyu. While searching for her weak points, she silently chanted in her mind, "I'll fall, I'll get a cramp." She didn't know if it would work, but she just kept cursing the beast.
Another World War I has ended. This time, everyone was pushed to their limits.
Suyu wanted to rest for a longer period of time.
Fuyu immediately said, "Suyu, once you've rested, we'll continue hunting. You don't need to worry about us. You can manage on your own anyway. We can't help you, but at least we can't be a burden to you."
The others also looked at Suyu, sharing the same thought. Suyu can only advise, "It's fine if you want to develop your superpowers, but you must be careful about your energy consumption. I don't want anyone in our group to get hurt if I'm not careful."
Everyone nodded.
A group of people sat on the ground and began to recover. On the leaderboard, it has been less than an hour since the last time 100,000 points were added. Suyu's team has once again earned 100,000 points. With 670,000 points, Gaoxi's team is one step closer to 800,000.
Chapter 82: Breaking Through the Shackles.
While other squads are engaged in combat, Suyu's team is getting closer and closer to the first place, and may even surpass it. And so, a morning passed. When everyone turned on their wristbands again, they saw the name of the first place winner. Everyone instinctively rubbed their eyes.
What's wrong? Am I seeing things? Wasn't the first place supposed to be Gaoxi? How come it's Suyu now? Is there a bug in the leaderboard? Questions arose in everyone's minds, so they looked at the scores following the team names.
Suyu's team 970000.
In one morning, in less than 6 hours, they increased their investment by 500,000? Am I going crazy? Or are they cheating?
In Wu Linlin's team, Hime looked at the first place and score on her wristband. She remained silent for a long time.
Everyone else remains silent as well.
When two cheaters appear in a match, it severely impacts the gaming experience for other players. This time, she didn't make any more bold statements about surpassing Suyu's team.
She asked, looking very confused, "Sister Linlin, do you think we still have a chance to surpass them?"
Wu Linlin shook her head. "It may be difficult, but that's not a reason for us to give up." She smiled and said, "We still have the chance to hunt other teams the day after tomorrow, so the outcome is still uncertain."
Her words didn't ignite much fighting spirit in everyone.
Because everyone knows that, judging from the speed at which Suyu's team hunts alien beasts,
there is at least a level of strength between them.
If we really challenge them on the 6th day, not only will we not get first place, but we are more likely to lose even the top 10. Meanwhile, the other hunting teams faced such a large points gap.
Wu Linlin didn't say anything more, but she didn't look particularly dejected.
She always knew that there were many geniuses in the world who were better than her. Therefore, she has always been able to treat these prodigies with a normal attitude.
More often than not, what she wants to surpass is herself. On the other side,
because they needed to maintain a full day of fighting, Hao Jining's team killed 2 4th-grade alien beasts and 4 3rd-grade alien beasts in one morning. They stood around the campfire, watching the rabbit meat burn, but no one paid any attention. For the first time, Hao Jining, as the team leader, became serious.
After thinking for a moment, he said, "Next, I hope everyone is ready. We will be hunting them the day after tomorrow."
His tone was absolutely certain. He was well aware of the speed at which Suyu's team hunted the alien beasts if they could maintain that pace in the afternoon. Even if they chipped their magical weapons, they still wouldn't be able to catch up. Since hunting is outmatched, let's go all in and focus all our efforts on the day after tomorrow. For him, there is no difference between not getting first place, second place, and last place. Inside the cave where Gaoxi's team was located, the other 4 were still in the process of breaking through, and Gaoxi took off the bracelet, wanting to throw it aside more than once.
This leaderboard is really affecting my mood. He had considered the possibility that Suyu might rape his anus. But I really didn't expect this moment to come so soon. Could it be that he has entered the martial artist realm? But what's the point of winning first place like this?
No, he has already exceeded his limit.
No. No.
Logically speaking, he should still have room for improvement. He doesn't need to break through prematurely just to be number one.
Or is it that he, like me, can quickly restore his chi and blood? Then how do we deal with mental strength?
Gao Shi kept muttering to herself, feeling more and more confused the more she thought about it. Compared to being caught up in points, he was obviously more curious about how Suyu managed to achieve this. After walking back and forth several times, fearing that it would affect the breakthroughs of the other four, he returned to his original spot, sat down, and began to cultivate his mental power. Hao Jiming had already decided to target Suyu. He didn't want to focus too much on the points anymore, he would just do his best and see whichever rank he could achieve. Anyway, if he tries his best and doesn't get first place, his dad can't blame him.
Blame it on the competitors being too ruthless. Gao Shi couldn't wait to get to know Suyu. Throughout my life, people have always called me a freak and said I was cheating. This was the first time he had felt the same way about other people. The training camp's point-based hunting competition continues. As night fell, Suyu's team gained another 600,000 points that afternoon. All the squads had become numb. While marveling at how incredible this team is, everyone is also curious about how much Gao Shi and his team will be able to recover tonight. Points leaderboard. First place, Suyu's team 1,470,000. Second place, Hao Jiming's team 102,000. Third place, Gao Shi's team 85,000. For admissions directors surrounded Zhuge Yun, making him keep an eye on the list. Xian Yun was the first to attack, sneering, "Come on, looking at your students' rankings, tell me, how exactly did we make your students miss out on first place?" Deng Ji also said in surprise, "I never expected that Professor Zhuge could be so wrong. I've heard that Professor Zhuge is a brilliant strategist on the battlefield." Zhuge Yun remained unfazed. "My student's ability to get first place is his own business. If you affect him, that's your problem. Are the two things in conflict? Everyone, have you ever thought about what would happen if it weren't for you?" Before Zhuge Yun could finish speaking, the four admissions directors walked out of the observation room together. Cheng Yong suppressed a laugh. Zhuge Yun glanced at him. "Is this the student you've been teaching for 3 years?" Cheng Yong's smile vanished. "What's wrong?" "These past 3 years, I've mainly been teaching him how to be a person." He. Another night has passed. The fact that Gao Shi's team only managed 650,000 points in one night greatly disappointed everyone. At this point, everyone understood that as long as nothing went wrong tomorrow, during the team hunting phase, it's almost certain that Suyu's team will be in first place. This left everyone feeling somewhat dazed. I vaguely remember that 5 days ago, no one was willing to choose Suyu's team in the square, but now they have already reserved the first place. Inside the cave, Fu Yu's chi and blood suddenly erupted. The other four immediately opened their eyes. "Fu Yu, you've broken through?" Lin Yan asked. Fu Yu's wooden face finally broke into a smile. My chi and blood have finally improved." His chi and blood level was 179, and he had been stuck at that level for almost a year. "Finally, today, we achieved a breakthrough." He felt that this matter was related to the pressure brought by Suyu, the battle under extreme conditions yesterday, and also to the lucky goddess Qiao Qiao. In short, he felt that everyone in the team was his benefactor. Everyone was having a good time. Suyu's expression suddenly tightened. "Something's not right, did you feel the tremor?" Everyone was stunned before they could react. Suyu immediately broke through the hole and went out. "Upon going outside, I saw birds and beasts that blotted out the sky. In the distance, towering trees continued to collapse." Suyu was stunned. "The beast tide is here?" The 4 characters fell. The 4 people who followed looked horrified. Chapter 83, Gathering ahead of schedule. Holy crap! Looking at the overwhelming number of strange beasts, Lin Yan blurted out. Without time to react, Suyu immediately said, "Run." The entire earth was shaking, and the sky was completely covered by birds and beasts. It was a dense, oppressive mass, making it difficult to breathe. Judging from the situation, the beast tide hasn't reached this area yet. But the situation left no room for hesitation. Suyu immediately led the way and began to run wildly. Fu Yu also immediately activated mental synchronization. Lin Yen, brother Yu, where are we going now? This is a beast tide, are we going to have to leave the training camp early? Suyu, no need to rush.
I don't know if this is part of the training camp. If it is, there should be other notifications later.
Please pay attention to the messages on your wristbands.
If not, wait a maximum of 3 more minutes, and the instructor should tell us what to do.
The group nodded. While traversing the forest, I kept an eye on the information on my wristband.
Meanwhile, in the wilderness, a small team was completely stunned when faced with the approaching beast tide. When those strange beasts, all of which were below the 3rd rank, rushed in front of them,
they even forgot to resist.
They were about to be overwhelmed by these alien beasts, whose strength was even inferior to theirs. In the small wilderness, several admissions directors rescued these geniuses who were completely panicked in the face of the beast tide. At the same time, the wristband was constantly broadcasting announcements that a certain team had withdrawn from the training camp.
In less than 5 minutes.
On the leaderboard, of the original 21 teams, only 14 remain. There was a team that was originally ranked 9th, but by this time their names were no longer visible.
Lin Yen, who was constantly watching the bracelet, gasped. At this moment, everyone's expression was tense.
Suyu used the Overlord Spear to kill dozens of ordinary sharp-beaked sparrows and calmly said, "Don't panic, everyone. This should be part of the training camp. For now, you should conserve your energy and blood to prevent excessive depletion.
We'll handle these ordinary monsters that are blocking our way and attacking us.
We can hold out for another 5 minutes at most, then the training camp should give us the next instructions." Suyu had just finished speaking.
Lin Yen excitedly exclaimed, "I've got it."
The instructor showed us a map, and it seems like we're supposed to go to that place on the map.
While using the Overlord Spear to clear a path, Suyu activated his bracelet.
On the map, a red castle is marked, and a small yellow dot indicates their current location. Soon after, other small green dots appeared on the map. There are 13 small green dots in total, which are obviously the locations of other teams. At this moment, Suyu roughly understood the training camp's idea.
Let's go and meet up with the team next door. Lin Yen, huh? Shouldn't we hurry to the castle?
Even when we reach the castle, we may not be safe. I just observed that the speed of the beast tide seems to be deliberately suppressed. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape so easily.
I suspect the biggest challenge will be how we defend the city. We can't defend the city on our own.
While explaining in a mentally synchronized manner, Suyu led everyone closer to the nearest small green nut.
At the same time,
a night of hunting has come to an end. Gao Shi, who had not yet fully recovered, was stunned when she discovered the beast tide approaching.
He said with lingering fear, "Thank goodness it wasn't a beast tide last night. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have a chance to run. Let's go and meet up with the team next door first." It's not just Gao Shi.
Hao Jiming, Wu Linlin, and Su Yinchang also chose to reunite with the team that was closest to them.
A dark, swarming tide of beasts continued to approach from behind them.
There were 4 admissions office directors, and Wei Ikuan, who was in charge of managing the proceedings. While suppressing these alien beasts, he watched the images of each squad in his bracelet.
Deng Ji sighed, this year's batch isn't too bad.
Last year, they were wiped out by the beast tide right from the start.
They also knew to meet up first.
From the bracelet came Batten's indifferent voice, the beast tide has only just begun.
The real test for them will be the defense of the city. Yes, defending the city is the real test.
These little brats are killing 2nd rank, 3rd rank, and 4th rank beasts across the wilderness.
They all seem to really see alien beasts as prey.
Only when they truly face a beast tide will they realize that individual dominance is utterly insignificant in the face of a beast tide, Fengwan said. Compared to alien races that are even stronger than human geniuses at the same level. The terror of mythical beasts has never been due to the strength of an individual.
These are mythical beasts that cannot utilize chi and blood and can only rely on their physical attributes. Before reaching higher levels, humans were never a match for each other in one-on-one combat. For these geniuses below the high rank, slaying exotic beasts across borders is commonplace. But when the beast tide arrives, even if there are no beasts of medium or higher quality,
that would be enough to overwhelm a genius who could cross borders and slay a 6th rank exotic beast. In the history of human development, more geniuses have died in beast tides than have been murdered by other races.
In the observation room, Zhuge Yun watched as Suyu and the other teams gathered.
A hint of anticipation flashed in his narrowed eyes.
He wanted to know how to deal with the approaching beast tide. In the upcoming battle to defend the city, How will he, as the only tactician among them, perform?
They fought to the death to protect that city.
Should we prioritize survival and focus on developing our strength cautiously? In the wilderness,
Suyu was surprised to find that the closest team to him was actually Shimen Boshue and her group.
when Shimen Boshue saw him, she was almost moved to tears.
For this good brother who gifted me the Overlord Spear.
Suyu held back from saying that even if it weren't for them, he would still have come. After gathering, Suyu immediately planned a route according to the map.
No one in Suyu's team had any objections.
Niu Zichang asked with some confusion, "Why do we have to go through all this trouble? What's the difference between these three places?"
Suyu casually pointed to 3 points on the map.
Niu Zichang was still puzzled.
Previously, Suyu didn't have a map, so they hunted the strange beasts purely by trial and error.
But now it's different. A detailed map is laid out in front of him.
He could tell at a glance which places were most likely to have groups of strange beasts. The wind gap here, the bushes here, and this long grassy slope. This place is the most suitable habitat for wind wolves, who are social animals.
Imagine if we were to run into them head-on. Suyu didn't continue speaking and set off immediately.
Song Qinghuan and the others immediately followed, and Niu Zichan, looking like he had learned something new, also hurriedly followed.
For the rest of the journey, he never asked any more questions. In the wilderness,
the teams that were supposed to avoid each other as much as possible on the 6th day are now gathering ahead of schedule due to the approaching beast tide.
Chapter 84 Space Travel.
A castle standing in the wilderness came into view. The city features a moat, steel gates, crossbows and laser cannons on the city walls, and an electric grid on the dome.
This castle was clearly built to defend against the beast tide. The steel gate bears the 3 large characters Liawangqing Watchtower City. The castle's steel gates were already closed.
Suyu and his group of 4 teams, totaling 20 people, approached the castle. The steel gates slowly opened, and the group rushed into the castle without lingering.
Suyu.
The man in black who opened the door for them looked at Suyu.
Suyu nodded. Hao Jiming.
7 squads have now arrived in the city, including 2 wounded, 12 martial artists, and 20 people with superpowers. These are the general characteristics of the abilities of each superhuman.
Hao Jiming handed him a booklet directly. He had originally planned to hunt down Suyu's team tomorrow, but at this moment he handed over all the information about his team to Suyu.
He said, "Although I don't know your exact skill level, I believe in the evaluation standards of the Tacticians League. Our team will absolutely follow your orders until the training camp ends." With Hao Jiming, who was ranked 3rd, taking the lead, the other teams immediately stepped forward to declare that they would follow Suyu's command in all actions.
Suyu nodded. The beast tide shouldn't arrive for a while. Everyone, hurry up and recover your health.
After saying that, he picked up the booklet that Hao Jiming had given him and began to study it.
The words space travel were written after Hao Jiming's name. He was stunned for a moment. Yeah, take a few more pictures of this guy when you have time.
Coming to his senses, he continued to observe the other people's abilities. Some can control earth elements, some seem to restore life, some use sonic attacks, some summon falling meteors, and some even control corpses.
There are 20 people with special abilities, each with a unique and powerful one.
While considering how to combine their abilities, Suyu checked whether his own ability gauge was still full. After having several possible combinations in mind,
he then began inspecting the weapons and equipment within the city.
This is a solitary castle standing in the wilderness, with 4 gates in the east, west, south, and north: Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, and White Tiger.
The inscriptions inside the city walls detail the purpose of the city.
It started from the first year of martial arts. Animal hordes have always been one of the most difficult crises for humanity to resist.
Countless cities were destroyed by attacks from strange beasts. The Watchtower was born out of the threat of an ever-present beast tide.
They stood in the wilderness, where there was no sign of human life for miles around. Their greatest role was to hold off the beast tide before it arrived and to send messages to the major cities as soon as possible.
On average, a watchtower would house a force of 300 men.
From the moment they stepped into the watchtower, they were prepared to sacrifice themselves before everyone else. Their goal was to sacrifice themselves to create a chance for survival for those who came after them.
If you can hold out against the beast tide for a day and a night, you will be considered to have completed your mission. On the city wall inscription. After a brief introduction to the watchtower.
These are stories recorded with blood. Zhang Qinggu, the garrison commander at Shiling Watchtower, led 300 men to defend the watchtower for 3 days and 2 nights, ultimately buying precious time for Shiling City and successfully preventing a beast tide. Of the 300 men at the Shiling lookout post, all except the communications officer Chang Qiaoyi bravely sacrificed their lives.
Ouyang Yun, the garrison commander of Joachim Watchtower, led 600 men in a desperate defense of the watchtower for 7 days and 7 nights. Looking at the deeds recorded on the monument, Suyu was filled with awe. At this time, the other squads also arrived at Watchtower City one after another. As the garrison commander selected by Hao Jiming, Suyu issued his first order. When all the geniuses arrived before the inscription and looked at the words that seemed to be carved in blood, they were truly impressed. Standing in this watchtower, everyone had only one thought in their minds. Hold on to the death. Hold this city for a day and a night. Otherwise, they would have failed the sacrifices of their predecessors. Pre-battle mobilization has been completed. Suyu glanced at the list and found that Gao Shi and the other 2 teams had not yet arrived. He glanced at the map and discovered that the other party was only a few kilometers away from the watchtower, yet they had been lingering there. His brow furrowed slightly. He knew the other person must have run into trouble. He handed the list to Hao Jiming. This is a rough plan for defending the city. I'm going to meet Gao Shi and the others. You'll take charge of these things first. Hao Jiming immediately handed the list to Su Yincheng, who was standing to the side. I'll leave it to you. Suyu and I will go pick up Gao Shi and the others. Before Suyu could speak, he offered, my ability can get you there faster. Suyu's eyes lit up. You can take people through time? At most one person, Hao Jiming said. That's enough, let us go. Suyu said without hesitation. Hao Jiming put his hand on his shoulder. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the 2 vanished into thin air. Looking out over the city, Su Yincheng looked at the list in his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. These 2 just dumped the whole mess on me like that? He then took a closer look at the list and froze. Is Suyu really serious? He prepared to assign 20 people to each of the 3 sects, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. Is the Vermilion Bird Gate guarded by their squad plus another squad? Are you crazy? In the wilderness. After Hao Jiming led Suyu through several traversals, they were only a few hundred meters away from where Gao Shi's team was located. Suyu roughly sensed that Hao Jiming was using spatial teleportation, covering a distance of about 1,000 meters each time. That's absolutely amazing. Most importantly, his mental energy didn't seem to have been depleted much during this journey. Hao Jiming knew what Suyu was thinking. He offered, using it in battle is different from using it while traveling. Suyu nodded, there is still great potential for development. Hao Jiming stopped talking. The 2 started moving at the same time, rushing towards Gao Shi. A moment later, the top 3 on the leaderboard appeared. We met for the first time in the wilderness. However, at this first meeting, there was no time for pleasantries or for exchanging challenges. The 4 4th-grade wind wolves that were surrounding and killing Gao Shi and his group were already making it difficult for Gao Shi to cope. Suyu glanced at him and saw that Gao Shi was trying his best to protect everyone, and that his mental energy was obviously depleted, which was why he looked so disheveled. Without any hesitation, Suyu drew his black gold overlord spear, while Hao Jiming held his soft sword. The 2 of them flashed into the battlefield. Hao Jiming first came to Gao Shi's rescue. Suyu, wielding the overlord spear, fired directly at the 2 wind wolves. The opening move is a burst of energy and blood. Gao Shi and Hao Jiming were both stunned for a moment. We still have to defend the city. What will happen if you unleash such a powerful attack? Chapter 85. A brute. Absolutely a brute. Suyu's outburst of chi and blood left Gao Shi and Hao Jiming dumbfounded. The 2 ferocious wind wolves that had been howling at him. He was stunned by the dozens of fierce stabs he delivered the moment they met. In those bloodthirsty eyes, there was even a hint of bewilderment, like that of a husky. How can this human be so fierce? They would be torn apart if they were hit by a single shot. Hao Jiming squinted, very puzzled, even though Suyu was holding the C-grade spiritual weapon, the Overlord Spear. However, a C-grade spiritual weapon cannot easily kill a 4th-grade beast with a single shot. Could this brute be a strength-type superpower? And that ghostly figure. Is this the martial art of the lost track step? Hao Jiming murmured. Standing nearby, Gao Shi said excitedly, that's a real powerhouse. No wonder their scores are so high. As he spoke, he raised the Shin Tai heavy sword and swung it straight at the wind wolf in front of him.
The four fourth-grade exotic beasts had previously made him feel very frustrated. Now that he finally had a chance to vent, he charged forward and attacked the wind wolf with wide, sweeping movements. A few black lines appeared on Hao Jiming's forehead. He immediately followed, carrying his soft sword.
Suyu single-handedly took down two fourth-grade exotic beasts.
The two of them ganged up on a fourth-grade exotic beast.
The remaining one was given to the other 14 people.
Hao Jiming and Gao Shi took the lead and killed the strange beast in front of them. A strong smell of blood filled the air.
The two wind wolves, who were being chased and beaten by Suyu, discovered that one of their companions had died.
The thought of escaping immediately arose in my mind.
Suyu immediately seized the opportunity, his eyes suddenly turning blue.
The two men, who were originally going to come and help him, stopped in their tracks upon seeing the situation.
Superpowers?
This is a superpower.
He has other superpowers he hasn't used yet. The Ice Age unfolds.
The two wind wolves, having lost their will to fight, were instantly frozen in ice. After swiftly piercing the head of one wind wolf, Suyu then flashed forward to predict the escape route of another wind wolf after it thawed.
With a loud bang,
Suyu swept the wind wolf's back down hard, causing it to cave in completely. It made a whimpering sound from its throat. With a soft plop. Without any hesitation, Suyu fired a shot that instantly pierced the skull.
Two fourth-rank exotic beasts died. On the side, Hao Jiming and Gao Shi looked at each other in bewilderment. The last wind wolf was easily killed by the three of them working together.
Seeing Suyu looking weak and listless, yet still taking pictures of the strange beasts with his camera, Hao Jiming hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped.
Suyu didn't linger, let's go first.
The beast tide could hit us at any moment, and there's no time for us to recover.
The group moved quickly and finally arrived at the watchtower.
Inside the city, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw them return. However, Gao Shi sensed that Suyu's blood and energy were weak and that he was in low spirits.
Everyone couldn't help but worry about the upcoming battle to defend the city.
The beast tide had not yet fully spread, and this was clearly the instructors giving them their last chance to adjust.
Back in Watchtower City, after Suyu asked Lin Yan to help him gather information on the other dozen or so people, Suyu asked her to do so. He sat down cross-legged on the spot and began to recover. Lin Yan hadn't finished registering his information when he got up full of energy. Hao Jiming's eyes widened considerably on the spot. Everyone stared at Suyu, whose recovery speed was so fast, and almost popped their eyes out. Suyu smiled shyly and explained, I always recover my chi and blood very quickly. You can think of it as my special ability. The group remained silent. Those who had just witnessed Suyu using ice elements were now even more bewildered. We're all geniuses, is it really necessary for such a huge gap between us? Hao Jiming mentally considered whether his team of 5 could win if they ganged up on Suyu. He remained silent for a while. His spatial teleportation ability is an extremely unbeatable superpower in single combat. If you give him even the slightest chance, it will be a fatal blow. But how many seconds can the other 4 members of the team hold Suyu back? Or, to put it another way, if Suyu were to hit him with a single shot, would he still be able to fight? He had a chance to kill with one blow. Suyu was incredibly powerful, and any strike could be fatal. Hao Jiming gave up on the idea of leading the others to challenge Suyu's team. At the same time, people are also looking forward to the upcoming tournament. He really wanted to test his skills against Suyu and see who would emerge victorious in a direct confrontation. In the city of Lookout, everyone truly realized Suyu's abnormality for the first time. Taking advantage of everyone's awe at the speed at which his blood and chi recovered, Suyu glanced at everyone and said loudly, Dear classmates, I'm sure you've all seen the deeds recorded on this monument. He looked at the watchtower standing in the city. Everyone else turned to look too. He said in a deep voice, for the soldiers of the watchtower, holding it for a day and a night is only their minimum task. They risked their lives to protect those behind them. They gave their lives for us today. Today, we are not the Watchtower Army, but we are now in the Watchtower City. Suyu's tone grew increasingly loud. The beast tide is about to arrive, and I want to hold this watchtower for a day and a night. To protect this monument from being trampled by the beasts. To protect the honor that belongs to the Watchtower Army. Would you all like to join me? Defend the watchtower to the death. Defend the watchtower to the death. Suyu never expected that the first person to cooperate with him in shouting the slogan would be Hao Jiming. Defend the watchtower to the death.
Looking out over the city, there were a total of 70 students, and they shouted with the momentum of 1,000 troops.
Standing beneath the watchtower, everyone couldn't help but think of those brave lookouts who sacrificed their lives. Before facing the beast tide, did they also shout to defend the watchtower to the death, just like they do now, and then bravely face their deaths? In reality, everyone knew that the instructors wouldn't let them die in this small wilderness.
But even now, they still hold a death-defying attitude in their hearts.
Every single person had an unwavering gaze. Suyu stepped forward and announced loudly, "Those whose names are heard, step forward. Azure Dragon Gate, Gaoshi. Arrive. White Tiger Gate, Hao Jiming. Arrive. Xuanwu Gate, Su Yincheng. Arrive. Azure Dragon Gate, Wu Linlin. Arrive."
One class has 20 students, and 3 classes have 60 students. Suyu made the most reasonable combination based on their respective abilities. In the end, only their team of 5 and 5 first-rank martial artists remained. Vermilion Bird Gate. Suyu. Suyu took a step forward. The remaining 9 people who hadn't been called all stepped forward and came to stand behind him. Seeing that Gao Shi and the others seemed hesitant to speak,
Suyu laughed and said, "Everyone, before you worry about our Vermilion Bird Gate, you must not let the strange beasts break through the city gate first."
As soon as he finished speaking, a series of cold snorts rang out.
Young people are young people, they can be easily provoked and the problem is solved, Suyu thought to himself with a smirk.
He then handed 3 sheets of paper covered with writing to Gaoshi, Hao Jiming, and Su Yincheng.
The 3 of them took it in their hands and looked at it, somewhat puzzled. Hasn't this thing been right in front of us the whole time? When did he finish writing down the combinations of each person's special abilities? Chapter 86, Defend. Standing on the city wall.
These exceptionally talented young people seemed to have traveled through time and space to meet the countless lookout soldiers who held their ground and refused to retreat.
Not far away, it was still a dark mass.
From a distance, the towering trees could be seen falling in large swaths. Some people were responsible for operating the laser cannons, while others were responsible for using the large crossbows.
Those with superior strength would stand directly outside the city gates to proactively confront the enemy. Of the 4 gates, apart from the Vermilion Bird Gate where Suyu is located, the other 3 gates each had 2 of the top 10 ranked prodigies taking turns leading the team to meet the enemy. 10 men stood guard at the city gate, blocking the enemy from outside. The other 10 people provided them with firepower support using laser cannons, crossbows, and other weapons. Shifts change every hour. Meanwhile, the others from the Vermilion Bird Gate took turns facing the enemy. Suyu, hold on tight.
Aside from Song Qinghuan and the others, of the other 5 classmates he chose, 4 were superhumans with the ability to cause massive damage, and the other had the ability to accelerate the healing of injuries. At the same time, all 5 of them are martial artists with relatively strong recovery abilities. This can be considered the strongest teammate he has paired with himself without affecting the overall combat strength of the other 3 sects. In comparison, the only challenge is that he has to compete against 2 pre-ranked top 10 prodigies. The overall combat strength of the Watchtower. He has done his best to arrange the most reasonable lineup. In the observation room, Chang Yong also compiled a list of those who would defend the city.
It was almost identical to Suyu's arrangement.
The only difference is that he more rationally chose 18 people from the other 3 sects and 16 people from the Vermilion Bird sect. This significantly reduced the pressure on the Vermilion Bird Gate. Zhuge Yun glanced at it and said calmly, "Your arrangement is very reasonable, but in this way, there is no room for error at any of the city gates. The coordination between all of them must be flawless, otherwise no one will be able to fill in.
If one door is broken, the other 3 doors will be of no use."
Cheng Yang nodded and said, "I know that too, but with Suyu's arrangement, the chances of their Vermilion Bird Gate being breached are dozens of times higher than the other 3 gates. No matter how fast he recovers, he still needs time to recover. If the others don't hold on during his recovery period, all his arrangements will be in vain."
Zhuge Yun neither agreed nor disagreed. Cheng Yang then asked, "If it were you, what would you do?"
"If I were Suyu, I would choose someone like Suyu. In a life or death situation, a tactician must have even more faith in himself. The fact that he made this choice means that he is confident he can succeed," Zhuge Yun said calmly.
Chang Yang really wanted to retort, "You're talking nonsense."
"I also have a statement, I believe in my comrades." He was inwardly complaining.
Zhuge Yun then changed the subject, "However, I wouldn't be as foolish as him to choose to go out of the city to meet the enemy.
If they want to hold out longer, they must rely on the defensive weapons of the Watchtower.
Fighting in the city is the best option. If everyone dies outside the city, what's the point of leaving such an empty city? Chang Yong was speechless. What nonsense are you talking about? A group of young men didn't want their predecessor's monument to be trampled by monsters, so they chose to take the initiative to fight back.
No, this kid is testing Wei Yikuan and the others' bottom line, Zhuge Yun said, squinting his eyes. He made this arrangement not only because you said to guard the watchtower, but mainly because he knew this was just a trial. That's why he dares to be so fearless. However, I'm more curious to know what choice he would make when he's truly faced with a desperate situation. So, are you praising him or praising him? Chang Yong realized that this bastard was just trying to use him to praise Su Yu.
Damn, is that how you use the word classmate?
The conversation between the two could be heard by several admissions directors in the small wilderness. The group communicated using wristbands. Deng Ji smiled and said, in the past, the final stage of the four-school training camp was mainly based on small team combat. This time, with the addition of Su Yu as a tactician, he's come up with some new tricks. I think we can invite a few tactical geniuses to participate in each of our future sessions.
Feng Wan said, tactical geniuses can be invited, but tacticians shouldn't be invited into our observation room. Yes. Brother Feng is right.
Old Wan, after so many days you finally said a single word.
Including Wei Yikuan, everyone immediately agreed with Feng Wan's opinion.
Zhuge Yun sat in the observation room, slowly sipping his tea. The ban on tactical division commanders entering the observation room is a matter for the future. Anyway, this year, none of the things those grandmasters promised him will get away with. As for inviting tactical geniuses to the four-school training camp, he felt it was unrealistic.
Not every tactical genius can be like Su Yu.
Su Yu is a pervert, he said. Several people were criticizing a certain tactician's shamelessness in the communications. After waiting for a few minutes, Zhuge Yun slowly restored the communication.
I wonder how long they can hold out this time.
It's unrealistic to expect to hold out for a whole day and night, Deng Ji said with a slight smile, looking at the group of young men in front of the watchtower.
A whole day and night?
The record seems to be 6 hours. In the 10 years since the Beast Tide assessment began, not a single session has ever lasted until nightfall.
If they can hold out until night, they've already succeeded, Batten said coldly.
Xianyun stroked his chin, somewhat expectantly. There is still some hope. Whether it's Su Yu, Gao Shi, or Hao Jiming, such prodigies are rare in the past 10 years. As he spoke, he checked the time.
Gentlemen, we can begin now.
On the desolate wilderness, the forces that had been suppressing the surging beast tide were released at the same moment.
The strange beasts instantly began to charge forward frantically.
Trees, rocks, hillsides, and rivers cannot be a reason to stop them from moving forward. At this moment, these strange beasts had only one goal in mind: to destroy everything in their sight. In this surging tide, many weaker beasts were trampled to death by the powerful beasts following behind.
Looking out over the city.
In front of the Azure Dragon Gate, Gao Shi, who was sitting cross-legged, noticed that the sand and gravel beside him began to vibrate. He stood up, carrying the heavy black iron sword, and the fighting spirit in his eyes gradually began to burn. Hao Ziming narrowed his eyes slightly in front of the White Tiger Gate. They're here. A flash of cold light appeared as the silver-white longsword pointed at the beast charging towards him. The men behind him also drew their weapons.
In front of Xuanwu Gate, Su Yincheng looked at his girlfriend Yao Yu. Xiao Yu, are you ready?
Yao Yu nodded gently, and 2 large iron hammers appeared in her left and right hands. Smash them to death, she said menacingly. Before the Vermilion Bird Gate, Su Yu, wielding the Overlord Spear, stepped forward and, circulating his inner energy, shouted loudly, "Defend the Watchtower City to the death." At this moment, before the surging momentum had engulfed the lonely watchtower, the other 3 gates responded one after another.
Hold on to the death. Chapter 87, a battle record that makes junior brothers and sisters look up.
In front of the watchtower, the group of prodigies displayed an indomitable spirit. In the distance, a dark mass, like an invasion of locusts, swept towards the watchtower.
The roars of various strange beasts made everyone's ears ring.
The whole earth was trembling. The arrival of birds and beasts, and the gradually darkening sky, seemed like the end of the world. The people on the city wall, holding laser cannons and large crossbows, had sweaty palms and swallowed hard.
A major battle is imminent.
When everyone could clearly see with their naked eyes which strange beasts were in that dark, dense horde. Several laser cannons on the 4 city gates lit up simultaneously.
Boom! Boom boom boom!
At the same time, laser cannons from 4 directions fire around simultaneously. In the dark, overwhelming horde of beasts, blank spaces began to appear. Looking down at this land from the dome, the moment the laser cannons fell, it was as if dozens of blood-red flowers had bloomed. The surging tide of beasts was halted by the laser cannons. But soon, these blood-red flowers were replaced by the surging beasts that followed. The wind wolf, earth jackal, bronze fox, shadow chaser leopard, silver-tusked elephant, and a series of other exotic beasts that Suyu had collected all appeared together this time. In the sky, all sorts of birds and beasts, including sun-blocking bats, sharp-beaked sparrows, killer bees, and ghost-faced birds, flocked towards the watchtower. Just as these birds were about to be the first to rush into the watchtower, suddenly, a blue electric grid covered the sky above the watchtower. The sun-blocking bats and killer bees that crashed into the grid were instantly reduced to ashes and scattered. At the same time, the giant crossbow bolts all pointed their arrows towards the sky.
Put! A voice simultaneously rang out from all 4 gates, announcing release. Call out!
Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The enormous arrows pierced the sky in an instant, and after piercing the bodies of those birds and beasts, they plunged towards the distant beast horde. After those arrows fell to the ground, the center of the beast tide immediately erupted with a series of booming sounds.
The bombs inside the crossbow bolts exploded, once again claiming the lives of a large number of alien beasts.
A ghost-faced bird, its body riddled with holes and only its head remaining, landed beside Suyu. Suyu used his spear to push it aside. Luckily, the city's electric fence was only triggered externally, otherwise all these arrows would have exploded above our heads. The development of science and technology is also very important, he remarked.
Fuyu replied, these weapons are effective against low-grade beasts, but they are ineffective against mid-grade or higher beasts.
Suyu squinted at the front and smiled. The good news is that this beast tide seems to consist entirely of low-grade exotic beasts.
They're here, let's get started.
The horde of beasts approached the watchtower, and the moat, hundreds of meters deep and tens of meters wide, briefly slowed their progress. At this moment, the prodigies in front of the 4 city gates took the initiative to attack, each wielding a magical weapon. The first battlefront was on both sides of the moat. Actively facing the terrifying beast tide, these prodigies appeared as small as ants in the face of its immense size. The beast horde they charged towards was so large that, from the air, they were almost invisible unless one looked very closely.
But these are the very humans who appear incredibly small in the face of the giant beasts. After they charged into the beast tide, vibrant blood-red flowers began to bloom on the earth. After Gaoshi, Hao Jiming, Su Yingshan, and other top combatants rushed into the beast tide, their target was the third-grade alien beasts. To their left and right were those who possessed the ability to cause massive damage. They began to summon falling meteors, raging flames, and raging waves. These superpowers, all rated S or higher, still struggle against third or second-grade alien beasts. However, it possesses strategic-level lethality against ordinary and first-grade exotic beasts. Massive superpowers harvest the lives of ordinary alien beasts. Behind them came wave after wave of laser cannons and crossbow bolts. The battle situation in front of the 4 city gates was basically the same. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, Song Qingyuan's Ice Age is the first release that disregards quality and focuses solely on scope.
A kilometer-long ice sheet was formed, and hail fell. Its area of effect damage is in no way inferior to that of falling meteorites or raging waves. At the same time, because there is a shared spiritual connection, they advanced with Song Qingyuan at the center, using Suyu as their main fighting force. Their 5-person team was like a meat grinder, constantly crushing the attacking alien beasts. The strategic significance of Fuyu's special ability was once again demonstrated on the battlefield. Not far away, the 4 admissions directors, who had gathered together, watched this scene unfold on the battlefield.
Their eyes held undisguised admiration. Xianyun laughed and said, now it seems that we left them too many resources in the Watchtower City.
If they keep fighting like this, it feels like they can hold out until dark without any problem.
Deng Ji shook her head. Director Qian, you can't say that. In previous sessions, which one didn't have plenty of laser cannons and crossbows?
I remember there were 2 years when they used up all these resources in less than an hour.
The faint voice of Zhuge Yun came from the bracelet.
Don't compare those brutes to my students.
They don't even know how to use basic resources.
I don't know how you guys got into the training camp.
Even if they weren't tacticians, they must have at least taken tactical classes, right? TSK, I have extreme concerns about our country's tactical training. They were looked down upon by the tacticians, and none of the 4 admissions directors could say anything.
In conclusion, those prodigies from those years did indeed appear quite foolish.
But then again, do you think they don't understand how to allocate resources reasonably?
They simply panicked when faced with such a massive beast tide. Especially after an hour of continuous fighting, their energy and mental strength were completely exhausted. The only option they could make was to release all their weapons and resources and hold out for as long as possible.
Batten said calmly, "This is just the beginning.
According to Suyu's plan, we can indeed use these resources reasonably to support the day and night, and there may even be some left over.
But laser cannons don't get tired, but people do. The key is whether their subsequent rotations will be successful." After calmly analyzing the situation, he changed the subject again, but it is undeniable that this is the first time in the 10 years since the training camp began its beast tide assessment that such a beautiful battle has occurred. They have surpassed the previous sessions. Everyone nodded.
In the observation room, Zhuge Yun's lips curled up slightly.
Just surpassing the previous editions?
In his view, the achievements of his cheap student would probably be something that future junior students could only look up to.
The battle situation was projected onto the observation room.
With the combined efforts of a group of prodigies, laser cannons, and crossbows, the surging beast tide was actually stopped 100 meters away from the watchtower and in front of the moat. The teachers in the data team were all shocked and moved. This situation was unlike anything they had ever witnessed since they began participating in data recording. Everyone knows that the main reason for this change is not because this year's prodigies are more powerful, but because this year's class has an additional tactician, Suyu.
Chapter 88 Stimulation. 55 minutes into the battle against the beast tide.
Even without high-grade exotic beasts, the group of geniuses gradually became overwhelmed by the endless hordes of low-grade exotic beasts before them. In contrast, the Vermilion Bird sect, with only 5 members fighting, was in the best condition in the entire wilderness at this moment.
Suyu practically became a meat grinder for alien beasts.
Even without mid-grade exotic beasts, his basic strength and speed already surpassed those of ordinary second-grade exotic beasts, making him completely unstoppable in the beast tide. Moreover, the effectiveness of the martial arts technique Mizanbu was fully demonstrated in this chaotic battle. Wielding the Overlord Spear, he charged in and out of the beast horde 7 times, truly navigating through a field of beasts without a single leaf touching him. While the other 4 were all more or less injured, the bloodstains on his body still all came from the strange beasts. It is worth mentioning that Song Qinghuan has also begun to gradually demonstrate her mastery of the Mizong step. Suyu learned the mysterious steps overnight thanks to the system, while she learned them in 5 days entirely due to her talent.
58 minutes into the battle against the beast tide.
Another round of laser cannon and crossbow barrage ensued, and the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise sects began rotating in groups of 5.
After 3 rounds of laser cannon and crossbow barrage, all 10 men in the first battle were replaced.
The small gate beneath the steel gate, which allows only 1 person to pass at a time, was closed again. Gaoshi, Hao Jiming, and the other main force members were the first to recover, while those who had consumed less energy took over the command of the laser cannons and crossbows. When they rotated, the first thing they did was ask the classmate in charge of communications how things were at the Vermilion Bird Gate. Suyu is still fighting, while the others have returned to the city wall. According to the feedback from the Vermilion Bird Gate, he is in good condition. After cursing someone's perverted behavior in their hearts, the several prodigies immediately began to recover, not wanting to waste a single second. Some people are unreasonable, and they almost single-handedly formed a defense line. This greatly stimulated these geniuses, who all had an pride that refused to lose to others. Even Gao Shi and Wu Linlin, whose personalities are quite uncompromising, did not want the entire battlefront to be ruined because of them. The first rotation was carried out smoothly and successfully. From God's perspective, several admissions directors have also witnessed the assessments of other years' top students. I can't help but marvel once again at how different a battlefield is when it's planned by a tactician. Under Suyu's arrangement, the strength of these geniuses was maximized, and in many instances, their teamwork even achieved a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. With the addition of firearms resources in the watchtower, he managed to defend the city in a seemingly unequal battle, managing to hold it out quite well. As for his perpetual motion machine-like performance on the battlefield, several admissions directors chose to stick with their habits. As the second batch of challengers appeared, Deng Ji suddenly said, "I didn't notice Gao Shi and the others before. Look, on the 4 battlefields, not only are the laser cannons and crossbow bolts being fired simultaneously, but they are even releasing their superpowers at the same time." Suyu even arranged all this for them? Upon closer inspection, the other mentors realized that the large-scale use of superpowers on the battlefield was indeed being released in a coordinated and rhythmic manner.
The first batch included absolute combat powerhouses like Gao Shi and Hao Jiming, so their coordination wasn't very obvious yet. The second batch now mainly consists of people with supernatural abilities, and their coordination is so precise that it's almost down to the second. In the observation room, Zhuge Yun said calmly, compared to the consumption of qi and blood, it is much more difficult to recover from the depletion of mental energy. He must manage the use of superpowers and the consumption of mental energy to the extreme. If he can't even figure this out, what's the difference between him and the previous champions who were just muscle-bound brutes? The words fell. A group of people silently looked towards the Vermilion Bird Gate, where someone had charged the fiercest and killed the most on the entire battlefield. Yeah, this guy isn't a brute, we're telling you. Zhuge Yun naturally couldn't hear these people's complaints. He said calmly, that kid Suyu treats your proud beast-tied assessment like a city defense game. On the other side, the admissions directors remained silent. Zhuge Yun added, there's one thing I want to remind everyone, not just any tactician can do what Suyu did. Don't be blindly confident in low-level tacticians. At the same time, I hope you all realize that Suyu's talent in tactics is no less than his talent in martial arts. He spoke from the heart in the first half of the statement, but he wasn't so sure about the second half. There's nothing we can do. This kid's tactical talent is already freakish, but who would have thought his martial arts talent would be even more formidable? That doesn't make sense. Thinking about it, Zhuge Yun glanced at Cheng Yang again with a lingering look. It's all your fault, you brat. Cheng Yang looked up at the sky. It's none of my business. Now Suyusho can do whatever he wants, go wherever he wants, anyway, I'm his teacher for 3 years of high school. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, the tip of Suyu's spear was already covered with a thick layer of bloodstains. If his shot hadn't missed the silver-tusked giant elephant's neck, he wouldn't have even noticed it, as he was somewhat numb from the battle. The Overlord spear, its body already dark red, trembled slightly as its qi and blood surged. The bloodstains were all shaken off, and the crimson patterns flowing across the gun barrel were even more vibrant than before. He could feel that the connection between him and the Overlord spear had become even stronger. He channeled his vital energy into a powerful counterattack, the spear thrusting out like a dragon. A bloody hole instantly appeared in the neck of the giant silver-tusked elephant. Suyu quickly withdrew his spear and swept it towards the other alien beasts that were surrounding him. The massive body of the silver-tusked elephant collapsed with a crash. Suyu darted onto the elephant, gripped his gun slightly, and once again felt a pang of gratitude for the help Shiman Boshua had given him this time. Without this gun, he really couldn't be killing so many people like he is now. Without the worry of weapons, he also still had several rewards in terms of health and vitality that he hadn't claimed yet. The only thing to worry about is mental exhaustion. However, it was precisely amidst this endless battle that the benefits of cultivating the 100 refinement technique became apparent. The 100 forging method subjects the mind to repeated torment. So much so that he now feels increasingly courageous and in the midst of battle, gradually getting into the best of his ability. Just as there would be an even greater reward after 100 attempts, he firmly believed that if this fight continued, there would definitely be a result. A new rotation is coming. Gao Shi and the others got up and once again tacitly sent a communication to the Vermilion Bird sect to inquire about Suyu's situation. This time, it was Lin Yan who responded to them. The Vermilion Bird Gate is unharmed, and Captain Suyu is getting into his stride. Those few words instantly provoked the people who asked the question. They all turned their gazes toward the outside of the city, their eyes seemingly spitting fire. That's unreasonable. Absolutely unreasonable. Who isn't a genius? I can't let you be the only one showing off. Just as the top talents were preparing to show their skills, Suyu's voice suddenly rang out in everyone's bracelet. Don't be careless, the battle has only just begun, be careful to conserve your energy. The words fell. Several question marks appeared on the foreheads of Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and the others. Isn't this guy fighting on the front lines? How does he have time to command the battle? Chapter 89. If you're not a human being, you won't let anyone live. Suyu moved like a ghost among the beasts, his overlord spear constantly reaping the lives of the surrounding creatures. The swift and agile beasts like the bronze fox and the wind wolf attacked him, but he always managed to dodge them by the narrowest of margins. On the battlefield, Suyu had almost completely subdued those third-grade exotic beasts. The remaining 4 were responsible for working together to deal with the first and second-grade beasts and ordinary alien beasts. They were all exceptional talents, 1 in a million, and they seemed to thrive among the beasts.
After piercing through both wine wolves with a single shot, Suyu shut down the communication on his bracelet and immediately charged at the two silver-tusked giant elephants. The third rotation is when these geniuses are most likely to be careless. The ease with which the first 2 hours pass will make them think that the beast tide is nothing special. Once this idea begins to emerge, the consumption of chi, blood, and mental energy will gradually be ignored.
It seems that there is a 1-hour rest period after each round. In reality, 1 hour is far from enough for this protracted battle. At that time, these expenditures will be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant-hole. Carelessness and underestimation are the hidden ant-holes. All Suyu could do with this hastily assembled team was to offer repeated reminders during the battle. As for the outcome, he had no time to worry about it. Anyway, it wasn't a real battle to defend the city, so everyone's performance on the scene should be observed by those grandmasters. The final evaluation of these prodigies depends on their own intelligence.
I did my best, buddy. Suyu brandished his spear. I don't know if it's because my comprehension has improved, or because the constant battles have helped me understand martial arts. After 2 hours of non-stop fighting, he found that he was beginning to have a different understanding of swords and spears. In terms of martial arts techniques, the mysterious step has opened up a whole new world. The system made his misty steps a natural mastery. In battle, their movements are ghostly and unpredictable, all thanks to their mastery of the elusive footwork. However, simply using the stealth step to dodge is clearly not maximizing its effectiveness. During the battle, Suyu began to try to utilize the characteristics of the misty step, deliberately creating openings to lure the alien beasts into attacking, thereby finding a better opportunity to kill them. The stealth step can not only be used for defense, but also in combination with marksmanship to deceive opponents, set traps, and so on. In the midst of constant battles, Suyu gradually revealed his martial arts prowess. However, there is one thing he does lack: experience. Looking across the entire battlefield, his use of chi and blood was the most rudimentary. He reminded the others not to be careless and not to waste their energy and spirit. On the battlefield, he always had more power than needed when he fired a shot. He would use 10 or even 15 points of his chi and blood to kill a beast that he could have killed with just 5 points of his chi and blood. So when he spoke into the communications channel to several admissions directors, the scene was utterly comical. Xianyun said quietly, "It has been proven that Suyu's martial arts talent and comprehension are impeccable. The only pity is that he did not meet a good teacher to properly teach him how to use his chi and blood."
In the observation room,
Chang Yong didn't expect that even after those grandmasters left, he would still have to endure the contemptuous looks from others.
He craned his neck, his face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead. "How do I teach? Tell me how I teach?"
This kid's chi and blood hasn't exceeded 100 for 3 whole years.
How am I supposed to teach him how to use chi and blood? Laughter from several admissions directors could be heard coming from the bracelet.
Chang Yong turned his head and saw that Zhu Geyun was also suppressing a laugh.
He immediately said, "What are you laughing at?"
"No matter how much you laugh, I'm still Suyu's homeroom teacher for 3 years. Ahem, Teacher Chang Yong, our Nanchang University is most skilled at guiding the use of chi and blood. As you should know, our Nanchang University's combat tactics are renowned for their exquisite use of chi and blood," Deng Ji said immediately.
"What's the point of being meticulous? Suyu recovers his chi and blood quickly. Is it really necessary to be so careful with money? Our East Pole University's fighting style is the most suitable for him." Burst. Overwhelming with wide-ranging attacks. "Your South City University is so petty," Batten retorted without any politeness. It looked like the admissions directors were about to start arguing again. Zhu Geyun said quietly, "Regarding the battle tactics, I think you all don't need to argue. But don't forget what you promised me."
The group immediately fell silent.
Yes. You want it all.
"Aren't you afraid your students will bite off more than they can chew?" they thought to themselves. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, when Song Qinghuan and the others returned to Suyu's side, Suyu immediately felt much more relaxed.
In reality, the 4 of them might not be as strong as the 4 martial artists from before. However, because of Fuyu's spiritual resonance, the 5 of them cooperated tacitly and were like a whole on the battlefield. Back on the city wall, the students watched as Suyu's team of 5 joined forces, even showing signs of pushing the beast tide back. The shock in his eyes never faded. Among them, Li Tianyu from Hao Jiming's team remembered what the captain had said before about sniping them. "Looking back now, I feel that the decision was somewhat hasty. Suyu, a god of war, and the others worked together with perfect coordination, like the left and right hands. They want to defeat a squad like that? Li Tianyu silently shook his head. He saw no chance of winning.
On the city wall, several people looked at the brave and invincible figure holding a long spear, and their eyes were filled with admiration without them even realizing it.
On the battlefield, who wouldn't want comrades like this? And commanders like this? The other three parties,
Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and Su Yincheng, all carefully controlled their qi and blood bursts.
Strive not to waste a single drop of energy or mental strength.
They suddenly realized that Su Yu's 3-hour battle had become a fact.
In this respect, they cannot compare to Su Yu.
If they fall before Su Yu at that time, it will be a huge disgrace. I'm the kind of person who wouldn't dare to look up at him if I saw him again. Therefore, on the battlefield, they were all meticulous in their calculations, and if something could be resolved with one sword strike, they would never use two.
After an hour of fighting, they were surprised to find that this round consumed less energy than the first round.
After retreating into the city, the group tacitly refrained from inquiring about the battle situation at the Vermilion Bird Gate. At that moment, Lin Yan's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the bracelet.
All is well at Vermilion Bird Gate.
Commander Su Yu has pushed the beast tide back 5 meters.
My eyes are red.
In an instant, Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, Su Yincheng, and Wu Linlin all had red eyes.
Damn it! Are you trying to kill me?
They stood up one by one, silently gazing in the direction of the Vermilion Bird Gate.
That brat Su Yu is a real scoundrel.
Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, Su Yu's entire body was stained red with the blood of the strange beast. Clad in blood-red clothes and wielding the Overlord spear, he stared intently at the strange beast before him. Those beasts that had been so ferocious before now showed signs of fear in his presence and dared not take another step forward.
After 3 hours of continuous slaughter, Su Yu had no idea how many alien beasts he had killed.
However, amidst this horde of beasts, he exuded a terrifying killing intent from head to toe.
Chapter 90: The Era of Prodigies. Su Yu has stopped. He's taking pictures.
He's finished taking pictures, and then he went up again.
Lin Yan's voice rang out from the bracelet.
Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and other prodigies gradually became numb.
They gazed silently toward the direction of the Vermilion Bird Gate, not wanting to speak. So much for being a tactical genius? Do your family know you're this good at fighting? Time keeps passing. Every hour, Lin Yan would use her bracelet to update everyone on Su Yu's status.
At first, his broadcasts were a blatant provocation to the group of prodigies.
Waiting for 9 hours, 10 hours.
His broadcasts, featuring Su Yu's continued valiant battle in the wilderness, became the source of everyone's continued belief.
More and more people are gradually losing their vitality and energy. An hour of recovery time is of no use at this point.
A sense of impending failure loomed over everyone, and darkness slowly crept into the world. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, Su Yu, wielding the Overlord spear, continued to charge in and out of the horde of strange beasts, showing no signs of fatigue.
His murderous aura had completely intimidated the ordinary and first-grade alien beasts.
Time passed, and darkness completely enveloped the small wilderness.
On the watchtower. Snap!
Several powerful lights were turned on at the same time, illuminating the entire land. Under the lights, the battlefield was already a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The pungent smell of blood had completely numbed everyone. They faced an increasingly ferocious onslaught from the beast tide. Su Yu, supporting himself with the Overlord spear, took a few breaths.
Sure enough, the best option when facing a beast tide is to run away immediately.
Unless there is strategic level combat power, no matter how much resistance is put in, it will eventually be overwhelmed. The more he experienced this feeling firsthand, the more he appreciated the greatness of the Watchtower warriors.
Looking back at this lonely city standing in the wilderness,
he knew that they were not just guarding this city, but the land behind them, and the millions of their compatriots behind them. As the strange beasts attacked, his gaze hardened. Carrying a long spear, he charged into the beast horde, still fearless and unstoppable. I don't know when it started, but scars began to appear on his body. The beasts were clearly more ferocious and savage at night.
When it became clear that everyone was struggling to keep up,
a 4th-grade exotic beast appeared on the battlefield. Su Yu, who was deepest into the fighting position, was the first to discover this. As he retreated, he announced, "A 4th-grade beast has appeared. The wounded shall take charge of the laser cannons and crossbows, the rest of you shall engage in battle." As soon as he finished speaking, all the geniuses who were still recovering their energy stood up. Even though they were exhausted, they still picked up their weapons and rushed to the battlefield without hesitation. Suyu had no time to pay attention to the situation of the other departments. After claiming the last reward, his strength, agility, and spirit attributes improved, and his health was fully restored. "You guys hold the fort, I'll go and deal with that 4th grade beast first." He grinned, his features no longer clearly visible. A slight smile appeared on the otherwise numb faces of the others.
Song Qinghuan reminded him, "Be careful. If you can't win, come back immediately."
Suyu nodded, "Don't worry, I'm not a reckless man." As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu, carrying his spear, charged headlong towards the 4th grade beast.
Song Qinghuan and the others looked at each other in disbelief. "You still say you're not a brute?"
Other battlefields. Under the darkness, Gao Shi seemed to maintain his peak vitality forever. Like Suyu, he charged straight at the 4th grade beast, carrying the Xin Tai heavy sword.
The two clashed with brute force, and some ordinary beasts around them also suffered undeservedly.
Outside the White Tiger Gate, Hao Ziming teleported directly in front of the 4th grade exotic beast.
Using his special abilities, he not only wore down the alien beasts, but he also guided the 4th grade alien beasts to kill other alien beasts. In front of Xuanwu Gate, Su Yinchang and his girlfriend Yao Yu joined forces. With each strike of Yao Yu's sky-shattering hammer, countless cracks appeared on the ground. Cracks spread to the feet of the 4th grade beast, and its movement began to slow down. Su Yincheng brandished his Guan Dawa type of halberd. Every strike of the blade against the beast was accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. On the 4 battlefields, all the 4th grade exotic beasts were suppressed by the top geniuses. As the admissions directors watched, Fengwan laughed and said, "Gentlemen, it seems that this round we set up was a bit too easy. For 4th grade exotic beasts don't seem to have caused them much trouble." Xianyun clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Easy, really? In all those previous sessions, which one ever saw a 4th grade exotic beast? If it weren't for Suyu, we probably wouldn't see these designs until the year of the monkey." Deng Ji nodded and smiled. "Not only Suyu, but Gao Shi and Hao Jiming are also rare talents in recent years. This generation is, after all, the era of prodigies that everyone talks about," Xianyun said. "Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, Wu Linlin, and Su Yincheng are all geniuses who have appeared only once in the last 10 or even 100 years. Several geniuses emerged in the same year, and this year was known as the era of prodigies. The path of martial arts has been explored by predecessors, and the resources for cultivation have been greatly guaranteed. In a sense, the era of prodigies was an inevitable phenomenon. Everyone hopes that these geniuses will grow up quickly and that they will be able to lead humanity to a new era. At the same time, everyone is also very curious about who will be the leader of this era of geniuses. Some people think it will be Gao Shi, while others think it will be Hao Jiming. Some people believe that martial arts is a long road, and perhaps Wu Linlin will eventually surpass others and become the true leader. Every day, people outside the camp speculate about the specifics of the training camp. Under the dome, several Grandmaster-level experts kept their eyes fixed on Suyu. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate. Facing a 4th grade beast once again, Suyu did not choose the rapid, overwhelming fighting style of unleashing his blood and chi for the first time. A battle that lasted for more than 10 hours without stopping. He has evolved from a novice in the use of chi and blood to the level of an ordinary genius. Although I can't yet achieve the same level of precision as Hao Jiming and others. But the fighting prowess he displayed at that moment left the 4 admissions directors speechless. They discovered that he seemed to be making continuous progress. During the battle, Suyu's luring, dodging, and closing in made the 4th grade savage bear appear incredibly clumsy. Its every strike, even every roar, seemed to be under Suyu's control. The 6 arts of spear fighting: striking, deflecting, pressing, covering, picking, and stabbing. He performed each move perfectly, as if he were filming an instructional video. Watching this, Deng Ji couldn't help but exclaim, "This combat scene of Suyu could totally be used as a university-level shooting instruction video." His marksmanship is good, but his fighting style is lacking. His mastery of the stealth footwork is something a college student can't learn, Batten said. As he spoke. On the battlefield, the difference between the two events was less than 5 minutes. The bracelet then rang with reports of other people's victories in slaying 4th grade exotic beasts. After dozens of consecutive thrusts, Suyu finally killed the 4th-rank savage bear. The other departments were all waiting for his reply. A 5th grade exotic beast has appeared. His deep voice rang out from the bracelet. Chapter 91 SSS Level Superpower Ice Age. A 3-headed demon dog walked gracefully among the beasts. Within a radius of 100 meters, no strange beast dared to approach. Suyu quickly took a picture of the bear, then retreated while issuing new instructions to everyone via his bracelet. Laser cannons. Crossbow bolts provide cover. Everyone retreat to the watchtower. Laser cannons. Crossbow bolts provide cover. Everyone retreat to the watchtower.
He repeated it several times.
A constant roar began to echo across the wilderness.
Laser cannons and crossbow bolts are fired insanely, without any regard for cost. Outside the city, everyone immediately began to retreat.
Laser cannons and crossbow bolts briefly slowed down the beast tide. Inside the city, a crowd gathered.
The fifth-grade demon three-headed dog should be the instigator of this beast tide. Killing him means we should have passed this beast tide test, Suyu said calmly.
Everyone silently gripped their weapons tightly.
Having just killed a fourth-grade alien beast, Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and the others, looking exhausted, looked at Suyu.
Their eyes held a complex expression.
They have always been the ones who make others lament the differences between people. Today, they have also personally experienced the diversity of the world. Putting aside combat power, talent, and special abilities, they all pale in comparison when it comes to endurance.
In the observation room, Chung Young chuckled slyly. Old Jun, did you want Suyu to be like them from the very beginning? See the difference in reality, and then obediently follow you to learn tactics. Zhuge Yun didn't want to pay attention to him.
This guy has no shame now. He just gives up when others criticize him, and now he even has the nerve to make fun of him.
I don't know who applauded his decision at the time. Suddenly, Zhuge Yun remembered something.
When Suyu's talent was first discovered, it seemed that Chung Yang was trying to undermine him, but ended up being outplayed instead.
The case is solved.
Suyu's special ability is definitely not limited to ice element. Slapping faces is his true calling. Once we get to the battlefield, everyone must not be too optimistic about this kid, otherwise we won't be able to unleash his innate talent.
Zhuge Yun suddenly let out a cold laugh.
Chung Yong immediately dropped his gloating expression.
No.
I still need to tone it down a bit. That old guy is no good.
Looking out over the city.
A fifth-grade exotic beast is outside, and countless beast tides are about to attack.
Gentlemen, should we give up now or continue fighting? Suyu looked at everyone.
Everyone's face was etched with exhaustion, but everyone's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. They still gripped their weapons tightly, even though the blades were already dulled. Standing beneath the watchtower, Suyu looked up and back. For them, this has never been a choice. The 4 steel gates began to be struck.
The laser cannons on the city wall have all gone dark. Everyone was still waiting for Suyu to give the order. Suyu looked at Song Qinghuan. Qinghuan, do you still have the strength left? Song Qinghuan nodded firmly.
Just as everyone was puzzled, they heard a voice say, 10 minutes. Take down Cerberus within 10 minutes. The words fell. With the 4 city gates breached, countless ferocious beasts poured in. Suyu and Song Qinghuan took a step forward at the same time, their eyes gleaming blue.
Superpowers Ice Age.
Suyu, whose mental strength had unknowingly broken through 400 Hz, showed everyone for the first time a side that was even stronger than his endurance. At that moment, everyone only felt a flash of white light before their eyes. He was temporarily blind, until he could see clearly again. A gust of cold wind blew by, and everyone shivered. In the cold, everyone gaped, unable to believe what they were seeing. Everyone wanted to say something, but it seemed like they were all silenced. Within the city, everything except for Suyu and Song Qinghuan was frozen, centered on them. Those ferocious beasts were all frozen in place. A yellow-eyed rabbit in Asakusa is about to leap up, while a wind wolf is raising its head and howling. This moment seemed to last a long time, but in reality it was only 3 seconds. In the silent, snowy world, the sound of clattering echoed.
10 minutes later, all the beasts will be unsealed. Gaoshi, Hao Jiming, Su Yinsheng, Wu Linlin, let's go. The others are responsible for killing the frozen beasts. Don't worry about the cost, kill as many as you can.
Fuyu, please help us connect on the same spiritual frequency.
Suyu spoke rapidly, like a machine gun.
Xiao Qiao helped Song Qinghuan, who was mentally exhausted, to her feet.
Without any hesitation, the others sprang into action instantly.
Fuyu's forehead veins bulged as he instantly connected Suyu and the others in a state of mental synchronization.
Cerberus has not yet entered the city.
Suyu and Gao Shi took the initiative to fight their way out. Once they left the watchtower, they discovered that not only was the city frozen over, but the outside was too. Under the dome, several admissions directors looked at each other in bewilderment.
Is this an A-level ability?
Although he had known for a long time that Song Qinghuan's ability was more than a level, Xian Yun couldn't help but complain now.
This is definitely not just simple ice element control. Song Qinghuan can use her special ability to assist Suyu's special ability.
Their abilities have already touched upon the laws of nature.
SSS rank, the ice world, Deng Ji said.
On the other side, Zhuge Yun said calmly, I'm more curious about just how powerful Suyu's mental strength is now.
No one replied, except for Batten, who said, word by word, that kid is a freak.
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone, including the data team members in the observation room, nodded deeply.
Shan Yong looked up at the sky, thinking that a level and SSS level were irrelevant to a country bumpkin like him.
Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, Gao Shi and Hao Jiming were still not used to Fu Yu's spiritual resonance.
All sorts of random thoughts popped into my mind.
Gao Shi, sure enough, his cheat is even more powerful. It's normal that our team's score isn't as high as theirs.
Dad definitely has no reason to blame me. Hao Jiming, let's forget about challenging their team. Let's have another match in the arena. Wu Linlin, what amazing superpowers. He's kind of cool.
Su Yinchang, as expected of someone from our Su family.
TSK, I wonder if we can trick him into joining our family.
Suyu, everyone, from now on all our thoughts will be aligned. This is the effect of Fu Yu's superpower.
Fu Yu.
The 5 people's thoughts appeared in everyone's minds at the same time.
The next moment, Suyu received messages from the other 4 people saying, why didn't you say so sooner? All thoughts are fleeting.
Although it would be embarrassing if others heard my thoughts. But faced with this 5th grade demon 3-headed dog, no one had much time to feel awkward. The only thing that still impresses me is how talented Suyu's team truly is.
Chapter 92: The Significance of the Assessment. A major battle is imminent.
As Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and the others pondered how to kill the 5th-rank 3-headed demon hound before them, Suyu first asked them to introduce their respective superpowers and martial arts.
Gao Shi began, my special ability is.
The next moment, he immediately shut his mouth. In the same mental state, Suyu gained a general understanding of the 4 people's strength in the blink of an eye. Gao Shi's special ability, Dark Devouring, can strip away the life force of strange beasts in the shadows. As long as his mental strength is sufficient, his blood and chi can remain in a state of high activity during battle.
Suyu, he's a tough guy. Gao Shi, same here.
His martial arts technique has 9 layers, and each strike can unleash the ultimate power, with each layer doubling the power. Clearly, his martial arts were specifically trained based on his special abilities.
Suyu was silently heartbroken. Children from poor families mature early.
When it comes to martial arts training, he can only rely on lotteries. Whatever he draws is what he gets, he has no choice at all. He also made up his mind to take a dozen or 20 photos of Gao Shi after the assessment.
This thing would suit him perfectly.
Hao Jiming's superpower is spatial teleportation, and his martial art is sword rain. He can deliver the ultimate power of 7 swords simultaneously. Within the same realm, one can basically unleash a burst of power instantly, with a killing intent.
Suyu, 6th brother? Hao Jiming.
Wu Linlin's superpower is the growth of wood. The wood element ability could even be used as a restorative ability, and Suyu was secretly tempted. Her martial art is the renowned Bagua staff. Taiji generates yin and yang generate the 4 symbols, the 4 symbols generate the 8 trigrams, and in battle, they can achieve a continuous and endless effect.
Wu Linlin, why don't you comment on me? Suyu, that's great. Su Yincheng's superpower is lightning, with paralysis being the most severe effect.
The martial art he learned was the Heavenly Net Blade, whose blade technique was like a net covering the sky and the earth, leaving enemies trapped like turtles in a jar with nowhere to escape. Suyu couldn't help but sigh that there are indeed people more capable than oneself, and heavens beyond heavens. In their shared spiritual connection, the 4 of them openly envied him for having mastered movement-based martial arts. This type of martial art is the most time-consuming and the most difficult to improve. For most prodigies, this stage is the time to learn movement-based martial arts. It's far more effective to wait until you've fully tempered your body and bones before learning.
The path of martial arts allows no time to be wasted at any stage.
These individuals are all geniuses nurtured by prestigious families, and their cultivation programs have reached an extreme level.
All communication is completed in an instant.
After gaining a preliminary understanding of the strength of the group, Suyu immediately began to take control of the overall situation.
Gao Shi and he faced the 3-headed demon together. The 2 took the initiative.
The 3 heads of the demon dog all wore expressions of contempt. Looking at these few small, thin prey, It seemed as if it wanted to play around with them before capturing them. It lifted its legs and pounced towards the two of them. I thought I could easily send those two little things flying with a single blow, Cerberus. Feeling the impact of the immense force, a look of confusion appeared on each of their foreheads. Suyu and Gao Shi were sent flying hundreds of meters backward. Both of them exclaimed in unison that the power of a fifth-grade beast was indeed monstrous, and then launched another attack. This time, the three-headed dog opened its three gaping maws, intending to tear the two apart. Su Yinchang and Wu Linlin attacked simultaneously, disrupting its left and right heads. Hao Ziming suddenly flashed to the back of the three-headed dog's head and struck out with several swords. In an instant, all the coordination fell into place. With combined efforts, Hao Ziming's longsword successfully pierced the head of the three-headed dog. With a clang, the longsword could not go any further after touching the skull of the three-headed dog. Blood streamed down his forehead, leaving Cerberus's face covered in blood, and his expression instantly turned ferocious. Originally intending to toy with its prey, it suddenly charged forward. His tail, limbs, and head all became his weapons of attack. Each attack was enough to severely injure the five people, rendering them completely unable to fight. In a state of spiritual resonance, Suyu was luring the main attack of the three-headed demon dog. He directed the others' movements. Wu Linlin retreats 10 meters, stops, and bends over.
Su Yinchang, don't back down. Stop. At first, everyone felt a little awkward being directed by Suyu. After dodging several times, the teamwork between them immediately became seamless. They were all geniuses. They could understand the meaning behind any instruction Suyu gave. For the rest, just choose to believe. For a moment, it seemed as if all five of them had mastered the mysterious step. They kept wearing down the three-headed dog, but the three-headed dog was never able to attack them. The body movement techniques, Fuyu's mental synchronization, and Suyu's command were all displayed to their fullest extent at this moment. The situation seemed to be very favorable. In reality, the battle lasted less than 5 minutes. For all five of them, the exertion exceeded that of a whole day's battle. In contrast, the wounds inflicted on Cerberus by them are slowly healing. As a fifth-grade exotic beast, its entire body, including bones, flesh, and meridians, has been tempered by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As long as its vital energy is not completely depleted, and its head and heart are not blown up, any injury can be recovered by mobilizing its vital energy. The attack by Suyu and his group was undoubtedly a drop in the ocean. They, who could kill fourth-grade beasts on their own, fully felt the gap in strength when facing fifth-grade beasts. So, are we ready to terminate this assessment at any time? Xian Yun asked. Feng Wan nodded. They have done their best. The other two directors also had no objections. The design of the beast tied in the fifth-grade exotic beasts was intended to let these geniuses experience the feeling of failure. At the same time, they should also understand that the initial cross-border killing of alien beasts is actually not worth mentioning. Suyu and his group have already given them many surprises, and it's time for this beast-tied assessment to come to an end. The group decided to stop the assessment once Suyu's 10-minute freezing period ended, in order to avoid uncontrollable casualties. In the observation room, Zhu Geyun smiled slightly, waiting for these admissions directors to be proven wrong. He still remembered that Suyu and the others had a killer move they hadn't used yet. He had reason to believe that Suyu had deliberately arranged those things privately using mental synchronization. He shook his head. That kid is wicked. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, the ice sculptures are starting to melt. Wu Linlin was almost swept away by the three-headed demon dog's tail, but fortunately Hao Jiming carried her in an instant, thus avoiding the attack. The three-headed dog gradually returned to the state of the cat playing with the mouse. After rescuing Wu Linlin, Hao Ziming disappeared on the battlefield. Two more people joined them through their shared mental connection. In the observation room, Chang Yang asked, so, does what they did count as cheating? How could it be cheating? Does the rule say it's not allowed? Zhu Geyun replied without even thinking. Chapter 93 Everything is under control. On the battlefield, they watched as the frozen beasts gradually began to awaken. The 4 admissions directors and instructor Wei Ikuan are also preparing to take action to suppress this beast tide. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, Hao Jiming disappeared for a long time. Suyu continued to lead the other 3 in various ways to wear down and harass the three-headed demon dog. At first, their exhaustion and pulling could enrage Cerberus. Gradually, Cerberus returned to its previous posture of toying with its prey. It often completely ignored the attacks from Wu Linlin and Su Yinchang.
The damage inflicted on it by the two people was healed in a moment, like being bitten by a mosquito. It is more interested in brute force clashes with Su Yu and Gao Shi. It seems they absolutely must determine a winner based on strength. The 10-minute countdown is about to end.
Everyone's condition visibly declined. Cerberus is imposing. Su Yu and the others' eyelids had already drooped. Just as the Ice Age was about to completely fail. Hao Ziming returned to the battlefield, accompanied by Shimen Boshue, who was carrying a white jade plate. The two appeared directly on the back of Cerberus. The three-headed dog completely ignored them and charged towards Su Yu and Gao Shi. Su Yu and Gao Shi were thrown into the air again. On the dome, several Grandmaster-level experts who were preparing to unleash their auras to suppress the beast tide saw Shimen Boshue appear the moment they did. Everything stopped. Shen Yun touched his nose. Is it really appropriate to waste a blood sacrifice like this?
It's all right, the Simon family is rich, Batten replied. The directors were talking. On the back of Cerberus. Shimen Boshue activated her chi and blood, and directly slammed the white jade disc firmly onto it.
The white jade disc instantly disappeared into the body of the three-headed demon dog.
It was about to launch another impact to completely crush and kill Su Yu and Gao Shi.
At that moment, its high morale instantly waned.
His body, which was about to sprint, suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud.
Spiritual artifact blood sacrifice.
It can completely absorb the life force of a 6th-grade exotic beast, rendering it powerless to fight. Such magical artifacts are not products of the human race.
Each blood sacrifice is extremely precious, and it is often used to tame exotic beasts. The instant Cerberus fell, Gao Shi's previously listless aura suddenly erupted. With a low growl, he completed the 6th layer of the ninefold strike and swung his Shin Tai heavy sword with both hands, aiming for the head of the three-headed demon dog. On the other side, Hao Ziming appeared on the top of the left skull. The 7 swords of sword rain were unleashed, each strike representing his absolute limit of power at that moment. After 10 minutes of fighting, they finally stopped holding back and could unleash their strongest attack with all their might. At the same time that they both erupted, a black and gold spear was also pointed directly at the middle head of the three-headed dog. Su Yu also unleashed all his energy and blood without reservation. At this moment, the three-headed demon dog, whose life force was completely exhausted, could only howl to the sky. He watched helplessly as these ants attacked him. The 10-minute freezing effect of Ice Age has passed. The 3 attacks simultaneously reached the head of the three-headed dog. This time, they are unstoppable. As the beast tide was about to surge again, Lin Yan, who rushed out from in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate, unleashed the power of the 6th-grade exotic beast, the Golden Lion. As he roared like a lion, the three-headed dog's head just exploded. The surging tide of beasts came to a complete halt at this moment. Time and space seemed to have been frozen in time. Lin Yan used her last strength to let out one last roar of the Lion King. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, the image of a 6th-rank mythical beast, the Golden Lion, appeared. The three-headed dog was completely gone. The 6th-rank Golden Lion roared and declared its territory. At this moment, the surging beast tide began to descend into chaos. The ferocious beasts began to show signs of confusion in their eyes. The Beast King has met his end. Amidst the beast tide, the first strange beast fled. Gradually, all the strange beasts began to scatter, but none dared to approach the 6th-rank Golden Lion. Near Cerberus, Su Yu, Gao Shi, Hao Ziming, Lin Yan, Shimen Boshue. Everyone instantly collapsed to the ground. As the beast tide dispersed, the group looked at each other and smiled. At that moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of pleasure. Even though it has already happened, they still find it hard to believe. They actually managed to break through a siege that seemed impossible to win. Looking back at this lonely city, these exceptional talents felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. This feeling is different from the improvement of chi and blood or the progress of martial arts. It's more like a legacy, more like a response. Although this was just an assessment. However, their path to martial arts has only just begun. Just like in the beginning, no one dared to think about stopping the beast tide. Who can say for sure that there won't be a day when we eat exotic beasts and enslave foreign races? Dome. Several grandmasters and powerful figures truly saw the future and the dawn in these prodigies. Deng Ji exclaimed, although it was just an assessment, Su Yu and his team truly accomplished a miracle that cannot be replicated. The beast tide led by a 5th-grade exotic beast was held back by this group of children, most of whom are not even martial artists. If word got out, the alien races would probably think we were bragging, Shenyan said with a smile. So, what's next? Wei Ikuan looked at the 4 admissions directors. According to the established procedure, they should be gods descending to Earth to control this beast tide and then motivate these little brats. Now, it seems we don't need their encouragement anymore. Most importantly, they never designed any rewards for successfully withstanding the beast tide from the beginning. Zhuge Yun's voice came through the bracelet. Your castrated version of the beast tide is still too weak. A low-level tactician was able to control it. His tone was calm, but his mouth stretched to his ears in a wide grin. This student is really a source of pride. It's worth it for me, your teacher, to risk my reputation to help you get this benefit. In the wilderness, a group of people didn't want to pay attention to a certain tactical master. Deng Ji thought for a moment, if everyone advances to the next round of the arena, each person will be awarded 1,000 academic credits as a reward for defending against the beast tide. What do you think? Pass. No problem. Reasonable. The group unanimously agreed to turn their attention to Wei Ikuan. Wei Ikuan nodded and disappeared in a flash. With the beast tide over, the 4 admissions directors prepared to return to the observation room. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, everyone else was exhausted. Only Suyu remained full of energy. Amidst the resentful gazes of a group of proud individuals, he took out his camera and proceeded to take various whipping photos of the 3-headed demon dog. The first 5th grade exotic beast I hunted in my life was also worth taking a picture to remember it by. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 1,000 agility attribute. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 1,000 to your attribute strength. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 50 to your spirit attribute. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an S-rank ability fragment, Hellfire 3-3. Chapter 94. Why provoke him for no reason? The second complete S-rank Hellfire ability has been obtained. The Ice Age and Hellfire, a true clash of ice and fire. Suyu himself was a little curious, wondering which big traitor would be the first to experience this kind of treatment. Strength and agility attributes have been significantly boosted once again. His current basic strength and agility are no less than those of enhanced superhumans. I wonder if I had an enhanced superpower, my basic strength and speed would be enough to directly confront those 3rd or 4th rank martial artists. Suyu muttered to himself, just as he was about to pull Gao Shi and the others over one by one for a group photo. Wei Ikuan suddenly appeared in front of him. Without thinking, Suyu picked up her camera and snapped a picture of him. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Master of Basic Leg Techniques. Wei Ikuan looked over. Suyu handed over the photo with a big smile. Instructor, look how handsome he is. Wei Ikuan accepted the photos without expression. This kid has a cunning teacher. We have to be careful about how we handle things. Being too familiar with someone makes you vulnerable to being taken advantage of, while having a poor relationship makes you more likely to be targeted. Suyu looked at him, her face still full of enthusiasm. Sure enough, the stronger the character in the encyclopedia, the better any skill you acquire will be at a master level. Beginner, intermediate, proficient, master. Suyu has figured out these 4 levels. Beyond tactical understanding, it's about integrating and upgrading to a master level. Master level basic leg techniques were the first reward he received directly. Some insights into leg techniques naturally came to mind. At this moment, he even felt that he could master any leg technique he was given. This is the benefit of having a solid foundation. Suyu's taking photos was just an interlude. Wei Ikuan appeared at the scene. All the students were immediately summoned. He glanced at everyone. 70 students, all of them looked exhausted, and many were injured. His eyes held a hint of appreciation. He said, "Congratulations on successfully repelling the beast tide. From now on, all 14 of your teams are qualified to advance directly to the next round. At the same time, you will also receive a reward of 1,000 credits after you enter university." The words fell. The group of young men began to cheer and raise their arms. The reward is 1,000 credits, but after joining the university, a 6th grade exotic beast is only worth 50 credits. They had only killed one 5th grade alien beast, yet everyone had already earned 1,000 credits. So you finally understood why everyone said that the 4 schools training camp was the easiest place to earn credits. 1,000 credits can be exchanged for another Overlord Spear. You can also exchange for the middle volume of the 100 Refinements technique or the upper volume of the Awakening Spirit technique. This reward is undeniably generous. Like Suyu, the others were also considering how to use this credit after entering university.
Wei Ikuan continued, of course, the fact that all of you are qualified to advance to the next round does not mean that you cannot challenge each other now. You can still steal each other's points to achieve a higher ranking in the hunting battle.
Compared to before, each of you now has a guarantee,
he said in a playful tone. He added, the prize for the first place team in this hunting battle will be 1 grade 8 blood crystal and 4 grade 7 blood crystals.
His an 8th grade blood crystal, that must be worth hundreds of millions of points.
A series of gasps of surprise rang out from the crowd. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and the others remained calm. Clearly, Wei Ikuan was encouraging them to challenge Suyu's team at this moment. At this moment, the points behind Suyu's team on the leaderboard were so high that it was impossible to count them all.
After everyone was shocked by the richness of the reward, everyone turned their attention to Suyu's team.
Fu Yu helped Lin Yan, and Xiao Qiao helped Song Qinghuan.
The 4 of them were basically out of fighting ability.
Then he looked at Suyu. He had a bright, sunny smile on his face, as if he was even looking forward to someone challenging him. Everyone silently withdrew their gaze.
We can't afford to mess with them.
Instructor, our team is giving up the challenge.
Instructor, let's give up too.
Our team is giving up the initiative to challenge them. One by one, voices rang out as people gave up the challenge.
Wei Ikuan didn't say anything, but just looked at Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and the others.
Gao Shi looked up at the sky, as if she knew nothing. Hao Jiming said calmly, if you can't beat them, give up the challenge.
What a joke.
Right now, Suyu is the only one in the entire room who was full of energy.
Everyone else's energy and blood were completely depleted.
Let alone fighting, they would be exhausted if they ran a few thousand meters.
When everyone gives up the challenge, Suyu suddenly asked curiously, Instructor, since we're in first place, can we also collect points from the other teams?
The words fell.
The entire audience, including Wei Ikuan, was stunned.
Gao Shi and Hao Jiming looked at each other in bewilderment.
What the hell? What does that mean? Everyone present looked at Suyu with tension.
Suyu flashed his signature sunny smile, don't misunderstand, everyone, I was just asking. Everyone felt as if another cold wind had swept by.
Pang Wen's heart pounded in the crowd.
Brother Suyu, we swear by heaven and earth that our team was the first to choose not to take on the challenge, so please don't be upset with us. He prayed in his heart. Although everyone had given up on improving their rankings, no one wanted to go against the grain and try to be number 1.
Even the team ranked 14th didn't want to advance to the next round with 0 points. How embarrassing would that be if word got out?
Suyu seemed to have suddenly become someone who could control the rankings.
In the observation room, Chang Yon said calmly, why did you provoke him for no reason?
I have to remind him that if Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and the others don't even get the 2nd or 3rd prize, they can blame you guys. The admissions directors were all putting on a fake smile, none of them were good people.
Looking out over the city, Suyu realized that his explanations were still ineffective.
He immediately turned to Wei Ikuan and said, Instructor, our team has no intention of taking on the challenge.
Everyone, including Wei Ikuan, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, since none of you are going to take on the challenge, the rankings for the hunting battle are now set.
Next, the training camp will provide a place for everyone to recover from their injuries and rest.
You have 1 more day. Get some rest and prepare to face the arena battle in your best condition. Wei Ikuan immediately announced the end of the hunting battle and told everyone to prepare for the arena battle.
As he spoke, he tossed out a delicate little door on the spot.
The small door fell to the ground and instantly transformed into the original brass door.
This time, everyone skillfully jumped through the brass gate.
Space-time transformation.
The group found themselves in a huge palace. At the very center of the palace is a pool of boiling water.
The pool was surrounded by cushions. Wei Ikuan was the last to appear in the palace. This is the Immortal Pool Palace.
You can choose to sit on the futons and begin to recover your energy and spirit.
Chapter 95. A man should be treated with new respect after 3 days of separation. Fairy Pond Hall.
It is not a product of the human race. The spring in the middle comes from the 9 Kings pool of the alien race.
He practiced meditation near the pool.
It can help restore your blood and energy to their peak quickly.
Some hidden injuries and deficiencies will also be restored during cultivation.
Currently, there are only 5 places in the entire human race that possess the Immortal Pool Palace.
The Immortal Pool Palace in Wuchang is the smallest of them all.
For the prodigies participating in the training camp, entering the Immortal Pool Palace is also one of the rewards. Many past injuries can be healed in this Immortal Pool Palace. This one effect alone is priceless. After Wei Ikuan finished his introduction, he left the Immortal Pool Palace. Everyone was very cooperative, and the selection of the prayer cushions was based entirely on the ranking. Suyu's team, which ranked first, sat in the spot closest to the Immortal Pool. Next are Gaoxi's team and Hao Jining's team. Suyu's qi and blood were always in a state of fullness. But his mental exertion was no less than that of others. If we consider his spiritual power as 100 threads. In the end, what sustained him in his battle against Cerberus was his last remaining thread of life. If it weren't for the 100 refinement technique, he might have collapsed to the ground like Song Qinghuan. He still seemed to have the energy to joke around and challenge other teams. In reality, his thinking can only go halfway now. Sitting cross-legged on the futon, Suyu closed his eyes and began to practice breathing techniques. The qi and blood that were originally mobilized very slowly were instantly activated. The tense brain immediately relaxed. My mind gradually cleared, and the feeling of being pressed down by a stone slowly disappeared. The speed at which mental energy is being passively restored is already so fast. Suyu wondered if he were cultivating the Awakening God technique, would he be able to fully recover in half an hour inside this Immortal Pool Palace? Time slowly passed. Inside the Immortal Pool Palace, the weariness on the faces of the group of geniuses gradually faded. Tianyuan City. It was the 6th day of Suyu and Song Qinghuan's participation in the four-school training camp. Caillou successfully tempered his first bone. On this day, he also officially decided to challenge a third-grade exotic beast. The teachers at the Genius Training Camp all took this matter very seriously. The ability to kill a third-grade alien beast is a watershed moment in determining whether someone possesses the combat power of a top-tier genius. In previous years, anyone with this level of ability could achieve a top 10 ranking in the Northwest region and a top 50 ranking in the entire Western Theater Command. Such excellent results are enough to make Tianyuan City, a small city, stand out in the Northwest region. They can also receive a significant allocation of resources for the following year. Although 2 students from Tianyuan City participated in the 4 schools training camp this year. But the teachers who knew the actual situation were very clear about it. If you really want to achieve good results in the college entrance examination, you can only hope to break through your limits and become a martial artist like Caillou. A large group of students from the Genius Training Camp entered the wilderness. After searching for a while, the group successfully found the trail of the third-grade exotic beast. At this moment, the expressions of the teachers who had been following behind also became serious. A third-grade mythical beast is no child's play. If Caillou is defeated and severely injured by a third-grade beast, it will be a huge loss for the entire Tianyuan City. In fact, it wasn't just those teachers who were on high alert. The presidents of several universities in Tianyuan City also appeared in the wilderness. The principal of Tianyuan No. 1 Middle School said, "Last year, Zhang Ling took 6th place, and this year we have Caillou. It seems that our Tianyuan City is about to officially rise to become a leading city in the Northwest region." The principal of Tianyuan No. 3 Middle School nodded and smiled. This is a positive feedback. With leaders like Zhang Ling and Caillou emerging, their younger schoolmates will receive more resources for development. The number of geniuses in our Tianyuan City will increase with each passing year. We must seize this opportunity. The principals all nodded in agreement. At this moment, the principal of Tianyuan No. 4 Middle School asked, "Old Tang, how are those 2 from No. 8 Middle School doing? Tomorrow will be the 7th day. It's said that the 7th day is the arena competition. Does that mean we'll be able to meet the other 2 geniuses from Tianyuan City tomorrow?" 3 years ago, Tianyuan No. 8 Middle School snatched Song Qinghuan away from No. 4 Middle School. The principal of No. 4 Middle School has always held a grudge against this. His feud with the principal of No. 8 Middle School is common knowledge. Of course, these are common occurrences for these school principals. Who knows, next year, No. 1 Middle School and No. 3 Middle School might fall out over a certain genius. Tang Yaodong, the principal of No. 8 Middle School, remained calm. He didn't know the exact situation between Suyu and Song Qinghuan. Anyway, Shangyang told him that the 2 of them wouldn't be back too soon. He had heard a rough ranking before, and he felt that if Suyu and the others were lucky, they might have a chance to advance to the next round. After all, the teammates his teacher picked for him were all very capable. Of course, he didn't make any definitive statements, lest he set a trap for the 2 children. He laughed and said, "Old Wu, you don't understand. Even the reward for the last place in the 4 schools training camp is a rare mid-grade blood crystal.
The 2 children will most likely return after they break through to the martial realm in Wu City, so you won't see them for a while.
As he spoke, Tang Yaodong added, I was thinking of giving a special lecture at the genius training camp after they come back. After all, they are the first geniuses in the history of our Tianyun city to participate in the 4 schools training camp.
Their experience on this trip is extraordinary. The principal of number 8 middle school's idea was immediately approved by the other principals. The principal of Tianyun number 4 middle school remained silent. As Tang Yaodong said, regardless of Suyu and Song Qinghuan's ranking, they both set a record in Tianyuan City. Meanwhile, on the other side,
Caillou also engaged in battle with the 3rd-grade exotic beast, the giant tooth rabbit, in the Immortal Pond Palace. After half a night of cultivation, Suyu's blood and mental strength had fully recovered to their peak. The other prodigies are still recovering. Since Suyu had nothing else to do, he didn't want to waste such a good cultivation environment. So he began practicing the 100 refinement technique. Once, twice, or 3 times, with the experience from the first time, there's no need to worry about the depletion of mental energy. His speed in the 100 forging technique was much faster than the first time. Of course, the level of pain also increases exponentially. Through constant self-torture, Suyu completed a 100 forging technique training session in just 3 hours. Just as he was about to begin his second cultivation session, a system notification sound suddenly appeared in his mind. Congratulations, host, on recovering from your hidden injuries.
Your cultivation talent level has increased. Suyu was stunned. So what his father said was true. Without hesitation, he immediately brought up his personal panel to check. Name, Suyu. Talent, C. Special abilities, SSS level Ice Age, SSS level Blessed by Luck Incomplete, S level Hellfire. Martial Arts, The Mysterious Step Mastery. Titles, Low level Tactician, Ordinary Illustrated Book Collector. Skills, Tactical Understanding Master, Basic Leg Techniques Master, Gun Techniques Proficient, Sword Techniques Proficient, Hand-to-Hand Combat Proficient, Dagger Techniques Intermediate, Bicycle Riding Skills Intermediate. Physical Strength High Dimensional Attribute, 300 health points. Spirit Higher Dimensional Attribute, 458 Hz. Strength Low Dimensional Attribute, 4111. Agility Low Dimensional Attribute, 5180. Illustrated Pokédex Collection 156-1000. Looking at his various data, Suyu was somewhat dazed. He suddenly understood what it meant to be treated with new respect after 3 days of separation. Chapter 96 Collective Breakthrough. Suyu's data is vastly different from what it was 6 days ago. His 4 teammates beside him also began to emanate fluctuations of increased chi and blood. But commotion caused many people inside the Immortal Pool Palace to open their eyes and look over. At first, there was a hint of doubt in their eyes. At this stage, apart from those few who have already become martial artists, basically, everyone's chi and blood have reached their limit. It is undoubtedly surprising that someone can still improve their chi and blood at this time. But once they saw the people who had improved their chi and blood, their doubts turned into admiration. In the wilderness, Suyu's team has an advantage in points. The tremendous role played by Lin Yan, Fu Yu, and Song Qinghuan in the face of the beast tide. All of this made everyone forget that their blood energy level was less than 200. Despite playing a crucial role in the beast tide, they were actually ranked at the bottom in the preliminary rankings before the training camp began. The crowd, now realizing what was happening, once again focused their attention on Suyu. It was he who led these 4 people to achieve an epic comeback. He also led everyone to accomplish something impossible. After Song Qinghuan's blood and chi improved, a slight smile appeared on her face. As soon as she opened her eyes, she met Suyu's gaze. She chuckled and nodded. Everything is understood without words. Now, she is also a martial artist with a maximum of 200 chi and blood. Not only her, but Lin Yan and Xiao Qiao's blood energy also reached 200. Although Xiao Qiao didn't have a chance to go any further, her smile was the brightest among the 4. Fu Yu's chi and blood fluctuated the most, resulting in the greatest improvement. After breaking the 180 barrier, he found that he could see the dawn of becoming a supreme martial artist again. Experienced the pleasure of improved blood and energy. His gaze toward the other 4 members of the team was filled with gratitude. Of course, in Suyu's and the others' view, his wooden face remained expressionless, showing no emotional fluctuation. The cultivation opportunities at the Immortal Pool Palace are rare.
After silently criticizing Fu Yu's wooden face in their minds, the group returned to their cultivation.
Tianyuan City.
In the wilderness, surrounded by a group of teenagers,
Caillou successfully beheaded the enemy with a single sword strike.
The head and body of the sawtooth rabbit were separated, and the smell of blood filled the air. The students at the gifted training camp cheered and applauded in celebration.
Holy crap! Caillou really took on a third-grade alien beast all by himself.
I heard that last year's senior brother Zhang Ling only barely had the strength to kill a third-grade alien beast a few days before the college entrance examination. Caillou has already done it, and there are still more than half a month until the college entrance examination.
Isn't he even stronger than last year's senior brother Zhang Ling?
Last year, senior brother Zhang Ling was 6th in the Northwest region.
Could it be that Tianyuan City is about to produce a top 3 player in the Northwest region? Brother, be bold. With senior brother Caillou's strength, he's definitely guaranteed second place and could even compete for first.
The students were having a lively discussion. The 3 teachers at the Genius training camp all looked at Caillou and nodded deeply. Last year, Zhang Ling barely managed to kill a rank 3 beast, but this year Caillou killed a rank 3 beast and still had energy left. His strength is already much greater than Zhang Ling's at the same stage, the bald teacher said. The female teacher said calmly, Zhang Ling is just a martial artist who has reached the limit by relying on blood crystals, while Caillou is a genius who has truly surpassed the limit.
There is no comparison between the two.
In terms of superpowers and combat skills, Caillou also surpasses Zhang Ling by a considerable margin. Everyone says this year's cohort is the era of prodigies, and Caillou will definitely leave his mark on this era of prodigies.
Another teacher remarked with some emotion, what an era of prodigies.
This time, Tianyuan City not only produced Caillou, a prodigy, but also Suyu, a tactical genius.
The bald man nodded. The two of them can be considered the 2 most outstanding talents of our Tianyuan City this year.
The female teacher gave a cold laugh, peerless twins?
I think one of them is a martial arts genius and the other is a tactical genius.
It's a bit inappropriate to force them to be discussed together. After he finished speaking, the other 2 teachers smiled and said nothing more. Xin Wenfeng is Caillou's homeroom teacher, so it's normal for her to favor Caillou. In addition, she had confidently stated that Caillou was definitely qualified to attend the training camp. In the end, Caillou was rejected, while Suyu suddenly appeared and was invited to participate, and was even qualified to bring one more person through the back door. This incident felt like a resounding slap in the face to her. During this week's training camp, whenever Suyu and Song Qinghuan were mentioned, her words were always barbed.
On the other side, while those teenagers were praising Caillou,
a few busybodies went up to Zhang Shizheng and his group and said in a sarcastic tone, I heard you're still waiting for Suyu and Song Qinghuan to come back and lead your team to overtake us.
How about that? Our captain can now kill a rank 3 alien beast single-handedly. You're also eager for Suyu and Song Qinghuan to return, they must have the same strength, right? What are you saying?
Suyu and Song Qinghuan participated in the 4 schools training camp.
That's a mini college entrance exam. No one in Tianyuan City has ever taken it before.
When they come back, killing 4th grade exotic beasts will be a piece of cake. A group of people sang along, watching Zhang Shizheng and his group, angry but unable to speak out, before laughing loudly and leaving. Even after they'd walked a distance, they continued talking. To be honest, you're talking nonsense. I heard that only the top students in the 4 schools training camp have the ability to kill 4th grade alien beasts.
Suyu and Song Qinghuan got in through connections, how are they supposed to kill 4th grade alien beasts? Whatever, I was just saying, you didn't actually take it seriously, did you?
The mocking voices of the group completely disregarded the presence of teachers.
Everyone present heard what they were saying.
Faced with this, Zhang Shizheng and his colleagues could only grit their teeth and endure it. Caillou killed the 3rd grade alien beast.
Can Suyu and Song Qinghuan join forces?
They had no answer in their hearts. Caillou also heard what those people were saying, but he ignored it. These days, people in the training camp often compare him to Suyu and Song Qinghuan. It's as if his not going to the 4 school training camp is some kind of huge injustice. As time went by, everyone seemed to have forgotten that Suyu's participation in the training camp was entirely due to his exceptional tactical talent. Caillou knew that these people were just jealous, and in fact, he sometimes felt a little jealous himself.
But he understood even more clearly that it was Suyu's own ability.
Compared to being jealous of Suyu, he hoped that Song Qinghuan could improve more in the 4 school training camp. Currently, among his peers in Tianyuan City, no one can exchange more than 100 blows with him.
Being invincible is also a kind of loneliness.
Not far away, several school principals smiled without saying a word. Whether it's jealousy or envy, it's all the same. Only after these children leave school will they understand that the world is inherently full of differences. Even Caillou, whom they are so proud of now, will only realize how vast the world is when he truly faces those geniuses.
Chapter 97: The Sour Smell of Love.
When the water in the center of the fairy pool palace stopped boiling, everyone then knew that the time allotted for recovering from their injuries was coming to an end. Wei Yikuan appeared, glanced at everyone, and said, "Tonight, you should all go back and get a good night's sleep.
Meet at the Martial Arts Plaza at 8 a.m. tomorrow."
After saying that, he disappeared again, seemingly out of nowhere.
The quiet immortal pool palace suddenly became lively. Finally, I can go back and get some sleep. Hurry up! Hurry up!
I haven't played games for days, I can't wait to get going. I heard there's a really good barbecue restaurant in Wucheng.
What do you guys think? Want to go and have a meal together? Excuse me, hello, can we exchange contact information?
A group of 17 or 18-year-old teenagers have finally returned to their proper selves. A few boys were arm in arm, going out for barbecue.
Some boys nervously asked girls for their contact information.
Suyu was remarking on how wonderful it is to be young. When I turned around, I found a girl with a high ponytail staring at me.
He was startled. Excuse me, is there something you need?
The girl with the high ponytail continued to stare at him intently, as if trying to discern what made him different from the others.
Suyu was completely confused.
He touched his face and found nothing dirty.
Hello Suyu, my name is Hime.
Thank you for leading us to withstand the beast tide. After saying that, she turned and left without looking back. On the other side, 4 girls were watching and chattering.
Among them, Wu Linlin looked like she was looking very gossipy.
Suyu was still a little confused.
Song Qinghuan's voice rang in his ear. Do you like it?
If you do, I'll help you get her contact information.
She's definitely interested in you.
Suyu almost nodded subconsciously, but he immediately widened his eyes and said with righteous indignation, "Qinghuan, your thinking is not right. Romance and affection are the biggest obstacle for us heroes of the martial world to roam freely. Our most important task right now is to improve ourselves and achieve good results in tomorrow's competition and the college entrance examination afterwards."
Qinghuan, do you understand?
Yes.
You're right. Song Qinghuan nodded seriously.
Lin Yan, who was waiting to see the show, was somewhat bewildered.
Sister Qinghuan, aren't you jealous? Shouldn't you continue to cause trouble for brother Yu? How could you be convinced by him in just 2 sentences? How can you possibly hold on to such an outstanding man as brother Yu like this?
Xiao Qiao skipped in. "Captain, Sister Qinghuan, let's connect on a communication channel first."
Song Qinghuan immediately started operating the bracelet.
Cell phones are something only middle-aged and elderly people like our homeroom teacher Chan Yong use. Young people nowadays use fitness trackers. Okay, Xiao Qiao was overjoyed to have successfully added Suyu and Song Qinghuan on her phone.
I've added you all. I'll create a group chat, she continued.
The group chat, Martial Arts 218 Strongest Professional Team, has been successfully established.
Suyu looked at the group of names and had nowhere to complain.
Speaking of which, we 5 people in the group chat. There aren't a dozen or so different smaller groups behind the scenes, are there? He said. Both women rolled their eyes at him at the same time.
Suyu, Captain, have you been reading too many romance novels?
Suyu scratched the back of his head, remaining non-committal. Turning my head, I suddenly noticed that there was another person standing quietly beside me.
Gao Shi, is something the matter? Suyu asked.
Gao Shi seemed to be startled, his eyes darting around as if afraid that someone else would discover him.
Suyu was somewhat confused.
He even noticed that Gao Shi was blushing.
Suyu began to feel afraid. Yes, well. Suyu, shall we add communication?
Gao Shi finally explained his intentions after beating around the bush for a while. Suyu and his bracelet collided. With a beep, the communication friend has been successfully added.
Suyu was trying to find out about his sexual orientation.
Before he could even speak, the other person had already reached the door, and in the blink of an eye, they were gone.
Song Qinghuan asked with some doubt, does he seem to have social anxiety?
Suyu looked equally puzzled.
Logically, this shouldn't be the case. He was so passionate during the Fuyu mental resonance session before. The group took the aerial elevator back to the mainland.
After saying goodbye, Suyu and Song Qinghuan returned to the hotel together. The two walked side by side in this unfamiliar city.
Neither of them spoke. We walked step by step, silently enjoying the quiet of the moment. Suyu was torn between his inner thoughts and his own mind.
Although he and Song Qinghwan had engaged in close combat countless times in the gravity training room. But he was a novice in his past life, and he is still a novice in this life. When it comes to holding a girl's hand, it's still inevitable that my heart races and I feel conflicted and nervous. Even though they both understand each other's feelings, when it comes time to hold hands, countless unnecessary thoughts arise.
Who cares, let's hold hands.
Suyu closed his eyes and grabbed.
Song Qinghwan froze. She immediately asked, Suyu, why are you grabbing my arm? Are you in danger? It's all right, it's all right.
Suyu withdrew his hand with a forced smile.
Damn it. Suyu, you're such a piece of trash, he cursed inwardly.
Suddenly, a soft little hand grasped his right hand. At that moment, Suyu felt as if his heartbeat had stopped. He stiffly turned his head to look at Song Qinghwan.
Song Qinghwan smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent shapes.
Suyu grabbed his hand, and the two intertwined their fingers completely.
Are you hungry? Suyu asked. A little, Song Qinghwan replied obediently. I just heard them say there's a good shop, shall we go try it? Okay. Are you thirsty? It's all right. Would you like something to drink? It depends on what you want to drink.
In the shadows, Zhuge Yun felt that he shouldn't have listened to Chun Yang's nonsense about protecting Suyu in secret.
Damn it, who would dare to lay a hand on the students of the genius training camp in Wuching now?
Two old hags who've been single for most of their lives just had to come up and eat this dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Chun Yang stood by with a calm expression.
You'll get used to it, you'll get used to it.
I'm used to you being a jerk.
On the other side, Wei Yikuan silently turned around and left. There are clearly more than just one or two major victims tonight.
Suyu and Song Qinghwan only found out after returning to the hotel that the homeroom teacher had not returned since the training camp.
Suyu muttered, he's definitely going to find his old flame.
In the shadows, Zhuge Yun had Chun Yong under control. The two went back to their respective rooms. In the hotel corridor, the two old guys breathed a sigh of relief at the same time.
Not bad. Not bad. The two kids do know that minors shouldn't do that.
Otherwise, a high school teacher and a university professor would really be unable to resist fulfilling their responsibilities as teachers. In her room, Song Qinghwan happily called her mother, recounting her experiences over the past few days. On the other hand, Suyu called his father countless times, but no one answered.
No need to guess, he's definitely drunk again. Chapter 98 Martial Arts Legend. It was the 7th day of Suyu and Song Qinghwan's training camp. Tianyun City, Ping'an Community 201. The Soviet soldiers got up early in the morning and cleaned the room inside and out.
Then he took out a diary from the cabinet, with a group photo tucked inside. It was from this diary that Suyu learned that her father used to need her mother's permission to play games. At the same time, it was in this diary that I saw my mother's face for the first time. On that day, he also received a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork from the Soviet army. His wails echoed throughout the entire Ping'an residential community. This was the only time he had ever been attacked by the Soviet army in his entire life. Sunlight streamed into the room through the old windows. Su Jun sat in the corner, holding a cell phone in one hand and a photo in the other. When Suyu called last night, he hadn't been drinking or sleeping.
But he didn't answer.
His son is doing well, and he's afraid that as the father, he won't be able to hold back his tears and lose face. So early in the morning, he kept talking and talking while looking at the missed calls and photos.
Shaman, our son is much more capable than his father. Do you know about the 4 schools training camp? He went to participate. He's the first one in the entire Tianyun city.
He called me yesterday, but I didn't dare answer.
You said he'd be disappointed? It's okay, this kid is very strong-willed.
When he comes back, I'll cook him a big meal as a reward.
By the way,
he's really capable now. He's found a really beautiful girlfriend. When I first found out, I thought this kid was a toad eating swan meat. I never imagined our son would be such a swan. The two kids are such a perfect match. They're a perfect match, just like we always were.
They're definitely a couple.
Wuching, at the Martial Arts Plaza.
All 70 students were present. Everyone waited for Wei Yikuan to appear. Some looked nervous, while others looked relaxed. Some people even looked blissful.
Suyu and Song Qinghwan held hands in broad daylight. This made the other 3 members of Su Yu's team widen their eyes. At the same time, it also broke the hearts of many girls. After the battle against the Beast Tide, Su Yu had become the dream lover of these girls. Compared to the girls' heartbreak, the boys were watching the two of them with gritted teeth.
Everyone knows that Su Yu and Song Qinghwan are a couple.
But even if everyone knows it, it's a bit much to blatantly shove dog food in front of your face. They were both 17 or 18 years old.
Why are you both a tactical genius and a martial arts genius? Damn, even when he's looking for a girlfriend, he's found someone this outstanding. Are you trying to kill us? Song Qinghwan blushed slightly, while Su Yu remained calm.
Su Yincheng and Yao Yu even kissed in public.
What's wrong with them holding hands? Is there any law against it? In the square.
Su Yincheng, who was also snuggling with Yao Yu, nodded secretly as he looked at Su Yu.
As expected of someone from the Su family, Wei Yikuan appeared in the square.
As soon as he appeared, he instinctively looked at Su Yu and Song Qinghwan.
He glanced at them expressionlessly and said calmly, "Follow behind me."
Soon, everyone arrived at the center of the largest building in the Wuqing Dome. The Hall of War and Martial Arts. It is surrounded by hundreds of thousands of seats. At the center of the battle hall are 10 arenas suspended in the air like islands. It is said that this is the final competition of the college entrance examination.
So this means we're getting a preview of the venue? Holy crap, aerial combat is awesome. The group followed Wei Yikuan into the battle hall. Everyone looked around.
It is said that the battle hall itself is a huge spiritual artifact, and even the scions of aristocratic families like Fu Yu had never been to the battle hall before.
The group was discussing it. Several figures appeared on the high platform of the battle hall.
The scene fell silent the moment they appeared.
"Hello students, I am Wang Chuandao. You can call me Teacher Wang."
The tall, thin middle-aged man greeted everyone with a kind smile. At that moment, everyone looked on with respect and admiration. Wang Chuandao, one of the 9 great masters of China, is also the Minister of Education of China. Since the beginning of martial arts, he has been the Minister of Education in China, and he continues to support the operation of education in China to this day.
The entire system of the martial arts university was spearheaded by him.
He also popularized the breathing techniques, body tempering techniques, and bone tempering techniques, which are now practiced by all martial artists. This martial arts legend deserves to be called a teacher by everyone in the world.
"Hello, teacher."
All the prodigies shouted in unison.
Following them were the presidents of 4 universities.
Xu Yiqing from Nanjing University, Ping Wanwen from Pingyun University, Fan Sanluo from Jubiai University, and Shi Tianwu from Dongji University.
These 4 are all 8th rank venerable level beings. On the desolate battlefield, there are also many of their legendary achievements. The greeting was still the same, "Hello, teacher."
Behind them was a data team led by 4 admissions directors. These are the spectators for this arena battle. 2 audience members, to avoid any appearance of impropriety, did not go on stage but had already found seats in advance.
After meeting these legendary figures,
these young men instantly became passionate.
Everyone was eager to showcase their full potential.
His gaze was also intense, as was that of Su Yu. I wonder if these legends will take a group photo after they're all over.
"How about I take the photos?" he muttered.
"Brother Su Yu, I feel like taking photos is your real hobby. Why do you want to take a couple of pictures wherever you go?"
Lin Yan asked curiously.
Su Yu shook his head mysteriously. "You don't understand, this is a quirk that only geniuses have." On the high platform, a group of bigwigs took their seats. Hearing Su Yu muttering to himself, Wang Chuandao chuckled and said, "This Su Yu is quite an interesting child.
If he wins first place this time, we won't mind taking a picture with him." Several principals standing nearby nodded and smiled.
The group looked at Su Yu, their eyes filled with anticipation. This young man is the biggest surprise of this 4-school training camp. The contestants were present, and the audience was present.
The tournament is about to begin. Wei Yikuan explained simply, "The rules of the arena competition are very simple. There are 10 arenas here.
The 5 on the left are the upper-level arenas, and the 5 on the right are the lower-level arenas. If you can stand in the ring until the end, you will be in the top 10 of this individual competition. Finally, the top and bottom arena will be drawn by lot to determine the specific rankings of the top 10.
Did you all hear me clearly?"
"Understood," everyone replied in unison.
Wei Yikuan announced, "The arena competition officially begins."
The 10 suspended arenas fell to the ground.
All 70 geniuses present were eager to try.
However, 1 second passed, 10 seconds passed, 30 seconds passed, and still no one went on stage ahead of time. Suyu held Song Qinghuan's hand, thinking that he would go on stage after the rest of the team had gone on stage. Song Qinghuan suddenly tugged at him gently.
He looked up and found that everyone was looking at him. In the audience, Wang Chuandao said with a faint smile, "If I don't speak first when spring comes, which insect will dare to make a sound?" Chapter 99. Who does Suyu resemble?
On the high platform, Wang Chuandao's voice was not loud. The 4 principals who had overheard this all paused slightly in surprise. "Minister, your evaluation and expectations of this lad are rather high." The group pondered this in their hearts.
Wang Chuandao chuckled and said, "What do you think his future will be like? A tactician who can command the utmost respect from his peers?" All 4 principals looked down at the audience.
In front of the ring, Suyu did not go on stage, the others waited for him. Whether it's Gao Shi or Hao Jiming, these are geniuses who have been used to being number 1 since childhood.
Everyone was waiting for Suyu to become the first champion to step onto the stage.
This is not only a recognition of their strength, but also their heartfelt admiration. Without him, the battle against the Beast Tide would not have lasted until nightfall, nor could they have withstood the Beast Tide.
Everyone looked at Suyu.
Suyu felt a faint sadness. He realized that his abilities and mindset were not aligned.
"Dude, you're already this good, what are you waiting for? I should be the first one to go on stage.
Anyone who disagrees, come and fight me. I promise I won't do it again next time." Reflecting on himself, Suyu leaped onto the number 1 arena. Standing on the ring, the smile that was always on his face disappeared. He glanced at all the prodigies and swung out the dark gold overlord spear. Suyu's extremely provocative attitude did not displease the group of geniuses.
The first champion to defend his title appeared in the upper-ranked arena.
Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, Wu Linlin, and Su Yingcheng successively stepped onto the other 4 upper-level arenas. Suyu looked at Hao Jiming, who was holding a long sword with his eyes closed, looking like he was waiting for someone to die. He nodded to himself, and some previously useless knowledge was once again enhanced. Everyone in the training camp has accepted Suyu's status as an unparalleled genius. He has even been implicitly recognized by everyone as the number 1 player in this competition. But no one could have imagined that this peerless genius was the number 1 person in everyone's hearts.
"This is my first time in my life, no.
It's my first time fighting in a ring battle in both my past and present lives.
Last night, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep. I got up in the middle of the night to practice a cycle of the 100 refining method before finally falling asleep." Driven by curiosity about new things, Suyu greedily absorbed all sorts of useless knowledge. Below the arena, Song Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle as she looked at him. In everyone's eyes, Suyu now holds a gun in one hand, exuding sharpness and unparalleled domineering aura. Only she knew that she was on her way here that morning. This person kept asking himself what the rules were for the ring competition, what he should pay attention to, and what he should prepare. His eager to learn yet nervous demeanor was just like that of a primary school student taking their first exam. In Song Qinghuan's eyes, he was simply adorable to the extreme. On the high platform, the 4 principals smiled. A tactician capable of suppressing all the geniuses of his generation? Isn't that Ji Qing? No wonder Minister Wang gave Suyu such high praise. However, there are still some differences between the two. Ji Qing was able to command the respect of his peers, even among geniuses. That was purely because his heart was dirty enough he ruined everyone. In the end, no one dared to disobey him. For many years afterward, whenever he said something, everyone had to think carefully about whether he meant something else or whether he had set a trap for someone to fall into. As for Suyu, well, as long as the ending is the same, it doesn't matter whether you submit through trickery or through beating. Several former principals were secretly reminiscing about the dark history of a certain grandmaster. Behind them, Deng Ji, Jin Yun, and the others looked on with anticipation. With all 10 arenas now having a champion, the final round of the arena competition has officially begun. 10 arenas. Almost everyone rushed to the 5 arenas on the right. The top 5 are definitely beyond our reach. The last 5 are all worth considering. Everyone here is a genius. If we can't beat the top 5 monsters, does that mean we can't compete for 6th to 10th place? This kind of title defense not only tests strength and endurance, but also requires exceptional eyesight. Your ability to strike when your opponent is at their weakest point is a skill in itself. Of course, once you become the champion, you also have to be wary of others doing the same thing to you. From the perspective of the competition format, this tournament is completely unfair. However, there is never any fairness on the battlefield. It seems those 5 won't have a chance to make a move before the elimination rounds, Shanyan said. The other 3 directors were about to nod in agreement. Center of the battle hall. 4 people lined up and came to the front of the number 1 arena. Their choice immediately drew everyone's attention. On platform number 9, the 2 people who were about to start their fight stopped what they were doing and looked over. Fuyu, Ling Yan, Xiao Qiao, Song Qinghuan. All 4 members of Suyu's team chose to challenge the captain. This scene left everyone somewhat bewildered. What's going on? I don't know. Aren't they just handing themselves a free kill? Everyone was wondering. Someone suddenly realized, that's right. It's about feeding the enemy kills. Think about it, their chi and blood were all less than 200 before, and their individual strength was among the weakest. For them, it doesn't really matter who they challenge. This statement was immediately accepted by everyone. That makes sense. Anyway, they've already won first place in the team competition, so challenging the captain just to go through the motions seems quite reasonable. Tisk, it's a bit of a pity. I was hoping to have a go at that girl with the lucky ability. I'm not trying to be rude, but you're thinking of a countermeasure? Everyone can understand the choice made by Suyu's team. After the initial surprise, they all turned their attention to the upcoming arena match. In front of the number 1 arena. The 4 people, including Song Qinghuan, were considered by everyone to have taken the initiative to kill each other. At this moment, they were all eager to show their captain what he was capable of. They certainly don't have the strength to compete for a top 10 spot right now. However, they did not intend to simply go through the motions by choosing to challenge Suyu. Since we're going to lose anyway, why don't we challenge the strongest person? Even if we lose, at least we'll know how big the gap is between us. If we don't understand the gap between us, how can we possibly catch up with him? Surpass him? Last night, in a small group chat of 4 people, Song Qinghuan rallied the crowd with great enthusiasm, successfully uniting them on one side. The scene returns to the battle hall. On the arena, Suyu looked at the fighting spirit burning in the eyes of the 4 people. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression was very serious. Fu Yui was the first to jump onto the ring. Captain, let me see just how strong your mental power really is. As soon as he finished speaking, the veins on the sides of his eyes bulged. Suyu's mind suddenly went blank for a brief moment, until he was able to see things clearly again. Just then, a sharp arrow flew right in front of them. Suyu's lips curled up slightly, and without even unleashing his inner energy, he easily deflected the arrow with a single spear thrust. Below the arena, Lin Yan suddenly shivered. Sister-in-law, I have a feeling we're courting death. Chapter 100 No, Brother Suyu. Lin Yan's address of a sister-in-law made Song Qinghuan blush slightly. Looking at Suyu on the stage, she smiled and said, it's alright, Suyu knows what he's doing. On the arena, Suyu approached Fuyu and swept him dozens of meters away with a single shot. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Fuyu didn't dare to hesitate and quickly got up, his eyes serious, and drew back the bowstring. Suyu smiled and put away the Overlord spear. It was another constant mental disturbance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time, 6 arrows were shot in succession, trying to block his space to dodge. Suyu lightly touched the ground with his toes, and stepped back as he did so. After several attempts, they managed to intercept the arrows. He tossed the bow and arrow aside and smiled, neither the speed nor the power is enough. Is this what you're planning to use against me? Fuyu looked helpless. They were completely outmatched. His proud mental strength ability was completely ineffective against the opponent. They are no match for him in terms of strength, speed, and combat skills. On the side, Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and the others looked on with regret, seemingly bored. Many people below the arena also turned their gaze away. The difference in strength between the 2 sides is too great, so this battle is not very indicative of anything. Just as Fuyu was about to give up, Suyu then said calmly, is this all there is to it? Whoosh. 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 Arrows were fired continuously. As Suyu kicked away the arrows, he said, is this all you can do with your superpower? Think carefully about what you can do if you can control your mental power. Fuyu paused slightly as he drew his bow. Suyu suddenly closed in and kicked him away with a powerful roundhouse kick. Fuyu quickly regained his balance. Can you do perception, interference, gain, and manifestation? If all else fails, imagine your mental energy as a power and make it explode. Can you do that?
His attack on Fu Yu was much faster than he claimed. While barely managing to fend off his foot strikes, Fu Yu pondered what he had said.
On the high platform. Everyone was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Fu Yu's mental synchronization is already quite impressive. So you said he could materialize it, even explode it? Isn't the manifestation of spiritual power a characteristic of us grandmasters? The admissions directors looked at each other in bewilderment. They were in awe.
On the stage, Su Yu's mouth still didn't stop.
Do you think that if one's mental power is strong enough, it's possible to predict things? Or, could you imbue objects with your spirit? So that everything you touch becomes you?
The veins on Fu Yu's forehead almost burst.
Su Yu quickly kicked him from the ground into the air. Don't think about those things yet. Let's talk about something simple. How about controlling objects? Does mental suggestion work? Why are you always focusing on interfering with other people's mental energy? Can't you try a different approach? Can't you just follow the emotional fluctuations of others and construct the image you want them to see? Does it have to be a head-on confrontation? Don't bother. How can you succeed if I'm already wary of you? Let me tell you an easier one. You shot the arrow, couldn't you have tried to control it to turn? On the high platform, Fengwan asked curiously, is what Su Yu said really true, or is it just his own guess? The words had barely left his mouth. Fu Yu forcibly drew his bow and shot an arrow in mid-air. 3 arrows were fired at the same time, just as Su Yu was about to kick them away. The 3 arrows suddenly dodged his attack. The admissions directors on the platform all stared wide-eyed. Gao Shi and the others, who had been idly squatting and watching the show, also stood up instantly. Just as Su Yu was about to dodge, his figure flashed. With a loud bang, 3 arrows exploded simultaneously. The onlookers' mouths gradually gaped open. Su Yu patted his slightly dizzy head and laughed. Oh, you've even learned to apply what you've learned to other situations. With a bang, Fu Yu fell to the ground, completely too weak to get up. That wooden face, so tired. When Su Yu approached, he forced a grin, revealing his pearly white front teeth. Fu Yu was helped off the field by Lin Yan. He looked extremely disheveled and covered in dust. But after this battle, everyone present remembered his name. Mental interference, mental suggestion, and finally, the control of the bow and arrow combined with an explosion. Many people were secretly making plans in their hearts. If I were to encounter him, would I be able to win? Thinking about it, many people secretly shook their heads. Su Yu won easily entirely because his mental strength was so powerful it was almost abnormal. During the battle against the Beast Tide, he and Song Qinghuan created the miracle of freezing the Watchtower City. Even now, when we think about it, everyone still finds it outrageous. They are different, their mental strength is generally inferior to Fu Yu's. If he were to actually face Fu Yu, he might not even know how he lost. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and the others also gave Fu Yu a deep look. Not long ago, I thought there was a huge gap between him and Su Yu, and that their battles wouldn't be very interesting. In the blink of an eye, they discovered that there seemed to be another adversary who could threaten them. Perhaps Fu Yu is not yet able to do that. But after a while, no one can say for sure. In the college entrance examination, apart from Su Yu, whose mental strength is abnormally strong, there are others. They had to be extremely cautious when they encountered Fu Yu. On the high platform, Principal Qi Tianwu of Dongji University laughed and said, it seems that this year's prodigies are far more than just Gao Shi and his group. Fu Yu of the Fu family is also a dark horse. The other principals all nodded. They were also curious whether Fu Yu could really do the other things Su Yu mentioned. Suddenly, the number of onlookers at the number 1 arena increased. Those boys who had already failed all came over to be spectators. The more people gathered around, the more excited Lin Yan became. He rushed onto the ring without waiting. Before he could even regain his footing, Su Yu delivered a whip kick. Lin Yan narrowly dodged the attack. Lin Yan also knows the mysterious step, someone in the audience asked in surprise. He has only imitated the form of the misty steps, but not the true essence. It seems that he has been imitating their captain all this time. Xian Yun, standing on the high platform, had sharp eyes. After successfully dodging several times in a row, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. Then, in the next second, Su Yu's leg technique suddenly became fierce, making it impossible for him to predict where the next kick would land. With a bang, he was kicked squarely in the chest. Lin Yan screamed, "Brother Suyu, how come there are still things I haven't seen before?" He shouted and dodged at the same time. At the same time, the dual swordsman also attempted to counterattack. However, compared to the elusive steps he imitated,
Suyu's authentic martial arts technique, the mysterious step, made it impossible for him to touch the hem of the other's clothes.
Lin Yan took several more solid kicks. He finally couldn't help but shout, "Brother Suyu, aren't we going to start now?" Suyu's expression was playful. "Start what? Are you serious about starting?"
He brandished his overlord spear in his right hand. Lin Yan was so frightened that she immediately pulled away several dozen meters.
"Brother! That's not what I meant. Otherwise, what do you mean?"
Suyu slowly raised the overlord spear.
"No! No! No! Brother Suyu, we are all your team members, you can't show favoritism. I need guidance and advice."
Lin Yan felt a burning pain as Suyu's gun swept across her buttocks.
"Oh. This? Well, I don't have any advice for you." Suyu raised his spear again. Lin Yan cried out in terror, "No! Brother Suyu!" Chapter 101, Making a Legend Acknowledge.
Lin Yan quickly raised her twin swords to block the overlord spear.
With a clang, he staggered back hundreds of steps.
He knew Suyu had already stopped, otherwise, given the force Suyu usually used when fighting strange beasts. That one shot was enough to send him flying off the ring, spitting blood.
Without further hesitation, Lin Yan's aura instantly transformed into that of the mythical beast, the giant tooth rabbit.
His legs became incredibly thick, and he pushed off the ground with all his might. He attacked Suyu at a speed far exceeding his previous speed.
Holy crap, Lin Yan has something on her too. I can't keep up with that speed.
The students who had been watching the spectacle with amusement were now marveling at it.
Lin Yan rushed to Suyu in an instant. Just as his twin blades fell, the aura of the serrated rabbit suddenly transformed into that of a wild bear. His eyes were bloodshot, and his whole being exuded the ferocious aura of a strange beast. His shirt ripped open instantly, revealing muscles sculpted like rock. With arms bulging, he brought his hands down with tremendous force. Clang! Suyu raised his overlord spear horizontally, taking Lin Yan's attack head-on without retreating a single step. What kind of monstrous power is this?
Someone in the audience muttered a complaint, and everyone around them nodded in agreement.
On the arena,
Lin Yan seemed to be in a berserk state, like a wild bear.
The twin swords continued to strike fiercely.
But amidst his fierce attacks, his twin swords, wielding left and right, also concealed countless ingenious schemes. He wielded his twin swords like the moon at times, and like forks at others. If Suyu is not careful, he may be able to seize the overlord spear and close in. This was his first time facing a dual wielder.
So he controlled his strength and exchanged dozens of moves with Lin Yan. After gradually becoming familiar with this type of combat,
he deliberately created an opening, allowing Lin Yan to trap the spear tip between her two swords. Lin Yan immediately seized the opportunity to chop off his hand, attempting to disarm him. A faint smile appeared on Suyu's face, and he suddenly increased the force. The shock made Lin Yan's arms go numb. Immediately afterwards, Suyu pointed the tip of his spear directly at his forehead. Lin Yan tried to dodge again by imitating the misty step, but found that no matter how she dodged, the spear tip was always locked on her brow. Strengthening oneself through the characteristics of exotic beasts is indeed a direction. But if you only want to develop in this way, then your superpower will be wasted. Suyu's spear continued to force Lin Yan to move around. On the high platform, Deng Ji said with a complicated expression, "It seems he's still helping him practice the misty steps."
Ahead, Wang Chuandao laughed and said, "He has the talent to be a teacher."
Lin Yan dodged the attack, her forehead covered in sweat.
Then how should I use my special ability? Suyu suddenly started poking his feet. "Did you hear what I just said to Fuyu?" "I heard you." Lin Yan was forced to jump up. He saw the overlord spear mercilessly sweeping towards his crotch. He immediately forced a backflip. The move was cool, but Suyu quickly whipped him in the buttocks with his spear, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. As Lin Yan lay prone, she felt a cool sensation on her chrysanthemum. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned over and got up. 1 second he rolled over, and the next second Suyu was already inside him, right where his butt had been. Seeing Suyu's regretful expression, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "I heard you, so go ahead and use it." "How do I use it? I can't imitate other people's superpowers." Lin Yan's footwork became increasingly agile as she dodged, and she even tried to find an opportunity to counterattack. Is your superpower imitation?
Suyu asked, looking at him with exasperation.
Isn't that so?
Lin Yan replied subconsciously. Suyu immediately increased the intensity. Unable to dodge in time, Lin Yan was whipped several more times.
Did I ask you to imitate him? Couldn't your own ability have achieved the same effects? My special ability is already there? Lin Yan was taken aback. With a snap, Suyu kicked him away. Do you think it's possible? Fuyu can control objects and cause mental energy to explode. You can keep it simple and try mental interference first.
Lin Yan was still tumbling and crawling. The veins on his forehead and neck were bulging.
It's no use.
From below the stage, Fuyu's weak voice could be heard.
It didn't work on the captain, so how could it possibly work on you? Lin Yan was taken aback. Everyone present was stunned. Is it okay to introduce? Holy crap, is this for real?
Damn, I suddenly feel that there's absolutely no problem with their team getting first place.
Stop. I give up.
Without a second thought, Lin Yan was about to thrust her spear at him again. He leaped suddenly, jumping off the stage like a diver. After jumping off the ring, he completely ignored the strange looks from others.
He immediately moved closer to Fuyu. Old Fu, how about we exchange some tips?
Suyu put away his spear and turned his gaze to the remaining two girls. The area around the arena was now in an uproar.
Many students still can't believe that Lin Yan's superpowers are comparable to Fuyu's.
Even Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and the others had some doubts.
On the high platform, the data team member hesitated and said, "How do we record this?" Batten said seriously, "Record exactly what Suyu said." He wasn't joking.
The fluctuations in mental energy were felt by all the grandmasters present. Lin Yan was kicked away by Suyu, and as soon as she landed, she launched a mental attack on Suyu. However, it felt like a mayfly trying to shake a tree.
After 2 rounds. On the high platform, everyone's expectations were raised to a fever pitch.
Even the school principals seemed to sit up a bit straighter.
Suyu is quite interesting.
His teammates are all quite interesting. They're all talented people, the principals chatted. On the stage, Xiao Qiao was the third to step up. Before it started, she covered her bottom. "Captain,
can you not spank me? It's so embarrassing."
Below the stage, Song Qinghuan raised her eyebrows slightly.
Fuyu and Lin Yan silently lowered their heads. It's alright, it's over, no one will remember what just happened.
They will only remember the uniqueness of our abilities.
Suyu was stunned.
He said with an upright expression, "I don't have that kind of fetish."
Really?
Xiao Qiao stared wide-eyed, somewhat incredulous.
It's just that spanking doesn't cause injury. Suyu was speechless. Never mind, I'll just tell you directly.
Just remember, if an ordinary martial artist is lucky, the only impact will be on the people around her.
But what if a 7th grade grandmaster, an 8th grade quasi-master, or even a 9th grade grandmaster possesses the trait of luck?
Her influence extends far beyond those around her.
Suyu finished speaking.
Xiao Qiao was still pondering it over and over.
On the high platform,
the pupils of the group of powerful figures instantly contracted. In the silence, Fan San Luo slowly said, "Suyu is calling us out." Nancheng University President Chu Yiqing chuckled, "It seems this kid put on a show for us today. These children have a bright future."
"Suyu knows more about superpowers than we do,"
Wang Xuandao said with a smile.
Chapter 102 Acting. Captain, does that mean as long as I work hard to improve my cultivation level, my superpower will naturally take effect?
Xiao Qiao asked, blinking her big eyes.
You could say that, Suyu nodded.
Xiao Qiao nodded seriously, then Captain, take a look at the whip. Her blood and energy surged instantly.
The long whip lashed out at Suyu.
Xiao Qiao knew very well that her best option was to unleash her full potential.
After the outburst ended, she had done her best. Anyway, she didn't want to end up like Lin Yan and Fuyu. The long whip covered Suyu like a net. He used his stealth footwork again, weaving through the gaps.
But this time, it seemed that Xiao Qiao had seen through his elusive footwork multiple times. There were several times when we were forced to come to a standstill. When the long whip came, he could only forcefully use the Overlord Spear to defend himself.
Below the arena, the group of prodigies were once again dumbfounded. Is their team really full of talented people? Did Xiao Qiao figure out Suyu's mysterious steps?
Wow, that's incredible. I feel that Xiao Xiao is much stronger than those two guys from before.
Isn't that just nonsense? Fu Yu and Lin Yan are treated like toys by Su Yu.
Look how strong Xiao Xiao is, she almost hurt Su Yu several times. Beside them, Lin Yan and Fu Yu looked up at the sky.
On the high platform, Ping Wanwan, the president of Pingyun University, laughed and said, "Is this the special feature of the luck ability?
This girl's attacks are completely haphazard, yet she manages to block Su Yu's path with her elusive footwork one step ahead of time. I now seriously suspect that Su Yu is deliberately cooperating with Xiao Xiao in this charade. He just wants us to see for ourselves the special nature of this lucky ability."
Chu Yiqing, the president of Nanchun University, squinted his eyes. Ordinary martial artists can influence those around them, but what can grandmasters and above influence? The battle situation on the battlefield? Or all of humanity?
Su Yu's words were mostly meant for the old guys.
In fact, in order to make them believe even more.
He even gave a demonstration of instructing Fu Yu and Lin Yan, making the dignified martial arts legends say that he understood superpowers better than they did.
These are the groundwork laid. He said Xiao Xiao's lucky ability is SSS level.
He said that Xiao could influence the entire war and all of humanity.
Would those old guys believe that? They don't know if they believe it or not.
But the name Xiao Xiao was thoroughly memorized by several venerable ones, and even by the Grandmaster Wang Xuandao.
Su Yu succeeded. On the other side of the audience, Zhuge Yin shook his head with a smile. This kid is really bold.
He dared to set a trap for these big shots on their first meeting.
He's not afraid of being targeted.
I don't know if they'll hold a grudge against me, but I do know that you might not even be considered my student, Chang Yong said quietly from the side.
If they recommend him to Grandmaster Ji, or even want to personally take him as a disciple, do you think he'll still have a chance? Zhuge Yun's expression changed drastically. If this kid is really recommended to Grandmaster Ji, wouldn't he become his uncle master? Damn it! Principals, you can't do this. On the arena,
Su Yu felt he had demonstrated enough, so he used the Overlord Spear to grab Xiao Xiao's long whip. With her overwhelming strength, Xiao Xiao's whip slipped from her grasp instantly. As Su Yu approached, she immediately covered her buttocks.
"Captain! I surrender! I surrender!"
Su Yu really couldn't bear to watch this cute girl with big eyes and pigtails protecting her buttocks.
"Then you can go down by yourself." He was exasperated.
On the high platform, Ping Wanwan laughed even more heartily. Look, this kid is really putting on a show for us on purpose. TSK, the more I look at this kid, the more I feel that he and Lao Ji are cut from the same mold.
The only difference is that he can play much better than Lao Ji used to.
The principals looked at the other prodigies, and a hint of pity suddenly appeared in their eyes.
Speaking of which, Lao Fan, why is that kid Zhuge looking at us with such a resentful expression? Chu Yiqing asked.
Fan Senla stroked his beard. I guess they're afraid we'll send Su Yu to Old Ji's tutelage. In terms of seniority, Old Ji is this kid's advisor. Inside the Hall of War and Martial Arts, Xiao Xiao voluntarily conceded defeat and jumped off the stage.
Everyone else's eyes immediately focused on Song Qinghuan. Oh wow, the real show is about to begin, a battle between lovers. TSK. I love watching this kind of drama the most. I wonder if Su Yu will go easy on Song Qinghuan. Then we'll see if Su Yu is a real man.
If he is, how he dealt with Fu Yulin and Yen just now, how he should deal with Song Qinghuan later. Indeed, it's time to see who holds the most power in the family.
Everyone looked on with anticipation and started discussing it animatedly. On the stage, Su Yu is speechless. What is her family status?
While my buddy was beating up Qinghuan in the gravity training room, you guys were probably nowhere to be seen. He was inwardly complaining.
Song Qinghuan also mischievously took 2 steps forward. Just as a group of people were watching intently as she stepped onto the ring,
she suddenly stopped and smiled at Su Yu, saying, "Su Yu, see you later." After saying that, she turned and walked towards ring number 8.
The scene erupted in an uproar. Ha! No more love triangle scenes? So Song Qinghuan wants to compete for a top 10 spot? Does she have the ability? Are you stupid? They worked with Su Yu to freeze the entire Watchtower City before.
You know it's about teamwork, and this is a tournament where it's not just about superpowers, but also about real combat skills.
TSK, I think it's a bit difficult. It's a pity we won't be able to see a good show. A group of people looked regretful. Fu Yu and Lin Yan exchanged a glance. Lin Yan said quietly, so, we were tricked by the captain and his wife? Fu Yu nodded expressionlessly. The two looked up at the sky again. It hurts so much. This feeling is far more unpleasant than being forced to eat dog food in front of someone. On the stage, Su Yu smiled. Perhaps, there will never be another opportunity like this to showcase their talents. Fu Yu's mental manipulation, Ling Yan's fantasy coming true, and Xiao Xiao's SSS level luck. The special abilities of these three individuals are absolutely worth the human race's vigorous cultivation. At first, he thought that SS and SSS had a lot of superpowers. It wasn't until the battle to defend the city that he observed a group of geniuses with his camera. He then realized that, apart from the few in his own team, there were others. In the training camp, among those with a real rating of S or above, only Hao Jiming's spatial traversal was rated SS. Gao Shi and Wu Linlin were both rated S, and the others were mostly rated A or B. Therefore, the talents of the three of them far surpassed those of ordinary people. Song Qinghuan arrived at the number 8 arena. After calming down the excitement of his successful scheme, she looked at her opponent on the stage, her gaze gradually becoming serious. She really wanted to challenge Su Yu right away. But she understood even more clearly that she needed the reward of being in the top 10. Otherwise, the gap between her and Su Yu will only widen. Moreover, once he enters the top 10, he will still have the opportunity to fight against Su Yu. With that thought in mind, she challenged the defender of ring number 8. Chapter 103 Su Banxian. Song Qinghuan stepped onto ring number 8. Everyone's attention immediately turned to this. Du Yan, the defender of arena number 8, possesses the A-level poison mist ability. The toxicity of the fog is inversely proportional to its range. The smaller the area affected, the greater the toxicity. The larger the area affected, the weaker the toxicity, and it may only have a slight paralyzing effect. However, if his mental strength is strong enough, his special ability will definitely have a good effect on the battlefield. His official superpower rating is S level. Su Yu had seriously considered it. If he could acquire this ability, he could choose to stay. He looked at Song Qinghuan, not particularly worried. On stage number 8, poisonous fog instantly filled the entire arena. The onlookers could no longer see what was happening on the stage. Du Yan used the fog to obscure his vision and lull his opponents into a false sense of security, and has already defeated 6 challengers. Because no one was confident in dealing with his special ability, no one had challenged arena number 8 for a long time. Hey, I feel like Song Qinghuan chose the wrong challenger. Even Du Yan's men can't see it clearly, so even if she wanted to freeze it, she couldn't. It would be better to challenge the one next to you. Is there anyone who can counter Du Yan's superpowers? Isn't it time to make a move? Waiting any longer would be pointless. Everyone knew that someone at the scene could definitely crack Du Yan's supernatural abilities. However, the person who can crack the code is waiting for everyone else to fail before going on stage to reap the rewards. Of course, it's hard to say how many people are waiting to reap the rewards. The group was discussing it. Suddenly, a mist dissipated from the arena. The center was the spot where Song Qinghuan was standing. The arena beneath her feet was gradually covered by ice crystals, and the mist was gradually dissipated. Holy crap! Song Qinghuan's ability isn't just freezing people? This is a domain-type ability, and its level is definitely higher than Du Yan's. How can Su Yu fight back? Don't worry, it's not our place to worry about that. In the fog, Du Yan, who thought he was invincible, was also stunned. He couldn't wait for Song Qinghuan to completely dispel the fog. Using the mist to shift his form, he suddenly appeared behind Song Qinghuan. The long sword pierced the air, pointing directly at Song Qinghuan's head. The battle arena has a most magical feature. When a fighter in the ring is truly in mortal danger, it will automatically trigger a protection mechanism. Just when Du Yan thought his attack would succeed and trigger the War Hall's protection mechanism. With her back to him, Song Qinghuan shifted slightly to the left, narrowly avoiding the sword strike. The next second, she took the opportunity to move closer. A white ice spear was thrown, turning the tables and stabbing towards Du Yan's head. Du Yan dared not be presumptuous and quickly retreated, disappearing into the mist. Holy crap, that was close. Song Qinghuan is so calm. No wonder she's Su Yu's girlfriend. This looks like it's going to be a great show. On the arena, Song Qinghuan continued to dispel the fog. Du Yan knew that he didn't have many opportunities to launch a surprise attack using the fog. Therefore, they dared not hesitate at all. He immediately mobilized his chi and blood, and began to launch a frenzied sword attack.
Sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes up, sometimes down.
It seemed as if a fatal sword could strike from any direction at any moment, surrounding Song Qinghuan. Under this offensive,
Song Qinghuan demonstrated the mysterious steps martial arts technique to everyone for the first time. Du Yan's sword strikes were deadly, but each time he missed by just a few centimeters. Thrust, flick, slash, sweep. His attacks became more and more frequent.
Song Qinghuan's figure became increasingly ghostly.
At this moment, the spectators slowly came to their senses.
Su Yu's elusive footwork is also something Song Qinghuan can do.
She maintained a dodging posture throughout Du Yan's attacks. As his qi and blood were depleted, Du Yan's speed slowed down significantly.
Song Qinghuan began to retaliate with her gun.
The spear thrust forward with precision, while ice spikes attacked from the side. On the arena, the situation changed in an instant. A cold glint flashed in Song Qinghuan's blue eyes. Seize the opportunity when Du Yan loses his footing due to the slippery ground. A single shot pointed straight at the heart. Du Yan wanted to retaliate, but suddenly more ice spikes were shot at his eyes. On the ground, icy spikes, also radiating a chill, suddenly rose up.
A certain death trap.
Song Qinghuan thrust her spear into Du Yan's chest, just before it pierced his heart.
A beam of light appeared on the arena, and Du Yan instantly appeared below the arena.
He clutched his chest, and Wei Yikuan appeared beside him to treat his wounds. Song Qinghuan put away her spear, clasped her hands in a fist salute to him, and said, "I'm sorry, classmate."
Du Yan waved his hand, "It's nothing, it's just that I'm not as skilled as others." Song Qinghuan successfully became the champion of the 8th arena.
She then glanced at the crowd below the stage, as if to say, "You can come up and challenge me now." No one stepped forward around the number 8 arena for a moment. Her superpowers, her martial arts technique of the mysterious step, and her marksmanship.
This made everyone hesitate.
Even if we defeat her at this point, it will definitely be a Pyrrhic victory.
So, do these two really have the ability to be in the top 10? Someone murmured.
Seeing that no one was challenging her for the time being, Song Qinghuan turned her attention to the number 1 arena. At this moment, the atmosphere on arena number 1 was so strange that everyone fell silent.
On the high platform, the admissions directors looked at each other in bewilderment. Isn't this the most outrageous scene in the ring competition in decades? Deng Ji asked curiously.
The answer she received was from Fan Sin Luo, who was ahead of her. "It's more than just a few decades. There has never been such a situation in the last 100 years.
Should we stop them?"
Xian Yun asked, his face full of exasperation.
Wang Chuandao laughed and said, "Why stop them? They haven't broken any rules. I think it's fine as it is."
The group of people remained silent. To be fair, Su Yu's behavior was indeed quite good.
But the art style is just outrageous. This is supposed to be a tense competition. Why are you behaving like a fortune teller at the market? Is your table just missing a banner that says, "Master Su, you have to pay if you don't agree to this"? On arena number 1,
Lin Yan brought Su Yu a table and chairs from somewhere.
2 chairs and a long table. Su Yu sat to one side, with a black and white camera on the table.
The geniuses who had been queuing up lined up one by one and sat down on the stage in an orderly fashion, waiting for him to take their picture. After taking the photos, they eagerly ran to Su Yu's side to wait. After pretending to twirl his fingers, Su Yu began to instruct them on how to use their supernatural abilities and what directions they could develop in. The geniuses he had mentored were incredibly grateful when they voluntarily jumped off the stage.
Several people even tried to stuff money and bank cards into Su Yu's arms.
A certain wealthy man once wanted to remove his spatial ring. If Su Yu hadn't used magic to defeat magic, the space ring worth hundreds of millions might still be on his wrist.
A group of outstanding talents beamed with joy.
On the other side, those geniuses who had long since used up their challenge qualifications were now filled with regret. On several other arenas nearby, Gao Shi and his group were also eager to make their move.
Chapter 104: Su Yu's Showdown.
Clearly, Su Yu has now laid his cards on the table and is no longer pretending.
I can tell what your special abilities are just by taking a picture. You dare come up and take pictures of me?
I dare tell you what the real effect of your superpower is.
He made no attempt to hide it. Of course, the system only provides a rating and a name.
Often he has to elaborate on the name himself, or just make it up. But there was nothing they could do, their fame had already spread.
Now, people believe even if it's just made up. Everyone tacitly understood that Su Yu could learn about their special abilities by taking photos. Everyone obediently waited beside Su Yu for him to tell their fortunes by counting on his fingers. In the audience seats. Chun Yong looked puzzled. That doesn't make sense. He let me use his camera before.
I didn't see the effects of other people's superpowers.
Zhuge Yun smiled and said, so that's the key point. It's not the camera's ability, but his ability. This kid isn't stupid. He knows that today's situation is the perfect opportunity to expose his ability. Tisk, I'm starting to wonder, in those people's eyes, has this kid become a treasure to be cherished? On the high platform. Wang Chuandao said calmly, there is no need to record this kind of data.
The data team immediately nodded in agreement.
Fanson Lua chuckled and said, now it seems I really want this kid to take a couple of pictures of me. We don't have any superpowers, so why should we let him film this? They'll film how ugly we old guys look. Several principals were joking. What do you think about having him go to the school and take pictures of all the other students? Zhu Yiqing suddenly asked curiously. I've thought about this too.
His camera is just a regular camera, and the use of superpowers is definitely limited, so it's not realistic to ask him to take pictures of everyone.
Moreover, things have gotten backwards. Suyu's own cultivation should be the focus.
Ping Wanwen squinted, his eyes full of admiration. There's another point, if the people of St. Lin find out about his extraordinary abilities, they will definitely try every means to get rid of him. Such a superpower is of great strategic significance to the human race.
Everyone nodded in agreement.
Wang Chuandao thought for a moment and then suddenly said, after the tournament ends, Lao Ping, you should focus on limiting the children's memories of this aspect.
In addition, I will announce in a couple of days that the Alien Beast database will be updated. I will get everyone involved to take photos and document the strange beasts. At the same time, your 4 universities will establish a special club. Encourage both combat and tactical students to participate in taking photos. To contribute to updating the Alien Beast database.
Starting with your 4 universities, other martial arts academies should also follow suit.
Minister, now that we have wristbands, isn't it a bit too deliberate to make everyone use cameras? Zhu Yiqing asked. Wang Chuandao nodded, and then said, then let the Shiman family launch a special camera for this major update of the Alien Beast data. All photos taken with this camera will be uploaded to the database simultaneously. He pointed to the camera that Suyu was holding.
Only those who have joined the club can own this camera, which is a kind of restriction.
Everyone nodded. Yes, I've actually felt for a while that the data on the alien beasts needs to be updated.
Many of the explanations of mythical beasts in textbooks nowadays are very one-sided, and they are all from decades ago, which is somewhat misleading to young people.
Yes. I also agree with this major data update.
The principals nodded in agreement with great seriousness.
Arena number 1.
Of the 70 students, 11 came to Suyu to have their fortunes told. Suyu single-handedly accelerated the progress of the arena competition. On the other hand, Song Qinghuan faced 2 more challenges.
Without exception, no challenger could break her illusionary footwork. If you want to compete in superpowers, you're even less of a match for her. After the 2 challenges, there were no other challengers in front of the number 8 arena. Another half hour passed. Finally, everyone ran out of challenge opportunities.
The 5 arenas in the upper level zone, excluding Suyu with his strange art style. The other 4 people watched the play the whole time. After fierce battles, the 5 arenas in the lower tiers. Song Qinghuan, Yang Wenxian, Yaoyu, Yuan Hongjing, and Bu Shiming successfully advanced to the next round. Without exception, all 10 finalists in the tournament were included. Even Fuzakira, who ultimately triumphed by plucking the peach, was a prodigy who had mastered martial arts in front of other martial artists. Of the top 10, 7 are pre-ranked in the top 10. 1 player is expected to be ranked 15th. 2 more. The arena rose in all directions. On the arena, gas flowed like celestial mist. Wei Yikuan enters. You all have half an hour of rest time now. The top 10 battles will begin in half an hour. All 10 people sat down cross-legged and began to adjust their state. At this moment, in the arena, the recovery speed of blood and energy is far greater than usual. Thus, a certain prodigy seized the opportunity to begin cultivating his 100 refinement technique. The 100 forging method, which has caused countless martial artists immense suffering. Suyu seemed to be obsessed, seizing every opportunity to start cultivating. He was very clear that his mental strength was supported by a system, and its improvement speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. If we don't seize every second to hone our skills now, it will only get harder and harder in the future, and it might even become a constraint. Although there is a system in place,
there might be a solution in time. But a wise person does not stand under a dangerous wall. The best option is to nip any signs of trouble in the bud. Half an hour passed. All the other students had already taken their seats in the audience. Wei Ikuan looked at the 10 people and said, "Next, the upper level arena will be randomly merged with the lower level arena." The arena is now fully integrated, and the martial arts competition officially begins. As he spoke, Wei Ikuan tossed out 10 golden bamboo slips. The 2 golden bamboo slips merged, and the arena beneath everyone's feet began to move. In the audience, everyone looked on with anticipation. So, do we have a chance to see 2 couples fight each other today? Tisk, it's time to see how the men of the Su family hold their positions at home. It's hard to say about Suyu, but Su Yincheng definitely has bronchitis. Oh wow. Bro, you've got some juicy gossip? In the audience, the teenagers, no longer under the pressure of the competition, were now discussing animatedly. The arena began to merge. The moment when Su Yincheng and Yao Yu actually met in the arena. The scene immediately erupted in noise, with some people whistling in celebration. Unfortunately, Su Yu's opponent was not Song Qinghuan. He fought against Bu Shiming. Song Qinghuan versus Gao Shi. In the audience, everyone sighed with regret. At the same time, in mid-air, the 10 arenas completely merged into 5 arenas. Chapter 105 Sense of Participation. The moment the match list was announced, everyone looked at Xiao Xiao. The reason is simple: Su Yu's opponent, Bu Shiming, has the ability to control water elements. From the perspective of superpowers, Su Yu, who had frozen the city of Lookout, perfectly countered Bu Shiming. Su Yu's words still echoed in my ears. At this moment, Xiao Xiao's lucky ability showed its effect. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Qinghuan encountered Gao Shi. But everyone can understand. Moreover, in their view, Song Qinghuan would have a similar outcome if she encountered any of the top 5 teams in the upper echelons. Who knows, meeting Gao Shi might be the best opponent. While pondering this, a group of people were already itching to go up and get to know Xiao Xiao first. On the arena, Su Yu brandished his Overlord Spear. He had been looking forward to the final round of 10 for a long time. Fighting in a tournament with Lin Yan and Fu Yu is just child's play. Now is the real arena battle, and the opponents are also top 10 powerhouses. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. He had always been fighting with strange beasts, and he had long wanted to have a proper spar with these geniuses. On the other side of the ring, Fuse Akira had a bitter expression on his face. Although he knew that for him, the most important thing about the top 10 competition was participation. But there's really no need to challenge the strongest right away. There's absolutely no sense of participation here. He was unsure whether he should use his superpower. If a massive flood were to occur, and Suyu were to freeze the enemy with ice, wouldn't that just be digging his own grave? As the arena gradually merged, Fuse Akira felt as if every second was an eternity. Why is the process taking so long? Is it just torture? On the other arenas, Gao Shi meets Song Qinghuan. Knowing that Song Qinghuan had mastered the mysterious steps, Gao Shi dared not be careless. Holding the heavy black iron sword in both hands, he was ready to strike the moment the arena completely fused together. Song Qinghuan also looked solemn. Her opponent is the top-ranked player, and she is ready to unleash her full potential. She hadn't met Suyu yet, and she didn't want to be eliminated so soon. The two were on high alert. On the other side, Su Yincheng and Zhan Yaoyu were fighting. In this battle between lovers, Yaoyu, wielding her twin hammers, shouted, "Yincheng, you're not allowed to hold back." Su Yincheng nodded repeatedly. The fourth arena is between Wu Linlin and Yang Wenxian. The two were both sisters and rivals at school. Meeting at this moment is perhaps the most desirable outcome for both of us. Wu Linlin's weapon is a long staff. Yang Wenxian's weapon was an iron ruler, also known as the 10 hands or trident, which was specifically designed to counter long sticks. This is a weapon she specifically practiced to defeat Wu Linlin. The final arena, Hao Ziming battles Yuan Hongjing. Yuan Hongjing and Bu Shiming had similar expressions. When faced with Hao Ziming, who could travel through space, he was equally helpless. After all, Hao Ziming has never lost a match in the arena since he fully mastered his superpowers. The arena has been completely integrated, and a great battle is about to break out. Fuse Akira immediately adopted a defensive stance. Suyu had already reached him. He was completely terrified by Suyu's incredibly fast speed. Suyu, who had just arrived, was also somewhat bewildered. He felt as if he was about to win. Boom! Captain! Ad! In the audience, Lin Yan's cheers hadn't even finished. All anyone saw was that Fu Shiming was violently swept away by Su Yu's spear. Before he even landed, a beam of light appeared and teleported him outside the training ground. The audience was deathly silent. Wei Yikuan immediately appeared beside Bu Shiming and began to heal his wounds. At this moment, Bu Shiming was bleeding from all 7 orifices and was unconscious. The horrific scene caused everyone to gasp in horror. On the stage, Su Yu was also stunned. He had already abruptly pulled back his strength when he fired that shot. Initially, he actually planned to use a stamp. He looked at the audience with some concern. While treating Bu Shiming's injuries, Wei Yikuan said, "Don't worry. They are all external injuries. The War Martial Hall has protected his internal organs, so there shouldn't be any major problems." In the audience, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but remained silent. The battle began, and Su Yu pressed forward fiercely, sweeping out with a single shot. Bu Shiming was sent flying, bleeding from all 7 orifices. The whole process seemed to take only a second. Su Yu had already won before even engaging in combat on any of the other arenas. The visual impact of this scene is simply too strong. Lin Yan, who was raising her hand to cheer, swallowed the word cheer back down her throat. He swallowed hard, still shaken, and said, "Damn, if the captain had used this much force when he spanked me today." He subconsciously touched his buttocks, feeling a bit hesitant to think about it. On the arena, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Bu Shiming was alright. He reminisced about his first official ring match. It happened very quickly, quite unexpectedly. So Lin Yan and Fu Yu aren't so bad after all. His murmured voice carried through the audience. Fu Yu and Lin Yan both wore expressions of grief and indignation. "Captain, what do you mean?" The battle between Su Yu and Bu Shiming even affected the duels on the other 4 arenas. His speed and strength were simply terrifying. The moment he unleashed his full power, Fuzakira didn't even have a chance to use his supernatural abilities or martial arts. This is the crushing power of absolute strength. It seems like he was provoked. Hao Ziming, who originally wanted to exchange blows without using his supernatural abilities to win, instantly appeared above Yuan Hongjing through spatial teleportation. As the 4 swords rained down, Yuan Hongjing suddenly transformed into a scarecrow and escaped. The scarecrow was torn to pieces, and Yuan Hongjing scrambled to escape. Before he could even get up, Hao Ziming reappeared, unleashing another 4 sword strikes. The head, chest, abdomen, and a sword pierced the groin. A shimmering light appeared, and Yuan Hongjing materialized beneath the arena. Fortunately, Hao Ziming deliberately deviated by a few centimeters with his 4th sword strike. Below the stage, Yuan Hongjing was covered in cold sweat. The next moment, he looked at Fuzakira, whose face was covered in blood and who had already woken up. He felt lucky. If I ran into Su Yu, I'd get beaten up horribly. Even if the scarecrow could escape 10 times, it wouldn't be enough. Hao Ziming also won by overwhelming force. On the number 1 arena, Su Yu stroked his chin and sized up Yuan Hongjing. A level superpower, substitute. It can help the main body withstand 1 fatal blow. Although using it once consumes almost all of one's mental energy. But in a critical moment, having such a special ability would surely be a decisive victory. Su Yu had made up his mind, after the arena competition ended, he would definitely take another photo with Yuan Hongjing. If it cannot be obtained, then I'll try to trick him into going to the same university as me. He'll keep taking advantage of them every day for the next 4 years. He's determined to succeed. This kind of life-saving ability is just too good to pass up. Su Yu and Hao Ziming quickly ended the battle. On the other side of the arena, Gao Shi, who also wanted to end the battle quickly, frowned slightly. He has always been able to devour darkness with unstoppable force. This time, when he encountered Song Qinghuan, the speed at which he absorbed qi and blood seemed to have slowed down considerably. Chapter 106 is unclear. Song Qinghuan's mastery of her superpowers is now different from what it used to be. The area where the ice crystals beneath her feet spread was her unique ice domain. However, the strength and size of the domain will vary depending on the strength of one's mental power. At this moment, they faced Gao Shi's engulfing darkness. The ice domain she can create is at most 3 meters in diameter. This is the most suitable range any larger, and the speed at which the opponent absorbs blood and qi will increase exponentially. If it were any smaller, it would restrict the space for combat. Gao Shi frowned, somewhat puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation,
but unfortunately, he didn't have time to figure it out. Desiring to end the battle quickly, he drew his sword with both hands and approached Song Qinghuan directly. The heavy sword came slashing down, and Song Qinghuan barely managed to dodge it. Having only just begun to master the mysterious steps, Gao Shi was already finding it somewhat difficult to use them. But her repeated dodging, even though she only defended and didn't attack, still caused an uproar in the audience. Wow, they've already exchanged blows several times, and Song Qinghuan is still going strong. Both Fu Shiming and Yuan Hongjing were defeated instantly.
Song Qinghuan is at least at the top 8 level. 8th move. 9th move. Song Qinghuan is still persisting. Holy crap. Go Song Qinghuan. Song Qinghuan, hang in there. 10 rounds in a row. A group of teenagers spontaneously cheered for Song Qinghuan.
On the stage, after Gao Shi and Song Qinghuan exchanged blows for several rounds, he gradually came to understand that Song Qinghuan's special ability could create a zone to resist his dark engulfment.
At this moment, his concern was not about being unable to defeat Song Qinghuan.
Her mental strength was clearly not as strong as his, and under the constant erosion of his supernatural power, she could not maintain this state for long.
Victory is inevitable, but facing Suyu later will be a different story. Gao Shi was filled with worry. Song Qinghuan, who had been forced to dodge, immediately seized this opportunity.
The spear charged out, carrying ice and snow with it.
A gunshot grazed Gao Shi's cheek.
A cut appeared on his face, and the blood froze before it could flow.
Holy crap! Holy crap! So close. Just a hair's breadth away.
If Gao Shi hadn't reacted just now, that shot would have ripped her throat out.
Song Qinghuan actually found an opportunity? The audience was shocked.
On the stage, Gao Shi also came to her senses. He understood that it wasn't time to consider a showdown with Suyu yet.
Without further hesitation, veins bulged on his forehead.
The place where he and Song Qinghuan fought gradually began to lose its light.
Using her mental strength advantage, Gao Shi began to forcefully encroach on Song Qinghuan's domain.
At the same time, the Xin Tai heavy sword was stacked in 9 layers, each strike more ferocious than the last.
Song Qinghuan's mental strength was impacted. In that moment of distraction, Gao Shi immediately seized the opportunity.
A sword swept across his waist, and the misty steps were too late to dodge. Song Qinghuan could only forcefully raise her gun to block. The terrifying power of the 9-layered formation is displayed. Song Qinghuan flew hundreds of meters away in an instant, her arms hanging down and her spear falling to the ground. There was still a little blood at the corner of his mouth. This sword strike rendered her unable to fight. With the outcome decided, instructor and medical staff Wei Yikuan immediately began treating Song Qinghuan's injuries. Suyu watched from the side. It would be a lie to say I don't feel sorry for her. But he also understands that in this era, no one can be a flower in a greenhouse.
Even if it were possible, Song Qinghuan wouldn't be willing.
Below the arena, Song Qinghuan immediately looked at him. There was no weak look in her eyes. Her eyes seemed to be saying to Suyu, I may not be able to challenge you this time, but I will definitely be able to next time.
Ignoring the eye contact between the young couple, Wei Yikuan expressionlessly helped Song Qinghuan set her dislocated arm. Song Qinghuan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and gave Suyu a peace sign.
On the stage, Suyu used his hands as a camera to take a picture of her. The battle situation on the other 2 arenas is also gradually becoming clear.
Yao Yu's giant hammer pounded cracks into the ground. Su Inqing's progress was slowed down. But Yao Yu never found a good solution to his lightning attacks. Her hair was already burnt from Su Inqing's electric shock. If a martial artist doesn't have abundant qi and blood, it would be very easy to induce hair growth. For a girl, having her beautiful hair ruined is devastating. This is undoubtedly a blood feud involving the murder of one's father and the theft of one's wife. Of course, since we are martial artists, these things are not that important. In the audience, although everyone was joking around, they all knew that the 2 of them were not holding back at all. Wu Linlin and Yang Wenxian. Although Yang Wenxian's weapon was specifically designed to counter Wu Linlin's long staff. But countless vines sprouted from Wu Linlin's long staff from time to time. The so-called weapon advantage is completely lost in this situation. Wu Linlin's martial art, the Bagua staff, is ever-evolving and continuous. Her special wood element ability also allows for more variations in her staff techniques. In contrast, Wu Linlin was always on guard against Yang Wenxian's special abilities. She was quickly and completely subdued. Suyu observed the battle, harboring great wariness towards Yang Wenxian. S-rank superpower, enchanting eyes. If your mental strength is strong enough,
a single glance from her can drive someone to obsession and madness, even to the point of willingly giving up their life or everything else. Wu Linlin was aware of her special abilities in this area, so he always guarded against her bewitching eyes. If he hadn't used the system to investigate her abilities, they could very well fall into the trap without even realizing it. And what surprised him was not only her special abilities. Instead, while possessing captivating eyes, she also minimized her presence in the crowd. Without careful observation, no one would notice that she is a woman with both stunning looks and a perfect figure.
Among the discussions about geniuses and beauties, few people mention Yang Wenxian.
Therefore, in Suyu's opinion, Yang Wenxian was definitely one of the top 5 in the training camp. In addition to this, Suyu was also considering a very important issue.
If he had the chance to obtain the enchanting eye, would he choose this ability?
As time passed, the final 5 were finally determined. As expected, all 5 fighters in the upper tier arena made it to the end.
In the final 5-4 round, one person is destined to receive a bye. After letting all 5 of them rest for half an hour, Wei Yikuan took out 5 jade slips and let the 5 people draw lots themselves. In the audience, everyone looked at Xiao Xiao.
Xiao Xiao was initially in a spectator's mood when she noticed that everyone was looking at her expectantly. She was also swept up in the moment and began to close her eyes and pray.
The captain gets a bye. The captain gets a bye. On the arena, Gao Shi and the others also looked at Suyu first.
Suyu, you go first.
If you get a bye, we can go straight for our opponent, Gao Shi said. Suyu was both amused and exasperated. Honestly, Xiao Xiao's superpowers weren't that outrageous. If you really could just have whatever you wanted, wouldn't that be an upgraded version of Lin Yan's fantasy coming true? Suyu approached Wei Yikuan. He closed his eyes and randomly pulled out a jade slip from the bamboo tube. The moment he took out the jade slip, Wei Yikuan's gaze towards him changed instantly. Suyu opened his eyes and saw the words "by" written on the bamboo slip. The other 4 people standing nearby wore expressions of "I knew it." Suyu's gaze landed on Xiao Xiao in the audience. You're done for now, you can't explain yourself. Chapter 107 Reasons. In the audience, Xiao Xiao was also a little confused when she saw Suyu draw a bye. She had just closed her eyes to pray, but that was only because she was caught up in everyone's expectant gaze. She now understands perfectly well that her words do not carry on. It's just good luck. Sometimes it doesn't even work. But what do we do now? It seems there's something I can't really explain. Seeing the crowd gathering around her, she opened her mouth to explain, but didn't know how. At the same time, there was also some tension. On the high platform, the admissions directors looked at each other in bewilderment. Deng Ji looked puzzled. It wasn't like this before. I don't know. It could be a coincidence, or Suyu might just be having a lucky day. Qian Yun said with a wry smile. This year's tournament has a completely different style from previous ones. On the arena, Suyu was given a bye. Hao Jiming drew Gao Shi in the lottery. Wu Linlin and Su Yincheng automatically became rivals. Hao Jiming and Gao Shi's early encounter immediately enlivened the audience. Interestingly, this is what's happening in the audience at this moment. The proud young men, who had initially been sitting scattered, were now dispersed. At this moment, they all gathered around Suyu's team. Especially around Xiao Xiao's seat, a group of teenagers were scrambling for it, wishing they could share one chair. This feeling made Xiao Xiao feel as if she had returned to the time when she had just awakened her superpowers. She had always been lucky since childhood, and during that period her luck reached its peak. You can win the lottery, find money on the road, and collect blood crystals in the wilderness. In martial arts class, I always inexplicably render my opponent unable to fight. In tactical lessons, she would randomly choose a path, which would then become the only safe way out. Her extraordinary luck attracted everyone's attention. So the principal found a person with sensory abilities to help her with the test. She was emanating supernatural energy. In an instant, she became the most popular person in the entire school, and even the entire city. Everyone wanted to be her friend. The city's top student even transferred to their school to be her deskmate. At that time, everyone wanted to get close to her and curry favor with her. At first, she was just like she is today. I often pray for them and make wishes. May they always have good luck and may their wishes come true. But as time went by, after people realized that her prayers and wishes had no effect,
their enthusiasm for her gradually faded.
Not only that,
Her new deskmate and best friend blamed her for everything after a mishap during her training. She believed that Xiao Xiao's good fortune was due to absorbing the luck of everyone else around her. She said that ever since she became classmates with Xiao Xiao, she has often had bad luck.
she gave a serious example, saying that she was everyone's number one favorite.
So, overnight, Xiao Xiao became the unlucky star that everyone avoided. Xiao Xiao knew that she wasn't like that. But she also began to doubt whether her special ability was simply a matter of luck.
Otherwise, why can't we help our good friends improve their blood and energy levels faster, and so on? At that time, she got stuck in a rut. Fortunately, despite having doubts about his own abilities. But she remains the same optimistic Xiao Xiao. When everyone was unwilling to speak to her, and even wanted to stay away from her, she always had a sunny and sincere smile on her face. She treats everyone with kindness and equality, and blesses everyone. For her, it seemed that nothing had changed. But this sudden burst of enthusiasm gave rise to a sense of fear within her. She was smiling and cheering for Suyu just a second ago. Sitting there, he was incredibly awkward, his smile gone, looking completely lost. Song Qinghuan immediately realized this.
She looked at Fuyu and Linyan. The two were taken aback at first, then they understood what was going on.
Fuyu deliberately asked Lin Yan, "Do you think you would be friends with someone who has ulterior motives?" Lin Yan said loudly, "I'm not stupid. I'll stay far away from people like that." Yeah, surely no one would be that stupid. The two sang in harmony.
The group of geniuses who were still scrambling for seats suddenly stopped.
"You want to sit here? Please sit down." "Thank you, I see you'd like to sit too." "It's okay, I'll go over there."
The group of people immediately began to act politely and courteously. The bracelets that had been extended to Xiao Xiao were all taken back. The crowd dispersed, and Xiao Xiao was no longer nervous. Lin Yan and the others on the side acted as if nothing had happened. The discussion continued, focusing on who was more likely to win between Gao Shi and Hao Jiming. On the other side of the audience seats, Zhuge Yun watched this scene with a faint smile on his face. The members of Su Yu's team were all helpers whom he had picked for Su Yu. Fu Yu's mental power ability is used to defend against mental attacks from powerful individuals.
On the battlefield, 9 out of 10 tacticians who were assassinated died from mental attacks.
It happened silently, and wasn't discovered until the next day. Lin Yan, on the other hand, attracted Zhuge Yun because of his supernatural ability to completely change his appearance.
He wanted Lin Yan to be Su Yu's substitute.
Xiao Xiao is the tactician's assistant who can influence the course of the battle at crucial moments. Regarding Xiao Xiao's special ability, he and Su Yu had similar opinions. In fact, even if Xiao Xiao cannot become a grandmaster, even as an ordinary tactician, she could influence the course of the battle. She doesn't need to be exceptionally talented, nor does she need to do too much. All we need to do is train him to be a qualified tactician, someone who can provide Su Yu with some inspiration at crucial moments.
Zhuge Yun had a thorough understanding of all three of them.
Compared to Fu Yu, who was born into a prestigious family, Lin Yan has a strange style.
Xiao Xiao has clearly experienced more.
No one knew that her participation in this four-school training camp had subjected her to condemnation from the entire school and even the entire city. They accused her of absorbing the luck of the number one prodigy and of stealing the opportunity from the number one prodigy. Some people even said that it was because of her that their city's college entrance examination results had been getting worse year by year.
Zhuge Yun made a special trip to their city and took a tour. A perfectly lucky person with superpowers was inexplicably labeled a jinx by those people. After investigating, Zhuge Yun understood.
Xiao Xiao, this innocent little girl, just happened to become the scapegoat pushed out by Yulian City for its lax governance and poor educational performance in recent years. Lin Yan, Fu Yu, and the others were all trying to make Xiao Xiao happy.
Zhuge Yun smiled.
Although these children have deviated somewhat from his original intentions, but the results were still quite good.
Chapter 108: Grass Growing on the Head.
If Su Yu hadn't suddenly appeared. At this point, the duel between Gao Shi and Hao Jiming can be seen as a preview of the final. Compared to Wu Linlin and Su Yincheng, the two of them have always been recognized as being in a league of their own. In the audience, most people's eyes were on Gao Shi and Hao Jiming.
As a by. Su Yu, in the best spectator position, felt that he couldn't see enough.
This was the first time he had ever seen these geniuses compete against each other, and he didn't want to miss a single match.
On the arena, a battle is about to break out. Without any hesitation, Gao Shi plunged the entire arena into darkness.
In the pitch black, Hao Ziming closed his eyes and quietly sensed the other party's movements.
Gao Shi's supernatural power enveloped the entire arena.
The speed at which it devoured his life force wasn't particularly fast, so Hao Ziming wasn't in a great hurry.
Holy crap! I can't see it anymore. Is there anyone here who can see this?
In the audience, a group of prodigies were getting anxious. With a wave of his hand, Wei Yikuan covered the arena where Gao Shi and Hao Ziming were located with a blue light shield. A large screen appeared directly above the Hall of War. On the screen, Gao Shi and Hao Ziming's actions were clearly visible.
At the same time, outside sounds could not be heard into the arena. Both of them were extremely cautious in the darkness.
Even Gao Shi, who had the advantage in vision, dared not make a move at this moment.
If his first attack fails, he will likely face a fierce counterattack from Hao Ziming. The arena was deathly silent. In the audience, everyone clenched their fists nervously. In the best spectator seat, Su Yu was completely captivated by the battle in the next arena. The arena was deathly silent. Another arena, the sky and earth collapsed.
Wu Linlin changed her previous fighting style, which relied on staff techniques to control the enemy.
The opening move was a powerful one.
Countless giant trees rose from the arena, their terrifying impact forcing Su Yinchang into the air. Seizing the opportunity while Su Yinchang was in the air, Wu Linlin darted forward and closed in. The Bagua staff, whose primary function is to generate life and vitality, swept out a sonic boom at this moment. At the same time, countless thorny vines swept towards Su Yinchang. They were at a disadvantage from the very beginning. Su Yinchang dared not hesitate, his eyes filled with lightning.
The terrifying voltage forced these vines to smoke and burn.
He swung his Guandao, barely managing to block Wu Linlin's sweeping staff. Without pausing, he immediately summoned lightning and struck Wu Linlin. At the same time, despite being injured by the impact of the huge wooden stake, he used the force to unleash the heavenly net blade at Wu Linlin. His swordsmanship was like a net covering the sky and the earth. The lightning carried on the Guandao, a type of halberd, also covered Wu Linlin like an electric net.
While Wu Linlin used her stick to sweep away fallen leaves and block his attack with his Guandao, she also managed to do so. The vines also coalesced into a shield, blocking most of the electric shocks for her.
Nevertheless, after one exchange, she was still covered in smoke.
The clothes he was wearing were also completely destroyed. She was only wearing a wooden inner armor on her upper body.
Even the bare, white arms exposed to the air had many charred spots. Su Yinchang's clothes were tattered from being whipped by the vines, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Compared to Gao Shi and Hao Ziming's cautious probing, these two were clearly going all out from the start.
Holy crap! That's amazing! Now I know why they were also ranked in the top 5. So they were all just slacking off and letting the game slide? Can't you speak properly? They're just holding back. Do you think everyone is like you, facing a life or death situation no matter who they fight?
Damn, this was such a spectacular fight. I suddenly feel like those two might not be weaker than Gao Shi and Hao Ziming.
Hee, what do you think they're fighting so hard for?
If they both lose this round, in the next round of the revival competition, they'll either be facing Gao Shi or Hao Ziming.
Don't be so sure, the outcome is still uncertain.
In the audience, the group of prodigies were engaged in an extremely heated discussion. Watching the two engage in an incredibly cool fight, Lin Yan looked on with envy. I wish my superpower could be like that too. As he spoke, he began to hypnotize himself. His face was contorted with bulging veins, and his hands seemed to be casting a spell. When no one was paying attention to him, suddenly, a bright green two-leafed grass sprouted on his head. On the high platform, the eyes of several principals instantly focused on Lin Yan. At that moment, a look of shock appeared on their faces. This child's special abilities are beyond imagination. The words of praise had not yet been uttered.
In the audience, it slipped and rolled.
Lin Yan slid off the chair in a strange posture and knelt on the ground, his eyes rolling back. The sudden situation startled Song Qinghuan and Xiao Chao, who were standing nearby. Fu Yu, who witnessed the whole thing, had a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth.
It's all right. He just exhausted his mental energy. Let him rest for a while.
Song Qinghuan and Xiao Chao breathed a sigh of relief.
Look at Lin Yan kneeling on the ground in a strange posture. Xiao Chao asked worriedly, should we help him up? It's all right.
He's completely weak right now, and he'll just slip back down if you try to help him up.
He's fine as he is, Fu Yu said calmly. He swore he didn't envy anyone's superpowers, his own superpowers were pretty good. On the arena.
After a fierce battle between Wu Linlin and Su Yincheng at the beginning, they haven't used that large-scale damage ability again. Clearly, both of their mental energy had been nearly depleted after a round of supernatural attacks. Wu Linlin forcibly amplified her power, forcing Su Yincheng to expend a significant amount of mental energy along with her.
Next came the battle of endurance. The two fought fiercely, one attacking and the other defending, resulting in a close and evenly matched battle.
Su Yu carefully observed their use of martial arts. Whether it's Wu Linlin's staff technique or Su Yincheng's Guandawa type of halberd, it's all impressive. He can apply all of these to his marksmanship. His marksmanship was superb, and he gained a lot of inspiration from the two men's offensive and defensive maneuvers.
He was so engrossed in his studies. They even forgot that the two people next to them could very well be their opponents in the finals. On this arena,
Gao Shi faces even greater offensive pressure.
After a period of calm reflection, they suddenly began to act.
He rushed towards Hao Jiming at top speed, and his first basic attack was the ninefold martial arts. On the other hand, Hao Jiming waited until Gao Shi's heavy sword was about to strike his head before suddenly teleporting. The wind from the heavy sword made his hair fly.
Gao Shi's first strike failed, but the momentum propelled him to continue his downward strike.
At the same moment, Hao Jiming came directly to his left and also started with the sword rain martial arts. One-on-one spatial teleportation is just too unsolvable. If it were in the wilderness, or at night, Gao Shi would definitely not be in such a passive position. Just as Hao Jiming was about to succeed with one move, everyone in the audience began to marvel at the unsolvable nature of spatial travel. Before the words had even finished, on the arena, Gao Shi, who seemed unable to retract her sword strike, suddenly changed the direction of her heavy sword strike and swept it with incredible precision toward Hao Jiming.
The exchange between the two lasted less than a second. With a clang,
the heavy sword clashed with the long sword. Hao Jiming was thrown several meters away and coughed up blood. Gao Shi was also wounded in several places, and blood kept flowing out.
Chapter 109: The Frustrated Gao Shi.
The clash between the two prodigies has not yet ceased. After Hao Jiming was swept away, he didn't stop for a moment. Once again, a spatial shift occurred, and a rain of swords appeared directly above Gao Shi's head, launching an attack.
In the audience, those with a godlike perspective couldn't keep up with his movements. Gao Shi rolled away in that instant to dodge.
Hao Jiming did not hesitate for a moment despite the failure of the attack. While Gao Shi was still rolling, he appeared at the landing point and thrust out multiple swords in succession. His speed of spatial teleportation attacks completely surpasses the speed of normal human thought processes. When almost everyone in the audience thought he would succeed with his sword, at the same moment he drew his sword, Gao Shi suddenly leaped up and unleashed power beyond his current level once again.
Trade wounds for wounds.
Hao Jiming slashed again, causing Gao Shi to cough up blood, and several more bloody holes appeared on her body. Hao Jiming, whose vital energy was being continuously depleted, looked significantly more haggard than Gao Shi. He knew very well that this cycle of injury for injury was unsustainable.
He is destined to lose. In the audience, the changing battle situation drew cheers of excitement. Meanwhile, some people asked curiously, why is Gao Shi able to react so accurately every time Hao Jiming travels through space?
Because the place shrouded in darkness is Gao Shi's domain. Within his domain, no matter where Hao Jiming appears, he will be able to sense him, Song Qinghuan said. After she mastered the ice domain, she had a similar feeling. The previous battle with Gao Shi was more like a struggle between domains.
Everyone heard what she said. She became even more curious. Sister-in-law Qinghuan, can brother Su Yu do the same thing?
I saw that your ability showed a domain-like effect before.
There's no point in hiding this, Song Qinghuan nodded slightly, that should be fine. Holy crap, so spatial teleportation isn't necessarily invincible? Why can't my supernatural ability create this kind of domain? Damn! I'm so envious. It feels like Gao Shi has one.
He's been absorbing Hao Jiming's life force, and spatial teleportation hasn't had any effect on him.
Doesn't that mean he's already in an invincible position? In the audience, many of the young talents nodded in approval.
Su Yu, who was also looking at Gao Shi and Hao Jiming, shook his head slightly. That's not necessarily true.
On the arena,
Hao Jiming also realized that using spatial teleportation to ambush Gao Shi was no longer effective. The opponent will also seize this opportunity to exchange injuries with you, accelerating the depletion of your vital energy. Their invincible fighting style has met its match this time.
With a bang, Gao Shi attacked once again, wielding the Xin Tai heavy sword. Hao Ziming used spatial teleportation to create distance between them.
At this moment, Gao Shi frowned slightly. Hao Ziming's lips curled into a smile.
Winning doesn't seem so difficult. Seeing this, Gao Shi really wanted to shout, "If you're a man, don't be so timid." He believed that if it were Suyu, the other party would definitely try every means to provoke Hao Ziming into fighting him. Many provocative words came to mind, but he couldn't bring himself to say them. After holding it in for a long time, he finally shouted, "If you're so capable, don't run away." On the stage, Suyu burst out laughing. Gao Shi really is a socially awkward person. Our attention returned to the ring.
Hao Ziming, who was told by Gao Shi not to run away, calmly said, "It's absolutely impossible for me to confront you head on today." As he spoke, Gao Shi swung his sword at him again. Using spatial teleportation, Hao Ziming arrived directly at the other end of the arena, extending the distance between them as far as possible. Although his complexion grew paler and paler as his vital energy was depleted. But he was well aware that Gao Shi's mental energy consumption would be even more severe. In the audience, all the prodigies who had been hoping to witness a great battle were dumbfounded.
This is too shameless. If you can't win, you just run away until your mental energy is completely depleted. This is completely unreasonable.
We were just saying that Hao Ziming had finally met his nemesis, but now it seems we completely underestimated this scoundrel with superpowers.
No, does he not need to consume mental energy to travel through space? I don't know. I feel like Suyu will have a hard time against him. I won't fight you. I'll just wear you down until you make a mistake. I'm a complete ring thug. Song Qinghuan's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. This is a superpower that is almost impossible to counter in the arena.
She was also quite worried about how Suyu would deal with Hao Ziming.
Suyu, sitting in the best spectator spot, had a happy expression on his face.
Seeing Gao Shi's face turn red, he knew that this guy must be trying to provoke Hao Ziming. There might be a solution, but I'm too embarrassed to say it out loud. If he were on the field right now, he would be sure that even if Hao Ziming won, he would feel worse than if he lost. Of course, unlike Gao Shi, he didn't need to be so passive when dealing with Hao Ziming. Although he had a plan to deal with Hao Ziming, he was also very envious of his superpowers. Imagine a space travel device paired with a scarecrow puppet. Escape and stage a fake death, he's practically invincible. On the high platform, Ping Wanwen laughed and said, "Gao Shi's temperament still needs to be tempered. He won't be able to handle this when he goes to the battlefield." "Old Ping, I think your worries are a bit unnecessary. This is a tournament, after all. When it really comes down to a life or death battle, Gao Shi will naturally be different." Xu Yiqing expressed his understanding towards Gao Shi. Ping Wanwen was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, "That's true. You used to be much more shy than Gao Shi." Xu Yiqing remained unfazed, showing no concern about bringing up the past. Shi Tianwu immediately interjected, "So you still need a rogue friend. Spending time together can mold even the most shy person." When the topic of scoundrels came up, the principals all turned their attention to Suyu. There was no other reason, it was just intuition, pure intuition. On the stage, Gao Shi finally collapsed from exhaustion. The darkness that had enveloped the entire arena began to gradually dissipate. Despite this, Hao Ziming remained on the sidelines and observed the situation. He strolled leisurely to the side. Gao Shi looked frustrated. "Damn it, can't you just go head to head? Are you even a real man?" No sooner said than done, Hao Ziming traversed space several times in succession. Gao Shi tried to seize the last opportunity to completely devour his life force, but failed. Finally, the long sword rested on his chest, and Gao Shi was sent off the stage. Meanwhile, on another arena, Wu Linlin ultimately proved to be more skilled and held out until the end. Compared to Gao Shi's frustration, Su Yingcheng fought to the last drop of blood. The final spot in the semifinals will be decided between these two. Both of them were quite exhausted. Wei Yikuan gave them more than an hour to recover. An hour later, the battle officially began. As soon as the battle began, Gao Shi did not hesitate, and darkness once again enveloped the entire arena. Then, completely disregarding Su Yingcheng's lightning attack, the Shen Tai heavy sword slashed at Su Yingcheng with increasing ferocity, completely stunning him. When he was finally knocked out of the ring, Su Yingcheng felt his head was buzzing. Of all the 5 to 4 elimination matches, he was the one who suffered the most. I experienced all of the softening and hardening methods. The fight between the two ended quickly. The final 4 teams for the training camp have been officially announced. Suyu, Hao Jiming, Wu Linlin, and Gao Shi became the top 4 in this year's joint training program between the 4 schools.
Chapter 110, in a class of its own? The semi-finals have begun.
Since Gao Shi and Hao Jiming had already met in the top 5 to top 4 round. Therefore, Suyu's opponent in this round will definitely be one of these two. The 3 of them are generally considered to be in a league of their own. Regardless of which 2 people face off, it will be the highlight of today's event. The time for the draw has come.
Gao Shi and Hao Jiming automatically separated and waited. Suyu and Wu Linlin went on stage to draw lots.
You go first, Suyu gestured for Wu Linlin to draw lots. Wu Linlin nodded, closed her eyes, and reached into the bamboo tube. Wei Yikuan was a little confused as to why these children all like to close their eyes when drawing lots. This is a magical artifact you can't possibly cheat just by opening your eyes. Beside him, Suyu chuckled and said, "Instructor, closing your eyes is mainly for the ritualistic feel of drawing lots." With her eyes closed, Wu Linlin nodded repeatedly in agreement. Wu Linlin took out the jade slip. The camera on the large screen immediately focused on the jade slip. At this moment, everyone held their breath, waiting for the name to appear.
How?
As soon as the first word was revealed, the audience immediately became lively.
Suyu attacks Gao Shi.
Hao Jiming versus Wu Linlin. Hao Jiming went straight to the finals.
So the final will be Suyu versus Hao Jiming? Why? Does Suyu have a way to avoid Gao Shi's dark engulfment?
It's really hard to say who will win between them.
To be honest, I also think it's a 50-50 chance.
Neither of them can afford to make a mistake, and neither of them is guaranteed to win. As for Wu Linlin's match against Hao Jiming, it's almost certain that Hao Jiming will advance to the finals.
The crowd discussed it enthusiastically.
On the stage, Wu Linlin, who was told by everyone that she was doomed to lose, remained calm. There was nothing she could do for her, the chances of winning against anyone were slim. In contrast, Gao Shi, who was considered to be evenly matched with everyone, was now feeling rather bitter. He had already figured out the reasons to go back and explain to his father. 2 of the top 4 in the training camp restrained themselves. It wasn't that he didn't want to win.
Wait, there's another lucky person casting a spell from outside the arena. I have absolutely no advantage in terms of timing or location. The 2 sides in the battle have been determined. The 4 men leaped onto the arena.
So you looked at Gao Shi with anticipation. Gao Shi, I've watched you guys fight for so long, now it's our turn to have a match.
Gao Shi nodded, yes. I won't give up. In the audience seats,
a group of people thought they had misheard.
What? Gao Shi said he won't give up? Why did it seem like you were about to give up from the very beginning? Could it be that Gao Shi's injuries haven't healed yet? Everyone looked shocked. Only Song Qinghuan remained calm, showing no surprise whatsoever. When she fought Gao Shi, she was basically able to resist Gao Shi's supernatural abilities. Now it's Suyu, whose mental strength is much stronger than hers. She felt that Gao Shi might prefer to fight Hao Jiming again. 2 arenas, a great battle is about to break out.
Wu Linlin immediately summoned countless vines to protect herself from all sides. Hao Jiming completely ignored the vines and walked directly in front of her. The vines tried to stop him, but he shifted space again. After several exchanges, Hao Jiming seized an opportunity and slit his throat with a sword.
The battle is over. It took less than a minute. The ability to traverse space in the arena is unstoppable, and it has once again been perfectly demonstrated. Holy crap, why don't we just give out the awards directly? How are we supposed to play this game? Damn, this is the semifinals? How did it end so quickly? You'll get used to it.
I've said it before, Hao Jiming, Gao Shi, and Suyu are in a league of their own. After finishing his fight, Hao Jiming immediately turned his attention to another arena. Wu Linlin was recovering from her injuries, her eyes fixed on the big screen. The eliminated Su Yinshang, Yuan Hongjing, and Bu Shiming were all watching intently.
Everyone is in the top 10, or even the top 5 or top 4. Hao Jiming's swift end to the battle put immense pressure on these prodigies. On the arena,
Gao Shi did not use her superpower immediately, and Suyu was not in a hurry to end the battle. The 2 seemed to be exchanging ideas and engaging in friendly exchanges. After Gao Shi used the 9-fold and 3-fold technique, Suyu began to feel some strain. Knowing that Gao Shi's vital energy could no longer be used for the 4th time, he took the initiative to say, "Gao Shi, let me try your special ability."
Gao Shi nodded honestly. Darkness once again enveloped the entire arena.
Gao Shi was somewhat surprised to feel her blood and energy returning to normal. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly slashed at Suyu with the 5th layer of the 9-layered attack. Since the other party is so arrogant, there's no need to use supernatural abilities to resist. Seeing an opportunity to win, he naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Clang! Suyu retreated several steps. He used almost all his strength to block it. Overconfident? He simply wanted to use Gao Shi to see just how powerful he really was. It now seems that, based on the system attributes, the power of a top genius like Gao Shi should be around 1000. After having a general idea in mind, Suyu unleashed his inner energy, completely disregarding the energy that was still being absorbed. The spear thrust out, a cold glint flashing in its light. Each strike was so powerful that Gao Shi had to use the 9-fold layers of martial arts to reach it. The spear clashed repeatedly with his heavy iron sword. Gao Shi's expression grew increasingly serious. He thought he would lose because he was countered by Suyu's supernatural abilities. He never expected that the other party wouldn't even need to use their special abilities to corner him. His rate of absorbing Suyu's blood and chi was completely outmatched by the current consumption. Helpless, darkness enveloped the entire arena. In an instant, the area shrank to just him and Suyu in the fighting range. At this point, Suyu could easily escape this area with just a few light steps. But he didn't. Gao Shi cooperated with him in testing his strength. At this moment, he naturally had to cooperate with Gao Shi in a head-on confrontation. Gao Shi roared, "Suyu, this is the strongest attack I can unleash. Be careful." The heavy sword cleaved out 6 overlapping shadows. It came straight at Suyu. Suyu, whose vital energy was being rapidly consumed, instantly recovered to his peak condition. He charged forward to meet the sword, his blood and chi surging forth. His spear circled around the heavy sword, forcefully blocking the attack, and then thrust towards Gao Shi's neck. Gao Shi withdrew her supernatural power. A small red dot appeared on his neck. Suyu also sheathed his spear. The two clasped their hands in greeting, and Gao Shi jumped off the stage. The audience was completely silent. Su Yincheng, who had been completely stunned by Gao Shi before, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Wu Linlin was also a little stunned. She saw the shadow of their family's Bagua staff in Suyu's last marksmanship. Everyone else stared wide-eyed, unsure of what to say. The way Suyu won was far more shocking to them than how Jining's instantaneous victory. In the dead silence, someone said, "Suyu hasn't used his superpowers before, has he?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Are they a trio all-powerful? Or two? Or perhaps just one? Chapter 111, Part 1. Is he a powerhouse in his own right? In the audience seats, Su Yincheng, Wu Linlin, and the others stared wide-eyed. The moment Suyu defeated Gao Shi, Su Yincheng stood up in shock, his mouth agape, speechless for a long time. He was defeated by Gao Shi using the 5th layer of the 9-fold overlap. Now, I have witnessed Suyu defeat Gao Shi, who used the 6th layer of overlap, in a head-on confrontation. For a moment, he couldn't imagine what the outcome would be if he met Suyu. Perhaps it is another version of Buji Ming. He remained silent, his hands clenched into fists. He, who had always been regarded as the best among his peers, suddenly realized that there was such a big gap between himself and the real geniuses. He is not even worthy of being his opponent now. The genius's pride crumbled at that moment. Not only him, but the other prodigies were also deeply shocked. The closer you get, the more you realize how powerful the other person is. To those students who were already outside the top 10, Suyu was a genius even stronger than Gao Shi. But in Su Yincheng's eyes, if Gao Shi is a small hill that needs to be climbed, Suyu was a towering mountain blocking the way for all of them. After Gao Shi stepped off the stage, his team members immediately surrounded him, wanting to comfort him but unsure where to begin. Gao Shi waved his hand nonchalantly. "I am inferior to them in strength, and I admit defeat wholeheartedly." As he spoke, he turned to look at Suyu. His eyes revealed a fighting spirit he had never shown before. He wants to win. This was the first time he had ever felt such a strong competitive spirit. This time I lost to Suyu, but next time, and the time after that, I'll definitely win sometime. On the arena, Suyu, whose blood and energy had been restored instantly, told Wei Yikuan that she did not need to rest. Wei Yikuan nodded, and the arena beneath their feet began to merge. Soon, only one arena remained in the battle hall. Suspended in mid-air, it really does look like a small island.
Damn, the arena is now twice the size. This is not a good thing for Suyu. No way, did Hao Jiming win by taking a stroll again? Are you stupid? Suyu doesn't need to absorb Hao Jiming's blood and qi.
He doesn't need his superpowers to cover him completely. He only needs to stay within a 10-meter radius.
That's just stalling for time.
Hao Jiming can win without attacking. No matter how strong Suyu's mental strength is, it will eventually run out. To be fair, if Hao Jiming's ability wasn't space travel, Suyu's raw strength would definitely be number 1.
Damn, space travel is too easy, you just have to keep running away. Don't rush.
Don't forget that Suyu also has the mysterious step. He can completely avoid using his special ability. He was waiting for Hao Jiming to launch a sneak attack. As long as he dodged it once, Hao Jiming wouldn't be able to take a hit from him.
The final will be interesting to watch.
Their chances of winning are just a matter of a moment, it's not that certain. But overall, I feel that Hao Jiming still has the advantage.
As long as he doesn't move, Suyu has to stay vigilant. There's no other way, spatial teleportation is a god-level ability. Give it to me, and I can be in the top 3 too. TCH.
The final match hadn't even started yet, and everyone was already offering their analyses.
Song Qingwan's palms were slightly sweaty.
As everyone has said, the ability to travel through space is basically unsolvable. Moreover, on such a large arena, she had no idea how Suyu could possibly deal with her. Beside her, Xiao Qiao had her eyes closed and kept muttering something to herself. Song Qinghuan could only vaguely hear the sounds of her powers failing and her being hit by a gun.
On the arena,
Hao Jiming looked extremely solemn. His thoughts were similar to everyone else's analysis. He also believed that the outcome between the two could be decided in an instant.
Suyu's power is even more terrifying than Gaoxi's ninefold overlap.
If he were to be hit by a shot from Suyu like he did when he fought Gaoxi, he would definitely lose his fighting ability immediately. So, the moment Wei Yiquan officially announced the start of the martial arts competition,
he immediately teleported to the very edge of the arena.
He doesn't care at all what other people think.
As long as we can win, what does it matter if we have to hide for the whole game?
On the other side of the ring, Suyu watched as the other party immediately distanced themselves and chuckled to himself.
Without any hesitation, his eyes turned blue. A biting cold wind swept across the arena.
Centered on him, a large portion of the arena was instantly frozen, and the freezing continues to extend.
Many people in the audience were stunned. Someone asked in confusion, "Does Suyu want to freeze this arena?" It's useless. Even if he can sense Hao Jiming's location, it's useless unless his speed can keep up with Hao Jiming's speed of spatial travel.
Otherwise, he is just wasting his mental energy. Once his mental energy is depleted, Hao Jiming will lose at any moment. Hey, Suyu has clearly underestimated his opponent. I heard he hasn't fought in many ring matches before, so he probably lacks experience.
That doesn't make sense. Even if they lack experience, there's Gaoxi's example to learn from.
Many of the most promising talents expressed their incomprehension.
On the other side of the audience, Cheng Yong laughed and said, "Underestimating the opponent? Anyone can underestimate the opponent, but Suyu is the least likely to do so." Zhu Beiyan nodded and said, "If a tactician underestimates the enemy, that is a grave mistake.
If this kid dares to make a mistake like this, he doesn't need to be a tactician."
Cheng Yong's lips twitched slightly.
"You old rascal, you're quite arrogant. I wonder who was so afraid of losing their apprentice just now."
On the arena, Hao Jiming also didn't understand Suyu's decision to freeze the arena.
But soon, he was stunned. As the ice crystals spread to his feet, a look of panic appeared in his eyes. Suyu, carrying a long spear, walked towards him step by step.
He was unhurried. In the audience, people were the first to get anxious. Damn it, what is Suyu doing? Why isn't he making a move? If he runs out of mental energy, he'll have nowhere to cry. The previous freeze on Watchtower City lasted 10 minutes, maybe he thought 10 minutes would be enough to end the battle? Are you kidding me?
Hao Jiming only needs to run for 10 minutes.
Although it's a dishonorable victory, Suyu can't do anything about it.
Everyone was eager to take Suyu's place and immediately charged towards Hao Jiming. Gaoxi narrowed her eyes, something's not right.
Before Wu Jianqin and the others could even ask why. On the stage,
Hao Jiming suddenly charged forward. Everyone watched as he drew his sword and charged towards Suyu.
Everyone gaped in astonishment. Holy crap, what's wrong with this world? Suyu underestimated his opponent, and Hao Jiming has gone mad too? Hao Jiming unleashed his inner energy and attacked Suyu without holding back.
Rather than waiting to die in place, he preferred to take the initiative. He unleashed a barrage of 7 sword strikes with a single move.
Limbs, forehead, chest, groin.
Each of these 7 sword strikes was his strongest strike after his blood and energy had been unleashed. In his view, Suyu was bound to take a sword strike no matter what. In this way, the other party has been hurt. He didn't think about defense when he drew his sword. Below the arena, everyone was still in a daze. No one expected that Hao Jiming, who should have been in an invincible position, would turn the tables.
Why did they suddenly rush forward and launch a suicide attack?
Amidst a chorus of questions, Wu Linlin's voice suddenly rang out.
Perhaps, Suyu's ice domain has also blocked his spatial travel. As soon as the voice fell, the noisy audience fell silent. On the arena,
Suyu faced the 7 swords, which locked onto his limbs and attacked 3 vital points.
He suddenly moved backward. At the same time, layers of ice shields kept appearing between him and Hao Jiming.
The 7 swords broke through layer after layer. Just as the swords were about to strike Suyu, Suyu used one hand to twirl the spear, deflecting all 7 swords with a flourish. Hao Jiming, who had already exhausted most of his energy after delivering 7 sword strikes, showed a helpless expression. By the way, Suyu was able to forcefully withstand Gao Shi's 9-fold layers attack. Why bother trying to dodge these 7 swords? Without his superpowers, he was no match for him at all.
His disappointment was clearly visible on his face.
Of course, he did not abandon his sword and give up. Suyu's spear came at him, and he immediately thought of dodging. But the speed was too fast and the force too great. He couldn't dodge in time and had to forcefully defend himself with his sword in both hands.
After the shot, my hands went numb.
And Suyu's next shot left a red dot on his throat. Hao Jiming immediately sheathed his longsword.
He knew he had already lost. The outcome is already decided. The audience remained completely silent.
At this moment, everyone knows without asking that everything is exactly as Wu Linlin said.
Suyu's domain truly froze the entire arena. After a long pause, someone finally reacted. You guys said that Suyu was able to freeze so many third-grade exotic beasts before, so can he freeze Hao Jiming directly?
There was no response, but the look of horror on everyone's faces grew even stronger. Hao Jiming, who had jumped off the stage, looked back at Suyu, who was standing at the very back. He was certain that Suyu could easily freeze him at that moment.
Not far away, Gao Shi, Su Yingsheng, Wu Linlin and the others were also looking up at Suyu.
This man was ranked last in the preliminary rankings. He fought his way into the finals without anyone injuring him.
On the high platform, the principals exchanged a smile.
From the very beginning, they were absolutely certain that Suyu would be the winner of this tournament.
An SSS-level superpower, almost equivalent to the mental strength of a mid-grade martial artist.
Simply by using his superpowers, he was able to crush all the geniuses present.
Wang Chuandao smiled and said, "It'll get lively once he goes to university. Xu Yiqing, this kid is too monstrous.
Among all the geniuses in the past, he is the most versatile.
There is not a single area where he is weak."
Ping Wanwen, I didn't quite agree with him taking the path of being invincible in the same realm before, but now it seems that he is the perfect fit. Behind him, Feng Wan said quietly, "Principal, I think even if he doesn't take that path, he's still invincible in his realm."
The principals all laughed.
Wang Chuandao looked at Suyu, his eyes full of anticipation. Perhaps his invincibility within the same realm is invincible among all races within the same realm. As soon as the words were spoken, the principals immediately became serious.
If he can really do it, why shouldn't he be his protector? On the arena, Suyu noticed that several big shots had suddenly disappeared, and he was very anxious. Wei Yikuan appeared beside him. "What's wrong? Do you really want to take pictures of these seniors?" Suyu grinned sheepishly. "Why not?" Wei Yikuan choked up. "It's not that I don't want you to film, it's that I'm afraid you can't handle it. When you're stronger, you'll have plenty of opportunities."
Suyu remained silent, regretting that she should have kept quiet and prevented them from mistaking her abilities for supernatural powers.
"Dude, it's just a hobby." "Minister. Principal. Come back. I can handle this." Chapter 112 8th Grade Blood Crystal. The tournament has ended. Suyu returned to the audience seats amidst the admiring gazes of everyone. Next up is the awards ceremony for this year's for-school joint training camp.
All the teams that were eliminated in the previous team competition have now entered the battle hall.
There are 6 teams with a total of 30 people.
Miao Chong's team, which was eliminated at the beginning, was kicked out of the 4-school joint training camp. After the students entered, they looked around with great curiosity, like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden. They looked at the people sitting in the audience, their eyes filled with envy. They had been extremely envious when they learned that all 14 remaining teams had made it to the arena. Many teams were filled with regret, wondering why they had so weakly chosen to give up when faced with the beast tide.
Of course, all of that is now in the past.
The first thing they did after entering the battle hall was to ask who the final winner of the arena competition was. All 30 students were curious about who had won first place.
Who is number 1? Is it Gao Shi or Hao Jiming? Such questions are being raised everywhere. It's not them, the first place goes to Suyu. Holy crap, are you kidding me? Hao Jiming has spatial teleportation abilities. How could he possibly lose? Gao Shi can still absorb more blood and energy. The two of them are basically invincible in the arena. The group of people all looked puzzled. Their response was met with complex expressions from the crowd. Basically invincible? You probably haven't seen what true invincibility is.
On the other side, Suyu, upon returning to his seat, was somewhat bewildered to see Lin Yan kneeling in an odd posture. Fuyu gave him a blade of grass. He was born from watching Wu Linlin and Su Yingqing's fight.
Suyu's expression was strange, and he instantly understood everything. What do we do now?
We still have to go up to receive the award later.
He was both amused and exasperated.
At this moment, Zhuge Yun and Cheng Yon walked over.
Hello, teacher.
The 4 of them immediately bowed and greeted each other. Zhuge Yun placed his hand on Lin Yan's head. If we let him continue sleeping, he'll probably sleep for another week.
He triggered his brain's self-protection mechanism. If I hadn't fainted, this place might be ruined by now.
He pointed to his head with his other finger. Therefore, when you use your superpowers, if your mental energy is depleted, never force yourself to use them again. At best, it can cause cerebral palsy or schizophrenia at worst.
Zhuge Yun chuckled.
Everyone immediately took his words to heart. As she spoke, Lin Yan opened her eyes.
He opened his eyes and saw Suyu. Brother Suyu? Have you been eliminated?
Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly.
Everyone couldn't help but laugh.
As she spoke, Lin Yan suddenly realized that she felt uncomfortable all over.
What? How did I end up kneeling on the ground?
Ouch, my legs are numb and my hands hurt so much.
Suyu was speechless. Get up and move around a bit.
I don't want people to think that one of our team members is paralyzed when we go up on stage to receive the award.
An award ceremony? The tournament is already over? Lin Yan's eyes widened.
Xiao Qiao laughed from the side. The person standing in front of you now is the champion of this year's arena competition.
Holy crap! I made a huge mistake. Lin Yan wailed. Everyone laughed.
The other prodigies kept their eyes on them. The biggest winners of this year's 4-school joint training camp are undoubtedly them.
Soon. The award ceremony at the center of the battle hall is ready.
Now, the award ceremony for the 4-school training camp officially begins, Wei Yikuan announced on the stage. His voice resounded throughout the entire battle hall via the sound system. As soon as he finished speaking, the background music that is a must-have at primary and secondary school award ceremonies started playing.
A red carpet was laid out. Suyu was utterly bewildered by what he saw.
Not only him, but all the other prodigies had the same background on their faces.
What the heck is this?
Please welcome this year's award presenters.
Deng Ji, Director of the Admissions Office of Nanchang University.
The group of outstanding individuals present applauded in response.
Feng Wan, Director of the Admissions Office of Pingyun University.
The applause continued.
Director of Admissions at Dongji University, Mr. Batten.
Xian Yun, Director of the Admissions Office of Peking University.
All 4 guests came on stage, and everyone gave them another round of enthusiastic applause. Suyu looked at the guest lineup and sighed deeply. Standing to the side, Zhuge Yun said calmly, "What? You're not happy about 4 Grandmaster level experts presenting you with an award? Of course I'd love to. Teacher, I got 2 first places, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to take some photos for the teachers, right?"
Suyu immediately put on a bright and sunny smile.
Zhuge Yun looked at him calmly. Is this all the kid is capable of? Go ask him yourself. I don't know. Minister Wang asked me to pass on a message to you. What did you say? Su Yu's eyes seemed to be shining. He said you'll definitely be the top scorer in the college entrance exam, and that you can win first place in the Wuhan University martial arts competition in your first year of university. You can film any master of the human race however you want. Even if you want to film a master from another race, he'll take you there. In a mysterious space. Minister Wang Chuanda was taken aback. You brat, when did I say that? In Wucheng and Zhanwu Hall. Su Yu's eyes truly lit up. Teacher, is this really true? Zhuge Yun said calmly, Minister Wang is a martial arts legend. Would he lie to you? Su Yu nodded solemnly, I was being presumptuous. Zhuge Yun smiled and said, don't think that the martial arts competition at Martial Arts University is as simple as the training camp of the 4 schools. There are now geniuses in various academies who can fight against top-level experts. Do you believe you'll have the ability to fight a high-level expert a year from now? Su Yu's expression tightened indeed. He was one of the most outstanding talents in the world. However, he wasn't intimidated. Just a month ago, he couldn't even beat ordinary beasts. Thinking about it, he suddenly grinned and asked, Teacher, do our tacticians have a corresponding competition? Zhuge Yun glanced at him and chuckled. On the awards stage. The directors listened carefully to every word Zhuge Yun said. They couldn't help but sigh, realizing that Minister Wang truly valued Su Yu. They actually believed that he could become the champion of the new Wuhan University martial arts competition within a year. It's worth noting that in previous years, freshmen have always considered it an honor to be among the top 300. Looking at Su Yu, they suddenly felt that what they had promised Zhuge Yun was nothing. Anyway, for a prodigy like him, everyone else is scrambling to invest, and they've gained an early advantage. The awards ceremony officially began. The first awards presented were for the teams. Starting from 20th place, each team receives a corresponding reward. The team that ranked 20th had all 5 members go on stage to receive their award. During the red carpet walk, everyone seemed to wish they could wear a hood. It's really ridiculous that the last place team has to walk the red carpet. Su Yu's team watched. Xiao Xiao looked terrified. Captain, thank goodness you were here, otherwise we would be the ones who are embarrassed now. There was a time when their team was universally acknowledged as the worst. But now, they are the number 1 that everyone envies. The 20th place team in the competition will receive the following rewards: 100 university points, a rare grade 4 blood crystal, a chance to choose a low-level martial art, and a chance to enter the martial arts hall to learn martial arts. It was this generous reward that kept the 5 of them smiling throughout the entire red carpet walk. Next are the 19th and 18th places. Following this pattern, the rewards are basically the same, except for an extra 100 points. Upon reaching the 15th position, the 4th grade rare blood crystal was upgraded to a 5th grade rare blood crystal. As the dividing line for the rewards, the team that came in 15th place wasn't very happy. Because behind them, the 14th team not only possessed a rare 5th grade blood crystal, but also had 1,000 more credits than them. Sitting in the audience watching the 14th place team receive their award, the eyes of these early elite students were red with emotion. They were so close, so very close, to having the chance to receive 1,000 credits as a reward. 1,000 credits can be exchanged for a top-tier C-grade spiritual weapon. Regret. Envy. Heartache. A group of prodigies felt a mix of emotions. The teams that went on stage later all looked at Su Yu's team with gratitude after they came down. Everyone knew that without Su Yu and the others, they wouldn't have gotten these 1,000 points. Even Gao Shi and Hao Jiming, who were guaranteed to be in the top 10, nodded slightly to Su Yu. There was no other reason, mainly after the ring match. They finally understood that Su Yu truly had the ability to change everyone's results that day. In any case, they have to acknowledge this favor. Even the 4 admissions directors had to keep this favor in mind. Otherwise, if the other 13 teams all came in second place. The team awards ceremony was underway, with only the first place team yet to receive their awards. As Su Yu and his group of 5 stood up, all eyes immediately turned to them. Su Yu walked at the very front. The other 4 followed behind him, side by side. Hey, look at them, this is what walking the red carpet is like, while for us it's pure torture. The captain of the bottom-ranked team said with envy. Standing to the side, Pang Wen exclaimed, look at that, that's the aura of the number 1. Tisk, when we met them before, I thought they were at least in the top 3. On the other side, Shiman Boshue also looked excited. Look, classmate. Su Yu. This is my brother. I gave him that overlord spear. On the red carpet, Lin Yan thoroughly enjoyed the envious glances from everyone. Xiao Qiao's twin ponytails flew wildly in her excitement. Even Fu Yu's usually wooden face showed a hint of excitement.
Song Qinghuan wore a faint smile, her eyes fixed only on the spirited young man before her.
5 boys and girls who were ranked last in the preliminary rounds now stood on the highest podium.
Chang Yong recalled what Su Yu had said before he joined the training camp, and couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a bit emotional.
On the awards stage, the awards ceremony has officially begun.
4 grade 7 blood crystals were handed to Song Qinghuan and the others in an emerald green crystal box.
Wei Yikuan appeared with an 8th grade blood crystal.
In the audience, everyone stared intently at the fiery red blood crystal inside the crystal box.
First place, you truly deserve it. Wei Yikuan placed the crystal box in Su Yu's hand and smiled. Chapter 113. When did we become so familiar?
Su Yu looked closely at the blood crystal in the crystal. Within the blood crystal, it appeared as if a feather was floating up and down. Wei Yikuan smiled slightly and said, "This blood crystal comes from the 8th grade exotic beast, the Heavenly Feather King. The sharpness of its feathers is comparable to that of ancient divine artifacts. Rumor has it that the Feather King awakened a bit of the Phoenix bloodline that day.
If you can absorb some of it during your body tempering, this will be a tremendous opportunity for you."
Su Yu withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly. "I must thank Instructor Wei for stopping me from breaking through to the martial artist realm earlier, otherwise I would not have been able to take advantage of this opportunity."
Wei Yikuan nodded in satisfaction.
"I was just about to say something encouraging."
Then Su Yu continued, "Instructor, when can we get those 5C grade spiritual artifacts?" Wei Yikuan's expression froze for a moment, then he immediately turned and left, swallowing all his words of encouragement.
The content of their conversation on the podium remained unknown to the group of elite athletes. Zhuge Yun, on the other hand, became quite amused. "This young man has quite a bit of his former style. I expressed my gratitude when I should, and accepted what I was entitled to without any hesitation."
In a short time, he became somewhat curious. If Su Yu were to become the commander of an army in the future, wouldn't the other generals be in for a major headache? On the podium, after the most precious blood crystal was awarded. "It means 5,000 plus 1,000 credits, 1 opportunity to choose advanced martial arts, and 3 opportunities to enter the Enlightenment Hall to comprehend martial arts." The 6,000 credits were directly transferred to the personal information of the 5 individuals. From now on, they can use these credits. University credits can be used for any university affiliated with the education department. The same applies no matter which university you go to in the future. The opportunity to choose advanced martial arts techniques and the opportunity to comprehend them in the Enlightenment Hall are symbolized by 2 large plaques. Once the award ceremony is over, everyone can redeem their prizes. After receiving these rewards, just as everyone was about to leave the stage, Wei Yikuan called them back. He shouted, "Wait a minute, the things we promised to compensate you for will be given to you now, so that you won't deny it later and come back to me asking for it back." Everyone in the audience heard these words very clearly. For a moment, the group of prodigies looked at each other, completely bewildered. Is there compensation after the rewards are given out? What's going on here? Deng Ji stepped forward and explained, "Previously in the wilderness, Su Yu attempted to break through to the martial artist level, but we stopped him. It was a few of our teachers who broke the rules. Therefore, we promised each of the 5 members of Su Yu's team a C-grade spiritual weapon." Behind them, several deans of students silently added a series of clauses in their minds. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene erupted in uproar. Wu Linlin gazed at the young man on the stage with her beautiful eyes, somewhat unable to believe it. If he had already broken through to become a martial artist in the wilderness, I'm afraid all the competitions we have to go through now will be pointless. Beside her, Himei said with a frustrated look, "Sister Linlin, since he didn't break through to become a martial artist, we didn't actually pose any obstacle to them." Wu Linlin chuckled, "That's true." Himei sighed deeply and shook her head. "Thinking back on my previous actions and thoughts in the wilderness, I now feel somewhat ridiculous and ashamed. Ultimately, they underestimated others from the very beginning, making the mistake of arrogance and contempt." On the other side, Gao Shi and Hao Jining subconsciously looked at each other. A look of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Despite their frustration, the two became even more determined to quickly reach the level of martial artists. At this point, they have not yet formally embarked on the path of martial arts, and it is uncertain who will win or lose in the future.
Both of them had a fighting spirit that refused to admit defeat in their eyes.
5 metal scrolls were delivered to the 5 people.
Knowing that you have the Overlord Spear, and having heard that you are also skilled with a sword, I have prepared a Changyun sword for you.
Wei Ikuan placed the scroll in Suyu's hand. Suyu asked with some curiosity, "Instructor, may I ask why you've always been the one giving me the awards?" Wei Ikuan raised an eyebrow, "Because I'm the fairest." Suyu nodded, instantly understanding. "That's good, we'll have more rights to fight for then."
I wonder what kind of expression my dad will have when people come knocking at the door to invite me to school. After receiving their awards, the group left the stage with their prizes.
Zhuge Yun joked, "Why don't you suggest taking a group photo to remember this moment?" Suyu's eyes brightened slightly. "Teacher Zhuge truly understands me."
Then he helplessly waved the thing in his hand. "I wish I didn't have hands."
The students standing nearby looked at what he was holding with envy.
As he spoke, he leaned closer and said, "Teacher, I'll have another chance to take a picture later, right?"
Zhuge Yun was taken aback by the boy's enthusiastic manner.
The way she looked at him seemed to say, "We're not that close yet." Suyu seemed not to have seen anything and continued, "Teacher, as the youngest tactical master, you must know quite a few powerful people, right?"
Zhuge Yun coughed a few times, then suddenly decided he didn't want to pay any attention to the kid anymore.
The social butterfly of the safe community doesn't care at all.
"Teacher, what day of the week would be better for me to study tactics as a minor?"
"Tisk, if I had free time, I would definitely be willing to go every day, but if the martial arts class is busy, you would understand, teacher."
Zhuge Yun's cough became increasingly severe.
Changyang smirked, "Good lad, you're worthy of being my student for 3 years.
That being said, regarding this teacher Zhuge Yun,
Suyu had probably made up his mind the day he saw Qiao Qiao and the others. On the stage, the team competition awards ceremony has ended, and the individual match is next. This time, they didn't go on stage one by one to receive the awards.
Everyone except the top 10 went on stage. Each person receives 1 rank 6 blood crystal, 1 rank 8 spirit armor, and 1,000 academic credits.
Suyu looked at the dozens of people on the stage, each holding a 6th grade blood crystal. He subconsciously remarked, "At first glance, I suddenly feel that blood crystals aren't so precious anymore." Standing to the side, Zhuge Yun said calmly, "If you can produce so many blood crystals every year, you can imagine how many alien beasts are threatening our human race on this blue star. A 6th grade beast leading a group of lower grade beasts could easily destroy a small town."
Suyu's expression instantly turned solemn.
I recalled facing the beast tide in the wilderness, and those watchtower warriors.
He gained a further understanding of the threat posed by the beast tide. Zhuge Yun sensed the change in Suyu's attitude.
He smiled, intending to comfort this young man who was just beginning to experience the cruelty of the world. Suyu said seriously, "They are a threat now, but perhaps in the future, we humans will complain that they have too few beasts."
Zhuge Yun's smile widened even further. "Let all the alien races of the world become food for our human race?"
Recalling Suyu's earlier talk about his martial arts aspirations, his eyes were filled with boundless anticipation.
They were talking over there.
On the podium, Lin Yan and her team finished receiving their awards.
Wei Ikuan called out the names of the top 10.
When Song Qinghuan's name was called, she stood up and said, "Suyu, I'll go upstairs and wait for you."
Chapter 114 Photography is my hobby.
The first 10 names were called out in turn. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and the others all went on stage to receive their awards. A group of prodigies looked at them, some with envy and some with admiration.
Until Wei Ikuan finally called out Suyu's name. Suyu stood up. All the outstanding individuals present stood up.
Everyone watched as he walked step by step toward the stage.
I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion.
7 days ago, he was just a tactical genius who got in through connections in everyone's eyes. 7 days later, they won first place in both the group hunt and the individual arena. He became the undisputed strongest player in this training camp. He also became the object of all the geniuses' aspirations to surpass.
Everyone looked at him.
I don't know who started clapping and celebrating first. Immediately afterwards, everyone in the audience and on the podium began to congratulate Su Yue. At this moment, everyone was completely convinced of his abilities. Chang Yong looked at Su Yu, who had said in the past that he would take first place. Watching him gradually win over these geniuses. With a look of pride in his eyes, he laughed and said, "For us tacticians, how to convince the geniuses is arguably the most difficult thing in practice.
But for Su Yu, it's a small matter." Zhuge Yun nodded slightly and said, "This is a surrender by force."
This kid still needs to use his brain to convince them.
Only then can he be a qualified tactician. Chun Young looked up at the sky, not wanting to pay any attention to this arrogant guy. On the other side,
they were receiving applause and congratulations from everyone.
Suyu stepped onto the high platform. Looking at these prodigies, he knew that this was only the beginning.
In the near future, he will have the whole world congratulate and celebrate for him.
We must make all beasts and races bow down and become our slaves.
Suyu, who always had a bright smile on his face, was now dressed in fine clothes and riding a spirited horse, full of vigor and high spirits.
The girls looked at him and couldn't help but feel admiration. However, in Suyu's eyes,
only Song Qinghuan, with her bright and beautiful eyes, was truly captivating.
The two looked at each other and smiled. Suyu stepped onto the podium.
Several Grandmaster-level experts began to formally award the prizes. Beyond the top 4, each person received a 7th grade blood crystal, 3,000 academic credits, and a C grade spirit armor. The 4th place finisher gained an extra 1,000 credits compared to the 2nd place finisher, and a blood red pattern appeared on their C grade spirit armor. The awards were presented to all 9 people.
That was Suyu in the end.
First place, Suyu, 1 rank 8 blood crystal, 1 rank B spirit armor, plus 5,000 academic credits.
Wei Ikuan announced loudly.
The 4 admissions directors presented the award to Suyu together. Suyu already has 1 rank 8 blood crystal, and he is most looking forward to the rank B spirit armor.
Deng Ji handed the silver bracelet to Suyu and said with a smile, "Suyu, you can try on this spirit armor now."
Suyu nodded, put on the silver bracelet, and just like driving a magical artifact, his blood and chi surged.
Like Iron Man in the movies of my past life.
In an instant, the bracelet expanded and transformed, and silver armor unfolded on his body. With a thought, Suyu's silver armor turned black and gold again. This B-grade spirit armor can withstand a full-force attack from a high-grade martial artist, Chen Yun said.
Suyu nodded, "Thank you, teachers."
"You don't need to thank us, you earned this yourself," Fengwan said with a smile.
After the awards were presented,
all the students gathered below the platform. Wei Ikuan glanced at everyone and said, "I hope you all remember that the 4 schools training camp is just the beginning of your martial arts journey.
Today's rankings can only represent the past. What will happen in the future is still uncertain.
Those who are at the bottom of the rankings should not be discouraged, and those who are at the top should not be arrogant. In the college entrance examination soon, one of you will surely surpass the other." As Wei Ikuan spoke, everyone subconsciously looked at Suyu. Without a doubt, he is now the object of all geniuses' ambitions. Gao Shi and Hao Jiming's gazes were the most intense. "I lost to Suyu this time, but I must catch up with him no matter what in the college entrance examination. At the very least, he needs to feel some sense of crisis."
Wei Ikuan finished his speech.
Then it was time for the 4 admissions directors to go on stage and give advertisements. Among these points, they mentioned the possibility of being admitted to university early without taking the college entrance examination. Upon hearing this, all the prodigies turned to look at Suyu. Seeing that Suyu remained unmoved, they understood what was going on. Some people decided to retake the college entrance exam, while others, seeing no hope of becoming the top scorer, prepared to enter school early.
Wei Ikuan announced the end of the training camp.
The data team teachers from the admissions offices of the 4 schools immediately took the flyers and approached each of the top students.
Suyu was different. He walked towards the 4 admissions directors with his camera in hand and a wide grin. "Hey! Instructor Wei! Instructor Wei! Don't go! Stay here too!" Wei Ikuan stopped and looked at someone intently.
He was forced to stand with the other 4 people.
Suyu picked up the camera and pointed it at the 5 people, muttering, "The teachers are so busy with the training camp, they probably haven't had time to take a group photo. I'll take a lot of pictures of you students today."
The 4 admissions directors were all smiles and seemed very cooperative.
Wei Ikuan remained expressionless, looking completely coerced. There's no other reason than that he belongs to the education department and doesn't need to fool Suyu.
On the other side, Suyu picked up the camera and frowned slightly.
A high-level human character has been detected.
There is a high probability of obtaining skill rewards and high-dimensional attributes, and a small probability of obtaining martial arts rewards.
No superpowers?
It's a coincidence that one person wasn't there, but this time all 5 were absent, so there's something wrong.
Several Grandmaster-level experts frowned when they saw Suyu. They all laughed. "Suyu, have you realized there's nothing to photograph? Otherwise, don't waste your time," Deng Ji said with a smile.
The words had barely left his mouth. Suyu clicked away, using up all the film she had for the day.
In my mind.
Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Master Level Bicycle. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Beginner's Guide to Fried Rice.
Host detected, Egg Fried Rice Beginner 2.
Skill upgraded to low level. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Mastery of Fist Techniques. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Mastery of the Gun. Host detected to have gained Gun Mastery 2, Gun Mastery skill upgraded to Master level. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Sword Mastery. Host detected to have gained Sword Mastery 2, Sword skill upgraded to Master level.
A series of rewarding voices echoed in my mind.
Yes, there are a lot of random skills, but there are also important skills. His mental strength also increased by 100 once again. Similar to the previous increase in chi and blood, the reward suddenly began to drop sharply after spiritual power reached 500. Suyu guessed that his mental strength had reached a new level. Holding the 9 photos, Suyu grinned and gave one to each of the 5 Grandmaster level experts. I forgot to tell you all that taking photos is really my hobby.
Teachers are welcome to ask me to take photos anytime.
The 5 Grandmasters exchanged glances, feeling that this young man had ill intentions, but looking at the photo in their hands, he did look somewhat like him.
Dengji asked with some curiosity, there are 4 more photos here. What are you planning to do with them? Suyu said earnestly, dear teachers, a photo of a Grandmaster level expert with an autograph should be worth quite a bit of money, right? The 5 Grandmaster level experts raised their eyebrows simultaneously. Chapter 115 Xiao Qiao's Little Dream.
Finally, Zhuge Yun rescued Suyu from the clutches of the 5 Grandmaster level experts.
Of the 4 photos, only one was left for Suyu. All 5 people signed their names.
After finding a place to rest, Suyu took out 4 small slips of paper from his pocket.
Suyu, come to our Nanchang University.
I'd like to introduce you to the world of Zhengde, the #1 spearman of the human race. Furthermore, your teacher, Zhuge Yun, is also willing to become a visiting professor at our Nanchang University.
After reading the 4 slips of paper, Suyu looked at Zhuge Yun and asked, Teacher, are you planning to become a visiting professor at another university?
Zhuge Yun sneered, you thought so? He stopped halfway through his sentence. He suddenly thought that if Suyu really went to another university, wouldn't he be doing all the work for someone else if he didn't go with her?
Well, if it really comes to this, then we'll just have to put up with it.
He paused for a moment, then added, which university you want to go to after that is entirely up to you.
Suyu nodded, I understand.
We'll wait for the right price and try to maximize our profits.
Zhuge Yun raised an eyebrow.
Good lad, I was just being polite, but you took it seriously.
Chan Yong was trying not to laugh, almost bursting out laughing several times.
Soon, Song Qinghuan and the others also escaped. Each of the 4 people had at least 10 flyers in their hands. Suyu was somewhat puzzled. Zhuge Yun explained, besides the schools, there are also differences in teachers. Many of them either select students for themselves or help the teachers select students.
Captain, I'll go wherever you go.
Xiao Qiao swayed her pigtails, her eyes resolute. Lin Yan nodded repeatedly, brother you, if you're sure, you should let us know in advance. Fuyu said briefly, I share the same thoughts as them. Song Qinghuan then grabbed Suyu's hand directly. The two smiled at each other, their unspoken understanding unspoken between the young couple.
Along with Zhuge Yun and Chang Yong, they all silently turned their gaze elsewhere.
These days, young couples really don't care about the occasion when they're showing off their affection.
Everyone began to leave the battle hall.
Before leaving, Gaoshi, Hao Jining, Wu Linlin and the others came up to say goodbye to Suyu. What they said was basically about how they would compete again in the college entrance exam, and that they wouldn't let him win so easily next time.
Suyu and the others also left the battle hall.
Back in the original square, the teachers who brought them there were also waiting. Fuyu was picked up by members of his family. Lin Yan was picked up by their principal in person. After 7 days together, the 2 girls were a little reluctant to say goodbye. Fuyu clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Brother Suyu, thank you for taking care of me these past few days.
See you again during the college entrance examination.
Lin Yan also followed suit, clasping her hands in a respectful gesture. Brother Suyu, sister-in-law, Xiao Qiao, next time we meet, let me be your patron.
Xiao Qiao blinked and deliberately asked, what thighs? It's probably ham.
His ability to mimic real objects isn't impossible, Suyu chuckled. The group said goodbye amidst laughter. It is worth mentioning that the group of geniuses stepped out of the square the moment they did so. A thought suddenly occurred to him: the training camp must not be revealed to anyone. Some students are looking forward to talking to their teachers or family members about the training camp. Suddenly he shut his mouth and never mentioned anything about the training camp again. So you felt the same way when he walked out of the square. Zhuge Yun met his gaze and nodded. This is to protect you geniuses. Otherwise, with what you've shown so far, you'll definitely be attacked and killed as soon as you leave Wu City. Su Yu's heart tightened. Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan, standing to the side, both opened their mouths slightly, looking somewhat worried. After leaving the square, they still hadn't seen anyone to pick up Xiao Qiao. Su Yu asked curiously, Xiao Qiao, didn't you have a teacher to pick you up? A hint of sadness flashed in Xiao Qiao's eyes, but she immediately smiled and said, maybe my teacher forgot. It's okay, I'll go back by myself later. Su Yu keenly noticed this and didn't ask any further questions. At this moment, Zhuge Yun said calmly, I am the teacher who took Xiao Qiao in. Ah? Four questioning voices rang out simultaneously. Zhuge Yun thought for a moment and said, no, it's you, Zheng Yong. Me? Zheng Yong looked puzzled. I have already arranged for Xiao Qiao to transfer schools. She will be a student in your class for the next period of time. Zhuge Yun looked at Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao, your parents are already in Zhubai City. The words fell. The people present stared at each other, bewildered. Xiao Qiao was stunned for a moment, then asked happily, Teacher Zhuge, is it true? This matter was handled too hastily, and I didn't discuss it with you beforehand. I hope you can understand, Zhuge Yun said. Xiao Qiao nodded and then shook her head repeatedly. It's nothing, Professor Zhuge, thank you. I can be classmates with the captain and Sister Qinghuan now. Su Yu smiled and said, we'll still be classmates in college. Yeah. Xiao Qiao raised her hands and ran forward joyfully, her twin ponytails flying up once again. Zhuge Yun smiled faintly. Leaving Yulian City was Xiao Qiao's biggest dream this past year. Not only her, but his parents thought so too. However, in today's world, transferring schools and leaving Yulian City are extremely difficult. Their family also had the will but not the means. After Zhuge Yun investigated the matter thoroughly, he casually asked someone to make some arrangements. Such a lucky little angel, it would be so nice to have her next to my apprentice. Su Yu and Song Qinghuan were delighted to see Xiao Qiao's happy expression. Of course, I understand there are other stories behind this. Zhuge Yun said calmly, she's just being envied. If you're so inclined, you can teach her a lesson during the college entrance exam. There's a girl named Nya Yuechio. Since we're both from the Northwest Theater Command, it was inevitable that we'd meet during the college entrance exam. Su Yu nodded. Song Qinghuan narrowed her eyes and made a mental note of the matter. On the way, Su Yu suggested giving Song Qinghuan another rank 8 blood crystal. Song Qinghuan said earnestly, Brother Su Yu, I just heard from Teacher Zhuge that you can use your second rank 8 blood crystal when you break through to the mid-rank martial artist level. This lays the foundation for you to reach the 8th grade golden body realm in the future. I already have 2 high-grade blood crystals, I can't take your 8th grade blood crystal. Su Yu wanted to say something more. Song Qinghuan said firmly, if you insist on giving it to me, I'll keep it for you, but I won't use it. Looking at Nizi's determined eyes. Then he looked at the 2 teachers watching the play. Su Yu nodded helplessly, okay, I'll listen to you. Song Qing smiled broadly and hugged his arm, saying, I knew you were reasonable. A few black lines appeared on Su Yu's forehead, something about those words just felt off. Chapter 116 Entering the Martial Artist Realm. The group of 5 did not return to the hotel. Zhuge Yun led the group directly to the Demon Refining Hall. After undergoing rigorous checks, the 4 entered the hall. The space shifted, and countless doors appeared before us. The text above indicates the levels of training rooms: low level, medium level, and high level. Standing still, Zhuge Yun said calmly, the high-grade blood crystals you possess can only be absorbed in the Demon Refining Hall to prevent your bodies from being destroyed by the powerful energy impact. With the college entrance examination just around the corner, time is the most precious thing for you. Strive to reach the limit and officially enter the realm of martial artist within 7 days. Xiao Qiao shook her twin ponytails. Teacher Zhuge, I can't absorb it. Didn't you tell me to save the high-grade blood crystals for when I break through to the mid-grade martial artist level? Zhuge Yun nodded, so you just need to go to the low-level cultivation room. The room will help you refine the blood crystal and keep the blood energy in the room abundant. After you break through, you can continue to cultivate inside for a while longer.
You can leave the pass in about 7 days.
You still have blood crystals, don't you? He asked.
Xiao Qiao nodded. During the beast tide, I collected a lot of blood crystals.
I shared some with Brother Suyu and the others, and I still have some. Mentioning this matter caused the corners of their mouths to twitch slightly. After the previous beast tide, everyone was cleaning up the battlefield and searching for blood crystals. There were 70 people in total, and the other 69 people combined did not find 10 blood crystals. Xiao Qiao collected nearly 20 blood crystals all by herself. Yes, among the other people's blood crystals, there were 2 more that Suyu found.
Zhuge Yun, the low-level training room costs 100 credits per day and night. Once you go in, just follow the instructions.
Xiao Qiao nodded and randomly chose a low-level cultivation room to enter.
After she went inside,
Zhuge Yun looked at Song Qinghuan. When you enter the advanced training room, and you feel that the improvement of your qi and blood has completely stopped, you can officially step into the martial artist realm. After you've broken through and completely consumed the 7th grade blood crystal, you can leave seclusion.
Okay. Song Qinghuan looked at Suyu. Suyu, I'm going in first.
After saying that, she pushed open the door to an advanced training room. In the end, only Suyu remained. Zhuge Yun's lips curled up slightly. Your 8th grade blood crystal can only be refined in one cultivation room.
Once you're in, you'll earn 1,000 credits per day and night. Suyu's face fell.
When he received the award, he thought that 11,000 credits should be enough for him to squander for a while. They had just left the training room when they encountered a spot that required burning credits.
Teacher, how long did it take to refine the 8th grade blood crystal 9 times last time? It seems to be 10 days.
Zhuge Yun said with a smile. Don't worry, it won't stop you even if you don't have enough credits.
Your training room is supporting debt.
Suyu sighed deeply. I chose the wrong path.
Zhuge Yun smiled but didn't say anything, and waved his hand.
All that remained in front of Suyu was a door.
Go in.
The instructions on how to use the 8th grade blood crystal to temper your body will be given inside. Don't worry, you won't lose out on these thousands of credits. Suyu, with the air of a warrior going to his death, pushed open the door.
After he went inside,
Zhuge Yun's gaze was deep and unfathomable. Your path to invincibility within the same realm has only just begun.
Suyu stepped inside.
It felt as if we were suddenly in a starry sky. In this starry sky, the corpses of various giant beasts float slowly. Upon closer inspection, it appears to be the corpse of a mythical beast, the Qilin, or the Xuanwu, as depicted in paintings and calligraphy. The corpses floated by with overwhelming force.
Is this real or fake?
Suyu muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a robot projection suddenly appeared in front of him. Welcome to the Demon Refining Hall. Please place the blood crystal on the Demon Refining platform.
A high platform rises up in front of us.
Suyu took out the blood crystal, and the moment he opened the crystal box, a terrifying aura instantly swept over him.
Just as Suyu felt like he was about to explode, a gentle breeze swept by.
The aura emanating from the blood crystal suddenly became incredibly gentle. While marveling at its wonder, Suyu carefully placed the blood crystal on the high platform.
The blood crystals sank into the high platform.
Suddenly, the wind rose and the clouds surged, and countless stars gathered at Suyu's feet. At this moment, Suyu truly felt the abundance of qi and blood, as if he were swimming in a sea of qi and blood. The stars gradually surrounded him. As the saying goes, good fortune comes to those who desire it, and a cultivation technique appeared in Suyu's mind. He slowly closed his eyes as if in a deep sleep. Still guided by the mind, the body naturally assumes some strange postures. As the stars shifted, he roamed the Milky Way.
In a mysterious space,
several imposing figures appeared.
Among them was Minister Wang Chuandao from the Education Department. These figures also include people with a Western region appearance.
Wang Chuandao, is there someone in your China who wants to walk the path of infinity? A blond man asked.
Wang Chuandao smiled and said, how can we allow Western geniuses to walk the path of the gods, but not our Chinese prodigies to walk the path of infinity? The blond man laughed loudly. Why not?
Back then, your Hua Kingdom's Lu Ling was known as invincible in his realm, but at that time, the son of my Western gods had not yet been born.
This time, we can see whether your Chinese infinite path is more powerful, or my Western path of gods is more powerful.
The two were talking. Another dark figure said calmly, regardless of what path you follow, you must be wary of attacks from alien races. Too many geniuses of our human race have died at the hands of other races. We must never repeat the mistakes of the past. They all sighed softly. Without saying much, their figures all disappeared.
Meanwhile, on the desolate battlefield. In the alien capital, a man resembling a human stood with a deep, enigmatic gaze that seemed to pierce through time and space. Humans are truly a fascinating race. Tianyun City.
In Ping'an residential area, Suyu's extended family members came to her door carrying fruit, pork, and pig's trotters.
A group of people entered the door happily. Su Jun had just finished making a phone call, under the expectant gazes of everyone. He announced helplessly, Suyu's teacher said that he won't be back for at least 7 more days. Aunt Wu, 7 more days? This is Xiaoyu's first time traveling so far from home. I wonder if she'll be able to adjust to life away from home. Aunt Zhang, hey, honey, why didn't you think of going with Xiaoyu?
You could have at least been there to take care of her.
Forget it. Forget it.
Old Su isn't going there to take care of the kids are taking care of him.
Everyone discussed it enthusiastically and then got busy preparing the meal.
Su Jun said cheerfully, regardless of whether we take care of him or not, our Suyu will be a martial artist when he comes back next time.
Real?
The group's eyes lit up instantly.
What Suyu's teacher said, could it be false? Then we need to hurry up and prepare the banquet. Chapter 117 Too much self-interest. At the Tianyuan City Genius Training Camp.
The group of prodigies also learned that Suyu and Song Qinghuan would break through to become martial artists in Martial City. During the break, everyone had a lively discussion.
Have you heard?
Suyu and Song Qinghuan will come back after they break through to become martial artists in Wu City.
Wow, they've already broken through to become martial artists so quickly? Didn't the teacher say to try to make a breakthrough after entering university? I don't see Qinling and Li Wei in a hurry to break through. Everyone started talking at once. The boy who delivered the message sat down and took a sip of water. Are you guys stupid? The teacher told us to break through after we entered university because we can exchange credits for blood crystals once we get to university.
With the blood crystal, our chi and blood can be further improved. It said that the 4 training camps will at least give you a rare rank 4 blood crystal as a reward, so Suyu and Song Qinghuan don't need to wait. Does that mean Goddess Qinghuan has basically broken through to become a martial artist with 200 chi and blood? Someone asked. You could say that now that we have a rare 4th grade blood crystal, and given that Goddess Qinghuan's blood energy was already over 180, reaching the limit of 200 should be a piece of cake.
Holy crap! I want a rare rank 4 blood crystal too. I'd accept it if you gave it to me. A group of exceptional talents looked on with envy. At this moment, someone else asked, what about Suyu? Are you stupid?
Suyu has already absorbed the blood crystal. Giving him a high-grade blood crystal won't help him.
Well, that's alright.
Even if Suyu becomes a martial artist, it won't really affect our results. A group of people nodded in agreement.
Anyway, Goddess Qinghuan has basically secured 2nd place.
With Song Qinghuan and Caillou here, our city's college entrance examination results this year will definitely be better than last year.
Alas, it's a pity that it wasn't Brother Caillou who went.
If he had absorbed a rare 4th grade blood crystal, he would definitely be even stronger than he is now. Who knows, he might be able to compete for the top scorer in the Northwest region this year.
Indeed. What a pity. As everyone sighed. Someone asked curiously, speaking of Song Qinghuan, who absorbed the rare blood crystal, is it possible that she is even more powerful than Brother Caillou?
As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people looked at him as if he were an idiot.
Are you stupid?
No matter how much Song Qinghuan absorbs, her blood and chi will only be 200.
Brother Caillou is a martial artist who has broken through the limit.
I heard that Brother Caillou has already started tempering his 2nd bone.
How could Song Qinghuan possibly be his match? The gap between them will only widen in the future. The boy who asked the question nodded repeatedly to indicate that he understood.
After saying that, someone else sighed, but no matter what, Song Qinghuan is still better than us. Just as they were marveling at this, Li Wei's voice suddenly rang out from behind them.
If you admit defeat, don't drag me into it.
He stared intently at Caillou, who was resting with his eyes closed in the corner. And you, I will continue to challenge you after I become a martial artist. Caillou opened his eyes and smiled. You're very welcome to take on this challenge. His tone was very sincere. Since officially entering the martial artist realm, no one in the Genius Training Camp has been able to pose a threat to him.
For him, wasn't this also a kind of loneliness?
Faced with Li Wei's challenge, he genuinely hoped that the other party could put some pressure on him. Otherwise, the path of martial arts would be far too boring. Therefore, compared to people like Li Wei and Wang Yang,
Right now, he's still looking forward to Song Qinghuan's return.
Ultimate martial artists and martial artists who break through their limits. I hope Song Qinghuan won't disappoint me too much. Thinking this, he closed his eyes again and began to rest. The things these people were arguing about were meaningless. His ambitions no longer lay in this small training camp. Li Wei clenched his fists at Caillou's attitude, but a sense of helplessness arose within him.
After breaking through his limits and entering the realm of martial arts, Caillou is simply too strong. He couldn't even force his opponent to use their special abilities on the stage. Saying he wanted to take on the challenge was just a young man's unwillingness to admit defeat. Song Qinghuan?
I wonder how much of his strength you can force out of him now that you're back, Li Chang pondered. Watching the students discuss, Qin Wenfang suddenly had an idea.
In the principal's office of number 1 middle school.
After Qin Wenfang finished expressing her thoughts, the principal of number 1 middle school gave her a brief, indifferent glance.
2 ordinary grade 4 blood crystals for 1 rare blood crystal? Is this a good idea of yours?
Teacher Qin, as a teacher, you should not take advantage of your students.
Qin Wenfang, but. The principal's voice suddenly rose, but what? But isn't Suyu a student at our number 1 middle school? You are a teacher certified by China. Not just a teacher at my school. If you really think that way, I think this teacher. The principal of number 1 middle school picked up his teacup again and took a sip of tea. Qin Wenfang's expression changed drastically, and she quickly explained, Principal, that's not what I meant.
I meant that for Suyu, the effect of a rare 4th grade blood crystal is not much different from that of an ordinary 4th grade blood crystal.
It was my oversight that I didn't think it through.
If we simply use 4th grade blood crystals as a measure, we can offer resources of equal value in exchange. He will surely understand our good intentions.
Principal, I brought up this idea for the sake of Tianyun City.
Student Qi Fei is a once-in-a-century genius with dual superpowers in our city. If we give him a rare 4th grade blood crystal, we might have a chance to become the number 1 city in the Northwest region next year. At that time, the educational resources of our Tianyuan city will only get better and better, and it will be just around the corner for us to become one of the top cities in the Northwest region. In her anxiety, she even became somewhat incoherent. The principal of number 1 middle school slowly placed the teacup on the table.
Please sit down. I understand your thoughts, but this is only our one-sided view. You need to consider whether Suyu is willing. You need to consider whether number 8 middle school is willing. I can promise you that I will convene a meeting to discuss the rationale behind this matter with the principals of all the schools. But I'm also letting you know in advance, if Suyu is really willing to make a deal with us. As compensation, I will arrange for Qi Fei to transfer to number 8 middle school. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Wenfang visibly froze for a moment. Immediately, she forced a smile, Principal, I have no objection to any of this. In the end, it's all for the sake of Tianyun City and for education. Qin Wenfang left the office. The principal of number 1 middle school pondered for a long time. He found a notebook and crossed out Qin Wenfang's name on the short list of candidates for grade director at number 1 middle school. Strong teaching ability, but too focused on personal gain. After writing a comment, he sent messages to several principals. Chapter 118 Song Qinghuan emerges from seclusion, Suyu forges the indestructible source. Tianyun City Education Center. All the principals of Tianyun High School gathered in the conference room. The principal of number 3 middle school laughed and said, Old Wang, we're about to leave work, and you still called us here for a meeting. If this matter weren't important today, we would have formed a group and gone to your office to steal things. What are you after? You just want my few ounces of tea leaves, don't you? The principal of number 1 middle school sat down with a smile. Once all the principals were seated, chatting and laughing, they were ready to leave. He then said seriously, the reason I called everyone here for this meeting today is. It's because the matter I'm discussing today allows no room for personal bias. As soon as he finished speaking, all the principals stopped smiling and turned their attention to him. Qin Wenfang, a teacher at the Genius Training Camp, just gave me some advice. As everyone knows, the worst reward for the 4-school joint training camp is a 4th grade blood crystal. This topic was brought up. Everyone immediately looked at the principal of number 8 middle school, and Tang Yaodong's face also turned cold. Everyone guessed it pretty accurately. Tang Yaodong did not interrupt the principal of number 1 middle school, and waited quietly for him to finish speaking.
The principal of number 1 middle school smiled apologetically. Now that I've explained it, everyone should understand. It is a fact that Suyu has already absorbed the blood crystal. For him, the 4th grade rare blood crystal has the same effect as the ordinary 4th grade blood crystal. Teacher Qin Wanfang's idea is to offer resources of equal value to Suyu in exchange for this rare 4th grade blood crystal. At that time, this rare 4th grade blood crystal will be used on Qi Fei to try and become the champion of the Northwest region next year. At this point, Tang Yaodong's expression softened somewhat. The principal of number 1 middle school continued. At the same time, Qi Fei also transferred to number 8 middle school. Having received a favor from Suyu, it is only natural that I should visit Suyu's alma mater. With the principal of number 1 middle school displaying this attitude, everyone finally understood that he truly had no ulterior motives.
Actually, it's not impossible.
From this perspective, it is indeed a good choice. The principals began to discuss it.
Tang Yaodong asked casually, then, Lao Wang, what do you consider to be resources of equal value?
The principal of number 1 middle school said earnestly, 1 5th grade blood crystal and 3 4th grade blood crystals, all of our schools will contribute together. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone began to frown and think. The value of a 5th grade blood crystal is no less than that of a 4th grade blood crystal, plus 3 4th grade blood crystals.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this a reward for Suyu. However, number 1 middle school and number 8 middle school definitely cannot provide this resource. This requires utilizing the educational resources of the entire Tianyun city. I have no objection.
The principal of number 4 middle school, who had always been at odds with number 8 middle school, was the first to raise his hand to vote. After saying that, he added, Suyu is a tactical genius and deserves this kind of training. Soon, the other principals also raised their hands in agreement. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to Tang Yaodong again. Tang Yaodong's face no longer held a cold expression, but he still said conservatively, I have no objection, but whether it can be done depends on Suyu's own thoughts.
Hey, Lao Tang, you're overthinking it. How could Suyu possibly refuse? The kid's not stupid. Don't worry, Lao Tang.
When Suyu and the others return, we'll go to greet them together. If we explain the reasons to him properly, he will naturally agree. In the meeting room, the principals became lively again. The brief meeting concluded, and all the contents of the meeting were submitted to the education headquarters. Step out of the education center. Tang Yaodong said calmly, Old Wang, I don't care whether your Qi Fei comes to our number 8 middle school or not.
But if anyone tries to take advantage of my students, you know my personality.
The principal of number 1 middle school nodded slightly. Don't worry, Lao Tang, I'll take care of this personally. As for Qin Wenfang, after she finishes leading this year's genius training camp, she won't be allowed to lead anymore. Many things don't need to be said, we both understand each other. In fact, if Qin Wenfang had truly been thinking about the future of Tianyun City when she proposed this idea, it would have been even better.
Her position as the head of the grade was practically guaranteed. Unfortunately, a single wrong decision led to completely opposite results. Time passed. Song Qinghuan was the first to come out of the cultivation room. At this moment, her skin was as smooth as jade, her eyes were bright and her teeth were white, and it seemed as if countless stars were twinkling in her eyes. As soon as she came out, Sheng Yong nervously and expectantly stepped forward and asked, How many transformations have you undergone?
7 times, I didn't even use up all the blood and energy from the 7th grade blood crystal, so I tempered my bones 3 more times, Song Qinghuan answered honestly. Zhuge Yun nodded and praised, everyone only saw Suyu, but in fact you are no less capable than others. After 7 transformations, before you become a martial artist, your qi and blood should be between 280 and 290. Using this high-grade blood crystal on you is making the best use of it. Song Qinghuan blushed slightly at the compliment and asked curiously, Hasn't Suyu come out yet? You've been inside for 6 days. So you might only need 1 or 2 days if he is quick, or he might have to wait 4 or 5 days if he is slow. Sheng Yang laughed and said, 1,000 credits a day and night, this kid will probably feel the pinch when he gets out.
Song Qinghuan was shocked, so expensive? Will Suyu not have enough credits? Can I transfer my credits to him?
Don't worry, it's enough, Zhuge Yun said calmly.
He was becoming more and more satisfied with his disciple's wife. In the endless galaxy.
The boy opened his eyes. The Milky Way was reflected in his eyes, and the stars seemed to be twinkling deep within them.
Have I officially entered the martial artist realm? Suyu murmured.
As they were talking, their minds shifted. He suddenly sought his internal organs and bones. I could see that the internal organs and bones were emitting a faint golden light. He understood that this must be the result of the 9 forgings of the 8th grade blood crystal golden body. He already had the appearance of a golden body before even entering the golden body realm. Let your mind flow freely within your body like water. It flows through the 5 internal organs and through every bone. Suddenly, Suyu found himself in a space filled with golden light. In this space, it's like the human body breathing. It conveys a sense of continuous life and vitality. This must be the source of immortality. Muttering to himself, Suyu suddenly noticed a flash of red light in the space. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the feather that had been floating in the blood crystal earlier. Just as he was about to grab the feather, his perspective suddenly shifted, and he was pulled out of this magical space. Upon further introspection, only a faint golden dot could be seen in the dantian. There are also faint red lines on the small dots. Is this the golden space I was just in? This undying source is far too little. It is said that as long as the original source remains, the physical body will not perish. As Suyu sensed his own tiny, indestructible source, he knew in his heart that he was still far from achieving the legendary indestructible physical body.
Chapter 119 Emerging from Seclusion.
Suyu was sensing the changes within himself.
Suddenly, the system's voice rang in my mind.
Congratulations, host, on activating your bloodline power, Fire Phoenix Bloodline Unknown. Your cultivation talent level has been automatically upgraded to a level.
Martial arts comprehension has improved. Fire affinity has been greatly increased.
Host detected to have acquired the Phoenix Vein. The supernatural Hellfire S has transformed into the Flame of Rebirth SSS.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully entered the martial artist realm.
Your Illustrated Encyclopedia Collector has been upgraded. Illustrated Encyclopedia Collector C.
Available film rolls 30/30. Available ability gauges 5/8. The probability of acquiring special abilities, skills, and attributes has been increased. Congratulations, host, on successfully passing the beginner phase.
The direct access channel for higher dimensional attributes is now closed. The All-Things Bonds function has been activated for the host. Activating the corresponding bonds will grant rewards in terms of bloodline, special abilities, and higher dimensional attributes.
The series of system notifications left Suyu momentarily stunned.
Bloodline power? This is what the instructor was talking about. Directly upgrade C-level talent to a level, and S-level ability to SSS level ability. This power of bloodline. Wow! That's pretty intense. Activating bonds also gives you a chance to obtain bloodlines.
In that case, there's another way to become stronger. Although it cannot directly improve chi and blood or spirit, it adds a collection of affinity illustrations. Chi and blood can be improved by tempering bones, but mental strength can be developed more.
Overall, the benefits of system changes outweigh the drawbacks. After pondering for a moment, Suyu asked again, System, are the rewards for restoring health from collecting the Beast Encyclopedia still there? The rewards for restoring chi and blood will be more detailed.
From ordinary beasts to rank 8 beasts, the host can recover 50, 100, 200, 300, 500, 1000, 2000, 5000, and 10,000 health points respectively.
So, you mean there was some waste in my previous efforts to restore my chi and blood? After claiming the reward, any excess health or mana will automatically dissipate. That works too.
At least I can rely on these rewards to carry out my bone tempering next. We need to save up our health and mana recovery rewards more often, and we need to go to the wilderness more often. Thinking it over, Suyu brought up his personal panel again.
Name, Suyu. Talent, A. Bloodline, Phoenix Bloodline Unknown. Special abilities, SSS level Ice Age, SSS level Nirvana Flame, SSS level Blessing of Luck Incomplete.
Martial Arts, The Mysterious Step Mastery.
Titles, First Rank Martial Artist, Low Level Tactician, Ordinary Illustrated Book Collector.
Skills, Tactical Understanding Master, Basic Leg Techniques Master, Spear Techniques Master, Sword Techniques Master, Fist Techniques Master, Bicycle Riding Skills Master.
Physical Strength High Dimensional Attribute, 350 Health. Spirit Higher Dimensional Attribute, 570 Hz. Strength Low Dimensional Attribute 7800. Agility Low Dimensional Attribute, 8200. Illustrated Pokédex Collection 159-1000. The brand new data is now on display. The current Suyu is completely different from the one before he participated in the 4 schools training camp.
Even compared to before entering the training room, there has been a tremendous change. Despite his significant progress, Suyu remained humble and uncomplacent. Looking at these data, all he could think about was what improvements he could make and how he could improve them. Just like grinding through games in a past life. If your liver doesn't die, then you'll liver it to death. In the training room, every second consumes a large number of credits. Feeling the abundant vital energy around him, Suyu immediately began to cultivate using the bone tempering technique. After breaking through to become a martial artist, all the meridians in the body are opened up. At this point, you can choose to temper either the upper or lower limb bones. Having already mastered the martial art of the lost steps, Suyu naturally chose to start tempering his lower limb bones. Tempering bones isn't about blindly burying your head in whatever bones you see and then trying to temper them. The amount of effort required varies depending on the size of the bones. There are 62 lower limb bones, 31 on each side. The corresponding parts form a complete system. Suyu didn't want to be unconventional, he simply started tempering from the 26-foot bones. Once both feet are fully tempered, he will then combine them with his master-level leg techniques. At that time, his footwork will become a major weapon in the fight. The bone tempering process has officially begun. Suyu noticed that the blood and chi in the parentheses began to fluctuate. As the bone tempering deepened, the number 350 in parentheses rapidly decreased. Suyu roughly understood that the 350 before the parentheses should be his peak health and vitality value. The information in parentheses is your actual blood and chi condition. It must be said that this small change to the system is very user-friendly. It was clear that my blood and energy levels were about to drop by 100. Suyu had no choice but to stop tempering and begin circulating his breathing technique to absorb chi and blood. In a space where the blood and chi are so thick they are almost liquid. Before long, his energy and blood were back to their full potential. Then the refining process continues. After several repetitions, Suyu finally understood why choosing the path of invincibility within the same realm would significantly reduce the speed of tempering. Not only is bone tempering difficult, but the rate at which it consumes vital energy also increases rapidly. Most people wouldn't dare walk this distance without some kind of special skill. It's only because he has the system, otherwise, he might be in dire straits with nowhere to turn for help. Of course, this is just hindsight. In fact, Suyu was released back that night. Regardless of whether he has a system or not, he will still resolutely choose the path of being invincible within the same realm. Having embarked on this path of martial arts, one should naturally strive to become the strongest. Even with countless difficulties and dangers, there is no room for retreat. If we retreat now, won't we have to retreat every time we face difficulties and choices in the future? His ambition from the very beginning has been to become the strongest. Time flies. When the air is so thin that there is almost no vital energy left. Suyu then realized that he had squeezed every last drop out of this rank 8 blood crystal. I don't know how much time has passed outside. I'm fairly satisfied with the successful tempering of 2 bones. On the high platform, the 8th grade blood crystal had become an ordinary stone. The door through which they had entered earlier reappeared. Without the slightest hesitation, Suyu swiftly left the cultivation room. When he came outside and saw that there were only 2 teachers, he was delighted. So, I didn't even use 7 days? Zhuge-yun said quietly. To avoid them wasting time, I sent them all to the low-level cultivation room to temper their bones. Suyu froze instantly. Chang Yong came over and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, it'll only be 10 days. There's no debt involved. Snowflakes are falling. Suyu, teacher, you don't really need to play background music for me. Chang Yong happily put away his phone. You misunderstood. I was planning to call Song Qinghuan and Xiao Xiao out. I accidentally pressed the wrong button. Suyu, hee hee. The joy of making progress in martial arts was suddenly overshadowed by more than half of it. Qinghuan, I need your comfort. Chapter 120 Comprehending Martial Arts. After Song Qinghuan emerged from seclusion, she rushed towards Suyu immediately. Suyu, come out. She nestled into Suyu's arms like a little bird. The talented man and beautiful woman embraced each other, making others envious. After a while, Song Qinghuan suddenly remembered that there were 2 teachers beside her. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she quickly stood obediently to the side, unsure of what to do with her slender hands. Seeing Nizi's flustered appearance, Suyu grabbed her small hand. The 2 held hands. Zhuge-yun and Chang Yong stared straight ahead at the door of the training room. A short while later, Xiao Qiao also emerged from seclusion. "Captain, how much have you tempered your bones?" she asked curiously as soon as she came out.
Everyone turned their attention to Suyu.
2 pieces, and the third piece is halfway done. Xiao Xiao's eyes darted around, and she thought for a moment, it's not as scary as the instructor said before.
It feels like my speed is about the same.
I've been tempering my bones for a few more days than you, Captain, and I've only just started tempering the 4th bone.
Then she looked at Song Qinghuan and asked, Sister Qinghuan, what about you?
I just tempered 5 bones, Song Qinghuan said with a smile. When her qi and blood were saturated, her bone tempering speed once approached 1 bone per day. In contrast, Xiao Xiao, who did not break through her limits, spent 10 days tempering her 3 bones. The gap between the two has now begun to emerge. If Suyu hadn't chosen the path of being invincible within his realm, his bone tempering speed would have been at least twice as fast as Song Qinghuan's. Of course, none of the 3 of them felt it was a big deal at the moment. The speed of bone tempering does not tell the whole story.
Zhuge Yun reminded them, don't forget that this is in the training room.
Suyu not only faces the challenge of bone tempering, but also the consumption of qi and blood, which is a major problem.
Suyu, you should be able to sense it, right? He looked at Suyu.
Suyu nodded slightly, noticing Song Qinghuan's brows furrowing slightly.
He smiled and said, however, there is always a trade-off.
Don't be fooled by the fact that you temper your bones faster than me. The improvement you get from tempering 2 bones is probably less than what I get from tempering 1.
That is true. Zhuge Yun nodded.
Xiao Xiao's twin ponytail swayed, and she said proudly, the captain is indeed different. Having just left the demon refining hall, Zhuge Yun immediately led the 3 of them to the martial arts hall.
After passing through multiple identity verification checks, the group successfully entered the martial arts hall.
The college entrance examination is just around the corner, and martial arts is the most important factor for you to differentiate yourselves now. Since you have the opportunity to choose and comprehend martial arts, don't hold back. Learn it as soon as possible and master it as soon as possible. You must have already realized that after entering the martial arts realm, every day is like rowing against the current.
If you don't improve, you are regressing.
Your achievements at the training camp are just the beginning. In the short span of 2 weeks, if you slack off even slightly, others will catch up with you.
Zhuge Yun focused his attention on Suyu. He knew this kid was aiming for the top score in the college entrance exam.
The 3 of you will each have 3 opportunities to comprehend martial arts in the martial arts hall. After choosing your martial arts, use your opportunity to comprehend martial arts immediately.
Don't be stingy, improve as much as you can now. Of course, if you've already grasped the basics, then don't waste any more opportunities.
We can take some time to reflect and then use this opportunity to break through when we encounter a bottleneck later. If you want to exchange this opportunity for academic credits, it costs 5,000 credits per time.
Zhuge Yun finished speaking. All 3 of them widened their eyes slightly.
Xiao Xiao clenched her fists and cheered, Brother Suyu, Sister Qinghuan, let's try to succeed on our first try. Yes, it worked on the first try. As they spoke, the 3 of them entered 3 rooms, led by the staff. Watching the 3 of them go inside, Zhuge Yun straightened his clothes, it won't be long before you comprehend martial arts. After this is over, I'll have Zhou Zhan send you back to Tianyuan City.
Chun Yong was somewhat surprised, you're not coming with us? Zhuge Yun shook his head slightly, I have other things to do in Wucheng. Suyu is in your hands now. Chun Yong nodded earnestly.
Oh, right, don't forget those confidentiality agreements you signed.
After Suyu finishes his college entrance exams, you'd better stay in Jubiai City, Zhuge Yun reminded him before leaving. Chun Yong snorted, it's still uncertain where Suyu went. You'll come with me when we move. Zhuge Yun's body visibly froze. Is it reasonable for teachers to move with their students?
On the other side, after Suyu entered the true martial arts hall, I experienced the feeling of floating above the stars once again. A light screen appeared before my eyes, categorizing all kinds of martial arts techniques. Knife techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques, spear techniques, and so on.
Suyu had already thought it through before he came in.
Song Qinghuan would definitely choose a martial art involving spear techniques, given his good habit of taking several photos of Song Qinghuan every day.
Song Qinghuan learned it, so he learned it.
He now possesses master-level skills in fist fighting, swordsmanship, spear fighting, and leg techniques. Tempering bones also begins with the lower limb bones, and after comprehensive consideration, leg techniques became his first choice. Of course, even after deciding to choose leg techniques, he also looked at other martial arts. He had seen Gao Shi's 9 layers and Hao Jiming's sword reign in the catalog of advanced martial arts. It is worth mentioning that all movement techniques were categorized as advanced martial arts, and the Misty Step was also included on the list. After browsing through the materials, Suyu began to carefully select the leg techniques that suited him best.
Dragon subduing divine kick, dragon god's kick? Could these two seniors be enemies? The wind god leg technique is also available? Demon subduing and god slaying leg, that's quite a grand name.
After looking at each of the top-tier martial arts techniques, the names were all incredibly impressive, but I still couldn't find the one I wanted to choose. His ideal state is still to focus on marksmanship or swordsmanship. These martial arts, which focus entirely on leg techniques, are somewhat putting the cart before the horse. After patiently flipping through them one by one, Suyu finally found a suitable one.
Mandarin duck linked kicks.
With light footwork and agile movements, one can strike and kick at close range or unleash a series of flying kicks from afar. Where there is up, there is down. Where there is left, there is right. The left foot moves first, and the right foot follows, in an unbroken line, forming a pair, which is called Mandarin ducks.
Without hesitation, Suyu immediately chose to redeem the item.
A jade slip floated into the air and appeared in front of him. Just as he was about to reach for it, the jade slip suddenly transformed into a beam of light and disappeared into his brow. As the saying goes, good fortune comes to mind, and various ingenious techniques of the Mandarin duck chain kick came to mind for Suyu. Just the circulation of qi and blood in the feet, and the mobilization of meridians and bones, took Suyu quite a while to digest. Besides that, there were many other things he felt vague about as well.
Obviously, just because these things are in your mind doesn't mean you'll actually know them. Mastering this martial art requires considerable effort.
However, Suyu, who already had a master-level foundation in leg techniques, vaguely sensed that even without using the opportunity to comprehend martial arts, he could still gain insights.
Give him some time, and he'll be able to get the hang of it.
Now I've old Su, am a genuine genius too, Suyu joked to himself, then clicked on martial arts comprehension again. The next moment, the stars shifted and the world changed. When he saw what was in front of him again, he found himself in a desolate wilderness. Countless strange beasts surged forward, and Suyu found that he was moving uncontrollably.
He suddenly understood and immediately immersed himself in the experience of this body.
On the wilderness, the man thrusts and kicks, his left and right feet moving in unison, each leg faster than the last, his movements infinitely mysterious. Suyu sometimes felt the flow of qi, blood, meridians, and bones within a man's body. Sometimes it detaches from the body, as if God were taking in every detail.
Chapter 121 The Return Journey. On the wilderness.
Blood flowed like a river, and countless strange beasts fell at the man's feet. Suyu was engrossed in the exquisite martial arts. Suddenly, she realized that the man she was possessing was looking at her with a smile.
Have you learned it yet?
Suyu was slightly taken aback, then closed his eyes and began to review everything he had sensed earlier.
In his mind, he executed every move of the Mandarin duck continuous kick flawlessly.
The circulation of qi and blood, and the regulation of meridians and bones.
From initial awkwardness to gradual proficiency.
As Suyu closed his eyes to simulate the situation. In the real space, his body was being manipulated according to his every thought. After using all the tricks men had to offer themselves.
Suyu opened his eyes. I've learned it.
Ha! He suddenly realized that he had left the mysterious space he had been in before. Just as I was wondering about it, I realized that I was covered in sweat. I glanced at the data panel and saw that I had consumed several hundred units of qi and blood.
Looking back on all the wonderful experiences he had, Suyu couldn't help but exclaim, amazing.
I remember that man asking him if he had learned it.
I'm thinking to myself, it's probably something like a system setting.
After completing his martial arts comprehension, the light screen panel appeared, and Suyu did not choose to try again. This time, he thought he would be the fastest.
Unexpectedly, Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan were both waiting for him eagerly when he came out.
Chun Yang asked with a puzzled look, did you use all 3 comprehensions?
How come it took more than half an hour?
Suyu was a little confused and looked at Song Qinghuan. Qinghuan, how long did it take you? Xiao Qiao and I were both out in 10 minutes, Song Qinghuan replied obediently. Qinghuan said that a teacher appeared in front of her and explained and guided her one by one, and she finally learned it. After I went in, I was so engrossed in watching those whip techniques that I fell asleep. When I woke up, I found that I had mastered it, Xiao Qiao said with her big eyes wide open. Suyu remained silent when she heard that she would learn it after taking a nap. He explained, I only used it once, but I didn't expect it to take so long.
Xiao Chao asked curiously, then how did you learn it, Captain?
It seems I've been possessed by a powerful being.
After he killed countless strange beasts, I learned it. Suyu then asked the two, by the way, at the end, someone asked you if you had learned it? Both women shook their heads.
Song Qinghuan pursed her lips and thought for a moment. No, after I learned it, I immediately broke away from it and there was no other communication.
Suyu was somewhat puzzled. On a whim, he opened the panel again.
He was dumbfounded when he saw the word proficient in parentheses after the Mandarin duck-linked steps. I've become a martial arts genius, he murmured to himself. The three people standing nearby remained silent upon hearing his Versailles remarks.
If you're not a martial arts genius, then who is?
Seeing that Suyu still seemed puzzled, Zhangyang smiled and said, Teacher Zhuge has already left because of something. We also need to go back to the hotel to get our things and prepare to go back. When the topic of going home came up, Song Qinghuan's smile broadened. She missed her mother very much after not seeing her for some time.
Xiao Chao, standing to the side, asked somewhat nervously, Qinghuan, is it really okay for me to go home with you?
Song Qinghuan patted her head, don't worry, my mom will definitely like you.
Hee, I'll definitely do my best.
Suyu did have a suggestion, but after thinking about it, he kept it to himself. The group first went to the hotel where Xiao Chao was staying to pack their luggage. They then returned to the hotel where they were staying. At this moment, the senior who had brought Suyu and the others to Wucheng was already waiting at the door.
This is Senior Zhou Zhan.
He's the one who saw us off this time, Zhangyang introduced to the three children.
Zhou Zhan looked at Suyu and smiled, Brother Suyu, you've made a bet, so I've come to keep my promise.
Suyu walked over and greeted him familiarly, Brother Zhou, if I come to Wucheng next time, I'll just look for you.
Ha, I was just afraid you wouldn't come looking for me. Zhou Zhan laughed heartily. Suyu skillfully took out the camera. Teacher, Qinghuan, Xiao Chao, we're leaving now. Let's take a picture here as a memento. Crackling sounds, including Brother Zhou's cow.
6 photos in a row, everyone who sees them can have a copy. Suyu was delighted to receive 200 strength, 50 agility, and a master-level wilderness survival skill. The group walked out of Wucheng. After leaving the city, they all boarded horse-drawn carriages. Under Brother Nyo's leadership, the carriage sped along at breakneck speed.
Suyu sat in the carriage, feeling a little expectant.
This can be considered a triumphant return home, even though his performance in the training camp wasn't great and it was made public. But thinking back to those classmates,
he suddenly realized how small Tianyun City was.
Thinking outwards, perhaps in the eyes of other races, Earth and humanity are also a very small world.
After driving for a period of time. On the carriage, Song Qinghuan was telling Xiao Chao where to find good breakfast and delicious milk tea in Tianyuan City.
The two also agreed to visit a restaurant together after they returned. Suyu closed his eyes and recalled the moments when he possessed that powerful figure in the martial arts hall. In fact, that powerful man used more than just the Mandarin duck combo kick. His mastery of qi and blood, and his unparalleled fighting spirit.
These memories are now deeply etched in Suyu's mind.
While the three students were all busy with their own things, Zhangyang seemed restless. Without a doubt, he was the most excited person. The two teams that were supposed to be at the bottom of the standings will be one in the top 10 and the other in first place.
Not only that, but he also brought along a prodigy who ranks among the top 3 in Tianyuan City.
He figured the old principal should at least give him a bonus equivalent to 8 or 10 years' salary this time.
Tianyun City.
The news of Suyu and Song Qinghuan's return was announced today. The top 100 students from the first and second years of high school in various universities have all arrived at the Genius Training Camp.
Tang Yaodong's promise to hold an experience-sharing lecture has actually come to fruition. Suyu and Song Qinghuan have not returned yet.
The teachers at the Genius Training Camp then held a competition. Let the senior high school students step onto the stage and show their skills in front of their younger schoolmates. Caillou dominated the field, drawing cheers and applause from his fellow students.
Chapter 122 On the way home. On the wilderness.
The carriage, which had been speeding along, suddenly came to a stop. Inside the carriage, all four were somewhat puzzled.
Zhou Zhan cautiously said, "A mid-level martial artist is approaching us. Don't get out of the car yet." Everyone nodded. 3 students opened the window and looked outside. They hadn't encountered anyone else in this wilderness along the way. Chun Yong tensed up instantly.
Sensing the teacher's movements behind him, Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly.
The next second, I could see the person who had come into view. Suyu's pupils contracted instantly, and he sat up straight. The other 3 people on the side did the same. This is the Lookout Army.
Xiao Chao's mouth gaped open, somewhat incredulous. Suyu nodded, his tone serious, and said, he is indeed wearing lookout armor.
Judging from this, there might be a beast tide breaking out somewhere.
The newcomer was clad in black armor, his entire body covered in congealed black and red blood. He leaped slowly between the tree trunks, clearly seriously injured. At that moment, everyone's hearts tightened.
I'll go take a look. Zhou Zhan stood up. I am Guan Changfu, a communications officer from the Taoyuan City Lookout Army.
There is a beast-tide riot that has crossed the 7th level battle line, the man in black armor announced loudly, raising his wristband.
Zhou Zhan took the bracelet from him, and the 2 bracelets touched. Authentication successful. Zhou Zhan asked in confusion, don't you have communication with Taoyuan City? Guan Changfu's face was full of resentment, our communications have been sabotaged by the Holy Lin dogs.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhan's face instantly turned murderous, it's that Holy Lin dog again.
The Holy Dog?
Xiao Chao asked, somewhat puzzled, in the carriage. Shang Yang explained in a deep voice, they are a group of traitors who have defected to a foreign race. Many beast tides are caused by their own efforts. As he spoke, he glanced at the 3 of them again, the 3 of you are also their targets.
Suyu nodded. He knew that there would always be traitors in any era. Even in peacetime, there are countless hundreds of thousands, let alone in this martial arts era. The reason why we have been able to travel this far seems to be one of perfect harmony and unity. It was because countless predecessors worked together to keep those filthy creatures out. And these heroes. Suyu looked at the man in black armor and couldn't help but sigh. The progress we've made these past few days seems so insignificant at this moment. In the wilderness, the bracelet could not communicate. At this moment, Guan Changfu, who was already seriously injured, stopped them. Clearly, he needed to borrow their carriage, or perhaps he needed Zhou Zhan to deliver a message for him. Zhou Zhan was hesitating.
Suyu and the others had already disembarked from the carriage.
The group was about to speak. Wei Yikuan suddenly fell from the sky. An instructor?
Xiao Xiao was somewhat surprised. Guan Changfu saw a grandmaster-level expert appear. It was as if a ray of dawn had appeared in the darkness.
With a bang.
He knelt on one knee, clasped his hands in a fist and said, please, senior, lend a helping hand to our Taoyuan City. Don't worry, since I'm here, I won't let the beast tide run rampant. Wei Yikuan immediately helped him up and took the bracelet from Zhou Zhan to check the situation.
The bracelet projected an animation of a surging beast tide.
His brow furrowed slightly. There were indeed traces of those lowly dogs from the Holy Land.
Zhou Zhan, you continue to escort them back to Tianyun City.
Leave the beast tide to me.
I'm heading to Taoyuan City now.
As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed away, heading straight for Taoyuan City.
Guan Changfu knelt down again in the direction where Wei Yikuan had disappeared. He shouted, thank you, Master Xia, for saving me.
As he shouted, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, everyone present felt worried. Zhou Zhan immediately said, Brother Guan, come with me to the carriage to rest. I still have healing pills in my carriage. Guan Changfu grinned and said, no need, my heart meridian is broken.
Giving me healing pills is already a waste.
I hope you can all do me a favor, he said, looking at everyone. He then pulled a box out of his pocket. Inside here are the nameplates of all the members of the Taoyuan City Watchtower Army, as well as their last letters. I hope you can help me pass this on to my family.
He handed the box to Zhou Zhan.
At this moment, everyone's expression was solemn. The 2 girls' eyes were red. As he spoke, Guan Changfu stood up forcefully and gave a strong military salute to everyone. Everyone was filled with respect and returned the salute in kind.
Boom! At a time when everyone was feeling down.
The next moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, Suyu was cornered by Guan Changfu, who delivered a powerful punch. With a full-force punch landing on his chest, Guan Changfu revealed a smug smile. My all-out attack will kill you, no matter how tactical genius you are, he thought smugly. However, just when he thought that this punch could pierce Suyu's heart meridian,
Suyu's shirt was torn, revealing the silver inner armor underneath.
Suyu took the punch head-on.
AB-grade spirit armor?
He was shocked. Without pausing, he immediately swung both fists through Suyu's ears, aiming straight for Suyu's forehead. His body was tightly entwined with Suyu's. Even when Zhou Zhan and Shine Yang suddenly attacked him from behind, he ignored them. Clearly, he was willing to trade his own life for Su Yu's.
A future tactical master? A mid-grade martial artist will be buried with you, so you won't lose out, will you?
Just as he was speaking smugly, Guan Changfu suddenly realized that Su Yu had blocked his fists. Meanwhile, his body was being continuously frozen.
How is this possible? How could he possibly keep up with my speed? How could he have such strength?
His pupils contracted instantly, a moment after he had been smiling smugly.
Countless questions arose in my mind.
The tactical genius mentioned in the intelligence report actually managed to stop him, a fourth-rank martial artist.
That superpower even wanted to freeze him. Su Yu remained expressionless as he retreated. Zhou Zhan, who was chasing after the two men, showed a hint of relief on his face. Fortunately, he was only a fourth-rank martial artist, so Su Yu could withstand it. With a soft thud, Zhou Zhan pierced Guan Changfu's heart with his sword. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Chao, who had also desperately caught up from behind, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was a close call.
Put!
The longsword was drawn.
Guan Changfu stopped in his tracks and suddenly rushed towards Su Yu. The sword was pulled from his heart, and he seemed completely unaffected. As he approached Su Yu, his entire body began to swell, and his veins throbbed as if magma were writhing. A terrifying amount of energy gathered instantly. The air felt like it was burning my skin. His expression was ferocious. I never thought I could drag a historical genius down with me. A saint has descended upon the mortal realm. Immortal and indestructible. Oh no! This is a forbidden technique, self-destruction. Song Qinghuan, Xiao Chao, retreat quickly. Sheng Yang shouted, but he continued to chase after Su Yu. Xiao Chao and Song Qinghuan, standing to the side, showed no sign of backing down. Guan Changfu and Su Yu were extremely close together. Seeing Su Yu's expressionless face, he even said with interest, "Genius, give up. No one can stop me from self-destructing. You are doomed. Look, even your freezing power can't stop it. Do you feel it's a pity? You have such talent, and probably not many people in this world know about it." Just as Guan Changfu's face was contorted, a wisp of flame suddenly appeared on his body. His rapidly expanding body suddenly slowed down. Su Yu said calmly, "To be honest, I didn't expect that my special ability could stop you. Otherwise, I'll have to call the teacher for help." Guan Changfu's eyes widened, his mouth agape, unsure of what to say. The flame instantly intensified, engulfing his entire body. All the energy was absorbed by the flames. Chapter 123, The Last Lesson. Watching the flames engulf Guan Changfu, that terrifying energy also vanished without a trace. Zhou Zhan, Chen Yong, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Chao all stopped running. The group stared blankly at Su Yu. Su Yu was seen playing with a wisp of flame on his fingertips. My newly awakened superpower has unexpectedly included the ability to absorb energy. Not only that, he also sensed that his nirvana flame seemed to have become slightly stronger. The wisps of red thread on the undying origin seemed to have grown stronger as well. The power of his bloodline was somewhat beyond his imagination. Everything happened too fast. From the lookout soldiers attacking Su Yu to the suicide bombing. From the moment Su Yu used his supernatural power to incinerate him, only a few dozen seconds had passed. Everyone was still a little stunned. Xianyun slowly landed beside Su Yu. "Is this the superpower you awakened after absorbing the 8th grade blood crystal?" Su Yu nodded, "Just lucky." Xianyun's eyes were complicated. Was it luck? Why didn't the others have this kind of luck? A superpower that can absorb the energy of a 4th grade martial artist's self-destruction is probably another SSS-level superpower. Zhou Zhan watched as Chen Yun appeared. His eyes widened even more. So, Su Yu has 2 Grandmaster-level experts protecting him along the way? But recalling Su Yu's performance just now, he suddenly felt that it wasn't unreasonable for 2 Grandmasters to protect him. Xiao Chao and Song Qinghuan patted their chests, which were covered in bulging peaks. The two breathed a sigh of relief. It's confirmed now, it really was a false alarm. Xianyun asked with some curiosity, "How did you know there was someone else nearby?" Su Yu blinked, looking innocent. "I don't know, I was just talking nonsense to annoy him." Xianyun smiled and didn't press the matter. Looking at the boy in front of him, for the first time, he felt a sense of unfathomable depth from a first-rank martial artist. During their conversation, once everyone calmed down, they all came over.
Song Qinghuan rushed over and hugged Suyu tightly. At that moment, she was truly afraid that Suyu would leave her. Suyu patted her head and said softly, "It's okay." Shenyun picked up the box that Zhou Zhan had hurriedly dropped to save Suyu. Having insiders who have mastered the forbidden techniques of the Holy Land shows that the Holy Land values you, a tactical genius, no less than that of other prodigies. He opened the box as he spoke. Inside were the medals, plaques, and that last will and testament. Suyu approached and asked, "Are these all true?" Xianyun nodded and said, "About the fact that Guan Changfu is not real, everything else in this matter is true." Suyu said quietly, "Instructor Wei is actually a Grandmaster level expert. I didn't expect that even he wasn't discovered to be in disguise." Upon hearing this, Xianyun's lips twitched slightly. He didn't respond to that question. He had a vague premonition. Help Lao Wei explain, or he'll be extorted. If we don't help him explain, then it's Lao Wei's own problem. Next time we run into each other, whatever that kid says will be none of his business. Come and take a look. He called 3 young men over to look at the medals and plaques. At the same time, he handed the suicide note to Suyu. "My son has given his life for his country. His death was worthy. Father, do not worry. Wang Ji. Grandma, I didn't disgrace the Hong family. Hong Jun. Are the peaches sweet this year? If the neighbor's kids come to steal them, Mom, don't stop them. Fong Lianghua. Dad, smoke less, go out more. Aunt Wang likes you, so don't avoid her anymore. Tong Xinhua. I have no one to write about. I hope we don't get separated on our journeys. Sure, Qingshu." Suyu examined them one by one carefully. The last one was written by Guan Changfu. "I'm dying. I hope whoever finds this box can help me deliver it to Taoyuan City." Holding the piece of paper in both hands, Suyu felt as if it weighed a ton. He took a deep breath, and for a moment he didn't know where to begin. Looking at the remaining ash on the ground not far away, he wished he could go over and spit a few more times. Some people are risking their lives to protect the homes they left behind. Some people are taking the opportunity to harm their fellow countrymen. Calling such people dogs is an insult to dogs. Shenyun said calmly, "Saint Advent is an organization that believes that alien races are the descent of the divine. They offer these alien races to the gods and assist them in conquering Blue Star. The ideology they believe in is that alien races will rule the earth and humanity will be liberated. A century ago, they once threatened the safety of the entire planet. Under the constant attacks of the Human Alliance, the Holy Advent organization has been on the verge of extinction several times. After they were unable to contend with the Human Alliance, their goal became to incite a beast tide and to kill you geniuses. Isn't there any way to completely eliminate them?" Xiao Chao's chest heaved, clearly extremely angry. There were still tear stains on her face that she hadn't wiped away. Suyu sighed and shook his head. "They can't be eliminated. As long as the alien race is not destroyed, such people will always exist. There are brave men like the Watchtower warriors. Then there will inevitably be those filthy, inhuman creatures like the Holy One." Xianyun nodded and said, "That's exactly the point. I'm telling you all this to let you know. No matter where you are, don't be careless. Anyone could be after you. Geniuses like you must always be wary of others. We cannot protect you all the time. Just like today, on one side are the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, and on the other side are you. If you were in my shoes, what would you choose? Don't place all your hopes on others. Becoming strong yourself is the ultimate path." All 3 nodded seriously. Xianyun smiled again. "Of course, I'm not suggesting you be on edge. Shang Lin wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Your primary goal at this stage is to improve yourselves. When the day comes that you dogs of the Holy Land see us, you will surely flee in panic." As he spoke, he collected all the belongings of the soldiers at the watchtower. "Leave these things to me. We've already been delayed for too long. You should set off immediately. You lowly dogs from Shanglin only dare to cause trouble in this wilderness. Once you enter the city, you will be safe." Still shaken, the group continued their journey. Xianyun watched them disappear from sight, his gaze deep and unsettling. "I hope that this time, no more prodigies will perish at the hands of Shanglin." After the annual 4-school training camp concludes, the Holy Advent organization becomes active. The Human Alliance will also take this opportunity to thoroughly purge a wave of Holy Descent people before the college entrance examination. At the same time, it was also the last lesson for all the prodigies after the training camp. In this martial arts era, life is the least valuable thing. Chapter 124. Suyu rebukes the 3. On the carriage. The crowd was no longer as joyful as before.
The excitement and joy of returning home were somewhat diminished.
The attack by the holy dogs. Letters home from soldiers of the lookout unit.
These events instantly jolted the three people, who were still living in their ivory tower, awake. This world is extremely dangerous.
Suyu noticed the somber atmosphere.
His gaze was earnest, and his tone serious as he said, "There is one thing I must criticize you for." The two women looked at him. Seeing that Chung Yong did not react, he added, "Teacher Chang, including you." Chung Yong, looking at him with a face full of self-reproach, opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, he did. Suddenly, Suyu was covered from head to toe by a silver armor. All three of them were somewhat stunned. A muffled voice came from inside the armor.
Do you really think this B-grade spirit armor can't withstand the self-destruction of a 4th-grade martial artist?
The three of them were stunned at the same time. That's right, this is a B-grade spirit armor, a treasure that can withstand a full-force attack from a high-grade martial artist.
The armor disappeared, and Suyu seemed extremely angry, foolish. The more critical the moment, the more rational we need to be. What good would it have been for you to come over then? Especially the two of you. Teachers are thick-skinned and tough at most, they'll lose an arm or a leg. Chang Yong? What are you two first-rank martial artists doing getting involved in this mess? Don't you know you should protect yourselves first at a time like this? Concern leads to confusion. And the teachers too. It's understandable that the two girls are girls, but you're the tactician. Chung Yong, at this point, should we stop calling me teacher?
Suyu lectured the three people inside the carriage, leaving them stunned. Chung Yong, a dignified homeroom teacher, lowered his head after being told that.
He felt something was off, but couldn't find a point to refute it.
After all, what this kid said makes a lot of sense. Zhou Zhan, who was on his way outside, looked quite pleased with himself.
Well, I didn't know he had a B-grade spirit armor. What are you few who know what's going on? You're just making things worse. Tianyun City.
The competition in the Genius Training Camp has reached the Final Four stage.
Caillou stands out from the crowd. The semi-finals haven't even started yet. It's pretty much certain that he'll be number one.
A group of female students in the audience cheered for Caillou like fans, as if everyone was his fan club.
Another group of people were having a heated discussion. I feel like we don't even need to look at the later part. Senior brother Caillou is definitely going to be number one. Indeed, he seemed to be under no pressure at all. The other senior brothers and sisters were no match for him. Tisk, is this what it feels like to be invincible?
I feel that in the college entrance examination in half a month, Senior Caillou will crush everyone and take first place in the city.
Not necessarily. Haven't you heard?
A genius from the 4 schools training camp at number 8 middle school is transferring here.
Come along today. Oh right, I almost forgot about that. As the boys were talking, a girl overheard them and immediately raised her chin, saying, "So what if it's the 4 schools training camp? Song Qinghuan and Su Yuan too.
They never beat senior brother Caillou before." A guy with a buzz cut retorted, "Classmate, are you really that clueless or just pretending?" Senior sister Song Qinghuan and senior brother Suyu were invited in, while the transfer student got in based on his real ability.
The two are completely different. The girl with the high ponytail seemed somewhat unconvinced.
Honey Badger added, "Senior brother Caillou wanted to go before, but was refused." The girl with the high ponytail swallowed back the words she was about to say.
What do you know? Senior brother Caillou is not the same as before.
He is a legendary genius who has surpassed the limits. After speaking, the girl with the high ponytail turned her head to look at Caillou, who stood calmly on the stage.
Go, Senior Caillou. Senior Caillou is so handsome.
The honey badger snorted coldly, "Ha, brainless fan.
Holy crap, Ji-Fei, are you crazy? Don't you understand what's going on?"
The honey badger looked completely unconcerned. A few boys nearby, knowing his personality, quickly changed the subject, saying, "By the way, do you guys know why that genius transferred here? I heard it's for senior brother Suyu." Senior brother Suyu is valued by a tactical master.
It's said that an excellent tactician is highly sought after at the university.
I heard that he fell in love with senior sister Qinghuan, so he transferred to this school.
A group of people were completely baffled. Bro, where did you get this inside information? Wasn't that transfer student a girl? Yeah. I must have misheard.
It must be that she fell in love with senior brother Suyu and then followed him here.
A group of people were gossiping.
In the past, there were basically no transfer students from other cities, let alone a genius like Xiao Qiao who had participated in the four-school training camp and whose information was still confidential. These past few days, countless speculations have been circulating about her in Tianyun City. Below the stage, a group of students were having a lively time. On the arena, after drawing lots, Caillou pondered the true strength of the geniuses who were officially invited to the four schools training camp. At this moment, his opponent was no longer Song Qinghuan. Xiao Qiao became his most desired challenge. Having been rejected by the four-school training camp before, he harbored a deep resentment. Since learning about Xiao Qiao, his cultivation has become 100 times more arduous than ever before. It's not for any particular reason. He just wanted to prove that attending a four-school training camp didn't mean anything. Even when facing geniuses from the four schools training camps, Caillou would still be no weaker than them. At the steel gate of Tianyun City, a hover bus was parked at the entrance. Red flowers were hanging in front, and a banner that read "Welcome back students who participated in the four-school training camp" was hanging on the side. People passing by couldn't help but stop and take a second look. Several school principals were pacing back and forth in front of the bus. The principal of number 4 middle school checked the time several times. "Old Tang, didn't you say they should arrive at this time? It's been almost half an hour since I told you, and there's still no sign of you. What's the rush? Haven't you ever been to the wilderness? Don't you know there might be some special circumstances?" Tang Yaodong was unusually upright today. Then the principal asked, "Old Tang, are you sure that student named Xiao Qiao will come along too?" "Tang Yaodong, I've said it so many times, I'm absolutely certain." The principals all had a look of great anticipation in their eyes. A genuine prodigy from the four-school training camp, with this student in the team, Tianyun City might just have a bold chance to become the top student in the Northwest region today. While waiting, the principal of number 3 middle school said again, "Speaking of the 4th grade blood crystal, shall we talk about it later?" The principal of number 1 middle school nodded. "Wait a moment, I'll talk to Suyu." As the group was chatting, a large yellow ox pulling a horse-drawn carriage came into view. Upon seeing this, Tang Yaodong's face immediately wrinkled up. "They're here. They're here." Chapter 125 Transactions. Passing through the sluice gate, Suyu and the others all had to get out of the car for inspection. After confirming the information with the wristband, you will also need to undergo a full-body electronic scan. If someone is an imposter, they will be detected by this electronic scan. Previously in the wilderness, if Suyu and his group had this electronic scanner, they wouldn't have been deceived by that holy dog. Of course, a certain Grandmaster-level expert must have noticed it. Suyu said he absolutely refused to believe it. No matter what. Instructor Wei Ikuan just couldn't figure it out. "Jingyao, is it your shift today?" After passing through the checkpoints, Suyu encountered familiar faces. Jingyao nodded and said, "It seems we are quite destined to meet. It's impossible for you to go to military school, kid," he laughed. Suyu nodded honestly. "It's all right. If you become a tactician in the future, you're welcome to join our Sirius Legion." "Thank you, brother Xie Jingyao." Including the big yellow ox. All of the people in the group passed the identity verification. I saw the bus adorned with a big red flower. Suyu's lips twitched slightly. Even in this martial arts era, this tradition hasn't been lost at all. He was silently complaining. He suddenly realized that the old men walking towards him all seemed to be the school principal. "Ha! I, old Su, have this much prestige now?" He subconsciously looked at Cheng Yong. Cheng Yong shook his head and said, "They don't know anything about your situation in the training camp." As a group of principals approached with kind smiles on their faces, Suyu immediately realized that he had misunderstood. "Why don't you gentlemen come over and shake hands with Xiao Qiao?" He quietly shifted his position so that Xiao Qiao behind him could see the enthusiastic old men clearly. Xiao Qiao simply hid behind Suyu and Song Qinghuan. All the principal's eyes were on Xiao Qiao. Tang Yaodong warmly welcomed them, saying, "Suyu, Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao, welcome back with honor." After a warm greeting, the principal of number 1 middle school took the initiative to say, "Suyu, we have something we'd like to ask for your opinion on." Suyu was somewhat puzzled. "Principal, please tell me. I heard that the four schools training camp will offer rare grade 4 blood crystals as rewards. We, the school principals, have discussed it and are thinking of making a deal with you." Cheng Yonggang opened his mouth to speak. The principal of number 8 middle school stopped him with a look. The old principal looked at him with an expression that suggested so you wouldn't suffer any losses.
He really wanted to say, "That's not what I meant."
Su Yu's expression was also somewhat strange. Seeing this, Tang Yaodong stepped forward and explained, "Su Yu, don't misunderstand. We would like to exchange one ordinary grade 5 blood crystal and 3 grade 4 blood crystals with you. As you know, rare blood crystals are more effective for people who have never used blood crystals before."
A group of school principals' eyes fell on Su Yu. "I'd like to add something else to explain."
"Okay," Su Yu replied decisively. As soon as he finished speaking, smiles appeared on the faces of the principals. They knew that Su Yu, as a tactical genius, was the most reasonable and had the best overall perspective. But the next moment, they all froze on the spot. Su Yu took off his backpack and began rummaging through it. He took a few rank 3 and rank 2 blood crystals and placed them aside. It took him quite a while to find the 4th grade blood crystal that the 4 people had insisted on giving him.
He simply tossed it to Tang Yaodong without any packaging.
The group of people's eyebrows twitched slightly. "Dear principals, I have some rare blood crystals here.
Would you like to exchange them?" Su Yu asked with an innocent smile.
"By the way, Qinghuan and Xiaoqiao, you should also bring out your blood crystals. Principal, although we don't have any 4th grade blood crystals, we still have several rare 3rd grade blood crystals.
Let's not use 4th grade blood crystals to exchange for it. How about exchanging 3 3rd grade ordinary blood crystals for 1? Seeing Su Yu's enthusiastic expression, Tang Yaodong opened his mouth, unsure how to reply. "Is this the same Su Yu who asked me for a grade 1 blood crystal before? How did you become so wealthy after just one trip to the 4 schools training camp?"
The principals exchanged glances. At this moment, a question arose in their minds.
Are the rewards for the 4 training camps really that generous?
If I had known it was this good, I would have gone to great lengths to send a student there.
The group looked at each other in bewilderment,
looking at the blood crystal in Su Yu's hand. After thinking for a moment, the principal of number 1 middle school said, "Ahem, Su Yu, we can discuss this matter in more detail later." He was a little embarrassed to say that they couldn't come up with that many blood crystals to exchange for in a short time. A group of school principals are not as wealthy as a single student.
"If word gets out, where will I put my face?" Shang Yong couldn't help but chuckle.
Blood crystals are such precious things, each high school only has a few in its resource reserves. They are mostly 1st grade blood crystals. It's no wonder the principals were completely bewildered when Su Yu suddenly produced several rare blood crystals. The blood crystal came so easily that Su Yu forgot how valuable it was.
After realizing what was happening, Su Yu immediately put away the blood crystals.
"Principals, we'll discuss this further later."
"Okay, let's discuss it slowly.
The principals seemed to have become broken record machines.
Tang Yaodong remarked, "It seems that you, Su Yu, have gained a lot from the 4 school training camp.
Our junior brothers and sisters in Tianyun City are already waiting for you to share your experience with them. Let's go, 3 students, get on the bus quickly, we'll go to Qilin Gymnasium together." Shang Yong had mentioned the experience sharing session to the 3 of them on the way. "At the time, we said we had this plan, but we didn't expect that as soon as we got back, we would have to go to the genius training camp." Su Yu smiled at first. He had been somewhat looking forward to the sharing session. After all, this is a great opportunity to show off and embarrass oneself. But after what happened today, I feel that these things are meaningless now. Compared to those soldiers who held the watchtower to the death, these students are ultimately like flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. The group went to the carriage and took down their luggage.
Zhou Zhan then prepared to return.
Before leaving, Zhou Zhan said with a smile, "Brother Su Yu, if you ever go to Wucheng, be sure to contact me so I can pick you up. I don't want to be a person who breaks their word."
Su Yu clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, Brother Zhou, I will."
The two said goodbye. The group of principals watched from the sidelines, and couldn't help but feel a sense of Gonkai, deep emotion reflection. Su Yu truly lived up to his reputation as a tactical genius favored by tactical masters. Even such a senior expert was willing to become his sworn brother.
I boarded the bus and looked at the scenery outside. Su Yu immediately felt like he was returning home in glory. Perhaps after the college entrance examination, this event will be even more grand.
When that time comes, Dad will be beaming with pride when he goes out.
Chapter 126 Challenge.
Inside the Qilin Stadium. In the final match, Caillou faced off against Qinling. For the past 2 weeks, every single match in the training camp has taken place. They were the 2 of them who stayed until the very end. However, Qin Ling, who had not yet broken through to the level of a martial artist, could only stop there.
Her aggressive, fiery attacks could never reach Caillou's clothes.
Now that Caillou has tempered his bones to the third level, he far surpasses her in terms of chi and blood, speed, and strength. There are no techniques involved. The match, where the skill gap was huge, was more like Caillou's personal show.
Second floor of the gymnasium. The principal of number 3 middle school said with a hint of pride, "Xiao Xiao, what do you think? She is one of the top talents in Tianyun City right now."
Xiao Xiao nodded and laughed awkwardly, as if she were being coerced. She didn't say anything, but when the other person mentioned the top talents, she remained silent. She would subconsciously glance at Su Yu and Song Qinghuan beside her.
Having watched 2 semi-final matches, the final is now nearing its end. Well, you could say it's excellent.
But compared to brother Su Yu and sister Qinghuan, they seem to be just so-so.
Of course, she wasn't foolish enough to refuse these old gentlemen, so she could only nod and agree. It was clear that Caillou was preparing to take over the game and secure victory.
The principal of number 1 middle school said, "Let's go downstairs." On the ring, Caillou unleashed his power.
The swamp blocked Qin Ling's retreat, and the attackers quickly closed in, easily knocking her off the stage with a single palm strike. In the audience, all the students stood up and applauded. Caillou remained calm and composed, showing no emotion whatsoever. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, isn't that senior brother Su Yu and senior sister Qinghuan? Could that girl with pigtails be the legendary senior sister Xiao Xiao?" A group of people turned around, and the audience instantly became lively. "Wow, I think senior brother Su Yu is kind of handsome.
You can tell he's a great tactician just by looking at him.
I wish I had that talent." Don't dream. Our Tianyun City has never produced a tactical genius like senior brother Su Yu.
TCH, I'm determined to become the first genius in Tianyun City who excels in both academics and martial arts.
I still think senior brother Caillou is the most handsome. He won first place so easily. Yes.
If we're going to be martial artists, we should be like senior sister Qinghuan.
The junior students started chattering away.
Several principals insisted on leading the 3 of them through the audience seats onto the high platform. Su Yu blushed slightly, a rare occurrence for her.
Well, actually, I'm not that outstanding either. Tactics and such are just hobbies. On the arena,
Caillou's gaze was fixed on Xiao Xiao, who seemed to have some social anxiety.
To be honest, he was somewhat disappointed at that moment.
If they're afraid of even this kind of scene, then these so-called geniuses from the 4 schools training camp are nothing special.
Several principals and 3 triumphant geniuses walked toward the arena.
Qin Wenfang immediately stepped forward from the side, took the microphone, and said, "Next, please welcome our award presenter for today to present the award to today's first place winner." As they spoke, several principals stood in a row on the stage, seemingly as props for a group photo. Clearly, the award presenters today are Su Yu and his 2 companions. The hostess led the 3 forward. A trophy, a sign that reads 100,000 yuan scholarship, and a D-grade spiritual artifact. There are 3 people, each responsible for awarding 1 prize. When Song Qinghuan and Su Yu presented the award, Caillou politely thanked them. When it was Xiao Xiao's turn, Caillou said seriously, "Classmate, may I challenge you?" Holding the trophy, Xiao Xiao looked completely bewildered. She immediately looked at Su Yu. Su Yu looked at the principals. The principal smiled without saying a word, as if they hadn't seen anything. He realized that this was exactly what was planned for today. They all thought Xiao Xiao wasn't a genius who got in through connections. Therefore, the best way to share experiences is to let these junior students witness firsthand what true genius is all about. No wonder the principal just told him that if it weren't for Xiao Xiao, this experience-sharing meeting wouldn't have been held today. So the real protagonist today is Xiao Xiao. Su Yu nodded to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao immediately replied, "Okay." The students below did not hear the conversation between the 2 on the ring. Seeing that Xiao Xiao had agreed, Qin Wenfang took the microphone and announced, "After today's arena match, there's another challenge. That means the champion can challenge the 3 of us who have returned from the 4-school training camp." The words fell. The audience erupted in an uproar. Wow, there's this part too. That's exciting. Who do you think senior brother Caillou will challenge? Anyway, I won't challenge senior brother Su Yu, they're not even on the same track. It must be that senior sister Xiao Xiao who just transferred here. This is getting interesting. I wonder if senior sister Xiao Xiao is more impressive, or senior brother Caillou is more impressive. Senior brother Caillou will win.
Senior brother Caillou will win. On the stage, a microphone was handed to Caillou.
Caillou, I choose to challenge Xiao Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers erupted from the crowd.
Suyu and Song Qinghuan followed the principals to sit down to the side. Suyu asked, somewhat puzzled, aren't you worried that the teacher and the principals will undermine Caillou's confidence by doing this?
Cheng Yang glanced at him with a long look in his eyes, as if to say that as long as you don't go, then there's nothing to worry about. He then explained, although the principals misunderstood Xiao Xiao's identity, the top-ranked students in the 4-school training camp are renowned throughout China. In addition, Caillou had also broken through his limits before, so they assumed that the gap between them should not be too big. For Caillou, such an opponent is just right, regardless of whether he wins or loses. Suyu nodded. Luckily, he didn't challenge the wrong person, otherwise I wouldn't know whether I should have agreed.
It wouldn't be appropriate for Qinghuan to go up there.
Cheng Yang nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. Overhearing their conversation, the principal of number 3 middle school chuckled and said, don't worry, Suyu.
Caillou knows what he's doing, he won't act recklessly. By the way, what's the story behind the misunderstanding about Xiao Xiao's identity?
Suyu said quietly, Xiao Xiao and I both got in through connections. In a flash, the principal of number 3 middle school stood up immediately. Then why don't you stop this competition right away?
Standing to the side, Tang Yaodong said calmly, what's the rush? Didn't I tell you guys that Xiao Xiao was a teammate that Suyu's teacher specially found for him?
They did well in the training camp before because Suyu's teammates were all very good. As he spoke, Tang Yaodong added, of course, Suyu's performance as a tactician is also crucial.
Suyu couldn't help but chuckle and silently looked at her teacher. I don't know what the homeroom teacher said to the principal.
But upon closer reflection, what the principal said seems to make sense.
The principal of number 3 middle school sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. Suyu, you really gave me a fright. On the other side.
On the arena, Caillou revealed his weapon, a long sword, for the first time.
Everyone could see that he took this competition very seriously. Xiao Xiao inexplicably ended up in the ring.
Remembering what Suyu had just told her, she held the willow leaf whip in her hand, and her eyes became serious.
Why don't you use him to test your newly mastered martial arts? Chapter 127 Why Cultivate?
I watched several matches from the second floor of the stadium. Suyu could tell at a glance that this number 1 genius was now somewhat arrogant.
Since all the principals want Xiao Xiao to enlighten him, he decided to see it through to the end. Rather than letting the two fight back and forth in the ring, it would be better to let Xiao Xiao give him a wake-up call. The sooner this mindset is awakened, the easier it is to get back on track. Otherwise, he might really think that all the world's greatest talents are nothing special. When he truly encounters a top-tier genius, his Dao heart will surely collapse. Xiao Xiao became his opponent. The principals were indeed chosen perfectly. If it were Lin Yan or Fuyu instead, Suyu would feel that it was somewhat cruel to Caillou. Our lucky goddess is mainly a supportive one. Suyu smiled. He saw that his junior classmates were all cheering for Caillou. Sitting on the platform, he raised his right hand and shouted, "Go, Xiao Xiao!" This shout startled several school principals. Song Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle. On the arena,
referee Qin Wenfang officially announced the start of the competition. Caillou looked serious, wanting to test the waters first.
Smack! Smack! Xiao Xiao's long whip had already lashed through the air. The long whip danced, striking the arena and leaving terrifying marks.
With such force and speed, Caillou dared not be careless in the slightest. The willow leaf whip lashed out one after another. The whip danced through the air, creating sonic booms that echoed like thunder throughout the stadium. Whip techniques emphasize shaking, chopping, flicking, sweeping, and wrapping.
The shaking motion is the essence of the whip technique.
A casual flick of the whip across the wrist carries enough terrifying power to disarm Caillou. However, Xiao Xiao's martial arts skills are not limited to this. The snake whip she learned. In addition to the shaking technique, the chopping, sweeping, and thrusting movements have been greatly enhanced. From its shape to its point of force, the whip is given the sharpness of a sword. Just as the threat of a venomous snake lies in its deadly bite. At this moment, Xiao Xiao's whipping technique was not about striking. The real danger lies in the blow from the whip. As Xiao Xiao became more and more proficient in using the snake whip, Caillou, who had intended to engage in close combat, was completely trapped in place. At first, he was able to dodge the inescapable net of blows. Once the true power of the serpent whip was unleashed, he was completely trapped. Each time the whip struck him, it tore his clothes to shreds, leaving the skin underneath swollen and red.
Caillou was completely suppressed and couldn't lift his head.
They wanted to use their superpowers, but found they had no chance at all.
If he were even slightly distracted, the whip would strike him precisely.
Suyu was stunned on the podium. He encouraged Xiao Xiao to give her a good try out the new martial arts she had learned.
But I didn't let her torment the other person.
This girl could have rendered Caillou incapacitated with her first hit. I don't know why she held back. To this, Xiao Xiao on the ring could only say it was a misunderstanding. She knew she was in an unfamiliar place, so she naturally had to hold back in this kind of competition.
What was that saying again? Show your style, build friendships, and demonstrate your spirit.
Moreover, the opponent still has superpowers that they haven't used yet, so losing like this would definitely be very frustrating. It would be better to hold back and treat this as just a friendly sparring match. But the more she hit him, the more she felt something was wrong.
Dude, do you have any special abilities? Why aren't you using it? Could it be that he also wants to give in to me? Xiao Xiao didn't understand, and the long whip continued to fly. In the audience seats,
the jaws of all the junior disciples dropped to the ground. Just a second ago, senior brother Caillou was incredibly dashing in front of everyone else.
It's been compressed like this now? It even gives the impression that he has a bit of a masochistic tendency? Why doesn't senior brother Caillou use his special abilities? If he uses his superpowers, wouldn't he be able to find an opportunity to get closer to the other party?
Everyone frowned, squinted, and looked puzzled. On the podium, several school principals shook their heads helplessly. They all realized that the difference in raw skill between Caillou and Xiao Xiao was actually not that great. Of course, that was the moment Xiao Xiao used her martial arts skills. They also knew that Caillou was no match for her.
Even if they weren't rivals, they wouldn't be this embarrassed.
Caillou's performance at this moment greatly disappointed them. Suyu sighed, knowing that they are bound to lose, they are still unwilling to fight to the death. He had it too easy before. As soon as he finished speaking, several principals turned to look at him. They suddenly remembered that Suyu had also demonstrated his martial arts talent before heading to the training camp. It's just a bit of a pity that this child's talent for cultivation is too poor. Otherwise, Tianyun City would truly have produced a prodigy who excels in both literature and martial arts. Several principals sighed slightly.
On the arena,
when Caillou's shirt was reduced to just a few strips of cloth, and his eyes lost their sparkle, Xiao Xiao realized this too late and immediately unleashed her chi and blood. With a sudden jolt, the longsword was forcefully knocked from Caillou's hand, and at the same time, the whip tip suddenly accelerated and pointed towards his neck. At that moment, Qin Wenfang immediately rushed onto the stage, trying to stop Xiao Xiao's attack. Her hand had not yet grasped the willow leaf whip. After lightly tapping Caillou's throat with the willow leaf whip, Xiao Xiao withdrew all her strength. On the stage of the competition,
Xiao Xiao looked somewhat apologetic.
Qin Wenfang stood in the middle, unsure of what to say.
Caillou collapsed to the ground, dazed and distraught. A feeling of powerlessness.
In this match, he experienced true powerlessness.
It's as if every move is within the opponent's calculations, no matter how you dodge or block. His opponent's long whip always managed to strike his vital points. On the podium, several school principals remained silent.
In the audience, everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, too afraid to utter a sound. They are the strongest genius in Tianyun City, and the number one in the genius training camp. They were completely overwhelmed and unable to retaliate. The stadium was completely silent.
Suyu frowned.
When everyone could hardly believe what they were seeing, a voice came from the podium.
You're giving up just like that? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. To their surprise, the speaker was none other than the tactical genius Suyu. An uproar erupted in the audience.
Some of the girls were already heartbroken, and now they grumbled in dissatisfaction. Our senior brother lost to you, what's so great about that?
Is it his turn to speak?
These words were precisely transmitted to Suyu's ears.
He didn't care at all.
He was even more curious to know whether the genius on the stage could stand up again.
Caillou kept his head down, his eyes lifeless.
Suyu spoke again. Caillou, so what is your purpose in cultivating? He didn't care whether Caillou had thought about the question or not. He turned to the principals and asked, Principals, the challenge is over.
May we begin our sharing session today? The stunned principals nodded subconsciously.
Suyu handed the bracelet to Song Qinghuan. Please project these two pictures for me. After he finished speaking, he picked up the microphone again and glanced at everyone in the room with a nonchalant look.
Fellow junior brothers and sisters, let's get to today's main topic.
Let me share with you what we saw at the four-school training camp. At this moment, Suyu doesn't seem like a student, but more like a leader. Everyone instinctively sat up straight and looked at him.
Chapter 128: The Demeanor of a Grandmaster. In the audience seats.
Some people came to their senses, but their faces were still full of dissatisfaction.
Some people looked at the boy on stage with eyes full of admiration and longing.
In the crowd, a young man murmured, "I feel like senior brother Suyu is the real big shot."
Honey Badger stared at his senior on the stage and said without turning his head, "Aren't you just spouting nonsense? Don't underestimate tactical geniuses. Their vision and perspective are far superior to ours. That makes sense.
When we go to the battlefield, we might have to take orders from senior brother Suyu. To be honest, if senior brother Suyu were the commander, I would never run west if he pointed east."
The younger students in the audience were discussing it. Suyu didn't interrupt them, but continued to ask, "It's the same question as before. What is the purpose of our cultivation? I know that my question is actually quite weak.
Let each of you come up here and shout with great passion, for driving out the alien race, for killing all the alien beasts."
Suyu chuckled, "Then someone from below will shout, 'Damn it, isn't that bullshit?'" Many of the teenagers burst out laughing. Everyone was laughing.
Suyu gestured to Song Qinghuan to project the image. With the help of staff, an image appeared on the stadium's big screen. Zhang Qinggu, the garrison commander at Shiling Watchtower, led 300 men to defend the watchtower for 3 days and 2 nights, ultimately buying precious time for Shiling City and successfully preventing a beast tide. Of the 300 men at the Shiling lookout post, all except the communications officer Chang Xiaoi bravely sacrificed their lives.
The inscription on the monument is clearly visible in the picture. Suyu didn't speak. Let Song Qinghuan put down another picture. It was a piece of paper, and it said something on it.
"My son has given his life for his country. His death was worthy."
"Father, do not worry." Wang Ji. "Grandma, I didn't disgrace the Hong family." Hong Jun. "Are the peaches sweet this year? If the neighbor's kids come to steal them, Mom, don't stop them." Fong Lianghua.
"This letter was given to us by a lookout soldier on our way back today."
All laughter stopped instantly, and the entire stadium was so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Caillou, slumped on the ring, looked up. The fingernails of both fists instantly dug into their palms.
They are the lookouts, who, day after day, year after year, are rooted in the depths of the wilderness to guard against the invasion of the beast tide.
At this moment, Suyu stood perfectly straight.
"What do you think they cultivate for?" he asked again. "For us. For our homeland." Inside the gymnasium, students answered loudly one after another. Ultimately, it was youthful passion. A group of teenagers couldn't help but burst into tears.
They couldn't wait to serve their country and slaughter all the foreign races and beasts. On the stage, Caillou also stood up. He stood perfectly straight, gazing at those sentences that were both light and heavy. The recent failure suddenly no longer matters. What he valued was like a child's toy in the face of these things.
"These are my biggest takeaways from this training camp," Suyu said earnestly. He knew he hadn't witnessed it firsthand or experienced it personally.
These junior students could never truly understand that feeling. Schools also provide education in this area. It's normal for people to be passionate and enthusiastic when they meet, but then everything goes back to normal afterwards. But that's alright, these are the experiences he most wants to share right now. Tell Song Qinghuan to turn off these projections. Suyu continued, "Now I'll talk about the biggest takeaway from my four-school training camp. Let me share with you some of the insights I gained at the four schools training camp." In the training camp, the initial setup was a 5-person team to hunt alien beasts. Even with a genius like your senior sister Qiao Qiao on our team, our results are still not ideal. Moreover, your senior sister Qiao Qiao did not rank in the top 10 in the individual arena competition. Chen Yong raised an eyebrow slightly. "Well, what I mean by poor results is that he was able to control everyone's rankings at one point. No one else even has the right to compete for second place. There are also individual tournaments. He didn't even bother to complain." Inside the gymnasium, the students who had been listening intently gasped in surprise, and a commotion erupted. "Damn, senior sister Qiao Qiao can't even make it into the top 10. How strong must she be to be in the top 10? Wow, I really want to see what the number 1 in the training camp looks like. If not, I'll at least see the top 10.
So, senior brother Caillou is very likely to come in last place at the training camp? On the arena.
Caillou listened to the discussion among his fellow disciples, and his expression gradually calmed down.
He stood to the side, feeling the gazes of everyone.
Xiao Xiao blushed slightly and muttered softly, "Oh, actually I'm just a bystander, the captain is the most amazing one." Caillou, who was closest to her, heard this. "I became more curious about the captain," she mentioned. "I wonder if I'll have the chance to witness the brilliance of these geniuses during the college entrance examination," he thought to himself. So, the saying "there are always higher heavens and more capable people" is the insight I gained as the director of this four-school training camp, so you concluded. After thinking for a moment, he added, "But, fellow disciples, please remember that the path of martial arts is endless. We are only just beginning. No matter what others do, we should never dare to stop for even a day." After speaking, Suyu put down the microphone. Several school principals behind him took the lead in applauding. On the stage, Xiao Xiao clapped happily, and Caillou bowed to Suyu to express his gratitude. The other geniuses in the training camp also had longing in their eyes at this moment. Xinling looked at the boy from the past, now so dashing, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The applause lasted a long time. A moment later, a group of school teachers began to lead the students away. Suyu was in a hurry to go and collect the 5th grade blood crystals, so he didn't leave. As the principals looked at Suyu's impressive demeanor, the wrinkles on their faces deepened.
A master's demeanor. A general's talent. They sighed with emotion countless times.
Suyu remembered all those words. The genius training camp is closed today, and all the other geniuses have gone home. Soon, only a few principals and teachers, Suyu and his 2 companions, and Caillou remained in the gymnasium.
Caillou wanted to thank Suyu in person and had been waiting. Suyu just stepped down from the podium. "Captain, how was it? I didn't embarrass you, did I?"
Xiao Xiao ran over, swaying her pigtails.
Suyu was still unsure how to respond to this girl.
Behind Xiao Xiao, Caillou stood frozen in place.
He stepped forward, shirtless, and asked, "Suyu, are you Xiao Xiao's team leader?" "Yes, brother Suyu is my captain." Xiao Xiao answered in support.
At this moment, Caillou's expression was complicated. While the other principals were still marveling at Suyu's talent for leading troops, he suddenly bowed and clasped his hands in a fist salute and said loudly, "Suyu, would you like to have another fight with me?" The words fell. The principals who were still talking immediately fell silent.
"Everyone's eyes are on us." The principal of number 1 middle school immediately rebuked him sternly. "Caillou, what nonsense are you talking about?" Caillou remained bent over, unwilling to look up. "Do you want to hold back or go all out?" Suyu asked. Caillou raised his head. "I want to see the real difference." Chapter 129, Suyu vs. Caillou.
At this moment, the principals looked at each other in bewilderment. A suspicion arose in their minds, yet they were somewhat hesitant to believe it. Left with no other choice, everyone turned their eager eyes to Chang Yong.
Chang Yong gave a mysterious smile.
The principal's eyes widened instantly.
If Suyu really has the strength to fight Caillou.
At this moment, all the principals held their breath and looked at Suyu with expectant eyes.
Suyu and Caillou stepped onto the arena. Xin Wenfang suddenly said, "Caillou, you've just been through a battle, don't you need to rest?"
Several principals frowned and looked at her. Xin Wenfang was taken aback and quickly began to tidy her not-so-messy hair.
"Caillou just finished a major battle.
Her star pupil has already lost to the transfer student."
She didn't dare to think about losing to Suyu again. On the arena. Suyu also asked, "Are you sure you don't want to get it fixed?"
Caillou's eyes were firm, no need. He knew very well that whether he recovered or not, he was no match for Suyu. He simply wanted to experience firsthand the difference in skill between them in this competition. Instead of remaining arrogant and complacent, it's better to thoroughly recognize the gap between reality and expectations.
Suyu understood what the other party meant.
I also admire his mindset at this moment. After suffering a setback, they were able to get back up so quickly and launch another challenge. He already possesses the courage that a strong person should have. The two stood on either side of each other. Suyu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and Caillou returned the gesture in kind.
Song Qinghuan called out, "The martial arts competition officially begins." Caillou defended with his sword. The swamp area instantly appeared beneath Suyu's feet.
After his battle with Xiao Xiao, he dared not be careless again. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength.
Several school principals witnessed the event and nodded in satisfaction.
As it turns out, the geniuses of Tianyun City are not so easily defeated. Thinking about it, they turned their expectant gazes to Suyu again. If the two of them could fight to a draw, Suyu's future was something they dared not imagine.
Call out. Bang. Boom.
The expectant gazes of the principals instantly turned into blank stares. They all instinctively opened their mouths wide, their faces filled with disbelief. They had just witnessed Suyu suddenly move, unleashing a speed that shouldn't belong to a first-grade martial artist.
Then, in the next second, Caillou flew out. Speed. Power. This is true crushing victory. Caillou fell into the audience seats. His expression was also extremely blank. When that leg swept across his stomach, he felt as if the force could kill him instantly. That was a true life or death moment. But at that moment, he found that apart from some skin pain, he had no other problems. Everyone stared in this direction, dumbfounded. Caillou got up on his own. He bowed and clasped his hands in greeting to Suyu once again. He knew the other party wasn't using their full strength, and he also knew it was because he couldn't withstand it. Aside from a few people who already knew Suyu's strength, there were others present. Everyone froze, turning their heads to look at Caillou, then at Suyu on the stage, completely dumbfounded. What kind of control is this? Quiet. A deathly silence. A glass fell to the ground with a thud. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone turned around at the same time and saw a crew cut boy drop his teacup to the ground. He too stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, his face filled with shock. Qin Wenfang, standing beside the ring, felt her cheeks burning hot. If there were a crack in front of her, she would want to crawl right into it. Throughout everything that happened on the arena, Suyu did not exhibit any fluctuations in his chi or blood. But his speed was already comparable to that of a third-rank martial artist like her. What kind of monster is this? How narrow-minded she was. The bald teacher swallowed hard. Suddenly, I remembered the internal competition I had promised the other students in the training camp. I guess, we don't need to do it anymore. It was unclear how much time had passed before everyone came to their senses and lowered their jaws, which had nearly dropped to the ground. They looked at Suyu, each hesitant to speak. On the stage, Suyu looked at Caillou and said, "Actually, you are very strong. There are many geniuses in the training camp whose strength is not much different from yours." Cheng Yun's lips twitched slightly. Was he comforting someone else or praising himself? Caillou smiled calmly, "It's all right. Just like you said, as long as I don't give up on cultivation, it's fine. Our path of martial arts has only just begun." "Yes, that makes sense," Suyu said with a smile. Two teenagers are having a conversation. The principals standing nearby didn't say anything. Because they all knew that at this moment they were witnessing the rise of an unparalleled genius. This prodigy is definitely not limited to the small well of Tianyuan City. His achievements will be something that these people have never seen or even dared to imagine in their entire lives. I was filled with emotion. A smile of satisfaction and pride appeared on their faces. These are the pride of my Tianyun City, the future of my nation, and the future of humanity. After the initial shock, the wrinkles on the faces of the school principals deepened once again. Just as a group of people were preparing to leave the stadium, the bald-headed teacher at the training camp suddenly remembered something and asked, "Suyu, our genius training camp is going on a wilderness hunt tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Are you still going to participate?" Suyu smiled and said, "Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely be there on time. I haven't participated in the genius training camp in Tianyun City yet." The words fell. Several principals and teachers all had slight twitches at the corners of their mouths. In their opinion, this kid is now more than qualified to be a teacher at a talent training camp. The strength he just displayed in the ring. Everyone was hesitant to think about it further, finding it increasingly terrifying. How did such a genius emerge from what kind of rock? First, Caillou broke through his limits, then Xiao Qiao transferred schools, and now Suyu has suddenly appeared. We in Tianyun City are lucky? As they were thinking this, they suddenly noticed Song Qinghuan, who had been standing smiling next to Suyu. This time, the principals didn't want to guess anymore. Tang Yaodong asked Cheng Yong directly, "How is Qinghuan doing in the training camp?" So, maybe in the top 10. Cheng Yong said calmly, but the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears in a smile. "You should give me a bonus for this, right?" Silence. Everyone fell silent again. Qin Wenfang, standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. So, your own students can't even get into the top 3?
Her dream of becoming the head of her grade was completely shattered. Caillou glanced at Song Qinghuan, who, among the crowd, had a relatively calm expression.
Having witnessed true geniuses, he now possesses an even stronger spirit of courage and determination.
Shi Fei, who had come back to get his teacup, followed behind several teachers and looked at his senior brothers and sisters with unwavering determination. I went to the education center with several principals. Seeing Suyu casually stuff the 5th grade blood crystal into his bag, the group of principals hesitated to speak.
Watching the 3 young men and women walk away side by side.
After a moment of reflection, the principal of number 1 high school suddenly realized, speaking of which, we have Suyu, so perhaps we could consider applying nationwide this year.
He didn't finish his sentence. The usually refined and easygoing principal of number 3 middle school blurted out, "We old folks really got lucky."
A group of school principals stood at the entrance of the cultural center, laughing heartily without any regard for their image.
Chapter 130 Forever Number 1.
Caillou pushed open the door and returned home. What came into view was a large table of his favorite dishes. Hearing the noise, Caillou's parents immediately put down what they were holding and came over. The 2 elders greeted Caillou with broad smiles.
"Oh, our Xiaoyu is back. Come quick, your mom won at cards today and is treating us to a big meal."
Caillou's father pulled Caillou to sit down. Caillou's mother instinctively wanted to glare at him and tell him to go wash his hands first.
Before she could even finish speaking, she immediately put on a smile again. "Yes, yes, yes. Son, you sit down, mom will go get you a towel." "Dad, mom, I'm fine, you don't need to do this."
Caillou smiled happily.
Kai's father and mother exchanged a glance.
He immediately burst into laughter.
"Kai's father, what do you mean by it's nothing? Didn't I already say your mother won money playing cards?" Kai's mother, "That's right, you child. It's not easy for your mother to win money from your Aunt Wang and the others."
Caillou stood up, and the 2 elders quickly followed suit. Caillou smiled helplessly and said, "I'm going to wash my hands."
"I'm really fine." He went into the restroom.
The 2 elders immediately exchanged glances. Caillou came out and said, "You two, stop communicating with your eyes. Your eyes are practically crossed."
Kai's mother quickly grabbed a mirror. "Really? I don't see any." Caillou said earnestly, "Mom and Dad, I'm really fine.
You've been staring at me ever since you got back. You must know what happened today."
The 2 elders quickly sat down next to Caillou.
Kai's mother held Caillou's hand tightly. "Son, remember, no matter what others do, you will always be the best genius in your mother's heart.
You'll always be like this."
Kai's mother gave a thumbs up. Mr. Kai nodded emphatically from the side. Caillou, who hadn't cried despite experiencing various setbacks today, suddenly had tears welling up in his eyes. "Mom and Dad, please don't misunderstand, I'm really fine, I just love you both so much."
"Really?" He wiped his eyes.
"Today I've realized one thing even more clearly, I cultivate not to be stronger than others, but to protect you all."
Okay. I believe you, my son has grown up."
Kai's mother held Caillou in her arms, gently patting his back with one hand. When Caillou fell and cried as a child, she did the same thing. Kai's father stood to the side, wiping his eyes.
"Is the range hood off? Why does it smell smoke?"
In their eyes, their son will always be the best.
He will always be their pride.
On the other side. So you took Qinghuan and Xiao Xiao home. The 2 women had not yet opened the door.
Song Ma opened the door. "Mom, this is Xiao Xiao, the one I told you about." Song Ma immediately took Xiao Xiao's hand warmly and looked her up and down.
"The baby is so beautiful."
"Xiao Xiao, if you don't mind, call me Mom too."
"I'll be your godmother, and you'll be my second daughter from now on."
Xiao Xiao called out sweetly, "Mom." "That's right." Song Ma laughed heartily.
As she spoke, she glanced outside the door again. Xiao Xiao was still a little confused.
"Song Qinghuan, Mom, no, Suyu went home."
"You silly child, I brought you here so many times, and you still don't know how to invite Xiaoyu up for a seat."
Song Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle as she recalled the frightened look on someone's face. Safe and secure community. Suyu's lips twitched slightly as he looked at the sign hanging at the entrance of the residential complex that read, "Welcome back, future tactical master Suyu."
At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he hadn't let Qinghuan and Xiao Xiao see him off.
Otherwise, even the most shameless person would want to put on a mask after seeing this banner.
Suyu thought to himself, but a happy smile appeared on his face. Then, helplessly, he said, Dad, Aunt Wu, Uncle Zhang, please stop hiding it.
The security booth is so small.
Suyu's mouth gradually widened.
How did you manage to squeeze in more than 10 people? Su Jun said nonchalantly, this is nothing.
Back then, your dad could lead 20 comrades into a small hole. As he spoke, the other uncles and aunts, holding ceremonial cannons, shouted in unison, surprise.
Xiaoyu, you've brought honor to our Pinyin community. Xiaoyu, I heard you're a martial artist now?
Xiaoyu, you're much better than your dad now.
From the crowd, a Soviet soldier shouted in protest, he's still far from good enough. Nobody paid any attention. Surrounded by the crowd, Suyu entered the residential area.
Suyu then realized that his uncles and aunts had already set up a banquet in the community, just waiting for him to come back.
Brother Suyu, you're back. A chubby little boy ran up to Suyu and handed him a tiny wooden sword.
Brother Suyu, I carved this myself, and I'm giving it to you.
Suyu picked up the chubby little boy. Wow.
Little Shen can summon the wooden sword by himself now.
You'll definitely be even more amazing than your brother Suyu in the future. Amidst laughter and cheerful conversation, everyone took their seats.
Before long, the uncles and aunts were all quite drunk, and they were playing drinking games with slurred speech.
Suyu looked on, and he didn't recall ever seeing them so happy before. The Soviet soldier, reeking of alcohol, approached him. When it opens its mouth, it still has a lisp. Suyu, I don't expect you to be too amazing. Safety is the most important thing when you're out and about, understand? Remember this, as long as you're alive, you're safe from harm. Firewood. Suyu helped him up. That's right. We're not afraid of running out of firewood.
Su Jun raised his arm and waved his colorful mechanical leg.
Upon seeing this, Suyu was instantly stunned. Old Su. When did you break your leg? While I was still confused, I caught a glimpse of someone to the side. Hey! Aunt Wu, those are your eyes. Don't use them as marbles for Xiao Xian.
After Suyu had seen all the uncles and aunts home one by one, he cleaned up the mess downstairs.
The dome was already twinkling with starlight. Standing downstairs in the residential complex, I looked at the lights and atmosphere inside.
He knew that this was what he wanted to protect.
Back home, the Soviet soldiers were already driving tractors on the sofa. After draping a blanket over him, Suyu returned to her own room. After he had some free time, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Then, the system affinity panel was brought up. Since the system upgrade, he hasn't had the time or opportunity to properly study this bond module. Now I finally have some free time. The bond template is now available. Bond activated.
5 animal bonds: tiger, deer, bear, ape, bird. Normal level, rewards to be claimed.
5 animal bonds: tiger, deer, bear, ape, bird. Rank 1, reward to be claimed. 5 animal bonds: tiger, deer, bear, ape, bird. Rank 2, reward to be claimed. 5 animal bonds: tiger, deer, bear, ape, bird. Rank 3, rewards to be claimed. The 4 lines of notifications lit up caught Suyu's eye. Keep reading. The 5 animal bonds at the 4th rank have not yet been fully activated. The icons for the deer and bird remain dim.
Suyu wanted to scroll down further, but found that it was all gone.
That's it, he exclaimed instinctively. Other bonds will only appear after the host activates them. Suyu was speechless.
He had killed so many strange beasts before he could unlock a bond.
Unlocking other bonds will take forever. With a sigh, he accepted all 4 rewards.